waking up to find that everyone has been transported to a survival world, stranded on an endless highway with nothing but a dilapidated wooden bicycle beside them. To survive, one must drive vehicles to search for supplies. Facing increasingly severe challenges, survivors repeatedly upgrade their vehicles, from bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, and cars to RVs and hovercars. As monsters grow more powerful, survivors level up time and again, from level 1, 10, 50 to 100. Confronted with ever stronger enemies, survivors continuously evolve, from grade G evolvers, grade F evolvers, all the way to grade SSS evolvers. Lin Yuan, I can gain experience. With a golden finger, he can obtain. Chapter 1. Lin Yuan, a 25-year-old programmer, was just an ordinary office worker. As he opened his eyes, ready to get up for work, he was startled by a sudden line of purple text floating before him. You have awakened and started a new day, gaining 1 experience point. Experience points? What is this? Lin Yuan blinked in confusion. Was this a hallucination, or had he awakened some kind of special ability? Still groggy from just waking up, he rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the purple text reappeared, this time in 3 lines. You have discovered the endless highway, gaining 5 experience points. You have discovered level 1 survival world, gaining 10 experience points. You have participated in the survival game, gaining 100 experience points. So, I've crossed over, he thought, not as a question, but as a certainty. The terms endless highway, survival world, and survival game from the purple text revealed a lot. Indeed, as Lin Yuan stood up, he realized he was on a concrete road, having just been lying on a cold floor. The highway was about 6 or 7 meters wide, leading into an unknown distance. As far as his eyes could see, there were several intersections, indicating that this road was well connected. On both sides of the road, lush greenery flourished, filled with weeds and trees, and in the distance loomed towering mountains. Crossing over was one thing, surviving was another, but what really troubled Lin Yuan was that he was standing there shirtless and barefoot, completely exposed in the middle of the road. A chilly wind blew by, making him shiver uncontrollably. He was used to sleeping in the nude, but now it was a disaster. Being cold was one thing, but if someone saw him, it would be utterly humiliating. With a grim expression, Lin Yuan pondered how to solve his wardrobe malfunction when a blue light screen appeared in front of him, displaying lines of golden text. All Blue Star humans, you have crossed over to another world. Do not fantasize about returning, for Blue Star has been destroyed. There are no prestigious universities here, only the need to drive vehicles, search for treasure chests, and gather supplies to survive. Treasure chests will be dropped in the middle of the highway and various places along the road, so please pay close attention while driving. There is no turning back in this world. Even if you try, you will become blind to the treasure chests. This is both a game and a real world. Please cherish your life, for you only live once. The main theme here is always monster slaying, leveling up, and evolving. This is a feast for the brave and a grave for the timid. Alright, enough chit-chat. Please find the survival guide and your starting vehicle by the roadside and hit the road quickly. These are your lifelines. Without them, you won't survive. Today is a day for beginner. Perks difficulty is lowered and treasure chests are more abundant. Survivors, hurry up and get moving. It turned out that not only he but the entire population had also been transported to this survival world. Looking at the lines of prompts on the screen, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He finally had a way to get clothes by driving a vehicle to find treasure chests and hopefully score some underwear and clothes. Preferably something warm. Where's the vehicle? And where's my survival guide? Lin Yuan frantically looked around for the so-called starting vehicle. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a wooden frame by the side of the road. The frame had an irregular large cross shape with 2 wooden wheels attached underneath. Could this really be the starting vehicle? Seeing that there were no cars parked nearby, Lin Yuan frowned and approached the wooden frame. You have started walking. You gained 1 experience point. The purple text appeared and vanished. Lin Yuan didn't have time to care about the prompt and walked straight to the frame, feeling a sense of dread. Surely this wooden frame couldn't be the starting vehicle, could it? It was confirmed. As Lin Yuan got closer and his gaze landed on the wooden frame, a blue screen appeared, followed by a line of data. Vehicle, non-standard wooden bicycle. Quality, ordinary. Completion rate, 0. Durability, 10. Description, no pedals, no footrests, no chains, no handlebars, no inflatable tires. A true product of the 3 no's. Are you sure this is a bicycle and not a child's toy? After the line of data, another prompt appeared. This is the most basic bicycle. Please upgrade the vehicle as soon as possible. Pay attention to its durability while driving and repair in time. Lin Yuan's mouth fell open, and after a long moment, he spat out, "Damn it." The mastermind behind this was truly despicable. Not only did they throw him into the survival world without a single piece of clothing, but now they were giving him this pathetic excuse for a bicycle. Who were they trying to humiliate? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan had no choice but to accept his fate. If this wooden bicycle was the starting vehicle, then so be it. It was better than having nothing, and surely it was faster than walking, right? Plus, he could upgrade it. Lin Yuan tried to pep himself up. What else could he do? Who else could he complain to or fight against? With a sigh, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something under his foot. Looking down, he saw a yellow booklet with the words Survival Guide on the cover. It's a survival guide. Lin Yuan was ecstatic and quickly bent down to pick it up. Item, Survival Guide. Quality, A-Class. Description, can be used to check the weather, chat, trade, store items, craft, etc. Items even have levels? Lin Yuan pondered as he prepared to open this lifeline and see what unique features it had. As soon as he opened it, a beam of blue light shot out from the survival guide, forming a virtual screen in front of Lin Yuan, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. At the top of the screen, various functions were labeled in bold golden letters: calendar, channels, recipes, crafting, storage, trading, fleet, forum, live broadcast, and home. Below these functions, the word survival guide took up a significant portion of the screen. How do I operate this? Lin Yuan was filled with curiosity as he reached out to try and tap the calendar. Before his hand could touch the calendar, the screen shifted immediately. Time, Year 1, Day 1 of Survival, 8:08 a.m. Location, Endless Highway. Weather, clear. Note, 12 hours until nightfall. Note, days are hot. Nights are cold, please take precautions. So it's controlled by thought. Lin Yuan tried again, focusing on the channels and thinking about clicking on it. The virtual screen transformed once more, switching from the weather display to the channel interface, which included regional channels, world channels, and friend channels. The world channel was inaccessible, while the regional channel showed an online population of 100,000. The moment Lin Yuan opened it, messages started popping up from various users, each with a unique avatar. Handsome guy. The system says blue star has been destroyed. Could it be that the people behind this have wiped out our blue star? Tyrant. System, come out. A bunch of wood. And you dare tell me this is a bicycle? If you have the guts, show yourself and see if I won't take you down. I'm the boss. I'm the CEO of a public company. Whoever can take me back, they'll give them 1 million. No, 10 million. 1 billion is also possible. Regional announcement. ID A019468751. Codename Chili. Survivor Luo Fenfong has died from poisoning. As soon as this regional announcement appeared, the lively chatter in the regional channel suddenly fell silent. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He didn't expect someone to die so soon. Perhaps because of the death, the subsequent messages shifted from a stream of complaints and pleas for help to more substantial content. Gentle breeze. Everyone, don't run into the bushes. There are poisonous snakes in there. That Luo Fenfong died because she was shy and hid in the bushes when she saw me and got bitten by a snake. Elegant stand. Luckily, I'm fully armed. I have all sizes of underwear for sale. Sisters who like to sleep naked, come get your supplies. You could trade for food, water, weapons, or clothes. University teacher. Everyone, search carefully around the bicycles. Besides the starting vehicles and the survival guide, there's an initial treasure chest that contains food and water. Upon reading the last message, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. A treasure chest means there could be clothes inside. He briefly skimmed through the other functions at the back of the channel recipes: crafting, storage, trading, fleet, forum, live broadcast, and home before closing the survival guide. He decided to open the initial treasure chest first before making further plans. Lin Yuan casually glanced around and easily spotted the treasure chest a few meters away, nestled in the grass by the roadside. The chest shimmered with a faint white light, clearly marked as a beginner's treasure chest. Item, beginner's chest. Description, a wooden chest prepared for novice survivors, which may contain food and water or clothing and weapons. Chapter 2. Seeing the chest description, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. With food and drink, as well as the chance to get clothes and weapons, he quickly stepped out and headed towards the chest. As he walked, he stomped his feet on the ground, shouting loudly and waving his arms around, as if trying to scare something away. This tactic, known as stirring the grass to scare the snake, was meant to create a commotion to drive away any potential snakes or insects hiding in the bushes, preventing him from meeting the same fate as the survivor Luo Fenfong. Upon approaching the chest, Lin Yuan noticed that it was tightly sealed, with no visible way to open it. Hesitantly, he extended his right hand towards the chest, preparing to check for any hidden mechanisms. To his surprise, as soon as his hand made contact, the chest popped open with a click. Then, a blue light screen appeared, followed by golden and purple text notifications. You have opened the beginner's chest and received a bottle of mineral water, 200 milliliters, and a slice of bread, 150g. You have gained 1 experience point for opening the chest. You have obtained food, gaining 1 experience point. You have obtained water, gaining 1 experience point. Lin Yuan was stunned and incredulous, muttering, "That's it? No clothes or pants?" Undeterred, he peered inside the chest, only to find it completely empty. Well, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. Accepting his fate, he closed the chest and sat on top of it, holding the mineral water in his left hand and the bread in his right, taking big bites. He still couldn't escape the fate of being exposed. While eating and drinking, he placed the survival guide on his lap. He thought to himself that it wouldn't hurt to browse through the chat logs of other survivors, as he could discover many useful pieces of information and find some survival strategies after all. That's how he got his bread and water. As Lin Yuan flipped open the guide, a virtual screen projected in front of him again. He focused his thoughts on the area channel and clicked to open it. As soon as he did, a familiar message caught his eye. Ting Ting Yuli, direct sales of lingerie, all sizes available. For those sisters who love to sleep naked, come grab some. Exchange for food and water, limited quantity, first come, first served. Seeing this familiar message, Lin Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Didn't he need clothes? Should he buy a pair of underwear? But wearing women's underwear made him feel embarrassed. Looking down at his exposed self, Lin Yuan thought, well, it's better than nothing, right? Gritting his teeth and enduring the humiliation, he clicked on Ting Ting Yuli's avatar and sent a friend request. System notification. To speak in the channel, please choose a code name for yourself. A code name is just a username, right? Surely any Blue Star inhabitant would know that. Lin Yuan said, far from enough. System notification. Please select an avatar. Would you like to use a real avatar or a virtual one? Lin Yuan was taken aback. No wonder the avatars of those speaking in the chat channel were so varied. He had been puzzled before, but now it made sense that they could choose freely. Handsome men, beautiful women, ancient style, cartoons, cute pets. Those speaking in the chat channel all concealed their true identities. Lin Yuan followed suit and chose an image of a handsome man riding a galloping horse, holding a silver spear in one hand and the reins in the other. Lin Yuan sorted out his personal information and reapplied to add a friend. System notification. You are now friends and can start chatting endlessly. Endlessly chatting? Is the regional channel not available? Perhaps because Lin Yuan had just added a friend, there was no response for a while. Just as he was lost in thought, the username Ting Ting Yuli sent a message first. Ting Ting Yuli, hello handsome. What can I do for you? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his face turning slightly pale, but he still resolutely replied. Yuan Bugo. Hello. I'd like to ask how much your lingerie costs? Do you have any panties? A guy like him, what would he want with lingerie? Just panties would do. Yes. Do you want to buy panties? Are you planning to wear them yourself? Seeing Ting Ting Yuli's reply, Lin Yuan felt a bit flustered, thinking he'd been seen through, and quickly replied, Don't be ridiculous. Why would I wear women's panties? I'm not a pervert. I am buying them for my girlfriend. Lin Yuan paused, concocting a fictional girlfriend for himself. Buying panties for her seemed quite reasonable. Ting Ting Yuli was suspicious. Isn't that a bit too obvious? I was just casually asking, but the way you said that makes me a bit doubtful. Are you really going to wear them yourself? Lin Yuan panicked, but still held his ground. How could he admit to such a shameful thing? I'm really buying them for my girlfriend. Why would I lie to you? Ting Ting Yuli clearly didn't believe him and pressed on relentlessly. Oh really? What's your girlfriend's name? How old is she? What's her code name? Lin Yuan was almost at his wit's end. It was just a pair of panties. Why all the questions? He thought for a moment and decided to keep fabricating stories, just make it as elaborate as possible. After all, the person on the other end couldn't see him. Even if they met later, he could always come up with some excuse, like he died of starvation or got bitten by a snake. Yuan Bugo. Her code name is Ibu Shi, which is a couple name with my code name. Her name is Luo E. Her name is Luo E. She's 27. Sigh. She's pregnant now, and suddenly ended up in this survival world. I don't even know what to do in the future. Lin Yuan mentioned she was pregnant to prepare for the fictional girlfriend's eventual demise. Ting Ting Yuli was half convinced and probed further. Really? So people could traverse together too? You must be cuddling when you sleep, right? And like that last night, I was organizing the storage room and fell asleep holding a box of lingerie, and then we ended up traversing together. Otherwise, your girlfriend wouldn't have any panties to wear now. Do you want some lingerie? He learned something new, so that's how lingerie came about. Could people also bring food? Or weapons, Even firearms? Soldiers should always have their guns with them, right? Compared to those people, Lin Yuan started with nothing, which widened the gap significantly. Cuddling Lin Yuan hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone cuddled. But he still mindlessly rambled on, convincing even himself. Yes, we traverse together. How much are your panties? Forget the lingerie, I need something to wear. Ting ting Yuli. I can trade food and water, clothes too. What do you have? So you don't take off your lingerie during that kind of thing. Lin Yuan was filled with anger and frustration, his patience wearing thin. Who knows if you need to take off your underwear for that kind of thing? Why are there so many questions? I have half a piece of eaten bread and half a bottle of water. Left, take it or leave it. Ting ting Yuli. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds, just as Lin Yuan thought this deal was going to fall through. Ting ting Yuli sent a message. Fine, they'll give you a pair of underwear. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. 2 pairs. Ting ting Yuli. Take it, take it. You're like a debt collector. What size do you want? Seeing Ting ting Yuli's message, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. As for her somewhat sharp tone, it could be that she was on her period, so he decided to be magnanimous about it. Women really are complicated. Far from enough. He'll take the biggest size, thanks. He didn't know what size to ask for, but the bigger, the better it was all for his survival. Ting ting Yuli. I've listed it, you can go ahead and place the order. Lin Yuan focused his thoughts on the transaction page, and sure enough, an item was listed for trade. Item for trade. Super large size women's underwear for 100 pounds, ladies exclusive. Description. Breathable and sweat absorbent. Red lace. Trade requirement. Half a piece of bread, half a bottle of mineral water. Trade note. You have quite a unique taste. Trade initiator. Ting ting Yuli. Your taste is unique, wanting to eat what I've already had. Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff internally. As for the underwear, he decisively clicked to purchase. As he clicked the transaction, the half piece of bread and half bottle of water disappeared from his hands, flying into the virtual screen before him. System notification. Transaction successful. You have received 2 pairs of super large size women's underwear for 100 pounds, placed into your storage space. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, finally didn't have to hold back any longer. Focusing his thoughts, he clicked on the storage, and the screen changed, revealing a grid of virtual squares. There were more than 50 of them, and the super large size underwear was prominently displayed among them. Take out, he thought, and 2 pairs of underwear floated out from the virtual grid, landing in his hands. He looked down and realized this was what women's underwear felt like. Stealing a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Lin Yuan hurriedly opened 1 pair and quickly put it on. As expected for a super large size, even with Lin Yuan's height of 1.77 meters and weight of 155 pounds, the underwear felt loose. He had to pull a piece of grass to tighten a bit. Next came the use of the other pair. Lin Yuan picked it up, bit down on it, and tugged with his right hand. Chapter 3. With a loud rip, the underwear was torn apart, shredded into a long strip of fabric. You tore the female underwear, gaining 2 experience points. As the purple text floated by and then vanished, Lin Yuan suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten about the experience points. He tossed the underwear aside and began scrolling through the chat logs in the area channel, checking one by one. Sure enough, no one in the chat channel was discussing experience points. This meant that it might be unique to Lin Yuan. He had awakened his golden finger. As soon as he thought about experience points, the number 127 appeared before him in purple Arabic numerals. After calculating the experience points he had gained, he found that it was exactly 127. So this is how the golden finger works. Lin Yuan finally grasped the trick. The number 127 appeared and then disappeared shortly thereafter. But what was the use of experience points? Lin Yuan experimented with various actions, such as upgrading items and launching attacks, but after a while, he still couldn't figure out how to use the experience points. Seeing no results, Lin Yuan abandoned his research on experience points. He still hadn't figured out his next meal and needed to focus on more pressing matters. He picked up the torn underwear again and cut it into strips about 2 to 3 fingers wide. Once he finished cutting the strips, he returned to the novice treasure chest and took one of the fabric strips to wrap around his feet. You wrap the strip around your foot, gaining 1 experience point. This was the reason Lin Yuan shamelessly asked the elegant girl for another pair of underwear. Wrapping his feet in fabric was better than having nothing at all. This was preparation for riding a bicycle, which didn't have brakes and required foot braking. Without some protective measures, his soles wouldn't hold up. Immediately, Lin Yuan wrapped his feet in the fabric strips and took a few steps to test the comfort. It was much better than being barefoot. After trying a few steps, Lin Yuan walked back to the treasure chest and reached out his right hand to touch it. Would you like to dismantle the novice treasure chest? Yes. A flash of blue light passed, and the chest disappeared, leaving 3 pieces of wood in its place. Dismantling successful, gained 3 wood. You dismantled the novice treasure chest, gaining 1 experience point. This resource recycling operation was something he had learned while browsing the chat logs earlier. Survivors could actually dismantle items with their bare hands. He didn't know what the principle behind it was. Lin Yuan held the survival guide in his hand and walked back to the roadside where the bicycle was parked. Next came the main event before departure, reinforcing the bicycle. Focusing his gaze on a specific part of the bicycle, detailed information automatically appeared. Item, ordinary wooden wheel quality, ordinary durability. Lin Yuan took out a piece of wood he had just decomposed and placed it on the wooden wheel. He chose to enhance it from various options like strengthening, dismantling, replacing, installing, and repairing. Enhancement, you have enhanced the wooden wheel and gained 1 experience point. Lin Yuan silently recited the enhancement in his heart, and a flash of blue light appeared. The wood vanished, and the wooden wheel looked much newer than before. Item, sturdy wooden wheel quality, ordinary durability. 15, the name changed, and the durability increased by 5 points. With 2 pieces of wood left, Lin Yuan pressed on and enhanced another wheel and frame. You have enhanced the wooden wheel and gained 1 experience point. You have enhanced the frame and gained 1 experience point. With the enhancements complete, he looked back at the bicycle. Item, 3-0 wooden bicycle quality, ordinary completion, 3 durability, 22 description. It's still the most primitive bicycle, but there's no need to worry about the durability running out immediately. The quality remains ordinary, but the completion increased by 3 points and the durability increased by 12 points, which indeed looks much better than before. Both durability and completion have increased, which is certainly a good thing. But what is this completion all about? He understands durability. It decreases from wear and tear while riding the bicycle and from damage caused by external forces. But as for completion, he still needs to explore that further. Having reinforced the bicycle, Lin Yuan felt ready for the journey ahead. However, he still opened the survival guide to see if he could learn some survival tips from other survivors. Unfortunately, he was soon disappointed, as many survivors were discussing what they had found in treasure chests. Some had opened bread, others had found sausages, clothes, or wooden sticks. Of course, there were some unlucky ones who found nothing at all. There were even those who were more unfortunate, having gotten completely drunk in the Blue Star, only to freeze to death on the roadside after arriving in the survival world. Suddenly, a message-seeking family caught Lin Yuan's attention. I want to play Li Bai, Dad. Mom, it's me, G-Gang. Chin G-Gang. Are you in this area? If so, add me as a friend. This message was sent every 15 seconds, 3 times in a row. However, Lin Yuan estimated that there were only 100,000 people online in this area channel, so it was unlikely that they would be in the same area by chance. With a mindset of giving a try, Lin Yuan also sent a message. Far from enough. Dad Lin's son. Mom Li Shufan, it's me, Lin Yuan. Can you see my message? If you do, please add me as a friend. Far from enough. Dad Lin's son. Mom Li Shufan, it's me, Lin Yuan. Can you see my message? If you do, please add me as a friend. In the regional channel, each message must be spaced out by 15 seconds before another can be sent. Lin Yuan, eager to play as Li Bai, sent several messages in quick succession, but unfortunately, they fell on deaf ears, and no one added him as a friend. Sighing, Lin Yuan reluctantly closed the survival guide. He figured it was best to focus on surviving first before figuring out how to find his parents. He would have to become more familiar with this survival world before coming up with a plan. You ride a bicycle and gain 2 experience points. After some thought, Lin Yuan wasted no time, hopped on his bike, and hit the road. The bicycles he had ridden before had air-filled tires and pedals that allowed for a swift ride with a gentle push. This no-brand bike, however, was uncomfortable to sit on, and he had to paddle with his feet, the wooden wheels barely moving faster than walking. Lin Yuan was a programmer, usually sitting down coding, and even after work, he mostly played games at home. He had never done such strenuous labor before, and after just a few minutes of pedaling, he was out of breath and his legs were tingling. He had to keep glancing at the roadside, stopping and starting, struggling to make progress. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, he finally spotted something. A dilapidated wooden box boldly sitting in the middle of the road, as if it feared that survivors might miss it. Item, dilapidated wooden box quality. Ordinary description, the lowest level treasure chest. Whether you open it or not makes little difference, you won't gain much in resources. Opening it was inevitable. Lin Yuan casually tossed his bike aside and excitedly ran over, reaching out with his right hand to the dilapidated box. Upon opening it, he found nothing inside. You open the dilapidated wooden box and gain 1 experience point. Damn it. The description said there wouldn't be much in terms of resources, but receiving nothing at all was a letdown. He swore he would never trust the system's nonsense again. After working hard all day, he had nothing to show for it, and in frustration, he kicked the box with his foot. Ouch. He had forgotten that he wasn't wearing shoes, and now he regretted it. Lifting his sore right foot and hopping around. After a bit of dancing on one foot to ease the pain, Lin Yuan pulled out the survival guide, tucked into his waistband, sat down on the ground, and began checking the channel information. It was crucial to understand the status of other survivors. He couldn't just work in isolation. What a terrible bike. My front wheel has rolled off the road. What do I do now? Aren't we supposed to check durability? A piece of wood can fix all durability issues. I'm exhausted. Finally found a treasure chest. I calculated I've ridden about 1 kilometer. I also rode 1 kilometer and found a chest. Everyone, let us go. Everyone, take note. Calling the system will let you check your character attributes. When Lin Yuan saw this message, he felt a jolt in his heart. That's right. This is both a real world and a game world, so of course he could check his character's attributes. He immediately called upon the system to view his character's stats. Chapter 4, Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, 801978409 life. Ordinary person level, 0 mentality, 7 physique, 5 skills. Level 1 military martial arts, Level 2 bicycle riding, Level 2 cooking, Level 3 painting, Level 6 computer skills, Level 4 music. Experience required to level up? 1 suddenly. Lin Yuan noticed that the skills section was glowing with a brilliant purple light, standing out remarkably. What was going on? Curious, he focused his mind on the skills section, and the screen changed immediately, revealing detailed information. Military martial arts, Level 1, 03, bicycle riding, Level 2, 02, cooking, Level 2, 12, painting, Level 3, 04, computer skills, Level 6, 1632, music, Level 4, 38, to Lin Yuan's surprise. He discovered that each skill had a purple plus sign next to it, resembling the color of experience points. Could it be that experience points were used to enhance skills? He hesitated for a moment before clicking on one of the skills to check the details. Skill, bicycle riding level, 2 experience, 02, consume experience points to increase skill level. Effect, reduces 4 stamina consumption when riding a bicycle. It really could be done. Lin Yuan stared intently at the small purple text next to the experience section that read, consume experience points to enhance skill level. Is this my lucky break? So this is how experience points are used. Overjoyed, Lin Yuan stood up and vigorously waved his fist, excitement radiating from him. This lucky break was incredible. It could actually be used to upgrade skills. Unbelievable. But if it were too ordinary, could it still be called a lucky break? Eager to try it out, Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind on the plus sign next to the experience points. He wanted to experience what it was like to upgrade a skill with experience points. As soon as he clicked, a series of dreamlike images flooded his mind, as if he had been riding a bicycle for a while. Looking again at the bicycle riding skill, the experience points went from 0 to 1. Too slow. Lin Yuan decisively clicked the purple plus sign 3 times in quick succession, causing the experience points to soar. You have leveled up your bicycle riding skill, gaining 2 experience points. That surreal feeling of continuously riding a bicycle returned. But this time Lin Yuan felt like his head was going to explode. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds before coming back to his senses. Once he realized what had happened, Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. It was indeed crucial to be cautious when adding points. He had only clicked 3 times and leveled up a skill. If he had recklessly dumped all his experience points, who knows? He might have ended up as an idiot by now. He might even have had to announce in the public area that he could only sing Cool Cool, a popular song. It turns out that taking in too much information all at once can overwhelm the brain, much like a computer crashing. Skill, bicycle riding level, 3 experience, 2-4 effect, reduces stamina consumption by 6 while riding a bicycle. The effect seemed minimal, so Lin Yuan upgraded his skill frantically again. This time, he learned from his previous mistake and took it step by step. Although it was a bit slow, it was certainly more stable. You have upgraded your bicycle riding skill and gained 1 point of experience. You have upgraded your bicycle riding skill and gained 1 point of experience. Level 4, reduces stamina consumption by 10. Level 5, reduces stamina consumption by 14. Level 6, reduces stamina consumption by 18. Level 7, reduces stamina consumption by 24. Level 8. Reduces stamina consumption by 30. Finally, by the time he reached level 9, the skill effect underwent a significant transformation. Skill: bicycle riding quality, common rating, 1 star, level 9, max level, effect. Achieve unity with the bike, increases speed by 5 and reduces stamina consumption by 45 while riding. Once the level became maxed out, the most important change was the addition of the quality category, which labeled the skill as common. This meant that the bicycle riding skill, which previously was not classified, had now been upgraded to a common status. There was also a new attribute introduced, the rating. The skill had a maximum rating of 9 stars, with 1 star lit up. This indicated that the highest potential for the bicycle riding skill was now a common 1-star rating. Based on the bicycle riding skill, it seemed that skills or other items had a minimum tier of not classified, which didn't even display a quality, just like the bicycle riding skill before it was upgraded. The next tier up would be common items, which are further divided into 9 stars, with 9 stars being the highest and 1 star the lowest. Common items without a rating were the least desirable, only slightly better than those that were not classified. Of course, this was purely Lin Yuan's speculation, and whether it was true remained to be verified. Setting aside the concerns about ratings and quality, Lin Yuan was eager to test out the effects of his upgraded skill. After breaking down a dilapidated wooden crate to obtain a piece of wood, he hopped onto his bicycle. As soon as he got on, Lin Yuan noticed a distinct difference from earlier. He felt incredibly familiar with the bicycle, as if he had been riding for a long time. With just a gentle push against the ground, he barely exerted any effort, yet the wooden bicycle surged forward swiftly. Lin Yuan truly experienced what it meant to be one with the bike. He could easily control it without much thought, steering it exactly where he wanted to go. He felt the power of the 45 reduction in stamina consumption. After riding for a while, it felt as effortless as walking. At his current pace, Lin Yuan can ride about 8 to 10 kilometers in an hour, and there is a treasure chest for every kilometer. That means he could open 8 to 10 treasure chests in an hour, and with over 11 hours until dark, he could potentially open at least 80 chests. This number left Lin Yuan stunned. There were that many treasure chests. What couldn't he find? As for clothes, he didn't need to worry. By the time he needed them, he could just wear a pair of underwear and toss them away. Who cares about oversized women's underwear? With a level 9 skill being so powerful, just imagine how strong he'd be if he leveled up all his other skills to level 9. For instance, if his military boxing skill reached level 9, would he instantly become a master, able to take on 10 opponents, or even 100? The more he thought about it, the more motivated he felt. Lin Yuan immediately rode a kilometer and easily spotted a broken wooden treasure chest by the roadside. This time, luck was on his side, and he opened it to find a bottle of mineral water. After breaking down the chest, he continued on his way, and after another kilometer, he found another treasure chest. He opened a shabby wooden box and got a mask. You have obtained a mask. Gain 1 experience point. Receiving supplies and gaining experience points made Lin Yuan feel happy. He silently counted his experience points and checked how many he had. Experience points are important. Experience points. 14, huh? Where did my 100 experience points go? Why do I only have 14? Lin Yuan was initially shocked, but after thinking carefully, it seemed like the number of experience points was just right. Based on his cycling skill, level 1 requires 1 point of experience. Level 2 requires 2 points. Level 3 requires 4 points, with the required experience doubling for each skill level. He had already invested 128 experience points into this skill alone. Looking at it this way, it seemed like he could earn experience points from almost anything, but that's not entirely true. You only get experience points the first time you do something. For example, walking grants 1 point the first time, but nothing afterward. Leveling up skills gives 2 points the first time, but then only 1 point each time after that. So, Lin Yuan's plan to level up all his skills was dashed. He could only focus on upgrading the most important skills. After successfully breaking down the shabby wooden chest, he obtained 1 piece of wood. Chapter 5. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools with the newly acquired treasure chest. Lin Yuan had already gathered 3 pieces of wood, and he decided to reinforce his bicycle first. After all, he was a man on a mission to open 80 treasure chests. Having a reliable ride was essential. He felt uneasy about not fortifying it, fearing he might end up like that guy in the chat channel whose front will tumbled off the road. What would he do then? Should he go fetch it? That could mean running into venomous snakes and wild beasts. But if it didn't go, how many kilometers could he walk in a day? How many treasure chests could he open? If he didn't find enough food and clothing on the first day, he wouldn't have the energy to walk on the second day. Without the ability to walk, he couldn't open treasure chests, and that would lead to a vicious cycle. Death wouldn't be far off. The bicycle was his lifeline, and he needed to protect it well. You have reinforced the sturdy wooden wheel and gained 1 experience point. Item: exquisite wooden wheel quality. Ordinary rating: 1 star. Durability: 30. Description: the pinnacle of carpentry craftsmanship. Durability increased by 15 points, and the appearance of a rating indicated that the reinforced wheel had risen to a new level. You have reinforced the wheel and gained 1 experience point. You have reinforced the frame and gained 1 experience point. After reinforcing another wooden wheel and a frame, he checked the upgraded bicycle. Item: basic wooden bicycle quality. Ordinary rating: 1 star. Completion: 9. Durability: 45. Description: the pinnacle of wooden bicycle craftsmanship. For further reinforcement, consider a different approach. True to its exquisite components, the bicycle now had a rating and improved durability and completion. Just looking at it, it appeared brand new and aesthetically pleasing, adorned with intricate carvings, truly a top-notch wooden bicycle. However, the description left him somewhat puzzled. Was there some hidden trick to the next reinforcement? Indeed, upon closer inspection of the reinforcement requirements, Lin Yuan noticed there were 2 options for the next upgrade. The first was iron plate wood for sturdy reinforcement. The second was rubber wood for speed enhancement. Both options seemed impractical. He was more interested in pneumatic tires. Having upgraded the bicycle, Lin Yuan set off again. He couldn't afford to delay any longer with 80 treasure chests waiting for him. True to its ordinary 1-star rating, the bicycle was now faster than before. After all, speed was crucial for treasure chests. After riding for a few minutes, he spotted someone walking along the road in the distance. Initially, he didn't think much of it. Encountering other survivors on the road was quite normal. But then, he suddenly slammed his feet down on the ground, bringing the speeding bicycle to a halt. Lin Yuan noticed that the person ahead, upon seeing him approach, was stealthily picking up a fist-sized rock. What was going on? One must always be cautious of others. Lin Yuan decided to observe the situation before taking action. In his observation, he noticed something off about the man ahead of him. He had no bicycle and was holding a survival guide. So where was his bike? The man seemed to be a bit taller than Lin Yuan, probably around 1.8 meters, wearing only a pair of baggy shorts with tattoos and barefoot. It appeared he had also been pulled into this survival world while sleeping. Just because someone has tattoos doesn't mean they're a bad person. But this one definitely gave off a dangerous vibe with several knife scars on his chest and a fierce look in his eyes. Lin Yuan's heart raced, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "Hey man, could you step aside?" The scarred man grinned wickedly. "Since you figured it out, I'll cut to the chase. Leave the bike, and you can get lost." He sneered at Lin Yuan's women's underwear, his disdain clear. "Damn crossdresser. Too bad you're not actually a woman. Otherwise, it could have been fun." Hearing the man's shameless words, Lin Yuan clenched his fists. It seemed like things couldn't end peacefully today. The conflict stemmed from the bicycle. The scarred man wanted to snatch it to improve his chances of survival, while Lin Yuan needed to protect it to avoid losing his chance at life. On this endless road, losing a bicycle meant losing the opportunity to survive. He pressed his lips together and said nothing more, silently focusing on his system. He opened his character attributes and began allocating experience points to his military boxing skill. You have leveled up your military boxing skill and gained 3 experience points. You have leveled up your military boxing skill and gained 2 experience points. Soon, his military boxing skill reached level 4. Skill: military boxing quality. Ordinary rating: 1 star. Level: 4 experience. 1024 effect: increases strength by 5 and reaction speed by 5 when using military boxing. Scenes of practicing military boxing flooded Lin Yuan's mind, as if he had been training for a long time. He had learned it in college, but hadn't practiced in ages, so he had become rusty. Now, however, it felt familiar again, and he knew how to use it. Although level 4 military boxing wouldn't turn Lin Yuan into a master immediately, it certainly gave him more confidence than before. Seeing Lin Yuan fall silent, the scarred man lost his patience. He picked up a stone and took big strides toward Lin Yuan. After digesting the boost from allocating experience points, Lin Yuan pushed his bicycle aside, extended his right leg back, crouched slightly for balance, and positioned his hands into a military boxing stance. Have you trained before? Ignoring a toast and opting for punishment instead, the scar man suddenly charged a few steps forward and hurled the fist-sized stone at Lin Yuan with force. One was defending, the other was plundering. The two were on the verge of a clash. A stone flew towards Lin Yuan, startling him, and he quickly leaned to the left. However, he was still a moment too slow. The stone grazed his right cheek as it flew past. Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his face, followed by a warm trickle of liquid. Anger surged within him in an instant as he faced the scarred man charging at him, unleashing a powerful punch from horse stance. Lin Yuan, having grown up in a peaceful era and never having been in a fight before, had previously hesitated and lacked the courage. But now, with his cheeks scratched by the stone, his anger fueled him, and his punch, empowered by his rage, was fierce and impactful, hitting the scarred man squarely in the chest. Seeing Lin Yuan's ferocity, the scarred man's intention to steal the bicycle shifted dramatically. His anger flared up, and he deflected Lin Yuan's attack with one punch while sending another fist swinging towards Lin Yuan's head. Thanks to his level 4 skills, Lin Yuan reacted quickly, ducking to avoid the punch. Recognizing the disparity in their strength, with the scarred man easily blocking his attacks, Lin Yuan decided to switch tactics. He pushed off the ground with both hands and kicked toward the scarred man, transitioning from hand strikes to foot strikes. The scarred man realized the danger and quickly raised his arms to protect his head, blocking Lin Yuan's kick with his wrists. However, the force of Lin Yuan's kick caused the scarred man to lose his balance and take a few steps back. Despite his own meager strength of 5 points in physique, Lin Yuan, seeing the success of his kick, committed fully to using his legs. He took a few steps back for momentum and leaped, aiming to kick the scarred man with all his might. If this kick connected, he would gain the upper hand and could press the attack. But the scarred man was no pushover. Having spent years on the streets, he reacted quickly, reaching out to firmly grasp Lin Yuan's ankle. With a powerful shout, he lifted Lin Yuan off the ground as if he were a stick and slammed him towards the pavement. Fortunately, Lin Yuan wasn't very high off the ground, and the impact wasn't too severe. He managed to brace himself with his hands and absorb the fall. Seeing that this tactic had failed, the scarred man moved towards the roadside, intending to throw Lin Yuan against a large rock. Lin Yuan's heart raced as he spotted the boulder, large enough that it would take both his arms to wrap around it. If he hit that rock, he would surely be gravely injured, if not dead. Without a bicycle, and with his injuries, death seemed the only outcome. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan began to swing his body rhythmically, like a pendulum. Once he reached a certain arc, he formed a fist with his right hand and drove it forcefully towards the scarred man's groin. With a loud thud, the scarred man howled in pain, instinctively releasing his grip on Lin Yuan as he clutched his injured area. Lin Yuan understood the principle of seizing the moment. Taking advantage of the scarred man's moment of weakness, he quickly got back on his feet, grabbed the scarred man's arms, and executed a shoulder throw, hurling him forcefully to the ground. Having narrowly escaped a near-fatal blow, Lin Yuan put all his strength into that throw. Lifting his head and gathering momentum, Lin Yuan aimed to launch a strong attack and expand his advantage. To his surprise, he saw the scarred man flailing his arms wildly, his head crashing violently against a large rock. With a loud thud, his brain splattered, blood gushing everywhere. The scarred man's head tilted to one side, and his body slid to the ground, leaning against the stone, completely motionless. Chapter 6, Survival Guide, Regional Channel. Regional Announcement. Survivor Lin Yuan has killed Survivor Long Qing. Regional Announcement. ID A0197849963, codename Dragon Brother. Survivor Long Qing died with his brain splattered. As soon as these two announcements hit the chat channel, the survivors, who had been chatting away, collectively gasped. Wow, that's terrifying. Just like that, someone is dead. The thought of a brain splattering death is brutal. Did he use a rock to smash his head in, or a wooden stick? God, please spare me from encountering Lin Yuan. Why resort to killing? Isn't it more enjoyable to search for treasure? Why all this fighting and bloodshed? TSK. Easy for you to say, someone retorted. If someone was out to kill you, would you just sit there and wait for it to happen? In this survival world, not only are there threats from scarce resources, but there are also threats from others. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? Given his violent behavior, I suspect he might be a murderer, unleashed in this lawless land. Ting Yu, who had also seen the announcements, quickly messaged Lin Yuan. Big boss, I think you're losing out on 2 pairs of underwear. Food and water are so precious right now. How about I send you 2 more? On the endless highway, beside a large rock where the fight took place, Lin Yuan stood in a daze, staring at the sudden notification that appeared. You have defeated an enemy, gaining 5 experience points. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. He's dead? The adrenaline faded, anger subsided, and Lin Yuan stood frozen, his hands and feet icy cold. He had killed someone. But soon he glared fiercely at the corpse of the scar-faced man, repeatedly thinking, "You were the one who tried to steal my bike. You were the one who left me no way out." He forced himself to look at the corpse, trying to adapt to this survival world. After a while, he simply sat down on the ground, leaning against a large rock, and took out the survival guide. He focused on the chat channel, hoping to find some solace in the conversation. In the regional channel, most people were discussing the murder, speculating about his true identity. Some guessed he was a mercenary, active on European battlefields, fighting for small countries. Others speculated he was an assassin, killing whoever paid the most. There were even those who suspected he was linked to a series of murders. What if he didn't exist? If these people kept talking, he'd soon be painted as a monster. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before sending a message to clarify himself. Far from it. I'm just an ordinary office worker. But that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. If no one bothers me, I won't bother anyone. But if you cross me, I will strike back with fury. With his unique abilities, he felt justified in making such bold statements. As an ordinary person, with the aid of a level 4 skill in military boxing, Lin Yuan could still take down the formidable and intimidating Long Qing. What about at levels 5 or 6? Or even level 9? What if he acquired other skills and leveled them up to the maximum? How powerful would he become? He had the confidence and strength to make such statements. After sending this message, Lin Yuan stopped paying attention to the regional chat and instead opened his vibrant friend chat. However, the username Dragon Brother caught his attention. It seemed to be the same person who had posted about a bicycle tire rolling off the road in the chat channel. No wonder he wanted to steal his bike. Elegant and tall. Big boss, I think you lost out on those 2 pairs of underwear. Food and water are so precious now. How about I send you 2 more? The friend function had a gifting feature, but there was a daily limit. Following this message was an icon of underwear, 2 pairs to be exact. Lin Yuan felt both amused and exasperated. He didn't have a cross-dressing fetish. So why would he need so many pairs of underwear? Wearing women's underwear was merely a temporary measure for modesty. At this moment, with 80 treasure chests waiting to be opened, did he really need 1 or 2 more pairs of underwear? He decisively clicked decline and then replied, "Don't worry. I'm not a senseless killer. It was Long Qing who tried to steal my bike first. Luckily, I know some martial arts, and being a man helps too. If I were a woman defenseless, it would have been a much worse outcome. Just think about it. The world can be cruel. I hope you can survive." After sending that, he ignored further messages. It was easy to guess what the other person was afraid of. They must have seen the regional announcement and thought he was a ruthless killer, hence the attempt to curry favor. Speculating wildly was harmful, indeed. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards his bicycle. After that brief diversion, his mood improved significantly despite having taken a life. After just a couple of steps, Lin Yuan spotted a dropped survival guide on the ground. It belonged to Long Qing and was considered an unclaimed item. Curiously, Lin Yuan picked it up. This was the first time he had seen someone else's survival guide. It looked just like his own, and as soon as he picked it up, a notification flashed before him. System notification, detected unclaimed survival guide. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Could books really be consumed? He quickly chose to absorb it. A blue light flashed, and Long Qing's survival guide merged into his own. System notification, absorption successful, storage capacity doubled. Lin Yuan opened his survival guide and flipped to the storage page. The 50 slots he had expanded to 100, now tightly packed. This was quite interesting. Oh, there were additional items. Previously, Lin Yuan's storage space only contained a bottle of mineral water and a mask. But now it included 6 pieces of wood and a mechanical heart. Item, mechanical heart quality, ordinary description, the fundamental essence that supports all vehicles. When you want to upgrade a bicycle to a motorcycle, 1 mechanical heart is far from enough. Did this dragons might just dismantle a bicycle? This item reveals a lot of information. For instance, the next level after upgrading a bicycle is a motorcycle, which is significantly faster. To upgrade a motorcycle, you need at least 2 mechanical hearts, if not more. Additionally, dismantling a bicycle can yield 1 mechanical heart. With such a big gain, Lin Yuan's mood completely lifted as he hopped back on his bicycle and hit the road. Unexpectedly, after riding for a while, he spotted other survivors. Following the dragon's might incident, Lin Yuan instinctively became cautious upon seeing them. Although his eyes were scanning the sides of the road, he still kept an eye on the movements of the survivors ahead. This time, it was a young guy, looking like a fresh-faced student. As he saw him speeding toward them, he leaned slightly to the right, clearly cautious as well. As Lin Yuan moved forward, he noticed that there was a chubby little girl in front of the young guy. Both were wearing school uniforms, one behind the other. The girl had short hair and kept glancing at Lin Yuan as he approached. The boy behind her pretended to cough, trying to remind her not to stare, but it went unnoticed. Frustrated, the boy scolded the girl. "What are you looking at? Don't you know it's inappropriate to stare? Are you comparing him to me? Do you want him instead?" The girl, exasperated, replied, "What are you talking about? I was looking at her. How did it turn into that? Besides, he's not as good looking as you." The boy retorted, "Are you blind? That's a guy, okay?" The girl replied, "You don't understand. A cross-dresser can't be considered a girl. Even if they dress as one, they're still a girl at heart." Lin Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the two youngsters, he suddenly had a bright idea. Acting as if he was startled, he quickly stopped and shouted at them, "Don't move, there's a snake. It's a python, as thick as a bucket." The two weren't riding fast, and upon hearing this, they hurriedly stopped, terrified to move. "The snake is sleeping. Don't look back, just slowly lie down." Lin Yuan continued to scare them. "Crawl slowly towards me, and wait to grab your bicycles after the snake leaves." He was just trying to frighten them, but to his surprise, they were so scared that they actually complied. He chuckled to himself and sped away on his bicycle. "Today, I'm giving you a free lesson. Remember, when discussing others, avoid mentioning the subject of your discussion. Also, this is a survival world. If you have time for romance, you might as well look for more treasure chests." Chapter 7. Survivors of Zone A019. The treasure chest opening event has officially begun. The more treasure chests survivors open, the higher their ranking and the more generous the rewards. For the top 1,000 to top 500, the reward is 5 shabby wooden boxes and 1 one-star shabby wooden box. For the top 499 to top 100, the reward is 10 shabby wooden boxes and 2 one-star shabby wooden boxes. For the top 99 to top 50, the reward is 20 shabby wooden boxes and 5 one-star shabby wooden boxes. For the top 49 to top 21, the reward is 30 shabby wooden boxes and 10 one-star shabby wooden boxes. The reward for the top 20 is doubled for the lowest rank among them, which also corresponds to the rewards for ranks 50 to 21. The specific rewards will be announced at 8 p.m. district-wide. Keep it up, survivors. As Lin Yuan was joyfully speeding down the highway after outsmarting a couple of little ghosts, a blue light screen appeared, displaying lines of golden text. It turned out he was in Zone A019, which explained why everyone's number started with A019. The treasure chest opening event was clearly tailored for him. Lin Yuan was thrilled. After all, he was a man who played with advantages. With a treasure chest every kilometer, this was all about speed and endurance. The longer he traveled, the more treasure chests he could collect. With his level 9 cycling skill, he accelerated while reducing stamina consumption. In this regard, Lin Yuan believed he had a slight edge. First place was within his grasp. However, he couldn't afford to be complacent. History was replete with tales of those who let their guard down and faced dire consequences. Learning from the past, he knew he had to stay on his toes. Gritting his teeth, he took out the bottled water he had been reluctant to drink and resolutely put it up for trade. Trade item: 200 milliliters bottled water trade requirement. Iron scraps or rubber trade note. If you think this is a bit low, feel free to trade first. Add me as a friend, and I'll compensate you once I have more supplies. Trade initiator. Not nearly enough. Lin Yuan was determined to go all out, and trading for rubber was aimed at reinforcing his bicycle's wooden wheels to increase its speed. He wondered if anyone had found rubber, so he decided to take a chance and shout in the regional channel. Not nearly enough. Looking to trade water for rubber or iron scraps. Is anyone interested? I've listed it on the trading post, and if you're willing to trade, I'll place an order right away. Lin Yuan didn't hold out much hope, but to his surprise, right after he shouted, the trading post lit up. He was overjoyed and clicked to see the trade request still there. However, there was a new comment under the trade note. Crossfire, you think you can trade a bottle of water for rubber or iron scraps? Dream on. Just lie down and take a nap. In your dreams, you'll have everything. And even if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you. The saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He thought he had exchanged for rubber or iron pieces, believing he could enhance his speed or strengthen his durability. But to his utter surprise, the game threw him a curveball, and Lin Yuan was so frustrated that he closed the survival guide and shut off the virtual screen. Crossfire. Huh, just you wait, he muttered to himself. Lin Yuan didn't bother arguing with the game. He hopped on his bicycle and rode off. If he didn't encounter it again, so be it. But if he did, he was determined to deal with Crossfire. While riding earlier, Lin Yuan hadn't exerted much effort, but now was different. If he wanted to achieve a good ranking, he couldn't have the mindset of the tortoise in the race against the hare. He also couldn't give it his all, or he would risk running out of energy later. Nor could he afford to dawdle and take in the scenery just to conserve his stamina, as that would mean he wouldn't open enough treasure chests. He needed to find a balance between endurance and speed, pushing through for 11 hours. Lin Yuan gradually adjusted his pace, alternating between fast and slow, until he found a speed that was only slightly faster than before. At his current pace, he could open a treasure chest every 6 minutes, which meant 10 chests in an hour and over 100 in a day. Indeed, one must push themselves. Without doing so, they wouldn't know their true capabilities. By challenging himself, he went from opening 80 chests to over 100. At 9:06, he opened his first chest since the event began. At 9:12, he got his second. When he got hungry, he snacked on food from the treasure chests, and when he got thirsty, he drank some bottled water. Lin Yuan maintained this pace for 3 hours, riding from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. As noon approached, he could no longer bear it. He tossed his bicycle aside and ran to the shade of a large tree, gasping for breath. After 3 hours, he had opened 29 chests, one less than he had anticipated, mainly because he was both exhausted and hot. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his white shirt soaked through, and his jeans felt as if they had been dunked in water, making them uncomfortable and heavy. The heat described in the survival guide was no ordinary heat. It was probably around 35 degrees Celsius. He guessed that the night would be extremely cold, but thankfully, he had opened enough chests to find not only clothes, but also a set of blankets. After taking a sip of water, his lips still felt cracked and dry. He fanned himself with the survival guide, but even the breeze felt hot. Lin Yuan had no choice but to endure the heat and helplessly flipped through the survival guide to check on the status of other survivors. Area announcement. ID A019784965. Code, boiled water rice. Survivor Yang Miao Miao died of heat stroke. As soon as Lin Yuan opened the regional channel, he saw that someone had died from heat stroke. In such hot weather, Yang Miao Miao was certainly not the first to succumb to it. He scrolled up and saw that several people had already died from heat stroke. Just as he was scrolling back through the chat history, another death from heat stroke was reported. Looking at one death announcement after another, Lin Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart, unsure of how his parents were doing. Should he send a message to Ting Ting, saying his girlfriend had died from the heat? After thinking it over, he decided against it. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet, so cursing her to death seemed a bit harsh. With his spirits dampened, he closed the survival guide and continued riding his bicycle in search of treasure chests. He took shelter under a tree to cool off, just replenishing his fluids and lowering his body temperature. Otherwise, he risked overheating and suffering from heat stroke. On this endless road, heat stroke meant death, as there was no help available. 6 minutes later, Lin Yuan carried the treasure chest under the tree, planning to cool down while opening it. He opened the shabby wooden box and found a bag of ice cream. You have obtained a cold drink, gaining 1 experience point. Ice cream? Lin Yuan perked up. What a great find. In such hot weather, ice cream was like a miracle cure. 1 bite would be refreshing and help cool him down. He pulled out the ice cream from the box, a bag of White Rabbit ice cream containing 8 sticks. He quickly took 1 out and popped into his mouth. It was delicious, sweet, and icy cold. The cool sensation slid down his throat, making the air around him feel cooler as well. How could he enjoy such a good thing alone? While eating the ice cream, Lin Yuan took down the water he had previously listed for trade and replaced it with 2 sticks of ice cream instead. Trade item, 1 White Rabbit milk candy ice cream trade requirement, 2 iron sheets trade note. If you have other valuable items, feel free to add me as a friend. Trade initiator, not enough. Trade item, 1 White Rabbit milk candy ice cream trade requirement, 2 rubber trade note. If you have other valuable items, don't hesitate to add me as a friend. Trade initiator, not enough. After listing the ice cream on the trading platform, he shouted in the regional chat, which was a routine operation. To his surprise, someone quickly added him as a friend. Light cloud rising. I have a watermelon knife. Do you want it? Not enough. Watermelon knife? What am I supposed to do with that? Keep it to stab people? Light cloud rising. The knife is made of iron. It can be broken down into iron sheets. Not enough. Then I'll change the trade status to free trade, and you can place an order. Free trade means that survivors can offer a price they deem reasonable for items they want. As long as the seller agrees, the transaction can be completed. The seller can also choose from multiple buyer offers, selecting one they find reasonable to finalize the trade. Free trade has a high degree of flexibility and requires mutual consent from both parties. Having just completed the trade for a watermelon knife, another ice cream was snapped up by someone at the price of 2 rubber bands. The buyer of the ice cream, Lin Yuan, surprisingly recognized him. He was that university professor, the one who spoke about the newbie treasure chest next to the vehicle on the regional channel. Lin Yuan had a vivid memory of this professor. In a regional channel with 100,000 people, it seemed that anyone could pop up with something interesting. This was evident from the items listed in the trading post. At 9 a.m., it had been completely empty, but now was filled with goods, food, drinks, umbrellas, tissues, sticks. You name it. The most popular items were still the familiar lingerie being sold by a tall and graceful vendor, which surprisingly sold even better than water. But then again, it made sense. There were simply too few underwear items available. Lin Yuan had opened so many treasure chests and hadn't found a single pair of men's underwear. And he was still wearing the one he bought. Not dwelling too much on these trivial matters, he closed the survival guide and started upgrading his bicycle. Chapter 8 first. Lin Yuan disassembled the watermelon knife while holding an ice cream in his mouth, one hand reaching for the blade. The disassembly was successful, yielding 3 iron pieces. You have disassembled the watermelon knife and gained 2 experience points. After successfully breaking down the knife, Lin Yuan tossed the materials he needed, wood, rubber, out of his storage space, neatly arranging them beside his bicycle. With everything ready, Lin Yuan stretched lazily, feeling good. Even the wind felt refreshing. But as he stretched and looked up, he noticed something was off. The cool breeze wasn't just from the ice cream or his improved mood. It was a sign of changing weather. The sky, which had just been bright and sunny, had quickly turned overcast. Opening the survival guide, he checked the weather, which warned of impending hail. What the hell? He barely managed to say before the sound was drowned out by the hailstones crashing down from the sky. Each stone was the size of a marble, and Lin Yuan had to duck and cover his head, feeling the painful impacts. What kind of crazy weather was this? It changed on a dime. With hail arriving out of nowhere, Lin Yuan was completely unprepared. He remembered that the crafting function could make various items. He quickly flipped through the survival guide and focused on the crafting recipes. The recipes could create items, and he hoped to find something useful. Thank goodness, he exclaimed upon seeing recipes for stone axes, wooden axes, grass ropes, wooden sticks, and wooden planks. This is it, he thought, his eyes lighting up as he clicked to craft. In an instant, the virtual screen shifted to the crafting function, displaying several high-tech machines, one of which was labeled Wood Processing Station, buzzing with activity. Just 3 seconds later, a wooden plank floated out from the processing station and landed on the ground. The plank was about 1 meter wide and 5 meters long. Lin Yuan was amazed by the crafting method and speed. Without having time to ponder the mechanics behind it, Lin Yuan hugged the survival guide and crawled under the wooden plank to escape the increasingly dense hail, leaving his bicycle and materials behind without a second thought. Earlier that morning, he had only skimmed through the crafting and recipe functions, but now he realized how useful they could be. Flipping back to the recipe page, he found several basic recipes that could be crafted as long as he had the materials. There were also recipes for inflating bicycle tires, chains, pedals. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he spotted recipes for handguns and automatic rifles. Unfortunately, they were all gray, indicating he couldn't access them yet. He clicked on one of the recipes. System prompt. Please obtain this recipe first. It turned out that he needed to acquire the recipes and have the materials to craft them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not take this opportunity to exchange for some supplies? Now, with the right timing, there's hail, some people around, and wooden planks. He opened so many treasure chests this morning and can easily make a couple more wooden planks, which is perfect for trading. Thinking of it, he quickly crafted the planks and put them up for trade. Trade item, wooden planks trade requirement, free trade note. If you have something good, don't keep it to yourself. With this heavy hail, let us get past this hurdle first. If anyone gets hurt, there won't be any medicine to buy. Trade initiator. Far from enough besides wooden planks. Lin Yuan doesn't seem to have any valuable items to trade, aside from food and drink, which are essential for survival and can't be traded. Then there is clothes and shoes and a wooden stick. In fact, wooden planks aren't that valuable. They just require time to gather, but with the hail falling now, time is of the essence. After waiting on the trade page for a while, there were many offers, but the recipe Lin Yuan was hoping for, a more precious item, received no bids. He wasn't sure if it was because no one had it or because others were reluctant to sell. Reluctantly, Lin Yuan ended up selling one plank for a delicious chicken leg and another for 2 metal scraps. It was just around mealtime, so he took out 2 sausages, a piece of bread, a pack of spicy strips, and 2 bottles of mineral water from his space, and started to feast. While eating, he searched for strategies. High price for medicine. I've been injured by the hail. Who has medicine? Sell it to me. Attention, everyone. I encountered a man with a shaved head, wearing prison clothes, around 30 years old. If you can run, do it. If not, fight with all you have. Woe is me. My girlfriend has been captured. Please. Someone save her. I'm begging you. Area announcement. ID A01-978-4963. Codename Ice Cream Lover. Survivor Sun Wei. Died of asphyxiation. Gasp, he was actually killed? How heartless. It can't be Lin Yuan, can it? This Lin Yuan is despicable, killing and snatching women. Lin Yuan, come out. This ISNT, a lawless land. As long as there are people, they are protected by the People's Army, no matter where they are. Lin Yuan looked at the latest message, his heart jolting. The person who posted it had a real profile picture, and it seemed like a real name, called Lung Feng. When he clicked on Lung Feng's profile, he gasped. Lung Feng must have set his profile picture shortly after crossing over. He was bare-chested, covered in gunshot, knife, and sword wounds, looking extremely fierce. Standing just over 8 meters tall, he had a strong and imposing presence, with a stern and cold expression, definitely the image of a tough guy. This was a soldier, someone with strength and the right to say such things. The wounds on his body were proof of his prowess. He was not someone of the same caliber as Long Qing. Lin Yuan couldn't afford not to respond. He recorded a video of himself eating the chicken leg and posted it to the area channel. Though he said nothing, this was the best proof he could provide. In the video, he is lying on the ground, devouring a chicken leg. Most importantly, there are hardly any women around him, and he is not wearing any prison garb. In the video, he looks handsome and charming, with striking features. Even more importantly, he is not bald. His hair is relatively long because he has been busy coding and hasn't had a haircut in a while. Honestly, being misunderstood as a murderer or someone who causes trouble with women really frustrates Lin Yuan. Is he really that desperate? He has a girlfriend, after all, well, sort of. Ahem. Just kidding. Lung Feng. Sorry for the misunderstanding, brother. It's my fault. I'll add you as a friend, and next time we meet, let us have a drink together. Lin Yuan checked his friend requests, and, sure enough, there was one from Lung Feng. He accepted it without hesitation. Lung Feng seemed honest and strong. It was a privilege to be friends with someone like him. Lin Yuan, no worries, you soldiers are truly admirable. What branch are you in? Lung Feng. I started as a tank soldier and later joined the special forces. I've been in the military for 12 years. Brother, you're not too shabby yourself for being able to take down Long Qing. Lin Yuan was taken aback. You know I took down Long Qing? How did you figure I was strong? Come on, the first murder announcement. Who doesn't know? Maybe you don't know Long Qing, but in our city, he frequently gets into fights and has been in trouble with the law many times. I've even had brawls with him and his gang. Long Qing is strong and often gets into fights. If he didn't have some skill, you would have been the one getting killed. Thinking back to the morning's fight, Lin Yuan still felt a bit shaken. He didn't win through strength. He won through luck. There was a significant gap in their abilities. Lin Yuan's level 4 military boxing might not be stronger than Long Qing's years of fighting experience, and Long Qing definitely had the advantage in strength. Long Qing lost because he left himself wide open, and Lin Yuan won by seizing the opportunity and exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. If they were to fight again, Lin Yuan honestly was confident he could survive another encounter. After a good conversation with Lung Feng, they chatted for a while longer, agreeing to keep in touch and share survival tips before ending the chat. Just as he was about to close the survival guide, he noticed a lively avatar in his friend requests jumping around. What is this woman up to now? Lin Yuan clicked on the avatar to open the chat window. Chapter 9. Graceful and elegant big boss. It's really hot. Maybe it's time to change things up a bit. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Far from enough. What do you mean? Be a bit clearer. Graceful and elegant. I mean, I'm sending you 2 pairs of women's underwear. So, just accept them. Don't be shy. Only then did Lin Yuan notice that graceful and elegant chat window was indeed attached with 2 pairs of women's underwear. He was speechless and clicked decline with force. Far from enough. What do I need underwear for? Just hang it on the exchange. Graceful and elegant. Stop pretending, I already know. Lin Yuan was baffled and was about to close the chat window to ignore this crazy woman. But then he saw that graceful and elegant sent a video. And when he clicked to open it, he saw a young man wearing lace-trimmed red underwear riding a bicycle, coming into view. Lin Yuan quickly closed it as soon as he recognized the main character was himself. Trying to save face, he replied, "Why are you sending this to me? People can wear whatever they want. We shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Graceful and elegant. Stop pretending. There's nothing wrong with a cross-dressing fetish. There are plenty of cross-dressing big shots. What's so hard to admit?" Another video popped up. This time it was the clip he had sent earlier of himself eating a chicken leg. Now it was undeniable. Someone knew he wore women's underwear and was mistakenly assuming he had a cross-dressing fetish. Lin Yuan covered his face and after a long pause finally asked, "Where did you get the video?" "My girlfriend. Well, we broke up, so I don't know where she is." He genuinely had no idea where his girlfriend was. If he did, it would be a different story. In a live streaming room, there's only one room currently streaming. Just take a look and you'll find out. Lin Yuan followed her suggestion and opened the live streaming room. Live ID, A01901 streamer, accompanying you to laugh. Keeping you company in fun room name. Road Survival. Partners on the journey. The stream featured two people, a handsome guy and a cute girl, both dressed in matching outfits. It turned out to be the two young people who had played a trick on him. No wonder the footage of him wearing women's underwear had been captured and streamed live. There were probably quite a few viewers. Outside, hail was falling, but Lin Yuan decided to watch the live stream. The two youngsters were likely sitting in the cave they had dug, facing each other and eating. The guy was called accompanying you in fun, and the girl was keeping you company in laughs. Keeping you company in laughs pouted, "Why are you just eating by yourself? Don't you see I'm still hungry?" Accompanying you in fun replied, "Right? You should eat quickly. Once the hail stops, we still need to go open treasure chests." As he spoke, he handed a sausage to the girl. Accompanying you to laugh, "Peel it for me. I'm too tired to move." I reluctantly joined in, but still started peeling, saying, "You shouldn't be my girlfriend anymore." Accompanying you to laugh shot me a glare. "Not be your girlfriend? Are you trying to rebel?" I gave a cheeky grin. "Who would dare? I'll treat you like my ancestor and serve you like royalty. Then it's only fair for you to boss me around, right?" Accompanying you to laugh rolled her eyes. All right. Next time you could be the boss, and I'll serve you. How about that?" I chuckled, feeling quite pleased with myself, and handed her the peeled sausage. But then I suddenly withdrew it, saying, "Wait, I know a way to eat it that's even better." Accompanying you to laugh looked skeptical. "We grew up together. How come I know there's a better way to eat sausages? Trust me, just close your eyes first, and I'll make it for you. If you like it, I'll tell you how I did it." With a sigh, accompanying you to laugh obediently closed her eyes, unsure of what my boyfriend was up to. I grinned mischievously, leaned in, and aimed for her rosy lips. Accompanying you to laugh quickly opened her eyes to see my handsome face getting closer, then shut them again, pretending she hadn't noticed a thing. Wow. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "This isn't how it's supposed to go." Shouldn't she slapped me hard and asked if I'm trying to seduce her. The live chat was filled with chaotic comments too. "This little guy is pretty good. He is playing it smoothly. Who do you think is at a higher level? Them or me? I'd say they're like bronze and silver, while I'm the king. Yes, the king of trash talk." Accompanying you to laugh, and I have a playful, sugar-sweet banter style in our streams, amidst this perilous survival world. It's quite a sight to behold, a perfect blend of bloodshed and loneliness. And indeed, a lot of people were watching, over 10,000, nearly 20,000 online at once. Lin Yuan exited the live stream, deciding not to watch any longer because the hail had stopped, and it was time to continue on the road and start searching for treasure. Lifting the wooden board off himself, Lin Yuan looked up. Wow, the sun was peeking out again, the weather turning clear, and the hail melted quickly under the sunlight, rising in puffs of steam. All around was a swirling mist, stunningly beautiful and utterly magical. Even more astonishing was that the hail on the road was rapidly melting and evaporating, leaving the road clean and dry. This is truly a magical sky road. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. It was much more comfortable than the unbearable heat earlier. However, this had its pros and cons. The good side was no more scorching heat to endure, but the downside, finding treasure just got a lot harder. As for the facts, one must investigate personally to know for sure. The main task at hand is to enhance the bicycle. Enhancement. You have reinforced the wooden wheels and gained 2 experience points. Perhaps due to the higher enhancement level, you have gained an additional point of experience. Lin Yuan continued to enhance tirelessly, placing materials on the parts that needed reinforcement. It was completed in no time, and he checked the attributes. Vehicle, featureless wooden bicycle quality, ordinary rating. 1 star completion, 12 durability, 65 description. Dressing wooden clothes doesn't change the fact that it's a wooden bicycle. The attributes haven't changed much, but looking at the bicycle's exterior, it finally resembles one. The two tires, reinforced with a mix of rubber and wood, at least look like tires now. The frame has been reinforced with wood and metal sheets, giving it a slight metallic feel. The enhancement option has changed to cannot be enhanced, indicating that to further increase speed, better tires need to be replaced. The speed after enhancement is noticeably faster than before. Lin Yuan applied the estimated effort, and the bicycle shot forward at high speed. In less than 5 minutes, he covered a kilometer and arrived at the treasure chest respawn area. However, it was shrouded in thick fog. How to proceed? He didn't have the ability to see through illusions, so he had to get off and search, feeling his way around for nearly 2 minutes. Damn, the system is playing tricks. What he thought would be a refreshing break turned out to be a deep system trap, as it increased the difficulty of finding treasure chests. 3 people walking together. One must be my teacher. Lin Yuan decisively opened the regional chat channel to exchange and learn from other survivors. While searching for the chest, he encountered a snake and got bitten. Someone help me. I'm not going to make it. My head is getting dizzy. Regional announcement. ID A019784965. Code. Unavoidable circumstance. Survivor Lin Yuan died from poisoning. Seeing this message, Lin Yuan promptly closed the survival guide. There is no need to learn from such an experience. This great opportunity is better left for someone else. Chapter 10. With the experience of survivor Lin Yuan in mind, Lin Yuan approached the next treasure chest location with much more caution. He took out his wooden stick and practiced the crazy stick techniques for a while before he began to search for the chest. When he opened the shabby wooden box, he found a backpack. You have obtained a backpack, gaining 1 experience point. Finally, something good. Lin Yuan had been worrying about where to store the survival guide. But now it was easy. He just tossed it into the backpack, safe and sound. With the backpack secured, Lin Yuan continued on his journey without the anxiety of losing the book like before. He couldn't afford to lose the survival guide. If he did, it would not only hinder his ability to chat, but also prevent him from trading and crafting items, which would be most detrimental. Losing the guide would mean losing half of his chances of survival. Whenever Lin Yuan arrived at a treasure chest location, he would first practice the crazy stick techniques for a while before searching for the chest. Some chests were easy to find, while others took a bit more time. 1, 2. Time passed second by second, and the number of open chests gradually increased. The items he found were much better than those from the morning. He even discovered 3 iron sheets and 2 pieces of rubber. By 3 p.m., the thick fog still hadn't cleared, and Lin Yuan needed to continue practicing his stick techniques. Suddenly, he swung his stick toward the depths of the fog on the left side of the road. The stick hit the ground with a thud, and he heard a hissing sound coming from that direction. Lin Yuan jumped back in shock. What was that? He quickly retreated, keeping his eyes fixed on the source of the hissing sound. After practicing the stick techniques all morning, he had expected everything to remain calm. As he backed away, the hissing sound followed him persistently, indicating that whatever it was had been provoked by his crazy stick techniques. He had no choice but to continue retreating, his expression wary. Once he reached the road, the owner of the hissing sound came into view. It was a snake with its front half raised high, flicking its long, forked tongue as it slowly approached Lin Yuan. So that strange noise was made by the snake. In just one morning, many survivors had already been bitten and killed by venomous snakes, and Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. It was a guoshanfeng snake, commonly known as a king cobra. The king cobra is highly aggressive, especially now that it had been angered. There was no way to scare it off. Now, it was a showdown between man and snake. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the wooden stick. If things went poorly, he might not make it out of here. His heart raced slightly. This snake was extremely venomous. On Blue Star, people bitten by such snakes often succumbed to the poison before they could receive treatment, and the situation was no different now. The king cobra advanced step by step, forcing Lin Yuan to slowly retreat. He refrained from making a rash move, knowing he couldn't guarantee a hit on the venomous snake. If he missed, he would be in deep trouble, so he opted for a strategy of maintaining his position. After a tense standoff lasting nearly a minute, the cobra suddenly lunged forward, initiating the attack. Lin Yuan, who was acutely aware of the snake's every move, swung his wooden stick rapidly, creating a whooshing sound as he tried to intercept the strike. To his surprise, the cobra's attack was merely a feint. It only extended half of its body before retracting with a hiss, continuing to search for an opening in Lin Yuan's defense. Lin Yuan's frantic swings had met only air. Feeling relieved, but even more cautious, he recalled having read about this type of snake before. It was said to be incredibly intelligent. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he realized how true that was. It was a top-tier predator. Although it lacked human intelligence, it had an instinct for self-preservation that was highly effective. After the morning skirmish, Lin Yuan was no longer flustered and prepared to test an attack. Little did he know, the cobra struck first, darting its head towards him. Lacking a more advanced technique, he resorted to the frenzied stick techniques he had practiced earlier. As Lin Yuan swung the stick, the cobra retreated again. Just as he stopped his assault, the cobra assumed an attacking posture once more. This time, it was also a feint, a deceptive move. After several such exchanges, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Yuan's forehead. The snake even seemed to understand the tactic of tiring its opponent. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably fail. When Lin Yuan swung the stick again, the cobra finally launched a genuine attack. Once it moved, it struck with deadly precision, easily evading the wooden stick's defense. Lin Yuan hurriedly adjusted his attack direction, but his reactions lagged behind his thoughts after swinging for so long. The cobra seized on this weakness and launched a thunderous strike. Lin Yuan's stick swung wildly, but the king cobra slipped through the gap in his defense and lunged at his thigh. If it bit him, it would mean the end for Lin Yuan. In a moment of crisis, Lin Yuan discarded the stick, using both hands to grasp the snake with all his might. Whether it was luck or quick reflexes, he looked down to find he had caught the cobra by the neck. The king cobra, undeterred, began to coil around him, struggling fiercely. Fearing that a prolonged standoff could lead to unforeseen consequences, Lin Yuan crouched down, pinning the snake's head against the concrete floor. He grabbed a nearby stick and struck the fiercely hissing cobra's head with all his strength. Once, twice, he smashed its head until it was flattened, yet it still showed no signs of dying. Lin Yuan decided to trade 2 rubber tokens at the exchange for a watermelon knife and forcefully brought it down on the snake's head, severing it completely. He had slain the king cobra, earning 2 experience points and leveling up. You have defeated the king cobra and gained 5 experience points. A beam of golden light surged from the void, enveloping Lin Yuan. He felt a warm sensation all over, as if basking in divine light. When the golden light dissipated, Lin Yuan noticed that his strength had noticeably increased, and his energy levels were significantly higher. He quickly pulled up his personal stats to take a look. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, 8019784096 health. Ordinary person level, 1 spirit, 8 physique, 6 skills. Level 4 military boxing, level 9 bicycle riding, level 2 culinary arts, level 3 painting. Level 6 computer skills, level 4 music. Experience needed to reach level 2. His health was still that of an ordinary person, but his level had increased by 1, with both his physique and spirit boosted by 1 point each. It seemed that he would need to hunt more monsters in the future. With powerful attributes and skills maxed out, he wouldn't have to fear even bears, leopards, or wolves. Suppressing the urge to level up immediately, Lin Yuan redirected his attention back to the king cobra. The life and death crisis had passed, and Lin Yuan was smiling again. This snake was a valuable find. Not only was it delicious and tender, but it was also highly nutritious. After a morning of junk food, just the thought of meat made Lin Yuan's mouth water. However, now was not the time for cooking or enjoying a meal. Swallowing hard, he picked up the king cobra and began to process it. First, he grabbed the tail and lifted it to drain the blood. Then, using a watermelon knife, he made a cut at the neck. With one hand holding onto the snake's skin and the other grasping the meat, he pulled forcefully, stripping the skin off in one go, revealing a fresh, pink strip of snake meat. Of course, he also needed to remove the internal organs. Lin Yuan emptied the snake's belly, rinsed the organs twice with mineral water, and stored them in his inventory. Noticing that the snake's head was still twitching, he decided to toss it far away to avoid accidentally harming any other survivors. Next came the purpose of this endeavor, the treasure chest. He reached out to touch the dilapidated wooden box he had discovered during the earlier fight. Chapter 11, opening a 1-star shabby wooden box. You receive 2 balloons and 5 green die. You have opened a 1-star treasure chest and gained 5 experience points. You have received a 1-star ordinary quality balloon and gained 5 experience points. You have received a 1-star ordinary quality die and gained 2 experience points. Lin Yuan stared at the series of notifications, momentarily stunned, before suddenly realizing that this wasn't just an ordinary treasure chest, but a 1-star ordinary treasure chest. And it had yielded 2 different items. But what was the deal with the balloon? He wasn't a child. With mixed feelings, he opened his storage space to check the attributes of the items. After all, they were star-rated ordinary quality items, right? Item: inflatable balloon quality. Ordinary rating. 1 star. Description: you think this is a toy? No, this is an essential material for making inflatable tires. He had overthought it. The system wouldn't provide useless items. Item: dye green quality. Ordinary rating. 1 star. Description: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, purple. Choose one or even multiple colors you like to make your vehicle more aesthetically pleasing. What a windfall. 2 new items. The balloon seemed to be a material for making tires, and the dye was equally promising. With the dye, he could design any bike shape he wanted. Produce. He had gained 7 experience points. Looking at his experience points, it was more than enough to level up a skill, so he decisively allocated the points to military boxing. Strength was the way to go. Skill: military boxing quality, ordinary level, 5 experience, 0.48 rating. 1 star. Effect: when using military boxing, increases strength by 7 and enhances reaction time by 7. This round was worth it. No danger, just rewards. He leveled up, gained some good stuff, improved his skills, and collected materials. Before hitting the road, Lin Yuan decided to open the friend channel and sent a message to his painfully few 3 friends. Not enough. Have you encountered any snakes while opening treasure chests? Tingting Yuli responded quickly, while Lung Feng took a bit longer, and Qin Yinjishang didn't reply at all. Tingting Yuli: I did, but just scared away, right? The problem was it couldn't be scared away. Lin Yuan glanced back at Lung Feng's message. Lung Feng: yeah. When I was about to open my 60th treasure chest, I squashed it in one go and got snake meat, snake venom, snake skin, and snake fangs. Lin Yuan: hiss. Lung Feng's words revealed a lot of information. First, the number of treasure chests he had opened. Lin Yuan had always thought he was far ahead, especially with his level 9 skill boost, but reality hit him hard. Lung Feng had opened nearly 60 chests. How long had it been since he had killed a snake? And what about Lin Yuan? It seemed he had only opened around 50. The gap between the treasure chests and the difference in strength were evident. Cold Front easily crushed the venomous snake with a single grip, showcasing his effortless skill. But what about Lin Yuan? His battle with the snake felt like a duel between 2 unparalleled masters, exchanging blows back and forth for several rounds, and he nearly faced defeat at one point. In the end, the body could even decompose. If he had known that the snake could decompose, he wouldn't have wasted time, energy, and water resources. Losing so many materials left Lin Yuan feeling disgruntled. He replied, "Let's stay in touch and communicate anytime." "All right, brother, be careful with everything." After closing the chat window with Cold Front, he turned to reply to the elegant and graceful figure. "That's still not enough. I have a friend who encountered a venomous snake after opening 60 treasure chests. I encountered one after opening 50 chests. After a certain number of chests, there might be treasure chest monsters, so be careful." The response came back instantly. The elegant figure replied, "Wow, wow, wow. 60 and 50. Are you guys immortal? I've only opened 30. It truly showed that people flock together and the elite gather around." Such a big shot was right next to her, ignoring the excited chatter of the elegant figure. Lin Yuan sent a reminder message to Light Cloud and then set off on his journey. He needed to hurry. Cold Front's strength and the number of treasure chests he had far exceeded his own. This time, he wouldn't maintain an average speed. He would push himself in the last 5 hours. He would ride as fast as he could, and once he arrived at the treasure chest location, he practiced the frenzied stick technique for a while and then immediately searched for the treasure chests, treating it as a break to recover his stamina. Lin Yuan thought that after opening the treasure chest where the venomous snake was present, he would only find 1-star quality ordinary chests thereafter. After searching through several, he realized that wasn't the case. It wasn't until he opened the 10th chest that he finally found a star-rated chest. Item: ripped wooden chest quality, ordinary rating. 1 star. Description: a 1-star ordinary chest that is slightly better than a regular ordinary chest, with a chance to yield ordinary 1-star items, guaranteed to drop ordinary or lower items. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together and reached for the 1-star ordinary chest. Upon opening it, he received 1 iron plate, 3 dye black, and 500 G of egg noodles. You have obtained a 1-star ordinary quality iron plate, gaining 2 experience points. You have obtained a 1-star ordinary quality dye, gaining 1 experience point. You have obtained food, gaining 1 experience point. Star-rated chests truly lived up to their name, with item acquisition notifications flashing continuously. Decomposition successful, gaining 2 wood. Even the wood obtained from decomposing the chest was more than that from an ordinary chest. After successfully decomposing the chest, he turned to check the newly acquired iron plate, which also had star ratings. He wondered what the difference was between a regular iron plate and a 1-star iron plate. When he took it out to have a look, he was surprised. Although it was still just a thin piece, it shone much brighter than an ordinary iron sheet. He checked its attributes. Item: iron sheet quality, ordinary rating. 1-star description: pure iron, soft texture, high plasticity, strong ductility, can be used to make various items. To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't really understand the differences between wrought iron, pig iron, and pure iron, but he figured he would just go with whatever the game dictated. He didn't need to understand it. He put the iron sheet back in his storage space and continued his search for treasure chests, not wanting to waste any time as he felt the pressure of urgency. After the iron sheet chest, he opened the 6th chest and found a 1-star ordinary treasure chest, which only yielded a large pile of dye. As he opened more chests, the probability of finding 1-star ordinary treasure chests increased. And Lin Yuan also collected a few new items: fibers, carbon, and rubber, all of which were 1-star ordinary items. By 7:30 p.m., Lin Yuan had to stop searching for treasure chests and revise his plans because the system had sent a new notification. The treasure chest opening event was ending, and rewards would be distributed promptly at 8 p.m. The rules for chest distribution had changed, and survivors were asked to explore and figure it out for themselves. At 8 p.m., it would be dark and the night would be cold. Survivors were urged to build shelters as soon as possible and prepare themselves. The system had mentioned heat earlier, and it had been sweltering in the morning. Now, it was a warning of cold, so it was bound to be quite chilly. While he could tolerate the heat, the thought of sleeping in the cold made him shudder. Lin Yuan was from the south and hated the cold the most. As he leisurely rode his bicycle, he pondered how to build a shelter. After thinking for a long time without coming up with a solid plan, Lin Yuan decided to seek advice. He quickly opened the survival guide and clicked on the regional channel. I'm not an architecture major. How do I build a shelter? Is there anyone streaming live to teach me on site? Coughing, he thought, why worry about a shelter? I could just make an axe, chop down trees like crazy, and then build a bunch of campfires to surround myself. I could sleep in the middle, safe and warm. I could even make a wooden board to sleep on. Perfect. I could take advantage of geographical features, like tree hollows or caves, start a campfire, and voila, shelter accomplished. I could dig a hole and bury myself. The wind would definitely not reach me. Lin Yuan frowned as he closed the guide. There seemed to be many options, but he only had half an hour. How was he going to build it? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had discovered a natural shelter. Chapter 12. Lin Yuan picked up his bicycle and headed towards the natural shelter he had discovered. It wasn't exactly a natural shelter, but it had certain advantages for building one. This was a flat area about 20 meters away from the road, where 2 large stones stood upright, with roughly 2 meters of space between them. Here, he could lay down some wooden planks across the stones, then surround them with more boards. A shelter would be easily constructed. Having thought through his plan, Lin Yuan got to work, knowing that time was of the essence. Considering the cold of the night, he first set up 6 campfires around the stones, placing 3 on each side. He took out his lighter, which he had just retrieved from a treasure chest, and lit each campfire. Once they were ablaze, he added more wood to the fires, causing all 6 to roar to life, their flames enveloping the stones. The purpose of this was to heat the stones. By warming them now, they would radiate heat later, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about the chill while sleeping inside. While the stones heated up, Lin Yuan moved to the side to mix some mud. He grabbed a watermelon knife and hacked at the ground, digging up a small pile of dirt. After that, he poured a few bottles of mineral water onto the dirt, rolled up his sleeves, and began to mix and knead it with his hands until it was properly blended. Once the mud was ready and the stones were sufficiently heated, Lin Yuan quickly pushed the campfires aside to prevent the stones from becoming too hot and exploding. He gathered some branches and swept the ashes from the ground and the stones. With all this done, it was time to build a shelter. He started by placing a wooden plank across the 2 stones and then found some heavier stones to weigh it down. He made a few more planks, one to lay on the ground for his quilt at night, one to block the sides of the stones facing the mountain, sealing any gaps tightly with the prepared mud to keep the wind out. The last plank was set on the opposite side to serve as a door. Once he climbed inside at night, he could close it from the inside and sleep soundly. With the shelter constructed, Lin Yuan took out the set of bedding he had found in the treasure chest and tossed it inside. The set included a mattress, a cover, and a pillow. After laying everything out, He checked the temperature inside and was pleasantly surprised to find it warm. With the sleeping situation sorted, he could now focus on food. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make another wooden plank, placing the snake meat on it and using it as a cutting board. He cut the snake meat into strips about the length of his finger, but then he faced a dilemma. He had no cooking tools. He opened the trading post to see if anyone was selling pots or pans, but found nothing, unsure if they had been bought out or simply hadn't been made available yet. With no other options, Lin Yuan reluctantly closed the trading post and pondered how he would eat the snake meat. A living person cannot be suffocated by urine. After a while, Lin Yuan came up with a solution: to cook and eat the snake. Considering that the snake meat needed to be cut, he first needed to build a simple grill. This was straightforward. Lin Yuan quickly thought of a way to do it. He found 2 stones, used a watermelon knife to dig a small pit, and then used some leftover mud to secure the stones in place. He placed a piece of scrap iron he had just found on top of the stones and made a smaller campfire underneath. Just like that, the grill was ready. With the grill set up, it was time to prepare dinner. Lin Yuan tossed 4 or 5 pieces of snake meat onto it, drizzled some oil over them, and started mixing it around to ensure each piece was coated in vegetable oil. The iron plate heated up quickly, and the sizzling oil began to seep into the snake meat, which started to warm up. Thus, Lin Yuan began to grill the snake meat, getting ready for dinner. And it was already 8 p.m. As the clock struck 8, the sun in the sky suddenly darkened, as if it were being covered by something. A series of system notifications appeared in the void, displaying a blue light curtain with golden letters. Time's up. Rewards are now being distributed. The rewards for the top 1,000, top 500 included 5 shabby wooden boxes and 1 one-star shabby wooden box. Among those on the leaderboard were names like I Am Indra, Bloodthirsty Demon Lord, and Chaos God King. A string of chaotic usernames floated by, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head after glancing at the first few. Just looking at the usernames, each one seemed more imposing than the last. One might think they were the top 10 on the leaderboard. The reward for the top 499, top 100 included 10 shabby wooden boxes and 2 one-star shabby wooden boxes. The rewards for the top 99, top 50 included 20 shabby wooden boxes and 5 one-star shabby wooden boxes. The rewards for the top 49, top 21 included 30 shabby wooden boxes and 10 one-star shabby wooden boxes. Then came a main event. Lin Yuan bent over as he grilled the snake meat, straightened his back, and stared intently at the light curtain. To his surprise, the system did not immediately announce the results. The blue light curtain shook for a moment before rapidly expanding, projecting into the nearby void. If the previous light curtain was the size of a television screen, this one was even larger than the movie screens in theaters. It was no wonder it was prepared for the top 20, creating such a spectacle. The massive light curtain shook again, and an image appeared in the void, crystal clear, as if the person in the image was right in front of him. In the image, a young woman, around 25 or 26 years old, sat on the ground without any dignity. Surrounding her were several burning campfires, casting a red glow on her face. She was fiddling with various pieces of underwear, her eyes vacant as she stared into the void in front of her, likely looking at the virtual screen of the survival guide. Looking at the pile of lingerie, Lin Yuan had a bad feeling. Could this be someone he knew? The woman on the screen was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Lin Yuan's image, then jumped up in excitement. Wow, I actually made the list. I thought I wouldn't get any rewards, not even in the top 1,000. I didn't expect I was this amazing. Her cheerful voice sounded as if it was coming from right in front of him. Lin Yuan flipped the snake meat he was cooking, marveling at how powerful this system was. I'm selling lingerie here too. I'm just an ordinary girl, and I never thought I'd end up on TV one day. Is anyone interested in some lingerie? Come buy from me. Even the great Lin Yuan wears the underwear I sell. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan set down the salt he was about to add to the snake meat and shot a fierce glare at the woman on the screen. It was definitely his friend, Ting Ting, who was shamelessly advertising his wearing of women's underwear. He could only imagine what others would say about him. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual screen displaying the survival guide that was already in front of him. To his astonishment, the first person to get announced in the region was none other than the cross-dressing master, Lin Yuan. Indeed, the world of the elite was something ordinary people like him couldn't comprehend. He now had this vivid image in his mind. Lin Yuan, wildly smashing a dragon with a stick or a stone, while elegantly raising his fingers and asking, "Am I beautiful?" Ugh. Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down his spine. Congratulations to Lin Yuan for achieving the titles of Bloodhand Master and Cross-Dressing Master, double the elite status. Lin Yuan, Chapter 13, What the hell? These people have time to argue here instead of figuring out how to build shelter. Lin Yuan scowled as he read through the messages. Just as the woman known as elegant and graceful was endlessly promoting lingerie, a line of golden text appeared on the screen. With the appearance of the big letters, a mystical voice echoed from the sky. ID 0199655318, codename Elegant and Graceful. Survivor Yang Tingting, during the treasure chest opening event, opened 55 treasure chests, ranking 20th, and received 100 shabby wooden boxes and 21-star shabby wooden boxes. Let's congratulate Survivor Yang Tingting for achieving 20th place in this event. Lin Yuan gasped, 100 shabby wooden boxes and 21-star shabby wooden boxes. How much loot must that yield? If someone as amateur as Yang Tingting could obtain that many chests, he wondered where he would rank. As the voice faded, Yang Tingting also disappeared from the screen. Lin Yuan sprinkled some salt on the snake meat, continued to roast it, and then eagerly looked at the screen in the void. Soon, the screen flickered, and a figure appeared. It was a bald man in prison garb, drinking beer. A bald head in prison clothes. Wasn't that the guy known for robbing and killing? And now he's got this shit show on display. Sure enough, next to him was a disheveled woman, completely naked and covered in bruises. Lin Yuan frowned. This woman had clearly been abused, and the bald man was no saint. The bald man evidently saw himself on the screen and laughed. I spent the whole afternoon with women, and I still made it on the leaderboard. How interesting. As he laughed, he suddenly ordered the woman beside him, "Come here. Let's put on a show for everyone." The woman remained unmoved. The bald man, furious, shouted, "You filthy bitch, come here." The woman, trembling in fear, walked over to him. The bald man grabbed a bottle and swung it hard against her head. With a loud thud, she collapsed to the ground. Not satisfied, he began to punch and kick her, cursing, "This is what you get for not listening to me. I'll kill you." Saying this, he pulled out a handgun, racked the slide, disengaged the safety, and fired at the woman. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the woman lay completely still. This scene filled the survivors with rage. What the hell does this bald man think he's doing? Killing in front of everyone. Is he trying to assert dominance, or is he just a pervert? I'm not strong enough. If I were, I'd take him down myself. This guy is terrifying. Someone from the top ranks needs to deal with him. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, deeply feeling the brutality of this survival world. There are all kinds of people here, truly a mix of fish and dragons. The bald man killed the woman, pointed the gun at the screen, and shouted, "No one can be more ruthless than me. Lin Yuan, not even you." ID 801-924-8697. Codename Crossfire. Survivor Zhang Yukai, ranked 19th in the treasure chest opening event after opening 56 chests, earning a reward of 200 shabby wooden boxes and 31-star shabby wooden boxes. Let's congratulate Survivor Zhang Yukai for achieving 19th place in this event. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. He realized the bald man was indeed Crossfire, continuously provoking him. Even with a gun, he was determined to fight back with all his might. In 18th place was codename Mountain Climber, namely you, who said nothing and remained silent, wearing a cold expression. The 17th and 16th places were familiar faces to Lin Yuan, accompanying you in fun and laughter. The two had been in good spirits earlier that morning, but now they wore sorrowful faces, forcing smiles. After all, everyone lived in a peaceful era. Who had ever witnessed a murder? How many had seen blood? Clearly, Zhang Yukai's 3 shots had frightened many. The screen flickered, and this time a woman with her hair tied high, dressed in a suit, appeared, taking small bites of an apple. Suddenly, she slammed the apple down onto the ground and pointed at the screen, shouting, "Zhang Yukai, you are too brazen. How dare you abduct a civilian and commit murder? There are 100,000 people in Area A019, and you think you can kill someone to establish a reputation? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You might scare others, but not me. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Even if you kill me, He Yunying, there are countless others like me. I am He Yunying. ID A0197488965. Codename Magic Sound Interpreter. Survivor He Yunying. Ranked 15th in the treasure chest opening event after opening 68 chests, earning a reward of 500 shabby wooden boxes and 71-star shabby wooden boxes. Let's congratulate Survivor He Yunying for achieving 15th place in this event. Lin Yuan stared in shock at the woman who disappeared amidst her tirade, quickly checking the regional channel. This was He Yunying. He recognized her from the news as the most beautiful secretary, who became a county-level secretary at a young age, governing a region. The omnipotent regional channel even dug this up. However, He Yuning was indeed bold to openly challenge Zhang Yukai. But to become a secretary and rank 15th in the treasure chest opening event, she must be no ordinary person. The screen shook, and the next person appeared. It was a resolute middle-aged man in a police uniform, with a gun at his waist, arms crossed behind his back, exuding strong authority. Secretary, he spoke very well. Zhang Yukai, you are too brazen. Do you even regard us police officers? He continued, in Blue Star, our duty is to capture criminals like you, and here, our responsibility remains unchanged. I even have the authority to shoot you on the spot. His words were powerful as he drew his sidearm, demonstrating it towards Zhang Yukai. I'm getting old, and I'm only rank 14th. Our A019 district is truly filled with talent. The old cop's words resonated with Lin Yuan. Almost everyone in the top 20 of the leaderboard is a standout in their respective fields. Take Zhang Yukai, for example. He is a murderer and a fugitive. But without real power, could he really steal firearms or escape from prison? There are even rumors in the regional channel that Zhang Yukai killed 3 cops. Then there's Li Yu, who is rumored to be a famous racer. Even the 2 young streamers are academic overachievers, one named Rin Feng and the other Su Xiaoxi. The latter 2 work as a secretary and a police officer, both in public service. And there's Yang Tingting, who specializes in selling lingerie and casually opens treasure chests on the side. It said she is quite popular on Blue Star and makes a decent income. When Lin Yuan adds it all up, he feels like he is the most ordinary one among them. Without a bit of experience as an advantage, he might just blend into the crowd like the rest. Next up, let us see who is coming on stage. The screen flickers, revealing a tall, handsome man in a tailored suit. A woman? Just chase her. Why bother with robbery? Truly a country bumpkin, barbaric. The man speaks in a deep voice, looking down on Zhang Yukai with utter disdain. Lin Yuan just wants to say MMP. Look at this man. He's good-looking, exudes confidence, and, of course, wealth gives him the right to speak like that. But aren't most people just ordinary? ID A01-979-4631. Codename Light Cloud Rising. Survivor Sure E. Opened 72 treasure chests during the treasure chest activation event. Ranking 13th. Reward: 91-star shabby wooden boxes. 1 2-star shabby wooden box. Let us congratulate Survivor Sure E for achieving 13th place in this treasure chest event. Turns out he is a friend. Lin Yuan continues roasting snake meat while watching the next contestant. Chapter 14. The screen flickered to life, revealing a capable woman in a white lab coat. With a stoic expression, she began speaking. I'm not afraid of strangers, and I'm certainly not afraid of the dead. My hands deal with corpses every day. I thought I was strong enough, but after coming here and frantically opening treasure chests, my ranking doesn't seem to reflect that. Maybe I was overestimating myself. Dealing with the dead every day? What sort of profession is that? ID A01-979-4351. Codename: Trainee Forensic Pathologist. Survivor Shui Ran. Opened 76 treasure chests during the treasure chest unlocking event. Ranking 12th, receiving a reward of 101-star broken wooden boxes and 5 2-star broken wooden boxes. Let's congratulate Survivor Shui Ran for achieving 12th place in this event. So she is a forensic pathologist. No wonder she deals with the dead daily. That is a job most people wouldn't dare to take on. The screen shook again, and this time a troubled youth appeared. His hair dyed in a mix of green and red, sporting earrings and piercings. What a ridiculous survival world. If I'm on the announcement, I have to say this: system, screw you. What is the point of bringing us here? ID A01-9346277. Codename: Tyrant. Survivor Su Yu. Opened 79 treasure chests during the treasure chest unlocking event. Ranking 11th, receiving a reward of 101-star broken wooden boxes and 10 2-star broken wooden boxes. Let us congratulate Survivor Su Yu for achieving 11th place in this event. So he is the Tyrant. Lin Yuan had seen him in the regional channel that morning. He truly lived up to his name, cursing the system everywhere he went. He wasn't even afraid of the system retaliating against him. What a reckless youth. He is quite a character, Lin Yuan thought, but he wouldn't dare to follow in his footsteps. The screen flickered once more, revealing a refined man in his late 20s, wearing glasses. He seemed to be slightly older than Lin Yuan. I usually stick to a regular exercise routine, thinking I would place well, but I didn't expect to be on TV so soon. Still, it's better than nothing. Contentment brings happiness. ID A0194652238, codename University Professor. Survivor Yang Bin opened 82 treasure chests during the treasure chest unlocking event, ranking 10th, receiving a reward of 101-star broken wooden boxes and 22-star broken wooden boxes. Let's congratulate Survivor Yang Bin for achieving 10th place in this event. Another familiar face, Lin Yuan, knew this university professor well. First, he reminded people about the newbie treasure chests, and then Lin Yuan bought ice cream from him. Indeed, gold shines wherever it is. The screen shook again, and the next contestant appeared. This time, it was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, with a commanding presence. Lin Yuan frowned. How could this guy make the list? It was that he looked down on others, but finding treasure chests while riding a bicycle required immense physical strength, endurance, and determination. Without even a little of that, one wouldn't be able to keep going. Even Lin Yuan, with his level 9 skill in cycling, was exhausted, let alone the well-off person in the scene. I am a company owner on Blue Star, someone of high status with plenty of money. Even in the survival world that hasn't changed, I'm still someone of high status. As long as a person has the ability, they can rise above any environment. I'm sure everyone has noticed a feature in the guide related to forming a team, and I'm here to recruit. As long as you join, you're all brothers. And I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Yuan also saw the team feature, but it was grayed out and unavailable. He guessed that it was similar to the team function in the game, where everyone bands together to survive. ID A0197643881, codename I'm the Boss, Survivor Zhao Liangkai. Opened 83 treasure chests during the treasure chest opening event, ranking 9th, receiving 101-star shabby wooden boxes and 32-star shabby wooden boxes. Lin Yuan was even more puzzled. This I am the boss was terrified in the morning, yet within a day he had turned from a coward to the 9th-ranked survivor in the event. Before he could think too much, the scene changed again, and another person appeared. This time was a woman, carrying a quiver and holding a metal bow. As soon as she appeared on screen, she quickly drew an arrow from her quiver, knocked on the bow, pulled back to full draw, and with a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and vanished. I am a national-level shooting athlete, and I'm not afraid of death. Come and see if my arrows are sharp. Hiss. Indeed, the higher the ranking, the stronger the individual. These are the legendary figures rarely seen, because they spent the rest of their time sweating and training hard. ID A0198496119. Codename Aiming for 100 Steps, Survivor Qin Mingwei. Opened 85 treasure chests during the treasure chest opening event, ranking 8th. Receiving 101-star shabby wooden boxes and 42-star shabby wooden boxes. This time, the person that appeared was also a woman, ranking among the top 20. Not to say she was exceptionally beautiful, but each had their own charm, like the easy-on-the-eyes Qin Mingwei, the cold-faced Shui Ran, the delicate Yang Tingting, the sweet and cute Su Xiaoxi, and the strong-willed beauty secretary. All of them had long hair and exuded femininity. However, the woman on screen this time had short hair, strong arms, and bulging muscles. At first glance, Lin Yuan thought she was a man, but upon closer inspection, he noticed her feminine features. She was indeed a woman. I'm also a national-level athlete, but I practice weightlifting and can lift over 100 pounds. I'm not afraid of death. Come and see if my punches are strong. Over 100 pounds? Lin Yuan was completely stunned. He used to struggle with just over 10 pounds and almost hurt his back. What kind of monsters were these? Thankfully, they weren't monsters, but rather players with cheat codes. ID A0197643991, codename Little Woman, Survivor. Zhou Jini opened 86 treasure chests during the treasure chest opening event, ranking 7th and earning 101-star shabby wooden chests and 52-star shabby wooden chests. Lin Yuan wore a serious expression, with competitors this strong at 8th and 7th places. How well could he possibly rank? He reminded himself not to underestimate them just because they were women. Each of them had undergone rigorous training from a young age, dedicating 10 years to excel in various competitions. If the 7th and 8th places required such intense training, what kind of monsters must those in the top ranks be? Indeed, without extraordinary perseverance, one wouldn't be able to endure such training. As Lin Yuan suspected, the individuals displayed on the screen were anything but ordinary. 2 fully armed figures appeared, each wielding automatic rifles and carrying grenades, complete with helmets and masks that obscured their faces. Just their imposing attire was enough to instill fear. His speculation was confirmed. There were indeed people who had brought guns from Blue Star. We are assassins, but we won't take on missions anymore. We live for ourselves now. ID 8019469732. Survivor. Eagle. Opened 90 treasure chests during the treasure chest opening event. Ranking 6th and earning 101-star shabby wooden chests and 62-star shabby wooden chests. ID A019463197. Survivor. Viper. Opened 91 treasure chests, ranking 5th and receiving 101-star shabby wooden chests and 72-star shabby wooden chests. Neither of them had code names. Just their names, Eagle Viper, which sounded more like code names than actual names. These two were even more impressive than any athlete, ranking 6th and 5th without a doubt. Next was the 4th place, a man dressed in traditional Han attire, holding a paper cup in his right hand and seemingly about to take a sip of water. Lin Yuan was taken aback when he recognized this man. He wasn't alone in that. Most survivors would recognize him. The man in traditional clothing was Bai Li Shaojin, an acclaimed actor known for his roles in martial arts and historical dramas. To prepare for his roles, he kept long hair and often wore traditional costumes to immerse himself in character. He practiced his swordplay diligently without using a stunt double, making his 4th place well-deserved. After all, he grew up in the Shaolin Temple and later became an actor, never neglecting his martial arts training for the sake of his craft. Dressed in traditional attire, he looked ethereal, relying on skill rather than mere looks to earn his place, making his rank in 4th also unquestionable. It seems I'm not the leading man after all. I only managed to rank 4th. I want to need to introduce myself further. Those who know me are well aware of my background. ID A019463182. Codename Lone Sword Master. Survivor. Bai Li Shaojin. Opened 95 treasure chests during the treasure chest event. Ranking 4th. Rewards include 101-star shabby wooden boxes and 82-star shabby wooden boxes. Codename Lone Sword Master. Often practices sword techniques, which complements the skills well. Chapter 15. After Bai Li Shaojin disappeared, the screen flickered, and Lin Yuan thought it would show the 3rd survivor's footage. However, it didn't. The blue screen shook and then quickly expanded, doubling in size. It seems the top 3 are getting better treatment, so their rewards must be increased as well. The screen shook again, and this time it finally revealed the 3rd survivor. A man dressed in a white shirt and jeans, holding a piece of snake meat, appeared on the screen. Just as Lin Yuan was about to taste the grilled snake meat, he was taken aback. He made it onto the leaderboard. It was unexpected, yet somehow logical. When a national athlete appeared, Lin Yuan realized he probably had no chance of claiming the 1st place. After all, his physical strength and endurance were evident, and it was understandable that he fell short compared to those who had been training rigorously. Sure enough, he was on the board so quickly. Cold Front must be in 1st place, right? Since he made it onto the leaderboard, Lin Yuan had something to say. He immediately tossed the snake meat back onto the iron plate and pointed at the screen, angrily shouting, "Listen up, I'm not some cross-dressing big shot. And Yang Tingting, stop sending me underwear. I don't have a cross-dressing fetish. Don't use me for advertising either. If I had known that buying a pair of underwear would lead to all this nonsense, I would have gone around naked instead of buying your underwear." Of course, this was just venting. He still needed to maintain some dignity. "And Zhang Kai, you really are something else. What? Am I supposed to eat or drink your stuff? Who gave you the guts to keep provoking me like a rabid dog? Is it Liang Jingru? Just because the tiger doesn't show its power. You think I'm a sick cat? If you've got the guts, wait for me on the road and see if I don't smash your head in." Lin Yuan still had a lot to say, but time was up. ID A019784096. Code Far From Enough. Survivor Lin Yuan opened 105 treasure chests in the treasure box activity. Ranking 3rd. Rewards 101-star shabby wooden boxes, 102-star shabby boxes, 10 3-star shabby wooden boxes, a 3-star ordinary bicycle frame recipe, a 3-star ordinary bicycle inflatable tire recipe. The regional channel exploded. Wow, over 200 star-level treasure chests and a bicycle recipe. I'm so envious of those rewards. With so many chests, they definitely yield materials for making bicycles. The big shots can finally craft bicycles while we're still stuck with the most primitive wooden ones, stuck in the past. Ugh, why did I waste my time binge-watching shows and playing games? Now I regret not having the stamina and determination to search for treasure. Tomorrow the rules will change. As that ethereal voice faded away, Lin Yuan's figure also vanished from the screen. You have received 101-star shabby wooden boxes, 102-star shabby boxes, 10 3-star shabby wooden boxes, 1 3-star ordinary bicycle frame recipe, and one 3-star ordinary bicycle inflatable tire recipe. One by one, the treasure chests fell from the sky, landing on the ground in front of Lin Yuan. The way he made his entrance startled him greatly. Everywhere he looked, there were treasure chests piled high all around. Lin Yuan didn't rush to open the treasure chests. Instead, he looked at the glowing screen in the void. He wanted to see who had claimed the first place. Was it the familiar cold blade, or an unknown dark horse? Without a doubt, the screen expanded once again. The image appeared, showing a man in camouflage, with a rugged and masculine face, sitting on a rock. In his right hand, he held a sharp knife, skewering a piece of snake meat, and was devouring it with relish. Cold blade? Cold blade was not in first place? Lin Yuan was shocked. Cold blade's strength was top-notch. If he couldn't secure first place, then who could? At that moment, Cold blade also saw himself on the screen. He abruptly dropped the snake meat, stood up in disbelief, and exclaimed, "I'm not in first place." Not only did Cold blade find it hard to believe, but most of the survivors felt similarly stunned. Previously, a soldier had leaked information about Cold blade in the regional channel, and everyone had unanimously thought he would take first place. Cold blade enlisted at 17, became a tank gunner at 19, was selected for the Special Forces at 22, and at 29, he was in peak physical condition. He was proficient in firearms, martial arts, combat, and foreign languages, a true powerhouse in individual combat within the military, the undisputed king of soldiers. How could such an incredible person be in second place instead of first? The regional channel exploded with chatter. Cold blade isn't first? Are you kidding me? How could such a formidable character not be first? Then who is? Some speculated that it might be an ability user or a failed product of some mysterious experiment, giving them an edge over Cold blade. What nonsense! If you keep talking like that, even a cultivator will end up being the first. Others chimed in. If you keep this up, the creator will become the first place. Someone suggested, maybe it's an evolved being. Didn't the system say that evolution is possible here? I think it could be a high-level survivor who has been slaughtering monsters all day. Shut up. Your thoughts are all over the place. Think about it properly. Forget whether there are monsters to hunt. Even if there are, how would someone busy killing monsters have time to search for treasure chests? Despite how unbelievable it was, the system still announced the rewards for second place. ID A0197458895. Survivor Cold blade opened 115 treasure chests during the treasure chest activation event. Ranking second and received the following rewards: 101-star shabby wooden boxes, 102-star shabby boxes, 53-star shabby wooden boxes, a 3-star ordinary bicycle frame recipe, a 3-star ordinary bicycle inflatable tire recipe, a 3-star ordinary bicycle chain recipe, and a 3-star ordinary bicycle handlebar recipe. The rewards were quite generous, but few were paying attention to them anymore. The survivors were more concerned about who the first place was, eagerly anticipating the identity of that mysterious powerhouse. Lin Yuan sprinkled some cumin on the snake meat and then fixated his gaze on the shimmering screen in the air. This time, the changes on the screen were even more dramatic than the previous two, expanding in all directions. No matter where the survivors looked, they could see the top-ranked survivor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the image refreshed, revealing a woman in a white training outfit, holding a bowl and picking food to put into it. A woman? What's with that? Watch out. Zhou Genie might come over and punch your little chest. But pay attention to what she is eating. Yes, food determines strength, and it also decides rankings. We're lucky to have food at all. Among the top 20, some are eating apples, some are gnawing on steam buns. And the top 3 are all feasting on hot meals. Lin Yuan is grilling snake meat, while Cold Front is stewing snake meat in a can. As for this woman, she is adding chicken to her snake meat, making a pot of dragon and phoenix stew. The first thing Lin Yuan noticed was her living environment. It appeared to be a tent, furnished with a small round wooden table and plastic stools. Only then did he focus on the food. The woman was actually eating rice. And there was more than one dish. Besides the dragon and phoenix stew, she also had fried eggs and canned food. Eating well doesn't necessarily mean being powerful. The woman in the image didn't show any signs of being a strong fighter. Her features were delicate like porcelain, with no trace of sun exposure or training. If you haven't trained, try biking 100 kilometers. The hands holding the bowl were fair and delicate, not looking like they had ever held a weapon. Looking at her figure, she was curvaceous, not someone who could unleash much strength. Lin Yuan was indeed taken aback, but not because of her strength. It was her appearance and physique that astonished him. Among the women in the top 20, apart from Zhou Genie, weren't they all stunning beauties? But compared to the woman on the screen, they seemed like mere mortals next to a fairy. If someone claimed she was an internet celebrity, a movie queen, or a model, Lin Yuan would believe it. But to say she was ranked first in the treasure chest opening event, that seemed questionable to him, though the system couldn't possibly be wrong. Chapter 16, watching the woman on the screen indulge in food and drink. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and quickly picked up a piece of golden brown snake meat to put in his mouth. It's delicious, truly a feast for the eyes. Watching the beauty while enjoying the snake meat was a real pleasure. The woman, under the gaze of nearly 100,000 spectators, showed no signs of nervousness, calmly digging in her meal while occasionally glancing at the empty space in front of her. Two national athletes trained tirelessly day after day, year after year, to earn their positions of 8th and 7th place after arriving here. Two assassins who had danced with death since childhood managed to secure the 6th and 5th places. Coldblade, who had caught up later, had trained for a full 7 years to become the king of soldiers. Was my strength something that came out of nowhere? No, I've worked just as hard as any of you. Let me show you why I deserve to take first place. The woman's voice was icy, growing more impassioned with each word, until she slammed her hand on the table. With a swift kick, she drew a tang sword from its sheath, gripping the hilt with her left hand as she stepped out of the tent. Motionless as water, yet moving like a mountain, her movements flowed like a river, exuding an imposing presence, like a tiger descending from the mountain. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This woman could control her aura. She was a true master. It was a reminder that one should not judge by appearances. He had been narrow-minded to think of her as just a pretty face. He fixated on every move she made on the screen, so much so that he didn't even notice the snake meat burning. A slight chill wafted through the air outside the tent, and as the woman stepped out, the breeze ruffled her dark hair. She held the sword hilt tightly, walking at a steady pace, her aura growing stronger, like a tiger poised to pounce. I, Luo Yi, heir of ancient martial arts, have practiced stances since I was 3, learning from my grandfather, and I have trained diligently for 24 years. Winter training in the freezing cold, summer training in the sweltering heat, I have never slacked off. Luo Yi? Lin Yuan was stunned. Wasn't he that his girlfriend? No. Was she just a fictional girlfriend she created? What gave me the right to claim first? Just the fact that my training time is no less than yours. Just the fact that I am the strongest in zone A019. With that, Luo Yi lunged forward like a charging cheetah, taking a running leap. As she soared into the air, she swiftly drew her sword from its sheath and shouted, "Slash!" Gripping the hilt with her right hand, she swung the unsheathed tang sword toward a tree as thick as a person's waist. With a crack, the tree fell, clearly on the verge of toppling in Luo Yi's direction. This scene left the spectators gasping in shock, their amazement palpable. Luo Yi's expression remained as calm as a deep well, clearly unfazed by the situation or perhaps well prepared to handle it. Indeed, she twisted her waist in midair, adjusting her position, and kicked forcefully at the tree that was about to topple in her direction. Her feet moved like a spinning machine or a top, rapidly kicking the tree, getting higher with each kick, and, astonishingly, she propelled herself up to a height of 8 or 9 meters. The unknown tree, which was originally leaning toward her, was redirected by her kicks and fell in another direction. Being 8 or 9 meters off the ground is no joke. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely fall and either die or become crippled. Yet, Luo Yi remained calm and collected. With one final kick, she pushed off the tree with force, using the recoil to propel herself backward for another 5 or 6 meters. She twisted in the air again, thrusting her tang knife into another tree, the blade embedding deeply within. As she began to fall, the knife followed suit, creating a buffer that slowed her descent, making her appear almost ethereal, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Wow, was that enhanced with special effects? Lin Yuan's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. Luo Yi's series of moves were nothing short of superhuman. The regional channel was completely blown away. What did I just see? Lightness skill? No. It was a combination of technique, reflexes, and agility. Incredible. The first place truly deserves its title. Absolutely amazing. Someone like me wouldn't stand a chance against Luo Yi. She could take on 10, no, 100 of me, single-handedly. If Coldwind's combat power is the ceiling of the first floor, then Luo Yi should be at least the 3rd, if not the 4th or 5th floor. At first glance, she seemed delicate and soft, easy to push over, but now I'm utterly intimidated. ID 8019496971. Code name Unwilling to Part. Survivor Luo E has opened 150 treasure chests during the chest opening event, ranking first. Rewards include 100 1-star broken wooden boxes, 100 2-star broken boxes, 100 3-star broken wooden boxes, a 4-star ordinary bicycle frame recipe, a 4-star ordinary bicycle inflatable tire recipe, a 4-star ordinary bicycle chain recipe, a 4-star ordinary bicycle handlebar recipe, a 4-star ordinary bicycle seat recipe, a 4-star ordinary bicycle pedal recipe, a 4-star ordinary parts assembly recipe, a 9-star ordinary martial arts manual, and a 9-star ordinary forging technique. Let us congratulate Survivor Luo E for claiming first place in this event. The event has concluded successfully. Night vision functionality is now disabled. 3 pieces of information left the regional channel in complete astonishment. Wow, so many rewards. 300-star rated ordinary treasure chests. Goodness, there are even martial arts techniques, up to 9 stars. This game allows for cultivation. Assembling a bicycle? So, you need a frame, tires, chain, handlebars, pedals, and what else this part's assembly. It's over. My shelter isn't even built yet. While everyone else is focused on treasure chests, recipes, and skills, Lin Yuan's attention is fixated on the alias and name of Luo Yi. He can't shake the thought. The number 1 ranked player is my girlfriend? She made up a girlfriend named Luo Yi, with the alias E unwilling to part. To his surprise, this top player is also named Luo Yi, with the same alias. And even the same age. This is bad news. His girlfriend is way too strong. She's not going to die anytime soon. Lin Yuan hurriedly stuffed his face with snake meat to calm his nerves, as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, feeling like something bad was about to happen. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he noticed Yang Tingting had sent a message in the regional channel. Tingting Yuli, who says women are inferior to men. The great Luo E has overpowered 100,000 men and women. I've made my decision. From now on, I'll only support the great E. Please take care of yourself, especially since you're pregnant. Once the baby is born, I'll help take care of it. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yuan's face turned completely dark. That troublemaker Yang Tingting is really stirring up trouble. The thought of Luo E chopping down trees and diving from a height of 8 or 9 meters made the grilled meat suddenly lose its appeal, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The truth can't be hidden forever, with Yang Tingting's loud proclamation. It was only a matter of time before the news reached Luo E's ears. What? The great player is pregnant? Don't spout nonsense. Don't tell me you're just jealous of her incredible strength and the numerous treasure chests she has earned. Exactly. You're such a malicious woman, a venomous vixen. Of course, Yang Tingting wasn't eager to back down. With her silver tongue, she recounted how she had sold underwear to Lin Yuan. This sent the regional channel into a frenzy, with terms like number 1, Luo E, pregnant, baby, and boyfriend dominating the conversation. Chapter 17. Lin Yuan cradled his head in his hands, completely devoid of the mood to roast meat, his face a portrait of despair. His biggest mistake today was buying a pair of women's underwear. Yang Tingting, that woman, could turn the smallest issue into a citywide uproar. She had the audacity to hold her own in a heated debate on the regional channel, armed with a heavyweight weapon, screenshots of her chat history with Lin Yuan. When the survivors saw the chat logs, they all fell silent, conceding defeat. Many men sighed in frustration. Their hopes of romance ended before they even began. It was undeniable that Luo E was simply too outstanding, and in this survival world, strength was paramount. Her beauty was breathtaking, enough to make fish sink and birds fall. To win her affection would mean satisfaction in every aspect, but alas, she was already taken. Meanwhile, what was Luo Yi doing? After receiving her system rewards, she was busy opening treasure chests, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in the regional channel. It wasn't until a fearless survivor, her, trying to sell her abortion pills, that she realized in a daze that she had unwittingly become someone's girlfriend and was even pregnant. Furious, she angrily sent a friend request to Lin Yuan. System notification. A survivor with the codename Reluctant to Part requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Lin Yuan had anticipated that one day Luo Yi would confront him, but he never imagined it would happen so soon. In just a short while, the victim had come knocking. He took a deep breath. Luo Yi was too formidable, even with his golden finger. He knew he couldn't overpower her in such a short time. The best course of action was to explain how things had spiraled out of control and turn conflict into peace. Accept. System notification. You have become friends. You can now chat freely. Luo-E gritted her teeth, a cold smile on her face. Huh, boyfriend? Do you want to test how sharp my knife is? There had been men in the past who had desired her body, but they had all been scared off by her tactics. She was confident that Lin Yuan would be no exception. Men only influenced the speed at which she would draw her blade. Seeing Luo-E's fierce demeanor, Lin Yuan was also fired up. Now that he had his golden finger by his side, he had nothing to fear. Yes, I am your boyfriend, and I'm craving you. If you have the guts, come over and take a bite. Luo-E replied instantly. On this endless road, when they met, they would settle the score. Lin Yuan shot back defiantly. I'm ready whenever you are. Let us see how I'll crush you in the end. Thus, the two parted ways in discontent. Luo-E continued to open her treasure chests, while Lin Yuan swept the nearly charred snake meat off the iron plate, took out a towel to wipe it down, and tossed the snake meat back on to roast again. With the previous experience under his belt, he was now calm and collected as he roasted the snake meat. Pouring oil, sprinkling salt, adding cumin, and then a bit of chili powder, he grilled it until it was done and ready to eat. As Lin Yuan enjoyed the delicious grilled meat, he pondered over his next steps. What started as a friendly exchange had turned into a challenge, leaving him feeling a bit frustrated yet exhilarated. Who wouldn't be tempted by a woman like Luo-E? Lin Yuan felt the allure strongly, but in the face of her impressive skills, who dared to act too recklessly? He responded with confidence, and it felt great. It was indeed satisfying, but what should he do next? He couldn't afford to lose too badly and end up humiliated. Through this experience, Lin Yuan recognized his shortcomings: low stamina, limited skills, lack of proper weapons, and insufficient training. Moving forward, he needed to focus on improving in these areas. Stamina could be enhanced through leveling up and exercising. For skills, he should learn techniques similar to military boxing and practice extensively to reach a state where his mind and body were in sync. What does that mean? It means integrating the skills learned through leveling up into his muscle memory through practice until he could move effortlessly. As for weapons, Lin Yuan thought it over and decided to use guns, both modern and ancient. Modern guns had powerful capabilities and were easier to master. With practice, he could become an expert marksman. The ancient gun fascinated him due to his interest in historical weaponry, reminiscent of Zhao Zilong sweeping through the battlefield with such arms. Additionally, practicing marksmanship would help him build his physical strength. In summary, he needed to rigorously train the skills he acquired. After finishing half of his snake meat, Lin Yuan ended his dinner and prepared to open treasure chests. With 210 chests to explore, he was eager to see what he could obtain, hoping to find a bicycle recipe. Just having the materials wasn't enough. He needed to gather enough components as well. He also hoped to unlock more skills similar to military boxing to boost his combat abilities, and of course, he needed weapons, pots, pans, and other essentials. It seemed he had a lot of demands, but not wanting to dwell on that. Lin Yuan reached for the nearest treasure chest and began the opening process. He opened a 1-star shabby wooden box and received 2 iron pieces. You have obtained a 1-star ordinary iron piece, gaining 1 experience point. He opened another 1-star shabby wooden box and received basic fist technique 1. You have obtained a 1-star ordinary skill, gaining 5 experience points. He opened a 2-star shabby wooden box and obtained a refined iron longsword and basic sword technique 1. 1 chest, 2 chests, 5 chests, 20. 100 at first. Lin Yuan was excited to see what he had opened and how many experience points he had gained. But as the number of open treasure chests increased, he became numb, mechanically opening one box after another, tossing the contents into his storage space, and moving on to the next chest. Just opening the treasure chest brought a sense of joy, but with so many chests, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think, why isn't there a one-click open feature? After finishing with the chests, Lin Yuan began to tally his gains. His 100 virtual storage slots were nearly overflowing with various items, leaving only 5 slots empty. If the items in the slots couldn't stack, he would have run out of space long ago. But each slot could only hold up to 10 of the same item. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual screen, which was filled with a dazzling array of items. The most common were daily necessities, which had little value but were essential. He had several pieces of clothing suitable for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As for food, there were sausage, instant noodles, bread, steamed buns, spicy strips, chips, noodles, and rice. For sleeping, he He had a comforter and a pillow. For footwear, there were cloth shoes, sneakers, and leather shoes. He also had towels, toothbrushes, tissues, and kitchenware. Lin Yuan didn't bother counting the exact number of items. A rough estimate was enough. In addition to these, he had materials for making a bicycle. Iron sheets, plastic, rubber, and dye. Enough to construct one bike. Besides the materials, there were recipes, but they were all for bicycles. There were 1-star and 2-star recipes, but no 3-star ones, considering he only had 10 ordinary, worn-out wooden chests. Next came the most important part, which Lin Yuan valued the most, skill books. He had 3 basic boxing manuals, 1 basic leg technique book, 2 basic body movement manuals, 1 basic swordsmanship book, and 1 basic combat book. He also acquired a weapon, a refined iron longsword, a pistol, 3 magazines, each with 20 rounds, and 2 wooden-handled grenades. Just then, Lin Yuan noticed that the word channel in the channel section of the virtual screen had turned blood red and was slightly pulsating. Was this a regional announcement? Lin Yuan quickly focused his thoughts on the regional channel to start checking it out. Chapter 18, Regional Announcement. Survivor Zhou Genie has acquired a foundation, unlocking the home feature. Survivors can now build houses on this foundation, and these houses can be included in the survival guide, allowing them to be placed at designated locations. More features are available for survivors to explore on their own. It turns out Zhou Genie has opened up a cornerstone, which has been announced regionally. Little girl, reluctant to part far from enough, do you want this foundation? You can cohabitate. With one foundation, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Consider your all top 3 big shots. Home, cohabitation, what is going on? Lin Yuan saw the home section, which was originally gray, now glowing gold, indicating this feature has been activated. With a thought, Lin Yuan checked the features and realized this was designed for high-level players. The home feature allows houses built on the foundation to be included in the guide and can be removed from the guide to be placed on any piece of land, offering great flexibility. Compared to shelters, the home feature has many benefits. When survivors hit the road, they either have to dismantle or abandon their shelters, wasting time and energy building a new one at each location. The home feature is much more convenient and efficient. Build once and use for a lifetime. Additionally, the home has a cohabitation feature, where 2 survivors can combine their foundations to expand and build larger houses. However, currently, not many survivors can afford to play with the home feature, as resources are still quite scarce. After reviewing the home feature, Lin Yuan was quite interested in Zhou Genie's foundation, but ultimately decided to decline. Far from enough, keep it for yourself. You need it more. That weight won't be supported by just one foundation. I need to save my items to trade for better guns, marksmanship, and other skill books. Little girl, don't hit the face, am I shameless? Far from enough. A big heart for a big person, you wouldn't understand. Reluctant to part. I'll take it. What do you want in exchange? Just then, Luo Yi chimed in, finally breaking her silence. Following her, several others emerged as well. Cold wind. I came back home from matchmaking and unexpectedly ended up here. But life must go on, right? Looking for a cohabitant. I want to say sweet words. But if there's danger, I'll stand in front. Dugu Chiobai. Weapon for weapon, I have a fine iron spear. Anyone want to trade? Demonic voice. Can you big shots please be considered for once? You stuff all your surplus supplies into the trading post for your convenience. But have you thought about how we feel? You ask for a price here, no response for ages. Ask for a price there, no one has selling. Trying to buy a skill book is just so difficult. I'm really struggling. Little girl, I don't know what to exchange for. Nor do I know where to go in the future. I don't know how to use a gun. Could the top player give me some advice? Seeing the lively regional channel, Lin Yuan quickly sent another message to tease Luo Yi. Not enough. Please don't buy it. I'm afraid my kidneys won't be able to handle it. Get lost. If you keep barking, I'll really come and take your kidneys. Little girl, I believe everyone has their strengths. You still have a significant advantage and can showcase your talents. I have a 3-star boxing glove and a 3-star skill. The mighty iron fist. Interested? Believe in yourself. Once your attributes are high enough, melee combat might not be worse than firearms. Personal strength is key. Lin Yuan touched his nose. It seemed that Luo Yi was quite upset. If she wanted to roll her eyes, so be it. He had a lot on his plate. He completely agreed with the idea that personal strength is paramount, so he decided to make some exchanges first. He applied to add the great film emperor and the beautiful secretary as friends, then closed the regional channel. He sent a message to the great film emperor, Bai Li Xiaozheng. Not enough. Great film emperor, I have a fine iron longsword, and since you use swords, would you like it? I also have a basic sword technique. He then messaged the beautiful secretary. What do you have? I have several basic skill books. Soon, both replied almost simultaneously. Dugachobai. You exchanged already. So are you looking to use a gun now? Just so happens I have a basic gun technique. Moin I don't have any skill books or valuable items. Lin Yuan first exchanged the fine iron longsword and the basic sword technique for the gun and gun technique he wanted before replying to the beautiful secretary. Not enough. Don't try to seduce me. I'm a serious person. He Yuing replied instantly. Moin Am I that kind of person? Besides, with such a beautiful girlfriend, would you even notice someone like us? What else was someone like us? Lin Yuan scoffed at that. The women who could make it into the top 20 were all beauties with great character. Who among them was ordinary? Even the survivors ranked below 20, regardless of gender. Among 100,000 people, it was hard to say there weren't hidden talents. If they weren't on the list now, it was probably due to bad luck or a mindset that hadn't shifted yet, or maybe they didn't take the event seriously. One must never underestimate others. The beautiful secretary continued to message him. Although I don't have what you want, I have what you're looking to buy. This was contradictory. Since you didn't have what he wanted, why would he buy anything? But in the next moment, Moin Pictures. Wooden wall recipe? Wooden window recipe? Lin Yuan. This certainly wasn't what he wanted, but he would definitely buy it. He couldn't help but admire He Yuing. She was indeed talented, living up to her position as a secretary. Selling 2 recipes was no easy feat. He decided to buy them. Who made Lin Yuan crave for Luo Yi? Now that she has bought the foundation, it's the perfect time to use a pillow when you're feeling drowsy. Such a great opportunity to show kindness shouldn't be missed. A basic fist technique and a basic body technique. How about a trade? It has to be done. I wish you could get a smile from the beautiful girl. Lin Yuan laughed heartily and immediately launched an attack on Luo Yi. He sent over the 2 formulas with a remark. Here you go, but how can you build walls and windows with just a foundation? Luo Yi replied instantly. What do you want in exchange? Not nearly enough. I'm not asking for anything in return. Unwilling to part. Trying to buy me off with little favors to make me your girlfriend is impossible. Lin Yuan just couldn't help but hover on the edge of danger. Are you saying that if I give you more resources, I can bring you down? Unwilling to part. These 2 formulas are exactly what I need. I'll compensate you with other resources. I want to take advantage of you. Not nearly enough. Are you saying I could take advantage of you? Lin Yuan continued to boast. System notification. Sorry, you have been added to the other party's blacklist. Message sending failed. Lin Yuan. This crazy woman must be confused. Didn't she say she decompensate me? After complaining a bit, Lin Yuan turned to count his other gains, not worried at all about being permanently blacklisted by Luo Yi. After all, a favor is a favor. And once she calms down, she'll reach out to him. Besides the resources he gained, Lin Yuan also accumulated experience points from opening treasure chests in the afternoon. And after frantically opening more chests just now, he now had a considerable amount of experience points. Experience points. 556, wow. With so many experience points. What's there to worry about? With all these points, why hesitate? Let us use them quickly to boost my strength. Luo Yi said that close combat might not be worse than firearms. When the top player speaks, who would dare not believe? Chapter 19 Lin Yuan took out the basic fist techniques, leg techniques, body movements, combat skills, and gun techniques, placing them aside. After 2 rounds of skill learning and 2 battles against enemies, he had managed to grasp some understanding of the basics. Although he had learned the upgraded skills, he found himself struggling to apply them effectively. It seems contradictory, right? How can one learn something yet not know how to use it? It's not hard to understand. Take writing as an example. Many people can write common characters, but some write them poorly, some are messy, some are barely legible, while others have beautiful handwriting, and some even develop their own unique style. This illustrates that while your mind may understand, your body or hands may not yet be adept. With this experience, Lin Yuan decided to change his strategy this time. He would no longer blindly allocate points. Instead, he would level up 1 skill at a time and digest it fully to avoid becoming overwhelmed or experiencing indigestion. He picked up the book, focused his mind, and a blue prompt appeared. Would you like to learn basic fist techniques? Without hesitation, he confirmed. As soon as he did, the book in his hand transformed into a beam of light and surged into Lin Yuan's mind. He instinctively closed his eyes, absorbing images and knowledge about the basic fist techniques. The basic fist techniques teach one how to punch, how to form a fist, how to strike forward, backward, upward, downward, left. and right. Of course, it's not just about random punches. If it were that simple, there would be no need to learn, as anyone could do it. The technique also includes how to deliver the most powerful punch. You have learned basic fist techniques. You have acquired a 1-star ordinary skill, basic fist techniques, gaining 2 experience points. Skill, basic fist techniques quality, ordinary rating, 1-star, level, 1 experience, 0.05, effect, increases punch speed by 2, increases punch power by 2. True to its 1-star ordinary skill status, the experience gained was 2 points more than that of military boxing. Having learned the basic fist techniques, Lin Yuan immediately clenched his fist and began to practice according to the images in his mind. He punched forward, backward, upward, downward, left, and right. As a level 1 skill, he had already fully absorbed the techniques after 2 rounds. Not wanting to get bored from leveling up too quickly, Lin Yuan decided to practice a mix of skills. This time, he focused on the basic leg techniques, another 1-star ordinary skill. After deciding to learn it, he closed his eyes once more to absorb the skill. The basic leg techniques teach you how to use your legs. There's nothing fancy about it. The key is simply to kick. Front kicks, back kicks, side kicks, single leg kicks, double leg kicks, and consecutive kicks. It's all about how to kick effectively to deliver the most powerful strike. The basic leg techniques are slightly more difficult than the basic punching techniques. Lin Yuan practiced the leg techniques twice before he could barely grasp them, mainly due to the difficulty of executing movements that require body coordination. Next came the basic movement techniques, which included footwork and how to dodge attacks. This part was relatively simple. The challenging part was the basic combat techniques, which integrate punching, kicking, movement, and palm techniques. This fighting skill focuses on attacking the enemy's weaknesses and vital points to achieve victory. It is a 2-star ordinary skill, and Lin Yuan practiced it 5 times before he could barely digest it. If level 1 skills are this difficult, it's hard to imagine how challenging it would be to master them at higher levels. Fortunately, Lin Yuan has experience points, which allow him to learn more efficiently and significantly speed up his skill training. Next, he moved on to weapon training, specifically basic firearm techniques, which are also a 2-star ordinary skill. After learning the skill, Lin Yuan took out a fine iron spear and began practicing the basic firearm techniques he had just learned. Although the spear is called a fine iron spear, it is not made entirely of fine iron. To be entirely forged from fine iron, it would need to weigh at least 40 pounds, which would be too heavy for most people to wield. Even someone like Lin Yuan, who is a programmer, would struggle with it, let alone someone like Cold Front or Luo Yi. The spear's tip is made of fine iron, shaped like a diamond, glinting coldly and looking exceptionally sharp. The shaft is made of an unknown black wood, approximately 1.5 meters long, with a red tassel tied to it. Basic firearm techniques focus on thrusting, blocking, and seizing, with supplementary techniques such as crashing, pointing, piercing, chopping, circling, lifting, and pushing. Thrusting includes direct thrusts, upward thrusts, and downward thrusts. Lin Yuan started practicing thrusting, focusing on how to thrust, how to apply force, and how to grip the spear with each movement. He practiced from thrusting to pushing, repeating it over and over. After 10 attempts, he still struggled to grasp the essence of it. The main issue was the numerous variations in spear techniques from gripping to movements, including one-handed and two-handed grips, along with changes during techniques and controlling the shaft and tip of the spear, which left Lin Yuan even more confused. After another 10 attempts, he still couldn't get the hang of it and reluctantly switched to practicing with another weapon, a handgun. The handgun was much simpler. Having just watched Zhang Yukai shoot, Lin Yuan mimicked his actions, and after pulling the trigger with a bang, he realized he could use a gun. As for the accuracy of his shooting, it didn't phase Lin Yuan, who had experience points. After firing a few rounds, he indeed unlocked a handgun shooting skill. He quickly upgraded the handgun shooting skill, and after absorbing the knowledge in his mind, he continued shooting to internalize the skill. By the time he finished one magazine, he had already leveled up the handgun shooting skill to level 9. As long as he was within the effective range of the handgun, he might not hit every shot, but he could definitely be considered a skilled shooter. As for why he couldn't achieve perfect accuracy even with a level 9 skill, that was because handguns have significant recoil, and without proper training, he couldn't maintain stability in both arms when firing, making it difficult to control the muzzle. After a long day of biking, Lin Yuan practiced one skill after another and fired 30 rounds, the noise ringing in his ears. After changing the magazine in his pistol, he decided to call a night. He felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet, so he quickly washed up and crawled into his shelter. He propped a wooden board against the entrance and collapsed into a deep sleep. He was utterly exhausted. This time, he didn't sleep naked. Who knew what might happen in the survival world? Soon, he drifted off, snoring lightly. Once he fell asleep, a notification appeared in his mind. You have entered the survival world, traveled 110 kilometers on an endless road, opened 109 treasure chests, eliminated one enemy, killed a poisonous snake, and achieved a rank of 3rd in the event. You've had a fulfilling day, and your experience points are being calculated. You have earned 300 experience points. Lin Yuan slept soundly, and even while dreaming, he was still racking up experience points, while other survivors were struggling immensely. It's safe to say that those in the top 20, or even the top 1,000, were doing relatively well, even if some couldn't sleep. As the night deepened, the cold became more biting, and those with weaker constitutions faced the risk of freezing to death. Even those gathered around campfires were not much better off. The firewood would eventually run out, forcing them to take risks to chop down trees. Unfortunately, some unlucky souls would get bitten by snakes and meet their end. Throughout the night, the number of deaths was no less than during the day. The regional chat was filled with cries for help. It was too hot during the day. I didn't search for treasure properly, and now I regret it. Is there anyone selling wood? I'm running out of time. Well, if someone gives me some wood, I'll be their girlfriend. Chapter 20. Lin Yuan was deep in sleep when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. A voice that sounded somewhat familiar, clear and cold. It was Luo Yi's voice, but filled with hatred. How could she be here? Had she made it to the shelter? Curiosity and confusion washed over him as he struggled to open his blurry eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Luo Yi with bloodshot eyes, a fierce expression on her face, wielding a tang knife, and without a word, she lunged at him with deadly intent. Don't! In an instant, all drowsiness vanished from Lin Yuan. He felt a chill run down his spine as he quickly recoiled. But Luo Yi remained undeterred, the blade drawing ever closer. My life is over. With nowhere to hide, Lin Yuan let out a scream, closed his eyes, trembling, ready to meet his end. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yuan realized he didn't feel any pain. Confused, he opened his eyes. Had this madwoman suddenly found her conscience and stopped? He checked his body. It seemed he hadn't lost any parts, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Coward! Lin Yuan looked up to see Luo Yi had sheathed her knife, holding it against her chest, standing straight with a crescent smile on her lips, gazing at him with eyes as clear as blue waves. The fierce, menacing demeanor from moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Though she didn't laugh out loud or make any gestures related to laughter, Lin Yuan inexplicably felt she was quite pleased. How could she not be happy? She had successfully pranked him. Lin Yuan realized that Luo Yi hadn't attacked him in the shelter, but was actually on a video call with him. He felt somewhat annoyed. With her acting skills, she should have been an actress playing a villain, not a practitioner of ancient martial arts. How would you like the emergency call I set up? My wake-up service is quite thorough, right? Lin Yuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. This wasn't TA's service. It was blatant revenge, a brutal beating. Was it really necessary to go this far, just because he had made a joke last night? If someone with a weaker constitution had been in his place, they could have been scared into a heart attack. Though exasperated, Lin Yuan could still sense her happiness through her voice, as it had changed. It was no longer the icy clarity he had heard when they first met, nor the serious and domineering tone she had before drawing her weapon. Now, her voice flowed like a babbling brook, refreshing and soothing. Cunning as ever, Lin Yuan, seeing her face so close on the screen, suddenly hatched a mischievous plan and smiled wickedly. You want to play? Then I'll play big. He slapped his hands forcefully on the ground, lunged forward toward the screen, and aimed to kiss Luo Yi's lips. With a cheeky tone, he said, "This service is amazing. Come here, moi. This is a reward from your husband." Luo Yi's face changed drastically. She drew her knife from its sheath and swiftly slashed at Lin Yuan, each strike faster than the last. Go to hell, go to hell. Although Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, he was secretly alarmed. The speed at which Luo Yi wielded her blade was astonishing. She was able to create afterimages, as if she were wielding multiple swords simultaneously. In just a fleeting moment, who knows how many strikes she had unleashed. Seeing that her efforts were in vain, the rogue Luo Yi cursed angrily and hung up the phone in a huff. Lin Yuan, having successfully turned the tables, wasn't particularly pleased either. The main issue was that Luo Yi's strength resembled an iceberg. He had only seen a small part yesterday, and today, another piece was revealed. The more he understood, the more he realized the towering height of this iceberg. As a descendant of ancient martial arts, she had trained with her grandfather since the age of 3, practicing stances in winter and enduring the heat in summer, diligently honing her skills for 24 years. Lin Yuan recalled what Luo Yi had said yesterday, quickly got up, and took out his finely forged long spear before heading outside. It was pitch dark outside, but after lighting a bonfire, Lin Yuan began practicing basic spear techniques in the open space. Holding the spear with both hands, he changed his footwork and thrust forward rapidly, transferring power through the spear shaft. After each thrust, he would move the spear in various ways. From the initial awkwardness by the time dawn broke, he had developed a decent technique. At 8 o'clock, the dark sky suddenly brightened. There was no gradual dawn here. The moment the clock struck 8, a blue glow appeared, prompting Lin Yuan to stop his spear practice and inspect his surroundings closely. The new player benefit time for the day had ended, and the natural disasters were resuming. On the path of survival, one must not only search for resources, but also avoid various natural disasters. Beast disasters. If you linger in one place for too long, wild beasts will come sniffing around. Earthquake disasters. Sometimes roads can sink deep into the ground. You must drive quickly to escape with your life. Rockfall disasters. Roads wind through mountainous regions, severely disrupting the ecological balance. Rocks from the mountains may occasionally tumble down onto the roads, so be cautious and avoid them. Mudslide disasters. On rainy days, one must be extremely careful on the roads, as landslides may occur and destroy the pathways. Exciting moments will feature the top 20 survivors competing, battling monsters and encountering dangers, all broadcast live for everyone to witness the prowess of the top 20. Each exciting moment will earn points based on its intensity, which can be exchanged for iron treasure chests. Wow, these alerts contain a lot of information. There's no doubt the difficulty has increased, as the first day was a beginner's benefit period. Exciting moments are meant to stir things up. Regularly broadcasting the top 20 will allow all survivors to watch. This not only motivates the top 20 to strive for more rankings and earn points for treasure chests, but also encourages other survivors, seeing how strong others are. What choice do you have but to work hard? Under the competitive atmosphere, the strength of survivors in the entire region is only going to grow stronger. What is this mastermind trying to do? On one hand, they're boosting people-less abilities, and on the other, so many are dying. Once a natural disaster strikes, I believe even more people will perish. Sigh. Lin Yuan plunged his long gun into the ground, deciding to take a break from practicing and get some breakfast first. He pulled out a small aluminum pot, filled it about 2/3 with water, covered it, and placed it on the primitive stove he had set up last night, lighting a fire to heat it up. Taking out a pack of egg noodles, Lin Yuan planned to cook some noodles to eat, saving the snake meat for lunch. As he looked at the noodles, an interesting idea suddenly popped into Lin Yuan's mind. He quickly opened a virtual screen and sent a message to Luo Yi. Not enough? E, what are you up to? How about I give you some noodles? Luo Yi replied angrily, Get lost. Don't call me E. We're not that familiar. You dare to give me noodles? Do you believe I'll cut off your thing and feed it to the dogs, making you unable to have descendants? While cooking the noodles, Lin Yuan chatted with Luo Yi without missing a beat. Are you being too dirty? I meant noodles. What are you thinking? I didn't expect you to be this kind of Luo Yi. Seeing that Luo Yi had fallen into his trap, Lin Yuan quickly turned the tables and even sent a picture of the cooking noodles. E, are you being unreasonable? Did you just set a trap for me? Lin Yuan replied seriously, No, I'm a decent person. You're just trying to trick me. Get lost, I want to eat handouts. System prompt. You have been blocked by the other party. Message failed to send. Lin Yuan shook his head, scooped the cooked noodles into a bowl, and picked them up with chopsticks, slurping a bite. He couldn't help but remark, This woman, her strength doesn't match her mindset. Looks like I have an obligation to help her train her mentality in the future. He closed the friend channel and switched to the regional channel to post an advertisement. Not enough. High prices paid for formulas, skill books, marksmanship, pistol or rifle bullets, etc. The prices will definitely satisfy you, boss. Chapter 21. Day 2 of survival. On the second day of survival, Lin Yuan planned to stay put in the shelter, not going anywhere. He intended to use up his existing experience points to enhance his strength before making any further moves. At the same time, he could observe the conditions of other survivors, learn from their experiences, and benefit from their efforts. After enjoying a bowl of noodles and realizing that the advertisements he had seen had not yielded any results, Lin Yuan closed the survival guide and began to enter a state of focus training. First, he checked how many experience points he had left and how many skills he could upgrade. Lin Yuan silently thought of experience points and called upon the experience point system. Experience points. 750, 750? Lin Yuan was taken aback. That's a lot, isn't it? This doesn't seem right. Last night, I upgraded my pistol shooting skill, and I should only have around 400 points left. How'd I gain about 300 points overnight? As if aware of Lin Yuan's confusion, the purple Arabic numerals vanished, transforming into a series of purple panels displaying notifications of experience points gained. The last notification indicated a whopping increase of 300 points. You entered the survival world, traversed endless roads, rode 110 kilometers, opened 109 treasure chests, killed one enemy, defeated a poisonous snake, and achieved a ranking of 3rd in the daily activity. Your experiences today have been rich, and you have earned 300 experience points. Wow, this experience point system is impressive. Not only can you earn experience from various activities, but it also summarizes all the things you accomplished in a day into experience points. With so many experience points, Lin Yuan felt he had to make the most of it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. He pulled up his attributes and clicked to upgrade his skills. He upgraded his basic fist fighting skill from level 1 to level 2. After digesting that, he upgraded other skills as well, moving his basic leg technique, basic body technique, and basic combat skills to level 2. Then, he turned his attention back to the more challenging skill, basic gun technique. At level 1, the basic gun technique consisted of just basic moves, but at level 2, it included more variations of those moves. Lin Yuan practiced repeatedly, losing track of time until it was already noon. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, and the sun shone brightly in the sky. Since the moment it turned light at 8 a.m., the sun had emerged, and it was getting hotter by the minute. The temperature difference between day and night in this survival world was extreme. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his face, planted his long gun in the ground, and prepared to cook. With no extra cooking tools, he decided to make a pot of snake meat rice porridge to hold him over. First, he simmered the snake meat, and once it was cooked, he would add the rinsed rice to the pot to cook together. During this time, Lin Yuan opened the regional channel to check on the status of other survivors. When he saw the number of people online in the area, he was stunned. 98, 548? Wow, over 1,000 people have died in just one morning? What on earth happened? Lin Yuan quickly opened the regional channel chat history and began scrolling through the messages. By the time he finished reading, the porridge was almost cooked. The deaths reported were varied. Some were killed by tigers, others were torn apart by leopards, and some were trampled to death by elephants. The endless highway was not like the highways on Blue Star, which had guardrails, surveillance, and rarely experienced wild animal attacks on pedestrians. The endless highway was a true wilderness, a place rarely visited by humans, where wild beasts roamed freely. Yesterday was the newbie benefit period, which allowed survivors to get accustomed to the environment. Today, encountering fierce beasts like tigers on the highway was completely normal. There were also deaths caused by natural disasters, such as being crushed by falling rocks from the mountains or disappearing into the depths of the earth. Now on the highway, survivors not only had to face the threat of wild animals, but also had to avoid natural disasters and the scarcity of supplies. The number of treasure chests found had decreased. It was no longer like the first day when a bit of effort would yield a chest every kilometer. On the second day, the treasure chest refresh mechanism had completely changed. Chests could be hidden in trees, grass, or crevices in rocks, and whether or not one could find them depended entirely on their eyesight and luck. Although the number of treasure chests had decreased, the chests that could be found were no longer just ordinary broken wooden boxes. They ranged from 1 star to 9 stars, and any star level could be discovered. Some even speculated that it might be possible to find black iron chests. Black iron chests were above the ordinary quality, and anything obtained from them could be sold for many common items, leading to overnight wealth. This also gave other survivors the chance to catch up to the top 20. Finding a high-star chest could easily outclass the current first place. No, first place was unrealistic, as they had a 9-star common item, but surpassing the second place was definitely within reach. Some people who obtained high-star items boasted loudly, claiming to be the best in the world. In the regional channel, someone posted, I opened a 3-star common chest and got a pistol with 40 bullets. With this gun, What does the first place even mean? They don't even deserve to give me a hand up. This was posted by a survivor with the code, name, I steal the big dragon. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This person had a thicker skin than a city wall. Even with his advantages, Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to boast like that. If they got a rifle, wouldn't their tone be enough to destroy the universe? This person was hopeless, so Lin Yuan turned to the trading post. Wow, Lin Yuan was genuinely shocked. There were so many items available. Recipes, skills, guns and ammunition, all sorts of supplies. This morning, there were hardly any, and now there was everything. Lin Yuan was amused when he checked the trading requests. Most were for food and water, with only a few looking to trade for skill books or other items. These survivors, who had opened star-level chests and felt proud, didn't realize that what they were trading, the top 20 already had plenty of. Lin Yuan already had several bags of rice and dozens of barrels of bottled mineral water. Without hesitation, he decided to buy more. All he needed was a bit of water and food, so why not? A big iron wok? Bought it. He only had a small aluminum pot, and with an iron wok, he could start cooking. Eggs? Sure, bought those too. A rice steamer? He definitely needed one. He and T had rice in 2 days and was craving it. Handgun ammunition? Bought, as it was in short supply. Foundation stones? Bought those as well. After purchasing a whole bunch of items, Lin Yuan didn't spend too many resources. These survivors were still too naive. The items they sold were just enough to fatten up the top 20 players. While the other survivors were scraping by, the top 20 had exchanged a little bit of resources for valuable skill books and other items, working hard to enhance their abilities. By the time the other survivors started diligently practicing their skills, the top players might already be out hunting beasts, not worrying about opening treasure chests or going hungry. Having bought so many things, Lin Yuan lost interest in chatting in the regional channel. After eating 3 large bowls of snake meat rice porridge, he started organizing his newly purchased items. He actually had a lot to do. He needed to train his skills, build a house, and upgrade his bicycle. After some thought, Lin Yuan decided to prioritize building a house. If it rained heavily, this little shelter wouldn't stand a chance against the elements. He opened the virtual screen and found the material synthesis station in the crafting section. He tossed in 2 1-star ordinary foundations. The material synthesis station roared to life, vibrating as it worked. Soon, the vibration stopped, and the machine ceased operation, spitting out a new foundation. The foundation upgraded from 1-star ordinary to 2-star. That was the function of the material synthesis station. In addition to the building materials processing station and the material synthesis station, the crafting section also included an equipment processing station, which, as the name suggests, was for crafting equipment. A 1-star ordinary foundation had a construction area of 10 square meters, while a 2-star foundation had 20 square meters. Lin Yuan took out the foundation and considered where to place it. Chapter 22 soon. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. After the house was built, he could still earn some income from it. So getting hung up on where to place the foundation was really just making trouble for himself. He wasn't planning to live here forever. He decided to leave a space for skill training and place the foundation right next to the shelter. As soon as he used it, the foundation dropped to the ground. The small foundation quickly transformed from 1 brick into 2, then from 2 into 8, like cells dividing. In the blink of an eye, a 20 square meter floor appeared on the vacant lot. Now, he could start building a house on this foundation. Opening his storage space, he found the wooden wall, wooden door, wooden window, wooden bed, roof, and stove recipes among the items he had just purchased. Seeing that these recipes required a fair amount of wood and stone, he bought these materials from the trading post, and he got quite a bit. Next, he needed the construction material processing table. Lin Yuan fed the recipes one by one to the processing table and began crafting wooden walls. The wooden walls that were made were miniature versions, and he could control where to place them with his mind. By clicking to use them, the wooden walls would take their proper shape. He made enough wooden walls to enclose the entire 20 square meter foundation, then crafted a wooden door and installed it. Next came the roof. He first made wooden planks and laid them one by one on the roof, then placed the completed roof on top of the planks. Once the house was built and the exterior was finished, he turned his attention to the interior, crafting a wooden bed and placing it, then making a wooden window to allow for ventilation. One was enough, too many would let in cold air. Finally, he built a stove, attached a large iron pot, and crafted a wooden table and stools, arranging them neatly. A simple wooden house was successfully constructed. It didn't need to be perfect, since he would have to rebuild it anyway when the foundation expanded. Having completed the wooden house, Lin Yuan was motivated to upgrade his bicycle as well. aiming to become part of the house and car owning crowd. He pulled out the recipe to take a look. Only the frame and tires were 3-star ordinary items, while the handlebars, chain, pedals, seat, and parts assembly had 1-star and 2-star ratings. The other recipes were easy to understand. But what was this parts assembly? Lin Yuan pulled out the recipe and began to read. Item, recipe, parts assembly quality, ordinary rating. 1-star description, bicycles and even more advanced vehicles are composed of many large and small parts. Although a vehicle can run without parts, its speed and quality will inevitably decline. Requirements: 5 iron plates, 1 universal key. What on earth is that? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Did he even have such a thing? As it turned out, he did. After rummaging through his storage space for a while, he finally found the so-called universal key. It was a golden yellow key, and he had 5 of them. Item, universal key quality, ordinary rating. 1-star description, essential materials for assembling parts and even combat gear. Combat gear? What is that? Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed. If this continued, he'd have 100,000 questions. Never mind, upgrading the bicycle was more important. If the core of the vehicle is the mechanical heart, then the frame is the bridge that supports it. Without a frame, you can't install tires, seats, and so on. So Lin Yuan's first task was to build the frame, replacing the wooden structure. By replacing, Lin Yuan guessed that the wooden frame was devoured by the mechanical heart, because after a flash of blue light, the new frame was installed, but the old one had disappeared without a trace. Not wanting to dwell on this minor issue, he continued to make the tires and install them. Next came the handlebars, seat, chain, and more. Half an hour later, the new bicycle was freshly assembled. Since he could customize the colors, Lin Yuan chose dark red for the tires, sky blue for the frame, golden yellow for the seat, deep green for the pedals, and a mysterious yellow for the handlebars. Just as he installed the last component, a blue light curtain appeared. Vehicle successfully created. Please name your vehicle. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and uttered 4 words: Dragon Battle in the Wild. Now that he had a golden finger, he felt worthy of that name. Vehicle, Dragon Battle in the Wild quality, ordinary rating. 2 stars completion, 75 durability, 80 description. Once the completion reaches 100, the bicycle can be upgraded to a higher level vehicle. You might be curious why a 2-star vehicle can upgrade to a higher level one, and what the difference is between vehicles upgraded from 3 stars versus those from 6 or 9 stars. Lin Yuan, the system didn't explain, and he had no idea that reaching 100 completion allowed for an upgrade. However, the system's introduction must have its purpose. After reading the description twice, Lin Yuan was quite sure that there would be differences between low-star and high-star upgraded vehicles. After upgrading the vehicle, Lin Yuan felt a bit tired, so he carried the bicycle inside and moved the bedding set from the shelter to the wooden house. Once he had organized these things, Lin Yuan lay down on the bed, ready for a nap. But before sleeping, as usual, he opened the regional channel to take a look. It's so hot. Damn it. I've searched all morning and only found 2 treasure chests. How am I supposed to live like this? It's pouring rain over here, and I'm worried about landslides. I've got cold medicine ready, so I should be able to sell it for a good price later. Have you noticed that all the ones who died were those who didn't upgrade their bikes? I wonder what these people are thinking. Don't they even have the materials for a single upgrade? As he pondered this, Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. When Lin Yuan woke up again, it was already 3 p.m. He had slept for over 2 hours. Groggy, he flipped through the regional channel to the trading post, hoping to find something interesting. Suddenly, he perked up, spotting something intriguing. Item for trade. Body refinement technique. 5 animal play trade requirements. Food, water. Trade note. Priority for food and water. Other valuable items require negotiation. This is a 6-star common skill book, and I want to sell it due to limited quantity. Trade initiator. Lost lamb comment. Luo Fei fish. Hey buddy, how about a bottle of water and a piece of bread in exchange? Lost lamb. Get lost. Are you trying to shortchange me? I need the few I have for myself. Luo Fei fish. Who are you trying to scare? If you needed it, you would have used it already instead of trying to sell it. The body refinement technique can increase your physique, sure, but leveling up could do that too, right? It doesn't really matter whether you practice it or not. Lost lamb. Then why did you buy it? Not for sale. Lin Yuan quickly clicked on the 5 animal play to check the specific attributes. Item, body refinement technique, 5 animal play quality, common rating, 5 stars effect, increases physique. Description, this is a body refinement technique adapted from ancient martial arts of Blue Star, mimicking animals for systematic training. When practiced to a high level, it can provide a slight increase in physique. Chapter 23, it turns out that the body refinement technique is meant to enhance physical attributes, so correspondingly, the spirit refinement technique must be a skill book for boosting mental faculties, right? This skill book seems as useless as what Luo Feifei described to the survivor. Like a chicken rib, body refinement can increase physical strength, and leveling up by fighting monsters can also enhance physical attributes. So why choose the more cumbersome and time-consuming body refinement when you can simply level up by defeating monsters? Moreover, you have to practice it to a high level to see any real benefit. In a situation where food is already scarce, practicing the body refinement technique seems impractical. It would be more beneficial to work on shooting, gun skills, or other weapon proficiencies, or even basic hand-to-hand combat. There is an overlap in functionality between leveling up through combat and the body refinement technique. However, Lin Yuan didn't see it that way. The system wouldn't make such a basic mistake of overlapping functions. There must be a secret that the current survivors haven't figured out yet. Time is of the essence. So Lin Yuan quickly added the user Lost Sheep as a friend. He wanted to buy this skill book and study it further. System notification. You have become friends and can now chat endlessly. As soon as they became friends, Lin Yuan immediately sent a message, fearing that the other top 20 players might see it and snatch it up first. Far from enough. Boss, are you there? I want to try out that 5-animal play. How much do you want in resources and water? Lost Sheep was likely bouncing between channels and trading posts. And as soon as Lin Yuan sent the message, he replied instantly. Lost Sheep here. Wow, big shot. As long as the offer is reasonable, I'll sell it cheap. Far from enough. How many resources do you want? Lost Sheep. Well, he seemed uncertain, hesitant to ask for too much for fear of seeming greedy, but also reluctant to ask for too little. Far from enough. How about this? Half a barrel of water and 10 pounds of rice. Is that a deal? Seeing Lost Sheep stammering, Lin Yuan didn't care what the reason was and directly quoted a price that was many times higher than what Luo Feifei had suggested. A price that was hard to refuse. Lost Sheep replied instantly. Lost Sheep, I'll trade, but big shot. Could you swap the rice for something I can eat directly? Like hot dogs, instant noodles, or chips? I don't have a pot to cook rice. Lin Yuan frowned at this message. He did have those items. However, what seemed commonplace yesterday had suddenly changed today. From what he saw on the regional channel, the food from treasure chests opened throughout the day couldn't satisfy nearly 100,000 people's needs, and food was only going to become more precious. Moreover, these snacks had become increasingly rare, and it would only get worse in the future. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan tentatively made a suggestion. How about I give you a bowl of rice when I cook, and I'll add some vegetables for you. I can deliver a bowl while I eat, ensuring you get your fill of the 10 pounds. Anyway, whether it's one sheep or two, it's still hurting them. Lin Yuan thought it wouldn't be too much trouble to cook together, especially now that he had a big iron pot and a rice steamer. The lost lamb. Sure, I'm honored. This is a privilege reserved for the top rank. Following that sentence, there was also a skill book attached, which turned out to be the 6-star ordinary body refining technique and the 5-animal frolics. Seeing the lost lamb's comment, Lin Yuan felt a bit suffocated. Everyone assumed that Luo Yi was his girlfriend, and they were envious to death. Little did they know, this girlfriend was someone he had fabricated. He hadn't even let her experience a dramatic exit before this fiction turned into reality. Misunderstandings happen. One day, he would turn her into a real girlfriend. A man like him, with a golden finger, should ride a steed of 1,000 miles. He clicked to accept, and Lin Yuan sent over the half bucket of water he had used. Not enough. Aren't you afraid I'll take your skill book and block you? The other side replied instantly. The lost lamb. No way, you're rank 3, and he's rank 1. Why would you do something beneath your status for a 6-star ordinary skill book? Not enough. All right, if you come across anything good in the future, feel free to find me. The price will be fair. The lost lamb readily agreed. Just as he was about to close the friend channel, the lost lamb sent another message. The lost lamb. Big shot. Someone asked me who bought the skill book. Should I tell her? Not enough, whatever. If you want to tell her, go ahead. Lin Yuan didn't mind. Buying a skill book wasn't something to be ashamed of. Soon after, someone added him as a friend. System notification. A survivor with the code name Aiming True has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept. Not enough. Oh, isn't this our sharpshooter? What brings you here? Lin Yuan asked knowingly, as he had already guessed Qin Mingyue's intentions. Just after replying to the lost lamb, someone added him as a friend, which was not hard to figure out. Qin Mingyue got straight to the point. Aiming True. I heard that the body refining technique sold by the Lost Lamb was bought by you. Have you used it? How about selling it to me? After reading Qin Mingyue's message, Lin Yuan looked at the skill book in his hand and decided to learn it immediately. Once he finished learning, he replied, "Not enough. Unfortunately, I used it the moment I got it." It wasn't that Lin Yuan enjoyed telling lies or deceiving others, but this situation was indeed tricky. It was clear that Qin Mingyue was determined to have it, and if he said no, she would surely pester him relentlessly. Sure enough, she wasn't ready to give up. Aiming true. Really? Don't lie to me. Didn't you just buy it? I'm friends with your girlfriend. Come on, sell it to me. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He put off training his skills and decided to engage with Qin Mingyue instead, hoping to gather some information about Luo Yi. After all, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. Not enough, he replied. How long have you known each other? Why would you want the body refinement technique? ISNT practicing archery more enjoyable? 100 accuracy. It was your girlfriend who told me. She said practicing the body refinement technique and the spirit refinement technique has great benefits. Upon reading this message, Lin Yuan was furious. This nearly set him back, but he quickly wrapped up his chat with Qin Mingyue. He then opened the chat window with Luo Yi and typed out a long string of derogatory words, hitting send without hesitation. After all, he had been added to her blacklist. What harm was there in venting a little? Unexpectedly, he received a reply. What's wrong? Have you gone rabid and started biting people? Not enough, he shot back. Why would you share important information with someone else instead of discussing it with me? We're supposed to be a couple, and given our strengths, we're both in the top 3. Out of respect, if there's any important information in the future, make sure to let me know. He clicked send, only to be met with a system notification. You have been added to the other party's blacklist. Message failed to send. Lin Yuan sighed. Great. He shrugged off the blacklist incident. It wasn't the first time it had happened. He stepped out of the wooden cabin and made his way to the open area. He was curious to see what kind of skill book could impress Luo Yi so much. Closing his eyes, he recalled the knowledge and images that had been transmitted to his mind, taking the time to ponder them carefully. The body refinement technique was different from basic martial arts, which focused on training individual parts. Instead, it demanded a full body workout. It was also unlike basic marksmanship, which emphasized force, attack, and variation. Chapter 24, this body forging skill, is a comprehensive exercise that enhances the entire body, accelerates blood circulation, boosts physical fitness, and helps one gain control and understanding of their body. The movements within it do not require speed. As long as they are performed correctly, that suffices. Lin Yuan had only practiced twice before mastering the first level of the 5 animals play. He decisively added points, but he still hadn't discovered any benefits yet. Levels 2, 3, all the way to level 8. In just one afternoon, Lin Yuan practiced the 5 animals play up to level 8. The reason for this rapid progress was that by simply following the transmitted images and mimicking the movements, he could easily learn, unlike attack skills, which require precise control of strength and speed. Merely mimicking wouldn't suffice without mastering those aspects. The reason he stopped at level 8 was that he lacked experience points to continue. Gaining experience can happen through any activity, and with a day's experience point tally coming up in the evening, it seemed like a lot, but it wasn't. For instance, to upgrade the 5 animals play from level 1 to 2 only requires 10 points, but from level 2 to 3, it jumps to 20 points. Each subsequent level doubles the experience required. To go from level 7 to 8, he would need 320 points just to upgrade one skill, which really drains the points quickly. During dinner, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that his appetite had increased, indicating that the body forging technique was taking effect. With no experience points left to spend, after dinner, he didn't practice new skills, but focused on consolidating what he already had. It's not advisable to exercise immediately after eating. And Lin Yuan's latest practice was a level 9 skill, pistol shooting. Many people were selling bullets now, so he went all out, firing nearly 30 rounds until his arm felt numb before he stopped. This was to help his arm remember the recoil of shooting, adapting to it so that when the time came for real combat, he could minimize the margin for error or even eliminate it completely. Next, he practiced basic punches and kicks. Although he had learned them in the morning, they were still a bit rough, but now he was executing them with ease. The same went for basic shooting techniques, even though he couldn't generate much power. Lin Yuan was amazed to discover that while practicing the level 2 basic shooting technique with a long gun, he managed to perform quite well and fluidly. This was a sign that he had thoroughly grasped the level 2 skill. With enough experience points, he could easily upgrade to level 2 shooting techniques. Lin Yuan thought for a moment that this was likely due to the benefits of the level 8 body forging technique. Basic shooting techniques require high standards for footwork, arm strength, and body movement, all of which demand a high level of control over one's body to be effectively executed. In the afternoon, he had practiced how to control his body and enhance his physicality. Now, returning to practice the basic shooting techniques felt seamless. The more Lin Yuan practiced, the more excited he became. He didn't return to his wooden cabin until late at night, exhausted, and fell asleep immediately. Just before drifting off, one thought crossed his mind. Would Luo Yi try to scare him with a knife again in the morning? But even if she did, one move, 2 times, would no longer work. After all, how could one possibly fall in the same place twice? You practiced various skills diligently today, building houses and upgrading vehicles, gaining a modest amount of experience, totaling 200 points. Oh no, I died so tragically. Sob sob. In the midst of a deep sleep, Lin Yuan suddenly jolted awake, feeling a chill run down his spine. He seemed to hear a chilling cry, a sound that was intermittent, mournful, and piercing, making his scalp tingle. Sensing something, Lin Yuan tilted his head towards the direction of the sound. There, he saw a ghostly figure in white, with disheveled hair, tears of blood streaming down her face, and scars covering her visage, floating in midair. Oh my God! Lin Yuan screamed, diving under the covers, his heart racing. He was genuinely terrified, his hands and feet trembling. After a while, he suddenly realized that the face looked somewhat familiar. Peeking out from under the blanket, he found there was no ghost at all, just an open guide and a chat window from Luo Yi, indicating that the so-called ghost was merely an urgent call from her, playing a new trick. Lin Yuan was furious, feeling a pang in his liver. Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't fall for this again? What could he do? Just indulge her. In truth, he didn't have any better options. When he first woke up, his mind was still hazy, and the information he processed was purely instinctual. It was no wonder he fell for it. Since he was awake, Lin Yuan grabbed his spear and stepped outside. As long as he wasn't dead, he would train hard. First, he checked his experience points. Experience points, 209. Sure enough, the experience points he gained yesterday had reappeared, giving him an additional 200 points. It seemed that the 200 points had just been calculated yesterday. Still not enough. Lin Yuan sighed and directly allocated the points to basic marksmanship. Favoring one area often requires more attention. With this allocation and practice, he quickly used up his experience points, but his basic marksmanship had reached level 6. With level 6 basic marksmanship, Lin Yuan found it smooth and free of any awkwardness, wielding the spear with a newfound proficiency. At this moment, the sky was brightening, and as Lin Yuan prepared to wrap up and make breakfast, a virtual screen suddenly flashed into view before him. The screen flickered and immediately displayed a figure. On the screen stood a woman in combat gear, wearing black combat boots. Exciting moment? Is that Shui Ran? Lin Yuan was taken aback. If exciting moments were only for the top 20, he would hardly dare to believe the woman on the screen was Shui Ran. Her current appearance was drastically different from the first day. Now, she wore combat attire, looking spirited and formidable, with a handgun at her waist and dagger sheaths strapped to her calves, likely containing daggers inside. At that moment, Shui Ran was leaning against a rock, eating steamed buns and drinking milk, seemingly unaware if she had made them herself, as the buns were still steaming. Exciting moments come with features like bullet comments and tipping. At this moment, the survivors are all chiming in. What's going on? I'm riding my bike and I can't turn this off. This is an exciting moment. Someone has made the leaderboard. Who is it? They look familiar. Duh, that's Shui Ran, the trainee forensic expert, ranked 12th. Aren't exciting moments supposed to happen during battles or monster hunts? Eating doesn't seem that thrilling, though now I feel like snacking too. Just when the survivors were puzzled, Shui Ran vanished from the screen, and it switched to a bald guy riding a bike. Whoa, that's Zhang Yukai. Are they about to cross paths? And indeed, they were. Zhang Yukai suddenly stopped his bike and looked to the side of the road, mumbling to himself, "Has someone been here? Ha! There is someone here. I hope it's a woman." Zhang Yukai laughed maniacally, parked his bike on the road, pulled out his gun, racked the slide, disengaged the safety, and walked toward the roadside. The scene shifted back to Shui Ran, who seemed to sense something as well. She immediately tossed away her bun and milk, ducked behind a rock, and drew her gun, preparing for battle. The survivors watching this scene were filled with excitement, and some sighed in disbelief. This is incredible, even more thrilling than a blockbuster film. It all comes down to who is more skilled. I think Shui Ran is in trouble. Such a beautiful woman would be in serious danger if she fell into Zhang Youcai's hands. I believe Shui Ran has the upper hand. Who is Shui Ran? She is a forensic expert, dealing with dead bodies every day. If she is not afraid of the dead, how could she fear Zhang Youcai? In situations like this, mental strength is crucial. Chapter 25, facing the various comments flooding the screen, Lin Yuan quickly analyzed the situations of both participants. Zhang Youcai had killed before and was audacious, while Shui Ran had performed autopsies and was equally bold. In terms of psychological resilience, neither of them showed any signs of faltering. Besides their mental fortitude, both had training in shooting and combat, though the extent of their skills remained uncertain. To determine the winner, it would ultimately come down to their performance in the moment and their physical stamina. Lin Yuan couldn't predict who would come out on top, so he focused intently on the screen. At that moment, Zhang Youcai spotted the bun and milk that Shui Ran had discarded on the ground. He grinned and glanced at the large rock where Shui Ran was hiding, a confident expression on his face as he walked over. Shui Ran peeked out slightly, and upon recognizing Zhang Youcai, she hesitated no longer. She raised her gun, took aim, and pulled the trigger to strike first. Zhang Youcai was more than familiar with firearms. The instant Shui Ran lifted her pistol, he dropped to the ground and returned fire. After 2 shots rang out, neither had gained an advantage. In the end, it came down to their marksmanship. If it had been someone like Lung, Feng, Viper, or Eagle taking the shot, Zhang Youcai would have faced immediate defeat. He had been careless, brandishing his gun openly, clearly showing hostility, and striding in without a hint of caution. If Lin Yuan had been in his place, he could have taken Zhang Youcai out with a single shot. Another round of shots echoed, this time from Zhang Youcai, who noticed that there was no cover where Shui Ran was crouched. He fired 1 shot, followed by 2 more, momentarily forcing Shui Ran to stay down. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Youcai quickly dashed toward a large tree. By the time Shui Ran realized what was happening, it was too late. Without extensive training, she couldn't land a hit. Zhang Youcai ran, and as she fired several shots in quick succession, not a single bullet found its mark as he took cover behind the tree. Shui Ran slammed her fist against the rock in frustration, utterly annoyed at missing such a great opportunity. If she had managed to pin Zhang Youcai down in an open area, she would have surely hit him. Now, they had entered a stalemate, with Shui Ran's bullets striking the tree trunk and sending wood chips flying, while Zhang Youcai's rounds hit the rock, creating sparks. They exchanged fire, and in a matter of moments, nearly 20 shots had been fired. Suddenly, as Shui Ran pulled the trigger again, her handgun made a clicking sound. It was empty. Her face turned pale as she quickly crouched down to check the magazine on the ground, but unfortunately, it too was out of ammunition. This was bad. Beautiful Shui was out of bullets. Who was her friend? Someone help her. What now? If Zhang Youcai got the upper hand, she wouldn't stand chance. I'm going to raise the price of handgun bullets. Time to make a killing. Lin Yuan thought that this opportunist was overthinking it. In a duel, who would provide the other with unlimited ammo? Sure enough, someone immediately posted a comment. It's useless. The bullets I sent, Shui Ran can't accept. This is from the captain of the criminal police, Ma Baoquan, a middle-aged officer ranked 14th. At this moment, Shui Ran was anxiously fiddling with the survival guide, muttering to herself, temporarily unavailable for purchase? What the hell is the guide broken? After a long pause without any gunfire, Zhang Youcai speculated that Shui Ran might have run into some trouble. He chuckled and said, "Hey girl, are you out of bullets? Come out obediently, and I might spare your life." Although he guessed that Shui Ran might be out of ammunition, he still dared not leave the safety of the tree. If this was a trap to lure him out, it would be disastrous. Shui Ran understood psychological warfare and recognized his probing. She quickly retorted, "If you have the guts, come over here yourself." The two of them remained locked in a standoff, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a while, Zhang Youcai suddenly thought of a clever trick. He shouted to Shui Ran, stubborn as a mule, "I see you're a woman, so I'll go easy on you. If you don't come out soon, I'll throw a grenade." A grenade? Shui Ran was indeed startled, but she still didn't budge. Zhang Youcai picked up a small stone at his feet and shouted, "I'll count to 1, and if you're not out by then, I'll throw the grenade. 10, 9, 8, 1. As he shouted 1, he immediately hurled the stone towards Shui Ran's hiding spot. At that tense moment, when the stone flew toward her, she instinctively jumped down to avoid being hit. When she looked up, Zhang Youcai was already approaching her with his gun drawn. Turning back, she saw no grenade, just a small stone that landed where she had been hiding. So, she really was out of bullets. Zhang Yukai was extremely pleased. Such a pretty girl must be fun to play with. Zhang Youcai's crude remarks didn't phase Shui Ran. With a cold expression, she got up from the ground, drawing the dagger strapped to her leg. Shui Ran's coldness was different from Luo Yi's. Hers was the indifference of someone who had seen life and death. A face devoid of warmth. In contrast, Luo Yi's was a high and aloof demeanor. There was a substantive difference between the two. Shui Ran held a dagger in each hand and sneered coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of death? She had long been numb to life and death, so she felt no fear. You can either shoot me now, or I'll dissect you. As she spoke, she advanced toward Zhang Yukai, daggers in hand. Damn, is this lady really going to take such a risk? How is she going to fight? No matter how skilled she is still afraid of a gun. It seems she is seeking death, unwilling to fall into Zhang Youcai's hands. With her actions, Zhang Yukai would either face being stabbed or choose to shoot her. As the survivors had speculated, she didn't want to end up like the woman in the announcement, reduced to a plaything, ultimately unable to escape death. Since death is inevitable, Shui Ran naturally chose a dignified way to die. With her hands tightly gripping the dagger, she resolutely walked toward Zhang Yukai. She had a hidden skill that few knew about. If she could get close enough, she might have a chance to turn the tables. Zhang Yukai tightened his grip on the gun and quickly stepped back 2 paces. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. Seeing that Shui Ran remained undeterred and continued to approach him, Zhang Yukai steeled himself, ready to pull the trigger. There were plenty of women out there. Killing her was no big deal. He thought this as he prepared to fire. The two were only about 10 meters apart. At such close range, hitting her was a certainty. Shui Ran watched Zhang Youcai's expression closely and understood his intentions. Just as he was about to act, she made her move without hesitation, throwing her dagger with a swift motion. With a whoosh, it shot toward Zhang Yukai. His expression changed drastically as he squeezed the trigger, but it was too late. The dagger, glinting with cold light, flew through the air and struck his right palm. He felt a sharp pain, followed by numbness, causing his handgun to drop to the ground. Seizing this golden opportunity, Shui Ran dashed forward, covering the 10 meters in a flash, and lunged at Zhang Yukai. He was still focused on retrieving his gun to finish her off, but he had lost the initiative. Just as his left hand grasped the gun, a dagger plunged into his chest. Zhang Yukai felt a jolt of pain in his chest, and then lost consciousness. Shui Ran was well versed in human anatomy. 1 strike, 1 kill. In this thrilling moment, Shui Ran emerged victorious against Zhang Yukai. The final scene showed her pulling out the dagger, blood splattering all over her. Lin Yuan watched with great satisfaction. That son of a bitch, Zhang Yukai, unfortunately, couldn't take him down himself. With Zhang Youcai's death, the livestream officially ended, and the screen went dark. In the regional channel, someone exclaimed, "Wow, I have to hand it to her. Shui Ran actually managed to turn the tables on Zhang Yukai. Is this guy really that useless? He had the upper hand and still got taken down. He deserved it. He's not useless. He was just overconfident. If he had injured Shui Ran first and then done as he pleased, she wouldn't have had a chance to fight back," another replied. "I think Shui Ran was just too good at hiding her true abilities. Having that throwing dagger skill really helped her." Chapter 26. The survivors were abuzz with excitement, and Shui Ran quickly became the center of attention. Some were asking to live together, while others wanted to team up. In the Blue Star world, many people might have reservations about forensic experts, but in the survival world, times have changed. Strong psychological resilience and formidable abilities are the keys to survival. Shui Ran was not only beautiful, with an icy allure, but she also had the strength to defeat Zhang Yukai, who was ranked among the top 20 survivors. Even if he was at the bottom of that list, such a person would be an excellent choice whether as a partner or a teammate. Lin Yuan also added Shui Ran as a friend and sent her a message with a compliment. He congratulated her for successfully turning the tables on Zhang Yukai, expressing gratitude for her recent haul of supplies, and mentioned that he had wanted to take down that bald guy for a long time. Although he couldn't personally take out the detestable fellow, Lin Yuan felt a bit of regret. Watching the live stream once again highlighted the differences among the top 20 survivors for Lin Yuan. Their physical condition and mental fortitude were exceptional. Their physical prowess stemmed from rigorous training back in the Blue Star, while their mindset was evident from Shui Ran's captivating moments. By donning combat gear, she signaled her readiness for battle, or at least her preparedness for it. Carrying 2 types of weapons allowed her to leverage her advantages as a forensic expert. using a dagger as her weapon of choice. What about the other top 20 survivors? Were they also sharpening their skills and preparing for combat? On the third day of survival, Lin Yuan decided he wouldn't stay put any longer. He wanted to open more treasure chests and search for more valuable items while also gaining experience points. Acting on his thoughts, he finished his breakfast, packed up the wooden house, and lifted his bicycle onto the road. He strapped his fine iron spear to the bike and holstered a handgun at his waist, ensuring he could grab his weapons at a moment's notice, ready for both ranged and close combat. This was Lin Yuan's biggest takeaway from watching Shui Rant's livestream. Weapons should never be out of reach, especially in unexpected situations. If he stored his weapons in his inventory, it would take a second or two to retrieve the survival guide, and then another second or two to open the virtual screen and take out his weapon. In just a few seconds, he could miss his chance, and worse, he could be taken out himself. So, keeping weapons close was essential. He hopped on his bike, pedaled gently, and sped ahead. It was much faster than any wooden bicycle, but he didn't need to ride too fast while searching for treasure chests. After testing the speed, he slowed down and began to leisurely ride, scanning the sides of the road for any treasure chests. While cycling in search of the chests, Lin Yuan discovered yet another advantage that no one else seemed to have. He rode his bicycle with complete ease, hands off the handlebars, gently gliding forward without much effort. This was a demonstration of his level 9 cycling skill. Soon, Lin Yuan spotted a treasure chest perched on a small tree branch by the roadside. Item: ripped wooden chest quality. 2 stars description: has a chance of yielding 2-star common items, guaranteed to drop items of 2 stars or below. Wow, a great start with a 2-star chest. Lin Yuan stopped his bike, picked up his iron spear, and poked the rickety wooden chest. It lost its balance and fell. He caught it with one hand. You open the 2-star ripped wooden chest and obtain basic fist technique 1 and 2 iron plates. You have gained a 1-star common skill, basic fist technique, earning 1 experience point. You received iron plates, earning 1 experience point. Basic fist technique is becoming quite common these days, but it's better than nothing. For Lin Yuan, no matter what he got, it was a win. He not only acquired items, but also racked up some experience points. Although it was the first time he received basic fist technique and iron plates, every little bit counts. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Small gains add up. By the end of the day, his harvest would be considerable. After dismantling the ripped wooden chest, he continued on his way. This time, Lin Yuan rode for quite a while before spotting another treasure chest, which was placed in a particularly tricky spot. It was located at the top of a small tree, hidden among dense leaves. If Lin Yuan hadn't been focused on searching for treasure chests, he might have missed it entirely. Following the same approach, he poked it with his spear, but the rickety wooden chest was surprisingly sturdy. It wasn't going to give way easily. Poke. After a minute, Lin Yuan gave up on trying to knock the chest down with his spear. The chest was positioned too precariously. Not only was it hard to spot, but it was also difficult to dislodge due to the numerous branches obstructing it. The chest was quite large, and no matter which way he poked, it just went fall. However, this didn't stump Lin Yuan. Other survivors specifically chopped down treasure chests, and they dealt with trees much larger than this one, which was only the size of thigh. What is chest chopping? Lin Yuan learned about it from his frequent readings of the survival guide. Besides lumberjacks, there are also chest choppers. Unlike other survivors who rode their bikes around haphazardly searching for treasure chests, chest choppers typically don't venture far, riding only a few kilometers a day. Their main goal is to find trees that might be hiding treasure chests. Once discovered, they take their axes and chop vigorously. They can both chop down treasure chests and gather a significant amount of wood. This chest chopper was invented by a survivor who called himself "I love chopping wood." He was a lumberjack back on Blue Star and continued to seek timber here, ultimately discovering treasure chests in the process. Although chopping wood is labor-intensive, it's still a viable way to make a living. Due to the high demand for timber, it's needed for building houses for fires at night, and premium grade wood can be used to construct sturdier homes, create better furniture, and make smokeless charcoal, among many other uses. Lin Yuan is about to transform into a lumberjack, or rather, a treasure hunter, felling trees to obtain treasure chests. He pulls out his guide and opens the trading post, purchasing a 2-star ordinary logging axe. This axe is not only categorized by quality, but also by its purpose. The logging axe is specifically for gathering, which means cutting down trees. There's also a combat axe, intended for fighting. If you use a logging axe in battle, it won't have much attack power. Conversely, While a combat axe can be used to chop down trees, it won't trigger the gathering effect. It will simply fell the entire tree, just like back on Earth. Where on the first day, Lin Yuan had already turned into a lumberjack, taking down a large tree with a single strike. Without further ado, Lin Yuan swung his axe forcefully at the trunk. You have chopped down a tree, gaining 1 unit of wood. You have chopped down a tree, gaining 2 experience points. With each swing, a piece of wood appeared beside him, and the tree gradually faded until it vanished completely. Suddenly, a treasure chest fell from the air, crashing to the ground. This treasure chest shouldn't be taken lightly. Smaller trees are fine, as the impact from the chest isn't great, but if it were a primeval tree, it could be deadly. The force would be immense. Item: rotted wooden chest quality. Ordinary rating: 5 stars. Description: a mid-tier treasure chest with a chance to yield 5-star ordinary items. Guaranteed to contain items of 5 stars or lower. A 5-star ordinary rotted wooden chest. Lin Yuan was astonished. This was a great find. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and reached for the treasure chest. Chapter 27. You opened a 5-star ordinary shabby wooden box and received the recipe for pistol bullets X1. The recipe for a water reservoir X1, universal keys X5, iron sheets X3, and plastic X3. You opened a 5-star ordinary shabby wooden box and gained 10 experience points. You received a 3-star ordinary recipe for pistol bullets and gained 5 experience points. You obtained a 4-star ordinary recipe for a water reservoir and gained 10 experience points. You received universal keys. Watching the series of system notifications, Lin Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled, feeling quite pleased. 3-star bullets? This is the path to becoming an arms dealer. These are a tier above the 1-star and 2-star ordinary bullets currently sold in the trading post. Don't be fooled by the abundance of bullets in the trading post. That is, just because there are few survivors with firearms. If 100,000 survivors each had a pistol, the demand for ammunition would be astronomical. The bullet recipe is straightforward, and the materials are relatively common. Lin Yuan focused on reviewing the water reservoir recipe. Item: recipe, water reservoir quality. Ordinary rating: 4 stars. Description: contains a small filter built on a foundation. It automatically collects 4 tons of clean water whenever it rains. Requirements: 10 stones, 5 iron sheets, 5 plastics, 5 charcoal, 5 sand, 1 magnetic crystal. This is a great item. With a water reservoir, I do have a full 4 tons of water which I could either sell or use myself without worrying about scarcity. Unlike now, where I have to ration my water carefully. But upon checking the crafting materials, sand, and magnetic crystal, what the heck? Lin Yuan quickly searched the trading post, but found no trace of them. He then opened the regional chat channel, hoping to ask around and see if anyone knew about them. Far from enough. Does anyone know where to find sand and magnetic crystals? After waiting for a while, no one could provide any useful information, and Lin Yuan felt a bit disappointed. System notification. A survivor with the codename I Have a Mine at Home has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Just as Lin Yuan was about to set this aside, he suddenly noticed a friend request. He thought for a moment and accepted it. Who knows? This person might have those 2 materials, or at least some information about them. I have a mine at home. Big shot, I have a guess. But I'm not sure if it's right. Lin Yuan became intrigued. Go ahead. If it helps me, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely. I have a mine at home. The names of both materials contain the character for stone. Could it be that they need to be mined from stones? That is indeed a possibility, and not out of the question. Far from enough. That is somewhat useful. I'll need to go mining to check it out. What do you want to return? I have a mine at home remained quite laid back. Just whatever. I'm just offering a suggestion. I don't even know if it'll be useful. Lin Yuan was not a stingy person, nor did he lack resources. He gave me 2 basic martial arts manuals from his family's wealth, along with some food and water. This act was like spending a fortune to buy bones, showcasing his generosity and ensuring that whenever something good came up in the future, people would think of him first. After sending the items out, Lin Yuan closed the communication channel, shut the survival guide, and continued on his journey. Since both Ing Sha and Ci Jing contained the character for stone, he wanted to see if he could dig up these 2 materials by mining rocks. He purchased an iron pickaxe from a trading post and stored it in his space. Woof woof. Lin Yuan leisurely rode his bicycle, searching for suitable stones when a fierce barking sound came from behind him. He quickly turned his head to look back, gripping his refined iron spear in his right hand while his left hand moved instinctively to his waist where his pistol was, ready for combat. Soon, a scruffy wild dog came rushing towards Lin Yuan, leaping with all 4 legs and baring its sharp teeth. This was a wild beast encounter. Such encounters occur when survivors are driving on the road in search of treasure chests, facing wild animals of varying ferocity and size. These beasts appear from behind, howling loudly to alert the survivors of their presence. Sometimes there is one or two, and other times they come in packs. When encountering wild beasts, survivors simply need to pedal their bicycles at full speed. As long as they can outrun the beasts, the animals will eventually give up the chase. Of course, confident survivors might stop to battle the beast for their meat, fur, bones, and teeth. Seeing just a scruffy dog, Lin Yuan naturally had no reason to flee. He stopped his bicycle, put away his pistol, and gripped the refined iron spear with both hands, waiting for the wild dog to come closer. Lin Yuan was no longer the inexperienced survivor he had been on his first day. He had once relied on luck to defeat a small thug and had to fight for ages to take down a venomous snake. Now, having practiced basic martial arts and combat techniques, along with physical conditioning, he had a much higher level of control over his body. With a level 6 proficiency in basic spear techniques, his strength had grown tremendously. He chose to fight with the spear instead of the pistol, as he wanted to hone his courage and accumulate combat experience. Compared to those masters of ancient martial arts, special forces operatives, assassins, and national athletes, he still had a long way to go. Without experience, he would be nothing. He might have collapsed on the road on his first day, unable to find even a few treasure chests. As the wild dog drew closer, Lin Yuan focused his mind, pushed aside distracting thoughts, and waited for the right moment. He shifted his grip from both hands on the spear to one hand, leaned forward, and thrust the spear sharply towards the wild dog's head. The wild dog was agile, jumping to the left to evade Lin Yuan's attack. Once again, Lin Yuan shouted, his momentum surging. He shifted his grip from one hand to two, forcefully maneuvering the rifle, channeling power through the barrel. The gun's tip seemed to come alive, chasing down the wild dog. This strike left the wild dog with no chance to evade. The tip of the gun struck its abdomen, creating a deep gash and throwing its body off balance. This was the beauty of marksmanship. Every inch counts, flexible and varied, swinging the barrel while controlling the tip, executing rapid changes, and covering a wide attack range. Lin Yu grabbed the rifle and swiftly pulled it back, then thrust it forward like a snake striking, aiming for the wild dog's neck. This time, the injured wild dog could only watch helplessly as the tip of the rifle pierced its body, unable to dodge. With a sickening thud, the tip sank into flesh, and Lin Yu, fearing a retaliatory bite, thrust the rifle forward with force. The wild dog was pushed nearly a meter away, crashing to the ground and lying completely still. He had killed the mangy wild dog, earning 3 experience points and leveling up. You have slain a mangy wild dog, gaining 8 experience points. A golden light enveloped Lin Yu. He had leveled up. Survivor, Lin Yu ID, A019784096 health. Ordinary person level, 2 mental, 9 physique, 7 skills. Level 8 5 animal play. Level 6 basic marksmanship. Level 9 pistol shooting. Level 2 basic fist fighting. Level 2 basic kicking. Level 2 basic body movement. Level 2 basic combat. Level 4 military boxing. Level 9 bicycle riding. Level 2 culinary skills. Level 3 painting. Level 6 computer skills. Level 4 music. Experience needed to reach level 3. 616. With his mental score at 9 and physique at 7, Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling a noticeable increase in strength. What a thrill. He never expected to take down a wild dog so decisively. Lin Yu laughed heartily. In just 3 days, he had transformed from an ordinary office worker and a frail programmer into a skilled marksman and renowned survivor. If it had been before, facing such a wild dog, he would have only had the option to run, and even then, likely not escape the fate of being torn apart. Now, things have changed. He believes in the future, and he knows he will go even further. Chapter 28, a fortunate find, just what he needed for training. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, gripping his spear tightly as he approached the scruffy wild dog to begin the dissection. Success. He obtained 10 units of dog meat, 13 bones, 20 dog teeth, and 1 beast hide. You have dissected a scruffy wild dog and gained 5 experience points. You have acquired dog meat. Thankfully, the dissection feature is available. It's simple, convenient, and saves effort. Without it, Lin Yuan wouldn't have known what to do. Without a butcher around, he'd be stuck eating hairy pigs. Having successfully dissected the wild dog, Lin Yuan felt great and hummed a tune as he continued on his journey. He stopped intermittently to open several treasure chests, but they only contained common items and nothing of real value. It wasn't until he veered off onto a side path and rode a bit further that he made a significant discovery. It wasn't a treasure chest he found, but rather some suitable stones for mining, towering beside the road like massive mountains. As soon as he saw these giant rocks, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. They were enormous. He had seen plenty of large stones before, like the one where he fought Long Qing, which needed 2 or 3 people to encircle it with their arms. But compared to the massive stones before him, those seemed insignificant. One of the stones was as large as a small house, and there were at least 3 of them, arranged in a triangular formation. The sheer size of the rocks left ample space beneath them, though it was dark and murky inside, making Lin Yuan wonder if any venomous snakes or fierce beasts might be lurking there. He stopped his bike, marveling at the gigantic stones. Such large rocks must be a valuable resource. He decided to mine this giant stone. If he uncovered something good, he would claim the area as his own. If not, he would continue searching for treasure chests. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan took out his pickaxe and swung it against the rocky surface. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a virtual screen appeared before everyone in Area A019. Thanks to the earlier experience, the survivors remained calm. Even before anyone showed up, they began to voice their complaints. Another exciting moment? Didn't someone just go live this morning? They wondered who it might be this time. Was it another survivor taking out one of the top 20? Or had the top 20 eliminated other survivors to defend their status? It could also be a battle with beasts. After all, who wasn't he encountering beast attacks these days? Just as the discussions heated up, the screen flickered, and the image finally appeared. It was Lin Yuan, wielding a pickaxe and mining the stone. Lin Yuan? The Lin Yuan who's ranked in the top 3? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Is he really mining? Since when did the top player become a miner? Another person joked. Dressed in white clothes, white pants, and white sneakers, he leans back, thinking of himself as a Prince Charming. Some people look down on his outfit, mostly out of envy. At this moment, Lin Yuan is indeed quite dazzling, exuding confidence and vigor due to his training in attack and body strengthening skills. Having killed wild dogs and possessing a golden finger, his future looks promising, giving him a strong sense of assurance. His eyes appear resolute and sharp, radiating brilliance. Coupled with his already good looks, his changed demeanor does give off a bit of a boss vibe. The all-white outfit isn't because Lin Yuan particularly likes white or has no other clothes. Rather, he chose it considering the hot weather, as white clothing helps with heat dissipation. At this moment, the survivors see Lin Yuan digging with a pickaxe, glancing at the ground and mumbling to himself. Is this a 1-star ordinary stone? I wonder if it will be fine sand and magnetic crystals. The survivors are in awe. Even if it's just an ordinary stone of 1 star, how many resources could he exchange for if he could dig up such a large rock? Lin Yuan is really onto something here. What is the use of stones? They're everywhere. While there are plenty of stones, most of them are subpar. And it's hard to find star-rated stones. I still believe stones can be quite useful, like for building houses. Even if it's a treasure, who knows if it can be kept safe? Since Lin Yuan hasn't fought beasts, that can only mean he might encounter other survivors. It's uncertain what kind of opponents he will face, and I hope Lin Yuan can hold his ground. Some are also joking around. You might become a widow soon. Luo Yi saw the comment directed at her, but didn't respond. Instead, she paused her skill training and focused intently on the live stream. The scene shifts, and Lin Yuan disappears, signaling to the survivors that opponents are about to appear. Sure enough, 2 men riding bicycles side by side show up on the screen. Gasp! The survivors collectively inhaled sharply, as each of these men is armed with a submachine gun slung in front and a handgun at their waist, plus grenades. This is it. A chill descends for Lin Yuan. Judging by the posture of these 2 survivors, they seem to have some combat experience. And Lin Yuan? Though we don't know who they are, his combat ability is concerning. This round doesn't look good. In just one day, 2 of the top 20 have died. That is a loss for our A019 area. I wonder what the top-ranking player is feeling right now. Luo Yi's emotions are hard to articulate. It's not that she particularly dislikes Lin Yuan. In fact, in their back-and-forth struggle, they have entered each other's worlds more than the other survivors. She grips the hilt of her knife, secretly deciding that if Lin Yuan dies in this live stream, she'll take revenge on those 2 for him, at least since they cross paths. Amidst the tense emotions of the survivors, the scene shifts back to Lin Yuan. This also indicates that 2 pairs of survivors are about to cross paths. Sure enough, Two survivors on bicycles approach from a distance, first spotting a large rock, and then noticing Lin Yuan mining beneath it. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuan instinctively turns to glance back. Upon seeing the two fully armed men, he realizes he can't afford to keep mining with his back turned to these unfamiliar survivors. He freezes in place, vigilantly staring at the two who are getting closer. He hopes for a peaceful encounter, as he can tell that these two are not to be trifled with. Their cold, ruthless gazes suggest they've taken lives before. Anyone who comes armed to a survival world is certainly not someone to underestimate. As soon as the two men spot Lin Yuan, they pause for a moment, exchanging glances that convey a shared understanding. The plan is to take him out and steal his supplies. They feign innocence, ignoring Lin Yuan and focusing straight ahead, pretending they intend to pass by. Once they get within a certain distance, their synchronization is remarkable. They suddenly brake their bicycles, raise their submachine guns, and open fire on Lin Yuan. Their strategy is to lower Lin Yuan's guard before catching him off guard. Damn, these two are resorting to tactics against Lin Yuan, who only has a handgun. How cowardly. Better safe than sorry, especially since he S-ranked third among survivors on just the first day. It's wise to be cautious, especially with the memory of Shui Rand turning the tables on Zhang Yukai with that dagger still fresh in his mind. I can't stand some survivors who won't bother looking for treasure themselves and instead resort to robbing others. Survivors ranked in the top 20 have been robbed right under our noses. How much darkness lurks in the unseen? How many have been robbed, killed, or tortured? It's enough to make one worry unnecessarily about these damn scoundrels. Chapter 29. In the exciting moments of the bullet screen area, only the top 20 survivors' comments would display their codes. All other survivors' comments would not show any codes. Taking advantage of their anonymity, some survivors spoke recklessly, making grand claims and offering unsolicited advice. Two armed survivors were eagerly calculating their next move, excitedly pulling the trigger and ready to fire. They had forgotten that anyone who made it into the top 20 was far from an ordinary person, especially Lin Yuan, ranked third. In Blue Star, he had worked hard to elevate his computer skills to level 7, making him a top player in the industry. Now, in the survival world, he was a man with a golden opportunity, a cheat code of sorts. On the first day, he was the first to eliminate another survivor, and since then, he had diligently practiced his skills and improved his strength. The Lin Yuan of today was a far cry from the one who first entered this world. When the two armed survivors pretended to pass by, he didn't realize their true intention at first. However, as they drew closer and slowed down, he sensed something was wrong. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and fell to the ground. Damn it, who slows down if they just want to pass by? There's no sidewalk here. Just as he hit the ground, a barrage of bullets struck the spot where he had been standing moments before. Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat, grateful that his hard-earned skills kicked in at that moment. His eyesight had improved significantly, allowing him to detect danger, and his reflexes had sharpened, enabling him to evade it. Even better, right in front of him was a nearly 1-meter-high rock. Although he didn't manage to hide behind it completely, the rock served as a barrier, preventing the two armed survivors' bullets from reaching him. The taller survivor and the shorter one exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied that their bullets were only hitting the ground at Lin Yuan's heels. The taller survivor stopped firing, waved his right hand, and commanded an attack. The shorter survivor nodded and dismounted his bike. With their tactics set, the taller survivor continued to suppress Lin Yuan with gunfire, pinning him down and preventing him from moving. Meanwhile, the shorter survivor maneuvered around the rock to flank him. They reacted swiftly and coordinated perfectly. But Lin Yuan was no pushover. He understood his predicament well. As he crouched down, he pulled out a wooden-handled grenade from his waist, a reward he had received from a treasure chest on the first day of survival, which he had the chance to use until now. Although he had never used a grenade before, he wasn't completely clueless. He had seen pigs run before. He twisted off the cap, pulled the pin, and, fearing an explosion, quickly tossed it over the rock. The grenade soared over the rock and landed near the two armed survivors. Panic set in as they sprinted toward a large tree on the other side of the road, thinking they were about to meet their end. But after a long moment, nothing happened. They exchanged glances, puzzled. A dud grenade? Lin Yuan only realized after throwing it that there seemed to be a few seconds of delay after pulling the pin on the grenade. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Ouch! I could feel Lin Yuan's pain. There were stones everywhere on the ground, and he just dove in. That must have hurt. After pulling the pin, it seemed like the grenade needed to stay for about 3 seconds for optimal effect. But who cares? As long as the attack was launched. It didn't matter that he had no training. He wouldn't know how to use that thing either. The attack had to yield some results. But Lin Yuan's attempt this time was ineffective. With a loud bang, the grenade finally exploded several seconds later. This grenade didn't harm any of the three on either side, but it took down 3 bicycles, which were now wrecked and clearly unusable without repairs. Although the grenade didn't achieve much in terms of damage, it did manage to push back the survivors who were attacking him. Lin Yuan calmly pulled out his handgun, released the safety, racked the slide, chambered a round, and took cover behind a rock. The 2 armed survivors clearly noticed Lin Yuan's movements, but they didn't seem too concerned. What could a guy who didn't even know how to use a grenade do with a gun? However, the next moment, Lin Yuan taught them a lesson. He popped his head out, aimed, and fired in a fluid motion at one of the guys who was too lazy to take cover while reloading. Bang! A scream echoed from the other side as one of the shorter survivors was hit in the arm. Luckily, he was only partially exposed. If he had shown more of himself, the bullet would have found his head instead of just his arm. Even just hitting his arm cut his combat effectiveness in half. With just 1 shot, Lin Yuan had already gained a significant advantage, showcasing the power of his level 9 pistol shooting skill and the benefit of his live-fire training. Lin Yuan turned the tables, taking the initiative. As the 2 took cover behind a tree, he leaned out and aimed at their hiding spots. As soon as they revealed themselves, he was ready to strike. The 2 armed survivors couldn't possibly hide behind the tree forever. Moments later, the taller survivor peeked out, trying to get a look at Lin Yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The tall survivor fell to the ground, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead. The survivors watching the live stream were left stunned. Terrifying. Is this the power of someone ranked in the top 3? If number 3 is this strong, then number 2, and even number 1, must be unbelievably powerful. 1 shot, 1 kill. Was Lin Yuan a soldier back on Blue Star? With only the injured short survivor left, Lin Yuan no longer hid and stepped out into the open. However, he didn't rush in recklessly. The opponent had a gun and grenades, and a desperate counterattack would only lead to mutual destruction, which would be a loss for him. He took out his last grenade, twisted off the cap, pulled the pin, and threw it towards the hiding place of the short survivor. It wasn't that he forgot to wait a couple of seconds after pulling the pin before throwing. It was that the way he threw this grenade was very deliberate. By extending the explosion time, it would instill a sense of fear in the opponent. In this situation, the opponent would either wait to die, try to retrieve the grenade, and throw it away or back at him, or attempt to escape. No matter what choice the opponent made, Lin Yuan would remain in an invincible position. Lin Yuan raised his handgun, keeping a close watch on the big tree, ready for anything. The short survivor suddenly jumped out from behind the tree, brandishing his submachine gun, intending to unleash a hail of bullets to turn Lin Yuan into a sieve. But Lin Yuan would not give him that opportunity. He had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the short survivor's body appeared, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, 2 shots in quick succession. Seeing that the short survivor still had his weapon, Lin Yuan emptied his handgun, firing every bullet into him. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded at that moment, combining the force of bullets and the blast. And the short survivor was dead without a doubt. Lin Yuan walked over and coldly looked at the corpse. A killer must be dealt with, as they say. Chapter 30, Regional Channel. Killers are always killed, the boss said with authority. It's clear to me now that the top 20 are not to be underestimated. Especially Lin Yuan, who could take someone down with a single shot. He really scared me. In just one morning, 2 people made it onto the leaderboard. I wonder who the next person to go live will be. Enough talk. I should go look for treasure and work on improving my strength. Even someone as powerful as Lin Yuan is out mining in this scorching heat. So what excuse do we have not to put in the effort? The 2 people Lin Yuan took down. One was tall and only had a bullet hole in his forehead. The short one, on the other hand, was a sight to behold, riddled with wounds and looking utterly tragic. After a battle, it's time to clean up the battlefield and enjoy the spoils of victory. Lin Yuan picked up the submachine gun to inspect it. He was quite curious about this weapon. Item, MAC-10 submachine gun description, a Blue Star item. Please explore on your own. This gun is not compatible with bullets from the survival world. Lin Yuan, this system is a bit cheeky. If it can't use survival world bullets, what's the point? Not bothering with the submachine gun any longer. He slung it over his shoulder and began searching for the 2 men's survival guides. The biggest reward from killing is the guides and the items inside. Otherwise, why would these 2 want him dead? It's because they saw he was ranked 3rd and thought he had plenty of resources. Lin Yuan patted down the two bodies, flipping them over to check their backs, but he couldn't find where the survival guides were kept. He thought they might be on the bike, so he walked over to the road to take a look. Although the bike was blown to bits, he didn't see the survival guide. It's impossible for the guide to be destroyed. After all, it's an A-grade item. Lin Yuan walked back to the bodies, this time forcing himself to suppress his disgust and strip them down completely. Finally, he made a discovery. There was something bulging in the shorts, and it clearly wasn't what he expected. When he opened it up, it turned out to be the survival guide. What a sneaky place to hide it. Since he found the guide, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to consume it. Instead, he set about dealing with the two corpses. These bodies couldn't be disposed of carelessly like Dragon Qing's. He couldn't just leave them lying around. Dragon Qing's body was left behind because Lin Yuan rode away on his bike. But here, he didn't know how long he would be mining. Not only would they rot, but they could also attract fierce beasts. He dragged the two bodies to a spot and built a pile of more than 10 campfires. Stuffing in as much wood as he could find, he had plenty of it. After lighting the fire, Lin Yuan left. He certainly didn't want to smell anything strange. Crossing back to the other side of the road, Lin Yuan sat under a large rock and took out two guides, allowing his guide to absorb them. A system prompt appeared. Absorption successful. Guide upgraded to A-grade 1-star. Current functions improved. New features unlocked. Improved functions? New features unlocked? Lin Yuan quickly opened the guide and accessed the virtual screen. Upon looking at the screen, he noticed that the channels, exchange, and crafting sections were all flashing. And there was a new map feature at the end. He opened the channel to check it out and discovered the reason for the flashing. There were new features added. He could now send voice messages and emojis to friends, and there was even an emergency call option. However, to use the emergency call, he needed to set up an emergency contact, and there was currently only one slot available. Seeing this feature made Lin Yuan a bit happy. It meant that Luo Yi had set him as her emergency contact. Otherwise, how could she reach him through the emergency call? So, Luo Yi had also taken down other survivors? This woman was truly formidable. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed that each of his friends had sent him messages. He clicked on them one by one and found out that he had made it onto the highlight reel. They were congratulating him for taking down an enemy. Lin Yuan replied to each of them with a thank you, focusing particularly on the message from Luo Yi. Yi's message read, "Not bad. I thought you wouldn't make it through this round." Lin Yuan broke into a sweat. Could this woman not wish him well? He quickly replied, pretending to be pitiful and seeking comfort. "I was so nervous I could barely breathe. I panicked and threw the grenade as soon as I pulled the pin. I'm still shaken. I thought I wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Everyone misunderstood us as a couple. So why don't we just go along with it and be together? I'm so scared. Promise me you will?" After a moment of silence, Luo Yi sent a message back. Ease reluctance. "Do you wear women's underwear? Are you a cross-dresser who likes wearing women's clothes?" Lin Yuan hurriedly denied it. He couldn't admit to that. No. That's just a misunderstanding. I'm a real man. How could I possibly like women's clothing? Luo Yi replied instantly. Then it can't be helped. If you liked wearing women as clothes and were a cross-dresser, I might have considered it. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and quickly changed his tune. "Yes, I'm a cross-dresser, a cross-dressing master." Just as he sent the message, Luo Yi replied in seconds. "Have you thought it through? I don't like cross-dressing masters." Lin Yuan, what? Are you messing with me? Lin Yuan, is it fun to toy with me? Luo Yi immediately replied again. "You started it by treating me like a fool, okay? Do you think I can't see that you weren't that scared after killing someone?" Lin Yuan could only close the chat window in defeat and check out the other features again. When Lin Yuan opened the trading platform, he noticed that the top row had added a new item categorization feature. Unlike before, where he had to either scroll page by page or search for item names directly. Items are now categorized into sections like skill books, recipes, equipment, weapons, stones, and wood. Now, he can easily find what he wants by selecting a category. Overall, the functionality has been significantly improved. It's no wonder that the upgraded survival guide is so much better. Next, when he clicked on the crafting option, Lin Yuan discovered a new machine that exuded a strong sense of technology. It was called the Recipe Modification Station. As the name suggests, it allows players to modify recipes by adding or removing materials. Eventually, he stumbled upon the map feature. The map itself is not particularly useful, as it only shows roads and intersections, but it does have one practical function. If there are friends nearby, they will be marked with green dots. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if Luo Yi was so confident about meeting him on the endless highway because she intended to use this map feature to find him. After exploring the new features, Lin Yuan opened his storage space to see what items he had gained after devouring the two guides. The most noticeable addition was 2 ammunition boxes, which he didn't have before. One box was unopened and intact, while the other was missing a third of its bullets. Had they really fired off over 100 rounds in just a short time? Aside from the 2 boxes of ammo, it seemed he hadn't gained any valuable items. Perhaps these 2 were just broke, or should he say lazy? With such good weapons, what were they afraid of? Considering their combat skills and teamwork, they must have undergone quite a bit of training. With such conditions, if they didn't make the leaderboard on the first day and didn't find anything good in the following days, could they be anything but lazy? All things considered, taking down these 2 yielded the greatest reward, the guides, which upgraded his space and unlocked new features. The secondary rewards were 2 submachine guns, or rather, 2 mechanical hearts. Remembering the mechanical hearts, Lin Yuan quickly ran to the road to check on his Dragon Rider bike. Seeing the bike riddled with several small holes from the explosion, he realized he had gained another valuable insight. Not only weapons need protection, but even bicycles must be safeguarded. Noticing that the bike wasn't completely wrecked, Lin Yuan decided to dismantle the 2 abandoned bicycles. After successfully dismantling them, he obtained a mechanical heart. You have acquired a 1-star ordinary mechanical heart and gained 2 experience points. Wow, this mechanical heart even has a rating? ISNT the Dragon Rider, an ordinary item? Could it be that this mechanical heart can be upgraded alongside the bike? Sure enough, the other one was a 2-star mechanical heart. It was confirmed. Mechanical hearts can indeed be upgraded. After dismantling the 2 bicycles, Lin Yuan started tinkering with his own bike. First, he repaired it, then upgraded it, and upgraded it again. His Dragon Battle bike is assembled from 3-star ordinary parts, and now that he has plenty of materials, he decides to upgrade it all at once. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Vehicle, Dragon Battle in the Wild quality, ordinary rating. 6 stars completion, 200 durability, 99 description. Once the completion reaches 100, you can upgrade to a higher level vehicle. So, if that's the case, why is there even a higher completion rate? Upgrading to 6 stars in one go made Lin Yuan's heart twitch. That was all his materials, most of which he had exchanged for resources. To upgrade further, he would either need to trade for a bunch of low-star materials to synthesize high-star materials or open high-star treasure chests to directly obtain high-star materials in one shot. Upgrade. He must continue to upgrade. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. He was curious to see what benefits the vehicles would have as the completion rate increased. Chapter 31. Without dwelling too much on the sorrowful thoughts, Lin Yuan set up his bicycle and parked it under the giant rock. He took out his pickaxe again, swung it, and began mining. After just 1 strike, he unearthed a common stone rated 1 star, indicating that this giant rock was a significant resource. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Success. He obtained a 2-star common stone. You have received a 2-star common stone, gaining 5 experience points. 4 strikes, 5 strikes. Success again. After more than 10 attempts, Lin Yuan began to notice a pattern. For every 1 to 5 strikes, he would definitely obtain a common stone with a star rating. Sometimes it was 1 star, sometimes 2 or 3 stars. There might even be higher rated stones, but he hadn't found any yet. Success. You have obtained 1 iron ore. You have received a 4-star common iron ore, gaining 15 experience points. Huh, iron ore? Lin Yuan paused his mining, picked up a piece of black stone from the ground, and examined its attributes. Item, iron ore quality, common rating, 4 stars description, forged into steel. The primary material for making steel. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, realizing he didn't seem to have the tools for smelting steel. Was this feature still incomplete? Setting aside his confusion for now, he continued mining. He kept digging, accumulating more and more common stones, as every strike yielded a common stone. With the star-rated stones in hand, Lin Yuan couldn't care less about these common stones, but dealing with them was still a hassle. Even if he stored them in his space, transporting them elsewhere would be quite troublesome. Then he glanced at the guide sitting nearby and suddenly thought of a solution. Doesn't the live stream have a tipping feature? He could use the stones to tip and become the top donor. So, Lin Yuan started mining while enthusiastically tipping the live stream with stones. He was literally smashing them in, tipping 10 stones at a time. 30 times, 40 times. When he was about to hit 50 strikes, he found something good. Item, silica, sand quality, common rating, 3 stars description, from thought to sand, from gathering to stone. It can absorb impurities from water. Silica sand, just what Lin Yuan needed for making a water reservoir. This silica sand was quite magical, just as the description said. It was a white stone the size of a thumb. A gentle squeeze turned it into countless grains of white sand, and rubbing the sand would revert it back to stone. Curious, Lin Yuan played with it for a while before getting back to work. Since he could mine silica sand, perhaps he could also find magnetic crystals. Once he started, he couldn't stop digging until nearly 1 a.m. when his stomach growled in hunger, forcing him to reluctantly halt his mining. It wasn't that Lin Yuan had a particular fondness for mining. It was just something he found himself drawn into. The massive stone had become more than just an important resource. It was a treasure that could bring him endless benefits. Not only did he unearth magnetic crystals, but he also discovered items that had never been seen before. Item: magnetic crystal quality, common rating, 6 stars description. This is a rare crystal that, when placed in water, can absorb dark matter and release spiritual matter in return. The more you add, the better the effect. Additionally, magnetic crystals can absorb dark matter and grow into floating magnetic crystals. This was the highest quality magnetic crystal, and he didn't just find one. He discovered over 10, with ratings ranging from 5 stars to 6. Apart from the magnetic crystals, he also unearthed gemstones. Item: gemstone, red, quality, common rating, 1 star description. A gemstone is a treasure born from stone, with countless effects, both hot and cold, serving as a forging material. Lin Yuan found 4 of these gemstones, each varying in temperature and sharpness. These gemstones are attribute stones. When added to equipment crafting, they can elevate the gear to a higher level. Lin Yuan thought finding gemstones was rare enough, but when he uncovered a diamond crystal, he was utterly stunned. Item: diamond crystal quality, G rating, 1 star description. This is an extremely rare advanced material that, when refined, can yield a transformer. Quality G is a step above the ordinary. This advanced material, when further refined, can transform into an even higher grade transformer. Speaking of transformers, many people are familiar with them, instantly thinking of the movie where cars morph into mechs and back again. These were all tangible rewards, but he also gained an intangible one: experience points. Experience. 11:23 before setting off in the morning, Lin Yuan couldn't have imagined he would gain over 1,000 experience points. Now, far exceeding his expectations, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Since this stone was a treasure, Lin Yuan was determined to claim it for himself. He set up a wooden cabin beside the massive stone, deciding he wouldn't leave until he had thoroughly explored it. With his current strength, there was no way anyone could push him away. The items produced by this massive stone were just too precious. After setting up the cabin, Lin Yuan immediately started a fire to cook, feeling great and ready to celebrate. He bought fresh vegetables from the marketplace and prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, enjoying every bite. Of course, he didn't forget to share with his debtor, the lost lamb. In a good mood and with a bountiful harvest, he made sure to give a little extra. The lost lamb, who had been starving, was moved to tears at the sight of such a sumptuous meal. Lin Yuan made dishes like cabbage with pork, chicken soup, shredded potatoes with green peppers, and mapo tofu. These dishes might not seem special back on Blue Star, but here they are incredibly precious. The current survivors are still struggling to make ends meet, with their daily tasks revolving around driving vehicles to search for treasure chests. Their quality of life is determined by how many chests they find, the rarity of the items they open, and their overall strength. The more chests they find and open, the greater their chances of acquiring valuable items. Those with decent strength can directly hunt beasts to satisfy their hunger, and even sell the food, making it a lucrative avenue for those who haven't found food themselves. Some survivors have taken alternative routes, such as lumberjacks who specialize in chopping down trees to find treasure chests that may be hidden among the branches. Regardless of their type, all survivors are striving to meet their needs while also working hard to improve their strength and adapt to the survival world. The reason survivors have become this way is twofold. First, there's the power of role models. The top 20 survivors are all extraordinary, instilling a sense of urgency and envy towards the rewards and recognition they receive. Second, the harsh reality demands it, whether from natural disasters or wild beasts. Everyone must become stronger and have better vehicles to survive and thrive. In this environment, if you don't put in the effort, you don't deserve to live. Falling behind means facing dire consequences. No matter how hard they try, missing the activities on the first day is a missed opportunity. Now, as they actively seek survival, some have found valuable items, but lacking food, end up at the trading post, inadvertently fattening the top 20 survivors. Take Lin Yuan, for example. If he were to slowly gather materials to upgrade his bicycle, how long would that take? However, by spending a bit of resources to purchase these materials from among nearly 100,000 people, he saves a lot of time that can be used to hone his skills. While other survivors are working hard, whether the top 20 are practicing their skills or searching for treasure chests remains unknown to Lin Yuan. But he knows that one person is definitely training hard, and that is Luo Yi. She is likely working on those 2 ordinary 9-star skills, and may have even leveled them up significantly. Chapter 32. Who is Luo Yi? She is a fierce practitioner of ancient martial arts who has been training since the age of 3, dedicating 24 years to honing her strength and reflexes to the limit, mastering her body to perfection. This is evident from her first day of survival when she took on the role of a lumberjack, effortlessly chopping down trees with a single stroke. While other lumberjacks might take dozens of swings to fell a tree, or even rely on advanced tools like chainsaws if their strength is lacking, Luo Yi stands out. Not only does she cut the tree in one blow, but she also kicks the falling tree to the side, using that momentum to propel herself up nearly 8 or 9 meters high. Imagining her graceful and striking figure descending from such a height left Lin Yuan wiping his drool. Wait, why am I drooling over a meal that doesn't even smell that good? Someone like Luo Yi surely recognizes the benefits of body training skills. She might be on the verge of a major breakthrough with her current practice of those 2 skill books. After quickly finishing his meal, Lin Yuan didn't jump into a nap right away. Instead, he activated the virtual functions to get to work. He peeked into the regional channel, analyzing useful information from the survivors' discussions. He also made purchases in the trading post, exchanging for some valuable materials. These were all part of his daily routine. Lin Yuan focused on buying materials for constructing a water reservoir and making handgun ammunition. He already had the crucial materials, such as English sand and magnetic crystals, for the water reservoir. The other common items like iron sheets and plastic were easy to acquire. He also picked up a few foundation blocks, as he couldn't upgrade or expand his current foundation, which was occupied by his wooden house, leaving no room for the water reservoir. Next, he looked at the crafting recipe for handgun ammunition. Item, recipe, handgun ammunition quality, common rating, 3 stars description, consistent caliber, suitable for all handguns. When a survivor chambers a round, the bullet will automatically match the caliber of the firearm held by the survivor. Requirements, 1 copper. 1 smokeless powder. The materials were easy to gather. Copper could be mined from stones, and smokeless powder was available for purchase. However, the real question was how many rounds could be made from 1 set of materials. If it was only 1 bullet, then this trade would hardly be worth it. Feeling conflicted, Lin Yuan tossed the recipe and materials into the crafting station, producing 1 set of ammunition to see how many bullets he got before deciding whether to sell them. If it turned out to be just 1 bullet, he certainly wouldn't want to become some ridiculous arms dealer. Soon, the machine roared to life, and after a moment, it stopped, spitting out 10 shiny yellow bullets. 10 rounds? That is not bad. Lin Yuan immediately bought up raw materials in bulk and listed the produced bullets on the trading post. Trading item, 3-star common handgun ammunition trading requirements, bicycle upgrade materials, relatively rare high-tier materials, recipes for submachine guns and automatic rifles in the survival world, and skill books. Transaction note, quantity, cost, and if it's suitable, I will agree. Transaction initiator, far from enough. Having listed pistol ammunition, Lin Yuan simply retrieved the confiscated submachine guns and pistols, putting them up for sale one by one. He had no interest in the difficult-to-obtain blue-star weapons or grenades. After some thought, Lin Yuan decided against selling the grenades. The 2 submachine guns, 2 pistols, and 4 grenades were all seized from 2 armed survivors. By selling bullets and firearms, Lin Yuan had undoubtedly become the largest arms dealer in Zone A019. After listing the items for sale, Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to the trading post and instead began producing a water reservoir. He put the materials into the construction processing station, and the resulting reservoir was small and resembled a model similar to wooden walls. However, once used, this model would quickly enlarge and revert to its original form. Holding the reservoir, Lin Yuan stepped out of the wooden house and into the open air. He first expanded the foundation and then placed the reservoir on the newly expanded base. This marked the successful construction of the reservoir. As soon as Lin Yuan activated it, the reservoir rapidly grew, forming a new building. The reservoir was a square pit made of stone, topped with an iron frame crafted from metal sheets. On this frame was a plastic cover resembling a satellite dish, which could both collect rainwater into the filter below and ensure that the filtered water was not contaminated by rain. With that done, Lin Yuan could finally take a nap and rest. Before falling asleep, he thought about what he wanted to do after waking up, mining or practicing skills, or perhaps cooking the dog meat he had hunted that morning. Gradually drifting off to sleep, Lin Yuan was shocked to find that it was nearly 5 p.m. when he awoke, having slept for over 2 hours. He had been contemplating what to do after waking up, and now he was clear on his intention: mining. He couldn't ignore such a treasure. Let's go with the flow. Lin Yuan immediately grabbed his iron pickaxe and stepped out of the wooden house to start mining the giant rocks. In the afternoon, Lin Yuan approached mining differently than he had in the morning. He was no longer just standing around foolishly. He took out a stool, sat down, and began mining while also opening a live stream. He tipped each streamer a little with ordinary stones, rotating through the streams to take the top spot on their leaderboard. With every swing of his pickaxe, he unearthed a block of stone. Initially, the streamers were thrilled to have a third-place viewer like him, which validated their streaming efforts. They streamed even more energetically, and Lin Yuan did not disappoint, tipping generously. The streamers were even happier and worked harder to entertain their audience. However, their excitement quickly faded. The items Lin Yuan was tipping were of low value, just ordinary stones. Not only were they low in worth, but there were also so many of them. At first, they thanked him a few times, but soon their faces turned green. "I didn't TC the streamer clear the stones time and again, yet you still donated." There was no other choice. In the end, I had to log off and leave. In this situation, if I didn't T-log off, I would end up being Lin Yuan's free laborer. I can't afford to provoke him, so I had to step back. Soon, while Lin Yuan was vigorously mining, he noticed that no one was in the live stream anymore. No one. Lin Yuan was stunned. He logged out and back in the live stream to confirm it was a glitch or a crash. There really was no one there. Well, this ISNTA computer system, it's a system running in the real world, so it wouldn't crash that easily. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He continued mining while keeping an eye on the streaming platform. It was impossible for him to just throw away stones. Each storage slot could only hold up to 10 items, and he could swing his pickaxe nearly 100 times in a minute. This meant he could produce 100 stone scraps per minute, filling 10 slots. It would take long for his backpack to be full of stones. He had to clear them out roughly every half hour. So how many times would he need to do that in a day? How could he focus on mining? So, he absolutely couldn't do it himself. It was much more convenient to donate in a live stream. He could just donate the stones and clear them out while sitting back. Lin Yuan wasn't worried. Someone would eventually join the stream, and then it would be time to reap the rewards. Sure enough, after a while, someone joined the live stream and started broadcasting. This streamer's alias was I Steal Big Dragons. That name sounded a bit familiar. Regardless, Lin Yuan immediately switched to crazy mode and donated the stones that had piled up like a small mountain. As soon as I Steal Big Dragon started streaming, he saw a survivor with the alias Far From Enough frantically donating stones to him. Before he could even celebrate, the donation number shot up to 100, then 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. He glanced at his storage space. With 50 slots, apart from the ones filled with items, the rest were packed with stones. When he saw the donation amount still rapidly increasing, he was immediately frightened pale and quickly closed the live stream. He only had 20 storage slots left and could only clear 200 stones at a time. If he continued streaming, he wouldn't be able to do anything else for the rest of the afternoon. Chapter 33. Regional Channel. Many survivors who struggled to continue their broadcasts in the live streaming area came here to vent their frustrations and complaints. It's outrageous that the live streaming feature has been ruined by the big shot Lin Yuan, and now no one dares to stream anymore. Yuan Bugo, please. Big shot, have some mercy. It's really not easy for us to do some live streaming. We plead with thousands of handwritten letters to ban Lin Yuan from watching live streams. I have no problem with watching live streams, but the donations. We just can't handle it. What a talent. I've only heard of live streams getting too risky to continue, but I've never heard of a top donator being able to knock a streamer off the stage. So you happen to be in the regional channel, and after understanding the situation, he immediately started to vent. Tyrant, I just want to say, all of you here are garbage. I told you to find treasure chests, but you couldn't, and now when it comes to streaming, no one dares to do it anymore. You're clearly useless at everything. What else can you do? I really don't understand how you manage to survive. These words were quite harsh, and the survivors in the streaming area looked as pale as a pig's liver. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. You're just lucky, ranked 11th, and you think you're a king or something, acting so arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you stream yourself? Tyrant. All right, I'll stream. You better open your eyes and watch carefully. Suyu, young and full of vigor, decided to take action. He clicked into the streaming area and immediately registered a streaming account named Fight Me If You Dare. As soon as Suyu started streaming, someone actually sent him gifts. It was the so-called gift maniac, Lin Yuan. When he saw the notifications, his face turned green. The gifts from the live stream were credited in real time, meaning that when Lin Yuan donated stones, they immediately appeared in Suyu's account, which was essentially his storage space. If the storage space became full, the items would be stored on the live streaming platform, and when the storage was empty, the platform gifts would be credited right away. In such a scenario, if the streamer continued to broadcast, they would have to keep clearing stones. Otherwise, they couldn't store anything. Who would want to be someone else's free mover? It didn't mean they no longer had to search for treasure chests. They hadn't achieved freedom in strength, freedom in treasure chests, or freedom in food, so they couldn't keep going indefinitely. Suyu knew he was being reckless, but having already boasted in the regional channel, there was no way he could easily back down now. Bro, they're all scared of you after your donations and don't dare to stream anymore. I'll keep streaming for everyone to see, showing them that there's nothing to be afraid of in live streaming. Go ahead and donate as much as you want. Lin Yuan was ranked 3rd, having killed on the first day and even taking on 2 opponents in the morning. So you couldn't afford to be too reckless around such a formidable player, so he unconsciously toned down his boastful words. What else could Lin Yuan say? He could only sigh that young people are full of energy. Not wanting to be polite anymore, he decided to donate all the stones he had mined in one go. So you became a porter, occasionally chatting with the survivors who were sending comments. But soon, he found it hard to smile or even talk. The place where he lived was flat, making it difficult to clear the stones. He first had to stack a small pile of stones, then stand on top of that pile to throw them onto the flat ground. Every time he emptied a storage space, the live streaming platform would immediately refill it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Suyu's face turned completely dark. He had thought clearing the stones would be easy, but he was mistaken. When his side was piled high with stones, he had to find another spot to continue stacking. He couldn't just pile them up haphazardly, or there would be a risk of collapse. As a result, his speed in clearing the stones decreased, and the longer it went on, the more stones he had stored on the live streaming platform instead of fewer. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Suyu was truly at a loss and realized he had acted too hastily this time. Suddenly, Suyu covered his crotch and hurriedly said, "Everyone, wait a minute. I need to use the restroom." With that, he closed the live stream. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Those waiting for Suyu to return and laugh at him found themselves waiting indefinitely. They began to shift their attention. In the regional channel, someone tagged Tyrant, asking, "Did you get stuck in the bathroom? Why haven't you shown up for so long?" After a while, when Suyu still didn't appear, people started to realize he had made a run for it. Damn, wasn't he supposed to be strong? Didn't he say he would keep streaming? Why didn't he just go? It was confirmed. Suyu was just a big talker, someone who didn't keep his word, no matter how much the survivors mocked him. Suyu didn't show up or say anything. He simply vanished. Time passed in this farce until it reached 8 p.m. Lin Yuan had already stopped digging when Suyu ended his stream. With no one to help him carry, his efficiency plummeted, so he simply started preparing dinner. He steamed rice in a rice cooker and simmered dog meat in an aluminum pot. That night, Lin Yuan had a hearty meal of dog meat. While eating, he opened a virtual screen to browse the chat messages in the regional channel. "Everyone, stop selling valuable items. The top 20 are getting stronger, and we're just getting hungrier. If you don't want to sell, then don't. You can't eat if you sell, and if you don't sell, are you just going to starve? Brothers, I found iron ore. I suspect that the better the stone, the better the items you can dig up. Miners are getting benefits. Stones can yield niter, sulfur, copper, iron ore. If we focus on digging these instead of looking for treasure chests, we can afford food and might even unearth better items." Seeing this message, Lin Yuan also chimed in. "It really is possible to dig up better things. Just keep digging, and you'll find out what you can uncover." Lin Yuan wouldn't take advantage of others for free. "Hey, big guy, are you going a bit overboard digging at that giant rock? Did you uncover something? Or is the English sand and magnetic crystal just what you get from digging? Big guy, do you need a helper to carry those stones for you? Upon seeing this message, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. If he had someone dedicated to clearing the stones, he couldn't even imagine how much his efficiency would improve. With increased efficiency, the number of items he could dig up would naturally increase, and so would his experience. By putting a little effort, he could unearth more. Just one more magnetic crystal or diamond crystal would be worth it. That's still not enough. This could work. Who is willing to help? As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors became restless. Big guy, I can help you carry. I want a handgun and enough ammo. Big guy, me too. Whatever you dig, I'll carry it. Can I get a submachine gun? The submachine gun consumes a lot of bullets for someone skilled with firearms. That amount of ammo would last a while. For those who are new to guns, that ammo might just get used up quickly. If using a submachine gun could help him gain more experience, magnetic crystals or diamond crystals, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind. You think this is a joke? You want to trade a day's worth of work for a gun and bullets? Or even a submachine gun? Are you all still half asleep? Big guy, I don't want anything. I can work for you for free. Helping you mine? Not enough. I think you're the one dreaming. Trying to test the waters? Let me tell you, no way. I'll make it clear right here. That rock is mine. I discovered it, and it belongs to me now. If anyone has ideas about it, I'm watching, but my gun doesn't care about that. Chapter 34. Who doesn't know that you get what you pay for? Especially when it's free. Those who want to become free miners and help Lin Yuan dig for resources are called the Barefoot Immortal. This person clearly has ulterior motives, and Lin Yuan immediately issued a stern warning, making his stance clear as a warning to those with hidden agendas. It seems that his reckless generosity in tipping streamers to clear stones has drawn the attention of some opportunists. After all, if he couldn't find something valuable, would he be so reckless in disposing of waste? However, Lin Yuan isn't worried. While he can't claim to be invincible in Zone A019, unless he encounters a few or is besieged by a group, he still has the strength to protect himself. Along the endless highway, in a lush area filled with grass and trees, several wooden houses stand on a massive foundation. Campfires are arranged around the wooden houses, illuminating them as brightly as daylight. A young man dressed in combat gear, with a buzz cut, a lean build, and a rebellious demeanor, strides confidently to the door of the most luxurious wooden house. This house is different from the others. It is made of premium wood and features some decorative touches on the roof and walls. Oh no. Ugh. Inside the house, the sounds of a woman screaming, strange noises, and a man's low growl can be heard. The rebellious young man pauses at the door, licking his lips, and calls out into the wooden house, "Boss?" A commanding voice responds from inside, "Speak." The young man immediately replies. Lin Yuan didn't agree, nor did he provide any useful information. However, that stone should be worth more than we estimated. Forget it. Consider it as helping me mine. Just bring it over directly later. All right, you can go play now. On Lin Yuan's side, he is somewhat conflicted about who to hire as a mover. It's not that he can't afford to pay, nor is it that no one is willing to do the job. Rather, most people are busy clearing stones on flat ground, which can't keep up with the speed at which he is mining. Hiring more than 2 people would require switching live streams, which is a hassle. Just then, someone initiated a video call. System prompt. Friend Ting Yulalai requests to video call you. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Yuan agreed decisively. He was curious to see what this big-mouthed woman was up to. As soon as the video connected, a woman in combat gear appeared on the screen. It was Yang Ting, and Lin Yuan was taken aback by her appearance. In just 2 days, Yang Ting had undergone a significant transformation. First, her hair was no longer long. It had been cut into a bob that barely reached her shoulders. Instead of fiddling with feminine lingerie, she now had a long knife resting on her knees as she sat by the campfire, warming herself, with a handgun tucked into her waist. Her gaze was no longer weak, but filled with determination. Her aura was much more formidable. She must have trained in basic martial arts, combat, or even higher-level skills. While Lin Yuan was momentarily distracted, Yang Ting smiled and asked, "What do you think of me now? Am I doing well?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. "You've changed a lot," he exclaimed, then asked, "Are you talking about clearing stones?" Yang Ting nodded, speaking from the heart, "Yes. I can hardly believe I've transformed like this. Fortunately, I often went for morning runs and hit the gym when I was on Blue Star, which gave me an edge on the first day. Otherwise, I can't imagine how tough it would have been, or I might have ended up like others, perishing on the survival road." She agreed with Lin Yuan's words and continued. "Right, I want to take on this task in exchange for a submachine gun and some handgun ammunition. Is that possible?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly and replied honestly, The submachine gun and bullets are not an issue, but the problem is that my speed in clearing stones is quite high. Young Ding Ding Smilet. I watched Suyu's livestream. To match your mining speed while clearing stones, one needs a geographical advantage, like a valley or a cliff. If I toss them into those areas, I'm sure it will be faster than your mining. Although I don't have those advantages, the campsite where I'm stationed today has a reservoir. If I toss them in the water, the speed won't be slow at all. It seems she came prepared. Since Yang Tingting had the capability, Lin Yuan readily agreed. All right, we'll start working at dawn tomorrow. After that, he immediately removed the submachine gun from the marketplace and gifted it to Yang Tingting, along with half a box of submachine gun ammunition and 100 rounds of handgun bullets. Seeing the submachine gun and bullets in the video window, Yang Tingting was genuinely surprised this time. With the reservoir as her support and both parties being friends, it wouldn't be hard for her to secure this deal. However, she didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so generous and pay up front. She felt a surge of excitement. No wonder you're such a big shot. Let's talk. Time will reveal a person's heart. Let's see how I perform in the future. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and ended the video call. His generosity had its reasons. Firstly, if you want a horse to run, you must feed it well. Secondly, it was a way to win hearts. Since he would eventually have to give his submachine gun and bullets, why not do it early and allow her to familiarize herself with the weapon and gain strength? This way, she would appreciate his kindness and be more diligent in her work. And in the future, if there were any confidential news or rare items, she would think of him first. Thirdly, it was also a test. If Yang Tingting took the items and didn't fulfill her end of the bargain, then she wouldn't be worth his time, and he would consider eliminating her the next time they met. Lin Yuan gang just ended a video call when another friend who wanted to be his assistant popped up. This time, it was the Soldier King Lung Feng, sending a text message. Lung Feng, bro, can you hand over that stone-moving job to me? I've got some serious strength. Lin Yuan gang sweat profusely. What does strength have to do with it? Not even close. You're too late. That job has already been taken. Lung Feng let out a dramatic wail. My submachine gun has slipped away from me. Lin Yuan gang smiled slightly, took down another submachine gun along with a box of bullets, and decided to give it away. Soon, Lung Feng sent another message. Bro, what's this? Why are you just giving me a gun? I can't accept something for nothing. Lin Yuan gang replied instantly. Aren't you calling me bro? Just take it. It's just a gun. Why complicate things? I thought we could share news in the future and help each other out when needed. Though he said that someone like Lung Feng, who was strong and trustworthy, deserved such an investment in friendship. Lung Feng had strength, character, and solid credibility. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman deserves a fine gift, and a hero deserves a fine sword. This submachine gun was a significant gift for Lung Feng, filled with sincerity, and Lin Yuan gang wasn't he worried about winning him over. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Lung Feng sent a voice message with a firm tone. All right, I appreciate the gesture. From now on, whatever happens, just call me, and I promise to be quick. Lin Yuan gang chuckled and casually changed the subject. Have you found a girlfriend? Who is she? Lung Feng replied immediately. Not yet. I'm 29 this year. If I don't find someone soon, I might not get a wife. Lin Yuan gang had only asked casually, but he didn't expect Lung Feng's answer to be so unexpected. That can't be right. I saw you posting about looking for a roommate, and there were plenty of women saying they wanted to have your kids. It shouldn't be a problem. You're strong, ranked second in this survival world, and you're definitely a catch with your looks and 8-pack abs. If someone like you can't find a girlfriend, who can? Lung Feng seemed helpless. What I want is a real relationship. They only see my strength and resources. Some even break up with their current boyfriends as soon as they hear I'm looking for a roommate, and then come running to me. Lin Yuan gang. Chapter 35. Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration as he thought about the kinds of women Cold Feng had encountered. Thank goodness they weren't together. Who knows if she'd meet someone more impressive in the future and abandon him without a second thought. There are plenty of scumbags out there, and it seems there are just as many scumbags among women. He voiced his opinion candidly. To be frank, discussing relationships and dating nowadays just doesn't cut it. This is a survival world. What matters first is strength. If someone has decent character, then you might consider trying to be together. Feelings can develop over time. You could ask Zhou Jini, Qin Mingwei, He Weiying, Shui Ran, or Yang Tingting. They all have their own unique qualities and solid abilities. Surely you'll find one that you like. Upon hearing this, Cold Feng felt a bit embarrassed. They were indeed capable and attractive, but none of them had approached him. Lin Yuan was left speechless. So you're just waiting for someone else to make the first move? Why not take the initiative and ask them yourself. See who you like. Add them as a friend, and subtly test their attitude towards you. Cold Feng looked defeated. I don't know how to approach them, and I feel awkward asking. Lin Yuan replied, with that attitude, you really shouldn't be single. Before Lin Yuan could say more, Cold Feng sent another message. I like someone who is gentle and dependent from the top 20 women. Ah, a tough guy who needs tenderness. Lin Yuan understood and offered a suggestion. What do you think of Yang Tingting? She sold lingerie when she was on Blue Star. I hear she did quite well for herself, and doesn't have a boyfriend. Among the top 20, Luo Yi is cool and commanding, which is definitely Cold Feng's type, but he shouldn't let that slip away. Zhou Jini doesn't fit the gentle image. Qin Minghua, perhaps due to her archery training, comes off as sharp both in appearance and demeanor. Shui Ran has a cold beauty. He Weiying, being a figure in power, has a strong personality. After considering all of this, it seems Yang Tingting is the best match. Her ability to carve out a career on Blue Star shows her resilience, and she even has a bit of stubbornness. While she may not be the most beautiful among them, she has a non-threatening face that doesn't exude the coldness of Shui Ran or the sharpness of Qin Minghua. Her expression is such that even when she's angry, it's hard to tell. This is the type Cold Feng would likely appreciate. Cold Feng replied, she seems alright, but I don't know how to approach her. Bro, can you give me some tips? By the way, bro, you really are a hidden gem. At first, I thought you were just a somewhat impressive character, but I didn't expect you to rank third on the activity leaderboard and have such an amazing girlfriend. I'm genuinely impressed. So, your girlfriend is quite impressive. Who listens to whom in your relationship? Bro, if you can win over such an amazing girl, teach me how to pursue women. Watching Lung Feng suddenly turn into a chatterbox, Lin Yuan broke into a sweat. You wouldn't believe what else is going on. As for who listens to whom, she acts as sweet as a little kitten in front of me. So, of course, she listens to everything I say. She is always asking for kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high, sigh. Women can be quite complicated. Anyway, enough about that. I'll have another submachine gun in Yang Tingting's hands. I'll use the excuse of having you come in to teach her how to use it, so she'll add you. Make sure to seize the opportunity, teach her how to handle the submachine gun, and take your chance to win her over. After Lin Yuan sent a lengthy response, he quickly closed the chat window and covered his face. Luo Yi is as well behaved as a little kitten. I can't keep this up. I almost convinced myself with that line. He sent another message to Yang Tingting. You know Lung Feng, right? He's a special forces king and very familiar with all kinds of firearms. I asked him to teach you how to use the submachine gun. So please add him and communicate directly. Boss, I'm giving you benefits, salary, and a man, so make sure to work hard tomorrow. After sending that, he closed the survival guide. He didn't want to deal with those annoying things anymore. He cleaned up the dishes and prepared to get down to business. Stepping outside, he lit a bonfire. The main task was to maximize the experience points he gained today. He went through the basic punches and kicks, adding some points to his combat skills. Once he felt he had practiced enough, he leveled up, bringing his basic skills to level 5. He also upgraded his basic marksmanship again. Time was running short. He had to wake up early to mine tomorrow. So Lin Yuan stopped his training and got ready for bed. Before sleeping, Lin Yuan stripped down completely. Not because he wanted to sleep naked like he used to, but because Luo Yi had pressured him into it twice, leaving her scared. He thought of a powerful tactic to deal with Luo Yi. If she tried to disturb him again in the morning, well, he'd just act mischievous. With those mischievous thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan smiled and drifted off to sleep. As Lin Yuan woke up again, he heard the sound of rain, heavy rain. He thought to himself how useful the water reservoir he built was. This rain was quite timely. However, the sound was a bit odd. Why did it seem like the noise was coming from inside the house? With a rustle, as Lin Yuan opened his eyes to check, he saw rainwater falling down on him. Is it leaking? Without a second thought, he jumped out of bed to avoid it. As he got up, a melodious laugh echoed, only to vanish instantly as if it had never been there. Hiss! The moment he stood up, Lin Yuan gasped. It was freezing. At that moment, he finally realized that there wasn't any heavy rain. It was all just a prank by Luo Yi. In the third round, both of them were equally wounded. However, Lin Yuan felt he had the upper hand. He quickly crawled back into bed and sent Luo Yi a message. You've seen my body, so you have to be my girlfriend. If you don't, it's just abandoning me after stirring things up. He chuckled to himself, thinking that taming a wild horse required some fierce methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Luo Yi replied in an instant. Aren't you shameless? You're being a rogue, and you actually have a nerve to say this? Lin Yuan simply reiterated, you've seen my body, so you have to be my girlfriend. If you don't, it's just abandoning me after stirring things up. Luo felt extremely frustrated. You set up this whole scheme. Would I have fallen for it otherwise? Lin Yuan stuck to his line, refusing to argue with her and stating the facts instead. You've seen my body, so you have to be my girlfriend. If you don't, it's just abandoning me after stirring things up. After a long silence, Luo finally asked, what if I don't agree? Lin Yuan's heart raced. Whether he would have a girlfriend depended on this moment. Then I'll expose the fact that you spied on me to the community chat. Luo gritted her teeth, sending her words through voice message, each word dripping with irritation. Is this really fun for you? If you want me to be your girlfriend, can't you just pursue me properly? This will only make me hate you. What good is a girlfriend who hates you? Pursuing her properly? Lin Yuan had considered that. But just like he told Lung Feng, in a survival world, survival came first. He had to focus on honing his skills and searching for treasure and food. How could he find the time to pursue someone? Everyone was busy improving their strength. Besides, Luo was getting stronger by the day, leaving him no chance to pursue her. Without the opportunity, how could he pursue her properly? He thought it best to establish a clear relationship first, then use various means to cultivate feelings and turn her animosity toward him into love. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Chapter 36. All right, starting today, I will be your girlfriend. Luo chose to give in. After sending the message, she angrily threw the survival guide to the ground and flung herself onto the bed, sobbing. Her father was a businessman, and her mother worked in education. She had lived a life of luxury since childhood, and aside from the hard training in martial arts, she had never suffered such humiliation. The only time she had cried was when her grandfather passed away, and now this jerk had the audacity to make her cry. After crying for a while, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a sudden burst of determination, Luo sprang up from the bed, drew her sword, and decided to practice. With a loud bang, she didn't even bother to open the door. Instead, she broke through the wall, cutting a hole in the wooden barrier with a single stroke. With a couple more swift movements, she created an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Using her agility, Luo swiftly lunged outside the wooden house. Once outside, she stepped forward with her left foot, stomped hard on the ground, and executed a spinning slash. The first slash was followed by another leap, then a second, and then a third and fourth, each time performing a flipping cut. Leveraging her speed, she soared more than a meter into the air, her body spinning rapidly as her right hand swung the tang sword with increasing ferocity. As she landed, Luo spread her legs wide and performed a split, dissipating the force of her fall while also adjusting her posture. When her legs reached their maximum stretch, she thrust the tang sword into the ground in front of her, bringing her feet together and using the momentum to propel herself upward. From flipping slashes to split descents, Luo executed a series of advanced, high-difficulty moves. Starting from the foundational training she had practiced back on Blue Star, she seamlessly transitioned to the survival world-esque sword techniques, each move flowing effortlessly into the next. Her strikes faster than the last. She felt as if something was breaking free within her, and with each swing of the tang sword, she became more powerful and fierce. In the pitch-black night, a bright white light from her sword cut through the darkness, multiplying from 1 to 2, then 3 up to 6 beams, illuminating the area around her. This was the manifestation of Luo reaching the pinnacle of her sword speed. Suddenly, she felt as if her soul had fused with her body. Beyond her physical strength, there was a surge of energy coursing through her. This power shot out from her body and flowed into the sword. In midair, facing the void, she swung down, and this force naturally followed the tang sword's arc. A white shadow of the sword shot forth, flying over 10 meters before striking a large tree, causing it to sway dangerously as if it were about to break. Congratulations to survivor Luo the first to evolve, rightfully becoming the strongest in Zone A019. Let us celebrate her evolution and surround her with glory. Congratulations to survivor Luo the first to evolve, rightfully becoming the strongest in Zone A019. Let us celebrate her evolution and surround her with glory. Congratulations to the survivor Luo for becoming the first evolver. She truly deserves this title, having become the strongest in Zone A019. Let's celebrate her achievement and let glory surround her. A commanding voice echoed from the sky, resonating in the minds of all survivors in Zone A019. As they were startled awake, the information about Luo becoming an evolver appeared before them, repeated 3 times. All the survivors were instantly in an uproar. Their minds suddenly alert. An evolver? Someone became an evolver? So quickly? I just want to ask how powerful our Luo E from Zone A019 really is. This is insane. No, it's extraordinary. How are we supposed to keep up? I can hardly catch my breath. I want to know what the relationship is between evolvers and those at lower levels. Is it possible to just use guns and not practice skills? I'm even more curious about how strong an evolver really is and how they differ from ordinary people. Everyone stop chatting. I just checked the time, and it's only 6:30. How early did the number 1 rank get up? Right. If the top player is that amazing and still so diligent, who else could be the first evolver? We should all get up and practice our skills too. It's useless. She has put in so much hard work while we were just ordinary people back on Blue Star. I really regret not being a soldier or a martial arts coach when I was on Blue Star. Even being a fitness coach would have been better. I also regret not exercising back then. It's the first day of activity, and I'm already hot and tired. With my poor physique, I can barely look for treasure. Now I'm falling behind step by step. Not to mention the gap between me and the fairy Luo E. We can't even catch up with the top 20. What is the point of all this talk? As long as we don't die, we have to work hard. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. Since they just woke up, no one is up yet. Nearly 100,000 survivors are speaking in the regional channel. And the number of speakers is unprecedented with all sorts of comments. I'm Lin Yuan. My girlfriend Luo E is the first to become an evolver. And we should celebrate together. In 10 minutes, I'll be sending out red envelopes to celebrate. So get ready. They LL contain handguns, bullets, food, and water. Lin Yuan repeated this 3 times before he started preparing the items to put in the red envelopes. His feelings were complex and hard to express. He felt a bit guilty, a bit anxious, and also relieved that he acted quickly. If he had waited longer, and Luo E became an evolver while he remained an ordinary person, it would have been even more difficult. Regardless, as her boyfriend, and one with strength and status, Lin Yuan should show his appreciation in his own way. At the same time, this was also to increase Luo E's affection for him, hoping to turn her feelings from resentment to love. He steeled himself this time, really going all out. Aside from the more valuable items, everything else was packed into red envelopes. In this survival world, these items were worth a fortune, even thousands of gold. The red envelope feature was something he had perfected when he upgraded to an A-level 1 star. At the time, he was too focused on the friend channel and only discovered it later while browsing the regional channel. This feature came in handy now, serving as a tool for Lin Yuan to make a beauty smile. To claim the red envelope, one had to select the voice option and recite the phrase he had set. The voice command was, "Congratulations to the great Luo E for being the first to become an evolver and the strongest in our A019 district. I also wish for you and the great Lin Yuan to be together for a lifetime, never to part." Since he had spent such a significant amount, Lin Yuan wanted to secure some benefits for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of valuable resources. After packing the items and setting up the voice command, 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan was ready. With a thought, he clicked send. Immediately, voices of men and women filled the regional channel. Congratulations to the great Luo E for being the first to become an evolver and the strongest in our A019 district. I also wish for you and the great Lin Yuan to be together for a lifetime, never to part. Congratulations to the great Luo E for being the first to become an evolver and the strongest in our A019 district. I also wish for you and the great Lin Yuan to be together for a lifetime, never to part. Congratulations to the great Luo E for being the first to become an evolver and the strongest in our A019 district. I also wish for you and the great Lin Yuan to be together for a lifetime, never to part. Chapter 37. After Lin Yuan sent the red envelope, he sent another message to Luo E. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I like you too much and felt helpless, which led me to take such drastic measures to push you. I know I'm being foolish and can't think of a better way to pursue you. Even if you hate me, I'd be willing to be just nominally your boyfriend. He thought that by admitting his mistake, playing the victim, and trying to garner sympathy, along with the earlier celebration he organized for her that involved nearly 100,000 congratulatory messages, this combination would reduce her resentment towards him significantly. However, Lin Yuan misjudged this. Luo E had been raised under her grandfather's teachings. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion gets stained red. One who stays close to ink gets stained black. She was a traditional woman, and any scandalous behavior on a man's part was something that must never be revealed. This concern was why she felt threatened by Lin Yuan. If it had been a more promiscuous woman, she might have retorted, "What is the big deal? If you have the guts, go ahead and say it." She might even have turned the tables and called him weak. Luo Yi, feeling wronged and upset by the threat, was angry. Why should she be treated this way? But then, after her own breakthrough and evolution, she felt happy. Her spirits soared in her anger, allowing her to advance rapidly, almost shedding her ordinary status in a matter of days. All of this was thanks to Lin Yuan. When she entered the regional channel and saw one congratulatory message after another, she felt an immense sense of gratitude and joy. This joy was different from the happiness she felt with her family. It was sweet, causing her lips to curl upward involuntarily. Her emotions were like a roller coaster ride, led by Lin Yuan, full of ups and downs, and she only realized how thrilling it was once it came to a stop. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's apology, her anger had long dissipated, and she no longer harbored hatred. She simply didn't want him to know, fearing he might take advantage of her softened stance and make unreasonable demands. In the regional channel, someone exclaimed, "Haha, I managed to snag a handgun and some bullets. Now I won't have to fear even moderately strong beasts. Thank you so much, Lin Yuan. I even managed to grab some rice. I can finally have a feast. You should thank the top player. Without them, Lin Yuan's supplies would have to be traded for items." After glancing at the regional channel and finding no useful strategies to look at, Lin Yuan closed the survival guide and got up. He had anticipated that Luo Yi would make a significant breakthrough, and indeed, she had quickly become an evolved being, like some survivors mentioned in the regional channel. He was entirely sure how the levels and evolution were connected. He genuinely wanted to ask Luo Yi how she managed to evolve, but thinking about their current relationship made him hesitant. So, Lin Yuan decided to simply get up and work hard. There was no doubt that after he fell asleep last night, his experiences had been recalculated once again. He was quickly nearing 1,000 points again, ready to invest in his own development. After leveling up each skill, the basic punches and kicks, as well as the basic firearms proficiency, it was already 8 o'clock. As for food, apart from some snacks, Lin Yuan only had rice left. He cooked a large pot of congee, and after filling his stomach, he got to work. Since he had hired a helper, he intended to maximize the value of that investment and work from dawn till dusk. Lin Yuan settled in and started mining while opening his livestream room, directly searching for Yang Tingting's name. To his surprise, Yang Tingting was indeed a woman of her word. As soon as he searched, her livestream room popped up. It was titled Casting Nets, Fishing, Working for the Boss. What she was doing today was just as she had said, casting nets to fish and clearing stones for Lin Yuan. He could see that she was holding a makeshift fishing net. "Hello everyone, I'm a streamer Yang Tingting. Whether on Blue Star or here, it's my first time streaming, so please take care of me," she announced. "My main task today is to help Boss Lin Yuan move stones. Catching fish is secondary. Even if there are fish, I can only catch them later. For now, let us see if there are any fish in the water." With that, Yang Tingting cast her rudimentary fishing net. Lin Yuan couldn't tolerate her slacking off while working for him, so he quickly sent her a tip in stones to let her feel the charm of being the top supporter. Before she had the chance to pull in the net, she had to move to another area, away from where the net was, and started clearing stones. Once she began, there was no stopping her. This job was supposed to be easy. Just controlling the stones to drop them into the water was simple. Anyone could do it. However, constantly pushing the stones with her mind started to wear her out. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, even though he was alternating between using both arms to dig and feeling incredibly sore, found motivation in observing the items he was collecting and the experience points rising. Those made him feel alive again. Yang Tingting, however, had a rather unfortunate experience. The virtual screen was filled with stones, and the task was dreadfully monotonous. The longer she worked, the more stones she saw on the screen, under her feet, and in the water. She began to feel like she was seeing hallucinations of stones everywhere. The two of them worked like this until 12:30 before wrapping up for the day. Lin Yuan sent a message in Yang Tingting's livestream chat. "Not nearly enough. Time to clock out. We'll continue in the afternoon after a nap. Let us start again at 2 p.m. Yang Tingting replied. She also wanted to be the boss, wanting to lay back. Wait, she was already a boss back on Blue Star. Now that she was here, her status had actually dropped. They both ended their streams, stored away their pickaxes, and prepared to cook to replenish their energy. Just as Lin Yuan was about to close the guide, he received a message from someone in his friend channel. He quickly opened it and was surprised to see it was from Luo Yi, his new girlfriend. She didn't say anything, just gifted him 10 pieces of meat. Meat? Lin Yuan took a closer look at the information about the meat and found it was tiger meat, high-quality 6-star item. Hiss. Does that mean Luo Yi hunted a tiger? Lin Yuan quickly asked with concern. You're not hurt, are you? 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute. No response. Lin Yuan felt a bit confused. What did she mean by that? She must still be angry with him. Now she sends tiger meat. And the anger seems to have vanished, forgiving him but not replying. Women's hearts are as difficult to read as the depths of the ocean. Lin Yuan decided not to overthink it. Filling his stomach was the priority. In Blue Star, tigers are protected animals, but here there's no such concern. With wild beasts rampant, you can find any kind of meat as long as you have the strength to hunt it. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and took out the tiger meat. He didn't care about the saying of not accepting free food or traditional masculinity. He considered all his since even his girlfriend Luo Yi was part of him. Eating her tiger meat now meant that in the future, when he had something good, he could gift it back to her. It was all about reciprocity. As they exchanged gifts, any lingering resentment would disappear without a trace. Lin Yuan had never eaten tiger meat and didn't know how to prepare it, but he figured he could just cut it into smaller pieces and stew it. As it approached 1 p.m., Lin Yuan set the food on the table, made some seasoning, and got ready to eat. He swallowed hard, picked up a piece of tiger meat, and began to savor it. But immediately he frowned. The tiger meat had a sweet and salty flavor, with a hint of sourness. Was he eating tiger meat or some kind of herbal medicine? It was even less tasty than dog meat. No wonder the books mention tiger meat without describing its flavor, only discussing its benefits for kidney health and vitality. Ugh, kidney health and vitality? Was that what Luo Yi meant? He quickly asked tentatively, is it really true that tiger meat boosts kidney health and vitality? Chapter 38 this time. Luo Yi finally showed some emotion. Can you stop thinking about all those random things? Instead of wasting time, you should focus on honing your skills, especially the divine forging technique and the body forging technique. If you don't master these two skills to a high level, no matter how high your attributes are, you won't become an evolver. Hiss, that's exclusive information. The divine forging technique and the body forging technique are actually the keys to becoming an evolver. So, these two skills are more valuable than others. Lin Yuan stopped teasing Luo Yi and posed a new question, one that puzzled many survivors. Since killing monsters can level you up and improve your physical and mental attributes, and practicing the divine forging technique and the body forging technique can also enhance these two attributes. Can you just level up by killing monsters? Or can you solely rely on practicing? How powerful are evolvers, really? Are skills not as effective as firearms? Is it possible to just use guns without practicing skills? And can you just increase your level and attributes without becoming an evolver? Lin Yuan's questions reflected the confusion that many survivors were facing. He believed that many survivors didn't know what to focus on or which skills to prioritize. Luo Yi didn't remain silent. Since you're my boyfriend, I happen to know the answers to all these questions, so let me address them one by one. When I first arrived in the survival world, my physical attribute was 27, my mental attribute was 28, and my level was 0. After killing a venomous snake, I gained experience but didn't level up. This morning, I broke through and became an evolver after killing a tiger, which allowed me to level up. So, I deduced that you can't infinitely level up by just killing monsters or acquiring attributes. When you're still an ordinary person, you can gain a certain amount of attributes from killing monsters, but you can't increase your attribute points indefinitely that way. Hiss. There is so much information in what Luo Yi just said. Her physical attribute was already 27 back on Blue Star. What does that even mean? Mine is only 5, which means she is 22 points ahead of me. Of course, you can't be an evolver. If you don't become one, you'll forever remain an ordinary person, and your attributes 1T get very high. I agree with this point. You can't endlessly grind monsters to level up, as that would limit the path of a leveler. A leveler is someone who levels up by fighting monsters, just mindlessly leveling up, which is characterized by rapid growth. You can't solely rely on practicing the body forging technique and the divine forging technique to improve your attributes either, because that would be too slow. Comprehending a skill and then leveling it up takes a long time. The two should complement each other. Lin Yuan nodded repeatedly. He had experience points to improve his skills. But even that wouldn't yield immediate results, let alone for other survivors. Luo Yi continued, as for whether to practice guns or melee weapons. I personally believe that firearms will always be external tools. They can only serve as assistants. Due to the training of skills, it can serve to strengthen the body. Focusing too much on firearms may slow down the evolution speed. Lin Yuan nodded frantically. Every word resonated with him. As for how powerful the evolved beings truly are, I can only say that you'll have to experience it yourself. When I was still an ordinary person, within 10 steps, a knife was faster. Beyond 10 steps, a gun was faster. Now that I have become an evolved being, as long as I can still move, neither handguns nor submachine guns could do anything to me. After reading Luo Yi's message, Lin Yuan had only one thought. Is she really my girlfriend? How could she be so powerful? He recalled her commanding words on the first day of survival. Why should I be first? Just because my strength is the greatest in Zone A019. This statement still holds true. Her ability to be number one is based on her strength, and, even more so, on her 24 years of hard work back on Blue Star. If she were still on Blue Star, she would at most be a non-material cultural heritage, an heir to ancient martial arts, passing down the ancient combat techniques of the Xia Kingdom, with no real battlefield to showcase her skills. But here, she shines brightly, leaving everyone else behind, making them unable to catch up. Even Lin Yuan, who seems to have a cheat code, hasn't had the chance to develop and is left in the dust. Looking at Luo Yi's dimming avatar, Lin Yuan's eyes hardened, and he murmured to himself, just wait. I'm not lacking either. When we meet, I will prove it to you. Hearing her words was worth more than 10 years of study. Lin Yuan, inspired by Luo Yi, mapped out the path he wanted to take. He would still use guns for close combat, as he had a strong affinity for marksmanship. In the future, his training focus should be on body tempering techniques and mental cultivation. He still needed to find a book on mental cultivation. Next would be marksmanship, as it could maximize his combat effectiveness through his physical condition while also helping him strengthen and familiarize himself with his body. Finally, firearms would be used as a last resort for survival. Having made his decision, Lin Yuan quickly finished his meal, wolfing down tiger meat. Although tiger meat wasn't particularly tasty, it was highly nourishing, right? Right now, as he trained hard, he needed all the nourishment he could get. After finishing his meal, Lin Yuan didn't continue training. It was that he didn't want to, but his arms were sore. He feared that forcing himself to train would yield diminishing returns, so it was better to conserve his energy and focus on gaining experience in the afternoon. As long as he accumulated enough experience, leveling up his skills would come naturally. On January 4th, Year 1 of survival, at 2 p.m., Lin Yuan rubbed his arms and walked out of the wooden cabin, heading to the mining area beneath the giant rock. As usual, he sat on a wooden bench, opened the guide, and clicked into the live broadcast area. Compared to Lin Yuan's lethargy, Yang Tingting was in much better spirits. At that moment, she was cheering and laughing continuously. Lin Yuan took a look and realized that she had caught several fish of varying sizes from the water. He started mining and tuned into the live stream. Yang Tingting was having good luck. She had found a reservoir and caught some fish, which meant she was speeding up her development. If she sold the fish at the trading post, she could exchange them for a significant amount of resources. After mining for half the day, seeing that she was still busy fishing, he quickly sent a message in the chat. Yang Tingting, come on, it's work time. Don't get distracted. Upon reading the message, Yang Tingting's smile faded and her expression turned sour. Lin Yuan, did you see that I caught some fish? Starting tomorrow, I'm not working for you anymore. I want to be my own boss. No more exploitation. Although she said that, she still walked over to her morning spot to clean up the waste. The survivors watching the live stream perked up when they heard Yang Tingting's announcement. Young, you're making a wise decision. I wholeheartedly support you. You don't like being exploited, but I'm just the opposite. I have a tendency for self-sacrifice. So I'll take on this work. No, let me do it. I'll bear the pain. If I don't go to hell, who will? Puffed. Talking so heroically, isn't it just because Lin Yuan is generous and you want to snag some resources? Boss, do you see me? I'm an honest person. How about I work for you? Just as the survivors were arguing excitedly over Yang Tingting's words, a large screen appeared in front of them, instantly covering the live stream screen. A thrilling moment was about to unfold. Someone was going live. Lin Yuan didn't stop mining, but kept his eyes glued to the big screen, curious to see who would join the live stream. Chapter 39, suddenly. The screen became clear, revealing the star of this spectacular moment. This time, it was a swordsman with long hair tied back with a green scarf, dressed in ancient attire, wielding a 3-foot-long sword with impressive swordplay. With long hair and ranking in the top 20, it could only be the 4th ranked by Li Shaojin. The other survivors also recognized the identity of the person on the live stream. Wow, it's the Sword Immortal, my husband. One exclaimed. What Sword Immortal? That's just a drama. You're such a fangirl. Look at the situation we're in. You should be focusing on improving your skills. Another retorted. The third-ranked Lin Yuan was taking down opponents with a single shot, while it was unclear what the fourth-ranked Bai Li, the movie star, was planning to showcase. Lin Yu looked at Bai Li Xiaojun and couldn't help but roll his eyes. While Yang Tingting had cut her hair short for convenience, Bai Li, the movie star, had done the opposite. His hair was long, dark, and shiny. As for his attire, everyone was wearing practical and durable combat gear for fighting and training. Nowadays, combat suits were all the rage, and most people were dressed for action. But here was Bai Li, not only wearing an impractical outfit, but also dressed in ancient garb. What was he thinking? This was a survival world, not a film set. He seemed to be constantly immersed in his own aesthetic. Bai Li Xiaojun moved gracefully, his sword dancing effortlessly, and he didn't seem to be hindered by his clothing at all. His movements were quick and looked incredibly fluid. Lin Yu, who didn't understand swordplay, couldn't gauge Bai Li's strength, so he sought insight from a martial arts master. How does he compare to how you were when you were just an ordinary person? Lin Yu asked. Luo Yi was also watching the spectacular moment. Everyone was, as it was a mandatory system event. She quickly replied, his fundamentals are solid, and his swordplay is proficient, but he lacks combat experience. He can handle average opponents, but if faced with real danger, his lack of experience would definitely lead to defeat. His physique is around 15 to 18 points. In life and death situations, he could be killed within 1 or 2 moves, and during sparring, it wouldn't exceed 10 moves. Everyone gasped in surprise. Some survivors were amazed by Luo Yi's strength, while others were shocked at Bai Li Xiaojun's high physique score. No one doubted the credibility of Luo Yi's words. With her experience and strength, what she said was definitely reliable. Lin Yu noticed her keen observations and, fearing he might be charmed by the movie star, quickly reminded her, just focus on the swordplay, don't get distracted by his looks. It wasn't that Lin Yu was overly cautious. It was just that Bai Li Xiaojun looked exceptionally handsome in his ancient attire. So much so that even men couldn't help but admire his appearance. The phrase like a celestial being, like a painting truly described Bai Li Xiaojun. Lin Yuan's worry is normal. Not worrying would mean he doesn't care about Luo Yi. When Luo Yi saw this, she was furious. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of woman who changes her mind easily? Keep talking, and I'll smash your head. Lin Yuan touched his nose, feeling that what he said wasn't that serious. Why get so worked up? As long as she doesn't fall for him, it's fine. Lin Yuan stopped talking and focused on what was about to happen next. Based on past experience, whenever a spectacular moment occurs, a rival will soon appear. But this time, there was none. Bai Li Xiaojun continued practicing his swordplay, and suddenly, a howl echoed from a distance. Bai Li Xiaojun's expression turned serious as he halted his training. Soon after, a pack of wild wolves emerged from the nearby bushes, slowly surrounding him. 1, 2, 5, 10 the survivors counted carefully and found there were as many as 25 wolves. This is bad, with 25 wolves. Who knows if the great actor can handle it? Such impressive swordsmanship. But can he take them all down with just 1 strike each? Lin Yuan noticed something was off. In situations where strength is similar or uncertain, one should minimize the area exposed to attacks. If Lin Yuan were in Bai Li Xiaojun's position, he would immediately run to the cabin, using it for cover and focusing on defense from 3 sides. But Bai Li Xiaojun was surrounded on all fronts. Indeed, Luo Yi also had little faith in this battle. He was flustered. One person might not be able to take on 25 wolves. Bai Li Xiaojun raised his sword, warily watching the wolves closing in on him. The wolves didn't attack immediately. Instead, they formed a tight circle before slowly moving closer together. Suddenly, one wolf lunged forward, fiercely attacking Bai Li Xiaojun while the others held back. This was a test of Bai Li Xiaojun's strength, commanded by the Wolf King. Facing just one wolf, Bai Li Xiaojun didn't panic. He simply sidestepped and easily evaded the wolf's attack. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his sword, slicing through the wolf's neck and decapitating it. At that moment, as Bai Li Xiaojun engaged with the first wolf, 5 more charged out of the pack, attacking him, 3 from the front and 2 from the back. Bai Li Xiaojun had just killed the first wolf, and seeing so many wolves attacking at once, he quickly began to swing his sword defensively. 2 more wolves fell under his blade, but 5 wolves still couldn't take him down. A howl from the Wolf King signaled new orders. 3 more wolves joined the fray in front, and 1 more came from behind. This time, the attacking wolves didn't charge recklessly. Instead, they retreated slightly whenever Bai Xiaojin made a move, cleverly trying to entangle him while allowing the wolves behind to launch sneak attacks. Bai Xiaojin was fearful of a surprise attack, quickly wielding his sword in a frantic defense. But it drained a significant amount of his stamina. The saying goes, a prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure, and with 6 or 7 wolves attacking him, things only worsened when the Wolf King brought in 2 more. Finally, a gap appeared in his defenses, and one of the wolves sank its teeth into Bai Xiaojin's thigh. In a panic, he swung his sword at the wolf that had bitten him, but it had already retreated after its bite, so he missed. He swung twice more in anger, trying to hit the same wolf, but still failed. Now, he had swung his sword unnecessarily, completely opening up his defenses. He found himself in a precarious situation, and the wolves bit him several more times. The Wolf King seized the opportunity to unleash all its forces. It was over. After all, reality wasn't a movie, and he didn't possess the skills of a leading man who could take on hundreds. Xiaojin was on the verge of becoming the second casualty in the top 20. Oh no, my husband. Get lost, you delusional fan. It turned out that Luo Yi was right. Bai Xiaojin, living in the spotlight, lacked combat experience. In films and television, he could take on 10 or even 100 foes, but that was all rehearsed. This was a survival world, and there were no rehearsals here. On his first day, he had no experience in monster hunting and had been practicing his swordsmanship diligently since. While he had high physical attributes and was skilled with a sword, the only thing he lacked was real-life combat experience. This shortcoming was inconsequential on Blue Star, but here it was fatal. Due to his inexperience, he failed to identify advantageous terrain or devise a solid defensive strategy, leading him into this dangerous predicament. If nothing unexpected happened, Bai Xiaojin realized there was no chance of escape and decided to abandon defense altogether. He adopted a desperate strategy of trading life for life, ignoring the wolf that was biting him and instead attacking another wolf with wild swings, determined to kill one in exchange for his own life. In no time, his clothes were drenched in blood, his body swayed unsteadily, and he fell, all in an instant. Chapter 40. Haha. It seems I arrived just in time. Just when all the survivors thought that Bai Xiaojin wouldn't make it through this challenge, a clear and melodious female voice burst into laughter. Following that, an image of a rough-looking woman in red boxing gloves charging into a pack of wolves appeared on the screen. Zhou Jini? This is Zhou Jini, ranked 7th and a national weightlifting athlete. She is here to save the day. But isn't hero saving the beauty supposed to be used differently? Bai Li Saun et Glim, Miss, please save my life. I'll repay your kindness with my body. But if he couldn't even handle someone ranked 4th, how could this girl rush into the wolves? Isn't that a bit reckless? It turned out that Bai Xiaojin's words were a bit premature. Ranking doesn't equate to combat strength. Zhou Jini had been training with the powerful Goldfinger fist technique taught by Luo Yi. With her weight advantage and her background in weightlifting, her physical condition was far beyond that of an ordinary person. When a wild wolf lunged at her, she didn't dodge or flinch. She stood her ground and struck back. With a single punch, she sent the wolf flying effortlessly. The wolf tumbled 7 or 8 meters away, whimpering on the ground, unable to rise again. There were more than just one wolf attacking her, but no matter how many came, it was just a matter of a punch. Some wolves that Zhou Jini knocked away ended up crashing into their companions, leaving the struck wolves unable to stand for quite some time. Using sheer strength to break through, Zhou Jini managed to take down a wolf with each punch, causing the remaining wolves to hesitate in approaching her. She charged towards the Wolf King, clearly aiming to take down the leader first. Upon seeing this human so fierce, the Wolf King howled and called back the wolves that were attacking Bai Xiaojin, redirecting their assault towards Zhou Jini. They employed the pack tactics and added pressure, but this strategy wasn't invincible. The more wolves surrounded Zhou Jini, the larger the area of impact when she sent them flying. What was once a single punch taking down one wolf now meant that for every wolf that rushed at her, several would be sent tumbling away. Seeing the situation turn against him, the Wolf King howled again, summoning the remaining wolves to retreat. Zhou Jini didn't pursue. The jungle was treacherous, and besides, she had an injured person to attend to. Bai Xiaojin, having succumbed to the blood loss after the wolves retreated, collapsed on the ground, slipping into a deep coma. Zhou Jini rushed to his side, crouching down to look at the bloodied Bai Xiaojin, sighing, "A person like you, so remarkable, truly deserves better. What a pity if you were to die." As she spoke, she reached out to gently stroke his handsome face. Then, she picked up Li Shaozhen in her arms and headed toward the wooden cabin. "Fat lady, let go of my husband. You can't touch him," cried a voice. "Wah, my husband is tainted. Get lost, you brainless fans. I curse you to encounter wild beasts when you're out searching for treasure, and to face natural disasters while riding your bike. It's about time you focused on finding treasure, no matter how much the survivors discuss it." The final scene freezes on Zhou Jini carrying Li Shaozhen and a princess carry towards the wooden cabin, and then the screen goes dark. The live stream ends. Fate isn't meant to be extinguished. Lin Yuan shook his head and continued to dig at the giant rock, transforming into a miner. He didn't dare waste a moment. Silent and sweating profusely, sitting to dig, standing to dig, then sitting back down to dig again. As long as he was alive, he would dig with all his might. 1 hit, 2 hits, 100 hits, 1,000 hits. 2:30, 3 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Time passed as Lin Yuan frantically mined. By 7:30, he tossed aside the pickaxe, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled state. His arms trembled slightly, refusing to obey him. In a live stream, Yang Tingting, exhausted from Lin Yuan's relentless demands, had spent the entire day tossing stones, her mind foggy. Everywhere she looked, there seemed to be stones, and it took her a while to recover. Looking at the reservoir in front of Yang Tingting, Lin Yuan, feeling a bit weak from exhaustion, just wanted to take a good shower to wash away his fatigue. He was drenched in sweat, reeking, and hadn't showered in 3 days. Unfortunately, it hadn't rained, and there was only enough water for drinking, no chance for a shower. Wait, water? Isn't there water in the reservoir? The water from the reservoir should be filterable, right? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted at the thought. If the reservoir water could be filtered, then he could finally take a shower. He quickly got up, operated the virtual screen, and sent Yang Tingting a message about needing water from the reservoir. "Tingting, this water can't be drunk. Even fish can only be eaten after being processed. Lin Yuan, I'm not using it to drink. I plan to use it to shower. Please help me out, and I'll share a bit of my special dinner with you tonight." "Tingting, what special dinner? Did your girlfriend make it for you?" Lin Yuan replied instantly. "No, but it's close enough. It's tiger meat she gifted me. You've never had tiger meat, right? Help me fetch some water, and I'll share some with you." Yang Tingting had never eaten it before, and upon hearing about the tiger meat, she immediately agreed to help fetch the water. "All right, I'll help you out. Did your girlfriend kill a tiger? Why not make it on the highlight reel?" Lin Yuan quickly sent over 2 empty water bottles. It was just a tiger. With her strength, she could have taken it down with 1 strike. No time for highlights. Saying this, he ran back to the side of the wooden cabin, climbed up to the water tank, and waited for Yang Tingting to bring the water over so he could pour it in. Yang Tingting found a piece of rope left over from making a fishing net, secured the water bucket, and with one hand pulling on the rope, she threw the bucket into the reservoir with all her might. While controlling the bucket, she replied, "I really envy your girlfriend. If I had just half of her strength, I wouldn't have to fear wild beasts or bandits." Bandits are a profession that emerged on the 2nd day of survival. They specialize in killing and stealing from those who have guides. They usually operate in groups of 1 or 2 or more, scouring the endless roads for treasure chests, chopping down trees, and digging up stones. When survivors pass by, they spring into action, killing and looting. Most of the men are killed, and for the women, well, it's easy to guess what happens next. Living in a time of peace, Lin Yuan doesn't like bandits either. But in such a vast survival world where there are no laws, who can control them? You can only manage yourself and avoid falling into depravity. It's good to feel envy. It should motivate you to improve your skills. No one's strength comes from thin air. With your current abilities, as long as you're careful, you should be able to survive without too much trouble. So, the 2 of them went about their work, one fetching water and the other pouring it while chatting away. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 5 buckets, 10 buckets. After the 10th bucket, Yang Tingting had enough. "Do you really need this much water for a single bath? 1 bucket is about 50 pounds, and 10 buckets is already 500 pounds, dude. You're not just pouring out the water and making me fetch it for fun, are you?" Lin Yuan joked. "Actually, I did pour out the water." Yang Tingting's expression changed, and she almost wanted to quit right then and there. But Lin Yuan quickly added, "Just kidding. I poured into a water reservoir. I built a reservoir, so we won't run out of water in the future. Now, hurry up and get back to work. I'm still your boss today. Another 10 buckets, please." Yang Tingting retorted, "Lin, I'm never working for you again." Chapter 41. After drawing up another 10 buckets of water, Lin Yuan finally decided to let Yang Tingting off the hook. Item: contaminated water source quality. Ordinary description. This is a contaminated water source that cannot be consumed directly. It contains various impurities, tiny bacteria, and toxic substances. This is the water Yang Tingting drew from the reservoir. She had been busy pouring the water and hadn't had time to check its properties until now. As expected, it can't be consumed directly. After pouring out the water, Lin Yuan climbed down from the iron frame but didn't reach the ground. Instead, he crawled to the edge of the pool to take a look at the water inside. Item: clean water source quality. Ordinary description. After simple filtration, this water is now drinkable, though it might not taste great. To his surprise, it really was drinkable. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and thought about taking a shower tonight. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he took out 10 magnetic crystals and tossed them into the pool. He hadn't forgotten the description of the magnetic crystals. The more he used, the better the effect. But what kind of effect? He could only find out through experimentation. After waiting for a while, the water changed again. Item: crystal clear water source quality. Ordinary description. This is a clean water source that is clear to the bottom, drinkable, and quite tasty. It seemed that even ordinary items had their levels of quality. Lin Yuan steeled himself and directly tossed in 50 magnetic crystals this time. As soon as the 50 crystals hit the water, a faint mist rose up. Once the mist cleared, the water underwent a significant transformation. Item: natural spring water quality. Ordinary rating. 1-star description: refreshing and sweet. Once you drink it, you'll want more. This is a natural spring produced only by a mountain of exquisite beauty and charm. A rating for the water source? Lin Yuan was astonished. Were the magnetic crystals really that powerful? He quickly jumped down from the pool to the ground. In front of the pool, there were 2 stone pipes leading out of it, each with a switch button on the wall above. Lin Yuan walked up to one of the pipes, about the thickness of his thumb, and pressed the switch. Water gushed out from the stone pipe, and he hurriedly caught it in his mouth. He was eager to see how the rated water source tasted compared to ordinary water. After tasting it, Lin Yuan nearly bit his tongue. It was just as the description said, refreshing and sweet. After taking a sip, he wanted more. However, he didn't gulp it down like a thirsty buffalo. Instead, he quickly took out the remaining magnetic crystals and tossed them all into the pool. He wanted to see if the water would rise to a higher star rating and if a higher grade water would taste even better. As soon as the crystals hit the water, a mist rose up again, this time thicker than before. Once the mist dissipated, he looked at the pool water. Item: natural spring water quality. Ordinary rating. 2 stars effect. Relieves fatigue description. Taking a sip when you're exhausted, the water is refreshing and sweet, leaving you wanting more and more. This is a natural spring water that can only be produced by a mountain of exceptional beauty and vitality. Wow, this water is incredible. It has a new attribute that can relieve fatigue. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan pressed the switch and caught the flowing water in his mouth. The taste was similar to that of 1-star water, but after drinking it, he immediately felt a surge of energy. After mining all day, he had been feeling sleepy and tired, but now he felt less fatigued and more alert. What a great find. Water is precious, and magnetic crystals are even more so. Just think, he hasn't even finished mining a single giant rock yet. If he were to put all the magnetic crystals from the 3 giant rocks into the water, how high would its quality rise? Just the thought of it brings him joy. With better water available, Lin Yuan naturally decided to get rid of the current bottled mineral water. He poured all of it into the reservoir to let it filter and transform into 2-star natural spring water. He then refilled the empty bottles with the natural spring water, opened a friend channel, found Luo E's avatar, and chose to send her a gift. And he sent her 10 bottles at once, which was quite extravagant. The reason he sent so many was that he no longer lacked water. If he ran out, he could just call on his little worker to fetch more, right? As for Yang Tingting not wanting to be his little worker anymore, that's not happening. It's like the Monkey King trying to escape from Buddha's palm. This morning he was thinking about how his girlfriend sent him tiger meat, and now he had something good to send back so soon. This water is no ordinary water. It possesses all the effects of regular water and also has the unique ability to relieve fatigue. This is a game changer. Survivors who have worked hard all day or practiced their skills tirelessly will definitely feel revitalized after sipping this water before bed. Unlike now, when they have to suppress their fatigue to survive, which drains a lot of their energy. With natural spring water, things change. When practicing skills, taking a few sips here and there allows you to train longer. In short, Natural spring water can accelerate your evolution. Evolution means you're stepping away from being an ordinary person and can continue to enhance your physical attributes. As night fell, after sending water to Luo Yi, Lin Yuan began preparing dinner. He rinsed the rice with spring water and washed the vegetables with it too. His ordinary cooking skills, which could barely manage a meal, suddenly transformed into something delicious thanks to the spring water. Just as he took a bite, the survival guide on the table opened automatically, and a virtual screen appeared before him, revealing a shadowy figure. Is this an emergency call? The figure gradually became clearer, and it was none other than Luo Yi, who was enjoying her dinner. Luo Yi was just as she had been during their first meeting, dressed in a white training uniform, sitting upright and elegantly enjoying her meal. Although she ate gracefully, she didn't take her time. Watching her cherry-red lips move as she chewed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a strong urge to kiss her. Her delicate pink tongue was like a potent poison, drawing him in irresistibly. The moment she spotted Lin Yuan, she asked, "Why did you bring me so much water?" Noticing Lin Yuan's intense gaze fixed on her, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she snapped in embarrassment. "What are you staring at?" In the past, she would have been irritated if a man looked at her like that. But with Lin Yuan, she found herself surprisingly unbothered and even secretly pleased. She tried to maintain her composure, glaring at him fiercely. Lin Yuan quickly averted his gaze from her stunning beauty, afraid of making a fool of himself, and casually said, "I was just admiring the food you made. It looks delicious." After all, she was his girlfriend, so praising her was the right thing to do, regardless of whether the food was actually hard to swallow or tasteless. Initially, Lin Yuan had only meant it as a compliment, but when he shifted his gaze to the dishes on her table, he was instantly taken aback. He then glanced at his own meager offerings, his expression turning indescribable as he suddenly felt his own meal was no longer appealing. Although Lin Yuan had cooked a bit late, his primary goal was merely to fill his stomach. He had prepared a simple meat stew and a stir-fry. But what about Luo Yi? Her table was adorned with 7 or 8 dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, cold dishes, and even radishes carved into flowers. Were you sure you were a top-tier fighter and not a master chef? Her food was vibrantly colored and utterly tempting, a true feast for the senses. Lin Yuan found himself swallowing hard just looking at the screen. Seeing Lin Yuan gulping down saliva, Luo Yi chuckled. All right, eat your food. I've become a bit of an evolutionist now, so my appetite has increased. I didn't prepare yours tonight, but I'll save you a portion next time, okay? Or let us talk about the water. I have plenty left. Why did you bring me so much? Chapter 42. Watching Luo Yi, who was obviously in a good mood. Lin Yuan felt a bit confused. This morning, she had said she hated him, yet by evening she had transformed into a perfect girlfriend, bringing him meat at noon and promising to cook for him at night. Although he didn't understand why she had changed so much, he was foolish enough to ask. Bringing it up would ruin the atmosphere. It would be like slapping her in the face. What was once hate had suddenly turned into affection. Asking her would only make her uncomfortable, and he didn't want to put her in that position. Lin Yuan picked up his bowl again and started eating, adhering to the old saying that one shouldn't talk while eating. That's not just ordinary water. It's natural spring water, rated 2 stars. It's for drinking and bathing, and it has fatigue-relieving properties. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi quickly checked the properties of the water in the barrel. She had only glanced at it earlier and hadn't paid much attention. Item: natural spring water quality. Ordinary rating. 2 stars. Effect: relieves fatigue. Description: a sip when exhausted is refreshing and sweet, leaving you wanting more. This natural spring water can only be produced by a mountain of exceptional beauty and spirit. She placed a bucket of water on the ground, her hand glowing with white light. Gently, she tapped the bucket, and a jet of water shot out, just enough for a small sip. She opened her mouth, took a sip, closed her eyes, and began to savor the effects of the spring water. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Luo Yi had an unparalleled control over her power, her technique reaching a peak. The white gas surrounding her. Was that the unique power of an evolver? After a while, Luo Yi opened her eyes and said, "It's a good thing. I won't even mention the taste. Its effect can be used to enhance skills. Unfortunately, the level is too low and only effective for ordinary people. You should keep it for yourself. As for me, I've become an evolver, so it won't be of much use to me." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Not of much use, so it's still somewhat useful? You keep it. For drinking, bathing, cooking, feel free to use it. We have plenty of this water. I've been mining that giant rock, right? I've extracted two kinds of materials from it. One is diamond crystal, which is quite rare, and I still don't know what it's good for. The other is magnetic crystal. This stuff can generate spiritual energy and change the water quality. I put it in the reservoir, so we have more than enough water. Use it without worry. As for what you said about the level being too low, don't worry. I haven't finished mining that giant rock yet, and I can still extract quite a bit of magnetic crystal. Once I throw all the extracted magnetic crystals into the reservoir, who knows, we might even reach G-grade water resources. So, be at ease and use it generously. Don't hold back. After saying so much, Lin Yuan suddenly felt parched and quickly took a sip of the meat soup. When he looked up, he saw Luo Yi gazing at him with sparkling eyes. His heart raced uncontrollably. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. And he seemed to see a different emotion in her gaze, no longer the cold detachment from before. As Luo Yi noticed Lin Yuan gazing at her with a fervent look, she felt overwhelmed and hurriedly said a quick goodbye before hanging up the video call. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll make dinner and prepare your portion too. And about those items, including the giant stone, they're valuable. Be extremely careful of those who might covet them. Watching her figure disappear from the screen, Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation. His gaze was so blatant that it was almost clingy. He really needed to tone it down. However, her concern warmed him. After all, his efforts weren't in vain. Since the virtual screen was already open, Lin Yuan decided to keep it on and open a chat window with Yang Tingting, sending her a message. You don't need to wake up so early tomorrow. Let's start around 9 a.m. to leave some time for skill training, and I'll finish work early in the evening. But you'll need to fetch more water. Unless it rains, we'll have to collect water every day. After a while, Yang Tingting finally replied, Lin, let me tell you, I've quit my job. I want to fish and be my own boss. I'm done with your exploitation. She sounded resolute, but Lin Yuan wasn't about to let her off that easily. Yang Tingting had a natural geographical advantage. She was great at clearing stones and had the water resources he needed. So instead of wasting time, he decided to entice her. He filled a small bottle with natural spring water and chose to gift it to her, waiting for her response. Soon enough, Yang Tingting replied, and this time it was much quicker. Is this 2-star ordinary water? Water has ratings? Where did you get this? Lin Yuan didn't answer her barrage of questions, but countered with, how about using this as payment? Yang Tingting still craved her freedom. It's only a little tastier. I want to die of thirst without it. Even if it helps relieve fatigue, a good night's sleep is enough, right? Seeing her response, Lin Yuan chuckled. A good night's sleep could indeed alleviate the fatigue from the previous day, but he didn't believe she wouldn't feel sore or drained. Noticing that Yang Tingting was unresponsive and her message hadn't been read, he rolled his eyes. Each message had a small triangle arrow indicating whether it had been read. The white arrow meant it hadn't been seen, while a green arrow showed that the friend had read it. This was a feature exclusive to the upgraded version. He knew she had read his message. She was just choosing not to reply. This stubborn woman, still thinking of her freedom. But he wasn't going to be defeated that easily. As the saying goes in military strategy, the best way to conquer is through wisdom, and he planned to win her over. By the way, my girlfriend just evolved into an advanced practitioner, so I took the liberty of asking her a few questions. Sure enough, as soon as he sent that message, it showed as read, but she still didn't respond. Oh, playing hard to get, are we? All right then, let's see how this unfolds. I learned from her that grinding monsters won't continuously level you up or enhance your attributes, meaning the path of leveling is not viable. To break through to an evolver, the key is to cultivate both the divine forging technique and the body forging technique to a high level. In the past, I lacked confidence, but now with the spring water, I can extend my training time and still be energized the next day. Seeing Yang Tingting still pretending to be oblivious after reading the message, Lin Yuan chuckled. She was like an ostrich burying her head in the sand. He decided to drop a bombshell. I need to train hard so that when the next ranking event comes around, I can advance further, earn rewards, and widen the gap between myself and others. If I don't train properly, and others break through to become evolvers before me, it'll be a step slow, and then every step will be slow after that. First, he made a promise to Su Yuzhong, analyzing the situation. If Yang Tingting remained ungrateful, he could easily find someone else. There were plenty of laborers available. But this time, Yang Tingting didn't play the ostrich. As soon as he sent the message, she replied in an instant. Sorry, boss. I want to keep working on this. I just went to the restroom, so I couldn't respond earlier. By the way, about the water, This implied she wanted to negotiate her pay. Lin Yuan chose not to call out her lie. Instead, he decided to wait until her guide reached 1 star before hitting her with a reality check. Lin Yuan wasn't a stingy person and laid out his own terms. I'll give you a barrel of spring water a day, but as long as I'm still mining, you'll have to keep working for me. Although I've set aside time for skill training, with the spring water, you can increase your digging efforts, so be prepared. Besides clearing stones, you'll also need to help me fetch water, and that is quite a bit. You'll need to do it every day when it doesn't rain. As she looked over the demands, Yang Tingting's expression changed. Don't think this work is easy. It's just as tough as Lin Yuan's mining. She would have to constantly control the stones with her mind, throwing them into the water. Doing it once or twice was manageable, but after a whole day, she was mentally drained, and her head was still throbbing. She bit her lip tightly, debating whether to agree or not. Chapter 43. Who is Lin Yuan's girlfriend? It's Luo Yi, the one who displayed inhumanly bizarre behavior on the very first day of survival, leading all survivors as the first evolved being to break through. The strongest in Zone A019. What she says carries a lot of weight. If she doesn't seize this opportunity to properly train her skills and become an evolved person, will she ever get the chance? Yang Tingting gritted her teeth and agreed. Just as Lin Yuan said, if she doesn't make progress when activities resume, if her ranking doesn't improve or even drops below 20, then she'll completely miss out on the chance for rapid growth. On the first day of activities, she relied on luck and narrowly secured the 20th position, which is why she doesn't have to worry about food now. Seeing her agreement, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Won't be the boss. That's impossible. She needs to hone her skills as an employee first. Just as he was about to close the chat window, he suddenly remembered something and sent another message to Yang Tingting. Starting tonight, do double the work and give me the extra portion. Yang Tingting hurriedly refused. No way. No way. I can't cook well, and if your girlfriend finds out that you're eating my cooking, she'll blow my head off. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be speechless. Who said I wanted to eat your cooking? I'm sending it to another survivor. He explained about buying skill books with food for the lost sheep. Yang Tingting became even more upset. She was Lin Yuan's employee, not his slave. Why should she bear the burden of everything the boss needed? No way, no way. I'm exhausted from clearing stones and don't have time to cook. As she spoke, she picked up some fish she had caught today and took a bite. So delicious. After tasting it, she continued messaging. That's your skill book you bought, not mine. You can cook it yourself. Lin Yuan replied instantly. I'm not cooking anymore. My girlfriend will do it from now on. Yang Tingting was shocked. The top-ranked one actually cooks for a man every day. She was so surprised that she almost bit her tongue. You lucky guy. After a moment of amazement, she continued typing. Then just have your girlfriend deliver the food. Why do you still need me to cook? Are you treating me like a mule? Lin Yuan quickly replied, wanting to shake off this burden. How can the food my girlfriend cooks be given to other men? Only I have the right to eat her cooking. Thinking about the meals made by Luo Yi, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Yang Tingting was furious. So your girlfriend's cooking can't be eaten by other men, but mine can? Lin Yuan didn't care. It's just cooking. Don't you have a boyfriend? What's the big deal about cooking a little? Yang Tingting was so mad, she replied instantly. Who says I don't have a boyfriend? Didn't you send me a guy just yesterday? Lin Yuan asked curiously, wondering if the two were getting along. So are you two together now? At the mention of this, Yang Tingting became even angrier. Is that guy you sent a man? He is more like a drill sergeant. He was so strict that I nearly died of fright and almost cried from his scolding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately lost interest and patience. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, are you doing it or not? One simple answer. If you agree, I'll have him add you as a friend. You cook for him, and I'll give you 5 bottles of spring water. Take a good rest today because tomorrow will be tough. If you refuse, I'll take those 5 bottles and use them as money for skill books for the lost sheep. After all, yes, never going to taste the food made by my girlfriend. Yang Tingting replied, fine, I'll do it, boss. Just make sure I get those 5 bottles of spring water. In the end, how could an employee not follow their boss's orders? Lin Yuan closed the chat window with Yang Tingting and sent a message to the lost sheep. The gist was that he wouldn't be cooking anymore. That job was handed over to Yang Tingting. He told the lost sheep to add her as a friend and go eat at her place. After giving the instructions, Lin Yuan started cleaning up the dishes while thinking about how he could go from 3rd place to 1st. It was ridiculous that someone ranked 2nd, like Lung Foam, couldn't even surpass the last place. It was frustrating to see rankings not match actual combat power. Just like by Li Shaojin, the discrepancy was too severe. No wonder he was single. If you want to charm girls, you might as well be training new recruits. What a joke. Once he finished cleaning, Lin Yuan didn't rush to practice his skills, but instead climbed up to the water tank to start pouring water. The water was delivered by Luo Yi, who clearly had plans to use better water instead of the ordinary kind. She sent a total of 25 barrels. Lin Yuan was quite pleased. Although Luo Yi hadn't said it outright, her attitude spoke volumes. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, they were officially together, not just in name. Accepting gifts from you without being overly distant proved she didn't want to create too much distance. If you buy a necklace for a girl you like and she insists on paying for it herself, that's a clear sign she is setting boundaries. Time to wash up and sleep. No chances there. Lin Yuan smiled as he finished pouring barrel after barrel of bottled spring water. Then, worried that Luo Yi might not have enough, he filled another 10 barrels and sent them over. As for why he didn't send more, he planned to upgrade the water quality tomorrow, and extra wouldn't be necessary. With that taken care of, he finally had time to practice his skills. The first skill he worked on was handgun shooting. Right now, he had only achieved stability in shooting, hitting the target perfectly within range every time. He wanted to elevate his shooting skills to a whole new level, to the point where he could shoot like a god. After all, he could make his own bullets. All he had to do was shoot. Bang, bang, bang. 1 shot, 5 shots, 13 shots, 30 shots, 100 shots. He finally stopped after firing a full 100 rounds from his handgun. Putting the gun away, he grabbed a basin, filled it with some spring water, and plunged his numb arm into it. Wow, that felt good. As soon as his arm entered the cool spring water, a refreshing sensation washed over him. But it quickly faded, replaced by a warm feeling that gradually eased the numbness and discomfort. After soaking his hands, Lin Yuan drew several basins of water and poured them into a large iron pot, lighting a fire to boil the water. He was boiling water now so that he could comfortably take a hot bath after honing his skills. It was essential to heat the water. Although the weather didn't seem too cold right now, it would soon turn chilly. The deeper the night, the colder it would get. Taking a hot bath would also help relieve fatigue and cleanse his skin. Especially since he hadn't bathed in days and had spent the whole day mining, he needed a good wash. After making these preparations, Lin Yuan stepped outside and added a few more logs to the campfire, illuminating the area around the wooden house as bright as day. His earlier conversation with Luo Yi made him realize the importance of the body forging technique and the spirit forging technique. Since he didn't have the spirit forging technique, he decided to focus on mastering the body forging technique to a higher level first. He opened his personal attributes, navigated to the 5 animal play skill page, and directly upgraded the skill from level 8 to level 9. Other survivors learned skills through the system, which would instill a level 1 skill. To upgrade their skills, they needed to practice continuously, reaching mastery, proficiency, integration, and perfection, which was essentially the process of accumulating skill experience points. Once they maxed out their experience points, survivors could achieve enlightenment and upgrade their skills to continue their training. The speed of skill training, which is the process of accumulating experience points, varied among survivors. Some were quick, while others were slow, depending entirely on their personal aptitude and comprehension. The same applied when grasping higher-level skills. The skill images and key points that appeared in their minds could be quite clear for some survivors and rather vague for others. Those with vaguer images needed to practice more diligently to recall the skill images and key points, and they had to work harder to learn skills. Lin Yuan, however, didn't have as many concerns as the other survivors. He simply used his experience points to fill up the required experience and then began to comprehend the skill. Unlike other survivors, whose visions were clear or somewhat clear, his skill images were incredibly vivid, and he memorized the key points with remarkable clarity. After absorbing the level 9 skill, Lin Yuan looked at the upgraded skill, and upon doing so, his eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 44, Skill, Body Refinement Technique. 5 Animal Play Quality, Common Rating, 5 stars Level, 9 Experience, 0, 0960, Effect, Increases Physical Constitution. Current Level, 0 Description. This is a body refinement technique adapted from ancient martial arts of Blue Star, which mimics animals for systematic training. When practiced to a high level, it can slightly enhance one's physical constitution. Lin Yuan always thought that the high level mentioned in the description referred to a level 9 skill. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that there are skills even beyond level 9. Just like riding a bicycle or shooting a pistol, once a skill reaches level 9, The experience needed for further upgrades is no longer required. Mastering the level 9 skill is sufficient. Therefore, he had always believed that skills topped out at level 9. But now he understood that there are indeed higher levels beyond that. After reaching level 9 in the 5-animal play, a requirement for upgrade experience appeared in the experience section. This proved that the 5-animal play could still be upgraded, indicating that there are indeed skills beyond level 9. Since the depth mentioned in the description was not the same as the previous one, it also meant that the depth that Luo Yi referred to was not about level 9 skills. Did she also have some sort of advantage? The first thought that crossed Lin Yuan's mind was that she must have some sort of cheat to advance her skills beyond level 9 so quickly. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. It should be her own talent. After immersing herself in this field for over 20 years, it was only natural for her to have an extraordinary upgrade speed through related understanding. He didn't dwell on it further, regardless of how high her skill level was. It was still her own achievement. If he wanted to improve his skill level, he would need to practice diligently himself. Lin Yuan began to practice each move and technique according to the skill screen and key points. 1 round, 2 rounds, 5 rounds. From initial clumsiness to later perfection, he felt he was getting the hang of it. Once he felt ready, Lin Yuan opened the skill screen again to allocate points for an upgrade. He wanted to see what realm lay beyond level 9 skills. Immediately, a surge of skill images and key points flooded into his mind, and he quickly focused on absorbing the information. Once the infusion was complete, he hurriedly checked the skill attributes. Skill, body refinement technique, 5-animal play quality, common rating, 5 stars level, subtle experience, 0/1000 effect, increases physical constitution. Current level, Constitution 1 description. This is a body refinement technique adapted from ancient martial arts of Blue Star, which mimics animals for systematic training. When practiced to a high level, it can slightly enhance one's physical constitution. To his surprise, beyond level 9 skills was the subtle level. Lin Yuan finally felt like a tourist who had climbed to the peak of a mountain, witnessing the sunrise, and a smile spread across his face. His physical constitution had increased by a little, which was quite satisfying, as it was earned through his training. He opened his attributes to check his attribute panel. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, 019784096 life. Ordinary person level, 2 mental, 9 physique, 7 skills. Micro level 5 animal play. Level 5, basic firearms. Level 8, handgun shooting. Level 9, basic fist fighting. Level 6, basic leg techniques. Level 6, basic body techniques. Level 6, basic combat. Level 6, military bodybuilding. Level 4, bicycle riding. Level 9, culinary skills. Level 2, painting. Level 3, computer skills. Level 6, music. Level 4 experience needed to level up to 3. 6, 1. 6, mental 9. Physique set. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes, but everything looked the same. Wait a minute, he had killed a wild dog, leveled up to 2. And his mental state increased to 9, while his physique became 7. Why were they still at 9 and 7 now? Where did the point of physique he just gained go? He felt a bit dazed, but then it hit him. Body training, body training. You may have learned the skills in your head, but if you don't train your body, how do you expect to increase your physique? Having realized this, Lin Yuan didn't waste any more time and began practicing his micro-level skills. Micro-level skills were much more complex than the previous skills. Lin Yuan first practiced slowly for a couple of times before he figured out how to train effectively. However, knowing how to practice was just the beginning. To master and refine these skills, he needed to keep practicing. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, he practiced over and over again. At first, Lin Yuan didn't feel much, but after more than 10 repetitions, he finally understood what micro truly meant. As the name suggests, the micro-level body training technique allows for a deeper control over one's own body, reaching a finely tuned level. Once he reached this level, he could sense the strength within him. It was only after practicing over 10 times that Lin Yuan surprisingly discovered he could actually feel the power inside his body. This sensation was mysterious and indescribable, yet undeniably real. The more he practiced, the more excited he became. It felt wonderful to discover this strength, as if he could control it and move his body at will. In reality, this was just an illusion. The power he felt was merely flowing along with the body training technique, serving its purpose. The moment he stopped training, that sensation would return to his entire body, leaving him unable to perceive it anymore. Just as he took a sip of spring water and prepared to continue his practice, the survival guide, sitting nearby, automatically flipped open. Lin Yuan set down his cup and looked eagerly into the void, knowing his girlfriend was coming. Sure enough, a virtual screen appeared in the air, quickly transforming into an image of none other than Luo Yi. She was sitting at a table with 2 large bowls of cooked noodles in front of her. Upon seeing the video connection established, she spoke, picked up one of the noodle bowls, and extended it into the void, making it disappear. Not bad, knowing the importance of hard work. In this world of survival, no one knows what will happen in the next moment. One must not become arrogant or complacent. Nor should one be lazy, you know? Lin Yuan understood that she was offering something, giving the noodles to someone else, and it was obvious who the recipient was. However, what was with this earnest teaching? It felt oddly like a master instructing a disciple. As Lin Yuan took out the noodles, he nodded repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal, and he wasn't one to nitpick, so he simply agreed. His attention was more on the noodles he had retrieved, which not only had all the necessary seasonings, but also included beef. He had a bowl of spicy beef noodles. Just right. He was hungry after practicing his skills, and the timing couldn't be better. He quickly grabbed his chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and slurped them into his mouth. Seeing him like this, Luo Yi was extremely satisfied and said, "It's already past 10 o'clock. Eat your noodles and wash up before going to bed." Lin Yuan was taken aback. It was already past 10? He felt like he had only been practicing for a short while. Since it was so late, it was indeed time to sleep. He nodded, feeling quite happy, and threw out a new question. "The taste of these noodles is incredible, truly one of a kind. Did you achieve a refined level with that first cut on your first day?" Luo Yi suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as if she were trying to see right through him. Lin Yuan was startled, almost biting his tongue, and stammered. What's wrong? It wasn't he that Lin Yuan was being overly timid. It was just that Luo Yi's presence was too imposing. Having reached the peak as an ordinary person and now breaking through to become an evolved being, it was something he, just a few days ago as an ordinary person, could hardly withstand. Chapter 45. Seeing Lin Yuan so frightened, Luo Yi couldn't help but chuckle, softening her demeanor as she continued to eat her noodles. On the first day of survival, you were unsteady on your feet, weak in constitution, and it was clear you had no martial arts training. Yet just a few days later, you had already grasped skills at the subtle level, which indicates that you have one or even multiple skills that have reached this level. To level up skills so quickly suggests you have exceptional talent or perhaps some unique opportunity. However, based on my years of martial arts experience, you don't seem like someone with extraordinary talent. At best, you're decent. What that means is that while your talent is good, it's improbable for you to advance this quickly. The latter explanation seems more plausible. Lin Yuan naturally understood the implication of her words. Just as he was about to lift his noodles to his mouth, he accidentally trembled and dropped both the noodles and chopsticks on the floor. Noticing Luo Yi's unwavering gaze on him, he awkwardly smiled. After a day of mining, his arms were sore. Luo Yi continued eating her noodles and casually asked what seemed like an unrelated question. "Do you know the story of braising wine and discussing heroes?" Braising wine and discussing heroes? This tale might not be universally known, but it's certainly familiar, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. It recounts an event in the 3rd century during the Jin period when Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to drink wine in a small pavilion in the plum garden. As they enjoyed their drinks, a tempest suddenly approached. Sensing a shift, Cao Cao pointed at Liu Bei and then at himself, his face flushed with wine, and declared, "In today's world, the only heroes are you and me." This meant that in the current world, the only contenders for dominance were the two of them. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei broke into a cold sweat, and just then, thunder rumbled outside. Seizing the moment, he pretended to be startled and dropped his chopsticks. By dropping the chopsticks, Luo Yi implied that just like Liu Bei, she was covering up her true intentions. This unfairly implicated Lin Yuan. He had never intended to keep secrets from the person he would eventually share a bed with. Besides, how could he keep it hidden forever? His plan was to reveal the truth naturally once their feelings deepened. What he didn't expect was that Luo Yi's eyes were as sharp as her knife, capable of discerning that he hadn't trained in martial arts. Even more surprising was that a simple question from his curiosity led to the exposure of his true situation. Thank goodness she wasn't an enemy. That would have been terrifying. Lin Yuan genuinely admired. "Have you trained your eyes to see through everything? Nothing escapes your gaze." Well, I don't mean to pry into your affairs. Regardless of talent or unique opportunities, just make good use of what you have. As for me, I practice ancient martial arts and combat techniques. I may not have skills as refined, but I have reached a point in Blue Star where I can go no further. That day, the strike I delivered was purely a combination of my reflexes, force techniques, and strength. Although it wasn't perfect, I relied on my experience and made connections to quickly practice the body refinement technique to a profound level, even reaching mastery. Mastery, you say? Lin Yuan carefully considered the meanings of these two realms. At this point, he suddenly frowned and continued uncertainly. I suspect that the higher the level of the body refinement technique and the spirit refinement technique, the stronger one should be when becoming an evolver. Lin Yuan was taken aback and shared his own speculation. That might be true. As long as there are materials and formulas, a bicycle can be upgraded now. However, I suspect that bicycles with higher ratings will have other uses in the future. Firmly concluded, then let us upgrade the bicycle to 9 stars before further upgrading. The same goes for skills. Let us practice both 9-star skills to a high level before breaking through. Here, she was referring to Lin Yuan, as she had already broken through and was practicing 2 9-star skills herself. The two exchanged survival experiences and quickly finished their noodles. I'll wash up. After finishing, took the initiative to handle the dishes. Watching his girlfriend disappear from the screen, Lin Yuan contentedly patted his stomach. His girlfriend was simply amazing, good-looking, capable, and so kind to him. She was undoubtedly the best and most enchanting girlfriend one could ask for. He completely forgot that just moments ago, he had been too scared to move because of her. One could only say beauty can be misleading. Having eaten well, it was time to wash up and go to bed. After entering the survival world, his nightly routine had become quite simple. Brush teeth, wash face, take off shoes, and go to sleep. Tonight, Lin Yuan decided to indulge a little and take a nice bath. He first changed the dirty blanket he had been using for a few days and replaced it with a clean set of 3 pieces, so he could comfortably lie down in bed after his bath and sleep soundly. After putting on the new bedding, Lin Yuan brushed his teeth before preparing the bath. He poured boiling hot spring water into the tub and mixed in some cold spring water until the temperature was just right. Lin Yuan hurriedly stripped down and jumped into the tub. As soon as he got into the bath, he couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. He submerged his head in the water to wet his hair, then let the water rise to his neck, settling back in the tub and enjoying a relaxing soak. In contrast to Lin Yuan's blissful experience was the lost sheep who had sold him the skill books. He had truly become a lost sheep. Not only was his stomach growling from hunger, but he was also freezing. How did he end up like this? It all started when he added Yang Tingting as a friend and planned to go eat at her place. At that time, Yang Tingting accepted 5 bottles of natural spring water from Lin Yuan as payment and promised to cook for the lost lamb from then on. Whatever she ate, the lost lamb would eat too. However, upon receiving the 5 bottles of mineral water and hearing that Lin Yuan was going to practice his skills, she started to regret her decision. Why should a big shot like him get to practice skills and enhance his power? It wasn't fair. She wanted to become a big shot too, and to do that, she needed to learn from the big shots. She thought that Lin Yuan might have pushed the lost lamb aside to fully devote himself to skill training, and she couldn't afford to fall behind. So, Yang Tingting reached out to a friend she usually got along well with, and, mimicking Lin Yuan's words, praised the benefits of the water. She successfully passed on the task of cooking for the lost lamb to this friend for the price of just 2 bottles of water. This friend, named Big Orange Cat, took the 2 bottles, took a sip, and found it not only delicious but also refreshing. She thought that if she drank a sip or 2 a day while searching for treasure and practicing skills, it would last her a while. Why not focus on improving her own strength instead? Perhaps she could push the lost lamb aside? With that thought in mind, Big Orange Cat rushed to find another friend she had made since entering the survival world, Little Belle. Using the same spiel from Yang Tingting, she claimed that this water was said to accelerate training speed, and so on. Upon hearing how effective the water was, Little Belle immediately agreed to take on the task of cooking for the lost lamb. Before the lost lamb could grasp what was happening, Big Orange Cat informed him that from now on, Little Belle would be responsible for his meals. The lost lamb, feeling helpless, wondered, isn't it just about eating? Why is it that after adding Yang Tingting, now I have to deal with Big Orange Cat, and now Little Belle too? Can someone please explain what is going on? Chapter 46. The lost lamb thought that adding a small bell would get her dinner as soon as she added the small bell. She was told to add another survivor, named Light Blue. Light Blue was a friend of the small bell, and she was tricked into taking on the responsibility of providing meals for the lost lamb at the price of half a bottle of spring water. After accepting the deal, She realized she didn't have enough food and wanted to offload the responsibility to lighten her load. Fortunately, she had a friend named Just Quiet, who always felt that Just Quiet was subtly fishing for information from her, thinking she was not a good person. Since you want to be unkind to me, don't blame me for being unfriendly to you. Light Blue found Just Quiet and claimed to have found something great, exaggerating the benefits of the spring water. She said it was divine water dug up by Lin Yuan from a giant rock, claiming that just one drop could eliminate the fatigue of a long day and keep one energized. It was this very water that helped Luo Yi break through to become an evolver through intense skill training, exaggerating its effects and emphasizing its rarity. Light Blue mentioned that Lin Yuan had dug for 2 days to obtain just 2 bottles of this precious spring water. With this groundwork laid, she seized the opportunity to propose taking on the meal responsibilities for the lost lamb at the price of a sip of water. She even suggested buying food or skill books for the same price, claiming she had only a sip of water left. Just Quiet, seeing that it was Lin Yuan's product, eagerly agreed. When Light Blue saw the deal was done, she coldly smiled and promptly blocked Just Quiet. She then informed the lost lamb to add Just Quiet as a friend and go to her for meals before blocking the lost lamb as well. She thought to let them fight it out among themselves while she focused on improving her own skills, feeling no guilt for offloading the meal responsibility at the price of a sip of water. As for what Just Quiet would do, that was no longer her concern. On the lost lamb's side, she was already numb to the situation. Adding friends was nothing new. Starving and with her vision darkening, she just wanted to eat as soon as possible. However, this time Just Quiet didn't agree to the friend request right away, and after several attempts, it was still the same. The lost lamb was confused, not understanding what was happening. Just Quiet realized she had been duped after receiving the water and immediately regretted not using the trading post. Now, she hadn't achieved her goal and had fallen for a trick herself, making it impossible for her to provide meals for the lost lamb. When the lost lamb saw that Just Quiet hadn't accepted her friend request, she went to Light Blue to ask what was going on, only to find out she had already been blocked. The lost lamb was utterly bewildered and could only go back to the small bell to ask what was happening. But the small bell told her that this matter should be directed to Light Blue, and then she stopped engaging with her. Lost and confused, the wayward lamb had no choice but to ask the big orange cat for help. The cat informed him that Lin Yuan had outsourced the responsibility of paying for his meals to Yang Tingting, who then subcontracted it to her. She took a cut and then passed it on to Xiao Lingdang. The big orange cat advised him to seek out Xiao Lingdang, as she was the one managing the meal payments now. This left the lost lamb even more bewildered. It felt like he had returned to Blue Star, surrounded by unscrupulous merchants who only cared about taking their cut without doing any actual work. So the question arose, who should he turn to for his meals now? Was his 5-star skill book going to go to waste? The wayward lamb lay by the campfire like a dead fish, feeling helpless. He had initially thought that with a big shot providing food, he could focus on improving his strength or upgrading his vehicle. But plans change faster than one can adapt, and the stable source of food was now gone, taken away by greedy contractors. His stomach growled, and he glanced at the bicycle parked nearby. Should he dismantle it and trade the materials for some food? But he quickly shook his head like a rattle. No way. That was his lifeline. Without it, he wouldn't even survive a natural disaster. Lying on the grass mat, the lost lamb sighed and tossed and turned, struggling to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin by the 3 giant stones, Lin Yuan was enjoying a soak in a mountain spring, almost dozing off when the now cool spring water reminded him he was still in the tub. He hurriedly washed his hair with shampoo, then used body wash to scrub down before climbing out of the tub. Using the remaining hot water, he mixed it with cold water to achieve a comfortable temperature. Scooping it out with a wooden basin from the large iron pot, he lifted the basin of warm water over his head and poured it down over himself several times, successfully completing his bath. After drying his hair with a towel, Lin Yuan looked at his brand new 3-piece set and felt the urge to sleep naked again. The thought of the comfortable feeling made him crave it immediately. How about just one night? Since Luo Yi had become his girlfriend, she probably wouldn't prank him anymore. No sooner had he thought of it than he tossed the towel aside and dove onto the bed, rolling around happily. He took a big gulp of mountain spring water, covered himself with a blanket, and slowly drifted off to sleep. You've been mining like crazy today, honing your skills, and even had a major life event, gaining rich experiences. Experience points earned, 1,200. Lin Yuan, wake up. Lin Yuan was deep in slumber when a cool voice pierced through to his mind. He jolted awake, feeling refreshed and alert, with no discomfort in his body, unlike the previous days when he would wake up feeling groggy and with aching arms. The 2-star ordinary mountain spring had such powerful effects. Seeing that he was awake, Luo Yi chimed in again. "Get up, it's time to practice your skills." Lin Yuan woke up to the sound of Luo Yi calling him, feeling extremely satisfied and in a good mood. This was the difference of having a girlfriend. Instead of teasing him, she was sweetly waking him up. But soon his joy turned to dread. As soon as Lin Yuan heard that it was time to practice his skills, he agreed, pulling back the covers to get out of bed. But then it struck him. He was completely naked. He quickly pulled the covers back over himself, although he had only uncovered himself for a moment. Luo Yi had seen everything clearly. Her face turned pale, and with a swift motion, she drew her sword. The tang knife was pointed at Lin Yuan as she coldly said, "You have 1 minute. If you don't get dressed, clothes, pants, and shoes within that time, you won't be eating my cooking today. No, you won't eat my food ever again." With that, she ended the video call. Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly put on his clothes, pants, and shoes. He mentally counted 1 second, 5 seconds, 25 seconds, 40, 60. As soon as he reached 60 seconds, an urgent video call came through, and Luo Yi reappeared on the screen. Lin Yuan realized another aspect of her personality. She was firm and unwavering. When she said 1 minute, she meant exactly 1 minute. No more, no less. He was about to explain that sleeping naked wasn't meant to be provocative, but before he could speak, Luo Yi cut him off. With a stern expression and icy eyes, she shouted, "Lin Yuan, who do you think you are? Just because you've had a bit of luck and gained some power, you think you're invincible? Do you think being in the top 3 means you can relax? Do you know where you are? This is a survival world, where danger lurks everywhere. Sleeping without clothes? Are you tired of living? And not keeping your weapons nearby? Are you just waiting for an enemy to catch you off guard?" She paused for a moment before continuing with sarcasm. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten the pain after healing? Do you not remember the first day when you were so embarrassed that you had to buy women's underwear to wear?" Chapter 47. Lin Yuan's face darkened like a pot bottom. Unable to endure any longer, he directly ended the video call. Was she his girlfriend? No. She was more like an ancestor, scolding him mercilessly. On the first day of watching the 2 young people livestream, Lin Yuan thought Ren Feng's words were just playful banter. Now, looking back, when Ren Feng said to Su Xiaoxi, "You think I'm your ancestor?" it might have been a bold way of expressing his true feelings, wrapped in humor. As soon as he hung up, an emergency call came through immediately. Lin Yuan was quick on the draw and hung up again. He had no interest in being yelled at. It was better to cool off first to avoid an explosive argument. Luo Yi, undeterred, continued to call back, and he kept hanging up. He wouldn't accept her attitude, only her suggestions. After 3 attempts, Luo Yi finally stopped calling. She was a high-cold person, and making 3 calls was already quite rare. Lin Yuan took out his iron spear, left the wooden cabin, and began to ponder. Good medicine is often bitter, and honest words can be hard to hear. Though Luo Yi's words were harsh, each one held truth. It seemed he couldn't go on like this. Last night, he sought comfort and ease, forgetting the saying that one is born from worries and dies in comfort. He now possessed a precious treasure, which meant he bore the crime of having wealth. He didn't know how many people wanted to seize his resources, so he could never let his guard down. The 2 gun-wielding survivors he had killed were a stark reminder of that. Moreover, there were robbers lurking among the ordinary survivors, eyeing him with malicious intent. Stepping outside, Lin Yuan opened his personal attributes, and, sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong last night. After a frenzied round of training and a good sleep, his physique had silently increased a bit. He didn't linger on the attributes, but clicked over to the skills page and opened the basic marksmanship section. He had already leveled up his basic marksmanship to level 8. Now his task was to elevate it to level 9, drawing on the experience he gained last night. Click. Upgrade. He closed his eyes to meditate, gaining clarity in his mind. Once he finished his contemplation, Lin Yuan instantly opened his eyes, took a step forward, gripped the gun barrel with both hands, channeling strength through to the gun tip, and thrust forward. The thrust formed a straight line, which was the basic marksmanship's starting pose. One Lin Yuan had mastered exceptionally well. This thrust was lightning fast, transferring all his power through the barrel to the tip. After the thrust, his right hand firmly held the barrel while his left hand relaxed slightly, shaking his wrist. He engaged his arms to transition the thrust into a sweep. maintaining his footwork without pause. Basic marksmanship, in simple terms, is about utilizing the body, exerting force through the wrists, arms, and waist, controlling movement and adjustments to the barrel, striking distant enemies with a gun tip. Next, Lin Yuan began practicing the level 9 marksmanship, moving from clumsy to proficient as time passed bit by bit. He continued practicing until dawn, knowing that mere proficiency in marksmanship wasn't enough. Being skilled only meant he could perform the level 9 techniques. Drills and battles are not the same. Your opponent won't indulge you in practicing every move. If that were the case, it would be like filming a movie, full of choreographed routines and flashy moves. In real combat, your shooting should be instinctive, as natural as breathing. This requires continuous practice. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Not only does practicing your shooting help you master the technique, but it also familiarizes you with your weapon. When facing an enemy, you need to be fully aware of your capabilities. Only by knowing yourself and your opponent can you emerge victorious in every battle. Just as Lin Yuan was sweating profusely from his practice, Luo Yi called him via video. This time, he chose not to hang up. Instead, he ignored the call and continued practicing his shooting until he finished the set. If he hung up, he would have missed his chance to eat breakfast. Luo Yi then spoke up. Your limbs aren't flexible enough. You should practice your basic punches and kicks until level 9. Your physique isn't strong enough, and your attack power is lacking. Your shooting technique is just superficial. She had come to bring him breakfast, and by now, her morning irritation had faded. She was a woman of her word. Since she promised to help him by making a meal, she would follow through unless she explicitly said otherwise. Lin Yuan felt that Luo Yi was truly a mentor and a friend. Not only could she be his girlfriend, but she could also guide him in honing his skills. He suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. He shouldn't have hung up on her earlier that morning, but if he hadn't wouldn't that have just invited trouble? Since she didn't bring it up, he decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he took out the breakfast she had brought and asked her a question in return. The earlier part was easy to understand and implement, but what did she mean by form? What was spirit? And how should he practice? The breakfast was quite hearty, with porridge made from spring water, steamed buns, and milk. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that he was living better than he did back on Blue Star. Back in high school, he had to study hard to get into a good university, and once he got there, he had to work even harder to secure a good job. After finally graduating, he was burdened with the pressures of salary, family, and career, constantly striving to improve his professional skills. If he were still on Blue Star, he might not have met someone as wonderful as Luo Yi. He might have ended up on a blind date, looking for a suitable partner and preparing for marriage and children. Whether it's a knife, a gun, or a sword, different weapons follow the same principles. Your practice with a firearm shouldn't be just for the sake of practice. You should immerse yourself completely. You need to connect not only with your shooting technique, but also with the weapon itself. This way, you can apply the long gun and shooting techniques more skillfully. As for spirit, it's also a form of shooting technique. Some people's shooting looks unremarkable at first glance, while experts seem to split mountains and shatter stones with their skills. Luo Yi said a lot, but Lin Yuan felt like he grasped something yet understood nothing at all. By the time Luo Yi finished her breakfast and ended the video call, he was still left in a daze. If you asked him to code, he could do it with his eyes closed. But what was all this talk about connecting with a weapon? In the realm of fantasy novels featuring immortal warriors, there are always magical artifacts, right? After finishing 2 big bowls of porridge, a few buns, and some steamed bread, along with a glass of milk, Lin Yuan was ready to head out to mine. However, after glancing at the dishes on the table, he decisively returned them. Ahem. Those who can do more must do more. It's not that he was lazy or didn't want to wash the dishes. It's just that he had such an impressive girlfriend who deserved to shine and realize her own value. Equipped with his weapon, Lin Yuan stepped out of his wooden cabin and made his way to the giant stone. This time, he brought along a large bucket of natural spring water, planning to take sips now and then to boost his mining efficiency. After all, he couldn't spend his whole life mining here. He also needed to search for treasure chests and seek out higher-tier body refining and spirit refining techniques. He sat down, took out his iron pickaxe, and began to dig. This was already the 7th pickaxe he had bought. However, not long into his work, Lin Yuan found himself unable to continue. His storage space was full. Yes, he had run out of room. He had only a few dozen diamond crystals, over 100 gems, and thousands of ordinary stargrade stones. It gave him a headache. It seemed a waste to throw away so many stones. While they weren't particularly useful right now, that didn't mean they wouldn't be in the future. Once his home expanded, wouldn't he need stones to build? Although stones were abundant everywhere, none could compare to ordinary star-grade stones. With no other option, Lin Yuan had to deal with the stones first. His method was simple and straightforward, yet very effective. He decided to dump everything except the magnetic crystals onto Luo Yi. No matter how aloof a goddess she might be, with such a wealth of resources invested, she would have to call him daddy. However, Luo Yi didn't comply. In fact, she even sent an angry emoji. Lin Yuan paid no mind to her reaction. His responsibility was to make money and mine. As for spending money, he left that to the women to enjoy. After all, since ancient times, it has always been the man's role to provide and the woman's role to manage the home. Chapter 48. Lin Yuan tackled the issue of his storage space being full and continued to dig at the giant rock. Yang Tingting also started her live stream, buzzing around like a diligent little bee. After practicing her skills diligently with spring water the night before, she made significant progress. Before going to bed, she drank more spring water, and today she was full of energy and in a great mood. Her cheerful demeanor drew in viewers. And those survivalists still working for Lin Yuan lamented, "Streamer, you're not keeping your word. Didn't you say you wouldn't work for anyone and would be your own boss, right? Why aren't you fishing anymore?" It seemed that Lin Yuan's generous rewards were enough to sway people's previously made decisions. "Let us leave, we're done for. Yeah, let us go look for treasure." A wave of people flooded into the live stream, only to leave just as quickly. Yang Tingting didn't mind. She wasn't relying on this for her livelihood. Live streaming could earn her live stream points, which could be exchanged for treasure chests in the live stream area. With so many people enthusiastic about live streaming, it was mainly because of the treasure chests. It was much safer than searching for treasure outside. However, there were only 100,000 people in Zone A019. And with some not watching streams and various streamers competing for attention, there weren't many who could produce good results. Only that young couple who dared to try something new on the first day had achieved a bit of success. Thus, Yang Tingting's mindset remained calm and collected. As for Lin Yuan, with the noise from the survivalists in the live stream distracting him, it was actually a blessing in disguise. He could focus solely on his work without interruptions. Before drinking the spring water, he could dig about 60 times per minute, including breaks. Now, after drinking the spring water, while he couldn't dig nonstop like a machine, he could manage around 80 times. At 80 digs per minute, that would amount to 800 digs in 10 minutes and 800 digs in an hour. Wow, if I dig like this all day, how much would I uncover? How many experience points would I earn? The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he swung his pickaxe even faster. 1 dig, 100 digs, 1,000 digs, 10,000 digs. As he continued digging, he lost track of time. If it hadn't been for Luo Yi calling him for lunch, he wouldn't have realized it was almost 1 p.m. However, that excitement vanished as soon as he sat down at the dining table, replaced by the sight of Luo Yi with a cold expression, silently eating her food as if to say, "Don't come near me." After a moment's reflection, Lin Yuan understood the reason for her cold shoulder. He had spent the entire morning digging frantically, and when his storage space filled up, he had shoved all the items in her direction. Dealing with all those items was no simple task, especially considering the sheer quantity. Each storage compartment could only hold 10 items. So what was he going to do with all those stones? They can only be piled into the wooden cabin, using it as a large storage space. And when people leave, they can be included in the guide. However, this is over 10,000 stones. To fit them all, the foundation needs to be expanded first. It's not always easy to buy a foundation, as the survivors themselves need to expand as well. Foundations, which were once overlooked, are now in high demand. Some are seizing the opportunity to stockpile, planning to sell them at a high price later. Others genuinely need them, as shelters are now obsolete. Being able to build a wooden cabin is a symbol of strength and signifies doing well in the survival world. Even if one manages to buy a foundation, it's not just a matter of fitting everything in, the quantity is overwhelming. So the only option is to synthesize, merging ordinary stones into 9-star stones. This task is somewhat akin to Yang Tingting's cleanup job, but it's more intricate. Yang Tingting's job was mindless cleaning, just throw things away. However, Luo Yi needs to sift through low-star ordinary stones, synthesize them into higher-star stones, and continue merging until reaching 9 stars. An item can only be synthesized up to 9 stars. For example, Ordinary items, regardless of type, can only be synthesized into 9-star ordinary items. Items of G grade can only be synthesized up to G grade 9 stars at most. Lin Yuan didn't greet her at all, treating her like free labor. So it was no surprise she had a cold expression. What would he do? He had to sweet-talk her. Wow, this braised eggplant is golden and looks exquisite, and it tastes rich without being greasy. Absolutely delicious. How did you make this pickled fish? There's not a single fish bone. And this dish, is it carved into flowers or something? It's so lifelike. Your cooking is amazing. It's such a blessing to eat your food. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to deserve you. Although Lin Yuan had never been in a relationship, he had watched enough dramas to know how to flatter someone. He wasn't exaggerating. Luo's dishes were indeed a feast for the senses, and anyone who saw them would naturally say something nice, especially with the enhancement of spring water. Finally, Luo spoke. All right, your mouth is full. You can't complain anymore. She wasn't really angry. She understood the value of those items. She was just a bit annoyed that her plans had been disrupted. The two of them were eating with their mouths full, looking radiant. After clearing the dishes, Lin Yuan noticed her mood had improved quite a bit and stealthily picked up some utensils, planning to toss them over to her side. After all, those who can do more should do more. But the next moment, Luo snapped her fingers on the table with a cold expression. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly put down the plate he had just picked up, grinning. Come on, send your bowls over too, I'll wash them. Seeing her still glaring at him, he bit his lip. From now on, I'll handle the dishwashing, and you can focus on cooking. P.S. a good man, and good men should share the burdens. As Lin Yuan washed the dishes, Luo brought up the issue of ownership regarding the items they had dug out from the giant stone. What do you plan to do with those items? She asked delicately, hinting at whether these items should stay with him or remain with her. After all, this was quite a fortune, and many people have turned against each other over vast sums of money. Lin Yuan found himself in a bit of a dilemma. It clearly wouldn't be appropriate to take them back. It wouldn't sit right to reclaim something that had been given away. Plus, since she was his girlfriend, regardless of whether it was seen as compensation or something else, she was entitled to a share of those materials. If he didn't take them back, it would not only occupy her space, but Luo wouldn't agree to that either. They had only known each other for a few days, and getting together so quickly didn't mean they were very familiar with one another. For now, they were merely cohabiting. They hadn't reached the point where everything was considered joint property. As he washed the dishes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think that Luo was being a bit unfair. Why should he be the one to tackle this problem? Should Tia be the one with more power who calls the shots? After pondering for a moment, he finally said, let us keep them with you. Moving them around would be a hassle, and eventually, we'll need to consolidate our foundations. Once the foundation expands, we can build a rockery and a pavilion. He chose to downplay the situation, only mentioning the stones and not the other more valuable items, which were not immediately useful. His reasoning was also strategic. If Luo wanted to play games, he could play too. This would test whether their foundations could align. If they did, it would signify a deeper relationship, and they would be building a life together as if they were married. Once they reached that level, they could engage in activities that only couples do. With that thought, his gaze turned greedy as he glanced at Luo's stunning beauty and delicate figure, almost wishing he could leap through the screen to be with her. A flicker of discomfort crossed her face at his stare. No matter how strong he seemed, it made her feel a bit uneasy. She replied tactfully, we're still not quite sure of the purpose of those items. Let us wait until we actually need them to decide. Just then, Lin Yuan was about to respond when a cacophony of wails erupted from outside. Help me, I'm going to die. Chapter 49. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Why were there voices outside? He picked up his long gun, ready to step out and take a look. Seeing the curious gaze of Luo, he decided to grab the survival guide as well. Curiosity should be satisfied. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a short young man in combat gear furiously pedaling a bicycle down the endless road, shouting for help. He occasionally glanced back as if some monstrous flood were chasing him. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Was this a wild animal attack? Luo had a different perspective. No, wild animals make noise when they attack. It must be some other natural disaster or a man-made calamity. Man-made calamity? Lin Yuan fell silent. As survival time extended, more and more people lost their moral compass, leading to increasingly severe disasters caused by humans. Reports of murder and theft were common, and complaints filled the regional channel every day. Soon, the answer was revealed. and they understood why the short young man was running for his life. As he rode past, the endless road behind him instantly cracked and then vanished. It wasn't truly disappearing. It fell into the depths of the earth. It was an earthquake disaster. The young man was escaping from the earthquake. Earthquake disasters are actually easy to avoid. As long as the bicycle is of high enough level and fast enough, the disaster won't catch up. Even if the bicycle isn't of high quality, as long as the rider has good physical fitness and endurance, they can dodge the disaster and survive. If neither is the case, it comes down to willpower. Hold on, and the disaster won't pursue forever. Knowing this wasn't a targeted, malicious event, Lin Yuan relaxed, crossed his arms, and watched the show with a smile, ready to comment. Judging by the young man's physique, it didn't seem very impressive, and his bicycle was probably just a basic one-star model. Whether he could survive would depend on his determination. Luo Yi's expression shifted from curiosity to coldness, clearly displeased with Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude toward survival. In a survival world, danger lurks everywhere, and one should always remain vigilant. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she suddenly realized it wasn't the right time and forced herself to hold back. She huffed softly, but ultimately said nothing. Lin Yuan was completely oblivious, engrossed in the unfolding drama. His knowledge of natural disasters came only from the regional channel and other survivors. This was his first-hand experience of what a disaster looked like. As a short young man frantically pedaled past a massive boulder on the endless road, he suddenly shouted in delight. Isn't that the giant rock that Lin Yuan was digging up? The boulder stood tall and prominent, easily visible even as the young man fled. While noticing the boulder was one thing, his next action made Lin Yuan's expression change dramatically. The short young man saw the giant rock and guessed that Lin Yuan was nearby. He casually scanned both sides of the road and easily spotted Lin Yuan standing at the door of a wooden cabin, holding a long gun. Seeing Lin Yuan was like finding a lifeline for him. He immediately dropped his bicycle and ran towards Lin Yuan, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Lin Yuan, help me." Lin Yuan's expression was extremely grim. The wooden cabin was built on solid ground, protected by the system, meaning it wouldn't be affected by disasters other than wild beasts or natural calamities. But that was under the game's rules. Someone like the short young man, who directly brought disaster upon him, raised the question of whether the calamity would undergo any unforeseen changes. Who knew if the base and the wooden cabin were still under the system's protection? How could he possibly help? With just a bit of perseverance on his bicycle, he could have escaped, yet he chose to come looking for help instead of taking the safe route. Lin Yuan was no deity. He couldn't save everyone. The wooden cabin was situated right next to the giant rock. If the short young man wanted to seek help from Lin Yuan, he couldn't possibly run to the other side of the road, which was the death zone for two-armed survivors. He also couldn't simply run back along the road. That would be akin to courting death. The only way was to run from in front of the giant rock, the area where Lin Yuan was avoiding bullets from the armed individuals, towards the wooden cabin where Lin Yuan was. However, this desperate plea for help led to trouble. Initially, he was evading disaster on the endless road, and the disaster's range was limited to the road itself. But as soon as he dashed off the road, the calamity didn't disappear. Instead, it seemed to punish the fleeing individual by instantly expanding its range several times over. As the short young man ran past the giant rock, it was Lin Yuan's territory, and the rock suffered as well. The moment the disaster reached it, the giant rock shook violently and sank into the ground, disappearing completely. Lin Yuan watched in fury, his eyes almost bulging out. He drew his gun, disengaged the safety, and chambered a bullet. It was no longer a matter of whether to help. It was about eliminating the short young man. He raised his hand, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Bang, 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 bang. With a total of 6 shots, each bullet hit the rushing young man, and with the final shot, he blew a hole in his head. Naturally, the short young man couldn't keep charging forward. The first 5 shots drained his momentum, and the last one sent him collapsing to the ground. As soon as he fell, the disaster consumed his body, and the expansion halted. Lin Yuan, infuriated, rushed to the spot where the body had vanished and emptied the remaining bullets from his handgun into the ground in frustration. He was angry that this fool had ruined his precious giant rock, and even more furious that the calamity had nearly affected him. Fortunately, he had taken out the instigator. Otherwise, how could he have escaped the transformed disaster? Not willing to give up, Lin Yuan edged closer to the deep pit and peered down. only to find it bottomless. The giant rock was completely gone. Sigh. Thinking about the items produced by that giant stone being gone, he felt a heartache that made it hard to breathe. After a long silence, Luo Yi spoke up to comfort him, saying, "It's okay, as long as you're safe. What we gain is our fortune, and what we lose is our fate." Lin Yuan fell silent. He thought to himself that if you can't comfort someone, then don't. What he needed wasn't platitudes. Luo Yi continued, "Don't let yourself fall into a crisis. Strike decisively, and make it a one-hit kill. Now that's more like my boyfriend." "What do you mean, don't let yourself fall into a crisis?" Lin Yuan was angry that the disaster had clearly taken a turn for the worse. If he were to run toward him again, it would only drag him down. The short young man ran towards him without hesitation. If Lin Yuan didn't take him down, who would? At least he had eliminated one enemy. Afterward, Lin Yuan went to scavenge for loot, while Luo Yi hung up the phone and got back to her own business. He made his way to the road, approaching the bicycle the short young man had discarded, preparing to dismantle it. The endless road had returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. He was a road worker and couldn't discern the subtle details. After successfully dismantling it, he obtained a mechanical heart and some rubber. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan's biggest gain from this battle was the mechanical heart. The other bicycle materials were hardly worth mentioning. As for the survival guide, it was likely lost, having fallen into the depths of the earth along with its owner, becoming a burial offering. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. After such an event, there was still one more thing he needed to do. Chapter 50. Lin Yuan copied a segment from his video call with Luo Yi, where a young man was seen pedaling away on a bicycle, desperately trying to escape, only to fall into a pit. He intended to share this clip on the regional channel. His purpose wasn't to show off any marksmanship. Rather, he had two main objectives. First, he wanted to send a clear message to those with ulterior motives. My fortress is gone. Don't even think about targeting me. Second, he aimed to share intelligence. He wasn't looking to exploit others for free. It was only fair to offer some form of compensation to other survivors, though he wouldn't share every piece of information. As soon as Lin Yuan posted the video on the regional channel, discussions erupted among the survivors. What is the big shot up to? Trying to assert dominance by killing? Dominance? He has a girlfriend who's the top fighter. What more does he need to prove? Just look at the changes brought by the calamity. Top fighter? That's just based on rankings. Rankings don't equal strength. Has anyone ever seen her in action? She might just be a pretty face like that famous actor. On the first day, cutting down a tree with one strike. Wasn't he that impressive? Who can do that now? Does anyone know I'm Jingjing? My girlfriend said they belonged to a large convoy, and I was supposed to join them for safety, but I lost contact after heading out. I'm still alive, though. Does anyone know I'm Jingjing? I just want to find out what happened. The other discussions among survivors didn't catch Lin Yuan's attention much. Whether Luo Yi was truly the top fighter was a given in one-on-one scenarios. There was no doubt about it at this stage. As for the future, he had experience on his side and hoped to challenge her someday. What did grab Lin Yuan's attention was the message asking, "Does anyone know I'm Jingjing?" The sender was someone familiar, Luo Feifeiyu, who had almost snatched away the 5 animal play-esque body training technique from him. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. In the survival world, if a day went by without someone dying, that would be considered unusual. After all, losing contact often equated to death. After posting the video, Lin Yuan browsed through some other messages before closing the regional channel and redirecting his focus back to the channel page. The channel page had the world channel at the top, followed by the regional channel, with the friend channel at the bottom. Back on the channel page, Lin Yuan noticed a plus sign between the regional and friend channels. This symbol was for creating a group chat, and he was curious to explore if there were any features he had overlooked. He had sensed since the first day of survival that the world was vast, filled with secrets he didn't yet understand. He had always wanted to exchange survival experiences with other survivors, but he hadn't taken action. Sharing with the regional channel could be risky. Who knew if they were just fishing for information? It was impossible to tell whether the person behind the virtual screen was a friend or foe. Sharing with friends one by one is too cumbersome and time-consuming. Now, with the advent of group chats, it's much easier to communicate by adding trusted people. He feels the timing is ripe. He clicks the icon and chooses to create. The system prompts, "Would you like to create a group chat channel?" Lin Yuan decisively selects yes. The system prompts again, "Please name your new group chat channel." After a moment of thought, Lin Yuan replies, "Fearless." The system confirms, creation successful. When Lin Yuan looks back at the group chat channels, He sees that a new fearless group chat has appeared between the regional channels and friend channels. Now that it's created, it's time to start inviting people. The first person Lin Yuan invites is Luo Yi, his girlfriend. He must invite her. If he can't trust the person he will share a bed with in the future, who can he trust? The second invitee is Lung Feng, someone strong, principled, and trustworthy. The third invitee is Yang Tingting, a tested employee, or rather, a warrior. Lin Yuan reflects that since the purpose of creating this group is to exchange survival information, he should take the lead as the group owner. He immediately posts a message to kick off the technical discussion. Post title: The 6 Essential Tools for Road Survival Author. Far from enough, it's only the 5th day of survival, and many strange professions have emerged, such as box cutters, miners, hunters, and streamers. I've summarized that these professions develop too slowly if pursued individually. Therefore, bringing along the 6 essential survival tools I mentioned will allow you to progress faster and acquire more items. The first essential tool is a bicycle. In this survival world, bicycles, or vehicles in general, are paramount. Right now, it's bicycles. Later, it could be motorcycles, and who knows, maybe even higher-level vehicles down the line. It's best to upgrade vehicles as much as possible. I suspect that vehicles with higher completion levels will have unexpected uses in the future. Without a vehicle, you won't be able to escape even a single natural disaster. So I rank vehicles as the top priority. The second essential tool is the survival guide. It's an A-grade item that allows us survivors to chat, trade, craft, and more. Please try to upgrade the guide. Upgraded versions will offer more functions, enhance capabilities, and expand storage space. The method for upgrading is simple. Let the guide absorb others' guides. If you encounter robbers on the road, you can try to take them down and seize their guides, but we don't recommend actively robbing or killing innocents because we are human, not emotionless beasts. The third essential tool is weapons. Ideally, you should have 2 types of weapons, one for close combat and one for ranged attacks like firearms. Guns can provide you with a means of self-defense in a short time. When facing wild beasts, you can act as a hunter. Killing beasts will increase your attributes, replenish food supplies, and you can also sell them for items you need. Melee combat is designed to complement body training, allowing one to fully unleash the potential of an evolver with limitless growth possibilities. The fourth artifact is the lumberjack axe. While walking along the road, you can occasionally play the role of lumberjack. If you spot a tree that might hide a treasure chest, go ahead and chop it down. Even if there is no treasure, it's not a waste. After all, you can always use the wood. The uses of wood are too numerous to mention. The fifth artifact is the mining pick. If you come across a decent-sized rock, feel free to mine it. You might uncover iron, ore, copper, sulfur, and other valuable resources, as well as more important materials like silica sand and magnetic crystals. These can be used to craft water purifiers, and you might even find gems to forge equipment. The sixth artifact is the home base. This feature is often overlooked by everyone. Survivors typically see it just as a place to build houses for resting. But is that all it's good for? A 1-star foundation provides 10 square meters of space for construction, and at 9 stars, it offers 90 square meters. Imagine how large the foundation would be at higher levels. Can it really only be used for building houses? Therefore, I suspect there are other functions we're unaware of. After posting this, Lin Yuan decided to change his username in the group to his real name. Since everyone knows each other, having a code name seems redundant. After changing his name, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and set up a group benefit. Anyone who takes something from him should share their knowledge openly, without hiding anything. After all, one is at a disadvantage when accepting help. The group benefit isn't just any ordinary item. It's the most valuable and abundant resource he currently possesses, natural spring water. Each group member can claim 1 bottle per day. Once he finished setting this up, Lin Yuan prepared to upgrade the natural spring water, using the magnetic crystals he mined earlier in the morning. Chapter 51. Lin Yuan took out the magnetic crystals he had mined in the morning and tossed them all into the water reservoir. He eagerly watched the water, wondering how many stars the spring water's rating would increase with the addition of these over 500 crystals. He had gone on a mining spree in the morning and collected more than 500 magnetic crystals. With the ones already in the reservoir, he now had nearly 800 in total. As for the other stones and gems, he didn't know the exact quantity, so he let Luo Yi slowly count them. Under Lin Yuan's watchful gaze, the water reservoir, just like before, began to rise in a thick mist. After a while, the mist gradually dissipated, but a faint haze still lingered on the water's surface. He could hardly contain his excitement as he looked at the water. Item: natural spring water quality. Ordinary rating: 6 stars. Effect: relieves fatigue. Description: a sip when tired will yield unexpected benefits. The spring water is crisp and sweet, leaving you wanting more, and it provides a lingering aftertaste. Such natural spring water can only be produced by a mountain that is both sensitive and refined. The effect remained the same, but the rating had already reached 6 stars, and the description had seen some changes. When checking the attributes, there wasn't much to discern, so Lin Yuan decided to try it out himself. He pressed the water pipe switch, leaned into the outlet, and caught the flowing spring water with his mouth. Opting not to use any container, wasn't this quite convenient? As soon as it touched his lips, Lin Yuan felt a jolt of energy. It seemed to have a refreshing effect. Once he swallowed it, he felt incredibly comfortable all over. Overall, it tasted better, had a slight invigorating effect, and the fatigue relief properties were enhanced. Unfortunately, there were no more magnetic crystals to be found, and he had no idea when he would be able to upgrade again. Finding stones that could yield such abundant resources was no easy task. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful for a moment, then took out an empty bucket and filled it with 10 buckets of spring water to send to Luo Yi, who then returned him 10 empty buckets. She casually asked, "Can I trade this?" Lin Yuan replied, "Do as you please. You can even pour the spring water if you want." Of course, this was a joke. It wasn't raining now, and collecting water wasn't easy. Luo Yi wasn't a child. She wouldn't pour out 6-star spring water for fun. After delivering the water, Lin Yuan sent a message to his assistant. "Not enough. I need more water." Yang Tingting had just finished her meal and was almost exhausted. "Do we really have to fetch more water? Can I rest for a bit? The boss doesn't take breaks, and you think you can? No way. No. After fetching the water, I need to go look for treasure this afternoon." With the giant stone gone, he couldn't just stay put. He still needed the body forging technique and the divine forging technique, and other resources were in short supply. Yang Tingting wanted to struggle a bit longer, but when Lin Yuan asked her if she still wanted the spring water, she immediately perked up. They kept working hard, filling up the reservoir. And it was only after Lin Yuan finished this grand task that he sent half a bucket of spring water over to Yang Tingting. She was puzzled. "Isn't it supposed to be a full bucket? Why did it shrink?" Lin Yuan replied instantly, "The quality is higher, so it naturally shrinks." Without caring about her reaction, Lin Yuan walked into the wooden cabin and fell into a deep sleep. Natural spring water may relieve fatigue, but it only makes one feel less tired. In reality, the body is still quite exhausted, so resting well remains crucial. It's a bit like taking a stimulant with no side effects, but it's not entirely without consequences. If Lin Yuan kept drinking spring water and kept digging like a machine, there's a chance he could suddenly collapse one day. When Lin Yuan awoke again, it was already 4 p.m. He didn't linger in bed. He got up immediately and started putting on his gear. He was ready to hit the road to search for treasure chests, food, skills, and various other resources. Right now, all he had was stones, some water, and a bit of rice left. How did it come to this? It was all for the sake of putting on a brave face, sending out red envelopes in the regional channel to show off. But now he was left with meager meals that made it seem like his stomach couldn't handle solid food anymore. This time, Lin Yuan decided against trying to be a white knight and instead bought a set of combat gear. The combat outfits came in various colors: black, green, brown, yellow, and different camo patterns. Not only were there many color options, but the styles were diverse as well. Lin Yuan chose a yellow-green camo outfit. This gear was popular and not too expensive. The real cost came from food, which was ranked right after skill books. With the increase in physical fitness and the need for training, his food consumption was skyrocketing, and feeding nearly 100,000 people would be an astronomical expense. After putting on the combat outfit, Lin Yuan wiped down his handgun, loaded it with bullets, and holstered it. He then took out 6 grenades he had confiscated from 2 armed survivors. To prepare, he even consulted Cold Wind about how to use the grenades, ensuring he wouldn't fumble during a fight. A minor mishap would be one thing, but if he failed at a critical moment, it could cost him dearly. Dressed and ready, Lin Yuan strapped on his backpack, picked up his long gun, and wheeled his bicycle out. Once outside, he first recorded his home in the survival guide before heading onto the road. After riding for a short while, he spotted a tall, lush tree that he didn't recognize. He quickly stopped. This tree might possibly hide a treasure chest, so he decided to chop it down. He just released a guide for the 6 divine artifacts. If someone sees a tree that might hide a treasure chest and doesn't chop it down, it's as if they're not taking themselves seriously, That guide would be worthless, just nonsense. Lin Yuan took out his axe and began chopping away. Little did he know that after ending his mining career, he was about to start a new life as a lumberjack. 1 chop, 10 chops, 20 chops. As the tall tree began to fade into the ethereal, nearing completion, a sudden downpour fell from the sky without warning. It was raining, but not heavily. Lin Yuan swung his axe with determination. He couldn't quit halfway. Yet the rain seemed to have a mind of its own, intensifying with every swing. After just a few strikes, he tossed aside the axe, too afraid to continue, and hopped on his bike to leave. For survivors stuck by the roadside or in makeshift wooden shelters, rain might only mean they couldn't venture out to search for treasure chests. But for those still on the road, it signified an impending natural disaster. At this moment, Lin Yuan was facing the threat of a mudslide, which could strike at any time. The severity of the mudslide depended on the rainfall. The heavier the rain, the more dangerous the potential mudslide. He pedaled slowly, constantly alert to his surroundings. A mudslide isn't like a beast or an earthquake. No matter how fast you ride, you can only avoid the disaster when it arrives. That's when it's time to speed up. This is survival. It's all about the thrill. He dashed to the roadside and ducked into a wooden shelter, hoping that being on solid ground would keep him safe from the disaster. But this strategy only works for survivors not targeted by the disaster. Those on the road have already been marked by it, and until they evade it, all clever tricks are futile. This insight comes from the words of those who have perished, deduced by the living survivors. Some, however, refuse to believe the risks and insist on taking a unique approach, only to meet their demise. A stark reminder, as the regional announcement declares their end, reinforcing the rules of the disaster for everyone else. Chapter 52. The rain poured down harder and harder, never seeming to stop, starting from the moment Lin Yuan began chopping wood in the afternoon. It continued relentlessly until 5 o'clock. After several hours, Lin Yuan's clothes were completely soaked, his lips were turning purple, and he felt cold and miserable all over. Yet, he dared not let his guard down for a second. He feared that if he blinked, a natural disaster would strike, and he would miss the best opportunity to escape. This was the harsh reality of survival. Those fighting to stay alive faced not only scarce resources, but also unpredictable weather and various calamities. On the first day, he gained experience and stood out during the activities, with ranking rewards as a foundation. Lin Yuan had previously sailed smoothly, but now he truly understood the hardships faced by other survivors. He pressed his lips together, occasionally scanning his surroundings, disregarding the heavy raindrops pelting him, and kept pedaling on. Another hour passed, and it was now 8 o'clock. The sky suddenly darkened, and Lin Yuan's situation worsened. Just as the darkness fell, he sensed a faint tremor in the ground, which transmitted through his bicycle and into his body. Something was wrong. Without a second thought, he pedaled with all his might. The bike, which had been moving slowly, accelerated so quickly that it nearly threw Lin Yuan off. Thankfully, he held on to the handlebars tightly and managed to regain control just in time. He had barely moved a few meters when a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. The sky had turned black, and although he could not see the road, Lin Yuan did not dare to waste a moment. Recalling the road he had seen earlier and relying on his instincts, he pressed forward even harder after hearing that deafening noise. What followed that earth-shattering sound was the unmistakable roar of a torrent rushing down the mountainside. Lin Yuan realized this was a landslide, not a flood. He felt a rush of water mixed with mud and debris sliding down, crashing into the exact spot where he had just accelerated on his bike. The proximity was too close. A huge splash of mud hit Lin Yuan, and despite the heavy rain, he could still feel the muck, which was filled with rocks of various sizes. The only relief was that no stones had struck his head, having narrowly avoided the debris flow. Lin Yuan didn't feel much joy. He had observed the surroundings earlier and noted that the terrain here was peculiar, high on both sides and low in the middle. This meant that the landslide would crash down onto the road and spread along it, extending to both sides. Indeed, just as he was hit by the first wave of mud and debris, a torrent was quickly chasing after him from behind. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his back and pedaled desperately. Earlier, he had watched others escape, but now the tables had turned, and he found himself in the same dire situation. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming bitterness within. He could not afford to worry about the darkness or the risk of crashing into something or falling into a ditch. If he didn't evade the pursuing debris flow, he would be buried underground. If he were buried underground by a mudslide, The outcome in this survival world would be obvious. After riding furiously for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly crashed into something with a loud bang, and he was thrown off his bike. He quickly covered his head with his hands and adjusted his falling position. The high-speed bicycle came to a halt, and the force that flung him off was significant. With another crash, he hit the ground, grimacing in pain. He gasped, wondering why other people's natural disasters occurred during the day, not lasting long and not too intense, allowing for a greater chance of survival with careful caution. Unlike him, as soon as night fell, he faced a sudden attack, with the terrain turning against him. He was at a disadvantage in terms of timing and location. Now, he couldn't get up, and the torrent was still approaching. Was this the end for him? No, he felt he could still struggle a bit. He awkwardly opened his backpack and found a bottle of natural spring water. Drinking it might give him a surge of energy. He pulled out the spring water and quickly twisted off the cap, but then he paused. He heard the sound of the torrent chasing him, slowly diminishing, which meant the mudslide was shrinking or spreading out along the road, becoming less powerful and losing momentum. Indeed, a slow-moving mudslide was making its way towards Lin Yuan, and at this crawling speed, even an ant could escape. Lin Yuan kept pouring the spring water into his mouth, hoping to relieve his fatigue and regain some strength. As the mudslide's fierce momentum weakened, Lin Yuan had narrowly escaped this natural disaster. He felt around and found his bike next to him, but his long gun was nowhere in sight. He propped up the bike, returned to the road, and felt his way forward for a while. Planning to set up camp by the roadside, he pulled out the survival guide from his backpack, opened the virtual screen, and saw the familiar interface, which eased his mind considerably. He quickly took out the foundation from his home, lifted the bike, and pushed open the door to his wooden cabin. Once inside, Lin Yuan lit a candle. It was pitch dark, and he wasn't used to it. As the candle flickered to life, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Lin Yuan recognized it as an emergency call from Luo Yi. Seeing her suddenly appear on the video, he felt like he had 1,000 words to say, but he said nothing. If only he could have a hug, but unfortunately, there was just a screen between them. As soon as Luo Yi saw the video connect, she hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why couldn't I reach you on video? Did you hang up on me?" She was sitting at a table piled with food, looking quite unhappy. But then she noticed Lin Yuan's disheveled appearance, drenched from head to toe, with rainwater dripping off him and bruises on his face. "Did you get into a fight?" "No." "Wait, you encountered a natural disaster." Lin Yuan helplessly nodded. "I had just set out in the afternoon when it started to rain heavily. The bad weather persisted until night fell, and then the system suddenly hit me with an unexpected challenge, nearly preventing my return." I briefly recounted the thrilling moment, and Luo Yi praised my response. "You handled it well. If you had relaxed even a little or hesitated after dark, you really wouldn't have made it back." Lin Yuan lit the stove and poured spring water into the pot to boil some hot water for a bath. Rather than continuing to discuss the disaster, he made a joke. "My whole body aches. It feels like I might have injured myself. Could you check my wounds when I take a bath later?" Luo Yi shot him a look and abruptly ended the call. He didn't mind, though. He took off his wet clothes and set them aside to dry. Then he filled the bathtub with the heated water and started soaking. This time, he spent a bit longer in the hot spring because he was worried about any internal injuries from that painful fall. Once he finished his bath and sat down at the table, he initiated a video call. Luo Yi was still sitting there, and her food hadn't been touched. She must have been waiting for him to eat together. When she saw Lin Yuan, she said, "After dinner, I'm going to do a live stream." Lin Yuan instinctively protested. "No way, I won't allow you to flaunt yourself." Chapter 53. Luo Yi's gaze was icy. After saying something unpleasant, she hung up the video call. Lin Yuan quickly shouted, "Hey, who's washing the dishes?" Unfortunately, Luo Yi had already vanished without a trace. He hurriedly finished his meal, washed the dishes, and then lay down on the bed. That damn woman really doesn't take me seriously. He was curious to see what kind of scheme Luo Yi was up to. Turning to the live broadcast area, he was surprised to find that there wasn't a single live stream available. What was going on? The usually bustling live stream section was completely deserted today. And where was Luo Yi? Hadn't she finished her meal yet? Lin Yuan clicked on the area channel to check what was happening. Hurry up, it was almost 8:30. The top streamer was supposed to teach skills in person. He wondered what level her skills were at. Through conversations with other survivors, Lin Yuan learned that Luo Yi had sent a message in the afternoon stating that she would be live streaming at 8:30 to guide people in skills. This message spread like wildfire, and all the survivors were aware of it. That's why he found the live stream section deserted. As the top player and the first to break through as an evolved being, Luo Yi naturally attracted a lot of attention, and she rarely made appearances. Now, with her grand announcement of a live stream to teach skills, people were curious. With such a big shot streaming, other streamers wisely decided to halt their broadcasts. After all, who would want to watch them when the top beauty was live streaming? At 8:30, Lin Yuan flipped to the live stream section and saw a live stream already up. Without even looking, he, like everyone else, rushed into the stream. But immediately, complaints and curses filled the chat. Damn it, this isn't the top player. It's just a foot-picking big guy trying to cheat for views. FCK. I'm going to remember this guy, the Chaos God King. I curse you to go out and find a treasure chest only to be ambushed, to encounter a mudslide in continuous rain, and to be crushed by a boulder the size of a mountain, bigger than the 3 Lin Yuan dug up combined. What a joke. The live stream was misleadingly titled with Luo Yi's name, as no one expected someone would deceive viewers for clicks. They entered the stream without checking the details and soon realized it was a scam. Inside was a middle-aged man, the streamer going by Chaos God King. Survivors angrily cursed for a while before exiting the live stream. Lin Yuan followed suit, letting out a curse of his own before leaving. He made a mental note of this Chaos God King who was using his girlfriend's name for tricks. Once he exited, he noticed another live stream had popped up in the area. This time, he didn't T-rush in, but instead checked the stream's information. Live ID, A019199 streamer. Luo E room name. Martial arts master. Online teaching you how to level up skills to level 9 instantly. Oh wow, this is definitely the right live stream room, but that is quite a bold claim. Click enter. Luo E is still wearing the white training outfit from when we first met her, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. The room she is in now doesn't seem to be the usual one for eating and sleeping. At a glance, it looks empty and spacious, with only her standing in the middle surrounded by lit candles. She takes a look at the viewer count and sees that enough people have arrived. She finally speaks in a calm voice. Some say my battle power doesn't team match my ranking. I won't argue. The truth will come out in time. Today, let us talk about basic skills. Every great building starts from the ground up. Although basic skills are just the fundamentals, they are crucial. Now, I'll demonstrate the level 9 basic skills one by one. Wow, level 9 skills, and she has even reached the stage of an evolver. This isn't just a woman. She is a phenomenon. One viewer commented in the chat. After Luo E finishes speaking, she instantly forms her fists and begins to execute the basic boxing techniques, striking up, down, forward, and backward. Her punching speed is so fast, it seems like multiple hands are striking at once, the air even crackling with the sound of her punches. Wow, just this basic boxing technique alone. I'd be sent flying if I charged in against her. After finishing the basic boxing, she moves on to the basic kicking techniques, which are just as fast and precise. Front kicks, back kicks, side kicks, consecutive kicks. One leg follows another, each kick more impressive than the last, even surpassing the skills seen in movies. Next, she demonstrates basic footwork and basic palm techniques. After working through the basic punches and kicks, she practices level 9 combat skills again. Basic combat involves punching, kicking, palm strikes, throat locks, grappling, and footwork. When Luo E practices, it's as if there's an enemy in front of her, and she fights with precision, striking at critical points and embodying the essence of combat. With her skill level and mastery, you dare to tell me her battle power doesn't team match her ranking? And on top of that, she has become an evolver. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear firearms. Do you believe I could take her down with a single shot? Heh, I don't talk to fools. After finishing her demonstration, Luo E speaks again. What I just showed was merely the effects of the level 9 skills. Now, I'll start from the level 1 basic boxing technique and demonstrate it in slow motion, along with key points and explanations. Then, Luo E begins with the first move of the level 1 skill, practicing each move while explaining the key points and why it's important to practice this way. It's practically a hands-on tutorial. Even a pig could learn from it. Those who can't grasp it can save the video for educational purposes. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Luo Yi's deep understanding of skills and combat techniques. She could provide a thorough analysis of any move, breaking it down in a way that was both comprehensive and easy to grasp. Her personality was aloof, her expression cold. The most noticeable change in her demeanor was a slight smile or the softening of her icy gaze. She didn't indulge in flirtation or playful banter. If she were on Blue Star, Being around someone like her might feel dull and even lead to a loss of interest. However, in the survival world, she was the best kind of battle partner, someone who could stick with you through thick and thin. The live stream ran from 8:30 to 9:30, and then from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. Finally, Luo stopped her explanations and said, "The live stream is over. When I'll go live again depends on my mood." The comment section erupted in dismay. "No, just practice a bit longer. Let's get all the basic skills to level 9. Yeah, why not continue tomorrow? We could do daily streams, and we'll shower you with gifts." It wasn't that the survivors were greedy. It was just that watching Luo's videos could save them a lot of time and help them avoid unnecessary detours in mastering their skills. However, Luo remained unmoved. She live-streamed purely to earn points and exchanged them for treasure chests. She had just discovered that the quality of the chest she could redeem was tied to the number of viewers online. With over 90,000 viewers at that moment, she could only exchange for ordinary 6-star chests. To unlock higher quality chests, the online count needed to surpass 100,000. The A019 zone only had a maximum of 100,000 people, and after 5 days of survival, some had already perished. Where would the numbers come from to exceed 100,000? The 6-star chests were incredibly valuable to other survivors, but for her, they were merely optional. With over 90,000 points, she redeemed 9 6-star ordinary chests and then exited the live stream. Just as everyone was feeling unsatisfied, a blue screen suddenly appeared before them. This screen was familiar to all. Its appearance signaled that something significant was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, golden letters appeared on the blue screen. Survivors of A019 zone. The ranking event will commence again. Are you ready? Chapter 54. New activity? The survivors were filled with excitement, no longer seeking to hear Lu explain skills in her live stream. Instead, they were making bold declarations in the regional channel. Finally, another event was upon them, and this time, they were determined to secure a good ranking, even if it meant pushing themselves to the limit. The top 20 would live in paradise, while the rest were stuck in hell. This time, they vowed not to give up easily in the competition. They wanted to move into wooden cabins, enjoy hearty meals, and no longer spend every night by the campfire. I am an accountant who rarely exercised back on Blue Star. On my first day in the survival world, I struggled to adapt, falling behind step by step. But momentary lead means nothing. This time, I am determined to break into the top 20. Lui, Lung Feng, you are all either national athletes, special forces, or masters of ancient martial arts. Your initial advantages are undeniable, but in this upcoming event, let us see if I have what it takes to make the leaderboard. As Lin Yuan watched the fervent declarations in the regional channel, he wore a solemn expression. He had no doubt about the survivors' determination to improve their lives, eat better, and live with strength and dignity in this survival world. Their potential for growth was unparalleled, and he couldn't afford to be complacent. Just as all the survivors were fired up and ready to give it their all, the blue light screen suddenly vanished, and no details about the event were announced. The survivors were momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. This was great news. The longer the delay, the more favorable it would be for them. The top 20 would receive rewards and support, and no one knew the extent of their skills and marksmanship. With the event starting now, the chances of squeezing into the top 20 seemed slim. However, with the delay, they could double their efforts. And as the event time pushed further back, their chances of ranking higher or even surpassing the current top 20 increased. In a vast open area overgrown with thick weeds, a muscular man closed his survival guide and began practicing his boxing techniques by the campfire. His movements were powerful and assertive, exuding a lethal presence. His name was Wu Gang, a master of underground boxing who had even killed someone in the ring back on Blue Star. He had sustained an injury the day before arriving in this world, which led to him missing out on the rankings in the first event. Under a large tree, a tall, slender young man suddenly accelerated, his legs moving as if propelled by a rocket. He sprinted towards a tree, pushed off its trunk with his foot, and launched himself into the air, leaping 2 to 3 meters high. In midair, he wrapped his arms around the trunk, and with another push, he climbed swiftly, agile as a monkey. In just a matter of moments, he was at the top of the tree. His name is Lu Qiming, a master of parkour. When he arrived in the survival world, his foot was still recovering, causing him to miss the first day rankings. However, thanks to his exceptional parkour skills, he effortlessly climbed trees to grab treasure chests, resulting in significant rewards. He even built a wooden house, placing him among the second tier of players who have constructed shelters. Aside from the top 20, sitting on a tree branch with a determined gaze, he was ready to showcase his skills in the upcoming event. By a campfire, a very overweight woman was munching on a leg of lamb, her mouth glistening with grease. Her name is Pang Mei, a well-known internet celebrity on Blue Star, famous for live-streaming various food challenges, particularly those akin to Big Eater contests. Her meal portions could easily feed an average person for 2 to 3 days. Due to her size and immense appetite, she struggled on her first day in the survival world. Riding a bike? Not a chance. She broke one the moment she got on it and spent a considerable effort fixing it. In her moment of despair, she overheard Luo Yi telling Zhou Jini to make the most of one's strengths. Although she was overweight and could consume a great deal, she also possessed incredible strength. Embracing her advantages, she bought an unused spike club and the next day managed to kill a wild boar. Unable to search for treasure chests, she relied on her straightforward and powerful attacks, becoming a predator who traded meat for other materials and skill books. As she tore into the lamb, she mumbled, "I'm going to join the event no matter what." Inside a tent, a woman dressed in combat gear, sporting a neat short haircut and an expressionless face, sat upright at a table. Her hands rested on her knees, her posture straight, and every move she made had a certain precision. Her name is Xia Yidan, a tough instructor at the new recruits training camp on Blue Star. At 31 years old, she was about to get married, but during the wedding, she caught sight of her fiancé in a corner, cozying up to his ex-girlfriend. Furious, she confronted them and ended up getting drunk to drown her sorrows. Because of her inebriation, she missed the first day's event rankings. Clenching her fist with determination in her eyes, she vowed not to miss the next opportunity. By a stone near the campfire, a bald monk was wielding a metal rod, making it seem as light as a stick as he swung it effortlessly. His name is Bujia, which means no restrictions. An orphan taken in by his master, he grew up in a small temple and was unaware of worldly matters. When he arrived in the survival world, it took him a long while to barely grasp the survival guide, and he had never even ridden a bike before. Naturally, he missed the first day's ranking event. Now, as he swung the metal rod faster, he too wanted to participate in the upcoming activities. He participated in this event for two main reasons. First, to compete against many skilled individuals and see who is stronger and who is weaker. And second, to gather supplies, whether for food, trading materials to upgrade his bike, or enhancing his capabilities, all in the name of survival. Among the participants are boxers, parkour enthusiasts, social media influencers, monks, instructors, fitness trainers, boxing coaches, and professional gamers, all striving to survive, emerging like mushrooms after rain. Some have already begun honing their skills, while others have turned in early, preparing to wake up even earlier and put in more effort the next day. The upcoming event has intensified the survival atmosphere in Zone A019. Ultimately, the rewards of the event are too enticing, promising fame and fortune for the survivors. In the survival world, those who want to stay alive must drive their vehicles along the roads in search of treasure chests. However, survivors not only need to find these chests, but also face various natural disasters. In such circumstances, those with better skills manage to scrape by, while the less skilled teeter on the brink of collapse. Even the strongest cannot guarantee their survival. For instance, Lin Yuan, who relies on his level 9 skills and decisive courage. Without them, he might not even be alive. To confront the harsh realities of the survival world, one must enhance their attributes, increase their strength, and gather more supplies. And to acquire more items, participating in events is an excellent avenue that can propel survivors to new heights. To achieve a good ranking in the event, survivors must work hard to improve their skills and upgrade their bikes. Consequently, the drive to earn a ranking leads survivors to be more proactive and engaged in their quest for survival. Chapter 55. Through intense mining, you have acquired tens of thousands of ordinary items, hundreds of G-grade items, defeated an enemy, and spent nearly 4 hours riding in the rain, covering 32 kilometers while successfully avoiding a mudslide disaster. Today has been quite enriching, and you begin to tally your experience, gaining 3,000 experience points. Lin Yuan looked at the eager survivors, striving to get ahead, and made a new plan. He decided to search for treasure chests to obtain higher-level body training and divine training manuals, as well as to practice gun techniques that were more advanced than the basic ones, while also upgrading his bicycle as much as possible. As he pondered these thoughts, fatigue set in, and after a long afternoon of tension, Lin Yuan lay down in bed and fell asleep. Once he was asleep, the experience system began to tally the day's experiences. After a good night's sleep, when Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, it was already the 6th day in the survival world. Without a second thought, he got up to practice his skills and then started to execute his plan. Experience points. 18640. Thanks to his frenzied mining, Lin Yuan had amassed a lot of experience points, allowing him to level up all his basic skills to level 9. His basic fist and kick skills were at level 9, and his basic combat skill was also at level 9. He didn't upgrade his 5-animal play. Instead, he diligently practiced it a dozen times since he hadn't fully grasped it yet. Breakfast was still prepared by Luo, and the two of them ate much faster than before, almost in unison. It's understandable that Lin Yuan felt the pressure. He was an ordinary person just 6 days ago. Although he had been working hard to develop, he hadn't fully matured yet, and it was natural for him to worry about his rank dropping during the activity. Luo was feeling the pressure too, and Lin Yuan quickly figured out the reason. Last night, in the regional channel, someone had posted a video of a burly man effortlessly killing a tiger with his bare hands. This man must have practiced a palm technique similar to Iron Sand Palm, making him a practitioner of a non-material cultural heritage, just like Luo. If Luo was that strong, how could this survivor practicing Iron Sand Palm be any weaker? With Luo feeling the pressure, Lin Yuan felt it even more. This morning, he got up without even waiting for her to call him. These athletes and traditional martial arts practitioners, who were merely hobbies back on Blue Star, had taken their skills to the extreme in the survival world. Where the phrase circumstances create heroes held true. None of the top 20 were ordinary people. They had all received substantial rewards, and now they were eager to win again, not letting their guard down for a moment. Survivors who had previously missed the top 20 were now fighting tooth and nail to break into that rank. With everyone working hard, when the event began, it would surely be a fierce competition. After quickly finishing breakfast, Lin Yuan and Luo prepared to continue their journey. Luo is on a quest to find a black iron treasure chest and seeks to enhance her strength in search of a G-level evolver. However, before she ends a video call, she gives Lin Yuan an item. Item, police hoodie quality, ordinary rating, 6 stars effect, defense 1 durability. 3 description. This is a futuristic police hoodie that can withstand regular handgun bullets. No need to worry about fit. Once worn, it automatically adjusts to the wearer's size. Upon seeing the attributes of the 6-star hoodie, Lin Yuan immediately considered returning it to Luo, but she dismissed it, saying it was of no use to her, before hanging up the call. Indeed, she had mentioned that with her current strength, although she wouldn't dare to take bullets head-on, they wouldn't easily hit her either. Since it was deemed useless to her, Lin Yuan felt justified in putting on the police hoodie. After all, he couldn't possibly let down the kindness of a beautiful person. Interestingly, the hoodie lived up to its description. Once worn, it adjusted perfectly to Lin Yuan's size, as if it was custom-made for him. It had a stylish leather coat-like appearance, and the design was very clever, allowing for the attachment of a handgun, magazines, grenades, and even melee weapons like daggers. Lin Yuan had never used a dagger before, so he simply stuffed his survival guide inside the hoodie, eliminating the risk of it falling out and avoiding the hassle of carrying a backpack. Before setting off, Lin Yuan needed to purchase a long-range weapon. Unfortunately, his precious fine iron spear was lost before they could form a bond. Long-range weapons are considered niche and are less commonly used. But Lin Yuan easily found another fine iron spear, as he didn't come across any higher-level spears. After buying the spear, Lin Yuan casually checked the regional chat channel to see the status of other survivors. There were enough food supplies to trade for a knife or a handgun. For a knife, one would need to have basic knife skills, while a handgun required at least 1 magazine of bullets. Has anyone found a submachine gun? I want one, but not a Blue Star weapon. I only want rated weapons. Rated weapons refer to items produced in the survival world, whereas Blue Star items lack ratings and are not compatible with survival world ammunition. Resupplying ammunition is not as simple as it seems. Once the existing bullets are used up, they become useless sticks. Skill books for skill books. I have a 3-star ordinary sword technique. Looking to trade for a 3-star knife technique. I'm willing to adjust the difference. Anyone interested in trading? 3-star items hold equal value to other 3-star items. Of course, the specific value depends on individual needs and rarity. Rarer items often hold more value than others of the same star rating. Adjusting the difference is a common occurrence among survivors. During trades, the items offered are often either of a higher level than one's own or lower. In this situation, when trading higher-level items, traders need to not only offer the item they wish to exchange, but also provide some resources to the other party. If the other party's item is of a lower level than their own, they too must add some resources along with the item they are trading. The amount of resources given or received depends entirely on the value of the items being exchanged. Currently, survivors have a high demand for weapons, with firearms being the top priority. They focus on skill training primarily because they lack firearms, leading them to think that leveraging their high attributes for combat is a good alternative. Lin Yuan shook his head. This line of thinking is misguided. Relying solely on specialized firearms is putting the cart before the horse. Once one has evolved, how can they fully utilize their evolved combat capabilities? It's not that firearms are bad. They have clear advantages: great power, long range, and ease of use. As for accuracy, practice makes perfect. Using bullets would sharpen those skills. However, the downsides are equally evident. The power of firearms is fixed, while the potential for evolution is limitless. Although Lin Yuan knew this approach was flawed, he refrained from commenting, as this information was still relatively valuable and had been shared with him by Luo Yi. Unfortunately, he was unaware that having an unreliable employee meant this information wouldn't stay hidden for long. Instead of voicing his concerns, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation. How many skill books would the survivors uncover while they tirelessly searched for treasure chests at night? They might not care much about the skill books, but he planned to stockpile a few, perhaps even 2 types of body refinement techniques. When all the survivors finally grasped the true value of the items, he would resell them for a hefty profit, trading them for rare recipes he didn't already possess. Lin Yuan grinned. These adorable survivors. He lifted his bicycle, grabbed his long gun, and stepped out of the wooden cabin, continuing his journey after yesterday's failed expedition. Chapter 56. Packing up the cabin, Lin Yuan made his way to the road, glancing back at the direction he had come from yesterday. The mountainside, which had slid down, had already returned to its original state, looking as if it had never collapsed at all. The ground showed no signs of the rain that had fallen earlier. It's truly remarkable, Lin Yuan thought. This is not only a real survival world, but also a game world with its own systems. Not wanting to dwell on any random thoughts, Lin Yuan hopped on his bicycle and set off, beginning his search for treasure chests. After not finding a single chest yesterday afternoon and losing his weapon, he hoped today wouldn't bring him the same bad luck. Just 2 minutes into his ride, he heard a strange noise behind him, grunting and snorting. What was that? A pig? Why was there a wild boar making noise? Confused, Lin Yuan turned to look. He saw a massive wild boar charging out of the jungle and straight towards him on the road. It quickly dawned on him that he was facing a wild animal attack. However, Lin Yuan didn't flinch. He actually wanted to test his own strength, and this boar was just the right challenge. He quickly stopped his bicycle, planted his feet on the ground, and grabbed the finely crafted iron spear resting on his bike. Without dismounting, he sat on the bicycle, gripped the spear with both hands, and turned his body slightly. The spear tip lunged forward like a striking snake, aimed directly at the oncoming wild boar. This shot embodied the essence of marksmanship, hitting distant enemies. Lin Yuan's spear struck the boar right in its vital area, its eye. As they drew closer, the spear tip collided violently with the boar, producing a loud thud followed by the boar's agonized squeal. The force of the boar's charge was substantial, and Lin Yuan put all his strength into his thrust. Upon impact, the boar was injured, having lost one eye. However, Lin Yuan also felt the repercussions. The tremendous force of the collision caused him to stumble, nearly sending both him and his bike tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Yuan reacted quickly, retracting his right hand to stabilize the bicycle and steady himself. But as he withdrew his right hand, his left hand bore the brunt of the impact, causing pain in his arm and tingling in his palm, nearly making him lose grip of the spear. In this first round of their encounter, the wild boar was wounded, but Lin Yuan had sustained some minor injuries as well. After this encounter, Lin Yuan realized his own limitations. His strength was insufficient and needed improvement. His physical condition was too weak. No matter how good his marksmanship, it wouldn't translate into effective combat power. Facing a wild boar armed only with a spear, he knew he couldn't win. This boar was massive, and its size granted it tremendous strength. The collision they just had was a prime example of that. Additionally, this was a male wild boar, known for having long, sharp tusks that could not only dig into the ground for food, but also serve as formidable weapons in battle. If he got gored by those dangerous tusks, even if he managed to kill the wild boar, it wouldn't be worth it. Making a quick decision, Lin Yuan turned and placed his long gun back onto the bicycle frame. He pedaled furiously, wanted to put some distance between himself and the wild boar. The injured boar, instead of fleeing, became even more ferocious, charging at Lin Yuan with its sharp, upward-curving tusks. Fortunately, he had already created some space. If he had stayed in place, he would have had no choice but to confront the boar head-on, leading to a fatal encounter for either one. Now, with about 20 meters between him and the boar, Lin Yuan drew his handgun. He was not only skilled with a long gun, but also proficient with firearms. He disengaged the safety, chambered a round, released the handlebars of his bicycle, turned around, and fired at the wildly charging boar. For someone with a level 9 cycling skill like Lin Yuan, this maneuver was a piece of cake. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 7 shots in quick succession, emptying the magazine. Each shot struck vital spots on the boar, either hitting its head or targeting its eyes, nose, and mouth. Despite sustaining all those injuries, the boar was still alive. Though it stopped pursuing Lin Yuan, it swayed unsteadily, howling but refusing to fall. Oomph. Lin Yuan scoffed and stopped his bike. It was time to finish what he started. He picked up his long gun again and charged at the boar, stabbing it viciously through its mouth. He pushed hard, driving the long gun deep into the boar's belly. This time, the boar finally ceased its struggles, slowly expiring. You have killed a large wild boar, gaining 4 experience points. You have killed a large wild boar, gaining 10 experience points. With 4 experience points gained, it seemed he still needed 1 more point to level up. Lin Yuan opened his personal stats to check. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A019784096 health. Average level, 2 mental, 9 physique, 8 skills. Intermediate level 5 animal play. Level 9 basic marksmanship. Level 9 handgun shooting. Level 9 basic fist fighting. Level 9 basic leg techniques. Level 9 basic body movement. Level 9 basic combat. Level 4 military fitness. Level 9 bicycle riding. Level 2 cooking. Level 3 painting. Level 6 computer skills. Level 4 music. Experience needed to reach level 3. 156. Sure enough, he was just a bit short of the experience needed to level up to level 3. It seemed he needed to improve his attributes first. Without a strong physique, no matter how good his shooting skills were, they wouldn't matter if he couldn't deliver a powerful strike. However, for now, he needed to deal with the wild boar. Lin Yuan withdrew the long gun, took out a towel to wipe off the blood, and then crouched down to examine the boar's corpse, silently chanting for decomposition. Decomposition successful. He obtained 2 wild boar tusks, 20 wild boar teeth, and 80 wild boar meat. From 1 wild boar, he got quite a haul: pork, intestines, blood, and more. He kept the teeth and tusks for himself, packing everything else up and using the gifting feature to send it to Luo Yi, considering it his meal allowance. He just had to wait for the food to arrive. Feeling great, Lin Yuan shook his arms. Killing the wild boar that had injured him felt good. As he swung his arm, he noticed a massive tree growing by the side of the road. Is this the treasure tree? A treasure tree is a tree that might hide a treasure chest. It's not necessarily the bigger trees that are more likely to conceal treasure. Rather, it's the density of the leaves as you look up from below that makes it a prime candidate for hiding something. However, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, recalling the events from yesterday when he had chopped down a tree. He wondered if history would repeat itself today, though he felt a bit apprehensive. He reminded himself that it was just a natural disaster, and it didn't make sense that he could avoid it yesterday, but not today. Resolute, he decided not to hesitate any longer and took out one of his 6 sacred artifacts, the lumberjack's axe. He brandished the axe and swung it forcefully at the tree trunk. He couldn't believe that he would encounter anything strange while chopping down a tree today. Buzz! Buzz! What was that sound? To his surprise, as the axe struck the tree, he actually heard a faint buzzing noise. Stopping his chopping, Lin Yuan quickly looked up at the sky. It was a clear day with no rain in sight. Not want to dwell on it, he swung the axe again. Chapter 57 Buzz. Buzz. As Lin Yuan swung his axe once more at the tree trunk, the familiar buzzing sound returned, louder than before. He felt a bit dazed. What was going on? Looking up at the sky again, he saw it was still clear, with no signs of rain. He circled the large tree a couple of times, scanning the surroundings and the tree itself, but found nothing that could produce the buzzing sound. No wild beasts or birds in sight. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that within the trunk of the tree he was chopping was a beehive, twice the size of a basin. With each swing of his axe, a few wild bees would emerge. With another strike, a swarm of them would pour out. These wild bees looked somewhat like wasps from Earth, but were much smaller. The buzzing that was bothering Lin Yuan was the sound produced by countless wild bees flapping their wings, creating vibrations that reached his eardrums. The thick foliage of the tree had concealed the hive from view. Still finding nothing unusual after circling the tree, Lin Yuan decided to continue chopping. There was no way he would let a little strange noise make him paranoid and just walk away, right? He swung again, and without a doubt, the buzzing returned, growing even louder. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Yuan was completely at a loss. What was happening? However, this time he didn't stop immediately. Instead, he struck a few more times, trying to discern where the sound was coming from and from which direction it was emanating. Buzz! 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 Soon, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. So that was where the sound was coming from. He realized that the strange buzzing was indeed coming from the tree he was chopping down. Since there was nothing suspicious on the tree, the buzzing must be produced by it. The idea that a tree could make sounds would surely scare people back on Earth. But in this survival world, a tree making noise seemed less alarming. In fact, if a tree was making noise, it must be a treasure tree, just like the massive stone he had just unearthed, which was not only large, but also yielded an extraordinary amount of resources. Lin Yuan speculated that a giant tree capable of making sounds was no ordinary tree and might even yield G-grade wood. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Heaven was truly kind to him. Having just lost a giant stone, he had quickly discovered a treasure tree. I really am lucky. Summoning all his strength, Lin Yuan swung his axe at the giant tree again, producing another round of buzzing. He didn't stop this time. Instead, he hacked at it even more vigorously. The louder the sound, the greater the threat the giant tree was under. Haha, buzz all you want. Soon enough, you won't be able to buzz anymore. Enjoy your last moments of glory. Bending over and putting his back into it, Lin Yuan continued to chop the tree, and at that moment, the buzzing sounded absolutely delightful. Unfortunately, he was so focused on excitedly chopping down trees that he didn't notice the wild bees swirling above him, searching for the intruder disturbing their home. A few bees began to descend from the tree, quickly closing in on Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was lost in thoughts about what he could obtain after felling the trees. If he managed to get G-grade wood, should he use it now or wait until he moved in with Luo Yi to build a house together? He was completely unaware that danger was creeping closer by the moment. The bees flew lower and, naturally, spotted Lin Yuan, the one destroying their home. Furious at the sight of him, they wasted no time and charged toward him. Lin Yuan felt something was off. The buzzing wasn't just from the giant trees he was chopping down, was it? It sounded like there was buzzing behind him as well. Curiously, he turned his head to see what was happening. The moment he did, he felt a sharp sting in his backside, as if something had pricked him. It hurt more than a needle prick, and he felt several stings in quick succession. Lin Yuan quickly swatted at whatever was biting him and managed to catch a small creature. A wild bee? Suddenly, it clicked in his mind, and his face changed as he hurriedly dropped the bee he had caught and ran. That buzzing sound was definitely coming from the bees. He had foolishly thought it might be some magical tree or treasure. How naive of him to think there were so many valuable items just waiting for him to take. Though Lin Yuan reacted quickly, it was already too late. A swarm of bees descended from the tree, diving toward him. Bees are social creatures, highly organized and disciplined, with quick communication. Once one bee spots you, a whole swarm is sure to follow. Lin Yuan now faced the terrifying fate of being chased by a horde of wild bees. His legs felt like they were powered by motors as he sprinted through the jungle. Was there danger in the jungle? Lin Yuan couldn't afford to think about that now. It was better than being stung by a swarm of bees. One bee might sting just enough to hurt a bit, but 10 could cause serious pain, and 100 or more could even be lethal. After running for nearly a minute, Lin Yuan finally stopped, realizing something was wrong. He had run fast enough and far enough that most of the bees couldn't catch up to him. Only a small group was still hot on his trail. Damn it! He quickly grabbed a branch with leaves from the side, wielding it like a weapon, and swung it at the nearest bee. Crack! The branch swiped through the air, striking the first bee. Defeated a small yellow bee, gained 0. 1 experience points. Huh, he could actually experience? So this little creature was called a small yellow bee. It was only now that Lin Yuan noticed that defeating the small yellow bee granted him experience points. Although it was only a measly 0. 1 points, even the tiniest bit of mosquito legs counts as meat, especially when you consider how many of those little yellow wasps are in a hive. If he could take out all those wasps, just imagine how much experience he would gain. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement at the thought, his leveling up would be as fast as a rocket launch. However, the more pressing issue was dealing with the swarm of wasps chasing him, which numbered around a dozen. Thanks to Lin Yuan having leveled his basic skills to level 9 and having practiced his marksmanship, his agility allowed him to take down the wasps one by one. Snap! Snap! Defeated a yellow wasp, gained 0. 1 experience. Defeated a yellow wasp, gained 0. 1 experience. Defeated a yellow wasp, gained 0. 1 experience, level up. As he continued to eliminate the wasps, he accumulated enough experience to level up. After a flash of golden light, his spirit reached 10 points, and his physique hit 9 points. Without pausing, Lin Yuan took out the remaining wasps before checking his stats. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A01978409 health. Average level, 3 spirit, 10 physique, 9 skills. Advanced 5 animal play, level 5, basic firearms, level 9, handgun shooting, level 9. Basic fist technique, level 9. Basic leg technique, level 9. Basic movement technique, level 9. Basic combat, level 9. Military boxing, level 4. Bicycle riding, level 9. Culinary arts, level 2. Painting, level 3. Computer skills, level 6. Music, level 4. Experience needed to reach level 410. 010. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed a detail he hadn't paid attention to before. Chapter 58. Attributes. The wasp possesses attributes, or more precisely, beasts have level attributes just like survivors. Name, wasp quality, common level, beast strength, weak skill, instinct description. The stinger is non-venomous but has a slight paralyzing effect and some minor side effects. Although it's just a plain introduction, it reveals a larger truth. With a quality of common, does that imply the existence of G level or even higher tiers? The levels are similar to those of survivors, differing only in terminology. Survivors are referred to as ordinary people, and those with elevated qualities are called evolved beings. The strength is weak, and Lin Yuan can easily kill dozens of wasps. However, does a higher quality and level equate to greater strength? The skill instinct is easy to understand. The wasp's instinct is to bite and use its stinger. But do monsters with higher qualities and levels possess different skills? Ultimately, we're the monsters that are stronger than ordinary beasts. When ordinary people encounter such monsters on the endless highway, do they stand a chance? Can firearms take down these creatures? One question after another filled Lin Yuan's mind, making him feel overwhelmed. Unable to resolve these issues for now, Lin Yuan decided to set them aside and discuss them later in the fearless group or explore the survival world further to gain clarity. What is most important right now? To settle the score with the wasps. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. Lin Yuan touched his still slightly sore backside and strode back. What is the simplest and most effective method for dealing with wasp-like creatures? Fire. As soon as Lin Yuan returned to the area of the giant tree, he prepared dozens of bonfires, stacking them around the giant tree. He lit the fires, and once they blazed vigorously, he quickly tossed in some undried branches and leaves to produce even thicker smoke. After throwing in the foliage, Lin Yuan stepped back and watched the show from a distance. Sure enough, as the freshly cut branches and leaves caught fire, a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air, rising like a giant mushroom cloud. This rolling smoke quickly engulfed the giant tree and several surrounding trees. Buzz, 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 buzz. One by one, wasps emerged from the tree trunks, filling the sky and flitting about. Some were disoriented and immediately fell, while others, unwilling to let their home be destroyed, circled around the thick smoke. 1, 2, 3. Thousands of wasps danced in the sky, their buzzing loud enough to rival a small generator. Lin Yuan wasn't too afraid of the backlash. This was all experience. These wasps were rather foolish, flying in and out of the smoke, but Lin Yuan appreciated it. Soon, more wasps began to drop from the sky. They weren't dead, merely temporarily stunned by the smoke. The yellow jackets that haven't been knocked out aren't doing much better. They fly erratically, up and down, swaying side to side, and their stability is all over the place, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He took out a piece of clothing and charged into the thickest cluster of yellow jackets. Using a long spear to swat yellow jackets was pointless. Lin Yuan hadn't mastered the skill of using a spear to catch flies. Shooting them with a pistol was equally futile, like using a cannon to swat mosquitoes. It was just ridiculous. The clothing was the most practical solution, sweeping away a large area at once. When he encountered a yellow jacket that had fallen to the ground, Lin Yuan would step on it. For those flying low or trying to attack him, he would swat them with his clothing. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, dancing around. This was all valuable experience. 1, 2, 3, 100. Each yellow jacket he killed gave him 0. 1 experience points. Kill a yellow jacket. Gain 0. 1 experience. Kill a yellow jacket. Gain 0. 1 experience. Level up. As he continued this, Lin Yuan leveled up to level 4, increasing his mental and attribute points by 1 each. Haha, let's keep going. This leveling speed was incredibly satisfying. Lin Yuan thought he could reach level 10 today and become a leveling master. But soon, his initial enthusiasm began to fade. Kill a yellow jacket, gain 0. 0 1 experience. Kill a yellow jacket, gain 0. 0 1 experience. Just a moment ago, each kill was worth 0. 1, and now it had dropped to 0. 0 1. The experience gained from killing yellow jackets had significantly decreased, and even stepping on several yellow jackets yielded the same. Now, to reach level 5, he needed 15 experience points. At the rate of 0, 0 1 per yellow jacket, he would have to kill 1,500 of them to level up. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. 1,500, here we come. Kill a yellow jacket, gain 0. 0 1 experience. 1 2 hundreds, thousands. After 10 minutes, Lin Yuan finally accumulated enough experience to reach level 5. Once he hit level 5, Lin Yuan stopped killing yellow jackets and instead rushed toward the giant tree, ready to chop it down and continue his unfinished business. Killing one would only yield 0. 0 0 1 experience. It wasn't worth it anymore. The heavens are merciful, so he decided to let them go. Time was against him. The campfire was already out, and soon the yellow jackets would regain their fighting spirit. There were still so many yellow jackets left, and he had only taken down a tiny fraction, less than 10%. Continuing to fight would only put him in danger. He was just a flesh and blood being and couldn't withstand the overwhelming assault of so many yellow jackets. Racing against time, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Lin Yuan dashed toward the giant tree while pulling out his lumberjack axe. As soon as he reached the tree, he swung his axe and chopped away, striking dozens of blows in one go. Setting the campfire to burn the small hornets earlier was playing with fire. Now, in front of the small hornets that were almost regaining their combat power, chopping down trees was also playing with fire. However, while earlier it was just self-entertainment, now it was a dangerous game. After chopping over 100 times, Lin Yuan caught the falling treasure chest and the huge beehive, ignoring the pain in his chest from being struck, and ran off holding both items. He didn't even have time to store them in his guide because the small hornets were lazily starting to take off from the ground. Since the small hornets had just awakened and couldn't fly fast yet, if he didn't run now, when would he? Clutching the treasure chest and beehive, Lin Yuan hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled furiously. After riding a short distance, he stopped, realizing that there were no small hornets chasing him anymore. He let out a long sigh of relief and tossed both items onto the ground, taking a big gulp of fresh mountain spring water. Now it was time for the rewards. The treasure chest was of decent quality. Item: ripped wooden box quality. Common rating: 6 stars. Description: has a chance to yield common 6-star items, guaranteed to drop items below 6-star quality. No need to hesitate. He opened it. Upon opening the ripped wooden box, he obtained a pair of police tactical pants and a Desert Eagle handgun. Receiving 2 different items put Lin Yuan in high spirits. The police tactical pants and police hoodie seemed to be part of the set, just by their names. He didn't need to check their attributes to know what they were like, especially since he had seen them earlier that morning. Lin Yuan focused on the Desert Eagle. This weapon was famous not just in the survival world, but also on Blue Planet. Chapter 59. Item: pistol, Desert Eagle quality, common rating, 6 stars. Description: this is an improved version of the Desert Eagle, with the magazine capacity increased to 10 rounds, reduced recoil, and a lighter overall weight. The power remains unchanged, but all the drawbacks have been addressed. Lin Yuan immediately discarded his previous pistol at the trading post and switched to the Desert Eagle. To his surprise, a 6-star common chest yielded 2 6-star items. After taking a few hits, it was worth it. After checking the chest, Lin Yuan's hand reached towards the hive. System prompt: operation error. Please use the collection function. To his astonishment, there was a collection function. Today's exploration has really paid off. Not only did he discover that beasts have attributes and higher-level monsters exist, but now he had also unlocked a collection feature. He felt that since arriving in the survival world, He had either been exploring or been on the path of exploration. The system had a collection and decomposition function, and it was clear that it was thinking of decomposition while he was contemplating it. Although Lin Yuan internally grumbled. He didn't dare to be too reckless. He wasn't a tyrant like Su Yu, confronting the heavens, the earth, and even the air. What if the system decided to make things difficult for him? Following the system's instructions, Lin Yuan re-attempted the operation. Collection successful. Obtained 10 B pupae. You have acquired B pupae, gaining 2 experience points. What? Only 10? Don't tell me that such a large hive only yielded 10 B pupae. Lin Yuan quickly opened his storage space to check. As it turned out, he was overthinking. One portion was roughly the size of a large bowl, which made sense given the size of the hive. All the ingredients were packed up and sent to Luo Yi. He sent her the 10 portions of B pupae along with a message. Not nearly enough. Let us have B pupae for lunch. I want them fried, crispy, and fragrant. After a moment's thought, he added, "Thank for your hard work." After finishing with the ingredients, Lin Yuan faced a dilemma with his police tactical pants. Logically, with better gear at hand, he should change immediately. In this survival world, having good equipment meant added security. But this was reality. There was no one-click change option. Did he really have to change right here, in broad daylight? After thinking for a bit, Lin Yuan decided to change his pants on the roadside. This was an endless highway. Why hide? It wasn't like the highways on Blue Star, even if it took a moment to change pants. It would be hard to encounter a living person on this endless road, even after traveling all day. Making up his mind, Lin Yuan happily tossed off his shoes, took off his pants, and prepared to put on the police tactical jacket. Just as he was about to do so, he quickly pulled his pants back up because a figure had appeared on the horizon behind him. Lin Yuan hurriedly put on his pants and shoes, then hopped back on his bicycle. His right hand instinctively reached for the Desert Eagle. If anyone dared to make any hostile moves against him, he would be more than ready to test out the power of his newly acquired Desert Eagle. He was curious to see whether the Desert Eagle from Blue Star was more effective than the one from the survival world, even though he had never used the Blue Star version before. Soon, the figure in the distance became clearer. The approaching survivor was a tall and thin young man who struggled to ride his bicycle due to his long torso. He leaned forward, trying to balance himself, his body almost lying flat on the bike. What caught Lin Yuan's attention was the young man's frantic pedaling. Lin Yuan squinted. The speed at which he was pedaling was almost on par with his own level 9 cycling skills. As soon as the tall young man spotted Lin Yuan, he shouted, "Hey man, run. There's a swarm of wild bees chasing me. I don't know who the jerk is that started a fire on the beehive, but now I'm just passing by and getting chased by these bees." Upon hearing that the yellow jackets were back, Lin Yuan quickly pedaled away. After riding for more than 10 minutes, he turned into a side road and finally stopped. "I'm really not strong enough," he thought. Just a swarm of yellow jackets had almost cost him his life, and he had unfortunately dragged an innocent passerby into it. But Lin Yuan felt no guilt. After all, he had cursed the person who started the fire on the beehive. Wasn't he that basically cursing himself? Some things are just intolerable, Lin Yuan thought to himself, secretly wishing the yellow jackets would catch up to him so he could get stung a few more times. Once he steadied his bicycle, Lin Yuan walked over to a tree by the roadside. He wasn't looking to relieve himself. He wanted to put on his police hoodie. Since he had good gear, it was safer to wear it. However, he was careful not to change in the open on the road, unsure if someone might suddenly appear. After putting on his hoodie, Lin Yuan decided to search for treasure chests right there instead of just changing clothes. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He got back on his bicycle and leisurely pedaled while keeping an eye out for treasure chests along the roadside. His careful searching soon paid off as he discovered a treasure chest. It was hidden behind a rock, and it was only because of his curiosity that he stood up from his bicycle and glanced over to find this hidden chest. If he had just ridden past, the chest would have been obscured by the rock, and any survivor would have missed it entirely. Item: ripped wooden box quality, ordinary rating. 5 stars description: opening it gives a chance to obtain 5-star ordinary items, guaranteed to include the following 5-star items. Upon opening the 5-star ripped wooden box, he received Dragon S Gun Technique 1, Iron Piece 1, Rubber 2. You have obtained the 5-star Ordinary Gun Technique, Dragon S Gun, and gained 10 experience points. Dragon S Gun? A gun technique has been unlocked? Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He had always wanted to practice advanced spear techniques, but had been unable to do so. To his surprise, he finally had access to a new technique. Starting today, the number of skill books available would increase, and he estimated that buying a few would be enough for him to practice for some time. Lin Yu picked up the Flying Dragon Spear technique and began to read. Skill: Flying Dragon Spear quality. Ordinary rating: 5 stars. Description: the best defense is a good offense. The Flying Dragon Spear technique focuses on aggressive thrusts, delivering strikes faster than the eye can see, like a soaring dragon that leaves opponents defenseless. The description sounded impressive, but Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the technique was simply about continuous thrusting. Was that really all there was to it? Once he mastered it, was it just a matter of practice? He decided to take out his guide, selected home, and set up a wooden cabin to settle in. Learning the skill, Lin Yu concentrated, and the Flying Dragon Spear technique transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind. After some contemplation, he realized that the technique was indeed as described. It was all about the thrust. The attack method was constant aggression with no defense. However, this thrusting was not something one could do haphazardly. If it were that simple, ordinary skills would be everywhere. Basic spear techniques taught how to use a spear, such as how to thrust, block, and sweep. In contrast, the Flying Dragon Spear was an advanced technique derived from those fundamentals, focusing on how to attack quickly and thrust faster than the previous strike. Understanding how to practice it, Lin Yu immediately assumed a stance and began to practice each move meticulously. Chapter 60. The Flying Dragon Spear technique places great emphasis on body movement, footwork, and striking at different positions while on the move. It focuses even more on explosive power, allowing for a rapid succession of strikes that become faster with each thrust. At this moment, the benefits of having practiced basic striking techniques to level 9 became evident. Lin Yuan did not rush to use his experience points. Instead, he maneuvered skillfully, thrusting the spear upward, downward, to the left, and to the right, repeatedly honing his explosive power. After practicing for a while, he mastered the first level of the Flying Dragon Spear technique after just one round of practice. By the third round, he had grasped the second level. And after 5 rounds, he had mastered the third level. However, after the 5th round, Lin Yuan paused, furrowing his brow. He felt that something was off with his practice. Although his previous training in basic spear techniques made it easier to practice the lower levels of the Flying Dragon Spear technique, he sensed that his spear skills resembled those of a novice, awkward and ineffective. Suddenly, it struck him, wasn't what he was practicing just a rudimentary form? Basic spear techniques ultimately teach how to use the spear and its variations, while the Flying Dragon Spear technique is an offensive skill that requires not only mastery, but also the ability to execute effective attacks with the learned skills. At this moment, Lin Yuan realized he was incapable of delivering effective strikes. What constitutes an effective attack? It means being able to aim the spear accurately and control its tip with ease. If he couldn't achieve effective attacks, if the spear tip couldn't reach the enemy or hit the intended target, then no matter how advanced his technique, it would be as useless as a decorative pillow. To address this, he devised a plan. He found a large tree and marked several small points on it. He would use the Flying Dragon Spear technique to continuously thrust at these points around the tree. At first, Lin Yuan struggled to hit the small points, often missing the mark. However, with practice, his accuracy gradually improved. Although he couldn't achieve a perfect score, he made noticeable progress. After practicing the Flying Dragon Spear technique to level 3, he needed to invest more time in understanding it to fully accumulate the experience required for level 3. After becoming somewhat familiar with the level 3 skill, Lin Yuan decided to unleash his experience points as a powerful tool. With a click, he allocated points, instantly filling the experience required for level 3 of the Flying Dragon Spear technique. He had directly mastered it in his mind, but whether he could execute effective attacks remained uncertain. Through this process, Lin Yuan explored 2 methods of using experience points. One was a straightforward approach, adding points without much thought, like on the first day when he boosted his cycling and military boxing skills. The advantage was rapid leveling, but the downside was evident: high experience consumption and insufficient precision in skill mastery. For instance, during his first battle against Long Qing, he failed to deliver level 4 military boxing damage due to a lack of understanding and confidence in the skills, ultimately relying on luck to secure a narrow victory. The second approach is to allocate points to intelligence. The advantage of this method is that through practicing skills, one gains a certain amount of experience points, which reduces the experience required for leveling up, allowing for quicker mastery of skills and a solid foundation. However, the downside is that upgrading skills takes longer. Lin Yuan adopts this strategy, building his skills layer by layer, like constructing a tall building from the ground up. He first focused on mastering the level 3 Dragon Spear technique before moving on to the level 4 technique. In this way, Lin Yuan diligently allocated points to intelligence, mastering the current Dragon Spear technique before continuing to the next level. He practiced over and over again, repeating it once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. He thrust and thrust again, each time pushing himself further, eventually reaching tens of thousands of thrusts. When he got tired, he would drink from the 6-star natural spring water. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely and hadn't stopped since he settled in. As time passed, when Luo Yi called him via video chat, Lin Yuan was deep in contemplation, grasping a new level of skill. Skill, Dragon Spear quality, ordinary rating, 6 stars effect, penetration 1 description. The best defense is offense. The Dragon Spear technique primarily focuses on attack and thrusting, with each thrust faster than the last, like a flying dragon, making it hard for opponents to defend. He practiced all morning, achieving remarkable results. Thanks to his ample experience points and the aid of the natural spring water, he could practice intensely, upgrading the Dragon Spear skill from its initial level 1 to level 9. Now he had advanced from level 9 to the subtle realm. The Dragon Spear technique in the subtle realm added a penetration effect. Luo Yi watched silently as Lin Yuan practiced. Lin Yuan didn't greet her either. Once he felt confident, he executed the subtle level Dragon Spear technique. His feet moved swiftly, his form fluid, and with a sudden explosive force. He thrust one spear after another toward a newly marked tree. Each thrust was faster than the last, producing a faint sound as the air was split. Lin Yuan circled the tree, thrusting again and again until he was out of breath. Finally, Luo Yi spoke, cutting straight to the point. You've done well to master the skills so quickly, and while luck may play a part, your dedication and hard work cannot be overlooked. However, when practicing martial arts, it's fine to exert all your strength, but in combat against others, you must focus on controlling the rhythm of the fight, managing your power, adjusting your breath, and leaving room to connect your attacks seamlessly, creating an uninterrupted offensive flow. As Lin Yuan washed his face and prepared to eat, he listened attentively to her guidance. Accepting it humbly, he didn't dismiss her insights just because she was a woman, nor did he take her less seriously because she was his girlfriend. The truly skilled should be prioritized, regardless of their identity. Her understanding of combat surpassed his own, which was something he lacked. As someone who only knew how to type on a keyboard, Lin Yuan washed his hands and face, and the two officially began their meal. The dishes were still plentiful, and one particular dish caught Lin Yuan's eye. It was fried beef pupae, golden and fragrant. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, giving Luo Yi a thumbs up, indicating it was excellent. However, Luo Yi's mind was clearly elsewhere, and she shifted the conversation by asking a question. Have you ever found a black iron treasure chest? Lin Yuan shook his head. I haven't even touched a 7 or 8-star ordinary treasure chest, let alone a black iron one. The highest treasure chest I've opened so far is a 6-star. He curiously asked, Why do you ask? Luo Yi looked puzzled. I just can't seem to find any black iron treasure chests, or even a 9-star ordinary treasure chest. Not a single one. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He didn't have an answer either. He could only suggest, just keep looking. If you can't find any, we can discuss it in the group tonight, and maybe I can introduce you to a couple of people. It wasn't exactly an introduction. Since everyone had seen each other in the announcements, it was more about familiarizing themselves a bit. Once the plans were set, the two finished their meal and went off to rest. Lin Yuan, having expended all his energy in the morning training, was now deeply fatigued. Without even taking off his shoes, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, Lin Yuan was refreshed and full of energy. He hopped on his bicycle, ready to search for treasure chests. However, after riding for a short distance, he found himself targeted by an enemy. Chapter 61. As Lin Yuan just hopped on his bicycle and pedaled a few times, he was suddenly pursued by his mortal enemy, a wild sow. Why would a wild sow be his sworn enemy? Because he had just killed its mate that very morning. Naturally, it sought revenge for its fallen partner. This was not a joke or a wild fantasy. He had indeed slain a male wild boar that morning, and by sheer coincidence, a female wild sow came looking for him in the afternoon. Was it not seeking vengeance for the male boar? Male and female wild boars are easy to distinguish without needing to check their reproductive organs. Their appearances tell the tale. Male wild boars are massive, with 2 prominent tusks jutting from their mouths, curving upward. In contrast, female wild boars are much smaller, weighing nearly half as much, and while they too have tusks, they are only slightly visible. Lin Yuan stopped his bicycle and let out a cold snort. There was no need for a desert eagle. He grabbed his long spear and charged toward the oncoming wild sow. Did he think the thousands of strikes he executed that morning were for nothing? Did he think his marksmanship lacked power? With the flying dragon spear technique, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. His spear struck swiftly like a dragon, and in rapid succession. He thrust twice at the wild sow's front hooves, which were barreling toward him. The sound of two impacts echoed as the spear met its target. The wild sow, galloping forward, lifted its front hooves just in time to be struck back, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Due to its momentum, it slid forward after the fall, its tail thrashing wildly. Having scored a hit, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened. He took a few quick steps forward and leapt into the air. As he soared, he grounded the spear, gripping the shaft with both hands. In midair, he leveraged the spear to support himself while kicking with all his might at the wild sow's head. The impact was loud, sending the already sliding wild sow tumbling backward. Lin Yuan had just leveled up 3 times that morning, and his physique of 11 was no joke. Besides, a kick generates more force than a hand strike. As he gripped the spear, he spun his body to dissipate the recoil. While the wild sow was pushed back, he advanced again, unleashing the flying dragon spear technique. Striking faster than before, aiming for the sow's neck. Though each strike landed in different areas, he had yet to master the precision of hitting exactly where he wanted. However, the wild sow's neck was not large, and each thrust found its mark on vital areas like blood vessels. With each retreat, the sow was edging closer to its end. Lin Yuan was drenched in the wild boar's blood, his eyes still glinting with the fierceness left by wielding his spear. He had relied on luck to take down Long Qing, used a handgun to eliminate 2 armed survivors, but now, this wild boar fell entirely to his own strength. Utterly overwhelmed, he believed that as he honed more skills and mastered higher quality body forging and spirit forging techniques, there would be more formidable foes than just the unimpressive wild boar he had just defeated. There were stronger beasts and tougher enemies out there. Lin Yuan felt a surge of ambition and confidence, experiencing yet another transformation and elevation. Once his emotions settled, he dismantled the wild boar and continued on his journey, determined to seek treasure chests, slay beasts, and grow stronger. Based on his own experiences and discussions with other survivors, Lin Yuan figured out where treasure chests were likely hidden. Focusing on areas that were blind spots from the road, he decided to search in places that weren't easily visible or accessible. This included spots like thickly leaved trees, behind large rocks, in overgrown weeds, in deep pits, and behind large trees or within tree hollows and caves. These were potential hiding places for higher-tier treasure chests, while 1- or 2-star ordinary chests were less picky about their locations. He knew that treasure chests could be concealed anywhere and were relatively easier to obtain. At that moment, Lin Yuan found himself in a dense patch of weeds, where the grass grew as tall as a person, stretching endlessly. He was thrilled, immediately stopping his bike and rushing to the roadside to part the weeds, ready to thoroughly search the area. With such a large expanse of grass, he was sure he could unearth a high-tier ordinary treasure chest, or maybe even the black iron chest that Luo Yi mentioned, finding it before she did. However, as soon as he started to part the weeds, he quickly withdrew his hand and took a couple of steps back. The overgrown grass was too dense. What if there were poisonous snakes or fierce beasts hiding inside, ready to deliver a fatal strike? He recalled that the first person to die after entering this survival world had succumbed to a snake bite while hiding in the grass. Caution was key, and Lin Yuan realized he shouldn't recklessly charge in, lest he follow in Luo Fenfang's footsteps. Though he had gained some strength, he wasn't at the point where he could disregard all danger. Moreover, visibility was limited in the weeds, which would hinder his combat effectiveness. After contemplating, Lin Yuan decided that he needed to employ strategy rather than brute force. An idea struck him. He could use the fire attack technique he had practiced earlier that morning. Regardless of whether the method was old or new, as long as it was effective, it would do. Besides, throughout history, many had used fire as a tactic, such as the well-known tactic of burning enemy camps. Using fire attacks multiple times in a single day was nothing to be ashamed of. Given the current situation, a fire attack seemed like the best option. Under the scorching sun, the previously dried-out weeds would ignite easily. However, he wondered if the flames might destroy the treasure chest. But he couldn't worry about that now. It was better than risking an unknown threat while searching for a chest, especially not knowing if there were enemies nearby or how strong they might be. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan had no intention of being reckless. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan crafted a torch and raised it high into the dense underbrush. As soon as the flames touched the dry grass, it ignited instantly, and the fire rapidly spread in all directions. Within just a few seconds, a massive blaze erupted, showing no signs of slowing down. Lin Yuan quickly tossed the torch into the burning grass and hopped on his bicycle to flee. If he didn't run, he would truly become a roasted lamb. There was a reason for his retreat. Running forward was risky since he had no idea how far the grass extended ahead. If he kept following the road, would he just keep running indefinitely? When the time came to look for the treasure chest, he wouldn't be able to find a single one. On the first day, everyone understood this predicament. If he turned back, he would become a chest blind, as the name suggests, someone who can't see treasure chests. Running backward was a much wiser choice. Once the thick grass was fully burned away, he could ride his bike forward and easily check the now bare ground for any treasure chests. Finding treasure chests was that straightforward and brutal. With a sense of satisfaction in his heart and a forced smile on his face, Lin Yuan thought that a short retreat would keep him safe. However, he was taken by surprise when the fire spread uncontrollably, quickly engulfing a vast area of grass and turning half the sky red. Deciding to ride back further, Lin Yuan reflected on his survival skills gained over the past few days. During the day, as long as he endured, the heat was manageable. But he anticipated that the temperature would rise dangerously high as the grass burned. His skin began to feel scalding hot, so he pedaled back a bit more, thinking that the legendary flame mountain couldn't be this bad. It wasn't until he had retreated 2 kilometers that he finally felt the temperature returning to normal. With no immediate chance to search for treasure chests, Lin Yuan planned to take this opportunity to gather skill books. Once the grass was completely burned away, he would go treasure hunting. But when he opened the interface, it wasn't the familiar virtual screen he expected. Chapter 62, a massive blue light curtain suddenly appeared in the void. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that someone was about to enter the spotlight. He pulled out a bottle of natural spring water, as well as some chips and spicy snacks. After all, it wouldn't do to watch a live stream without something to munch on. Just as he set his snacks and drinks aside, the light curtain in the void flickered, revealing the person who was about to take the stage. Upon seeing the person on the screen, Lin Yuan's earlier excitement faded significantly, and his expression turned serious. The one entering the spotlight was none other than his very familiar friend, Yang Tingting. She was the one who had sold him underwear on the first day and later made a successful comeback as his assistant, ranking among the top 20 in the competition. While the term highlight moment sounds appealing, whether battling beasts or facing off against others, it was fraught with danger. However, Lin Yuan wasn't overly worried about her safety. After all, Yang Tingting had worked for him for 2 days, and the payment he had given her, whether in the form of a submachine gun or half a bucket of natural spring water, would significantly enhance her strength. On the screen, Yang Tingting was clad in combat gear, riding a bicycle, her gaze scanning the sides of the road as she searched for treasure chests. She had a submachine gun slung across her chest, a pistol at her waist, and a long knife hanging by her side, truly armed to the teeth. She looked quite impressive, but it remained to be seen how effectively she could utilize her gear. Having good equipment without the ability to wield, it was no better than holding a stick. After cycling for a while, the scene changed, and her opponent appeared. To Lin Yuan's surprise, the opponent was also someone he knew, the Chaos God King, who had impersonated Luo Yi during a live stream the previous night to trick viewers and gain clicks. He had timed his entry to capitalize on Luo Yi's stream, hoping to earn a share of the live stream points. While he was calculating his potential gains, he failed to fully understand the reward mechanism of live stream points, ultimately ending up with nothing to show for his efforts. A survivor entering a live stream could indeed generate 1 point. However, the streamer could only claim between 10 to 100 points unconditionally, which was the equivalent of the points for 100 viewers. To earn more points, the survivors watching the live stream had to remain in the stream for a certain amount of time. For example, if a streamer wanted to claim 500 points, a survivor only needed to stay for half a minute. For 1,000 points, they would need to stay for 2 minutes. The more points one wanted to claim, the longer the viewing time required to generate them. Last night, the Chaos God King seemed to have the potential to earn over 90,000 points. But without understanding the situation, he made a rash move. Although survivors entered his stream, upon realizing they had been deceived, They left after hurling insults at him. As a result, the Chaos God King only managed to earn a mere 1,000 points and faced a slew of curses. The other survivors recognized the Chaos God King with disdain. Damn it, it's this idiot who tricked us into the live stream to earn points for himself. They thought they were safe now, with Miss Tingting wielding a submachine gun. Not even 10 Chaos God Kings could withstand her firepower. You're being overly optimistic. That SA being capable of world destruction. Weapons like that won't faze him. I decided to sit back and watch the show, eager to see how the young lady would deal with the fraudster. Yang Tingting, ranked among the top 20 survivors and armed, had everyone convinced she wouldn't lose. However, some were curious about what the Chaos God King was up to. What was he doing? Why was he crouched in a tree, looking around suspiciously? At that moment, the Chaos God King was perched atop a tree, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he grinned widely. The system graciously displayed what he saw. It was Yang Tingting riding her bicycle. From his high vantage point, the Chaos God King was using the tree as a lookout to observe passing survivors. Damn, this guy is crafty. Having spotted Yang Tingting, he was plotting something. The outcome was still uncertain. The survivor anticipated what was about to unfold, and the events began to align with his expectations. As soon as the Chaos God King saw Yang Tingting, he grabbed a rope tied to the tree and slid down in one swift motion. Once on the ground, he pulled out some strange items and began applying them to his face. In no time, a robust middle-aged man transformed into a feeble weakling. The Chaos God King then lay down on the road, face down, and pulled out a short knife, concealing it beneath him. At that moment, all the survivors understood his plan. Damn, he is going to play the fool and strike when Yang Tingting is unprepared for a lethal attack. What the heck is this Chaos God King doing? He is all about these ridiculous tricks. No matter how much the survivors cursed, the situation remained unchanged. As Yang Tingting rode along, she naturally noticed the Chaos God King lying on the ground. She quickly braked her bicycle, her hand slowly reaching for the submachine gun hanging on her chest. Dismounting, she approached the Chaos God King cautiously, ready to determine whether the figure on the ground was dead or alive. The Chaos God King remained calm, pretending to be weak as he opened his eyes with effort. "Little girl, do you have any water? I'm dying of thirst," he said, stretching out his right hand in a feeble gesture, only to let it drop again moments later. The Chaos God King stretched out his hand downwards to grasp the hilt of the knife, waiting for Yang Tingting to reveal a flaw, so he could deliver a fatal blow. Seeing that he was just a desperate uncle on the brink of dying from thirst and hunger, devoid of any real combat ability, and not a highway robber, she let her guard down and lowered her grip on the submachine gun. It's just a bit of water, she thought. She still had some to spare, so why not share a little? She turned around and reached into her collar. Since the survival guide was an A-grade item, she usually kept it close to her chest to protect her heart and other vital areas. She reached into her collar to retrieve the guide, planning to use it to get some water and a bit of food for the Chaos God King. The Chaos God King, being shrewd, guessed that the hiding place of the survival guide was unusual and was certain she wouldn't easily turn around. He quickly stood up, moving with speed but making no sound at all. Gripping the hilt of the knife, he intended to launch a surprise attack from behind, giving Yang Tingting no chance to react. However, he forgot that not everything can be controlled. Unexpected events are bound to happen. Yang Tingting had a habit back on Blue Star. She was vain and loved to check her reflection in the mirror, often jokingly asking, "Mirror, mirror, am I the most beautiful woman in the world?" This habit persisted even in the survival world, much like Lin Yuan's preference for sleeping naked. She had traded a significant amount of supplies and water for a small mirror, which she usually hung on her bicycle. Occasionally, while riding, she would glance at her reflection. Just moments ago, having braked suddenly, the mirror swung wildly and flipped from the back to the front of her bicycle. As Yang Tingting's hand reached for the guide, she caught sight of the mirror hanging on her bike, reflecting not only her own image but also the silhouette of the uncle standing behind her, gripping the knife. Chapter 63. The ghost of Yang Tingting's great adventure unexpectedly. A deadbeat who just wanted money back on Blue Star found himself fighting for his life here. In a flash, the Chaos God King, with a fierce expression, gripped his dagger and lunged forward with deadly intent. Yang Tingting, noticing the Chaos God King rising to launch a surprise attack, quickly crouched down, causing the fatal stab to miss its mark. After crouching, she immediately spun left, executing a 180-degree turn, and with her right hand formed into a fist. She unleashed a basic boxing technique, delivering a powerful punch straight to the Chaos God King's chest. The Chaos God King, realizing something was wrong after a strike missed, hadn't even had time to retract his right hand when Yang Tingting's fist slammed into his chest. He gasped, unable to react in time, as Yang Tingting followed up with a swift kick to the same spot using a basic leg technique. The Chaos God King, reeling from the consecutive blows, instinctively staggered backward, reminiscent of a wild boar retreating to the underworld. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Tingting raised her submachine gun and unleashed a hail of bullets at the Chaos God King. Tot. The submachine gun had a firing rate exceeding 600 rounds per minute, and within just a second or two of pulling the trigger, she emptied a magazine. The Chaos God King was riddled with bullets, blood spraying everywhere. Lin Yuan had braced himself for the loss of his first friend in this survival world. But the counterattack came in an instant, leading him to reflect on how many factors could determine victory or defeat until the very end. The Chaos God King, who had once been in a seemingly unassailable position, was brought down by a mere mirror that allowed Yang Tingting to dodge a lethal blow and even counterattack, ultimately leading to his demise. It seemed these highway robbers had evolved. While Luo Yi had evolved in strength, they had evolved in strategy. Realizing they couldn't overpower everyone and resorting to cunning tactics, even exploiting the sympathy of survivors. What a twist. A situation that seemed guaranteed to win had turned around successfully. I believe Miss Yang Tingting's combat prowess could place her in the top 10. Yet, I think it was still a stroke of luck. If she hadn't had that mirror on her bicycle and the ambush had succeeded, well, the outcome would have been obvious. I believe survivors should be cautious of every survivor they encounter on the road. Who knows if they are robbers like the Chaos God King, ready to deliver a fatal strike. The appearance of robbers had already made survivors like startled birds. Now, trust in the ecosystem had been thoroughly shattered. Who would dare turn their back on a stranger? Time to move on and continue searching for treasure. The live stream had been watched, and experience gained. There was no point in lingering. But survivors couldn't just leave whenever they wanted. Although Yang Tingting's thrilling moment had ended, the blue light screen remained. People realized that there were still others awaiting their chance to shine. Just then, someone posted in the chat, "You all need to check the regional channel. Something big has happened." When the exciting moments arrive, the guide function isn't rendered useless. Rather, the video and live streaming features are overshadowed by the thrilling highlights, while chat continues to function normally. With nothing better to do, Lin Yuan decided to join the lively conversation in the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, two blood-red regional announcements caught his eye. Regional announcement. ID A01946973-2. Survivor Eagle died from poisoning. Regional announcement. ID A0194631997. Survivor Viper died from asphyxiation. Lin Yuan gasped, dropping his chips onto the floor. The top-ranked players, numbers 5 and 6, are dead? How did that happen? These aren't just any random players. Their strength and rankings were well-matched. Both had grown up in the training camp, navigating life and death situations, so there was no discrepancy between their combat power and rankings. Their skills were exceptional. Aside from a few individuals, no one could rival them. They were masters of hand-to-hand combat and firearms, equipped with automatic rifles, and in Zone 019, their presence was impossible to ignore. Yet, such formidable individuals had died inexplicably, one from poisoning, likely from snakebite, and the other from asphyxiation, which could occur in several ways, leaving Lin Yuan uncertain about the specifics. He felt a sense of absurdity. Was dying really that easy? Were they just paper tigers? But he quickly shook his head. If the assassins had become mere paper tigers, what did that make him? Just paper? Since he couldn't make sense of it, he decided to check the regional channel for insights. Perhaps others would have more information. Unfortunately, he was soon disappointed. Rank 5 and 6 are dead? Am I reading a fake announcement? I can't go on like this. I can't eat enough. I can't sleep well. There are natural disasters. And now bandits. If even the top players can't survive, how am I supposed to live? If I can't survive, why not just die early and be reborn? Regional announcement. ID A0194397881. Codename Bamboo Rat. Survivor Wang Yin died by suicide. Wang Yin wasn't the first. Soon after, several others followed suit, both men and women. Since other survivors also had no idea how Eagle and Viper had died, Lin Yuan decided not to dwell on the distressing scene in the regional channel. The deaths of these two powerful survivors instilled a sense of insecurity. While many were collapsing under the pressure, those driven to suicide were likely just a minority. Survivors who wanted to live would strive even harder to hone their skills, practice their marksmanship, level up their attributes, and even evolve. After 6 days of survival, compounded by a series of events, all survivors had shed their identities as ordinary people living on Blue Star. They had truly transformed into real survivors. In the face of terrifying natural disasters and the struggle between life and death, one's mindset is put to the test. Each person carries 1 or 2 weapons, whether it be a long knife or a sword, and some even have handguns as they begin to grasp the basics of combat. Humans are incredibly adaptable. The survivors who gradually adjust to this harsh world will not be easily defeated. They believe they will adapt quickly, perhaps even working harder than before to face the crises that may arise at any moment. Indeed, while Lin Yuan waited for the blue screen to show changes, some survivors had already returned to the highlight reel and started posting comments. Highlights are something everyone enjoys watching. Not only can they learn from others' mistakes, but they can also gather valuable experiences. For example, in the battle between the Chaos God King and Yang Tingting, someone might have previously encountered a similar situation and, like Yang Tingting, would have offered a helping hand. However, in the future, when survivors face such circumstances or meet other survivors, their first instinct will be to draw their weapons and remain on guard. Aside from learning from others, the remaining option is entertainment, akin to watching a blockbuster movie. It's more thrilling than live broadcasts, filled with twists and turns, where no one knows what will happen next, or who will win and who will lose. Watching highlights with other survivors and exchanging comments is one of the few forms of entertainment for someone who has been walking along an endless road. The survivors didn't have to wait long. The blue screen flickered and refreshed, revealing the next highlight reel after Yang Tingting. This time, it featured familiar faces, and to everyone's surprise, 2 at once. It was a young couple that Lin Yuan had playfully teased before. At that moment, they had parked their bicycles on the road and were standing under a large tree. Ren Feng was panting as he chopped down the tree, seemingly hoping to see if any treasure chests would drop. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxi was nearby, complaining, "Why are you so weak? Why does it take so long to chop down a tree?" Chapter 64, she simply took out a lumberjack axe herself, went around to the other side, and started swinging the axe at the tree trunk, imitating Ren Feng. If this were on Blue Star, it would be considered an improper operation that would require rectification. But here, there aren't so many concerns. Using a lumberjack axe to chop down trees, even with 2 people, or even 4 or 5, there is hardly any risk of someone getting hurt. Indeed, 2 people chopping together was much faster than 1, and in no time, the tree became more and more ethereal until it finally vanished, turning into piles of wood. A treasure chest suddenly dropped from midair. After chopping for a while, their efforts were finally rewarded. Su Xiaoxi happily rushed over, eager to catch the treasure chest. Ren Feng exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Can't you just wait for it to land before picking it up?" Lin Yuan also thought Su Xiaoxi was out of her mind. With no one else around to compete for it, why rush to catch the treasure chest? He had also caught a chest that fell from a tree that morning, and he still had lingering fears about how hard it hit. If it had fallen from a greater height, it could have seriously hurt someone. Sure enough, Su Xiaoxi caught it, but her face turned beet red, clearly in pain from the moment the chest hit her. However, she ignored the pain and hugged the chest with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, it's a 6-star treasure chest." Saying that, she opened the chest. Ren Feng shook his head helplessly. "There is a skill book, but unfortunately, it's for gun skills, which we can't use." A skill book for gun skills? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was interested, and there are materials to upgrade bicycles. Wow, and a foundation, 4 pieces. With each item that appeared, Su Xiaoxi gasped in excitement. Meanwhile, Ren Feng stood by, looking indifferent, as if he was used to it. Clearly, Su Xiaoxi was thrilled every time she opened an item, and he had long since gotten used to her exuberance. The scene shifted, and Su Xiaoxi and Ren Feng disappeared, replaced by their opponents on the screen. When Lin Yuan saw who their opponents were, he almost burst out laughing. The moment he laid eyes on them, a saying came to mind: tall, short, thin, and fat. This time, there were 4 opponents, double the number of Su Xiaoxi and Ren Feng. Among them, one was tall, one was short, one was thin, and one was plump. Their combination was truly indescribable. Their clothing was mismatched as well. The tall one looked tight in his clothes due to his height. The short one appeared as if they were a little goblin who had stolen adult clothes. The plump one was nearly bursting out of their outfit. In short, this quartet, with their varying heights and weights, along with their unique clothing styles, looked less like combatants and more like performers in a circus. The weapons weren't bad. The tall survivor wielded a handgun, the overweight survivor had a metal rod, the short survivor carried a long sword, and the skinny survivor was armed with a hand crossbow. Their weapon configuration seemed to play to their strengths. The four of them had the skinny survivor keeping a distant watch on Su Xiaoxi and her companion's every move, while the other three were busy chopping down trees. This strange tactic left people a bit puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a duel, a life-and-death battle? Why were both sides chopping down trees? Were they planning to see who could chop down the most, with the winner being whoever had the most trees felled? Clearly, that was impossible. Among the three chopping trees, the short survivor was the first to tire and stop, looking worried as he said, "Big brother, maybe we should just give up? They have 2 guns, we can't win." Survivors ranked in the top 20 typically had abundant resources and were equipped with at least 2 types of weapons. Su Xiaoxi and Rin Feng were no exception. Each of them had a handgun and close combat weapon, a longsword. In addition, each had 2 or 3 wooden-handled grenades hanging from their waists. With this weaponry and their trained skills, if it came down to a direct confrontation, the 4 of them would indeed struggle against Su Xiaoxi and her companion. Hearing the short survivor's words, the overweight survivor lifted his pig-like hoof and immediately gave him a smack on the head. "What do you know? Didn't the boss say this battle is crucial for the rise of our 4 great warriors? We must win, and we will win." For great warriors? Lin Yuan almost burst out laughing. With his crew, they were more like the 4 great flops. The tall survivor also paused. As he was the leader of the 4 great warriors, he was confident and composed, as if he were ready to take on the world. In battle, the best strategy is to outsmart the enemy first, then to engage in diplomacy, and only lastly to attack directly. This time we'll use our wits. We'll follow them closely, and once they fall asleep, we'll strike. At that point, we can easily take them down. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan stood up and hopped on his bike to leave. He realized he was wasting time that could have been spent collecting skill books. After all, it seemed they wouldn't be able to fight until nightfall. It was only a little past 4 p.m., and there were still over 3 hours until dark. With such a long wait, he could do other things while watching the live stream. When the critical moment arrived, he could focus on the action then. Although he didn't continue to pay attention to the thrilling moments, the words of the 4 great warriors leader rang a warning bell in his mind. Following the survivors closely and striking when they were unprepared or asleep posed a significant risk if they weren't cautious. Lin Yuan had previously been completely unprepared, carelessly eating, drinking, and sleeping, and he was fortunate not to have encountered a cunning opponent like the leader. Otherwise, being unprepared could result in serious consequences. Luo Yi's words were spot on. No matter the circumstances, always maintain a vigilant mindset and be ready for battle at any moment. Well, he was definitely the type to listen to his girlfriend, so from now on, that is how it would be. As Lin Yuan was lost in thought, but suddenly slid forward, landing on the front frame of the bicycle. With his hands still gripping the handlebars, he found himself hanging onto the bike. The bicycle instantly lost its balance, and both him and the bike tumbled to the ground. This seasoned rider had just crashed, with a level 9 cycling skill. How could he possibly fall? Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. He looked at the ground, then at the seat. It felt like the ground wasn't uneven, but rather that the bicycle seat was acting up. Could the seat choose its owner? He hadn't been drinking. His dragon battle in the wild hadn't leveled up to that extent yet. Lin Yuan patted his backside and stood up, but after just a couple of pats, he felt something was off. Why did his butt feel larger? Curiously, he looked back and was taken aback by what he saw. Wow, his butt had swelled up as if he had taken some hormones, forming a big lump. After a moment of thought, he understood why his backside had changed like this. He could no longer hold back and began to curse like Suyu. Damn it, stupid system. Was there supposed to be minimal side effects? This was clearly a reaction from being stung by a yellow jacket, as mentioned in the System S description of side effects. Just a little? It should be a whole lot more than that. But then he burst into laughter. Since he was in such a dire situation, what about the bystander? Just as Lin Yuan pondered this, the bystander, Lu Qiming, had undergone a drastic transformation. Unlike Lin Yuan, who only got stung on the butt, Lu had been caught completely off guard. His head, face, chest, and back had all been stung. In just a few hours, he had gone from a tall, slender young man to a chubby, round-faced figure. His face had swollen up like a pig's head, his eyes barely open, squinting through a tiny slit. He wore a look of utter despair. How could a simple walk lead to such bad luck? Chapter 65, Lin Yuan glanced at his incredibly ample backside and decisively changed his plans. He had originally intended to ride his bike to check on how the weeds had burned and whether the fire had been put out. However, since biking was no longer an option, Lin Yuan decided to set up camp right where he was and began acquiring the skill books he had been eagerly wanting. It was far from enough. He wanted to buy any skill books above the basic level, regardless of type. Swordsmanship, knife techniques, gun skills, even body tempering and divine tempering techniques. He wanted as many as possible, hoping to be overwhelmed by skill books. To his surprise, as soon as he sent out the message, someone replied immediately. Stop dreaming, Lin Yuan. No one is selling skill books right now. Indeed, who didn't know how precious skill books were, especially body tempering and divine tempering techniques? Without those two types, it was impossible to break through the limits of an ordinary person. Right, if I remain an ordinary person for life, my attributes 1T improve much. If I encounter monsters that can kill eagles or venomous snakes, I 1T stand a chance to escape. Lin Yuan was astonished. How could these people be so perceptive? How do you know that? Who said it? He asked. The survivor quickly provided an answer. We don't know who said it, but we know your girlfriend is definitely correct. After all, she knows how to break through to become an evolved one. At first, Lin Yuan didn't believe it. But now that he was making such a fuss about acquiring skill books, he started to believe it. He felt a bit reckless. But wasn't this information only known to him? No, there was also Luo Yi and... Damn, Luo Yi had a cold personality and wouldn't say anything carelessly. Plus, she often trained and didn't have time for idle chatter. There was also one other person who knew, Yang Tingting. Lin Yuan, wanting to hasten the discovery of items produced from the stones and earn more experience, had revealed a little about the key to becoming an evolved one to the quick-working Yang Tingting. He wanted her to continue working for him. This information was only known to him and Luo Yi and Yang Tingting. They would spread it around, but Yang Tingting was different. She had a history of turning vague rumors into solid truths, making people believe them without question. Last time, it even led him to a girlfriend. What about this time? His dream of stockpiling skill books and exchanging them for rare items was in jeopardy. Thinking of this, rage surged through him, and he sent Yang Tingting a message. You dead witch, come out here and see the mess you've made. What'd you do last night? Spill it. Yang Tingting had just killed someone for the first time and was still in a daze. When she heard Lin Yuan's question, she didn't have the energy to think deeply and assumed he was asking about cooking for lost lambs. She quickly recounted the events in detail. She only found out this morning from the message sent by the big orange cat that there had been a mix-up regarding the arrangement to provide food for the lost lamb. The lost lamb had even gone hungry all night last night. Lin Yuan was stunned. Out of the 5 bottles of natural spring water meant for the lost lamb's meals, Yang Tingting had left him with 3 bottles and passed the issue along to her friend, the big orange cat, using just 2 bottles of spring water as payment. The big orange cat then handed this matter over to her friend's friend, Little Belle, keeping 1 bottle for herself and giving another to Little Belle as compensation for cooking for the lost lamb. Little Belle then passed the task on to a survivor named Light Blue, who in turn transferred the lost lamb to me, quietly. I quietly ended up blocking the lost lamb over just 2 bottles of water. In short, these women split his 5 bottles of spring water without accomplishing anything. The lost lamb had been bounced around among several women without getting a single bite to eat or a drop to drink. It was truly a case of making matters worse instead of better. Not only did they not get anything done, but they also managed to spread precious information around, which was just nonsense. Clearly, the responsibility for the lost lamb's situation should fall on me, quietly, as I was the first responsible party. The second responsible party should be Yang Tingting, who should have dealt with about 10 kilograms of food herself instead of outsourcing it. It wasn't a matter of millions or billions in investments. The least responsible person should be Lin Yuan, the main investor. However, he couldn't just wash his hands of it. The lost lamb unconditionally sold him a skill book, which would help him improve his strength. Ignoring this wouldn't be right. Lin Yuan felt a bit angry. How could 10 kilograms of rice cause so much trouble? Not only did it disrupt his plans to get rich, but it also affected the lost lamb, who was selling him skill books. Frustrated, Lin Yuan sent several messages to Yang Tingting, giving her a piece of his mind. Yang Tingting, can you stop causing trouble for me? No more outsourcing or taking cuts. This is a survival world, a new world. We need to have a fresh start. Also, ask Light Blue what is going on with quietly. I remember that the girlfriend of Luo Fei, who tried to steal my skill book, lost contact after meeting this quietly. Now she has taken the money and isn't doing anything. She doesn't seem like a good person. After dealing with Yang Tingting, Lin Yuan thought about the lost lamb again. Logically, this was something that could be solved with some food, but all his supplies had gone to Luo Yi. His heartfelt culinary offerings were something others had no right to enjoy. In the end, he reluctantly asked Luo Yi for supplies. Could you give me some food? It took a long time for her to reply. How much do you need? About 10 pounds of rice, along with some vegetables and meat, but not too much. Luo Yi didn't even ask what he needed it for. She just sent it over. Lin Yuan felt a bit touched. She was such a good girlfriend. He passed these supplies on to the lost sheep and even included a bottle of 6-star natural spring water, leaving a note. Not nearly enough. I heard about what happened last night. I didn't think things through. Keep the supplies safe and good luck. Thinking about how wonderful his girlfriend was, Lin Yuan wanted to surprise her. But after thinking for a long time, he realized he couldn't cook a delicious dinner like other men, and whatever he made wouldn't taste as good as what Luo Yi could whip up. How about saying some sweet words? Nah, high and aloof Luo Yi might not take it well and could end up scolding him. In the end, fearing that his pride would be crushed, he simply lay on his bed, browsing the trading platform and buying some supplies. During the outsourcing incident, not only was there information about skill books circulating, but also the so-called divine water. Yes, his water was humorously referred to as divine water. It was so amazing that many people flocked to Lin Yuan to buy it. You want shooting skills? Got it. Knife skills? His girlfriend needs it. So he bought that too. Upgrade materials? Whatever you need, just say the amount. What? A dressing table and a wooden comb? Those are a must-buy. What? A submachine gun? Chapter 66. Submachine gun. Lin Yuan had been eyeing the submachine gun for a long time. This was not like the last one he had obtained through confiscation, which couldn't be resupplied with ammunition. Instead, it was a weapon produced in the survival world, where opening treasure chests would yield as many bullets as needed. With a new weapon in hand, Lin Yuan no longer lay around in bed like a slacker. He stuffed the other items he had bought into his storage space, picked up the submachine gun, and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Item: Uzi submachine gun quality. Common rating: 7 stars. Description: This is a rather frustrating submachine gun. Its advantages are its compact size, lightweight, and fast firing rate. However, these same traits can be its downfall. When you use it to attack distant enemies, you'll find you're merely tickling them. The submachine gun in Lin Yuan's hands was indeed compact, with a safety grip and a gun body that gleamed with a dark metallic sheen. As he stepped outside the wooden cabin, he recalled the instructional video on using a submachine gun. He had requested this video from Lung Feng after facilitating his relationship with Yang Tingting, thinking it would come in handy someday. Now, that day had arrived. Although Lin Yuan felt a bit unwell and was unable to practice other skills, he could still train his shooting. Survivors trained in shooting differently than in the military. The latter's methods were too slow. In the perilous survival world, forming combat effectiveness as quickly as possible was crucial. As long as he learned how to load bullets and fire the gun, he could rely on sheer volume to compensate for accuracy. He didn't practice individual tactics. Instead, everyone honed their skills. Understanding how to use the submachine gun, Lin Yuan felt confident. He disengaged the safety chamber round and slowly moved his hand towards the trigger. Unlike a handgun, which fires 1 bullet per trigger pull, a submachine gun is fully automatic. If he wasn't careful while pulling the trigger, an entire magazine could be emptied in an instant. With a magazine of 25 rounds, Lin Yuan only had 2 magazines and the 25 rounds that came with the gun, totaling 75 bullets. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more. The seller simply wouldn't sell him any additional rounds, as that was all that had come from the treasure chests. Remembering the key points of shooting the submachine gun, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As soon as he pulled the trigger, the gun vibrated continuously in his hands. His finger slipped just a bit, causing all the bullets in the chamber to fly out. Since he had never used a submachine gun before, the muzzle veered off from its original aim at the large tree at the moment he pulled the trigger. After the entire magazine was spent, he had no idea where the bullets had gone. None had hit the tree several dozen meters away. Lin Yuan felt a bit disappointed by the result, but he wasn't too discouraged. He wasn't a shooting expert. Knowing how to shoot and actually doing it were two different things. Although the shooting results were less than ideal, Lin Yuan had achieved his objective. He unlocked a new skill, level 1 submachine gun shooting. As soon as the skill was activated, Lin Yuan could level up rapidly. He opened his attributes, scrolled to level 1 submachine gun shooting, and allocated points without hesitation. This time, he opted for a mindless point allocation. After all, it was just a basic skill, and there was no need for any strategic thinking here. He used rational point allocation on other skill books to build a solid foundation, but the submachine gun was different. Just a few days ago, he was using a pistol. Now, he was onto a submachine gun, and who knows, maybe soon he'd be using a rifle. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Lin Yuan allocated points one by one and quickly reached Level 9. Vivid images of submachine gun usage and shooting techniques flashed in his mind, transforming him from a novice into an expert almost instantly. He changed the magazine on the submachine gun and felt much more relaxed this time. His finger on the trigger was no longer hesitant. He aimed at a large tree, gently squeezed the trigger, and immediately released it. Tot, 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 tot. Upon checking, he had fired 9 rounds. Lin Yuan had gone from having no experience to being able to fire controlled bursts with a submachine gun. Encouraged, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger again. Tot, 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 tot. This time, he only used 6 bullets and hit the distant tree, but none of the shots landed where he aimed. After 2 rounds of practice, Lin Yuan decided to stop and lay back down on his bed, waiting for dinner. If he kept practicing, the submachine gun would end up feeling like a firewood stick. Those bullets were precious. At dinner, he was relieved that he couldn't turn on the video, or else he'd surely be scolded by Luo Yi like a child. She would say something about not being vigilant enough, that even chopping a tree could attract a hornet. The ongoing highlights had also changed. It was no longer Rin Feng and another person cycling around looking for treasure with 4 tails following them. Now, Su Xiaoxi and Rin Feng had found a spot and set up their wooden house. Their foundation must have reached 5 or 6 stars, featuring just one large wooden house built with not-so-common materials, all of which were of 2 to 3-star quality or higher. That was a bit extravagant. It really wasn't necessary to go that far, as they would likely have to tear it down and rebuild later anyway. Inside was unusual as well. The large wooden house was divided into small rooms with partitions, with a kitchen by the window and a bathroom next to it. There was also a storage room for items and a bedroom. The bedroom was the largest, containing a double bed made of star-grade ordinary wood. Seeing the bed, Lin Yuan fell silent. Everyone else seemed to have a girlfriend. Why was the gap so wide? A man and a woman sleeping together could lead to some obvious developments. No need to spell it out. To be honest, Lin Yuan felt envious. He wanted that too. Feeling a bit unsettled, he decided to stop watching the highlights and open the chat group on the Fearless channel instead. Forget it, I can't take this anymore. In the Fearless channel chat group, there were 2 historical messages. Lung Feng, wow, I didn't know this channel had a group chat feature. Is it just the 4 of us? Yang Tingting, wow, my idol, the great Luo Yi. Seeing Yang Tingting made Lin Yuan a bit irritated. He recalled how Luo Yi had scolded him before and began to tag her. Lin Yuan, Yang Tingting, as a survivor, you must always stay vigilant. How could you expose your back to others? Are you trying to get yourself killed faster? This time you were lucky with the mirror, which helped you spot the enemy and avoid death. But what about next time? You might not be so fortunate again. You need to stay alert, understand? After delivering his lengthy admonition, Lin Yuan felt a lot better. However, Yang Tingting hadn't responded yet, and an unexpected person chimed in first. Luo Yi, you have the least right to say that. What a crazy woman. Why does she always speak such blunt truths? Hasn't he been trying to change? Yang Tingting, Lin Yuan is right. I almost died this afternoon. But of course, Luo Yi is even more right. Lung Feng also jumped in. Lung Feng, although I was a bit caught off guard at first, your counterattack was impressive. You took down that Chaos God King swiftly and decisively. In just a few days, you've grown to this level. That's already quite good. Just take your time. Lin Yuan, however, held a different opinion. Lin Yuan, we can't afford to take it slow. If we lag behind, we'll fall behind in everything. A single misstep can lead to many. Our 8019 district has a wealth of talent, and there are surely many strong survivors hidden among them. The competition will be exponentially fiercer in the next ranking event. For instance, I encountered a survivor today whose legs were unusual. They must have trained, but I can't guess what kind of training it was. Chapter 67. Cold Front. As the king of special forces, how could he not see the current situation clearly? He just wanted to comfort the others a bit. It was you who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and now you're trying to sabotage it. What kind of game is this? However, he also shared what he had seen among the survivors today. I saw a hefty woman, No, a girl, armed with a spike club. If you encounter her, don't engage directly. Her physical strength is probably above 30 points. In a pure strength contest, I doubt anyone could match her. Yang Tingting also spotted a potential rival. I saw another woman wielding a knife. She sliced through a leopard in one blow. When she glanced at me, I thought she was coming for me. It scared me to death. Even Luo Yi faced a formidable opponent. There's a bald monk with considerable strength. If I were still just an ordinary person, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. The three were astounded, falling silent. Everyone knew Luo Yi's strength, and if she needed to put in significant effort against someone, that person couldn't be a trivial character. To their surprise, each of these newcomers was more formidable than the last, especially the bald monk. These were just the ones they had encountered. What about the powerful survivors lurking in the shadows? How strong could they be? With these competitors entering the fray, the ranking for the next event was up for grabs. None of them could guarantee that they would hold their current positions, let alone improve upon them. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. When he was on Blue Star, he was an ordinary person, even physically weak. It was only due to his experience points that he had managed to rank third on the first day by sheer luck. But what about now? Everyone was eager to make their mark. The top 20 survivors were desperate to maintain their rankings or even climb higher, while other survivors aimed to break into the top 20 for better resources and a better chance at survival. Lin Yuan had previously thought holding onto his current position was a sure thing. Now, he had different thoughts. Although he had some advantages, they weren't substantial. He had an edge, but so did others, earned through hard training back on Blue Star. Take that girl with a physique over 30. For instance, though he had no idea how she managed to get so strong. Regardless of her methods, in this place, high physical attributes were an advantage. And the monk? His strength was only slightly below Luo Yi's when she was still an ordinary person, meaning that as long as he had a skill book, he could reach the threshold for evolution. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan made a decision. Starting tomorrow, no, starting after dinner, he would practice with a skill book. The next day, he would continue to search for treasure chests, aiming to find high-star treasure chests that would yield high-star skill books, allowing him to hunt even more powerful beasts. He needed to boost his attributes and evolve quickly, aiming to maintain his third place during the event and even surpass Luo Yi. Having made the decision, Lin Yuan shared the information he had and then prepared to focus on honing his skills. First, regarding the monsters, he learned that the others were unaware that monsters had attributes. Among them, Luo Yi was particularly strong and had effortlessly dispatched a beast with a single strike. After all, who would pay much attention to wild animals? Yang Tingting and Lung Feng were in a similar situation, armed with submachine guns. Lin Yuan then brought up the topic of monster attributes, suggesting that there might be higher-level monsters beyond ordinary beasts. He speculated that the eagles and venomous snakes mentioned in the announcements didn't seem to have been killed by anyone, indicating that they likely encountered monsters of a higher level than the usual wildlife. This speculation seemed reasonable, and the other three pondered it briefly without objection. Tacitly acknowledging it, Lung Feng asked, "So were these monsters? Why haven't we encountered any?" No one in the regional chat has mentioned seeing them either. This was also a point of curiosity for Lin Yuan. Who knows? There were still many unexplored aspects, not to mention the entire survival world. Lin Yuan hadn't even figured out the details of the items he possessed. First, there was the mechanical heart. How many mechanical hearts did it take to upgrade a motorcycle? What quality requirements were there? Second, the completion rate of bicycles. Surely a bicycle with a high completion rate wouldn't have the same attributes as one with a low completion rate after an upgrade, right? Third, what level of material was the upgraded magnetic crystal? What was its use? And then there was the diamond crystal, a mineral that produced G-grade items. Not to mention the home base, the 9-star chest, the black iron chest, and so on. In short, after arriving in the survival world, Lin Yuan realized there were very few things he had figured out, not even how he got there in the first place. Yang Tingting chimed in, "Exactly. There are too many unclear things. This is a first-level survival world. Is there a second level? Or even higher? Why are all the survivors in our area from Huaxia? And what about the elderly and children? Where have they gone? How can we contact our families?" At the mention of family, the four of them fell silent. Who didn't have loved ones? None of them could guarantee they would survive indefinitely, let alone their family members, who lacked the vigor and adventurous spirit of youth. To put it bluntly, were their families even still alive? In the survival world, the death toll was staggering. This was just in their A019 area. If they added up the death toll across all regions, how many lives would that amount to? Whether their loved ones were still alive was a heavy topic no one dared to confront. They could only pray to gather more supplies, evade natural disasters, level up, and complete their evolution. With that, the conversation came to a halt, and no one was interested in continuing. They each returned to their own tasks. Lin Yuan felt a surge of pent-up frustration in his chest that needed to be released. Without hesitation, he grabbed his spear and stepped out of the wooden cabin. He knew this feeling stemmed from suppressing his longing for his loved ones, but now, triggered by Yang Tingting's words, it surged forth uncontrollably. He needed an outlet. Once outside, Lin Yuan let out a fierce shout and launched into a thrust, his spear stabbing forward with great force. He practiced the micro-level flying dragon spear technique. His body moved fluidly as his arms contracted and exploded, directing the spear towards multiple targets. With each thrust faster than the last, he unleashed 2 spear strikes simultaneously at the same target. The speed was such that the shadow of the first spear had not yet dissipated before the second spear struck. After just 2 rounds of the flying dragon spear technique, Lin Yuan came to a halt, while still at the micro level. The change in his mindset made a world of difference in the power he could unleash. Compared to his previous technique, and with the guidance from Luo Yi, Lin Yuan's understanding of spear play had significantly improved. Whether in combat or skill practice, the state of mind and mental focus were crucial, often playing a vital role. He forcefully swung his arm, driving the spear into the ground with determination in his eyes. He knew he was relying on others for guidance, but he believed that with the support of his experiences and his own efforts, he would continue to progress. He aimed to rise in the rankings, surpass Luo Yi, and reach the pinnacle of the survival world, exploring both the present and the unknown, grasping the completion of the first and second levels of the survival world. The purpose behind humanity's traversal into this survival realm, and much more. Chapter 68. After solidifying his decision on the path to take, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the thrilling moment ahead. The reason he paused his gun practice was due to an important factor. The 4 great kings were about to make their move. It was crucial for him to witness this thrilling moment. By observing it, he could gather insights from the survival experiences of other survivors and avoid the mistakes made by the top 20. Boss Jean had a solid plan. He intended to follow stealthily and launch a surprise attack once the survivors had fallen asleep, catching them off guard. The execution of this tactic was also commendable. Rin Feng and his companion remained unaware that they were being tracked by bandits. However, they overlooked the drastic temperature drop at night. Even those living in wooden cabins needed to burn some smokeless charcoal for warmth. This smokeless charcoal was made from ordinary star-level wood, which was one of its uses. If those inside the wooden cabin needed it, then the 4 great kings hiding outside certainly did too. Not only were they cold, but they were also starving. It was unrealistic for them to keep tailing the survivors while setting up an elaborate cooking operation. Unlike assassins or elite soldiers, they had not undergone any special training and simply couldn't endure such conditions. They were just ordinary people from Blue Star, now corrupted and degenerated into bandits in the survival world. Attempting to carry out a high-difficulty tactical operation in such a cold and hungry environment was nearly impossible. If they forced themselves to lie in ambush, they would likely end up freezing to death, leaving the young couple to find their bodies in the morning, effortlessly collecting 4 guides and the supplies within. Thus, they decided to act immediately. Without hesitation, the 4 of them grabbed their weapons and moved in. Boss Jean was the first to charge out, firing a shot directly at the wooden cabin door. This was not a random act. He did it intentionally, as it was crucial to their next action. With a loud bang, the bullet hit the wooden door. Made from star-level wood, the door held firm. The bullet left a dent, but was ultimately deflected. The gunshot startled Rin Feng and his companion, who were enjoying a cozy dinner inside. They immediately dropped their utensils, drew their handguns, disengaged the safety, and chambered around. Their quick response indicated they had practiced this countless times. Clearly, they were not intimidated by the events of the first day. Instead, they had worked hard to improve their skills for survival. The 2 swiftly overturned the wooden table, using it as cover while crouching behind it, handguns raised, peeking towards the door to assess their attackers. Since they needed to come and go to practice their skills, the wooden door was not tightly shut. Unfortunately, the darkness outside obscured their view, while the assailants could monitor their every move. They even blew out their candle to conceal their position. Su Xiaoxi whispered, "Should we rush out and take them down?" Rin Feng immediately shook his head, fearing she might act recklessly, and grabbed her by the arm. No way. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. We don't know how many people or guns are outside. If we rush out, we'll definitely be shot to pieces. Just as he suspected, outside there was indeed a gun and a crossbow trained directly at the door. As soon as anyone opened the door or got too close, they would be shot on sight. Meanwhile, two others were using flashlights to circle the other three walls. From their vantage point, the survivors could clearly see that the two giants were each taking a wall, pulling out guides, and frantically setting up bonfires. Soon, the area outside the wooden walls was filled with bonfires. The survivors began to panic. Damn it, it's not the illiteracy of the bandits that worries me, but their intelligence. This big gold first startled us, suppressed Rin Feng and the others, and then took the opportunity to set up bonfires. They planned to burn the wooden cabin down. What a vicious plan. We're going to lose 4 of the top 20 today. This is terrible. Let us keep watching. As the survivors suspected, outside the wooden cabin, aside from the wall with the wooden door, the other 3 walls were already stacked with bonfires. Once ignited, they would create a raging fire. The bonfires were made of wood processed by the guides, making them highly flammable and long-burning. After setting up the bonfires on the 3 walls, the 2 giants moved to the wall with the door and began to arrange more bonfires, leaving only the door untouched. This was a classic 3-sided siege. Once the bonfires were lit, the people inside would either burn to death or have no choice but to rush out and face the attackers. And what about Rin Feng and Su Xiaoxi? What were they doing? Although the wooden cabin was sturdy, it still had windows, right? At first, they hadn't realized the bandits' intentions until the bonfires were nearly set up on the 3 walls. But now, faced with the situation, they were at a loss. How could they charge out? There were people setting bonfires and others guarding outside, clearly a significant number. They had no defensive gear, and rushing out blindly would be akin to throwing their lives away. They had lost their geographical advantage and were now cornered at the door, leaving them in a passive position. Charging out was impossible. The 2 of them were deep in thought, brainstorming strategies. Suddenly, Ren Feng's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I've got it. Let us go to the storage room and move all those blankets out." Su Xiaoxi was taken aback for a moment, but then dashed toward the storage room without asking questions. There was no time for inquiries. They had to work together to overcome this crisis. After Rin Feng gave instructions to Su Xiaoxi, he began working on the wooden table. Since they couldn't rush out now, they would wait until their opponents let down their guard before making a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the 2 teams of contestants operated in parallel. One team outside was feverishly building a bonfire, while the other team inside was creating a firebreak. The firebreak they constructed was quite rudimentary. They didn't have the conditions or time to make elaborate. They first arranged the wooden table around the 2 people, then soaked them in the blankets with water. This way, they could withstand the high temperatures for a longer period. They spread the wet blankets over the table and wrapped the soaked blankets around the wooden boards before placing them on top. With that, the firebreak was set. The 4 big guys outside were clearly unaware of the situation inside. With a command from Big Gold, the other 3 rushed toward a wall, igniting the prepared bonfire with torches. Instantly, a roaring fire erupted, engulfing the entire wooden house. The changes in the situation were dramatic, leaving the survivors in awe. This must be the best wooden house among the survivors so far, right? What a pity to burn it down. Their lives were on the line. So what was there to feel sorry about? It was hard to say. In this situation, it felt like a 50-50 chance, with both sides having equal odds. I thought Rin Feng and his companion were just high school students who would be easily captured in the chaos. But unexpectedly, they quickly leveled the playing field. Now, it all came down to how long their firebreak could hold up. Chapter 69, the 4 guardians stood ready in front of the wooden door after setting the cabin on fire, guns aimed and crossbows primed. Even their melee weapons were at the ready to smash anything that came out. The moment someone poked their head out, they would unleash a barrage of firepower, dealing explosive damage. If no one came out, even better, they could just burn them alive and collect the survival guide once the fire died down. This way, they would have to worry about being ambushed by a fierce tiger. The fire blazed hotter and hotter, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Among the 4 guardians, the chubby survivor suddenly bent down slightly, leaning forward with his nose twitching, as if he was straining to catch a whiff of something. This comical gesture made the other survivors watching feel awkward. Damn, I don't have a dog that fat at home. After sniffing hard, the chubby survivor tossed aside his weapon and burst into laughter. Haha, I smell something delicious. Boss, They must be burning to a crisp. The other survivors watching couldn't help but feel speechless. That's not the smell of human flesh being roasted. The four guardians couldn't see it, but they had a God's eye view and could see everything clearly. At the moment the four guardians set the fire, Su Xiaoxi had thrown a piece of beef, or was it pork, from her space, landing it outside. The aroma of burnt meat was precisely from that piece she tossed. Schemes aren't just for them to use. They can't even tell the difference between human flesh and other meat. What else with pretending to have a dog's nose? This chubby guy is a bit ridiculous. But then again, who besides firefighters or Shui Ran would know what roasted human flesh smells like? It's not something you encounter every day. Just because they toss their weapons without seeing anything, it's ridiculous. The four guardians don't deserve to win at all. ISNT, they're still the strategist, Big Gold? As long as he's around, the team remains relatively stable. The survivor's words were a bit premature when the other three heard the chubby survivor. They also sniffed the air, and sure enough, there was indeed a scent of burnt flesh in the air. They became excited, feeling triumphant, even lowering their weapons from the door, showing signs of wanting to retract them. To them, with such a big fire and people inside, the smell of burning flesh could only mean one thing. Someone must have died in there. However, the short survivor felt a bit regretful. What a pity for Su Xiaoxi. That little girl. Rin Feng has his fun every night while we can't enjoy it. They pulled off a big score, and Big Gold was beaming with confidence, filled with bravado. What a pity. Once we take their supplies and weapons, we can go after higher rank survivors, take their weapons, and eliminate those ranked in the top 3. By then, we would dominate the A019 area. What kind of women wouldn't we have? Watching the thrilling moments unfold, the survivors felt a pang of anxiety. It was as if they were holding their breath, fearing that the bravado being displayed might lead to disaster. With a godlike perspective, the people inside were already ready to burst out and make their move, while others outside were merely speculating, more unreliable than Zhao Kuo, who only talked about strategies on paper. Rin Feng and his companion were indeed prepared, listening intently to the sounds outside. When the moment was right, Rin Feng signaled with his fingers for a countdown, then unleashed a basic kick, smashing a table to create a passage. He grabbed a fire extinguisher and dashed out, with Su Xiaoxi hot on his heels. As soon as Rin Feng broke through the firebreak, he frantically pressed the extinguisher's trigger, charging towards the door despite the searing heat. The sight made the survivors gasp in horror. Although they had sprayed some dry powder beforehand and dampened their clothes, the temperature inside the room engulfed in flames was unbearably high. By the time Rin Feng and his companion broke free, their hair was scorched and their exposed skin burned, especially their faces, which were left disfigured. However, they had no choice. To survive, they had to charge out and eliminate the ambushers. They were not far from the door, and in mere seconds, they reached it. Rin Feng yanked open the wooden door and unleashed a torrent of dry powder in the direction of the sounds he had heard. This dry powder was likely as potent as pepper spray or lime, inflicting severe damage to the eyes. The four assailants, who were chatting and joking, realized something was wrong the moment Rin Feng opened the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before they could react, a cloud of dry powder engulfed them. A chorus of anguish screams echoed through the night, sending chills down the spines of the survivors. Even a small amount of it could cause discomfort if it got into the eyes, let alone taking such a massive hit unprepared. Seeing the dry powder had done its job, Rin Feng discarded the fire extinguisher and raised his handgun, firing alongside Su Xiaoxi towards the source of the screams. Bang! Bang! The four assailants were not going down without a fight. Fearing for their lives, they screamed and instantly retaliated despite the pain. Unfortunately, they only had 2 ranged weapons, a pistol and a crossbow, and having lost the element of surprise, they managed to fire just 1 bullet and 1 arrow before Rin Feng and Su Xiaoxi took them down. Yet, that single bullet and arrow found their mark, hitting Su Xiaoxi and Rin Feng. The arrow struck Rin Feng's arm, while the bullet hit Su Xiaoxi in the chest. They were able to aim so accurately because the 4 assailants had been focused on the door, and even with their eyes injured, they shot based on instinct. In the final scene, Rin Feng was seen cradling the fallen Su Xiaoxi in his arms. This battle left a significant impact on the other survivors. In their struggle for survival, both sides fought back fiercely in their dire circumstances. In the end, one side suffered casualties while the other was left wounded, particularly Su Xiaoxi, who was burned and shot. Although there were medicines available for trade, it remained uncertain whether they could truly heal her. This battle made the survivors acutely aware of the threat posed by the highwaymen. If they didn't improve their strength, they would only be waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Yuan began to empathize with Renfeng, but immediately shook his head in frustration. He was not Renfeng, and Luo Yi was not Su Xiaoxi. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would take them down one by one. If two came, he would take down both. Killing one might be a crime, but killing thousands made one a hero, and slaughtering millions made one the greatest of heroes. If someone dared to challenge him, he would respond with lethal force. What did it matter if he became the greatest? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Yuan's determination to enhance his strength solidified. He absolutely did not want to become someone else's prey, with his life and death controlled by others. If Renfeng and the others had possessed greater strength, they would not have fallen to such depths. With his resolve firm, Lin Yuan began to contemplate how to boost his combat power. Currently, the key factors for enhancing his combat effectiveness were twofold: firearms and skills. The most powerful weapon available now was the submachine gun, and Lin Yuan needed to purchase ammunition anyway, so he decided to browse the trading post. The items in the trading post were still dazzling, and after a day's search by the survivors, many more had appeared. The highest value items now were two special skill books, the Body Forging Technique and the Divine Forging Technique. The moment these skill books were introduced, they instantly sparked a frenzy among the crowd. The best way to enhance one's strength was to become an evolver, and to achieve that, one must possess these two skill books. It was no surprise that these skill books were in such high demand. Chapter 70. Lin Yuan was browsing the exchange when a blue light curtain suddenly appeared, completely covering the virtual screen. Lines of golden text emerged on the blue curtain. Survivors in Zone A019, your adaptation period has ended. You are now officially entering the survival phase, also known as the survival period. The second round of activities will commence on the 20th day of survival. This event is called Life and Death Race. Survivors with a bike rating below 3 stars will be eliminated immediately. This activity is fraught with danger, so survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The event date was confirmed to be on the 20th day of survival. It was currently the 6th day, meaning there were only 14 days left until the event. Life and Death Race sounds perilous. The first day was a beginner's welfare zone, followed by an adaptation phase, and now it was the survival phase. Lin Yuan felt dazed. Was it getting more dangerous? It was already dangerous enough. The 5th and 6th rank survivors, the eagle and the venomous snake, still hadn't confirmed how they had met their demise. His thoughts only wandered for a moment before Lin Yuan's resolve solidified. No matter what the life and death race entailed, or what the survival phase meant, he would face it all head-on with a single shot. As long as he improved his strength, he had nothing to fear. Ignoring the noisy regional channel, Lin Yuan directly searched for shooting skill books. To his surprise, the previously empty skill book section now had 2 titles available: 8 Extremes Gun and Coiling Dragon Gun. The 8 Extremes Gun was a 6-star regular skill, while the Coiling Dragon Gun was similar to the Flying Dragon Gun, but only a 5-star regular skill. Flying Dragon. Coiling Dragon. Seemed like he had a connection to dragons. Even his bike was dragon-themed. With such a connection, he had to secure it first. He used half a bottle of natural spring water to successfully acquire the Coiling Dragon Gun. The seller agreed it was a fair price, besides the 2 special skill books. Natural spring water was the most expensive item. Why? Because it could accelerate skill training. Right now, boosting his strength was far more important than anything else. Securing the Coiling Dragon Gun was easy, but the 8 Extremes Gun was a different story. The seller, Renfeng, required rare herbs that could bring someone back to life. He probably wanted to save his girlfriend. Legendary herbs that could revive the dead were not only rare, but wouldn't be ordinary items. They had to be at least G-grade or higher. Trying to trade ordinary items for something G-grade or above. The young man was still too naive. Lin Yuan used his silver tongue to persuade Renfeng, claiming that natural spring water could relieve fatigue and boost Su Xiaoxi's willpower, and might even help clean wounds. In the end, he successfully traded a large bottle of natural spring water for the skill book. He didn't buy the 2 special skill books, as they didn't interest him. He was aiming for 9-star skills, and besides, their prices were exorbitant and not worth it. Although he had an endless supply of water, he was not about to be taken advantage of. After purchasing 2 skill books, Lin Yuan began searching for firearms and ammunition. The results of his search revealed a page filled with an array of firearms, including over 10 submachine guns, along with handguns and a Desert Eagle. Submachine guns were classified as weapons of 7 stars or higher, indicating the intense competition among survivors to find treasure chests. Only those who were sufficiently reckless could discover 7-star chests and obtain items of that caliber. This also showed that as survivors intensified their treasure hunting efforts, the firearms they carried had progressed from handguns to submachine guns. Lin Yuan bought more than 10 magazines and exited the trading platform. He needed to quickly digest the skill books he had acquired. As for how to digest them, it meant rapidly accumulating experience points. In the afternoon, he had been contemplating how uncomfortable he felt and had planned to skip training that evening, but now he had changed his mind. After all, the system had mentioned there were only minor side effects. Since it was just a little, he decided to practice as much as possible. Even if something went wrong, it was better than being powerless and suffering at the hands of others or monsters, ending up like Su Xiaoxi. He first learned the Spiral Dragon Spear technique, which, like the Flying Dragon Spear technique, was a pure offensive skill. However, while the Flying Dragon Spear technique was straightforward, the Spiral Dragon Spear technique involved controlling the spear to strike at any position like a venomous snake. This technique was intriguing, cunning, and insidious. After mastering it, Lin Yuan didn't rush to level it up. Instead, he focused on learning the 8 Extreme Spear technique. The 8 Extreme Spear technique pushed the 8 basic forms of spear techniques to their limits, featuring 4 offensive and 4 defensive moves, making it versatile in attack and defense. When it came to enhancing his strength, Lin Yuan knew he couldn't just mindlessly accumulate points. He practiced the first level of the Spiral Dragon Spear technique, then rationally allocated points to elevate it to level 2. Practice, then add points in no time. Lin Yuan had elevated the Spiral Dragon Spear technique to the subtle level. Achieving such rapid progress in skill development was astonishing even to him. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Mastering the long spear was foundational, and he had already pushed his basic spear technique to level 9. With the ability to use the long spear, other techniques like the Flying Dragon and Spiral Dragon Spear techniques mainly revolve around variations. With the support of experience points, the skill visuals and key points transmitted to his mind were crystal clear. Coupled with his proficiency in using the long spear, training felt almost effortless. After mastering the Spiral Dragon Spear technique, it was time to tackle the 8 Extremes Spear technique. Following the same approach as with the Spiral Dragon Spear technique, Lin Yuan quickly brought the 8 Extreme Spear technique to the subtle level. Once a skill reached the subtle level, he knew he couldn't just pile on points indiscriminately. He needed to be proficient with the subtle level techniques before moving forward. Otherwise, it would lead to a situation where one's shooting skills become exquisite in theory, but the body can't execute them. Or one might have to think about how to use a technique before even attempting it. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Whether facing an enemy or a wild beast, who would give you the time to contemplate how to apply your shooting skills? After practicing both shooting techniques a few more times, Lin Yuan set his sights on the 5 animals play. The body refinement technique is a method to perceive and control one's own strength. From levels 1 to 9 of the body refinement technique, no matter how hard one trains, the internal strength remains undetectable. Only upon reaching the subtle level can one begin to sense the internal power, but this is only a preliminary understanding. Continuous practice of the body refinement technique is required to truly sense it, and once training stops, that awareness fades away. At the exquisite level, one can sense their strength as soon as they start training, but if they stop practicing the body refinement technique, they can no longer perceive that strength. The master level is different. Regardless of whether one practices the body refinement technique or not, they can easily sense the power within their body. According to Luo, the spirit refinement technique is similar to the body refinement technique, but it focuses on training the spirit, perceiving it, and controlling it. When both skills reach the master level, one can attempt to control and merge them together. When power and spirit fuse, one becomes an evolver, gaining a brand new force known as divine power. As the name suggests, divine power is the product of the fusion of spirit and strength, and it is unique to evolvers. This divine power is somewhat akin to the internal energy found in martial arts novels. It can enhance the body, making limbs hit harder and run faster. With the support of divine power, this is why Luo boldly claimed she wasn't afraid of guns. Evolvers can initially disregard ordinary firearms. And this is just for G-level evolvers. No one knows how many levels exist above G or how powerful they might be. Chapter 71. No matter how many levels or how strong an evolver is. It's all just talk for now. Lin Yuan's next goal was to quickly become a G-level evolver, to let his strength do the talking, to crush the monk and any inheritors of the iron sand palm technique. Only with a good ranking could he eat better, live better, and improve his abilities more swiftly. What Lin Yuan needed to do now was upgrade his body refinement technique and experience the prowess of exquisite level skills. He clicked to upgrade and began absorbing the skill infusion. Although exquisite level skills allow one to sense their own physical strength upon first cultivation, Lin Yuan still practiced the skill over and over again. It wasn't until he had done it more than 10 times that he began to feel the essence of the exquisite level skill. At this point, if Lin Yuan wanted to continue upgrading the body refinement technique, he could do so. However, he chose not to. The foundation was crucial, and thoughtless actions were never a viable option. Rationality was the way to go. Leveling up through monster hunting could enhance his attributes, but that was due to the energy infusion from the system, which had no side effects. This experience point didn't provide him with energy. It only granted him a realm. To unleash the effects of the exquisite level skill, he would have to consume his own internal energy. Gaining 1 or 2 points in physique was manageable, but if he pushed too hard without a proper increase in physique, his body would likely give out first. It wasn't worth the risk. He decided to take it slow, to be steady and methodical, knowing that he would eventually go further with each step. After practicing 2 gun techniques and enhancing his body refinement technique, it was already late at night. Lin Yuan enjoyed a late-night snack prepared by Luo Yi and then got ready to wash up and sleep. This time, they didn't turn on the video chat, and Lin Yuan refrained from any flirtation. Given the circumstances, there was no time for that. Hadn't he seen how quickly relationships could lead to disaster? The cautionary tales of Rin Feng and Su Xiaoxi were a stark reminder. Now, everyone needed to prepare for the upcoming activities, especially since their survival phase had officially begun. Who knew how this phase would differ from the adaptation period? He needed to conserve his energy and prepare for tomorrow's survival challenges, without letting his mind wander. That night, Lin Yuan was more vigilant than before. Instead of being unguarded, he kept his firearms within easy reach, gripping his long gun firmly in hand. He didn't indulge in his usual habit of sleeping in the nude. Instead, he remained fully dressed, even keeping his shoes on. This was a survival phase, not a beginner's welfare period, and certainly not back on Blue Star. If he didn't stay alert, he could easily meet the same fate as Su Xiaoxi and Rin Feng. After taking a big swig of natural spring water, Lin Yuan began to drift into a deep sleep. Howl! Howl! After an unknown amount of time, the sound of wolf howls echoed from a distance, growing closer. Lin Yuan, who had been on high alert, immediately snapped awake at the sound of the wolves. He opened his eyes wide and gripped the barrel of his long gun tightly, ready to spring into action. He rolled over, grabbed the submachine gun, strapped on the Desert Eagle, and jumped off the wooden bed. In that brief moment, the wild wolves had already charged to the outside of the cabin, scratching frantically at the wooden walls. If he had been in a deeper sleep, that beast might have clawed through the flimsy wooden wall and invaded the interior. He smirked coldly. These wild wolves dared to disturb his sweet dreams, looking for trouble. Using the faint light from the smokeless charcoal, Lin Yuan loaded a bullet, raised the submachine gun, and began firing wildly at the wooden door. Although the scratching sounds were coming from all around the cabin, the most intense noise was right at the door, clearly indicating that these beasts knew where to attack. Tot tot tot! A tongue of fire burst from the gun's muzzle, glaringly visible in the dimly lit cabin. Howling! As the gunfire erupted, bullets poured out, and the wild wolves attacking the door met an instant fate. The submachine gun bullets pierced through the cabin, striking the wild wolves, and 3 or 4 of them fell to the ground, howling in agony. Kill a wild wolf. Gain 7 experience points. You killed a wild wolf. Gain 5 experience points. Kill a wild wolf. Gain 7 experience points. Level up. A golden light enveloped Lin Yuan. He had leveled up, rising from level 5 to level 6. However, he had no time to celebrate, as more wild wolves, undaunted and fearless, leaped over the bodies of their fallen comrades and began clawing at the wooden door. The door, constructed from ordinary wood, had low defensive power. After the scratching and the submachine gun fire, it was already on the verge of collapse. The first 2 wild wolves merely had to scratch lightly, and the door crumbled. Lin Yuan didn't have time to change magazines. He simply discarded the gun and switched to a spear. Dragon coil, spear technique. Lin Yuan's first strike was with the dragon coil spear technique, controlling the spear shaft as the tip lunged like a venomous snake at a wild wolf on the left. Just as the tip struck the wolf, he twisted it 90 degrees and stabbed it back at another wolf on the right. The two wolves lunged at him but were sent flying, dead before they hit the ground. Kill a wild wolf, gain 5 experience points. Level up. The experience gained from killing a wild wolf had decreased by 2 points this time, now only 5 points. But Lin Yuan couldn't care less about experience. 3 or 4 wild wolves were charging at him like mad. This time, he didn't use the flying dragon spear technique or any other offensive techniques. Instead, he employed the 8 extremes spear technique, which balanced offense and defense. He couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill on these wild wolves, and in this situation, it was crucial to avoid injury and maintain his combat effectiveness. Who knew how many more wolves were outside? Fortunately, he had practiced his new skill to a refined level the night before, which had increased his combat power. If he becomes weary and slacks off in his training, relying solely on a straightforward technique like the flying dragon spear, there's no way he could defend against the fierce attacks of the wild wolves. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he realized he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment. He steadied his mind and continued to wield his spear, launching attacks against the approaching wolves. The 8 extreme spear technique allowed him to alternate between offense and defense. He took down one wolf while preventing the others from getting too close. After finally killing one, another quickly took its place. 1, 2, 3. The wild wolves seemed endless, with one falling only for another to take its place. They charged at him fearlessly, and those scattered around the cabin soon gathered at the door, ready to attack. Seeing another wolf take the place of the one he had just killed, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. If these wolves managed to break through the cabin's walls, he would be overwhelmed by a relentless tide of wolves from all directions. Could he fend them off with a submachine gun? After emptying a magazine, he would need to reload, and that simply wouldn't keep pace with the wolves' onslaught. Even if he switched to a long gun without any geographical advantage, he would eventually tire out, both mentally and physically, and end up meeting the same fate as Bailey Shaojin. At least Bailey had someone to save him, who would come to his aid in the dead of night. Was he supposed to call Luo Yi and hope she could somehow climb over here, following the survival guide? Fortunately, he remained alert and prepared for battle, successfully keeping the wolves at bay outside the cabin. By guarding the door, he minimized the area he needed to defend, conserving more energy to face the wolf attacks with composure. It seemed clear that he could never let his guard down at any time. A moment of relaxation would mean he was not far from death. Chapter 72. Lin Yuan focused his mind and prepared to face the wild wolves charging at him. It was strange how these wolves seemed fearless, almost as if they had a death wish. Normally, whether it's wolves or any other animals, they instinctively seek to avoid danger. When casualties reach a certain point, they usually retreat. The relentless nature of the situation could only mean one thing. The survival phase the system had mentioned was in full effect. Kill! Lin Yuan shouted to rally himself, feeling his strength waning. His arms were growing numb, nearing the point of losing sensation. If he lost feeling in his arms, how could he control the gun and execute his precise shooting skills? However, the system wouldn't be foolish enough to unleash an endless wave of beasts to test the survivors. Just as despair crept in and he mechanically executed the 8 extremes gun technique, his long gun missed its mark, and he stumbled into a sea of corpses and blood. Yes, a sea of corpses and blood. Wild wolf bodies piled up both inside and outside the door, with wolf blood spilling into the wooden cabin, saturating the ground. Lin Yuan knelt among the fallen wolves, gripping his long gun. There was no joy of victory in his heart, only a profound sense of exhaustion. This wasn't tea training or mining where he could sip spring water to recover. This was battle. The wolves kept coming, one after another, leaving him no time to drink from the spring. Not only did he have no time to drink, but even when he fought back with all his might, he still got bitten by the wolves. His police sweatshirt and pants were in tatters, utterly ruined. The long gun was no better, now rusty and worn out. In desperation, Lin Yuan tossed aside the long gun and pulled out a bottle of natural spring water, tilting his head back to drink and regain his strength to alleviate his fatigue. As he gulped down the spring water, he noticed a massive screen suspended in the air. This was a highlight moment. However, the highlight moment was divided into several smaller screens. Each small screen showed the top 20 survivors engaged in battle. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he focused on one of the smaller screens. It depicted Qin Mingyue in combat, and, at that moment, she was on the brink of defeat. The walls of her cabin had been breached, and wild wolves surrounded her, leaving no room for escape. Qin Mingyue was skilled with the bow and arrow, as her codename suggested her confidence in her archery. And indeed, she executed her movements with such fluidity, from knocking an arrow to drawing the bow and shooting, as if these actions were etched into her very bones. Her archery skills had reached their peak, taking down one wolf with each arrow, each shot finding its mark. But it was futile. The number of wolves was overwhelming, and no matter how fast she shot, she couldn't outpace the wolves lunging toward her. The wolves were closing in fast. Qin Mingyue's expression changed as she fumbled in her haste, unable to draw an arrow in time. Even if she had managed to, the outcome wouldn't have been much better, as her quiver was nearly empty. She decided to abandon her arrows and fought the wolves with her long knife instead. Clearly, she intended to practice close combat to make up for her lack of skills in that area. Unfortunately, she had not trained long enough to exhibit any real combat prowess, and her mental state was faltering, making matters worse. Before long, one wolf seized her thigh while another clamped down on her arm, and soon Qin Mingyue was overwhelmed by a pack of wolves. The screen showcasing her thrilling moments disappeared, and the implications were clear. Lin Yuan quickly switched to the regional channel, and sure enough, the announcement came through. Area notification. ID A0198499619. Codename Perfect Shot. Survivor Qin Mingyue. Torn to death. As expected, she was dead, her end pitiful. This was the girl who had exchanged a few words with him and intended to purchase a body forging technique. Just like that. In the prime of her youth, she was gone. When Lin Yuan checked his friend's list, he found Qin Mingyue's avatar and codename had vanished, as if he had never added her at all. He sighed. Qin Mingyue was not weak. She was quite strong. Her archery was unmatched, rivaling firearms, with guns only having the advantage of range and rapid-fire capability. But with high attributes enhancing her power, it was hard to say which was truly stronger. Each had its advantages. It was a matter of fate, however, that without a melee expert to protect her, the wolves breached the cabin, leading to her tragic demise. He had heard that Qin Mingyue was friends with Zhou Yijin, having known each other since their time on Blue Star. He wondered how her situation was faring. Lin Yuan quickly scanned other split screens and soon spotted Zhou Yijin. To his surprise, she was fighting alongside Li Shaojin. This was not mere conjecture. At that moment, they were back-to-back in battle, Zhou Yijin smiling lightly and occasionally glancing at Li Shaojin, who met her gaze without flinching, continuing to wield his sword in a coordinated attack. They were being attacked by leopards. Although there were many, the duo's synergy prevented any harm from befalling them. Of course, mere coordination only indicated they were comrades. Lin Yuan deduced they were more than that because they had merged their foundations. In this survival world, merging foundations meant they were together, destined to act as one and build a home together. In fact, many couples had merged their foundations in this way. The endless road stretched on without end, and survival alone brought loneliness and the constant threat of death. Having one more person makes all the difference. You can fight together, support each other, find mental relief, and also achieve physical satisfaction. Of course, this only applies when both are survivors. If one of them is a bandit, then the survivor is like a sheep entering a tiger's den, facing a dire fate that often leaves them with nothing. Lin Yuan was only surprised for a moment before turning his attention to their battle. It seemed that Zhou Jini had mastered a more powerful form of boxing, with attacks that were both fierce and forceful, strong as an ox. Her physique had not only remained unchanged, but had actually become more slender and appealing. On the other hand, Li Shaojing's swordsmanship had also become much sharper, no longer just for show. His clothing was no longer traditional garb, and his hair was no longer long. In short, he was no longer the film emperor, no longer wielding that damned charisma. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Zhou Jini and Qin Mingyue were both part of the national team, and now they had come to Zone A019 together. One was thriving in both strength and relationships, while the other had been torn apart by wolves and vanished from the world. He couldn't help but wonder what expression Zhou Jini would have upon learning of Qin Mingyue's death. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan decided not to watch them flaunting their affection any longer. He wanted to see his girlfriend instead. The reason he hadn't rushed to find the exciting moments of Luo Yi on the split screen was that he knew her strength and wasn't worried. But soon, Lin Yuan began to panic. As he scanned the split screens on the big display, he was shocked to find no sign of Luo Yi. What? Could she have encountered a monster even more formidable than ordinary beasts? The thought of Luo Yi meeting the same grim fate as Qin Mingwei made his face turn pale. He truly cherished this beautiful and fierce woman, just like the other survivors. Not only for the mental and physical relief she provided, but also because her strength allowed them to journey further in this survival world together. Chapter 73. Lin Yuan's heart trembled as he clicked on the Friends channel again, checking his friend list. Friend, Ibushi note. Don't be so aloof. Fortunately, Luo Yi was still online, unlike Qin Mingwei, who had completely vanished. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as she was still around, everything was fine. Whether she was aloof or not didn't matter much anymore. If she wanted to act like a goddess, let her. So, he changed the note. Friend, Ibushi note. Wife. After making the change, he asked with concern, everything okay? Have you encountered any beast attacks? Luo Yi quickly replied, I did, but they were a bit weak. Lin Yuan. A bit weak? He realized he was being careless. How could he, a third-rank player, check on a first-rank player? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? He closed the Friends channel and redirected his attention to the thrilling moments happening in the void. Since everything was fine, it was more important to understand the current situation. The battle had ended. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. When he looked back at the void, he noticed that in just a short time, the other battles had concluded, leaving only Cold Blade fighting fiercely on his own. After some thought, he understood why the battles could end so quickly. If everyone faced beast attacks, then after he dealt with the wild wolves, the others would naturally reach a critical phase as well, just like Qin Mingwei. He didn't dwell on how the others fared and focused intently on Cold Blade's fight. At this moment, the thrilling moments returned to the big screen, focusing entirely on Cold Blade. For a long time, Lin Yuan had only heard of Cold Blade's reputation. Known as the pinnacle of solo combat ability, a special forces king, adept in martial arts, a champion in martial competitions, a shooting expert, and skilled with various firearms. Since arriving in the survival world, he had never witnessed Cold Blade in action. Now, he wanted to see just how strong Cold Blade really was. Cold Blade seemed to have either run out of bullets in a submachine gun, or didn't he have time to change magazines? He was now wielding a long knife in battle. The knife, due to the prolonged fight, had become rusty, a sign of excessive durability loss. Lin Yuan had barely watched for a few seconds when the long knife's blade suddenly shattered, first developing a notch, then breaking into countless small pieces that fell to the ground. Cold Blade's strike at a bison's neck naturally missed, cutting nothing but air. However, his expression remained unchanged. Showing no sign of fear, he discarded the knife handle, clenched his fists, and swung his fist, about the size of a sandbag, toward the neck of a bison. He was being charged by a group of bison, which rushed at him like they had gone mad, their horns leading the charge. Cold certainly lives up to his name. His reputation is well-deserved. With a single punch, he sent a bison staggering back, its hooves flailing, until it ultimately collapsed to the ground. Amidst the onslaught of the bison herd, he constantly dodged and maneuvered, occasionally landing punches aimed at the bison's vital spots, such as the eyes, neck, and even the belly. Often, just 2 or 3 punches would be enough to take down a bison, and the sight of these powerful blows landing with such ferocity was nothing short of shocking. With so many bison around, some of them couldn't reach Cold and instead resorted to charging at the wooden cabin, repeatedly ramming into it. The cabin, under the relentless assault of the bison, began to sway precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. As expected, the ordinary wooden structure couldn't withstand the bison's furious charges for long before it came crashing down. Now, Cold was spared the effort of demolishing the cabin himself and could proceed with rebuilding. Even though there were countless bison, Cold relied on his incredible willpower to fight them off, ultimately taking them all down with his fists. This showcased the formidable strength of the warrior Cold. Lin Yuan observed that when only a dozen bison remained, Cold's arms had lost all feeling. Yet he still finished the fight through sheer determination. When he lost his firearms, he fought with melee weapons. When he lost those, he used his hands and feet. And when he could no longer use those, he fought with his willpower. As long as he had breath, he would continue to fight. This brother was no ordinary man. Lin Yuan sighed and opened a regional channel. Is anyone selling submachine guns? If so, list them quickly. I'm open to any supplies. Bullets, handgun ammo, submachine gun ammo. Everyone, hurry and post on the marketplace. Don't you want to make money? The regional channel buzzed with activity, as most survivors were looking to purchase firearms and ammunition, while others sought medical supplies, likely due to injuries sustained in battle. Lin Yuan had no time to focus on that. He scrolled up the screen to check historical information, wanting to know when these beasts had started attacking survivors. ID A019496751. Codename Ma Chao, Survivor Ma Tong, trampled to death. ID A019327861. Codename Bu Ju Ego, Survivor Lu Ergo, died of poisoning. As he flipped back through the messages, a series of death announcements flashed before his eyes. The blood-red notifications seemed to narrate a gruesome reality. Be stronger or perish. Online users in the regional channel, 70,496,100,000. On just the 7th day of survival, over 20,000 had already perished, nearly 30,000. This wasn't T-survival. It was a massacre, especially tonight, which had seen the highest death toll. The official period had only just begun, and no one knew what might happen while searching for treasure chests on the endless road. In short, things were unlikely to remain as friendly as before. Although there had been beastly disasters in the past, attacks on survivor camps were rare, and when they did occur, the intensity was generally low. However, tonight was different. The entire A019 zone was assaulted, resulting in heavy casualties among the survivors. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and continued to sift through the information. When he reached 6 a.m., he stopped checking the updates. Before 6 a.m., there was no information indicating that the survivors were still asleep. As soon as the clock struck 6, reports of deaths came flooding in, and initially, the number was staggering. Within just a few seconds past 6, hundreds had already perished. It was likely that these individuals either lacked the strength to defend against the beasts or were simply sleeping too soundly, caught off guard by the sudden attack. From that point onward, deaths occurred almost every second, with various bizarre circumstances surrounding each demise, suggesting that the beasts encountered were diverse. Analyzing the last words of these fallen survivors, along with the fierce battles from the top 20 ranked fighters, Lin Yuan concluded that the beasts attacked the entire A019 zone at 6 a.m., with the intensity of the assault determined by the strength of the survivors. Those ranked in the top 20 received better treatment. The higher their rank, the more beasts they faced. Qin Mingwei fell victim to this overwhelming number of attackers. It remained uncertain whether this large-scale beast attack was a one-time event or if it would become a daily occurrence, which would need to be verified the following morning. Having figured out the sequence of events regarding the beast attack on the camp, the most pressing concern now was to assess the gains from the battle against the wolves. The primary reward from this fight was not the wolf carcasses, which could provide a substantial amount of food. In this survival world, food was not the real threat. The true dangers were the various natural disasters and the monsters that surpassed the beasts. The greatest achievement from this battle was the experience points. Lin Yuan had reached a point where he could no longer gain experience from killing wolves. Chapter 74, Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A019784096 Life. Ordinary person level, 10 mentality, 17 physique, 18 skills, mastery level, 5 animal play, proficient level, flying dragon spear technique, proficient level, coiling dragon spear technique, proficient level, 8 extreme spear technique, level 9, submachine gun shooting, level 9, basic firearms training, level 9, pistol shooting, level 9, basic fist techniques, level 9, basic leg techniques, level 9, basic movement techniques, level 9, basic combat techniques, level 4, military physical training, level 9, bicycle riding, level 2, culinary skills, level 3, painting, level 6, computer skills, level 4, music experience required to level up to 11, 71,071. Lin Yuan had leveled up 5 times, jumping directly from level 5 to level 10. Previously, most survivors believed that the functions of evolvers and levelers overlapped. Now, it seems that the ability to level up is more like a benefit prepared for survivors by some unseen hand. The physical condition of humanity on Blue Star is weak, with ordinary people making up over 99% of the population, with the ability to kill monsters and level up, enhancing both physique and mentality. Dealing with beasts has become significantly easier. 1 point of physique can roughly translate to about 10 pounds of strength. Once physique reaches over 10 points, or even over 20 points, one can lift weights of over 100 pounds or even 200 pounds. This is merely the inherent strength that high physique can exhibit. Survivors can also learn skills, relying on reflexes and techniques to deliver attacks stronger than their own physical power. For example, Luo Yi, with 27 points in physique, can unleash several times her own strength through combat techniques, and with the sharpness of her blade, she can effortlessly cut through a large tree. With the ability to level up by defeating monsters, there is no reason to fear the threat of beasts. If that isn't a benefit, what is? However, Lin Yuan believes that as survivors continue to explore this survival world, the leveling function will not be limited to just this. With the increase in levels and the evolution of evolvers, the leveling function will undoubtedly play an even greater role in the future. This time, Lin Yuan leveled up 5 times, gaining 1 point in mentality and physique for each level. That's a total of 5 points in mentality and 5 points in physique. His mentality increased from 12 points at level 5 to 17 points at level 10. His physique also went from 11 points at level 5 to 16 points. 16 points, wait a minute. The attribute panel clearly shows 18 points. Lin Yuan looked at the attribute panel again to confirm it was correct. It was indeed 18 points. How did it inexplicably increase by 2 points? Suddenly, he thought of the body refining technique he had upgraded last night. He quickly opened the detailed information on the 5 animal play. Skill, body refinement technique. 5 animal play quality, ordinary rating. 5 stars, level, exquisite experience. 2000, 300, 2000, effect. Increases physical constitution. Current level constitution. 2 description. This is a body refinement technique adapted from ancient martial arts of the Blue Planet, mimicking animals for structured training. When mastered to a high level, it can slightly enhance one's physical constitution. Indeed, the effects of this exquisite level body refinement skill were evident. Fortunately, he had only advanced 1 realm last night, and when the beast attacked, he was merely hungry and could still fight back. Had he succumbed to temptation and upgraded thoughtlessly, he would have been weak and defenseless during the beast attack, truly becoming mindless, or perhaps more fittingly, brainless. With his attributes enhanced and combat power significantly increased, the shadow of the survival period began to lift. Lin Yuan started to clean up the wolf carcasses. His method was straightforward and brutal. After disassembling the bodies, he left behind some bones and fur, discarding the wolf meat directly. The wolf meat was unpalatable and useless. As for selling it, it wouldn't sell. Everyone had enough food now, but what they lacked was grain. Hunters were about to become unemployed. Every survivor had likely killed a beast by now. The wolf blood in the house remained untouched. He thought that when it rained, he would demolish it violently, using the rainwater to wash away the foundation. He planned to rebuild with higher-grade wood or use the stored 9-star stones to construct a stone house. An ordinary wooden house could not withstand beast attacks. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a bit envious of Lung Feng. Not only did the bison provide him with meat, but it also helped him demolish his house. Suddenly, he noticed the survival guide flickering with a faint blue light beside him. This was a notification indicating that a friend had sent a message. Lin Yuan had spent a few days figuring out this feature, having previously overlooked it while it was in his backpack. It was only after the guide upgraded that he paid close attention, fearing there might be hidden features. This is also why Luo Yi could reply to messages instantly. She wasn't always monitoring the friend interface, but only responded quickly when she noticed a message alert. Could it be that Luo Yi was sending him breakfast? Lin Yuan licked his lips and opened the friend channel. Lung Feng, bro, try this beef. It's way better than the beef from the Blue Planet. It turned out it wasn't Luo Yi sending breakfast, but a message from Lung Feng, which included 100 portions of beef. How could it not be good? This was rated beef, while Blue Planet beef was just ordinary. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He took out the beef and sent some to Luo Yi. He casually asked her, "What kind of beast attacked you?" Although his wolf meat was pitiful and unfit for sharing, he still had a girlfriend, didn't he? Luo Yi didn't say a word and directly sent over 100 portions of tiger meat. Impressive. Talking to someone smart is always effortless. Clearly, Luo Yi knows where beef comes from and understands the implication behind Lin Yuan's question. So it turns out she was attacked by a tiger. Lin Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately passed the meat on to Lung Feng. Not nearly enough. You should try some of this tiger meat. It's quite rare on Blue Star. By the way, my girlfriend got this for me. The tiger meat is a great tonic. It will definitely boost this tough guy even further. After showing off the fact that he has a girlfriend, Lin Yuan closed the guide and started practicing the 5 animal play. He planned to take advantage of the time while Luo Yi was preparing breakfast to work on his body tempering technique. If he mastered it now, he could directly break through to the master level tonight. 1 round, 2 rounds, 10 rounds. Just as Lin Yuan was about to collapse from exhaustion, the survival guide finally had some action. This time, it should be Luo Yi sending over breakfast. He opened it, and sure enough, there it was. But along with the breakfast, there was also a 6-star ordinary spear and a message. Reluctantly, your spear is broken, so use this one. Your current strength is still too low. You need to level up quickly. With your current strength, you're not qualified to be my boyfriend. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling no pressure. I haven't complained about your aloofness, yet you dare to criticize my strength? What a joke. With some experience support, how could his speed of improvement be slow? Absolutely impossible. His only weaknesses were his physique and mental state. His marksmanship level was not lacking. What he said was just a casual remark, a bit of a joke. Normally it wouldn't matter much, but little did he know, he had just stepped into a spectacular moment. At 6 a.m., beasts attacked the camp. After a 10-minute battle, dealing with a pile of corpses, and continuing to practice his body tempering technique, the sky was already bright. That meant it was now past 8 a.m. on the 7th day of survival. At this time, some survivors were cooking, some were already on the road, and others decided to stay put for a day of rest. Regardless of what they were doing, this moment was just as thrilling as the morning battle. Back then, everyone was too busy fighting to care about what others were saying. Now, all eyes were on them. The moment Lin Yuan stopped practicing his skills, the spectacular moment unfolded in front of everyone. What he said was heard not only by everyone, but also by Luo Yi. Chapter 75. Luo Yi frowned slightly, and her pace at breakfast slowed considerably. The appearance of exciting moments meant that danger was imminent for Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan took out his long spear and examined it. Item: forged steel long spear quality. Ordinary rating. 6 stars durability. 6 description. A spear forged from 6-star wood and 6-star fine iron. This is an ordinary 6-star weapon. Please use it wisely. The spear's shaft was still made of wood, just like the fine iron spear, measuring about 1.67 meters in length. With a mix of black and yellow hues and intricate patterns, the spear tip gleamed coldly, looking quite impressive. After gripping the spear and swinging it a couple of times, Lin Yuan quickly stopped. Feels a bit light. He wasn't dismissing the long spear gifted by Luo Yi. Rather, as his physique improved and his strength increased, the wooden shaft felt too light. One must understand that whether it's a sword, spear, or staff, a weapon can't be too light, or its impact will be significantly diminished. It also can't be too heavy. If you can only exert 200 pounds of force, using a weapon that weighs 200 pounds would be foolish. Weapon attacks require speed, precision, and ferocity. If you can barely lift your weapon, you're just waiting to be eliminated. With no better long spear available, Lin Yuan had to make do. Setting the spear down, he took out his hearty breakfast. Oh nice. So much food. Perhaps aware of his increased physique, instead of the usual big bowl of noodles or porridge, he was now presented with a large basin of spicy noodles. The dish was filled with generous portions of beef, accompanied by a complete array of seasonings and a mouth-watering aroma. Lin Yuan couldn't help but dig in, forgoing a bowl and using chopsticks to scoop directly from the basin. Taking big bites. After a few slurps, he exclaimed, "Delicious, so satisfying." Whether it was due to his hunger or the beef being exceptionally tasty, it was simply delightful. If her cooking was this good, she must be even more. He thought of Luo Yi's stunning beauty and her graceful figure, wondering how magnificent the scenery shrouded in mist around her truly was. As he quickly devoured the spicy beef noodles, suddenly, he dropped the basin and grabbed the long spear nearby, quickly standing up and pulling out the Desert Eagle from his waist, loading a bullet. He didn't bother retrieving his submachine gun from inside the house, as there was no time. A figure appeared on the endless road, riding a bicycle and getting closer. Lin Yuan concealed the Desert Eagle behind him, his arm muscles tense around the spear. If the passerby turned out to be a hostile survivor, he would strike first. The distant survivor was getting closer, and Lin Yuan finally got a good look at the passing survivor. It was a woman in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, dressed in combat gear, armed with a handgun and a longsword. Noticing Lin Yuan staring at her, she raised her chin defiantly and scolded, "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Don't think just because you're in the top 3, you can gawk at others." It was perfectly normal for her to recognize Lin Yuan, as nearly everyone in the top 20 was well known. Lin Yuan frowned, but said nothing. lowering his head to pretend to eat. In reality, he kept a watchful eye on the proud woman's every move, wary that she might act like the Chaos God King, putting on a show of weakness to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. If she dared to make any underhanded moves, he would undoubtedly strike back with a vengeance. Seeing his reaction, the arrogant woman scoffed and decided not to engage further. She hopped on her bike and rode off. She was originally an executive at a company named Li Yuan, and since arriving in this survival world, she felt subordinate to everyone else. She had little regard for those in the top 20. She was confident that Lin Yuan wouldn't attack her over a verbal spat, which gave her the boldness to act as she pleased. Just as expected, once she was far enough away, Lin Yuan relaxed his guard and resumed eating his noodles. However, as he was eating, a sudden thought struck him. He abruptly dropped his bowl and chopsticks, grabbed his long gun, and dashed inside the house. Once inside, he quickly changed the magazine of his submachine gun, slung it across his chest, and lifted his bike to rush outside. Once outside, he stored the foundation and hurriedly pedaled towards the road. He still hadn't dealt with the burnt grass from yesterday. If that woman got there first, she would snatch the treasure chest. Fortunately, after a night of recovery, the side effects from the wasp sting had dissipated, or else he would have been left helplessly watching. He hopped on his bike and pedaled furiously, hoping he wasn't too late. This sudden action left the other survivors watching the exciting moments confused. Was the big shot regretting his earlier decision? Did he want to take out his anger on that woman? If he wanted to kill her, he should have done it earlier. I bet he has got his eye on her, someone speculated. Nonsense, with the top player as his girlfriend. How could he possibly be interested in her? While Li Yuan was attractive and had a good figure, she was no match for Luo Yi. Not to mention, even against Shui Ran or He Yunying, she fell short. Others were puzzled too. If a fight was about to break out, it should be noteworthy enough to be featured in the exciting moments, right? There had to be some underlying story, and they decided to stay and watch. Lin Yuan hurried as fast as he could, but he still arrived a step too late. Li Yuan had already stopped her bike and was running towards the burn ground. Just as Lin Yuan predicted yesterday, the weeds were burned away, leaving the ground bare. It was easy to tell if there was a treasure chest. Coincidentally, Li Yuan discovered a treasure chest and excitedly ran to the roadside, ready to pick it up. Without caring whether his bicycle was stable, Lin Yuan jumped off and shouted, "Stop! That's my treasure chest." He quickly approached, pointing his spear at Li Yuan's chest, and continued, "That's my treasure chest. Please step away." Li Yuan snarled coldly, unsheathing her sword with a clang, pointing it at Lin Yuan. "What? Try to use force to take it by strength? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're in the top 3. They all came to the survival world together, and she believed that her skill training would not lag behind anyone else's." Lin Yuan's expression turned icy. His patience had reached its limit. There were clear signs of burning here, and he had set that fire specifically to make it easier to find treasure chests. This treasure chest was rightfully his. How could there be any talk of theft? Li Yuan tightened her grip on the sword. If it were an ordinary treasure chest, she might let it go. But this one was different. She wouldn't allow it to be taken, even if it cost her life. "You say the fire was yours? Then I could say it was mine too. Get lost. I'm taking this treasure chest." Lin Yuan frowned, noticing the tension in the woman before him. Yet she still clung to the treasure chest. Was there something special about it? As he thought about this, he looked at the conspicuously placed treasure chest. Item: rotted wooden chest quality. Ordinary rating. 9 stars. Description: this is a precious ordinary 9-star chest, even rarer than a low-tier black iron chest. Opening, it will definitely yield 9-star items, and only ordinary items below 9-star quality. Hiss, a 9-star ordinary chest? Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chapter 76. Lin Yuan was astonished. The 9-star treasure chest was something that even his girlfriend, the top player, had been desperately searching for, but could not find. Yet, he had burned it out with a single fire. The survivors watching the thrilling moment were equally shocked. What? A 9-star treasure chest? No wonder it made the highlight reel. I envy this. The highest treasure chest I've opened was only 5 stars. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was the one who set the fire, the 9-star treasure chest was incredibly valuable, and she could not afford to give it up. A treasure chest capable of yielding 9-star items, whether equipment, skill books, or other items, could help a survivor thrive during the survival period and even shine in the rankings during events. Likewise, Li Yuan, would not back down easily. Upon seeing the treasure chest rating, Lin Yuan realized that neither of them would readily let go of a 9-star treasure chest. Since that was the case, they might as well have a showdown. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. His arms erupted with strength as he controlled the spear, striking like a dragon with a swift thrust aimed at Li Xiumei's chest. Li Xiumei's expression became extremely serious as she kept a close watch on Lin Yuan's movements. When she saw him swing the spear to attack, she also drew her sword to block. With a clang, both felt that their physical strengths were evenly matched. Li Xiumei's confidence surged. Since their physiques were similar and their training times comparable, her chances of winning had significantly increased. Lin Yuan, however, was not surprised at all. He had neglected training back on Blue Star, and his starting point was inherently lower than others, but he did not feel discouraged. Victory in a battle depended not only on physical strength, but also on skill level, situational performance, mindset, weapon choice, and perseverance. After his initial thrust, Lin Yuan gauged Li Xiumei's strength and unleashed the flying dragon spear technique again. His arms moved in a blur as the spear struck faster and faster toward Li Xiumei. This technique was perfectly suited for opponents who were weaker than him or of equal strength, focusing purely on speed and aggression. In martial arts, speed was paramount. At first, Li Xiumei could still manage to block a few strikes with her sword, but after a few more thrusts, she could no longer hold her ground. Lin Yuan pressed on with one thrust after another, each strike landing on the blade of her sword, forcing her to retreat continuously. He was still holding back, having no intention of killing her. Otherwise, with just 2 thrusts, he could have easily pierced her. With another thrust, and seeing that time was running out, Lin Yuan swiftly changed his technique to the spiral dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear suddenly twisted in an unusual manner, striking hard at Li Xiumei's right wrist. With a loud smack, Li Xiumei was struck so forcefully that she lost her grip on her sword, which clattered to the ground. Her face turned pale, as Lin Yuan's spear tip now rested against her throat. Lin Yuan put down his long spear and coldly said, "Get lost, the treasure chest is mine." Li Xiumei didn't say anything further. She looked lost and silently picked up the spear from the ground and left. She, Li Xiumei, had failed utterly and completely. During her school years, she had stood out among her peers and excelled in her career after graduation. However, upon entering the survival world, she quickly recognized the harsh reality. She diligently honed her skills, practiced shooting, and even fought monsters to level up. Yet despite all her efforts, she was still overwhelmed by other strength. Was she really that inferior? Was her skill development too slow? In truth, she wasn't lacking at all. In terms of capabilities, she could thrive on Blue Star as a competent adult. Intellectually, she had outmaneuvered Lin Yuan verbally, knowing he wouldn't kill her over trivial matters. In terms of skill level, she had advanced her basic sword techniques to level 6 and her 6-star ordinary sword techniques to level 3, which was quite respectable. But when it came to comparing skill development speed and skill levels with Lin Yuan, she would only be humiliating herself. Not only her, but no one in the entire 8019 district could match his speed and skill development. Not even Luo Yi. Luo Yi managed to elevate her basic martial arts and basic knife techniques to level 9 so quickly because they shared a connection with her inherited skills. She was able to master 2 special skills and break through to become an evolver, which was also due to her foundational knowledge. Once you grasp one principle, you can understand many others. However, once she reached the evolver level, she could no longer rely on her past advantages. Everything had to come from her own hard work. As this was an entirely new realm, Lin Yuan was confident that even as an ordinary person, he could surpass other survivors. But for Luo Yi, catching up seemed a distant dream. The gap had already been widened too much from the start. Li Xiumei struggled to move her feet, repeatedly asking herself why. Why were they all ordinary people with similar physiques and roughly the same amount of time spent on skill training? Why had she been completely defeated? Why was there such a vast difference in their skill levels? She considered a possibility the activity ranking rewards. With abundant resources and no worries about food, training every day, how could one not improve quickly? With this thought, she paused in her tracks. She needed that treasure chest. She had to make it into the top 20 of the activity rankings. Only with greater strength could she cope with the increasingly harsh survival world. If one doesn't act for themselves, they might as well face doom. And in that moment, Li Xiumei felt a surge of murderous intent. Everyone was just an ordinary person. She refused to believe that she wouldn't survive a gunshot. But alas, who was Lin Yuan? He was no longer the Lin Yuan who joked around on the first day of survival. He was no longer the one who resorted to underhanded tactics to retaliate against Luo Yi. If we trace his growth, he had started as a reclusive programmer, then transitioned to a player treating survival like a game on his first day in this world, and eventually evolved into a pursuer and half a survivor. However, with each battle and witnessing the aftermath of death and casualties, Lin Yuan was no longer the person he once was. The current Lin Yuan had become a true survivor, a warrior. He would trust anyone with his back except for those he knew well. After driving away Li Xiumai, he didn't rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on her, wary of any suspicious action she might take. He still felt uneasy around a stranger in this survival world. Being cautious was never too much. A prudent approach could save his life once again. When he noticed Li Xiumai momentarily hesitate, he sensed a strange shift in her demeanor, a hint of murderous intent. This feeling was enigmatic yet undeniably real. Striking first was the best way to avoid disaster, and without hesitation, Lin Yuan acted decisively, knowing all too well what it meant to take a life. With the flying dragon spear technique, he unleashed a powerful thrust, stepping forward rapidly, his entire being, man and weapon, charging ahead. Li Xiumai had made her decision and steeled herself, quickly drawing her gun, disengaging the safety, and racking the slide. The speed of her actions was dazzling, clearly the result of countless hours of practice. "D," she shouted as she spun around, aiming to eliminate Lin Yuan. But just as she turned, a long spear pierced through her chest with a sickening thud. At that moment, as the spear drove into Li Xiumai, blood gushed forth. A commotion erupted where the treasure chest had been placed, and it was no small disturbance. The 9-star treasure chest began to shake rhythmically before being flung several meters away. Chapter 77. The creature that toppled the treasure chest was an enormous beast's head. As the head slowly lifted higher and higher, the survivors watching the thrilling moment finally recognized what kind of animal it was. "Hiss, is that a giant python?" Yes, it was a giant python, its head as thick as an adult's waist. This was a grassland python, living carefree among the dense underbrush, until Lin Yuan set it ablaze, causing it to flee in all directions. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the spreading flames. Fortunately, its tough skin and considerable intelligence allowed it to hide in a massive pit, and by placing the system-protected 9-star treasure chest on itself, it successfully evaded disaster. Because both Lin Yuan and his companion were focused on the treasure chest, they didn't realize that beneath it lay not scorched earth, but a burned giant python. At this moment, the python caught the scent of blood and slowly slithered out of the pit, heading toward the direction of Lin Yuan's struggle with his opponent. The survivors were stunned. What star-level beast is this? There are no pythons this large on Blue Star. 1 meter, 2 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Oh my, I estimate this python is over 20 meters long. It turns out the thrilling moment was triggered not to showcase the 9-star treasure chest, but to feature the battle with this giant python. I wonder if Lin Yuan can handle it. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was completely unaware of the python's presence. He acted decisively, thrusting his spear into Li Xiumei's chest. Li Xiumei looked incredulously at the blood oozing out, her expression twisted in rage. "Then let us die together," she snarled, continuing to raise her gun to shoot. Lin Yuan was furious. They were both humans from Blue Star, and he had no intention of killing anyone. He never expected this woman to be so ungrateful. Now that they were both facing death, she still wanted to drag him down with her. "Then let us make sure you die completely," he thought. With a powerful push, he drove the spear through Li Xiumei's back. Despite her injuries, she still struggled to lift her gun to shoot, determined that if she was going down, others wouldn't get off easy either. Enraged, Lin Yuan leaned forward, pushed off the ground with his feet, and gripped the spear, forcing Li Xiumei, impaled, to move forward. He pushed her along with the spear for 1 meter. 5 meters, 10 meters, blood splattered everywhere. Lin Yuan finally pushed Li Xiumei out of the scorched area and back onto the endless road, then across to the other side, where he pinned her against a large tree, finally stopping. Li Xiumei was nailed to the trunk, dead beyond any doubt. Her eyes wide open in shock, unable to close them. "Damn, what a vicious woman," Lin Yuan spat, cursing under his breath. As his anger dissipated, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. How had they ended up in such a deadly standoff, all for the sake of the 9-star treasure chest? The introduction clearly states that you are guaranteed to receive a 9-star item. With a 9-star item, no matter what challenges you face in the future, your chances of survival increase, allowing you to rank higher in events and earn abundant rewards, which in turn helps you live better and even enhance your strength. Ultimately, it all comes down to survival and living a better life, driven by the harsh realities of this survival world. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned red. If he could kill others so ruthlessly, what about his parents? They were getting older. Were they also facing the threat of starvation, or even being killed by others? At that thought, he could no longer hold back his feelings of longing. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "Dad, Mom, I miss you." Tears streamed down his face as he felt a deep sense of helplessness, trapped in Zone A019. The spectators watching the thrilling moments fell silent. In this survival world, discussing family was an absolute taboo. They were well aware of the brutality of this world, especially since entering the survival phase, countless lives have been lost. Yet, when they paused to rest and thought of their loved ones, they reassured themselves that they were doing just fine, having resources and strength, using various beautiful fantasies to numb their pain. Lin Yuan cried for a while, but then suddenly stood up. If his strength wasn't enough, then he would continue to improve it. One day, he would unravel all the mysteries. He couldn't afford to be despondent or let the harsh environment of the survival world defeat him. Lin Yuan walked up to the tree that pinned down Li Xuanmei, stepped on her chest with his foot, grabbed the gun barrel, and pulled it out with force. Looking at her wide-open eyes, he sighed, thinking they had no real enmity, and wanted to help close her eyes. But at that moment, his pupils constricted, and he quickly sidestepped as a massive snake head lunged at the spot where he had just been. Lin Yuan managed to dodge, but Li Xuanmei wasn't so lucky. She was bitten directly. Lin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. He had only seen the enormous head that attacked him in her eyes, which allowed him to escape. But there was nothing he could do about the current situation. The python didn't pursue Lin Yuan. Instead, it swallowed Li Xuanmei whole. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yuan checked the information about the giant snake that had attacked him. Name: Grassland Python Quality. Common Level: Beast Strength, 9-star Skill. Instinct Description: This is an omnivorous giant python that often resides in grasslands. It measures 25 meters in length, has a keen sense of smell, is non-venomous, but due to its enormous appetite, it will attack any animal it sees. 25 meters? What kind of concept is that? Let alone 25 meters. Lin Yuan had never even seen a 5-meter snake, staring at the charred remains of the giant python, its original color unrecognizable. Lin Yuan steadied his nerves and gripped his spear tightly. He had no intention of fleeing, nor could he, as the massive 25-meter serpent had him surrounded in the grass. Greed can lead to folly. Two creatures wanting to devour each other without concern for overindulgence? Lin Yuan scoffed. Since escape was not an option, he would fight to the end. He tightened his grip on the spear and, seizing the moment while the python was busy swallowing Li Xuanmei, launched a counterattack. With the flying dragon spear technique, he focused on pure offense, aiming for the python's vulnerable spot, its eyes. Naturally, the python was not about to be a stationary target, waiting to be struck. It deftly tilted its head to evade the direct assault. Lin Yuan quickly adjusted his strategy, employing the coiling dragon spear technique, sweeping the spear tip toward the python's head. With a resounding thud, the python's head jolted slightly. Perhaps it hadn't expected Lin Yuan to have such a move in store. It took a solid hit from the coiling dragon spear technique. With a physique nearing 20 points, Lin Yuan could unleash several hundred pounds of force using his refined spear techniques. A blow of that magnitude to the python's head was certainly not pleasant. If this game had a stun indicator, there would surely be one marked on the python's head right now. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy and continued to wield his spear, hoping to seize the opportunity to expand his advantage and unleash a relentless barrage on the python's head. However, the python was not to be underestimated. It had more than just its head. It had a tail and a massive body. The python quickly swung its tail toward Lin Yuan, desperate to avoid another blow to its head. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. The python's body swept through the air like a giant wielding a massive log, creating an immense force that resonated through the air. While a small snake might not have much power in its tail, the sheer weight of the giant python gave it an overwhelming advantage, making its sweeping motion feel like an unstoppable force. Chapter 78. Ordinary beasts with a 9-star strength are comparable to the peak combat power of ordinary humans. Lin Yuan is still far from reaching the peak combat power of an ordinary person. His physique is only 18, and his highest skill is merely a 6-star basic technique, the 8 Extremes Spear Technique. He cannot match strength with the giant python, nor can he engage in a direct confrontation. Lin Yuan quickly concluded this. With a powerful push from his legs, he jumped up and kicked off a tree trunk, trying to gain more height to evade the giant python's tail attack. The giant python's strikes were cunning, sweeping low to the ground towards Lin Yuan, leaving him no chance to crouch down and avoid it. He couldn't lie down, as the sweeping area was too wide. He could only jump higher. Fortunately, there was a tree nearby that he could use to his advantage. Although he couldn't reach the impressive height of 8 or 9 meters like Luo Yi, given his current physique and the body training technique he had practiced, jumping 2 or 3 meters high was still manageable. That height was sufficient. With a loud bang, the giant python's tail slammed against the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake violently, with leaves cascading down in showers, filling the air. Lin Yuan had no time to admire the beautiful scene. As he descended, he brought both himself and the spear crashing down towards the giant python's body. A strike from a height of 2 to 3 meters was no trivial matter. With a thunderous sound, the giant python quickly swung its tail, clearly in pain. After the pain came anger. The giant python resorted to the same attack again, fiercely sweeping towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used the same tactic, leveraging the tree to evade the python's assault. After 2 such encounters, the giant python altered its strategy, no longer sweeping low but instead attacking directly at Lin Yuan's maximum jump height, intending to crush him mid-air. Let us be honest. Even Lin Yuan's flesh-and-blood body couldn't withstand a single blow from the giant python, and attacking its head was out of the question since it was well protected. However, as the enemy changed its tactics, so did Lin Yuan. With the python changing its attack route, he wouldn't foolishly jump up to evade. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, rendering the giant python powerless against him. The giant python also had its most powerful instinct, to coil and constrict. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan managed to evade this maneuver by hiding behind the tree. The python couldn't wrap around him at all. After several attempts, the giant python realized that the giant tree was a significant obstacle and stopped rushing to attack Lin Yuan. It began to slowly coil around the massive tree, wrapping its 25-meter-long body around it again and again. At first, Lin Yuan didn't understand what the giant python was up to, but as it exerted force, causing the ground to tremble and the trunk to sway, he realized the creature's intention. It was mimicking Liu Zixin's technique of uprooting willows, clearing the obstacle in its path. Damn it, this hero from Water Margin, this Liangshan champion, shouldn't be teaching this beast such tricks. Wasn't that leading him to an unjust fate? Lin Yuan was sweating profusely, anxiously wielding his spear and striking fiercely at the giant python's body. Unfortunately, his meager attack power could only hit the weak points, and he couldn't break through the giant python's thick defenses. Lin Yuan was truly desperate this time. Whether it was the python's sweeping tail or its constricting body, it could unleash over 1,000 pounds of force. With such heavy attacks, and without any defensive gear, even a glancing blow could send him to the afterlife. The more Lin Yuan attacked, the faster he became, and his spirits were sinking. The battle between man and python was gripping for the onlookers. The giant python's immense power was overwhelming, and Lin Yuan was only able to hold his ground thanks to the large tree. If the python managed to uproot the tree, the top-ranked survivors would be devastated. I'm used to it. The casualties among the top 20 survivors have already been numerous, and I suspect Lin Yuan won't be the last. What a harsh reality it is, seeing him on the brink of defeat. People were directly calling out Lin Yuan's name instead of referring to him as the big shot he was. Luo Yi's expression was unusually serious as she watched Lin Yuan, who was in a state of desperation as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her knife. Indeed, she was worried about Lin Yuan and didn't want to see him fall here. No one knew that she had noticed him before anyone else. Why? Out of curiosity. The top 20 survivors in the rankings each had their unique skills, and they had trained hard back on Blue Star, relying on their physical strength and endurance to achieve good standings, which didn't surprise her. What puzzled her were 2 individuals. One was Lin Yuan, and the other was Zhao Liangkai, who Lin Yuan had also suspected. Her attention to the 2 was heightened. The first one she noticed was Zhao Liangkai, who had a slight paunch. This was a polite way of saying he was quite overweight. Having learned a bit about face reading from her grandfather, she could tell at a glance that Zhao Liangkai was an insidious person, which made her lose interest in him. His ninth place must have been obtained through some underhanded means. In contrast, Lin Yuan, despite his frail physique, had bright, clear eyes that radiated integrity and an aura of boundless potential. This kind of countenance suggested that while he might seem like an ordinary person in everyday life, he could rise to greatness in times of crisis, soaring to great heights. Her agreeing to be his girlfriend stemmed from recognizing his worth. In this survival world, and on the endless road ahead, having someone to walk alongside was invaluable. Additionally, there was the way he bought underwear for dignity, spinning a casual lie that somehow involved her, giving her a sense of fate at play. Most importantly, he had entered her heart. At that time, her grandfather had just passed away, and she had arrived in the survival world, feeling a deep sense of loss for her grandfather, parents, and younger brother. Although she was powerful in this new world, being separated from her family left her feeling lost. The mutual competition between her and Lin Yuan brought her immense joy. In the end, it's all about dignity. The one exposed in every way is Lin Yuan. If it were someone else, or someone like Zhao Liangkai, it would be disgusting. If they dare to complain, they'd be dealt with swiftly. Love between men and women requires mutual consent. Although she didn't reject Lin Yuan, being forced by him made her feel quite wronged. She agreed, but was also very angry and upset. How could one act like this without even pursuing the other person? However, once she broke through to become an evolver and calmed down, she realized this was a survival world where life was uncertain. There was no room for too much modesty. Some male and female survivors, when they meet on the road, directly support each other, fighting together by day and still together at night. They were actually being quite slow and reserved, taking things step by step. She took on the responsibility of providing meals for Lin Yuan to give him more time to hone his skills. Little did she expect that now he couldn't even handle a giant python. Watching Lin Yuan gradually lose his composure, she didn't cry or scream. Instead, she tightened her grip on the knife. Until the last moment of battle, no one could be sure which side will win. There are too many factors that influence the outcome of a fight. Beyond personal combat power, there are timing, location, and the ability to perform under pressure. Luo Yi absolutely refused to believe that a person with limitless potential would fall to something as trivial as a giant python. Chapter 79. At first, Lin Yuan couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Unable to overcome the giant python's defenses, he felt utterly defeated and somewhat disheartened. But soon, he burst into laughter, grabbing his long spear and running towards the endless road. If he couldn't win, then a strategic retreat was in order. Throughout history, many have chosen to retreat strategically. It's not a shameful act at all. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Once he gained enough strength, he could take down a giant python just the same. If he couldn't fight, then he wouldn't. There was no point in stubbornly clashing here. He hadn't run earlier because he was surrounded by the python's massive body. In any direction he chose posed a risk of being constricted and suffocated. Besides, fleeing into the deep mountains was not an option. Now the situation had changed. The giant python was trying to uproot a giant tree to clear a path for itself. However, in its effort to pull down the tree, it had wrapped most of its body around it. Wasn't that a classic case of self-entrapment? Lin Yuan would have to be foolish to engage in a tug-of-war with a giant python over a tree. If it didn't run now, then when? With that thought, Lin Yuan sprinted away with all his might. Seeing this, the giant python abandoned its tree-pulling efforts and, enraged, started to chase him. Its massive size granted it immense power. But at that moment, it also limited its agility. Retrieving the part of its body wrapped around a tree wasn't as simple as just yanking it back. It had to first loosen its grip before slowly withdrawing its body. By the time it regained its freedom and was able to move freely, Lin Yuan was already on his bike, ready for action. With a submachine gun in hand, he loaded the bullets and prepared to strike. This situation highlighted the limitations of firearms. In an unexpected battle, there was simply no time to draw a gun, load it, and fire. No matter how quick you were, you couldn't match the speed of a weapon that was already in your hands. Furthermore, there was the issue of endurance. As the survivors' physical condition improved and strength increased, the force of their attacks could surpass that of a gunshot, ultimately coming down to which weapon could endure longer. Without a doubt, one's own strength and weapon played a crucial role. Relying on his weapon, he could easily unleash dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of attacks. In contrast, a gun would never grant you even a second, let alone half a second, to reload a magazine. Qin Mingwei was the perfect example of this, having lost due to a lack of endurance. However, firearms had their advantages too, such as long range and low stamina consumption. Once a numerical advantage was established, it became difficult for the enemy to approach. In summary, close combat could not be overlooked, and firearms should not be underestimated either. Lin Yuan, still on his bike, didn't flee immediately. With his level 9 skills bolstering him, he wasn't worried about escaping. After being chased and harassed for a while, he felt frustrated. But now that he was safe, it was time to counterattack. He needed to show the giant python just how formidable he was. As soon as the python got close, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage of fire. At first, Lin Yuan thought that using a rifle against the giant python would be ineffective and that a submachine gun might do something, but it turned out to be useless as well. Just as it said in the description, shooting the python felt like just giving it a scratch. The bullets hit the giant snake, creating sparks, but it didn't seem to be affected at all. Lin Yuan could only control the bicycle with his feet, freeing his hands to change magazines. He was still a bit reluctant, wanting to fire a few more shots to see if he could injure or even kill the giant python. Unfortunately, after changing magazine after magazine, he still couldn't do anything to the snake hiding in the grass. Frustrated, Lin Yuan slammed the submachine gun against the python in the grass. To his surprise, this led to a new discovery. The giant python, seeing the weapon that had been attacking it for a while flying towards it, opened its mouth in anger and swallowed the submachine gun whole. An omnivorous creature eating a gun? That could lead to indigestion. Lin Yuan's mouth dropped open in shock, but then he was overjoyed. Why would this beast eat some meat, some dirt, gnaw on stones, or rummage through garbage? Why did it have to eat iron? Wasn't he that asking for trouble? Now, the opportunity to kill the giant python had arrived. He continued to control the bicycle with his feet, just like yesterday, not moving forward, but instead retreating. He couldn't bear to leave that 9-star treasure chest behind. Perhaps the special skill book he needed would come from it. As for why he hadn't gone for it earlier, if he had, it would have been a case of valuing money over life. And he might have already been blocked by the python in a scorched area. The scorched area was completely open, with no place to hide. It would have been a dead end. Lin Yuan's plan was simple. If the python wanted to eat, then he would feed it until it was full, letting it have a last meal before it met its end. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt, unhooked a grenade from his waist, and tied several grenades together with the cloth. These grenades had been confiscated from 2 armed survivors, and now they were coming in handy. After preparing the cluster grenades, Lin Yuan pulled out his Desert Eagle to provoke the python in the grass. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several shots, each hitting the giant python. Although the bullets didn't have much lethality, they certainly angered the python. It twisted its body, chasing after Lin Yuan. This was exactly the effect Lin Yuan wanted, to enrage the python. Seeing that the python was furious, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly pulled the pins from a few grenades and threw the cluster grenades towards the python in the grass. The enraged python indeed took the bait. Lin Yuan offered it food, and it didn't hesitate to open its massive mouth and swallow the grenades whole. Boom! Immediately, Lin Yuan heard a muffled explosion. The grassland python had just been suffering from indigestion, but now was unable to digest anything at all. Although its exterior had decent defenses, its insides were filled with vital organs, and even a minor injury could cause excruciating pain, not to mention the few grenades that had exploded inside. After the blast, the grassland python writhed in agony on the ground. Ha! Lin Yuan laughed heartily as he jumped off his bike, brandishing his spear and striking at the python's head. Just moments ago, the python had been chasing him, but now the tables had turned, and it was his turn to pursue the python. Unfortunately, he became overly confident. The python, recognizing Lin Yuan as the culprit behind its suffering, didn't care about its own pain and lashed out with its tail, sweeping towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the python to be so reckless, determined to retaliate even at the cost of its own safety. This was certainly a tactic it had learned from that woman. Even in its last moments, it wanted to take him down with it. Lin Yuan's smile turned bitter, realizing this attack was particularly tricky. If he crouched down to avoid it, the python could still sweep him off his feet. If he jumped, it could still hit his ankles. There was no way out. He had to meet force with force and take a gamble. He wished he could slap himself for rushing in to show off after achieving some initial success, putting himself within the python's attack range. Why couldn't he be as steady as a rock, waiting for the python to succumb to its injuries on its own? He should have suppressed the frustration of being pinned down by the python, enduring like a true ninja. Once the python was dead, he could unleash his pin-up anger on its corpse. But now it was too late for regrets. All Lin Yuan could do was grip the spear tightly, his eyes fixed on the approaching python. Chapter 80. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, gripping the gun barrel tightly as he unleashed the 8 extreme spear technique, fiercely meeting the massive body of the sweeping python. With a loud bang, he felt a tremendous recoil from the spear, causing his hands to go numb and his arm to ache. The spear nearly flew out of his grip, but he held on for dear life, staggering back several steps before finally regaining his balance. The enraged python swept again, targeting the disheveled Lin Yuan. Before he clashed head-on, a sense of fear lingered in his heart. The force behind the python's sweeping body was no joke. However, after taking that initial hit, he realized that while the python's strength was immense, over 1,000 pounds, it hadn't reached the point of being unstoppable, capable of crippling or killing him in one blow. What he didn't know was that the python, already injured, was unable to exert its full power. Otherwise, well, it was a pity Lin Yuan was unaware of this. He thought to himself that since he couldn't be killed, he could continue fighting even if his arm went numb. If others could do it, so could he. He continually hypnotized himself, reinforcing his belief. Without fear, Lin Yuan charged toward the sweeping python once more. Another loud bang echoed, and he staggered back several steps again, his arm trembling slightly. Again, Lin Yuan shouted, launching himself at the massive creature again. The result was the same. He felt close to numbness from the pain, but his gaze remained unwavering. It was now a battle of endurance to see who would fall first. He believed that the injured python wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, after he took another hit from the python's sweep, he clearly felt its strength diminish significantly. He snorted coldly. With its internal injuries, it was bound to sustain further damage with every forceful attack. As the python's sweeping force weakened, Lin Yuan's confidence soared, and he boldly approached the creature. After several more exchanges, the python surprisingly attempted to flee. After striking the massive creature a few times with his spear, Lin Yuan noticed that the python's enormous body was still trying to slither away. He grabbed the python's tail and pulled hard. Lin Yuan's own injuries were bearable, but for the python, any movement brought excruciating pain, exacerbating its internal injuries. The python writhed its tail, trying to crawl forward, while Lin Yuan exerted all his strength to drag it back. Soon, the python could no longer move, gasping for breath. Seeing that the python had lost its strength, Lin Yuan released its tail and approached its head with the spear in hand. This time, he was absolutely certain that the python wouldn't counterattack. Lin Yuan stood before the python's head, intent on killing this 9-star grassland python. Striking other parts of its body wouldn't be enough to take down such a massive creature. Only a blow to the head could deliver a fatal blow. The grassland python stared back with wide eyes, appearing somewhat pitiful and helpless. Lin Yuan showed no mercy at all. If he could kill a person, why would he hesitate to take down a giant python? He raised his gun and fired shot after shot at the creature's massive head. Killing the grassland python, he realized that since it was level 10, he wouldn't gain any experience or level up. You have killed the grassland python and earned 100 experience points, even though he couldn't level up or gain any more experience. Lin Yuan glanced at the notification before turning his attention to dismantling the python. The disassembly was successful, yielding 500 python meat, 5 python skins, 1 python gallbladder, 20 python fangs, and 20 unknown meats, as well as some unidentified bones. While items like python meat, skin, and fangs were easy to understand, he couldn't help but wonder what this unknown meat was. Curiosity got the better of him, and he picked it up to examine it. Item: unknown meat quality, ordinary rating, 3 stars. Description: this is human flesh. Are you sure you can eat it? Whoa! Lin Yuan exclaimed as he read the description, quickly tossing the unknown meat far away. He shouldn't have been curious about it in the first place. It was obvious that since the python had just swallowed a person, the unknown item must be, well, it was clear what it was. After discarding all the unknown items, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the description of the unknown meat and then at the python meat, he felt a bit hesitant to eat it now, knowing it had consumed a human. However, throwing it away felt like a waste. 9-star ordinary meat was not something to be compared with regular meat. The energy boost to his survivor attributes required a significant amount of nourishment, and regular food would take a lot to satisfy his needs. In contrast, high-rated meat was not only tastier, but also more nutritious, providing him with more energy. After some thought, he decided that if he didn't want it, he could give it to someone else. He pulled out the survival guide, which had a blue light flashing, indicating that a friend was online. However, he ignored the friend requests and focused on processing the python meat first. He accessed the trading post and listed the meat for sale. Trading item: python meat trading requirements. None trading note: 9-star ordinary python meat that has eaten humans. If you want it for free, take it. Otherwise, I'm just going to throw it away. Trade initiator: far from enough. After listing the trade, Lin Yuan opened his friend messages. Nice job. Cold edge. Not bad, bro. I thought you wouldn't make it through this challenge. Elegant and graceful. The big shot is indeed a big shot. It's someone we all look up to. Upon seeing these messages, Lin Yuan's first reaction was, how did they know I killed the python? However, he quickly realized that she must have been featured in a highlight moment. Luo Yi actually took the initiative to message him, which surprised Lin Yuan, prompting him to be the first to reply. Not nearly enough. It's a must. As your man, I'm just that strong. How about I whip up some delicious food at noon to treat you? Unfortunately, Luo Yi either didn't respond because she was busy or simply didn't want to engage, so he decided to reply to a message from Lung Feng instead. Of course, my strength is undeniable. It's very strong, stronger than all of you. If I only placed third, it was just to let my girlfriend know, right? In ancient times, an army of only 10,000 would claim to be 100,000 strong. An army of 100,000 would say they had 1,000,000. What's wrong with a bit of boasting? Compared to some historical figures, I'm really not overdoing it. Finally, he replied to Yang Tingting's message. Not nearly enough. Just work a bit harder, and you too could become a big shot. Other friends, like He Yunying and Bai Li Shaozheng, also sent messages. However, most of them were just polite chatter, so Lin Yuan didn't bother to reply to each one individually. He had a 9-star treasure chest waiting for him to open. After all, he didn't have that much time to chat. Closing the chat page, Lin Yuan opened his inventory. Wait a minute. What happened to the survival guide from that woman he killed? Logically, a guide like that should be carried on her person. If the woman was swallowed by a giant python, then that item should be inside the python's body. How come it didn't drop when he disassembled it just now? Lin Yuan felt helpless. Since he had disassembled the python, he couldn't possibly search through its belly for the guide. He could only collect the materials from the ground and check the area where the fight took place to see if it had fallen somewhere. The materials were said to be on the ground, but they were actually protected by the system, so they wouldn't get dirty or contaminated. After taking care of that, Lin Yuan hopped on his bike and hurried toward the 9-star treasure chest. Chapter 81. It is now the 7th day of survival. With just 13 days left until the event begins, he must make the most of every moment. Lin Yuan rode back for a while before abandoning his bicycle and eagerly sprinting towards the location of the 9-star treasure chest. This was the first ordinary 9-star chest he had found, and he couldn't wait to see what it might contain. In the scorched area where the chest was placed, Lin Yuan noticed that the chest had shifted from its original position. Beneath where the chest had been, there was now an enormous pit. Hiss! Looking at the marks inside the pit, Lin Yuan quickly pieced together what had happened. The giant python must have sought refuge from the fire by hiding inside, and then placed the chest on top of itself. The chest was protected by the system. So even though the python hadn't completely shielded itself from the flames, it had clearly suffered much less damage. Lin Yuan felt extremely fortunate that he hadn't recklessly dived into the bushes yesterday. Otherwise, he would surely have been in serious trouble. It seemed he needed to be more cautious from now on. Only by being careful could one navigate the tumultuous seas of survival. After glancing at the giant pit, Lin Yuan shifted his focus back to the treasure chest. Ordinary treasure chests were rated from 1 star to 9 stars, with varying appearances. The higher the rating, the better the chest looked. For instance, a shabby wooden box looked worn and dilapidated. A 1-star chest was somewhat better, though still old. As for 2 stars, 3 stars. When it came to the 9-star chests, they underwent a dramatic transformation, being even more precious than low-tier black iron chests. Were low-tier chests. Ratings of 1, 2, and 3 stars surely classify as low-tier. The 9-star ordinary treasure chest appeared brand new and grand, intricately carved with ancient patterns, nearly twice the size of other chests. Lin Yuan didn't waste any more time and walked over, reaching out to touch the chest. Upon opening the 9-star, shabby wooden box, he received the 9-star forging technique. 1. Recipe. Police combat suit. 1. Recipe. Police combat pants. 1. And police combat boots. 1. You have opened a 9-star, shabby wooden box and gained 100 experience points. You have acquired the 9-star ordinary forging technique and gained 100 experience points. You have obtained the 9-star ordinary recipe for the police combat suit and gained 80 experience points. You have received the 9-star ordinary recipe for police combat pants and gained 50 experience points. You have acquired the 9-star ordinary recipe for police combat boots and gained 50 experience points. Hiss. Lin Yuan stared at the series of notifications in disbelief. Perhaps it was because it was his first time opening a 9-star chest, but he had actually received 4 9-star ordinary items. One was the 9-star forging technique he had long desired, while the other 3 were recipes for crafting 9-star ordinary equipment. Recipes were far more valuable than finished products. With equipment, there was only one piece, but with recipes, as long as he had the materials, he could produce as many as he wanted. In addition to these tangible items, he had also gained experience points. He opened a treasure chest and gained a total of 380 experience points. His experience points had accumulated to the point where he couldn't use them all, ever since he went on a crazy mining spree, racking up experience points. And with the daily settlement of points every night, he had never faced a shortage of them again. Experience. 25,000. Now that he had skills and experience points, it was time to put them to good use, especially since his arm was injured and needed some recovery. Lin Yuan immediately set up a foundation. Just as he was about to depart, he decided to stay put again. Even if he settled down, cleaning the wolf blood was impossible. So he used divine water to purchase all the foundations available at the trading post. He expanded his foundation to the size of the 7 stars, which was 70 square meters. He was no longer in the arms dealing business. Selling handgun bullets was too bleak. Selling divine water was the way to go. As long as it rained, he could have as much as he needed. Even if it didn't rain, he could buy wastewater from other survivors, process and filter it, and then sell it at prices dozens or even hundreds of times higher than the purchase price. There were indeed miners who went crazy digging, trying to replicate Lin Yuan's wealth formula. Unfortunately, the treasures were not the ordinary stones found everywhere, no matter how hard the miners dug. They could only find 1 or 2 pieces of magnetite. 1 or 2 pieces of magnetite could at most filter wastewater into fresh water, but it was nowhere near comparable to Lin Yuan's 6-star spring water. Lin Yuan expanded his foundation because he wanted to build a new wooden house and take a bath. His intention for the bath wasn't for enjoyment, but to help his injured thumb and aching arm recover better. This time, he didn't use ordinary materials for the wooden house. Instead, he used grated wood, though not the best quality, just good enough since he would eventually tear it down and rebuild. After completing the new wooden house, Lin Yuan heated some water and began to take a bath inside it. While soaking to recover from his injuries, he wasn't idle. He took out 3 recipe blueprints. He planned to craft them right away so that he could wear the new gear as soon as he finished his bath. Item: Recipe Police Combat Suit Quality, Ordinary Rating. 9 stars requirements. 1 bee's fur, 2 bee skins, 1 rubber, 3 dyes, 1 iron sheet, 1 fine cloth. Seeing the requirement for beast fur, Lin Yuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. The incorporation of beast fur into the combat suit would not only increase its softness, but also enhance its insulation properties. Since it was for insulation, could he add gemstones with heat attributes? Yes, he could modify the recipe to include this function. Lin Yuan immediately activated the sci-fi-looking recipe modification station. Input the police combat suit recipe and began to check the attributes of the combat suit. Item: Police combat suit quality, ordinary rating. 9 stars effect. Defense 3 durability. 6 description. This is a police combat suit used by future law enforcement, designed to withstand gunfire from submachine guns for a limited time. Once its durability is exhausted, the suit will be damaged. No need to worry about fit. Once you wear it, the suit will automatically adjust to the appropriate size for the wearer. Unlike a police hoodie that can only resist handgun fire, this combat suit provides protection against submachine gun bullets. As long as you're wearing the combat suit and its durability hasn't run out, even if you get hit, you won't die, and it's unlikely you'll even get injured. Lin Yuan was thrilled and quickly asked Luo for a fire attribute gem. But soon after, he requested an ice attribute gem as well. He intended to test the effects of the gems one by one. These gems have been synthesized into 9 stars by Luo Yi, saving him quite a bit of effort. Lin Yuan first selected a fire attribute gem and placed it on the modification table. Immediately, a new attribute appeared in the effects section. Heat dispersion releases varying amounts of heat to dispel cold based on the degree of coldness. Not bad. Lin Yuan pressed on, taking out the fire attribute gem and placing it with the ice attribute gem. Heat relief releases varying degrees of cold to eliminate warmth based on the level of high temperature. Lin Yuan frowned. The 2 gems weren't useless, but they were a bit limited. Should he make 2 suits, one with heat dispersion for nighttime use and another with heat relief for daytime? That's ridiculous. Lin Yuan felt somewhat dissatisfied, but then he had an idea. Why not combine the 2 gems? Thinking it, he did it. Lin Yuan placed both gems on the modification table. Day cool, night warm. Provides heat relief during the day and cold dispersion at night, freeing you from the troubles of weather. Though the description was simple, Lin Yuan understood its meaning. With this effect, he wouldn't feel cold or hot in any environment in the future. Overjoyed with this successful modification experience, he wanted to experiment with all the materials he had to see if he could discover anything unexpected. 9-star wood, plastic, universal keys. Lin Yuan tried and tried, but either the attributes regressed or they were completely unusable. After over an hour of testing, when he finally replaced the iron sheet with a G-grade 9-star diamond crystal, Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 82 Item: Military Battle Suit Quality. G-Class Rating. 9 stars effect. Keeps cool during the day and warm at night. Defense. 6 durability. 20 description. This is a military battle suit designed for future soldiers, capable of withstanding sniper fire. When its durability runs out, the suit will become damaged. No need to worry about the fit. Once worn, it will automatically adjust to the appropriate size for the wearer. G-Class 9 stars equipment. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. By adding a piece of diamond crystal, he had surprisingly upgraded the gear from a regular 9 stars to a G-Class 9 stars. He looked at the diamond crystal again, realizing he might have underestimated this G-Class, or he had mined from a treasure boulder. Item: Diamond Crystal Quality. G-Class Rating. 9 stars description. This is a very rare high-grade material that, when refined, can produce transformers. High-grade material, transformers. This material is no ordinary find, but unfortunately, Lin Yuan couldn't make sense of it. He read and reread the description, chewing over the words again and again. Yet he found no clarity. Sighing, Lin Yuan lamented that he couldn't decipher the material. As for Luo Yi, he was just as perplexed. Logically speaking, this girlfriend was someone he had obtained through dubious means. She shouldn't be overly fond of him, and one would expect her to harbor some resentment. But the reality? She took care of all his meals and, noticing his lack of caution as a survivor, even offered him guidance. Moreover, she was too indulgent with him. He had just sent her message after message, requesting one item after another, and she didn't object. She simply complied with whatever he asked. No, it wasn't indulgence. It was more like she had an extraordinary amount of patience. Was this what they call being cold on the outside, but warm on the inside? It wasn't that Lin Yuan was being paranoid. It was just that this girlfriend felt too surreal. It was like setting a trap and having your prey fall right into it without effort. However, if that prey was strong and clever, it might fall into a trap that seemed impossible to escape, just like Lin Yuan did. Was he not the prey? Was Luo Yi really the hunter? He quickly shook his head, reminding himself that this girlfriend was a figment of his imagination. It was he who had demanded she be his girlfriend. He, Lin Yuan, was the hunter, and Luo Yi was merely the prey who had stumbled into his trap. Not daring to dwell further on thoughts of her, Lin Yuan forced her out of his mind. His body had undergone changes, and his vitality surged. Damn, just thinking about it made it hard to control himself. If they were to meet in the future, wouldn't he be exhausted like an old ox? Didn't the books say that there are only worn-out oxen, not worn-out fields? He quickly refocused his attention on the formula modification, daring not to think any further. He completed the transformation of the military battlesuit and upgraded the remaining 2 formulas to military specifications as well. After perfecting the recipe, Lin Yuan launched a major production, creating 2 sets of matching outfits in black, one for himself and one for Luo Yi. He even had a clever idea. He dyed the letter Yuan on the front of Luo Yi's outfit, symbolizing that he was always in her heart. As for his own outfit, he had the letter E on it. Now that was what true couple outfits were about. After gifting the military combat gear to Luo Yi, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the refining divine art. The name made him twitch at the corner of his mouth, as it reminded him of the flashy names he had seen on the announcement board on the first day. Names that sounded impressive, but meant nothing in terms of ranking. This refining divine art had a similarly grand-sounding name, Wrath of the Sea God. Skill, refining divine art Wrath of the Sea God quality. Ordinary rating, 9 stars. Description, when the sea god is enraged, the waves can be tumultuous and fierce. With deep practice, it can significantly enhance mental attributes. Is that it? Lin Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. What difference did it make whether the description was there or not? He also realized that many items couldn't fully convey their effects through descriptions or attributes alone. Take the body refining technique, for instance. It merely increases physical fitness. But is that all it does? No, it also allows for better control over one's strength and body, mastering more techniques. Benefits like strengthening the body, losing weight, and building muscle are just side effects. Since he couldn't deduce much from the attributes or description, he decided to experiment personally. He began to meditate and learn, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. Lin Yuan quickly began to comprehend it. Wrath of the Sea God, what a skill! It allowed him to use mental power to imagine and simulate seawater. At level 1, the simulated seawater covered a small area and was calm. However, as he leveled up, the area of simulated seawater expanded, and it became turbulent. With deep practice, it could even create raging waves. Although the name Wrath of the Sea God was somewhat misleading, as a 9-star refining skill, this skill book had significant advantages. It enabled him to enhance his spirit by simulating the expansion and flow of seawater. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, pleasantly surprised by a major benefit of the refining divine art. There were no restrictions on the training conditions. As long as the environment was quiet, he could practice in any position. He could lie down or even practice while sleeping. This meant he could train while soaking in a bath, allowing him to heal and cultivate simultaneously, 2 benefits in one. Such a great opportunity was too good for Lin Yuan to resist. He jumped out of the bath, added some hot water back into the tub, then returned to soak, closed his eyes, and officially began his training. When practicing the body refining skill, he fully immersed himself for the best results. With his eyes closed, he could maximize his mental perception. The first level of Wrath of the Sea God was easy to simulate, just a puddle of seawater and calm winds, and he could visualize it immediately. The second level was also straightforward, as the expanded surface of the sea and the rippling water were easy to replicate in his mind. For the third level, simulating the flowing seawater was just as simple. But when it came to the fourth level, something fell off. How could he advance so quickly in his training? As long as he imagined it once, he could simulate it effortlessly. Once he mastered it, he could use it, which meant he could continue to push forward with his experience points. Could it be due to the low skill level? Lin Yuan continued his training, rapidly advancing through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. He swiftly leveled up 3 more skills and finally realized that it wasn't just about the skill level. It was about how quickly he was mastering the divine refinement technique. After pondering for a moment, he figured it out. The images and key points of the skill were directly implanted in his mind, imprinted on his spirit. The practice of the divine refinement technique involved training his spirit, and since the skills were already imprinted in his mind, Lin Yuan could quickly become proficient with just a little practice. This meant that with the body refinement technique, he could mindlessly allocate points without worrying about destabilizing his foundation. Since he could allocate points without thinking, he decided to do so immediately and without hesitation, because mindless progress felt exhilarating. Level 7, Level 8, Level 9. Lin Yuan quickly pushed the skill to Level 9. Levels 1 through 9 were easy to train, merely a matter of quantity. However, once he reached the subtle level, it signified a qualitative change. The skill had a significant effect, adding 3 points to his spirit. The simulation of Wrath of the Sea God transformed into a tumultuous sea with roaring waves. Another level up would take him to the exquisite level, where he added another 3 points to his spirit, simulating a sea that was raging, powerful enough to capsize a wooden boat. When the divine refinement technique reached the master level, his spirit increased by another 3 points, and the simulated sea became boundless, with waves crashing violently as if a giant dragon were frolicking beneath the surface. Lin Yuan initially intended to push the skill to the master level and then check his personal attributes, but unfortunately, he found that he could no longer keep his eyes open. Chapter 83. No, it's not goodbye forever just for now. He was merely asleep, and the mindless upgrade of his skills brought him immense joy, but it also clouded his judgment. He failed to consider that even an ordinary person, after working a full morning, would feel the urge to take a nap. How much more so for him, who had been practicing mental cultivation and mindlessly upgrading his skills. It was no wonder he felt exhausted. He wasn't just tired. He had overexerted himself and had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan kept sleeping. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Luo Yi prepared a lavish lunch, as Lin Yuan had suggested earlier in the morning, intending to treat him. However, she soon realized that even after finishing her own meal, Lin Yuan had still not touched his. Frowning slightly, feeling irritated, she decided to make an emergency call. Did she really have to coax him just to eat? But as soon as she connected the call, she saw Lin Yuan, eyes closed, sleeping in the bathtub. At first, Luo Yi thought Lin Yuan was just being playful, trying to tease her. But it quickly became clear that he was genuinely asleep, his face marked by deep fatigue. She immediately understood that he had fallen into a deep sleep to replenish his drained energy. Her grip on the long knife trembled with frustration. This time, she was genuinely angry. It didn't matter how he ended up in this state. What mattered was that it was extremely dangerous. He was completely defenseless, and anyone could easily approach him with a gun to his head without him even knowing. Even a wolf could come and kill him in his sleep, and he wouldn't react at all. Fuming, Luo Yi abruptly ended the video call and sent Lin Yuan a message. Don't talk to me anymore. Though she said that, whenever she had a moment, she still found herself calling to check if Lin Yuan was awake, or if anyone had intruded into his cabin. There were indeed survivors who had passed through the burnt areas. But the memories of Lin Yuan's brutal slaughter of survivors and the massive python earlier that morning were still fresh in her mind. Who would dare to act recklessly? Seeing the scene from that morning replay in her mind, they would run as fast as they could. Lin Yuan slept from morning to afternoon, and from afternoon to evening. It wasn't until nearly 8 p.m., after it had been dark for a while, that he finally woke up. He opened his eyes wearily, looking somewhat dazed. As the euphoria from a mindless upgrades faded and his skills reached master level, he tried to open his eyes, but found it impossible, feeling as if he hadn't slept for days. That's when he realized he had made a grave mistake. The mindless upgrade of the divine technique wasn't without its consequences, something he had yet to discover. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He had already overexerted himself, and had no choice but to enter a deep sleep. Lin Yuan thought he would never wake up again, as robbers would not spare an unguarded person. In fact, he was overthinking. Robbers would not let go of a defenseless survivor. However, hiding in the wooden cabin, the robbers dared not check on what he was doing inside. That would be courting death. He had seen how Li Xuemei was directly killed the moment she showed any signs of recklessness. They certainly didn't want to be blasted by Lin Yuan on the spot. Intimidation was crucial. It was his means of survival. The first thing he did upon waking was check the time. It was the 7th day of survival, 8:25 p.m. He had slept for nearly 11 hours. After checking the time, Lin Yuan opened his friend channel, as the guide had indicated there was a message from friend. Don't talk to me anymore. Lin Yuan sighed. He had indeed acted a bit rashly this time. He didn't reply to the message, knowing that was a person of her word. Since she didn't want to talk to him now, she wouldn't engage with him for a while. Likewise, she wouldn't cut off his food supply for no reason. Following that message were 2 meals, one delivered at noon and the other just before 8 p.m. Lin Yuan took both out and devoured them hungrily. He was extremely famished. While eating, he didn't stop operating the virtual screen. From the friend channel, he switched to the regional channel. Many people had died during the day. All of them fell victim to natural disasters. I encountered a natural disaster once in the morning and again in the afternoon. The frequency of natural disasters has increased since the survival period began. I faced 4 earthquakes. I spent the whole day running for my life. Hardly any time to search for treasure chests. From the discussions among survivors, Lin Yuan learned that natural disasters, which were previously rare, now seemed inevitable whenever one stepped outside. Many more people died during the day, all due to various natural disasters. After noting the count of online users in the regional channel, 673, 450, Lin Yuan quietly closed it and opened the fearless chat group. He scrolled to the top, where there was a message that tagged him. Lung Feng, did you guys kill anyone today? Was a guide found? Lung Feng first asked the group a question before tagging him directly. Lung Feng, Lin Yuan, bro, you killed someone this morning. Did you find a guide? Lin Yuan had searched for a guide before, but found nothing. Now that Lung Feng had killed someone and also didn't he find a guide. It could only mean that the rules for obtaining guides had changed since entering the survival period. Great. Maybe the robber should calm down now. Since killing didn't yield guides and the rewards had decreased, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to focus on finding treasure chests? Behind a message from the cold front, there is a message from Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting, no. But today I saw a survivor leave their bicycle on the road to take care of something, and it got dismantled by someone passing by. You all have to be careful. Never leave your bicycle unattended. Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Who would have thought that bicycle theft could reach the survival world? Isn't that just immoral? Dismantling someone's bicycle. What are they supposed to use? This is something to be cautious about. From now on, I might as well carry my bike to the restroom, so these people don't get the chance. Lin Yuan continued scrolling down. Yang Tingting. But that person later acquired a mechanical heart, and it seems that as long as you have a mechanical heart, you can rebuild a bicycle. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. That makes sense. There's no reason why a bicycle could be dismantled to obtain a mechanical heart. But a mechanical heart can't be used to assemble a bicycle. He kept reading, and unexpectedly, the next message was from his girlfriend. Luo E. Regarding various skills and the effects between different ratings, I made some personal speculations and posted about it. If you're interested, you can take a look. Lin Yuan. This is definitely meant for him. When they weren't in a Cold War, they would naturally share and discuss any discoveries together. But now that she is ignoring him, it's impossible for her to be the one to reach out first to chat or discuss progress. So she just posted something instead, knowing he would notice it as soon as he checked the chat. This post is a must-read. Luo E.'s discoveries are not necessarily the absolute truth, but they are definitely valuable references. Chapter 84 post. What effects can various skills have at different ratings? Author. Luo E. Skills can be divided into offensive skills and special skills, which enhance attributes. Both are essential. If one only practices offensive skills without strong attributes to support them, it's like a child wielding a sharp sword against an enemy. Limited by their physical condition, height, and strength, they cannot unleash the sword's full power. Conversely, if one only practices special skills and lacks profound offensive skills, it's akin to a giant holding a bamboo stick, intimidating in appearance but lacking real force, unable to demonstrate the giant's inherent strength. Therefore, both types of skills should be cultivated in balance. Even if conditions are not ideal, one should create opportunities for simultaneous training. Let us first discuss offensive skills. A rating of 3 stars is a threshold. A 3-star offensive skill can deliver an attack power that is double one's own strength. A 6-star offensive skill can yield 3 times one's strength, while a 9-star offensive skill can achieve 4 times one's strength. The actual attack power depends not only on the skill's level of mastery, but also on how well one controls their own body. This brings us to the body refinement technique. The higher the rating of the body refinement technique, the greater the benefits from mastering one's body and increasing physical attributes. A 1-star body refinement technique adds 1 point to one's physique, a 2-star technique adds 2 points, and so forth. For each additional star rating, physique increases by 1 point, culminating in a 9-star skill that adds 9 points to physique. The spirit refinement technique operates similarly. The higher the rating, the more points are added to mental strength. While high-rated skills offer numerous advantages, their training difficulty also increases significantly, so everyone should weigh their options. After reading Luo Yi's post, Lin Yuan felt immensely enlightened. Although he understood that higher-rated skills were beneficial, he struggled to articulate exactly what those benefits were and their specific effects. Luo Yi's analysis made the effects of various rated skills crystal clear. By comparing the level of his own skills, he could immediately gauge the kind of attack power he could unleash. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was his girlfriend, and she was incredibly strong. This wasn't something that could be casually speculated. Luo Yi wasn't one to make baseless claims. To derive such data and conclusions, one must practice numerous skills, elevate them to a certain level, and have precise control over their own body to sense the attack power of each skill, which enabled her to write this post. It was a chilling realization. If one doesn't think carefully, they might never realize how formidable their partner truly is. After the moment of pride came a wave of pressure. No way. No way. His girlfriend was so impressive, he couldn't afford to fall behind. Luo Yi created a technical post analyzing skills, and Lin Yuan immediately wanted to put together a post packed with valuable content. Unfortunately, after brainstorming for a long time, he reluctantly decided to give up. After all, he should let his girlfriend have the spotlight. Women need to be pampered. Lin Yuan continued to observe their conversation. Yang Tingting, big boss, you only mentioned 3-star, 6-star, and 9-star attack skills. What about 1-star, 2-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 7 or 8-star skills? Those skills don't meet your standards. Is she just being picky? Or what does she really not understand? It's quite simple. What Luo Yi referred to as a 3-star skill with double damage means that the highest attack power of 1 to 3-star skills can reach that level. 1-star and 2-star skills can at most achieve a damage multiplier of 1x, which can't reach double damage. Indeed, Luo Yi explained, for 1 to 3-star attack skills, the maximum damage can exceed one's own strength by 1 to 2 times. For 4 to 6-star attack skills, the maximum can exceed one's own strength by 2 to 3 times. For 7 to 9-star attack skills, the maximum can exceed one's own strength by 3 to 4 times. 4 and 5-star skills can only reach a damage multiplier of 2x. The same goes for 7 and 8-star skills. They can only reach a multiplier of 3x. Yang Tingting either genuinely understood or was pretending to understand, as she changed the topic. Did you guys hear? This morning, the beast attacked and killed several of the top 20 players. Qin Mingwei, Su Yu, Su Xiaoxi, and Li Yu. All 4 of them are dead. Lin Yuan had seen Qin Mingwei die. It was a tragic sight. Su Xiaoxi's death was not surprising at all. If the beast attack hadn't happened, she might have survived her gunshot wound. What a shame. What surprised Lin Yuan was that Su Yu and Li Yu were dead. One was young and reckless, fearless of anything, while the other was quiet and reserved. How could both of them have died? Truly, fate is unpredictable. Lin Yuan speculated that Su Yu must have frequently cursed the system, leading to a behind-the-scenes attack against him. It was puzzling how someone with decent combat power could die while those with lower combat power survived. For instance, He Yunying, of course. Lin Yuan wasn't wishing her dead. He was just curious about how someone who sits in an office all day managed to survive. And then there was Zhao Liangkai. If he didn't harbor any malice towards He Yunying, he definitely had it for Zhao Liangkai. From day one, he just didn't like him. It wasn't because Zhao Liangkai was wealthy or overweight. The boss of the company he worked for back on Blue Star was even less impressive than Zhao Liangkai. Yet he didn't feel the same disdain. In short, he just felt that Zhao Liangkai was not a good person. Zhao Liangkai never made it onto the highlights. But every day, he could be seen recruiting. Lin Yuan had seen more than once how people who wanted to join his team ended up, inexplicably, dead at the jaws of beasts. After soaking up all this information, Lin Yuan decided to share a piece of news. Not nearly enough. The 9-star treasure chest is guaranteed to yield 9-star items, making it even more precious than the black iron low-star chests. Low-star items are likely categorized as 1 to 3 stars. By this reasoning, 4 to 6 stars are medium tier, while 7 to 9 stars are high tier. This classification of low tier, medium tier, and high tier items seems quite reasonable. After sharing this information, Lin Yuan opened the trading post. The trading post proves to be extremely useful, not only for purchasing items, but also for gauging the current level of survivors based on the items they are selling. Looking at the giant python meat he had listed in the trading post, which had garnered no interest, Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament how the value of items fluctuates so dramatically. In the first few days, food was the most precious commodity. People were willing to trade anything they had for something to eat. Then, as Lu Yi broke through to become an evolver, her skills became all the rage, making her items the most valuable. Now, the situation has changed again. Frequent beast attack incidents have made submachine guns and police hoodies the top choices. Currently, the most valuable items are submachine guns, grenades, and police hoodies, with skill books coming in second. As for beast meat, everyone has it. It's a shame to throw it away, but no one is buying it in the trading post. Chapter 85. After watching the trading post for a while, Lin Yuan closed the survival guide without even bothering to wash his bowl. He decided to lie down and rest, feeling completely drained and in need of a break. He tossed the bowl back to Luo Yi, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Before going to sleep, he upgraded his 5 animal play skill to mastery level. Today, he had killed 208 wild wolves, cycled 2 kilometers, defeated 1 enemy, battled a giant python, found a 9-star ordinary treasure chest, and gained quite a bit of experience. As a result, He started calculating his experience points and earned 2,500 experience points. On the 8th day of survival, at 6 a.m., the beasts attacked again. After a night of restorative sleep, Lin Yuan had fully recovered both his mental state and physical stamina, and his attributes had greatly improved. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A019784096 health. Average level, 10 mental strength, 26 physical strength, 20 skills. Mastery level Wrath of the Sea God. Mastery level 5 Animal Play. Intermediate Flying Dragon Spear Technique. Intermediate Coiling Dragon Spear Technique. Intermediate 8 Extreme Spear Technique. Level 9 Assault Rifle Shooting. Level 9 Basic Firearms. Level 9 Pistol Shooting. Level 9 Basic Fist Fighting. Level 9 Basic Leg Techniques. Level 9 Basic Movement Techniques. Level 9 Basic Combat Techniques. Level 4 Military Boxing. Level 9 Bicycle Riding. Level 2 Culinary Skills. Level 3 Painting. Level 7 Computer Skills. Level 4 Music Experience needed to reach level 11. 71,071, with a 9-point bonus from the Wrath of the Sea God skill. Lin Yuan now had 26 mental strength and 20 physical strength. Reaching mastery level in the body refinement technique was more than just an increase of 2 points in physical strength. It represented a significant improvement in body control. Dressed in a black military uniform and black combat boots, wielding a long spear, he confidently stepped out of the wooden cabin, unafraid. Lin Yuan was now certain that after a night's stay, the survivors would inevitably face the beast disaster at dawn. This morning, there was only one beast attacking, significantly fewer than the previous morning, but it was much stronger than the wild wolves. Name, Spotted Tiger Quality. Average level, Beast Strength, 7-star skills. Instinct description, sharp teeth and pointed claws. This is an adult tiger, standing 1 meter tall, 8 meters long, and weighing 320 kilograms. It was surprising that this legendary king of beasts had only 7-star combat power, which was even lower than that of the giant python in the grass. In this survival world, it seemed that larger animals were generally stronger. There was some logic to it. The bigger the size, the greater the force they could exert, and naturally, their attack power would be higher. Classifying beast strength by attack power made sense. This spotted tiger could exert a force of around 600 to 700 pounds, while Lin Yuan could manage about 400 to 500 pounds. With a physique of 20 points, weighing 200 pounds of strength, and a 6-star mastery of marksmanship, Lin Yuan's capability is roughly equivalent to 400 or 500 pounds. But would Lin Yuan be afraid? Not all. He is the kind of man who has boldly faced a 9-star giant python. Why would he fear a 7-star ferocious tiger? Although his confrontation with the giant python had some tricks involved, the outcome of a battle isn't solely determined by brute strength. It also depends on situational performance and the advantages of weaponry. The spotted tiger lightly shifted its limbs, its eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, remaining still and cautious. These top predators are particularly sensitive to danger. It sensed that Lin Yuan was no ordinary opponent. With a determined gaze and a surge of fighting spirit, Lin Yuan decided that since the tiger was opting to observe, he would take the initiative. He gripped the gun firmly, stepped forward, and thrust toward the tiger's head. However, this shot was unenhanced by skills, and he didn't use much force, just a casual, straightforward jab, not even worthy of being called a basic attack. His intent was to build up power for a more powerful strike later. The tiger, already on high alert, would easily dodge an all-out attack right at the start. As expected, Lin Yuan's seemingly grandiose thrust turned out to be a soft jab that the prepared tiger easily evaded. The spotted tiger didn't launch the first attack out of fear. It was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Seeing Lin Yuan attack, it thought the moment had finally arrived. After all, being a wild beast, it had some hunting instincts but couldn't see through Lin Yuan's scheme. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, employing the spiral dragon spear technique, instantly changing the trajectory of his attack, aiming the spear tip at the tiger's eyes. If the tiger wanted to continue its assault, its eyes would inevitably be harmed, giving Lin Yuan a clear advantage. If it chose to evade, Lin Yuan could seize the chance to launch another attack. One misstep, and the tiger would find itself at a disadvantage in just a single move. The spotted tiger, of course, wouldn't let itself get injured. It halted its movement, tilted its head, and dodged the spiral dragon spear technique. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed even brighter as he continued to unleash a flurry of strikes. using the 8 extreme spear technique and the flying dragon spear technique. Each thrust faster than the last, targeting the tiger's body. Although the angles prevented him from hitting vital areas like the head, each strike carried a force equivalent to 400 or 500 pounds, causing the tiger to cry out in pain. After being pierced by several jabs, the tiger's fur was already stained with blood. Realizing the situation was turning against it, the spotted tiger quickly changed direction and fled with its tail between its legs. Lin Yuan laughed, watching the tiger retreat in such a disheveled state, but he didn't pursue it or fire his gun. He was truly tired of eating tiger meat. The aftermath was something he couldn't quite describe. Since he didn't want to eat it and wouldn't gain any experience from the kill, why bother? The beast he faced today knew it couldn't win and chose to run in fear, unlike yesterday's beast, which had fought like it was possessed, refusing to back down until death. It seems that yesterday was a major system overhaul, even eliminating those unqualified survivors. It's unclear what the mastermind behind this is aiming for, constantly pushing survivors to grow stronger. After the battle, Lin Yuan took out his guide and checked the channels. As he suspected, the survivors had all encountered beast attacks. However, this time there were no casualties. Those who lacked strength, vigilance, or simply unfit had perished yesterday. If, after the beast attack in the morning, a survivor remained unalert and failed to improve even a little throughout the day, Lin Yuan would say that their deaths were deserved. Not bothering with the other survivors, Lin Yuan focused on honing his shooting skills. He reviewed the flying dragon, coiling dragon, and 8 extremes shooting techniques multiple times. Using his experience points, he upgraded all 3 skills to the mastery level. Now, with these advanced skills, Lin Yuan could exert an attack power of over 500 pounds. After practicing these master-level skills repeatedly, he began training in the master-level body refinement technique. This was to better familiarize himself with his body and ensure he could control it effectively. He couldn't let his skills stagnate just because they reached their peak. As dawn approached, Lin Yuan started his breakfast. After eating, he hit the endless road. He was just 1 step away from acquiring the 9-star body refinement technique. Once he obtained it, he could instantly break through to become an evolver. The moment he became an evolver, he could start leveling up by defeating monsters, significantly boosting his strength. With this newfound power, he would crush beasts, disasters, and climb the activity rankings. Unfortunately, just as he got on his bike, his dreams were shattered by a disaster. Chapter 86. Lin Yuan packed up the foundation and reached the endless highway before hopping on his bike. He hadn't even placed his feet on the pedals when the road behind him suddenly cracked and collapsed into the depths below. This was a natural disaster, and Lin Yuan quickly put his feet on the pedals and pedaled furiously to reach maximum speed. His dragon battle in the wild had already been upgraded to 7 stars, and as long as he could create some distance, he would have no problem dealing with this earthquake disaster thanks to the speed of his 7-star bicycle and his level 9 cycling skills. Unfortunately, the disaster kept chasing him, leaving him no chance to search for treasure chests. He had been riding since around 8 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock, it was still in pursuit. It wasn't until nearly 9:30 that the earthquake finally eased up on Lin Yuan. Just as he slowed down, thinking he could safely search for treasure, the road behind him began to crack again, plunging into the abyss. Another round of disaster. Fortunately, this disaster didn't last long, only about half an hour. Once the earthquake disappeared, Lin Yuan stopped his bike and looked back. He couldn't believe that the earthquake could keep reappearing. If it did come back, he would simply pedal at full speed to the front to search for treasure and only run when the disaster got close. As he turned his head to look behind him, he didn't notice a massive boulder on the hillside above the road starting to move ominously. It swayed back and forth before rolling down the slope, crashing onto the road, heading straight for Lin Yuan. The thunderous sound echoed across the highway, and Lin Yuan suddenly looked up. What he saw made his blood run cold. A boulder the size of a car was tumbling down the mountain. Was this a rock disaster? How terrifying! The momentum of the falling boulder and the deafening crash as it hit the ground struck Lin Yuan's heart like a drumbeat. The boulder was enormous, and its speed meant that when it hit the road, it could deliver an impact of tens of thousands of pounds, even hundreds of thousands. What kind of concept was that? It equated to 100 times Lin Yuan's current attack power. Lin Yuan felt his limbs turn cold as he pedaled his bike faster. But the boulder seemed to have a mind of its own. As soon as he left his original position, it no longer aimed for where he had been. Damn, it was locked onto him by the disaster. He could only dodge at the last moment before the boulder struck. This boulder disaster might be the most dangerous among various calamities. Remaining calm when a boulder with the force of thousands of pounds is descending is an extraordinary test of a survivor's mentality. Those who pass the test are likely to have a change in mindset, their will to survive becoming even stronger, while those who fail will be crushed to pieces. Since speed wouldn't help him escape, Lin Yuan decided to slow down, keeping his mind focused on the rolling boulder above. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Now, as a massive boulder was about to crash onto the road, Lin Yuan suddenly accelerated and darted forward on his bicycle. He thought, surely that rock can't be chasing him now, right? But to his surprise, the boulder didn't fall according to its original trajectory. Instead, it eerily continued to plummet towards Lin Yuan, who was rushing ahead. This caught him off guard. But he was no longer the same Lin Yuan he used to be. He had changed significantly. In the past, he would be out of breath after climbing a flight of stairs, and even a stray dog would terrify him because he couldn't fight back or outrun it. Now, with a mental state at 26 points, he could focus and react quickly. His physical attributes reached 20 points, and with his mastery in body refinement techniques, he had better control over his body and agility. As the boulder changed its course to continue its assault on him, Lin Yuan reacted instinctively. He accelerated on his bike, leaned back sharply, and pushed off with his legs, launching his body backward. The bicycle sped forward while Lin Yuan flew backward, the boulder whizzing past his cheek. Just a few centimeters away, his pupils constricted sharply, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. In midair, Lin Yuan quickly steadied himself, twisting his arms to try to slap his palm against the ground for support to prevent a fall. But when the boulder struck the road with a thunderous boom, it rendered him momentarily deaf, leaving only a buzzing in his ears. The impact shook the ground, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground hard on his back. After a moment, he managed to gather himself and got back up, though his expression was grim. This natural disaster with the boulder was simply too extreme. Even in a beginner's welfare zone, designed for survivors to adapt and grow, such a harsh initiation was unimaginable. If survival was this intense on the first day, it was likely that over 99 of people wouldn't make it. Staring at the now-still boulder, Lin Yuan felt a sense of confusion. How many had perished in Zone 8019? Some had died from beast attacks, others from natural disasters, and some were killed by others. Over 30,000 had lost their lives. How long could he survive? But soon, the confusion faded, replaced by an unwavering determination in his eyes. The reason those people died ultimately boiled down to a lack of strength. If he possessed the same power as Luo Yi, a mere boulder would be inconsequential. If he had even greater strength, capable of delivering thousands or tens of thousands of pounds of force to easily send the boulder flying, what was there to fear from natural disasters? In that instant, his resolve to grow stronger solidified. With a determined gaze, Lin Yuan took one last look at the boulder, picked up his bicycle, and set off. Hours had already been wasted. It was time to search for treasure chests. After that, the journey became much smoother. Lin Yuan followed the strategy he had crafted and the experiences he had summarized, aiming for spots where treasure chests might be hidden. 1 hour, then 2 hours passed. 1 treasure chest, 2 treasure chests. By around noon, Lin Yuan had opened nearly 20 chests, but unfortunately, most were ordinary chests rated 3 stars or below. Even a few 6 or 7-star chests didn't yield anything impressive. The 9-star chest he longed for remained elusive. Not even a shadow in sight. By 12:30, Lin Yuan decided to take a break since it was mealtime and Luo Yi brought over the food. Unlike the leisurely meals of a few days ago, eating now had become a rushed affair. Not only did he need to focus on the basics of survival, but he also had to squeeze in a nap after lunch, making it feel less like a survival mission and more like a vacation. Survivors were now making the most of every moment, whether it was searching for treasure chests, gathering materials to upgrade their bicycles, or seeking out higher-rated body refining techniques to boost their attributes. Lin Yuan was also on the lookout for better body refining techniques. Stopping was not an option. Who knew if those unknown opponents had found the 9-star chests or when they would evolve into something stronger? If he fell behind, it would be a gradual descent into disadvantage. Leaning against a large tree, Lin Yuan set his meal on the ground and quickly dug in. After finishing his lunch, he planned to continue searching for treasure chests. He refused to believe that if he could find 1 9-star chest, he wouldn't be able to find second. Just as Lin Yuan was battling with his hearty lunch, he suddenly noticed a massive screen appearing in the sky. Someone was showcasing their achievements, and he slowed down his eating to catch up on the status of other survivors. It was essential to stay informed. But then, the person showcasing their achievements surprised Lin Yuan, causing him to pause his meal entirely. Chapter 87 this time, the spotlight was on two people, a man and a woman, both dressed in police hoodies. The man was Shi, ranked 13th, and a friend of Lin Yuan. What surprised Lin Yuan was not Shi himself, but the woman beside him. She was riding a bicycle, keeping pace with Shi. Unlike him, she wasn't carrying firearms or grenades. Instead, she held a whip in her hand. A whip was definitely rarer than a long gun. In this survival world, those who dare to go without firearms and rely solely on close-range weapons are typically confident in their melee skills, like Luo Yi, who had never used a gun and still focused solely on honing her knife techniques. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't so superficial as to judge a person's combat ability solely based on their weapon. He had developed a keen eye and now assessed a person's skill by observing their movements and the extent of their body control. The woman in the spotlight had her hair styled in a braid that hung down to her chest. She played with her braid with her right hand while holding the whip in her left, occasionally tapping her thigh. She rode her bicycle more steadily than Shi without even needing to hold onto the handlebars, demonstrating a remarkable level of body control. Most importantly, her right hand, which played with the braid, was covered in thick calluses. Judging by those marks, they were not from digging or farm work, but were likely the result of years of practicing with the whip. In ancient times, it was common to see such calluses from weapon use, but in modern times, it was quite rare. Yet, it was this uniqueness that allowed her to thrive in the survival world. Besides that, her eyes sparkled with confidence and vitality. To determine whether a survivor was a true expert, one should first assess their body control and then their spirit and energy. In Lin Yuan's eyes, this woman was undoubtedly a master. He furrowed his brow, realizing that while he thought he was making quick progress, he had now encountered a potential rival. It seemed he couldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. There were still some formidable characters hidden among the survivors. Fortunately, there were still 12 days left. If he put in the effort, he could still crush all competition. Lin Yuan continued to observe the two in the spotlight. Understanding his opponent's strengths was essential. As Shi and the woman rode along, they eventually stopped, lifting their bicycles and heading to the roadside. At this time, it seemed they were preparing to eat. Being a couple, they were just like him, stopping to set up camp to cook. The recipe, why did it seem so familiar? Just like when Rin Feng and his companion were ambushed? Could it be that Shi and the woman were also about to be attacked by robbers? Soon, Lin Yuan realized he was overthinking it. Shi and his companion chose a campsite that was much more straightforward than his, directly setting up by the roadside. They were far from the road, and the woman even erased the footprints they left behind. After walking for a while, they had to stop because a large elephant blocked their path. The important thing wasn't the elephant itself, but the treasure chest it carried on its back. Upon seeing the chest, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The other survivors watching were equally astonished. Wow, it's a 9-star ordinary treasure chest, just sitting on the elephant's back. A 9-star treasure chest had unexpectedly appeared in front of Shi and Lin Yuan. However, getting to that treasure chest wouldn't be easy, as the elephant was likely as strong as a 9-star beast. This elephant probably wouldn't be very docile. After all, they were in the survival world, not Blue Star. Sure enough, when the elephant spotted Shi and Lin Yuan, it charged at them as if it had a deep-seated grudge. The elephant was massive, weighing at least 2 to 3 tons for the lighter ones and 5 to 6 tons for the heavier ones. Its sheer weight and speed were terrifying as it barreled toward them, producing loud thuds that sent chills down the spines of the survivors. With such formidable defenses, a collision with a human would likely result in serious injury or death. Shi's expression changed, and he quickly opened fire with a submachine gun at the elephant. Unfortunately, the gun was ineffective. The bullets merely tickled the elephant. It continued its relentless charge toward them. The woman wielding the whip showed no fear and shouted, "You go wait on the road for me. We'll grab the treasure chest and leave." As she spoke, she swung her long whip, which was even longer than Lin Yuan's spear. Miraculously, the whip seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around a tree trunk. Not one to hesitate, Shi grabbed 2 bicycles and ran back. The whip-wielding woman seized the opportunity, swinging herself like a pendulum onto the elephant's back. Once she secured her position, she pulled the whip back and then lifted the treasure chest from the elephant's back. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The whip had just been used to hoist her up, and now it was back in her hand. The whip technique was truly impressive. With the treasure chest in her left arm and the whip in her right, she flicked the whip toward the elephant's eyes and trunk. Lin Yuan thought she would escape with the treasure chest, but she audaciously struck the elephant. With a loud crack, the whip hit the elephant's face, causing it to thrash its trunk in pain. Despite the elephant's heavy weight and terrifying power, more fearsome than a giant python, it had a glaring weakness. Once a person was on its back, it seemed utterly helpless against them. However, not everyone could pull off such a maneuver. Lin Yuan realized at this moment that the woman wielding the whip must have trained in equestrian skills or something similar. It's even possible she grew up riding horses. She kept her legs tightly clasped around the elephant's midsection, not needing to use her hands to grip its back at all. Her thighs seemed alive, remaining steady as the elephant thrashed and ran wildly. No matter how hard the elephant tried, it couldn't escape the fate of being struck by the long whip. Eventually, in desperation, the elephant collapsed, attempting to throw the whip-wielding woman off. As soon as she hit the ground, it could easily crush her with a single step. The whip-wielding woman's eyes lit up. She swung the whip and, like on a swing, propelled herself back in the direction from which she came. Once she hit the ground, she quickly retracted the whip and grabbed the treasure chest, making a swift escape. Since she couldn't defeat it or kill it, her best option was to grab the treasure and run. By the time the elephant got back up, she was nearly out of sight. When finally managed to chase after her, she had already jumped onto the bicycle that He had prepared. As soon as she hopped on, both of them pedaled furiously away, with the elephant trailing behind. Unfortunately, once they were on the bicycles, it was not so easy for the elephant to catch up. Others had already found the 9-star treasure chest, and this was just the thrilling moment for the survivors. What about those who hadn't made it yet? Lin Yuan felt a growing urgency and quickly finished his meal after the exciting moment. He thought that once the live broadcast ended, none of this would concern him anymore. But unexpectedly, He sent him a very abrupt message. Chapter 88, Rising with the Light Clouds. Hey boss, are you there? He first asked Lin Yuan if he was around before sending over a message about a skill book. Skill, Overlord Spear Technique Quality, Common Rating. 9 stars. Description, adapted from the ancient spear techniques used by the Overlord of Blue Star. The Overlord Spear Technique is incredibly powerful and domineering, akin to the Overlord himself being reborn. Wow, a common skill book that can unleash 4 times the user's strength with a 9-star rating. The Overlord Spear Technique must be obtained. With the skill book, if he practices it to mastery and increases his physique a bit, wouldn't he easily be able to deliver over 1,000 pounds of attack power? In an instant, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued, and he quickly replied, Far from enough. I'm here. What items do you want? Let me see if I have them. Even if he didn't have what He wanted, he would still ask Luo for help. Even if it meant relying on her for a bit, he had to get this skill book. A 9-star common skill book was too important. However, Yi's response greatly surprised him. I don't want any items. All I need is for you to agree to one request, and this skill book will be yours. Lin Yuan was puzzled. One request? Was it really worth that much? But he couldn't recklessly agree without understanding the situation first. Far from enough. You need to tell me what it is first, and then I'll see if I can do it. He replied immediately. Rising with the Light Clouds. I heard that you've set up a chat group, and I want to join this group with my girlfriend. The reward will be this skill book. Just joining a group? And there is such a good deal? Lin Yuan was about to agree right away, but suddenly he thought, how do you know about this? After a little reflection, Lin Yuan quickly figured out. Members of the group could receive a bottle of 6-star natural spring water every day, which was quite a valuable resource. Anything they needed, both Luo and Lin Yuan could exchange it for spring water, and surely, Lung Feng and Yang Tingting were no exception. It made sense that Luo had divine water, as she was his girlfriend, and he naturally shared some with her. But why did Lung Feng and the others have enough divine water to trade for what they needed? A little inquiry would reveal the answer. He was clever. Even if he traded a lot of spring water for the Overlord Spear Technique now, it would eventually run out. But joining the group was different. Not only could they receive water daily, but there were also strategies compiled by Luo within the group. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Joining the group was no big deal. If they wanted to claim rewards, then they would. Since divine water wasn't as precious as before, both Luo and he purchased whatever items they liked with it, in addition to materials needed to upgrade their bicycles. The higher the bicycle level, the more materials were required. As they were busy distributing the divine water, Lung Feng and the others were not to be outdone, and indeed, the divine water was no longer as rare as it used to be. It's precious now, but as more survivors mine resources, it's inevitable that someone will produce divine water. However, how many stars it will have remains uncertain. Considering all this, agreeing to let them join the group in exchange for the skill books he needed was clearly a win for him. So he agreed. Since sure, Yi and the others knew he had such a group, did the others know as well? If they wanted to join, would they also have to offer something in return? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel pleased with his thoughts. He guessed correctly. After lunch, during the afternoon treasure hunt, people began to approach him one after another, all with the same intention. They wanted to join the group. Naturally, Lin Yuan couldn't just agree to their requests without conditions. That would be unfair to Sure Yi and the others, who had to provide a 9-star ordinary skill book to join. Why should others join without any requirements? He tactfully mentioned the entry conditions for Sure Yi and the others, implying that if they wanted to join, they would need to contribute some resources first. Thus, Lin Yuan decisively accepted their offerings. Following Sure Yi and the others, he also invited Professor Yang Bin, intern forensic Dr. Shui Ran, criminal police Captain Ma Baoquan, and Rin Feng, who had just lost his girlfriend. Even Luo Yi invited 2 people and sent him an 8-star ordinary body refining technique. One of the people she invited was someone he knew, He Yunying, while the other was a bald monk known as Bujie, whose avatar resembled an old monk in meditation. Inviting 2 people along with a skill book made Lin Yuan wonder if the monk had broken his vows and gotten involved with He Yunying. No wonder so many people were seeking him out to join the group. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Luo Yi, a top 20 survivor, hadn't approached him. It turned out she had attached herself to a wealthy and powerful monk. With a strong monk by her side, it explained how she could easily survive a beast attack. However, just the thought of the elderly monk's appearance and the idea of a beauty like He Yunying being underneath him sent a chill down his spine. It felt, well, not quite harmonious. In reality, Lin Yuan had fallen prey to preconceived notions. Seeing the old monk's avatar made him assume it was Bujie himself. When he heard that Bujie was on par with Luo Yi in terms of strength, he naturally thought he was an older expert, a result of decades of mastering staff techniques. In truth, the real Bujie was untainted by the mortal world, possessing an ethereal and handsome beauty. If one were to describe his appearance, they could refer to the Tang Sung from the original Journey to the West. Overall, a large group of people was coming to work for him, and he was reaping a significant amount of resources, which made Lin Yuan very happy. But soon, that joy would fade. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened as he gripped his long gun tightly, preparing for battle. With his attributes significantly enhanced and his senses heightened, he was riding his bicycle when he suddenly caught a strong whiff of blood. Having killed before, he quickly deduced that it was human blood, though a bit too rich for his taste. Someone had died nearby, and Lin Yuan's eyes darted around with vigilance. Soon, he noticed 2 wooden cabins by the roadside, the source of the bloody scent emanating from within them. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuan stopped his bicycle. Was this a wild animal attack, or something else? Did he need to intervene? Just as he halted, perhaps the occupants of the cabin heard the noise on the endless road. The door creaked open, and a man in a police hoodie, around 30 and balding, peered out. The moment he spotted Lin Yuan sitting on his bicycle, his indifferent expression turned to one of panic. He quickly retreated, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. "What are you doing? You startled me. Can't you see I'm busy?" A furious shout came from inside as soon as the door closed. But then, the balding man mumbled something that Lin Yuan couldn't catch, and silence enveloped the cabin. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. Why did the man look so guilty upon seeing him? With a cold smile, he approached the cabin, determined to uncover what the 2 men inside were up to, especially with that strong stench of blood. He kicked the door hard and shouted, "Open up." He was determined to see what unsavory deeds were being hidden inside. "Please no, we can't let you in," came a panicked yet forced calm voice from within. Ignoring their pleas, Lin Yuan continued to kick the door. If they weren't doing anything wrong, why would they refuse to open it? "All right, let me be honest with you," one of the men finally admitted. "We're, engaged in something private and didn't want to offend your eyes, so we hesitated to open the door." Lin Yuan was furious. This was an outright lie, treating him like a fool. How could engaging in such activities produce such a strong smell of blood? Even if they were with women, it shouldn't result in that. He sneered, They had chosen the wrong approach. Chapter 89. Lin Yuan was not an unreasonable person. If it were any other survivor, he might have been a bit more courteous. But when it came to the man inside the cabin, it was all about getting the job done. With the 8 extremes spear technique, he suddenly exerted force through his arms, controlling the spear as he unleashed over 500 pounds of force against the wooden door. With a loud bang, the door shuddered and became unsteady after the first strike. Moments later, he struck again. This time, Lin Yuan didn't use the spear. Instead, he executed a basic kick toward the door. The door finally couldn't withstand the assault and flew inward. At that moment, just as the cabin was being destroyed, a burst of gunfire erupted from within. There were only 2 people inside. One had run out of ammunition, while the other quickly took over, giving the first survivor time to reload. Their crossfire was meant to prevent Lin Yuan from launching an attack. As soon as Lin Yuan heard the gunfire, he ducked behind a wooden wall. With his current skills, dodging bullets at the moment of fire was an easy feat. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. He was wearing military-grade armor rated at G-level 9 stars. He was mostly concerned about avoiding a stray bullet to the head. After all, the head was vulnerable and had no protective gear. Thinking that their crossfire would keep him from advancing was naive. They seriously underestimated him. He pulled a smoke grenade from his gear, activated it, and tossed it into the cabin. As the smoke filled the room, he charged in with a spear. Inside the cabin, the 2 men were disoriented, their visibility obstructed, and they continued shooting in the direction of the door based on instinct. Lin Yuan listened carefully, firing his spear rapidly at the 2 survivors who were shooting like headless flies. With the sounds of piercing flesh, the thuds of guns dropping, and bodies hitting the ground, the chaos ensued. When the smoke finally cleared, Lin Yuan was taken aback, his face pale with shock. In addition to the 2 armed survivors he had killed, there were 2 corpses in the cabin. One person was still alive, but in a state far worse than death. The surviving woman was barely clothed, a wooden stick protruding from her lower body, her eyes gouged out and both hands severed. An unspeakable cruelty. The dead were in even worse shape, dismembered beyond recognition, with only scattered genitalia indicating they were male. Lin Yuan's eyes widened with rage, and he quickly fired again and again at the lifeless body of the bald man. No wonder they didn't dare open the door for him. It turned out the inside was so filthy. He couldn't understand how, in just a few days, ordinary people had turned so cruel over a bit of supplies. Lin Yuan saw that in this brutal murder incident. The 2 bald men were not only venting their desires, but also after supplies. He noticed a survival guidebook discarded next to the woman. As long as a person was alive, the guide wouldn't disappear. The 2 men probably exploited this fact to force the others into submission. He initially thought that by killing someone, they wouldn't obtain the guide, and thus the violence would lessen. But he was wrong. The killings not only didn't decrease, but in fact became even more brutal as they sought to get their hands on the survivors' belongings, using any means necessary. Lin Yuan sighed deeply, put away his gun, and stepped out of the cabin. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he set up dozens of campfires and ignited the cabin, burning away the evil within before he rode away on his bicycle from the 2 cabins. After such an event, Lin Yuan lost his motivation to continue searching for treasure chests. He decided to settle down and inventory the items he had scavenged from other survivors. His original intention in forming a group was to exchange information and explore the unknowns of the survival world together. Little did he expect that while this function remained unchanged, it also included the added feature of looting resources from other big shots. This time, his biggest haul was the 9-star ordinary overlord gun technique, followed by the 8-star body refinement technique. He also kept an 8-star spear for himself, and gifted an 8-star long knife and an 8-star ordinary knife technique to Luo Yi. Regardless of whether she would find them useful, it was an attempt to cater to her interests, and Lin Yuan was quite pleased. But his mood quickly soured when he received a friend request. The system prompted, "A survivor with the codename I am the boss has requested to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept?" It was Zhao Yangkai, wanting to add him as a friend. To be honest, he didn't like this person at all. Perhaps it was because they both had the character for talent in their names. Just thinking of Zhao Yangkai made him recall Zhang Yukai, which in turn reminded him of Zhang Yukai's various misdeeds. Thinking of Zhang Yukai brought back the gruesome scene he had just witnessed, where someone was brutally killed and humiliated. Lin Yuan wanted to refuse outright, but Zhao Yangkai was a notable figure, and being too harsh didn't seem appropriate. Reluctantly, he chose to agree. As soon as Lin Yuan accepted the request, a message came through. I am the boss. Little Lin, I'd like to join the group too. I have an 8-star body refinement technique. How about it? Zhao Yangcai's intention was clear. He wanted to trade the 8-star body refinement technique for a spot in the group. Lin Yuan scoffed. He had a 9-star technique after all. Not to mention, even if Zhao had a 10-star technique, he wouldn't be inclined to agree. He decided to outright lie. Not quite enough. Oh, it's you, Mr. Zhao. Sorry, but that group isn't mine. It was set up by my girlfriend, and I don't have the authority to invite anyone. Zhao Yangcai. He had heard that the group was clearly established by Lin Yuan. Helpless. He could only add Luai Yi as a friend to express his desire to join the group. But Luai Yi simply replied, I don't have the permission to add people, and ignored him. Zhao Yangcai felt a bit irritated but held back his anger and sent another message to Lin Yuan. I'm the boss. Lin, my little brother. Your girlfriend says she doesn't have the permission to add people. What do you think? Lin Yuan had just created the chat channel and granted Luai Yi management permissions. Otherwise, how could she invite anyone? It seemed she wasn't fond of Zhao Yangcai either, and he didn't like her much. Since they both shared the same opinion, what was the point of adding her? He started rambling. Not enough, I don't know, and I don't know who created it. After saying that, he stopped responding to Zhao Yangcai. On the other side, Zhao Yangcai's face darkened. He had already found out that Luai Yi was an admin and that the chat group was created by Lin Yuan. Both of them had claimed that they didn't have the permission to add people. Were they messing with him? Damn it. He cursed under his breath, kicking the table in front of him. How could he, a big boss, be treated like this? The last person who dared to look down on him was long gone, buried beneath the grass. He looked at the map, where the indicator for his friend Luai Yi, it was getting closer and closer, and shouted outside, hey, check if the rocket launcher is working properly. His face twisted with malice. So they wanted to play games with him? Just wait, he would make them pay. Chapter 90. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi were completely unaware that their personal preferences and biases had created a formidable enemy for themselves. Lin Yuan received the 8-star ordinary body refinement technique and was initially thrilled, followed by deep confusion. Indeed, his confusion was not limited to just one question, but many. He decided to post a thread, elaborating on the issues he encountered. Post title, What is the relationship between skills, attributes, levels, and evolution? Author, Lin Yuan. To explore the survival world, one must possess great strength, and in the process of becoming stronger, one inevitably faces various problems. I believe the issues I encountered are ones that many of you have faced as well. Now, I will discuss the problems I encountered while enhancing my strength. 1 is the inability to continue leveling up and gaining attributes due to reaching a certain threshold in physique. Some people cannot level up from the start. What attribute score brings about this limitation? 2. If the body refinement technique and spirit refinement technique can be mastered to the master level to break through to an evolver. What are the differences between low-star and high-star skill evolvers? 3. What is the purpose of levels? Do they only serve to enhance spirit and physique? 4. Since reaching the limit means that defeating monsters no longer increases attributes, can skill cultivation continuously enhance attributes? What is the attribute limit for ordinary people? 5. Will there be differences in combat power between evolvers who break through with low attributes versus those with high attributes? After posting, Lin Yuan began to cultivate his skills. As he mentioned in his thread, only with greater strength could one explore the survival world. His primary task now was to enhance his strength and level up his skills. The first skill he chose to cultivate was the Overlord Spear technique. He hurriedly clicked to learn it and began to comprehend the skill carefully, as it was an attack technique capable of delivering 4 times the attack power. The Overlord Spear technique emphasizes momentum. One must advance fearlessly, and the attacks must be equally relentless. Lin Yuan was quite adept at figuring out how to allocate points in practice. He trained diligently, and by dinner time, he not only mastered the Overlord Spear technique to the subtle level, but also elevated the 8-star body refinement technique to the subtle level. This body refinement skill was called the 5 Elements Fist. Unlike the 5 Animal Play, it also contained the character 5, but its rating was a full 2 stars higher. During dinner, Lin Yuan quickly checked the thread he posted in the afternoon. At this time, everyone should be available for some discussion. Sure enough, when he opened the thread, he saw that someone had already commented on his post. He clicked on the first comment following his question. Zhou Genie, you all go ahead. I can't level up on the first day due to my weight. Zhou Genie? Lin Yuan recalled that he hadn't invited her. Not that he hadn't invited her. Rather, it seemed that Zhou Genie hadn't approached him at all. It was likely that Luo Yi had invited her in. He didn't say much more and continued reading. Shui ran. When I reached level 5, I couldn't level up anymore after my constitution hit 20 points. Yang Bin. I hit 20 points in constitution at level 3 and also couldn't level up. Finally, he Yuning summed it up. So, even though everyone's initial constitution is different, as long as it reaches 20 points, you can't gain attributes through leveling up by fighting monsters. Those with an initial constitution above 20 can't level up at all. To level up again, one must break through to become an evolver. I believe this 20-point constitution definitely has other implications. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Yuning's analysis was not only accurate, but also quite perceptive. The system's limitation of 20 points in constitution surely had a deeper meaning. He then continued to read the comments under his second question. Bujia. I initially trained in 2 low-star rated special skills, but I found that these low-star skills can't handle high spirit and high constitution, which is what you all refer to as being unable to carry it. So I speculate that the higher the attributes, the higher the skill rating needed to break through to become an evolver. Furthermore, I suspect that if attributes exceed a certain realm, even 1 or 2 skills might not be sufficient to carry it, and one still wouldn't be able to break through. Yuning, Hubby 666. At first, Lin Yuan felt a bit sorry for Yuning, having to be with an old monk. But after seeing the outcome of that male and female survivor, he thought that this woman really knew how to read the situation. He shook his head and continued to read the comments under the third question. No one dared to jump to conclusions here, as no one had figured out the reasons yet. Then he moved on to the comments under the fourth question. Luo Yi. The more skills you practice, the weaker the increase in attributes becomes, eventually even stopping altogether. You have to explore it yourself. Lin Yuan. That's about as useful as saying nothing, but I got the gist of it. He continued to read the comments under the fifth question. Luo Yi. Before answering this question, I need to overturn my previous conclusion. Previously, I explained divine power as the fusion of spirit and constitution. But after 2 days of use and exploration, I found that divine power is not a product of the fusion of spirit and constitution, but rather a mysterious potential from a body. Spirit and constitution merely serve to activate the divine power. Now, regarding the difference in breakthroughs between low and high attributes, after breaking through to become an evolver, a brand new value called divine power appears. Survivors with low attributes trigger less divine power when they break through, while those with high attributes trigger significantly more, with around 10 points in attributes. As long as you practice low-star rated skills, you can break through to become an evolver, but that would be useless, just a low-tier being with only 1 point of divine power. Attributes around 20 points serve as the threshold for evolutionists, which is also why the system imposes certain limitations. Once you break through this threshold, you can unleash 2 points of divine power. 4 attributes around 30 points. You need to cultivate high-star rated skills to achieve a breakthrough, which can then activate 3 points of divine power. As for the methods to unleash 4 or even 5 points of divine power, Master Wu Jie has already mentioned them, so I won't go into detail here. In summary, the higher the divine power, the greater the starting point, and consequently, the stronger the combat power. Wow. Luo Yi's comments are incredibly insightful and packed with valuable information. Lin Yuan found them very beneficial. Yang Tingting commented, "Big shot, you're amazing. This is beyond what us mere mortals can aspire to." Yang Tingting is such a die-hard fan, no matter what Luo Yi posts. She always showers her with compliments. However, this time it wasn't just her. Everyone in the group chimed in with likes. Even Master Wu Jie joined in the excitement. Luo Yi's comments truly pointed the way for survivors who have yet to become breakthrough evolutionists. For a long time, people have felt helpless regarding the 9 tiers of skill ratings. The sheer variety of skills and ratings can be overwhelming, leaving many feeling at a loss. Chapter 91, however, a single post by Luo Yi made it clear to the survivors what effects attack skills could have at various levels. By combining this information with their own strength, they gained a clearer understanding of how much attacking power they could unleash. One of her comments provided survivors with a definitive strategy on how to overcome the evolvers. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was thinking even further ahead. His previous plan was to quickly find the 9-star body refining technique, break through to become an evolver, and crush everything with sheer power. But now it seemed that breaking through as quickly as possible wasn't the best approach. A useless evolver couldn't really dominate anything. He should aim for higher attributes instead. In the past, Catching up to and surpassing the special talents from the Blue Star era seemed challenging and uncertain, as he didn't know when he would achieve that. After all, while he was progressing, others weren't standing still either. But now, he saw hope. He needed to stack up his attributes and solidify his foundation. For others, achieving this was incredibly difficult, nearly impossible. For instance, Luo Yi acquired 2 skills on her first day, yet she had to train diligently for several days to master them. If someone as adaptable as Luo Yi found it so challenging, what about the other survivors? Experienced survivors, like Bu Jie and the inheritors of the Iron Sandpalm, might not need as much time to train, but what about the rest? Practicing one skill required a long time, let alone multiple skills. Lin Yuan didn't have those worries. He could utilize his experience points without concern as long as he didn't suffer from indigestion. Thus, he changed his previous mindset and decided to focus on stacking up his physical and mental attributes. Just as he was planning his next steps, Luo Yi sent him a message. Seeing the notification made Lin Yuan smile. This woman was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. However, when he opened the message, his smile froze on his face. Wife, tomorrow, I'll continue exploring along the highway for another day. If I still haven't found the black iron treasure chest, I'll change my exploration direction. Lin Yuan had a bad feeling. Change exploration direction? Where to? Luo Yi quickly replied. Naturally, she meant to explore areas that hadn't been investigated yet. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. With the endless highway being explored daily, it couldn't be the highway itself. Besides the highway, it could be the mountains on either side of it, or even the deep mountains far away from the endless highway. If there were black iron treasure chests beside the highway, they would have been discovered long ago. Could it be? Sure enough, Luo Yi's reply confirmed his suspicions. The eagles and snakes were killers with a spirit of adventure. They must have strayed away from the highway and encountered danger. The monsters you mentioned, which are above beasts, might live deep in the mountains far from the road. Lin Yuan's expression darkened a bit. Are you saying you want to venture away from the highway and explore the deep mountains? Luo Yi responded with absolute certainty. Sure. Here, as the translation. I need to acquire the cultivation skills of an evolved being. If there's even the slightest chance, I have to give it a try. Luo Yi's intentions are clear to Lin Yuan. Although she is currently one step ahead of others, the other survivors are always close behind, relentlessly pursuing her. For example, Bu Jie, who can produce the 8-star body refining technique, may have already started training in the 9-star skills. And that's just the strong survivors who have been discovered after joining the Fearless chat group. Who knows if there are other powerful survivors lurking in the shadows, ready to make a stunning debut? She can't afford to stay stagnant. Lin Yuan understands this, but what if there are formidable monsters? As if sensing Lin Yuan's worries, Luo Yi immediately sent another message. I'm not a mere eagle or a poisonous snake. I'm now a G-level evolved being. Just because a rifle can't kill a monster doesn't mean my battle knife can't. The terror of an evolved being can only be truly understood by becoming one. Lin Yuan agrees with this, but her next comment, a gun can't kill a monster, and it won't kill me either. I wasn't afraid of handguns before. And now, not just handguns or submachine guns, I'm not afraid of rifles or sniper rifles either. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Although she wears military gear, the head is a critical weak point for humans. A shot from a rifle, sniper rifle, or even a handgun to the head would still be fatal. Lin Yuan usually considers herself quite good at boasting, but now, in comparison to Luo Yi, she feels small. If she weren't his girlfriend, he might have crawled through the chat window just to bite her. Luo Yi isn't here to discuss whether Lin Yuan should go exploring or not. She's here to tell him that she plans to explore the deep mountains. Lin Yuan, feeling helpless, can only make another decision. He needs to quickly enhance his strength, so that when they regroup, he can take the lead in their family and become the head of the clan. He can't let her waste time like this. Lin Yuan begins acquiring skills of various star ratings while training in the 5 Elements Fist and the Overlord Gun technique, practicing until exhausted, then sleeping, and continuing to train after waking up. In this state, Lin Yuan trained until the afternoon of the 2nd day, which is the 9th day of survival. On the afternoon of the 9th day of survival, just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue his training, a video that had gone viral among survivors landed in his hands. Lin Yuan was shocked. This video revealed several significant pieces of information. The protagonist of the video is a male streamer, which is also why, after the incident, it spread so quickly among survivors. With a complete video to back it up, it's essentially proof. In the video, the male streamer is live streaming while searching for treasure chests. At first, everything seems quite normal and unremarkable. However, he is soon blocked by two highwaymen who suddenly emerge from the roadside, brandishing submachine guns and opening fire wildly at his bicycle. Fortunately, the robbers wanted a live capture. Otherwise, the male streamer would have been quickly turned into a sieve. In such a situation, the male streamer didn't even bother with his bicycle and dashed away, realizing that his life was far more important than the bike. However, he underestimated the cunning of these robbers. He had barely taken a few steps when two robbers armed with submachine guns appear behind him. In a panic, the male streamer could only run to the sides of the road. Naturally, the four robbers pursued him relentlessly. After chasing for a while, the robbers decided against capturing him alive and instead demanded his supplies. They opened fire on him, intending to take him out. However, the situation on the road had drastically changed. Earlier, they hesitated to shoot at him. Now that they wanted to, it wasn't so easy. With trees providing cover, it was difficult for anyone who wasn't skilled to hit a moving target. The robbers had only recently picked up their guns, and hitting a general target was already a challenge. This was also why they had refrained from shooting at the male streamer earlier. They feared that if they lost control of their fire, they might accidentally kill him, and then their guide would be gone. Now, as the male streamer led them into the woods and zigzagged through the trees, the robbers' frustration grew. They were determined to shoot at vital points. The male streamer was frantically fleeing, while the four robbers were hot on his heels, quickly distancing themselves from the endless road. However, the robbers soon stopped because the male streamer was willing to run deep into the mountains to save his life. The four robbers couldn't do the same. They still had their bicycles parked on the road. If they strayed too far from the road in pursuit of him, a passing survivor might easily steal their bikes. And that would be a loss they couldn't afford. The four robbers retreated, but the male streamer didn't stop. He feared they would continue chasing him and ran for quite a distance before finally stopping to catch his breath. But as soon as he paused, he made a significant discovery. Chapter 92, the male streamer, occasionally glancing back to check if the robbers were closing in, wasn't paying much attention to what lay ahead. When he finally stopped, he almost stepped on a bicycle. No, there were actually two. One bicycle was lying on the ground beside him, and not far away was another one. Both bicycles had been violently damaged, twisted, and bent, clear signs of excessive wear and tear. Scattered around the bicycles were handguns, automatic rifles, grenades, helmets, masks, and torn combat gear. The video abruptly ended here, with the male streamer managing to let out a terrified scream. Colorful snake, exotic beast. Before the screen went completely black, the streamer met an unfortunate fate, not at the hands of the four robbers, but rather at the mercy of a monster. The reason this video went viral was that it revealed significant discoveries to the survivors. First, the endless highways surroundings, even at a closer distance, were merely the territory of wild beasts, while the further areas were inhabited by exotic creatures. Second, the monsters that were a step above the wild beasts were the exotic beasts, and the male streamer had died at the hands of one. Third, the deaths of the eagle and the poison snake were clarified. They had fallen victim to an exotic beast, specifically a venomous snake. This aligned with how the eagle and the poison snake had died. While they weren't afraid of ordinary venomous snakes, they clearly stood no chance against a mutated one. One was poisoned to death, while the other was strangled, leaving no time for any spectacular moments. Fourth, the black iron treasure chest that the survivors had speculated about might actually be located near the exotic beasts. Little did they know, just a day later, Luoyi's hypothesis was confirmed. If she were to see this video, would she immediately set out to explore and search for the exotic beast? Lin Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, worrying about what actions Luoyi might take next. Just as he finished watching the video, a gigantic screen appeared in the sky. This was a moment of spectacle, but this time, the screen was much larger and more exaggerated than before. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. This was likely a privilege reserved for the top-ranked players. He had a premonition that the person featured in this moment of spectacle would definitely be Luoyi. The survivors began to chatter excitedly, launching a barrage of comments. What the hell? Why is it another moment of spectacle? Wasn't it supposed to be about how the eagle and the poison snake died? This shouldn't be a moment of spectacle. Could it be a new feature released by the system? The top 20 players don't usually get this kind of attention. While the top 20 players didn't receive such treatment, they couldn't forget that there was one person who had never appeared even once in a moment of spectacle, nor had anyone witnessed her in action. Wait, is it Luoyi? Is Is the top-ranked player going to go live? How exciting! Luo Yi had already surpassed the evolution stage. The battle featured in the moment of spectacle couldn't be against an exotic beast, could it? In fact, Lin Yuan shared the same belief. The male streamer's video was spreading like wildfire among the survivors, and he couldn't believe that such a significant event wouldn't reach her ears. She was already planning to explore the depths of the mountains, and now that her suspicions were confirmed, her desire to delve deeper would only intensify. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. Without a doubt, it was Luo Yi. She was dressed in a black military outfit, carrying a long knife on her back. Sitting on a bicycle, her gaze fixed on the distant peaks with fierce determination. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Was this really Luo Yi, his girlfriend? Although they hadn't video called in several days, he had always seen her as an ordinary woman during their time together and had witnessed her joyful smile. But this version of Luo Yi was unlike any face he had seen before. Her expression was cold and proud. Her demeanor exuded confidence and a hint of wildness. Unlike his girlfriend, who often tied her hair into braids, or the other female survivors who had cut their hair short for combat efficiency, Luo Yi's long hair flowed freely, only loosely tied at her lower back with a thin strip of cloth. She resembled a chivalrous warrior, a Valkyrie, radiating an impressive aura. Wow, is this the top-ranked player? Who would dare say her strength doesn't match her ranking? I, for one, refuse to believe it. Did you notice her gear? It looks incredibly advanced. And there is a character for far on her chest. No way. Could this be a couple's outfit? Lin Yuan must have the character for E on his chest. I'm so envious of him now. And look at her bicycle. It seems to have reached a 9-star upgrade. As soon as Luo Yi appeared, regardless of her strength, presence, appearance, physique, or equipment, her bicycle dazzled everyone. Her bike was a bright red, almost blinding, like a phoenix ready to take flight. Looking at her bicycle, Lin Yuan immediately thought of his own colorfully painted Dragon War steed. He decided to change its color for the next upgrade. After all, seeing the comparison made it hard not to feel envious. As Luo Yi spoke about dismounting her bicycle to explore the mountains for the treasure chest and slay beasts, she initially placed her feet on the ground but quickly retracted them, pedaling away instead. The survivors were momentarily confused, not understanding what was happening. But soon they realized the situation. The road behind her cracked open, dropping into the depths below. Luo Yi had encountered a natural disaster. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about her safety. As long as there were still survivors, they could evade such disasters. What concerned him more was Luo Yi's perception of danger. She sensed it before the tremors even began. This small detail revealed her formidable combat prowess. It was terrifying beyond measure. Luo Yi pedaled her bike, swiftly leaving the natural disasters behind. Suddenly, the screen in the sky flickered, and her figure vanished. All the survivors were stunned. It seemed an opponent was about to appear. To their surprise, the opponent was not a beast, but a human. The screen revealed a middle-aged man holding a survival guide in one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other. He was staring into the void ahead, likely interacting with a virtual interface. Suddenly, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Luo Yi just accelerated. Everyone take your positions." The scene shifted, showing nearly 20 survivors rushing towards the endless stretch of road. They hid along the sides, most armed with submachine guns, while a few wielded assault rifles. There were even some perched in trees, holding sniper rifles, and, absurdly, 2 individuals were carrying rocket launchers. The survivors gasped in disbelief. "Damn, it's Zhao Liangkai," one exclaimed. "Where did he get all those weapons? Rifles, sniper rifles, and even rocket launchers. This is outrageous." He was clearly planning to rely on sheer numbers to surround and take down the top contender. Luo Yi was in serious trouble, no matter how skilled she was. Could she withstand such a barrage of gunfire? Lin Yuan's face turned pale. He had always suspected Zhao Liangkai was up to no good, and now it seemed that suspicion was confirmed. He was attempting to use his numbers and firepower to take down Lin Yuan's girlfriend. Chapter 93. Lin Yuan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and he barely felt the pain. His eyes burned with fury. If looks could kill, Zhao Liangkai would have been torn to shreds by now. Right at this moment, he desperately hoped that Luo Yi's words about not fearing sniper rifles were not just bravado, but genuine confidence. With her long hair flying in the wind, Luo Yi pedaled her bicycle at breakneck speed towards the ambush site. Zhao Liangkai fixated on the map, shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Prepare, Group 1, get ready." Once Group 1 restricts her movements, everyone opened fire on her immediately. In 1 minute. No, in 30 seconds. Empty your magazines. After issuing the combat orders, Zhao Yankai stared into the void, feeling a sense of triumph. Lin Yuan, I know you're watching us. This battle is bound to be a highlight reel. I just want to join a chat group, and you and your girlfriend keep making excuses, treating me like a monkey, spinning me around. Now, in front of everyone in Area A019, I will kill your girlfriend and show you what happens when you provoke me. Lin Yuan ignored Zhao Liangsai's taunts, his gaze fixed on Luo Yi, filled with deep concern. Luo Yi was getting closer and closer to Zhao Yankai. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and a faint white light glimmered from her feet as she pushed down hard on the pedals, launching herself into the air while still moving at high speed. As she leaped, her feet continued to pedal furiously on the bicycle frame, using the force to propel herself even higher. At that very moment, just as Luo Yi sensed something was off, Zhao Yankai simultaneously roared out his command. Pull it, fire! At his command, a steel wire as thick as a chopstick was pulled taut by 2 survivors hiding on either side of the road, aiming to intercept the rapidly approaching Luo Yi. The wire had been dyed the same color as the road, making it nearly invisible. As the steel wire was raised, a barrage of gunfire erupted, targeting the spot where she would be intercepted, aiming at the bicycle. Bang! Bang! Hot-tot-tot-tot! Boom! The sounds of various firearms filled the air, smoke swirling around. Fortunately, Luo Yi was alert and decisive. She had already leaped into the air, and only her bicycle passed beneath the steel wire, which failed to stop her. The storm of bullets that had been prepared for the interception only destroyed the bicycle, with not a single bullet hitting her. This outcome infuriated Zhao Yankai, who shouted, "Quick, follow her and shoot." What about the rocket launcher? Fire it. Unlike other firearms, a rocket launcher couldn't just be fired off in a frenzy. It required loading, aiming, and shooting, which took a few seconds at best. For a skilled marksman, even a single second was enough time to accomplish a lot. Luo Yi leaped into the air, and at the moment the steel wire was pulled up, her feet glowed white again. She adjusted her posture, pushed off the wire with all her strength, and her body flew backward, landing in the jungle beside the road. This scene infuriated Zhao Liangai, who immediately burst into a furious tirade. Useless, useless. All of you are useless. Hit her. Where are you aiming? Just hit her already. Unfortunately, no matter how much he screamed, it was futile. Even for trained soldiers, hitting Luo Yi while she was moving at high speed was quite challenging, let alone these survivors who had barely handled firearms for a few days. Despite a dozen guns firing simultaneously, not a single bullet managed to hit Luo Yi. By the time the grenade launched from the rocket launcher landed at the interception point, she had already flown out of the explosion's range. As soon as she touched the ground, her legs emitted a bright, white glow, and her body moved swiftly towards a giant tree. Her speed was incredible, leaving behind multiple afterimages as if she were using the legendary Lingbo Weibo technique. Seeing this, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This was going well. The survivors watching the thrilling moment were dumbfounded. Is Zhao really trying to kill the top player just to prevent them from joining the group? Ridiculous. With so many shots missing, are we sure this isn't some action movie being staged for us? I thought the top player would be turned into a sieve instantly, and then Lin Yuan would be crying and seeking revenge, but it seems I was overthinking it. Did you notice those flashes of white light around her? Could it be that she's using divine power? It must be divine power. Otherwise, a regular person couldn't achieve what she did. Try leaping while moving at high speed. Momentum would just throw you off. There's a saying, 1 transmits to 10, 10 transmits to 100. Luo Yi's comments, even in a crowded chat group, could easily spread to other survivors. If one person knows, it means everyone knows, especially with information brokers around. Just after one night, most survivors were already aware of the effects of various skills and the secrets of evolving. Now, some speculated that the strange phenomena surrounding Luo Yi's body were due to her use of divine power. Indeed, every move she made was infused with divine strength. Though the amount varied, everyone had underestimated the combat power of the evolved. Most had been ordinary people before and had never seen an evolved being, let alone someone like Luo Yi, who was far from ordinary. After days of exploration, she had already figured out how to wield her divine power. With her inherent combat prowess and awareness, the addition of divine power was like adding wings to a tiger. Zhao Yotsai's combat plan wasn't without merit. He aimed to use tactics similar to tripwires to bring Luo Yi down from her bike. Then, he planned a furious barrage at the interception point, with gunfire and grenade explosions. He wanted to make a bold move and kill the top player in front of all the survivors in Zone A019. Not only would it vent his frustrations, but it would also establish his dominance over everyone, allowing him to command all the survivors in Zone A019. Back on Blue Star, he was at the top, and in this survival world, he needed to maintain that status. Unfortunately, while this tactic might work against others, he underestimated Luo Yi's original combat strength and had no idea how powerful she had become after evolving. As panic set in, he started shouting frantically, switched to rocket ammo, and hit her hard. If she doesn't die, we all will. He was making a tactical mistake by shouting so loudly. Even when Luo Yi was just an ordinary person, her senses were sharper than most, let alone now that she had evolved. Zhao Yangsai's loud command was effectively revealing his attack strategy to Luo Yi. It was understandable that he didn't think it through in his panic, but he had gone from feeling invincible to being slapped in the face with reality. Many survivors couldn't grasp the situation, but as the person involved, he understood very clearly that Luo Yi had survived his thunderous assault and now had the upper hand. The current scenario seemed like he was chasing her down, but in truth, the initiative in the battle had shifted to her. Now, Zhao Yankai found himself unable to attack, unable to pursue Luo Yi, and definitely unable to retreat, leaving him in a dilemma. Chapter 94 with Luo Yi's speed, her reactions, and the skill she displayed. How could anyone hope to pursue her? Once they entered the jungle, it was likely they would be picked off one by one. Running away wasn't a solution either. If they fled, the entire team could face a devastating defeat. Taking a defensive stance and holding their ground was even less of an option. During the day, they could rely on their firearms to deter Luo Yi from attacking. But what about at night? If she launched a surprise attack, no one would stand a chance against her in close combat. At this moment, Zhao Yankai was filled with regret, sweating profusely. Why did he provoke a monster like Luo Yi over a trivial matter? Wouldn't it have been better to lay low and develop his strength? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to continue pursuing his women? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. After hearing Zhao Yangsai's thoughts, Luo Yi didn't stay put. Her figure kept darting around, wary of being hit in the head. Suddenly, while running, her eyes lit up as she spotted a giant oval boulder over a meter high. Although she could rely on her keen instincts to dodge gunfire, she wasn't completely fearless when it came to firearms. However, with this boulder, things would be different. Not only would she feel less afraid, but she could also launch a counterattack. Her earlier plan was similar to what Zhao Yankai had guessed. She intended to use stillness to counter movement. In an instant, she assessed the situation and decided that if Zhao Yankai pursued her into the jungle, she would execute a counter ambush. If he chose to hold his ground, she would wait until nightfall to launch a surprise attack. If Zhao Yankai retreated with his team, she could take advantage of the situation to eliminate them. Regardless of how Zhao Yankai reacted, she was unafraid, confident in her own strength. Now, with the boulder at her disposal, she made a decisive choice to launch a powerful counterattack. While Zhao Yankai was lost in thought, trying to figure out how to deal with Luo Yi, she had already devised a plan to break the stalemate. She quickly darted to the side of the boulder, her right hand glowing with white light as she aimed at the boulder and struck down hard towards the area where her enemies lay in ambush. The force of her strike, amplified by her own strength and divine power, was formidable. The boulder rolled rapidly towards the ambush site, heading straight for the survivors who were targeting her. Luo Yi followed closely behind the boulder, intending to use it as cover as she approached the ambushers. As long as she got close, her knife would be more than capable of dealing damage. But soon, she frowned slightly, realizing that her upper body was still exposed. The boulder wasn't completely concealing her figure. However, this didn't faze her. With a swift motion, she drew her knife from its sheath, took a running leap, and her feet glowed with white light as she infused her divine power into a powerful kick against the boulder, accelerating its roll. She didn't let her feet touch the ground. Maintaining her position of kicking the boulder, one hand gripped the knife as handle while the other held the sheath, using both as support as she steadied herself against the ground. Luo Yi lay on her back, propped up by her long knife and its hilt. while her feet emitted a white glow as she continued to kick at the giant rock, not allowing it to slow down. The survivors watching this thrilling moment were stunned. Damn, are we sure Luo Yi didn't train in some ancient martial arts? How could she be this insane? What kind of divine operation is this? Is this the power of an evolved being? Is there really such a huge gap in strength between ordinary people and evolved beings? They wondered how much divine power Luo Yi had when she broke through to become an evolved. Just a moment ago, Luo Yi was afraid of firearms, but now, hiding behind the giant rock, it seemed she was prepared to get closer, which meant Zhao, the big boss, was in serious trouble. The survivors weren't the only ones shocked. Even Zhao Liangkai was astonished. It can be done like this? He thought, quickly realizing the danger, panicking and shouting, "Quick! Don't let her get close. If she gets close, we're all dead. Fire the rocket launcher." I refuse to believe a rock can block bullets, let alone a grenade. Operating the rocket launcher required two people, one to carry it and aim, and the other to help load the shells. With the previous launch experience, the two gunners were much faster this time. Zhao Liangkai issued the command, and they were ready to fire. They aimed and launched. But Luo Yi had already anticipated this move. Among all the weapons, she feared the rocket launcher the most. The moment the rocket launcher was prepared to fire, she was ready, channeling her divine power and enhancing her feat, the white glow around her more intense than ever. She kicked rapidly, leaving behind afterimages as she struck at the giant rock, which suddenly moved several times faster than before. In just a second, as the rocket launcher was aimed and fired, by the time the grenade reached its target, Luo Yi had already surged forward significantly. The explosion rang out, and she remained unscathed, continuing her advance. Her first target was the two guys carrying the rocket launcher, as they posed the greatest threat to her. Zhao Liangkai was furious, feeling his liver ache. What a bunch of useless teammates. Are you all pigs? You can't hit anything from this close? Shoot, you must hit this time. The two men with the rocket launcher were panicking as Luo Yi drew nearer. They had first-hand experience of her terrifying abilities. In their rush, they focused solely on loading and shooting quickly, but the loader, too nervous and scared, struggled to get the shell into the barrel, jamming it 2 or 3 times. The shooter, having learned from the previous encounter, didn't T-aim directly at Luo Yi this time. Instead, he predicted her path and shot towards where the giant rock would roll. Given her speed, he felt confident he could hit the rock and injure Luo Yi. However, Luo Yi had already deduced the grenade-esque landing spot from the shooter's demeanor and actions. As the archer prepared to shoot, she suddenly leaped out from behind a massive rock, her feet glowing with white light. Channeling her divine power, her body transformed into a series of afterimages as she charged towards the two survivors wielding a rocket launcher. The survivors' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attempted to draw their weapons for defense, hoping to give the sniper a chance to aim and fire. However, before they could even move, they lost all sensation. In a blur of high-speed motion, Luo Yi swung her long knife, and two heads soared into the air, blood gushing from their severed necks. Gasping in shock, all the survivors were taken aback. The first drop of blood. A double kill. Luo Yi had achieved a double kill without a hint of hesitation. The strike was clean and decisive, with no room for hesitation. I used to think that women in battle, like Yang Tingting and Shui Ran, would be hesitant and indecisive. But this survivor's viewpoint was outdated. It was clear he had never had a girlfriend or lived with anyone. He knew far too little about the current state of female survivors. In the beginning, female survivors, regardless of their physical condition or mentality, often struggled more than their male counterparts, except for a few exceptional individuals. However, after witnessing spectacular moments and hunting beasts, as well as enduring numerous trials of nature, the survivors who remained, regardless of gender, had all become true warriors. Their psychology, physicality, and combat experience had all significantly improved. They were now willing to pick up weapons and bravely face off against both beasts and other survivors. Chapter 95. With a swift strike, Luo Yi dispatched two survivors wielding rocket launchers without changing her expression. She simultaneously thrust both hands forward, one gripping the hilt of her blade and the other the scabbard, pressing against the backs of the two headless corpses and pushing them towards the survivor using a rifle, using the bodies of the fallen survivors as cover. She continued her assault on the next target. Zhao Yansai's setup was quite strategic, with personnel scattered along both sides of the road and firepower evenly matched. On one side, There was a rocket launcher, a rifle, and several submachine guns. On the other side, a sniper rifle, 2 rifles, and several submachine guns. Luo Yi decided to tackle one side first before moving to the other. Regardless of how the survivors on the road or the gunmen on the opposite side fired, Luo Yi skillfully dodged left and right, moving quickly, and not a single bullet found its mark. She closed in on the survivor with the automatic rifle at an astonishing speed. With a swift motion, her blade flashed, and yet another head flew off. Triple kill. Luo Yi had achieved a triple kill. Without breaking her stride, she continued towards the survivor armed with a submachine gun. She pushed the corpse ahead of her, killing anyone in her path. Quadruple kill. Pentakill. 6 kills, 7 kills. Luo Yi was on fire. Fearless in the face of gunfire, her swift strikes left the survivors in awe. Those lying in ambush were terrified. The power of a single human could reach such terrifying heights. The survivors on the other side of the road, no longer aiming carefully at Luo Yi, shifted from aimed shots to suppressive fire, wildly shooting in her direction. They had previously hesitated to avoid hitting their own, but with their numbers dwindling, those concerns faded. Bang bang. Da-da-da. Boom. They increased their firing rate and widened their strike range. Indeed, Luo Yi was not as lucky as before. Despite her desperate dodging, several bullets struck her. Fortunately, the head of the corpse she was holding provided some cover, or else no matter how skilled she was, she would have been finished. Just look at her battle suit. It was unclear what quality of gear it was, but it could withstand bullets from rifles and sniper rifles. Judging by the design, it seemed like it was crafted by the top player or with help from Lin Yuan, which meant they had the formulas for making such gear, not just the finished products. They could still create such battle suits. Hiss, I want one now. I want a whole set. Some survivors even tagged Lin Yuan directly, hoping to purchase the battle suit, but he ignored them. Gear of G-level 9 stars. What could they possibly trade for it? The diamond crystal was incredibly precious. He wouldn't trade it. Besides, this gear was not something trivial like 9 stars python meat or divine water. The common meat from a 9 stars can only replenish consumption at most, while the divine water can speed up skill training. Without it, progress won't be significantly faster. No matter how fast, it can't compare to Lin Yuan, who has a golden finger, or Luo Yi, who has innate advantages. However, this military battle suit is different. If someone wears it to confront them, it would be quite a challenge. It's likely that Luo Yi could easily turn the tables on her enemies, while he would have to fight desperately. And whether he could win is uncertain. Therefore, it absolutely cannot be sold, or at least, not until a better piece of equipment is available. Once he has better gear and stronger power, he could sell it for a profit. Luo Yi dodged the gunfire, but the 2 remaining survivors weren't so lucky, one by one falling to the ground. Since they had been hit by bullets, Luo Yi didn't bother to finish them off. There was no experience to gain from that. She quickly darted behind a giant boulder that had stopped rolling to avoid the shooting. Standing still to take hits was not an option. She channeled her divine power into her palm and pushed the boulder toward the other side of the road. Now, she was ready to attack the survivors on the other side. Seeing this scene, the survivors on the other side turned pale with fear. It's over. Quick, shoot. Use grenades. Everyone, throw grenades to blow her up. The survivors were in a panic, making all sorts of frantic shouts. Some were already in despair, while others thought of a way to counterattack. In an instant, 5 or 6 grenades, puffing white smoke, flew toward the boulder. The speed of the grenades was undoubtedly many times slower than bullets, visible to the naked eye. With Luo Yi's current agility and reflexes, dodging mere grenades was a piece of cake. She skillfully wielded the hilt of her sword, creating a series of light clinks, and sent the incoming grenades flying back. Quick, get down. The survivors were in chaos, some trying to run away, others dropping to the ground. But no matter how they chose to evade, it was too late. The grenades that had been deflected back exploded right above them. After a series of loud booms, shrapnel flew everywhere, and several survivors near the explosion screamed as they fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the survivors' confusion, Luo Yi charged in with her blade. Her arm swung, the glint of her sword flashing, her steps unrelenting. Wherever she passed, bodies were severed, and limbs flew in all directions. 1, 2, 5, 9. Luo Yi took down one survivor after another, not a single one able to withstand even one strike from her. Holy crap, that scared me. She just killed 9 in one go, and she didn't even spare the injured from the grenade blast. If she didn't make a move, it would be one thing, But once she did, she took down over 10 people in an instant. What a terrifying woman. I wonder if Lin Yuan, the big boss, is careful around her, always acting submissively. Anyway, aside from the top 20, who knows what kind of barrage you've sent? Just shout whatever comes to mind. Lin Yuan felt a bit annoyed when he saw this comment. Pretending to be submissive is simply out of the question. In the early days of survival, if Luo Yi had killed a few people like this, he would have been too scared to entertain any mischievous thoughts. But now, killing enemies is the name of the game. The more decisively, the better. Only a woman like her can survive in this increasingly dangerous world and continue moving forward together. Luo Yi didn't hesitate as she charged toward a large tree, channeling her divine power into her long knife. This was the position of the sniper, who was lying in wait in the branches. A sniper rifle, aside from a rocket launcher, is one of the most lethal weapons available. Unfortunately, no matter how good the weapon is, it still requires a competent operator, and the sniper using this rifle clearly wasn't up to the task. From a distance, he had missed several shots, and now that she was close, he couldn't muster much combat effectiveness. With what seemed like a light swing of her knife against the tree trunk, the trunk snapped with a resounding crack, and the sniper let out a scream as he fell from a height of over 10 meters. Previously, one would need to take a running start and summon all their strength to achieve such a feat, but now, with the divine power enhancing her strikes, cutting through a tree was a piece of cake. With a thud, the sniper hit the ground hard. Another crack echoed, and it was unclear whether it was his ribs or legs that had broken upon impact. Though he indeed died from the fall, his cries were haunting. Unfazed, Luo Yi approached the sniper step by step, her long knife in hand. Chapter 96. As the sniper saw her approaching, he couldn't care less about his pain and quickly begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing that Luo Yi still had a murderous look in her eyes, he hurriedly continued. If you want to kill someone, go after Zhao Liangkai. He has the mastermind, and he has already run away. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to catch him. It's not us who want to kill you. We were just following orders. Zhao Liangkai is really not here anymore. He has escaped, along with Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia. When Lin Yuan heard that the bastard Zhao Liangkai had actually fled, taking 2 lackeys with him, he immediately sent a message in the bullet screen. Attention all survivors. A bounty is placed on Zhao Liangkai's head, with video evidence. Any survivor who directly kills him will receive a full set of G-level 9-star equipment. Those who provide information about him will be rewarded with a barrel of natural spring water. Although Lin Yuan wasn't in the ambush position and couldn't kill Zhao Liangkai himself, he was now a wealthy tycoon and could easily spend money to take him down. He didn't believe that no one would take up the offer with such a generous reward. If they wanted to harm his girlfriend, he had to do whatever it took to get her back. Lin Yuan was also confident that Luo Yi wouldn't chase after them. Sure enough, she only paused for a moment before continuing her advance toward the sniper. Her bicycle was wrecked. How could she pursue them? Fixing it wasn't something that could be done in a hurry. Plus, there were weapons scattered all over the ground. Was she not going to clean up the battlefield? Although she didn't use firearms, she could definitely sell them. Even if she didn't use them, they represented a fortune. Seeing that Luo Yi was unfazed, the sniper was completely panicking. Meanwhile, the survivors watching the thrilling moment were ecstatic. Wow, G-level 9-star equipment? Could it be the same set that Luo Yi is wearing? Damn, it's actually G-level equipment. I wonder how the big shots managed to create it. I want that equipment. If I see Zhao Liangkai, even if I can't win, I'll still fight to the death. With such great equipment, I'm not afraid of any beasts. All I ask for is a barrel of natural spring water. This was Lin Yuan's tactic, to mobilize all the survivors in the area to flush out Zhao Liangkai. On one side was the now powerless Zhao Liangkai, and on the other were the top-ranked couple who could receive generous supplies. Smart people would know which side to choose, and seeing Zhao Liangkai, they should know what to do. Suddenly, the sniper screamed hysterically, "No, I don't want to die. Don't you want to know how Zhao Liangkai gathered so many people and weapons?" Luo Yi finally came to a stop, a bit curious about how Zhao Liangkai had managed it. Not only was she curious, but the survivors in Area A019 were also intrigued. And Lin Yuan was scratching his head in frustration. How was it that Zhao Liangkai, who was terrified when he first arrived in this survival world and begged someone to take him back to Blue Star, had managed to gather dozens of people in just 10 days? On the first day, the activity rankings were announced. The sniper, upon realizing there was a glimmer of hope for survival, quickly spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. As he spoke, the survivors gasped in shock. This Zhao Yongkai was no ordinary person. In his youth, he was bold and fearless, having killed and served time in prison. After his release, he used his clever mind to transform a small family workshop into a factory, and then grew that factory into a corporation, even reaching the point of going public. His life story was undeniably legendary, but as he aged and became accustomed to a life of comfort, his courage waned, and he lost the adventurous spirit he once had. Thus, when he found himself in the survival world, he momentarily lost his bearings and made a mistake. However, having weathered many storms, he quickly adjusted his mindset and set off in search of treasure chests. Accompanying him was Zhao Wenjing. Many might not know her name, but her code name, I am Jingjing, bestowed by Bai Luofei, is known to quite a few. Zhao Wenjing was not just anyone. She was Zhao Yongcai's secretary, and also his distant niece. While meant to mentor the younger generation, their relationship had rather taken an unexpected turn. Zhao Wenjing was not exactly an upstanding character either. She had little interest in honest work and preferred to take shortcuts, gradually climbing the ranks through dubious means. As Zhao Yongcai and Zhao Wenjing set off together, they quickly noticed a pattern. Because there were two of them, treasure chests refreshed in pairs, albeit in different locations. This was why, when Ren Feng and Su Xiaoxi were searching for treasure chests together, one was missing, the other was hidden away, as it couldn't be expected to linger alongside another chest indefinitely. Initially, they opened their chests separately, but once the activity commenced, Zhao Yongcai sensed that this event might be more complex than it appeared. He persuaded Zhao Wenjing to let him open her chest as well. With one person opening both chests, the total number of chests opened would naturally increase significantly. Zhao Yongcai, analyzing the pros and cons for Zhao Wenjing and sweet-talking her, convinced her to let him handle both chests, assuring her she would receive a share of the rewards. However, Zhao Wenjing was making a series of missteps, leading her deeper into trouble. Having killed before, Zhao Yongcai was ultimately a ruthless character. They soon encountered another survivor, Gao Jiajia, codenamed Barefoot Immortal. This codename was particularly memorable for Lin Yuan, who had ulterior motives and had once sought information from him regarding the giant stone. Zhao Yongcai had encountered countless people and quickly assessed Gao Jiajia as a fierce, lecherous thug. With the right incentives, he could be easily manipulated. Zhao Yongcai noticed Gao Jiajia eyeing Zhao Wenjing with an almost salivating gaze. He directly targeted Zhao Wenjing, using her as a bargaining chip to secure Gao Jiajia's loyalty. He told Gao Jiajia that he would open the treasure chests that were refreshed, and once the evening activities were over, Zhao Wenjing would be at his disposal. In this way, Zhao Yongcai manipulated human emotions and, through his persuasive skills, achieved a decent ranking on the first day. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenjing was tormented by the two of them, suffering immensely. Gao Jiajia enjoyed the company of a beautiful woman and listened to Zhao Yongcai without question. After tasting the sweetness of this strategy, Zhao Yongcai concluded that using women to control subordinates was an effective approach. They set up camp on the first day and never moved again. As a result, survivors passing by their camp faced dire consequences. The men either had to join them or be killed, with their survival guide stolen. Zhao Yongcai was extremely cautious about killing. He didn't do it himself, but entrusted the task to new survivors who had never killed before. The women fared even worse. First, they were toyed with by Zhao Yongcai and then given to his subordinates, who could do whatever they wanted with them. Disobedient women were brutally punished, with Zhao Yongcai employing ancient torture techniques on those who wouldn't comply. The training continued until these women would instinctively crawl towards men and serve them. Once captured, their guides were confiscated, leaving them no time to seek help. This is also why Luo Feifei's girlfriend went silent as soon as she joined Zhao Liangcai's group. Chapter 97. Zhao Liangcai's various atrocities. Zhao Liangcai's numerous atrocities have completely shattered the survivor's understanding of humanity. He is quite a character. If he hadn't turned his attention to Luo Yi and continued to grow stronger, who knows what kind of malignant tumor he would have become. Beast. How could this Zhao dog be so ruthless? Oh no, my girlfriend. Yinzi. Damn it, I want to kill him. I want to tear him apart limb by limb. Not only Luo Feifei's girlfriend fell into his trap, but other girls, although they didn't engage in online romances, ended up together after meeting in person, and they weren't without men pursuing them. Now, these women have been pushed to such extremes by Zhao Yongcai. Many survivors gritted their teeth, filled with hatred for Zhao Yongkai. Just moments ago, he was merely despised in a formal sense. Even if some survivors wanted to kill him, it was only for rewards. But as his vile deeds were exposed, he quickly became a rat in the street, with everyone wanting him dead. It's not just Zhao Yongkai who deserves to die. There's also the barefoot immortal Gao Jiajia and the quietly determined Zhao Wenjing. Gao Jiajia followed Zhao Liangcai's orders and committed countless misdeeds. Zhao Wenjing's actions were even more outrageous. Her mindset had completely twisted. She started as a victim, but to escape her torment, she lured female survivors to her convoy. She added female friends everywhere and boasted about how great her convoy was, claiming there was no shortage of food or weapons. She even bragged about having developed a convoy feature that was incredibly powerful, including a practice room where one could instantly master shooting and various skills. Goodness, her exaggerations were on another level, surpassing even Lin Yuan's experiences. Zhao Wenjing, along with her newly added friends, touted various benefits to entice nearby girls to check out her convoy, saying they could leave anytime if they didn't want to join. Some women, thinking they could just leave without joining, went along, only to find themselves trapped in a bottomless hell. Zhao Wenjing's mindset had twisted so much that intact women became utterly broken. What excited her was devising even more inhumane plans to train the disobedient women, turning them into puppets who would do whatever she commanded. The survivors were filled with rage upon hearing this. Beast! How could Zhao Wenjing be so evil? Even the Sun Army was not as cruel to our female compatriots as she is. She's truly worse than a beast. Demon, I want to kill her. Luo Yi couldn't bear to listen any longer. Fortunately, she had formidable strength otherwise. She snorted coldly, swung her long knife, and with a scream, a sniper's arm flew off, severed by Luo Yi. Where did all these weapons come from? The sniper was terrified but dared not refuse to answer. They were drug dealers. Several of them had passed through here. Zhao Yongkai acted subserviently, speaking humbly and inviting them to enjoy women. When the drug dealers were exhausted, he would shoot them and seize their equipment. Before the sniper could finish speaking, Luo Yi swiftly killed him. Since her confusion had been resolved, why keep him alive? She gripped her blood-dripping long blade and walked toward the largest wooden house. This structure was referred to by Zhao Yongkai's team as the House of Extreme Pleasure. Luo Yi's eyes turned cold, and her blade gleamed with a white light as she swung it directly at the wooden door, breaking it down and storming inside. The scene inside made her frown. Women barely clothed were lying or leaning around, some with numb expressions, some with despair in their eyes, and others completely lifeless. Those watching the intense moment were stunned. There was no mosaic blurring. Gasp! There were over 30 women here. How many more had Zhao Yongkai already killed? As soon as these women saw Luo Yi enter, they rushed to tear at her clothes, ready to serve her, likely mistaking her for one of the men. Luo Yi was displeased. She held her scabbard horizontally in front of her and pushed with her arm, forcing the women surrounding her to stagger back over a dozen steps, yet not a single one fell. Her control over her body had reached its, and her mastery of strength was at its peak. But the women still crowded around Luo Yi, trying to tear at her clothes. Luo Yi pushed them away again and shouted, "The men outside have been killed by me. You are free now." Yet the women seemed not to hear and continued slowly approaching her. Luo Yi's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Divine power gathered on her blade, shimmering with a faint white light. If life is worse than death, then die. As soon as the word die left her lips, she swiftly swung her arm, her long blade striking repeatedly at these defenseless women. With a sickening squelch, the sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed, and 3 women fell. Seeing that these women continued advancing toward her like puppets, Luo Yi held back no longer. She stepped forward, swinging her long blade as she moved. Squelch! Thud! The sounds of the blade slicing into flesh and bodies hitting the floor reverberated throughout the room. If Li Bai could kill 1 person with every 10 steps, she could kill 10 with every step. In just a few strides, Luo Yi had cut down everyone still standing, leaving only a few relatively women who had not completely lost themselves trembling in fear. Not only were the women on the scene terrified, but even the survivors watching the intense moment felt a sense of dread, no longer daring to hide behind the anonymity of to post whatever they wanted. At this moment, Luo Yi was truly frightening. With the earlier of her forcefully killing armed survivors, she now stood in a pool of blood, covered in gore. Her eyes cold and her aura overwhelming. The impact was, "This is a ruthless person, a killing god." As Lin Yuan watched the spectacular moments disappearing from the big screen, he initially felt a bit uneasy. This was because Luo Yi was merciless, slaying those defenseless women one by one. But soon, he realized that given the state those women were in, how could they continue to survive? Women who could only cling to men had no chance of fighting or searching for treasure. Even if Luo Yi didn't kill them, their fate would still be death, whether it was at the hands of malicious survivors or being torn apart by beasts. Though Luo Yi's slaughter of those women seemed cruel for them, it was perhaps a form of liberation. After seeing so many dead bodies, Lin Yuan felt his psychological resilience had greatly increased. He decided not to give away the 9-star python meat anymore. He would eat it himself. Normal food never seemed to satisfy him, no matter how much he consumed. He spent all day honing his skills and eating, which took a toll on him. Eating the 9-star python meat would solve the problem of wasting too much time on meals, compared to the slight discomfort of having eaten human flesh. Improving his strength felt far more important. Why were he and even Luo Yi able to thrive in this survival world? It was all because of the powerful strength backing them. Without that strength, it could have easily been Luo Yi who ended up being slaughtered. Maintaining strength was essential and could never be relaxed. Lin Yuan opened the trading platform, intending to take the python meat off the market. But as soon as he opened it, he was left dumbfounded. Chapter 98. The python meat at the exchange was completely cleared out, damn it. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. Just moments ago, no one showed any interest in it. Everyone had their fill of meat, probably thinking like him that they didn't want python meat that had consumed human flesh. But things had changed. After the battle between Luo Yi and Zhao Liancai's team, the survivors had witnessed the power of the evolved beings. They were practically super soldiers. Now, everyone wanted that kind of strength to survive better in this harsh world. To gain such power, they needed to train hard. However, training skills with an ordinary physique meant high consumption. To meet the demands of skill training, one had to eat constantly at all times. But with the 9-star ordinary python meat, those worries were eliminated. Not only did it save a lot of time spent on cooking and eating, but it was also incredibly delicious. If one could just endure the grossness of it having consumed humans, the benefits were undeniable. If food was already so appealing, wouldn't skill books that directly increased attack and attributes be even more sought after? Lin Yuan quickly checked the skill books, but the search results were just the basic punches and kicks. He felt speechless. The items in this exchange truly had fluctuating prices. Just a while ago, python meat was practically given away, and now he believed that even if he tried to sell it, as long as the price wasn't outrageous, someone would definitely buy it. The skill books were selling well too, but they hadn't reached a frenzy yet. He wondered if those skill books that were previously listed had been bought, or if the sellers had taken them off the shelf themselves. Since the python meat was gone, Lin Yuan closed the skill book interface. He then sent a message to Luo Yi. They were finally ending their Cold War. Forget about Zhao Liancai running away. Don't chase him. Let's clean up the battlefield. I've already posted a bounty for them. Even if no one kills them, one day, I will personally take them down. Since they want to harm my girlfriend, they better be ready for me to retaliate. Lin Yuan wasn't just boasting. His strength had unknowingly grown to be the strongest among everyone except for Luo Yi and a few others. Killing Zhao Liancai and his crew would be a piece of cake for him. After a day of training, his 5 elements fist had reached the master level, and his physique had hit 25 points. The Overlord Spear technique had also reached the master level, allowing him to unleash nearly 1,000 points of attack power. Just give me a sniper rifle. You can handle the rest. With a sniper rifle, Lin Yuan found automatic rifles beneath his notice. Rockets weren't the first choice either. They were too slow for a single person to operate. Luo Yi immediately sent over the gun, along with 30 rounds of ammunition. She then asked a question. Wife, do you think I'm being too cruel? This was a question that couldn't be answered carelessly. One wrong answer could plunge them back into a Cold War. Despite her cold gaze, Lin Yuan could still sense a hint of compassion deep within Luo Yi's eyes. They all live in a time of peace, and having taken so many lives must weigh heavily on one's conscience. After some thought, Lin Yuan spoke up. Is it cruel? Those who kill are often killed in turn. If they didn't want to kill you, why would you end up having to take their lives? I'm really glad that my girlfriend possesses such great strength. Unlike Luo Feifei's girlfriend, who is utterly defenseless. As for those women, their lives must be exhausting. You are merely ending their suffering, which is actually a good deed. I won't be foolish enough to say that there was a moment when I thought you were a bit cruel. What you need now is comfort and encouragement, not a judgment on whether what you did was right or wrong. Anyway, don't overthink it. Make sure to drink plenty of spring water before bed. We really need to meet up soon. Keep an eye on the map. As soon as you see a marker, come closer to each other. When the time comes, whatever happens, at least we'll have more hands and minds to help us survive together. The most important thing is, why can everyone else sleep together while he has to endure loneliness every night? This is also why so many survivors seek cohabitation, engage in online romances, and agree to meet up. Being alone is tough. You're constantly faced with solitude and the looming specter of death on an endless road. But with two people, at least they can look out for each other and relieve some of the mental and physical strain. By day, they are comrades, and by night, still comrades, closer than just back-to-back. However, when disaster strikes, whether they stick together or fly apart is anyone's guess. Luo Yi quickly replied with one word. Wife. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. It seemed that Luo Yi was warming up to him. There might be hope. But then she sent another message. When the time comes, we'll settle it. Whoever wins gets to call the shots. Lin Yuan. She still remembers that? Haven't they become a couple? Why do they still have to fight? And as for who gets to make the decisions, shouldn't it be based on reason? Whoever has the most logical argument should be listened to, not just the one who is stronger. But in this survival world, that logic seems quite appropriate. Everything speaks the language of strength, including social status. Is Lin Yuan afraid? Not at all. Luo Yi probably only has a base power of 4 or 5 points at most. Meanwhile, he has experience to draw from and plenty of room for improvement. With that pressure, Lin Yuan immediately threw himself into training. From afternoon until night, he worked on his sniper shooting skills, adding points, practicing shooting, adding points, and practicing shooting again. Thus, the 9th day of survival passed. On the 10th day of survival, Lin Yuan had mastered the 5 elements fist and increased his physical attributes to 28 points. The Overlord gun technique has reached a master level, allowing for attacks that can deliver up to 4 times one's own strength. This means that Lin Yuan's current attack power has already surpassed 1,000. If he encounters a creature like a python, a regular 9-star beast, he is no longer afraid to confront it head-on, and he might even be able to kill it outright. However, the joy of his increased combat power was quickly dampened by a system announcement. The survivors from another world have already caught the attention of the mysterious beasts living in the deep mountains, and these creatures are starting to stir. They are bound to guard their black iron treasure chests, which prevents them from leaving their territory. Now, someone has dared to venture into the mountains and slay these beasts, inciting their wrath. From this point on, the beast calamity has escalated into a beast disaster, meaning that the survivors will face not just ordinary beasts, but also a mix of otherworldly creatures. The more otherworldly beasts that are killed, the more will emerge from the mountains to attack the survivors. It turns out that Luo Yi has ventured into the deep mountains and even killed an otherworldly beast. This announcement must have been triggered by her. As of now, no one else has been able to defeat an otherworldly beast. The system is clearly up to something. Once this announcement was made, many people likely couldn't remain calm. Every time there's a beast calamity, wait, it's now upgraded to a beast disaster. The fact that disasters can escalate is significant information. The system has made it clear. During each beast disaster, there will be 1 or 2 otherworldly beasts that will attack some of the survivors. This means that during the early hours of the 11th day of survival, at 6 a.m., the beast disaster will include 1 or 2 otherworldly beasts, targeting some unfortunate survivors. This also indicates that the A019 zone, which has been calm for the past 2 days, will soon see casualties again. Chapter 99. The first monster disaster at most. The first monster disaster involved just a couple of monsters attacking the survivors in zone A019, leading to the unfortunate deaths of 1 or 2 humans. However, the real headache was the chain reaction triggered by Luo Yi's slaying of the monsters. Previously, a large group of followers had been closely following Luo Yi's lead, including figures like Bu Jia, Lung Feng, and some skilled practitioners in the wilderness. But once Luo Yi's posts and comments came out, they began to share the same goal as Lin Yuan, to maximize their attributes and build a stronger foundation of divine power. They hoped to go further in the future, achieving higher combat strength and surviving more easily in this world. This wasn't just a minority opinion. It was the collective mindset of the survivors. However, things had changed. Luo Yi was able to slay monsters and obtain treasure chests on the very first day. As she trained in evolution skills, the number of monsters she would slay and the treasure chests she would acquire would only increase. The system might as well have clearly stated that next to each monster was a black iron chest. Slaying a monster meant gaining a black iron chest. With Luo Yi's rapid increase in strength, could they really afford to stand still? Moreover, they would still face the threat of monster attacks. The more monsters Luo Yi killed, the more monsters would come to attack, and the greater the threat would be. For the mid to low-tier survivors, the more evolved beings there were to slay, the greater the threats they would encounter. On a road flanked by jagged rocks, Bu Jie suddenly stopped his bicycle and gazed intently at He Yunying, who was riding beside him. He Yunying quickly halted her bike as well, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? Are we stopping to mine? But didn't you say you'd find me a 9-star skill book?" Bu Jie dismounted his bicycle and walked toward the roadside. "If you want mine, you can go ahead. But I plan to break through to an evolved state right now." He Yunying was taken aback. "Didn't you say we should focus on maximizing our attributes before breaking through? Why the sudden change of heart?" Bu Jie shook his head, choosing not to respond. The circumstances had changed. Ever since the system announcement, he had noticed the darkening aura around He Yunying, a sign of impending doom. Under his protection, she had started to grow steadily and remained safe, but now that dark energy indicated that he could no longer keep her safe with his current strength. Considering the system announcement, Bu Jie had a premonition that on the 11th day of survival, a monster disaster would bring threats to their camp. Now, he had no choice but to break through. If he didn't, he feared he wouldn't be strong enough to fend off the monsters, and both of them could end up as monster prey. If they lost their lives, what good would high attributes and divine power do? Soon, a regional announcement shocked all the survivors. "Congratulations to survivor Bu Jie, ID A0196755516, for being the second to break through to an evolved state, elevating his combat strength." Perhaps it wasn't the first breakthrough that caused the stir. Rather, the significant drop in treatment and the sparse information in the announcement, which was only made once. However, it did shock everyone. Following Luo Yi's breakthrough, someone else became an evolver. This meant that the survivors had to make an immediate choice. Should they start training special skills to break through using their current attributes? Or should they continue to focus on development? The chain reaction triggered by Luo Yi finally began to take shape. After Bu Jie's breakthrough, from the afternoon to the evening, 2 more individuals broke through one after another. Surprisingly, both were experts from the wild. One was Bloodhand Tang Lin, codenamed Bloodhand, and the other was the legendary Ouyang Na, known as the Invincible East. Just by looking at their codenames, it was clear they were not ordinary people, and one could infer the types of skills they likely practiced. Bloodhand was presumably the heir of the Iron Sand Palm technique, specializing in palm techniques. The latter was even more impressive. She had been a well-known internet celebrity back on Blue Star. With an androgynous appearance since childhood, she enjoyed imitating the character the Invincible East, played by Bridget Lin, and had diligently practiced the flying needle technique. Her rise to fame was propelled by the advent of short videos, where she showcased her imitations and flying needle skills online. Because she could seamlessly switch between male and female roles, looking like a man in male attire and stunningly beautiful in female attire, combined with her ability to shoot apples and pierce small trees with her flying needles. She amassed a large fan base. Who would have thought such a remarkable person would end up in Zone A019? This was a talent capable of unleashing short-range explosive attacks with the force of a gunshot. After entering the survival world with enhanced attributes and skills, she would only become more formidable. It seemed that her rapid breakthrough to an evolver was quite understandable. After mastering the 5 elements fist and the Overlord gun technique, Lin Yuan began to practice the lower star rated body refinement technique and the divine refinement technique. In the evening, he discussed with the group what to do if the alien beasts attacked. Here, what to do wasn't about how to fight the beasts, but rather how to survive. Surprisingly, the big shots in the group came up with a plan to collapse their bases and sleep directly by the roadside or even on the road, waiting for the alien beasts to attack. If they could fight back, they would. If not, they would strategically retreat and relocate. Just as the discussion was heating up, Luo Yi posted a message. The post read, "What are alien beasts and what is their strength?" Author, Luo Yi. In my view, alien beasts are mutated creatures that evolved from ordinary wild animals, possessing greater strength and larger sizes than regular beasts. More importantly, like human evolvers, They have divine power and can train skills. The strength of alien beasts is rated on a 9-star scale, with each additional star adding over 1,000 pounds of attack power. The attack power of a 1-star exotic beast is comparable to that of a 9-star ordinary beast, but due to its divine power, it can unleash skills, resulting in a force greater than that of a 9-star ordinary beast. Therefore, its overall strength surpasses that of a 9-star beast. A 9-star can exert over 9,000 pounds of force, and when it activates its divine power and skills, it can unleash over 10,000 pounds of attack power. The specific strength of it depends on the type of beast it mutated from. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Over 10,000 pounds of attack power. What does that even mean? If it hits a person, it could easily turn them into mush. The strength corresponds to the evolution level of its opponents, which means that even a G-level evolver can only reach an attack power of up to 10,000 pounds at most. Such powerful would spell doom for ordinary survivors, leaving them with a slim chance of survival. Some strong survivors, like Lung Feng and Bai Li Ji Lu, might be able to hold their own against a 1-star. But when it comes to 2-star or 3-star, their only option would be to flee. Any strategic retreat might only be effective in the initial days. As more are killed, the intensity of the disaster increases, and there wouldn't be enough time to escape. It seems that Lin Yuan doesn't have much time left. When he went to sleep at night, he packed up his base and settled down on the endless highway, keeping his bicycle close by so that he could hop on it at a moment's notice. After all, as the ancient said, do not think of victory before considering defeat. Using history as a mirror is always wise. Chapter 100, Survival, Day 11 at 6 a.m. Lin Yuan opened his eyes right on time. As soon as he woke up, he sprang up like a carp leaping from water, grabbing his spear and getting into a defensive stance. Woof, woof. Just as he was ready, the sound of barking erupted, and wild beasts began to attack his camp. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This sound wasn't from a mutated beast, but rather from a pack of wild, scruffy dogs. He had previously killed one and recognized the bark. It was similar to the one he had encountered before. If it had been a mutated beast, its bark would have been much louder. Since it wasn't a mutated beast, Lin Yuan took the initiative to attack. Using his keen hearing to pinpoint the source of the noise, he unleashed his formidable spear technique, delivering a 1,000-pound strike that instantly took down the wild dog in the darkness. While he had no particular sense of accomplishment from killing a wild dog, his expression turned serious as he focused on a thrilling moment unfolding in the distance. Someone was in a spectacular showdown, and it was Yanin. Though she wasn't the one fighting, that honor belonged to Bu Jie. At that moment, Bu Jie stood 5 meters away from a mutated beast, facing off against it. Seeing Bu Jie like this made Lin Yuan feel a bit uneasy. It was as if he had just realized the clown was actually himself. Previously, when he had seen Bu Jie's avatar, he thought he was an old monk, but now, Bu Jie looked like a pretty boy, with skin even fairer than that of most girls and a shiny bald head. His looks were on point. No wonder Yanin had thrown herself at him. The mutated beast facing Bu Jie was also a wild dog, but this one was much larger than the one Lin Yuan had just killed. It was about the size of an adult tiger, with keen, fierce eyes and a tail that wagged slightly. Suddenly, the mutated wild dog turned away from Bu Jie, no longer confronting him, and instead dashed toward the wooden cabin where Yanin was hiding. Seeking death, Wuji roared in anger, unleashing his divine power as his legs shimmered with white light. He chased after the mutated dog, swinging a metal rod to deliver a powerful blow. However, the mutated wild dog suddenly sidestepped, avoiding Bu Jie's strike, and then leaped into the air, aiming to bite at Bu Jie's chest. This leap covered a distance of 3 to 4 meters, and Bu Jie quickly changed his attack from a downward smash to a sweeping motion, aiming to knock the airborne, mutated dog out of the sky, potentially landing a decisive hit. But the mutated wild dog's 4 paws suddenly glowed with white light as it frantically clawed in midair, its speed increasing several times. Not only did it evade Bu Jie's metal rod attack, but it continued its assault toward his chest. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. The mutated wild dog actually had an acceleration skill, although Bu Jie was aware that mutated beasts could use skills. He hadn't expected this wild dog to employ such a tactic. Caught off guard, Bu Jie couldn't bring the metal rod back in time for defense. Instead, he simply clenched his left hand into a fist and aimed it at the leaping wild dog, intending to crush its head directly. Just when Lin Yuan thought the battle was nearing its end, there was a loud bang as fists collided. It wasn't a scene of Bu Jie smashing the dog's head. Instead, it was Bu Jie being knocked back several steps by the dog's headbutt. Lin Yuan was taken aback. What was going on? He was genuinely surprised. However, as the fight continued between the man and the dog, he started to notice some patterns. The human evolver had a low physical constitution but could unleash powerful attacks, solely relying on the advantages of weapons and skill levels. In contrast, the alien beast relied on instinct for its skills, lacking deep mastery, and fought primarily with its immense physical strength and size. This resulted in the alien beast being able to deliver devastating blows effortlessly, but the power boost from its skills and divine strength wasn't that significant. Bu Jie was using a staff technique, which could indeed deliver decent power, but his fist techniques were not his primary focus, meaning his level and mastery wouldn't be very high. This led to the situation where his punch was met with the dog's head, and he was pushed back. As expected, Bu Jie recognized his disadvantage. He stopped using his fists and concentrated on wielding the iron staff with his staff techniques. However, Lin Yuan soon noticed another flaw in Bu Jie's approach. Bu Jie should have surpassed 40 points in physical constitution when he evolved, which meant he had over 400 pounds of strength. With a 9-star skill, he should have been able to unleash over 1,200 pounds of attack power, making him comparable to the strength of the wild dog. Plus, with the enhancement of divine strength, he should have been able to defeat the mutated wild dog quickly. Yet here he was, exchanging blows back and forth, fighting for several rounds without a clear winner in sight. The root of this issue was that Bu Jie didn't know how to effectively utilize his divine strength. While Luo Yi could use her divine strength with ease, outputting as much as she wanted whenever she wanted, making her combat fluid and her power usage peak, Bu Jie struggled. He could hold his own against the wild dog with his staff techniques, but whenever he attempted to use divine strength, he fell behind. Akin to Duan Yu trying to wield the 6 Meridians divine sword, sometimes effective, but often leading to a chaotic situation for himself. Yet, he couldn't afford not to use divine strength, as it was his only ace in defeating the wild dog. In a nutshell, Bu Jie's performance in this battle was a bit frustrating. He didn't resemble a seasoned expert, but rather a rookie just starting out. What could he do? It wasn't his fault that he had just broken through and was facing an alien beast. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough and had the trump card of divine strength. If he hadn't, his stamina would surely fall short against the high constitution wild dog. The outcome would have been predictable if he couldn't keep up. In the end, it was only through increasingly skillful use of his divine strength that Bu Jie managed to crush the mutated wild dog. As the thrilling moment came to an end, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Although he wasn't the one fighting in this battle, he still gained a lot from the combat between Bu Jie and the wild dogs. In addition to improving his marksmanship, he should also train in hand-to-hand combat or leg techniques. This way, when he encounters otherworldly beasts in the future, even if his equipment is destroyed or he finds himself unable to defend quickly enough with weapons, he can still rely on his own physical strength to fend off and counterattack the beasts. Moreover, after becoming an evolver, he should quickly familiarize himself with divine power. He should follow in the footsteps of Luo Yi and learn to unleash that power, rather than directing the divine energy within him like Bu Jie, as if he were using someone else's possessions. Sighing, Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling a mix of envy and contemplation as he began to formulate his next plans. Today marked the 11th day since he entered this survival world, leaving only 9 days until the next event. It was also a crucial day because Luo Yi had not only slain one otherworldly beast, but several. In addition to attacking Bu Jie and his companion, she had taken down 4 unfortunate survivors. Once the evolver who broke through yesterday becomes familiar with divine power and joins in the hunt for beasts and treasure chests, there is no doubt that the number of attacks from otherworldly beasts will increase. Who knows if they might come after him next? Thus, today is pivotal. Those who want to break through should do so as quickly as possible to allow time to become familiar with divine power so that when the beasts attack, they can put up a fight. For those looking to enhance their attributes, it's also crucial to find ordinary 9-star treasure chests today. Training takes time, and getting accustomed to divine power after a breakthrough also requires time. During this period, they could encounter attacks from otherworldly beasts at any moment, leading to potential death. This is the reality for other survivors. And as for Lin Yuan, Chapter 101, with his current strength, Lin Yuan was still unable to defeat a 1-star alien beast. but he was more than capable of protecting himself and could focus on developing his abilities. Once he had developed enough, he felt that even 2-star alien beasts wouldn't pose a threat anymore. Lin Yuan's plan remained unchanged. He intended to continue improving his attributes until there was nothing left to enhance before breaking through to become an evolver. On the 11th day of survival, while a small number of people chose to break through directly and most were frantically searching for higher-grade skill books, he took the opportunity to purchase low-star special skill books that no one else wanted. Just yesterday, low-star skill books, and even mid-star ones, had been in high demand. But now no one was interested. In just one day, the situation had dramatically shifted. Previously, all survivors aimed to train in low, mid, and high-star skills, hoping to boost their physical attributes to the maximum, just like Lin Yuan. Now, however, their focus had narrowed to simply wanting to train in a single higher-level skill book. This worked to Lin Yuan's advantage. Collecting these skill books one by one would have taken him a lot of time. But now he only needed to spend a little divine water to train peacefully. And what he lacked most was time. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 12 p.m., from morning to noon, and then from afternoon to evening. Time passed as Lin Yuan immersed himself in intense training. By the 11th day of survival, Lin Yuan had trained 2 types of low-star special skills to the point where further training no longer increased his attributes. His physical attribute reached 39 points, while his mental attribute reached 43 points. On the 12th day, Lin Yuan began training with 2 types of mid-star special skills, because mid-star skills were significantly higher in level than 1 or 2-star skills. It wasn't until noon on the 13th day that he had trained the mid-star skills to their limit. Over the past 2 days, dozens of alien beasts had attacked the survivors' base. Through 2 days of familiarization and practice, several people had joined the ranks of those killing alien beasts and seizing treasure chests. It was believed that on the 14th day, the alien beast attacks would increase dramatically. Sure enough, at 6 a.m. on the 14th day, nearly 100 alien beasts launched an assault on the survivors in Zone A019. Aside from a few strong survivors, the rest were overwhelmed and killed by the alien beasts. It wasn't that strategic retreats were ineffective. Rather, the alien beasts were stronger in physique, power, and speed. As survivors fled, some were caught because their bicycles were not fully functional. Others were overtaken due to exhaustion. Some were simply unlucky, fleeing for their lives only to be caught in a disaster, besieged by both alien beasts and the calamity itself. There was little hope for survival. Lin Yuan's heart had hardened like iron. After a period of training, he had adapted to the daily reality of witnessing deaths among his peers. Having gained a rough understanding of the situation, he continued to focus on honing his skills, advancing toward the 7-star and 8-star body forging techniques, as well as the divine forging technique. Some of these skill books were acquired through purchase, while others were given to him by Luo Yi, because these skills were significantly more challenging than those rated at the intermediate star level. Lin Yuan reached a point on the afternoon of the 15th day of training where he had exhausted all possible practice, and his attributes no longer increased. His attributes had soared to a staggering 60+ points, with spirit at 64 and constitution at 61. With 600 points of strength and using the Overlord Spear technique, Lin Yuan's attack power had reached an astonishing 2,400 pounds. Such powerful attack capability could easily slay a 1-star beast and withstand a 2-star beast without losing ground. At this stage, as long as he had the 9-star ordinary body forging technique, Lin Yuan could say he could break through whenever he wanted. However, he wasn't in a rush. After all, haste makes waste. He opened a trading platform to see if anyone was selling 9-star skill books, but unfortunately, he found nothing yet again. It seemed he would have to search for them himself. With no other option, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to set off on his bicycle, embarking on his journey despite there being only a few hours left until dusk. Unfortunately, whether it was due to his bad luck or the system's disfavor, ever since he got on his bike, disasters have been tailing him, leaving him with little opportunity to properly search for treasure chests. Thus, the 15th day of survival passed in this manner. On the 16th day of survival, Lin Yuan set out early. He didn't dare to waste a moment. His time was running out. Finding a 9-star skill book would take time, reaching the master level would take time, and mastering divine power would also require time. Most importantly, he had exhausted his experience points. Experience, 11. Tens of thousands of experience points had only bought him a few attribute points. Worth it? Although many people had already advanced to become evolvers, and top experts like Lung Feng were close to breaking through as well, Lin Yuan remained stagnant. However, there were distinctions among evolvers. Those who advanced with just a few points in 2 attributes were weak evolvers, unable to handle even a 9-star ordinary beast, let alone a magical beast. Slightly better were the ordinary evolvers, who made up the majority, with both attributes reaching over 20 points. Stronger than them were the expert evolvers, who enjoyed fitness or specialized sports on Blue Star and had higher starting constitution attributes in the survival world. As long as they didn't die and put in the effort, they could become experts. Their constitution often exceeded 30 points. And as long as they could skillfully use divine power, defeating a 1-star beast would be a breeze. Even stronger than expert evolvers were the likes of Bu Jie, Blood Hand, and Dongfang Bubi. They trained diligently from a young age, either to carry on a tradition or due to their personal interests. While others are playing, they are training. While other children are cuddling with their parents, they are honing their skills. As they grow a bit older, even when their peers are dating, scrolling through videos, or playing on their phones, they're still focused on their training. They surpass many advanced practitioners, boasting physical attributes around the 40s. Luo Yi originally belonged to this category of practitioners, but her talent and results far exceed those of her peers. From day one, she had the upper hand, starting her training with a 9-star ordinary skills, making her somewhat stronger than most, with a physical attribute likely breaking into the 50s. The strongest among them is Lin Yuan, whose physical attribute has already reached 61. Once he finds a 9-star skills and breaks through to an advanced practitioner, he will undoubtedly be the strongest in Area A019. Of course, this strongest refers to attributes. As for actual combat power, his high attributes might give him an edge over others, but when it comes to Luo Yi, Lin Yuan feels far from confident. She possesses a unique aura of a master that makes her seem ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, she appears incredibly formidable. Not only does she wield her strength with finesse, but she also commands her presence with ease. If one were to analyze it, while other survivors rely solely on their physical strength, she has already begun to tap into her mental power, placing her on an entirely different level. For several consecutive days, the only threats to their camp have been wild beasts, and the same was true on the 16th day of survival, which greatly pleased Lin Yuan. These exotic beasts seemed to have a sense of self-awareness, recognizing his rapid growth in strength and knowing they are no match for him. But suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 102 on the map of the survival guide. It showed that a friend was nearby. This friend was none other than his girlfriend, Luo Yi. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and quickly pedaled his bicycle with all his might. He was about to meet her in person. However, he had only rushed a few meters before he abruptly stopped the bike. He couldn't go see Luo Yi just yet. The most important thing was to break through to become an evolver. There were only a few days left until the event. Plus, they had made a pact to compete when they met. With his current strength, Lin Yuan didn't want to lose too badly. Suppressing the urge to rush to Luo Yi's side, Lin Yuan looked at her contact name and murmured, "Yi, wait for me. We will meet soon." He would show up in front of her with his strongest abilities, proving to her that her boyfriend, her man Lin Yuan, was not just someone who relied on words or underhanded tactics. He had the strength to stand beside her, to tell her that in this survival world, he was there for her, ready to face any danger together. Calming his excitement, Lin Yuan began searching for treasure chests. Although he couldn't meet her right away, his direction hadn't changed. He slowly pedaled toward the route marked for Luo Yi. After riding for about 5 minutes, he suddenly spotted a dilapidated wooden chest in the middle of the road. Nostalgically, he stopped his bike. This kind of casual treasure chest spawn was a privilege reserved for the first day. He walked up and opened it. Inside were bicycle upgrade materials, skill books, and bottled water. Lin Yuan didn't linger and continued on his way. A few minutes later, he encountered another potential treasure chest location, a giant rock. As his strength increased, so did his methods of finding treasure chests. Lin Yuan pressed down on the pedals, using the momentum to leap upward, standing on a bike frame. From this height, he could clearly see if there was a treasure chest behind the giant rock. The result was negative. There wasn't one. No treasure was fine, he thought, grabbing the handlebars and spinning around to sit back down on the bike seat. Thanks to his enhanced physique and the body refining technique he had practiced, he had gained a solid level of control over his body. Such maneuvers were effortless for Lin Yuan now. Continuing down the path, he spotted a dense tree. He grabbed his long spear, and the bike showed no signs of slowing down, merely edging closer to the roadside. With the Overlord spear technique ready, Lin Yuan approached the thick tree without dismounting. He unleashed his strongest attack. With a loud bang, the spear tip pierced the trunk, creating a large hole. The large tree swayed left and right, showing signs of about to topple. Lin Yuan quickly steadied his gun and used the tip to strike the tree, making it sway even more. The reason for this was that if there was a treasure chest hidden in the tree, it would fall out with the violent shaking. Sure enough, a treasure chest dropped down. Lin Yuan still didn't get off his vehicle. He simply positioned his spear under the spot where the chest was about to land. When the chest hit the tip of the spear, he exerted a slight force on the pole, controlling it to lift the chest towards him. The falling treasure chest flew straight at Lin Yuan, who quickly used his left hand to catch it, laughing heartily as he sped away. Whether the tree he had pierced would fall or not was no longer his concern. It was great to have improved strength. Not only could he protect himself with greater combat power, but he was also effective at finding treasure chests. If it had been in the past, he would have to stop his bike, and regardless of what axe he used to cut the tree, he would have to bend over and chop for a long time, wasting a lot of time. Just thinking about chopping trees made Lin Yuan frown. He recalled how he had been bullied by a swarm of weak little yellow bees back then. What a regrettable memory. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan encountered another large tree, but this one was different from the previous one. The branches of this tree were rather bare, so it was unlikely that a treasure chest was hidden in it. Instead, it was probably behind the tree, as the trunk was so large that there was a visual blind spot. If anything were to be hidden, it would be behind the trunk, out of sight from the road. Lin Yuan still didn't get off his bike. When he reached the front of the tree, he suddenly burst into action, thrusting the tip of his spear toward the trunk. His plan was to stab it a few times to bring the tree down directly, and if there was a treasure chest, he would just use the spear to lift it. The long weapon had its advantages. Not only could it strike distant enemies, but it could also be used to retrieve treasure chests. It was like sitting in the sky while the treasure chest flew to him. However, after the first thrust, a miserable scream came from the trunk, and a large brownish-gray bear came running out, covering its rear and howling in pain, not even glancing at Lin Yuan as it dashed into the depths of the forest. Blood dripped from the bear's backside, and Lin Yuan was taken aback. Did he just rupture the bear's rear? He then burst into laughter at the bear's clumsy, pitiful appearance. It was quite unfortunate. Lin Yuan didn't chase after it, but just watched as the bear ran away. He had plenty of food. He was currently feasting on exotic beasts hunted by Luo Yi, which tasted much better than any wild animal. Don't get it twisted. It wasn't the illusion of eating soft food that made it taste good, but rather that the meat of exotic beasts was genuinely much tastier than that of wild beasts. Since he wasn't eating meat, why bother killing the big, clumsy bear? Although Lin Yuan spared the bear, he wouldn't show mercy to its den. After firing several shots, he managed to uncover a treasure chest. Seeing the condition of the treasure chest, Lin Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Although it was a high-star-rated chest, it hadn't reached the coveted 9 stars. Well, it is what it is, he thought to himself, and continued on his way, searching for more treasure chests along the roadside. The dilapidated wooden chests usually respawned not far from the road, which was why Lin Yuan hadn't ventured too deep into the area. Any deeper, and he would enter the territory of the black iron chests and the beasts that guarded them. He wasn't sure if it was due to a curse from the giant bear, but after stealing its treasure, he hadn't come across another chest for a long time. It wasn't until 40 minutes later that Lin Yuan stumbled upon a cave. A cave? This could also be a hiding spot for a treasure chest. He stopped his bike, eagerly grabbed his long gun, and rushed into the cave. With his newfound strength, he felt bold and confident, believing that even if there were 9-star ordinary beasts inside, they would be taken down in an instant. So, he wasn't afraid at all. However, just a few seconds in, Lin Yuan hurriedly backed out, his face dark as coal. Damn, there were signs that survivors had lived here, eating, sleeping, and even, well, you know, how on earth were they still alive? The cave bore traces of human habitation, and more importantly, Lin Yuan had stumbled upon something unpleasant. Feeling a bit queasy, he vigorously scrubbed the soles of his military boots against the ground to wipe off the organic fertilizer he had stepped in. These survivors were truly uncouth. After a few minutes, Lin Yuan continued on his journey, still a bit irritated. Half an hour later, he arrived at a fork in the road with 3 paths. Ahead was the closest route to Luo Yi. To the left, he noticed what looked like an iron bridge although it was a bit farther from Luo Yi's position. If he went right, he would be heading in the wrong direction and wouldn't be able to see her at all. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then decided not to continue straight, but to turn onto the left road. He wanted to give himself more time to develop and also to see what the Iron Bridge in this survival world looked like. Soon, Lin Yuan reached the Iron Bridge, but his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. The bridge was neither grand nor spectacular. It was suspended by 4 large iron chains on each side, with wooden planks laid across the surface. He couldn't even tell how many chains were underneath. Below wasn't a flowing river, but rather a larger lake, the water looking clear and pristine. Since he was already there, he decided to take this route and prepared to ride his bike onto the bridge. However, on the other side of the bridge, he spotted 4 survivors riding their bikes toward him. As he got a good look at their faces, Lin Yuan froze for a moment before his anger surged. Chapter 103. Lin Yuan stepped on organic fertilizer. Lin Yuan was already a bit irritated after stepping on organic fertilizer. But upon seeing the 4 people approaching from the opposite side, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, making him furious. As he recognized the 4 individuals, Lin Yuan wasted no time and rode his bicycle toward the bridge. Among the group was Zhao Liangkai, the one who had tried to kill his girlfriend. The remaining individuals were easy to identify. The woman must be Zhao Wenjing, who took pleasure in tormenting others, and one of the men was definitely Gao Jiajia, who assisted in their misdeeds. As for the 4th person, it was clear they were not a good influence either, as like attracts like. Lin Yuan should have anticipated this, especially since Luo Yi was nearby. Zhao Liangkai and his companions would logically be close as well. Unfortunately, since he had blocked Zhao Liangkai, he couldn't discover the presence of this shameless person sooner. However, it was too late. He could still take him down. As for why they encountered each other face to face, it had to do with the setting of the endless highway. Initially, the survivors didn't understand why a road was called Endless Highway, but as they explored longer, some began to meet each other head-on. Survivors concluded that every section of the road had intersections leading in various directions, and sometimes they would circle back to where they started. With roads continuously available for riding, there was naturally no end. Survivors watching the thrilling moments began to comment in the chat. When enemies meet, it's bound to get intense. Lin Yuan was alone, while Zhao Liangkai had 4 people with him. This seemed a bit precarious. Nonsense. If having more people guaranteed victory, they would have been chased away by the top-ranked player a few days ago. Someone remarked, "Oh, the bounty is gone. I was hoping for a full set of G-level 9-star gear. At the very least, a barrel of divine water would suffice." It was clear that a battle was about to unfold, which explained why Lin Yuan went live. Indeed, he was broadcasting the exciting moment. The Iron Bridge was about 30 meters long, allowing Lin Yuan to see the people across, and they could clearly see him as well. When Zhao Liangkai saw Lin Yuan's expression, he couldn't help but laugh, shouting, "What is up, Brother Lin? Are you looking for trouble with me?" Lin Yuan's expression was serious, eyes filled with a murderous intent as he pointed his long gun at Zhao Liangkai and the others, coldly stating, "Dare to bully my girlfriend? You will die. Today. You 3 won't escape again. It will be harder than climbing to the heavens." Gao Jiajia felt a bit nervous, while Zhao Wenjing instinctively hid behind a tall, muscular man. This man was massive, with thick limbs and a powerful build, but his looks were hard to describe. He appeared both anxious and menacing. Lin Yuan focused on observing this brute, quickly realizing that among the group, he was the strongest. Zhao Liangkai burst into laughter as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Yuan, do you have no self-awareness at all? Haven't you seen your own glorious moments? With your meager skills, you think you can take me down? That's just absurd. Just because others call you boss, you think that makes you one? You're nothing but a coward living off women in this survival world. Without Luo Yi, do you really think you could have grown to this level? Do you dare say you've never accepted her items, skill books, or even her guidance in skill training? Lin Yuan scoffed as well. Zhao Liangkai was clearly blinded by jealousy and couldn't see the reality. Hadn't he heard the saying, "A scholar should be viewed with fresh eyes after 3 days"? After so long, who would still be stagnant? Besides, if Lin Yuan relied on women, wasn't Zhao Liangkai doing the same? At least Lin Yuan relied on genuine feelings, while Zhao Liangkai had lost all sense of sanity. Lin Yuan didn't want to argue too much with a dying man, and instead turned his attention to the thug. "Who are you? You must know our grievances. I have to kill these people. What is your relationship with them?" Zhao Wenjing quickly poked the thug from behind, fearing he might stop paying attention to her. Lin Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. The thug first patted Zhao Wenjing on the shoulder and then clasped his fists. Brother Lin, I am Wugong. Do me a favor. Let's be merciful where we can. Otherwise, let us just leave it that. Look, your girlfriend is fine, right? I've got these people covered now. Wu Gang was much stronger than Zhao Liangkai and his group, and naturally, his perspective was much broader. He could tell that although Lin Yuan hadn't yet reached the level of an evolver, his strength was not to be underestimated, and he didn't want to make an enemy of him. Lin Yuan was furious and didn't hold back. You damn horse, Wu Gang, right? Talking about face. What is your face worth? Were you even? Do you think you're worthy of talking about face with me? What do you mean it's fine if people are unharmed? So, just because Luo Yi is powerful, those who plot against her should get away with it, right? What if she were weak? I don't believe you didn't see what happened to those women. If you did see and still say such things, treating Luo Yi with such disdain and contempt, Wu Gang, you truly deserve to die. Wu Gang was equally enraged. Lin Yuan was showing no mercy, seeking his own demise. The tension escalated quickly, and both sides were ready to strike. In just a few exchanges, they had closed the distance. Lin Yuan gripped his gun tightly, using his foot to control his bike as he charged forward. Seeing that negotiations had fallen apart, Wu Gang and Zhao Liangkai quickly drew their weapons. They didn't use guns, partly due to the close distance, and partly because Lin Yuan's battle gear was of a much higher level. Hitting a nearby expert in the head with a gun was no easy feat in a 1-against-4 situation. Lin Yuan showed no fear. He suddenly accelerated on his bicycle, leaping into the air, and with a powerful push off the bike frame, soared even higher. He brought his spear down with force towards Wu Gang. Seizing the initiative, Lin Yuan took advantage of the length of his spear to launch the first attack. Wu Gang, armed with boxing gloves, and the other three, wielding either knives or swords, would have to get closer to threaten Lin Yuan. Wu Gang could easily dodge this strike, but as an evolved being, he had yet to truly test the extent of his own strength. Now, he wanted to gauge Lin Yuan's power. What gave him the audacity to speak so boldly and dismissively? With a roar, Wu Gang unleashed his divine strength, propelling himself up from the bicycle. Standing atop the bike, he threw a punch at Lin Yuan's spear. With a loud bang, Wu Gang's expression changed dramatically as he lost control and fell back onto the seat of his bicycle. But that wasn't the end. The recoil from his spear and his punch sent both him and the bike crashing to the ground. Lin Yuan's spear strike, with a base strength of 600 pounds, combined with the bike's speed, generated an impact of nearly 3,000 pounds. Wu Gang, despite being a skilled evolved being, found his attack power lacking compared to Lin Yuan's, suffering a significant setback in the first round. Zhao Liangkai and the others also turned pale, their fighting spirit instantly extinguished. Just one spear strike had proven to be so terrifying. Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia quickly turned their bicycles around, fleeing back the way they came. Zhao Liangkai, however, tried to be clever. He continued to ride forward, passing beneath Lin Yuan and escaping towards Lin Yuan's original path. His thinking was simple. If he could just get far enough away, Lin Yuan wouldn't turn back to chase him, right? After all, Lin Yuan was looking for treasure, and he hadn't even broken through to become an evolved being yet. He must be searching for the 9-star skills. Chasing him would take time, and surely that wasn't as important as breaking through to become an evolved being. Chapter 104 Zhao Liangkai had lost his earlier arrogance and was now drenched in cold sweat. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan would grow so quickly and possess such strength, knocking Wu Gang to the ground with a single shot? He pedaled furiously on his bicycle, desperate to escape the iron bridge. But how could Lin Yuan let Zhao Liangkai get away? He hated Zhao Liangkai the most. After that one shot, Lin Yuan did not pursue Wu Gang further. Instead, he controlled the gun, shifting from a smash to a sweep, swinging the long gun from right to left, targeting the fleeing Zhao Liangkai. Seeing the long gun coming for him, Zhao Liangkai's face changed dramatically. Lin Yuan's shot had been powerful enough to take down Wu Gang, who had nearly 40 points in physical prowess enhanced by divine strength. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to react so quickly, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his knife to block the long gun. With a clang, the knife and gun collided, sending Zhao Liangkai's combat knife flying. The long gun continued its momentum, sweeping toward Zhao Liangkai's chest, ripping through his police hoodie and sending him flying off the iron bridge. With Lin Yuan's mental state now exceeding 60 points, his senses heightened. He didn't even need to look to know the outcome. After that shot, he returned to his bicycle, his feet already prepared, with a powerful push on the pedals. Enhanced by his level 9 cycling skill, he charged toward the fleeing Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia. Using the Overlord Spear technique, Lin Yuan fired one shot after another, aiming at the two of them. Thud thud. In just 2 shots, Lin Yuan not only tore through Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia's police hoodies, but also pierced through them completely. The might of his shots was such that ordinary equipment and common beasts could not withstand it. Just as Wu Gang managed to get up, he saw Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia being pierced by the long gun, their bicycle losing control and crashing to the ground along with them. His eyes blazed with fury. You killed them? With that, he angrily charged at Lin Yuan, his fists glowing with white light, clearly using all his divine strength. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, controlling the gun to attack Wu Gang. If he had killed them, why would he fear Wu Gang? He intended to take Wu Gang down as well. Since they had become enemies, he would eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fists colliding with the gun tip echoed again and again, under the full force of his divine strength. Wu Gang was surprisingly able to block Lin Yuan's attacks. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about being outmatched by Wu Gang. Divine strength was not limitless. It couldn't simply be used however one pleased. Hadn't he seen Luo Yi managing her divine strength output to maximize its effectiveness? As for Wu Gang, in his rage, he was recklessly expending his divine strength, appearing immensely powerful and fierce. But it wouldn't last long. He was what people referred to as a 3-second man. 1 punch, 2 punches, 5 punches, 6 punches. Indeed, after throwing just 5 or 6 punches, Wu Gang's divine strength was already exhausted, and he could no longer summon it. This time, no matter how hard you resist, Lin Yuan continued his assault. The Overlord's Spear technique. Bang! Bang! With the first shot, Wu Gang felt a jolt of pain in his arm, forced to retreat step by step. With the second shot, his fist gloves were shattered, their durability exhausted, turning into tattered rags that fell onto the wooden planks of the bridge. Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he prepared to fire again. But Wu Gang shouted, "Stop! Stop! I give up! I give up! I concede. I won't get involved in your matters anymore. Kill whoever you want. Anyway, Zhao Yangkai and the others are already dead. It's not worth it to fight to the death with Lin Yuan over the dead." However, he wouldn't let this go easily. He vowed to repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Lin Yuan remained silent, his head bowed, not saying a word. Wu Gang was overjoyed as he bent down to retrieve his bicycle from the ground, but his eyes were filled with resentment, plotting that once he escaped, he would train hard to not only trample Lin Yuan underfoot, but also make Lin Yuan's girlfriend, Luo Yi, wish she were dead. Just as he crouched down, he sensed something was off. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Yuan's spear pierced through his back, the tip emerging from his chest. He heard Lin Yuan say one sentence before losing consciousness. "No grudges, no enmity. I was going to spare your life, but unfortunately." Lin Yuan's senses were heightened. It was simply impossible for Wu Gang to play mind games in front of him. Wu Gang begged for mercy, but he had sought his own death, harboring thoughts he shouldn't have had. The onlookers, survivors watching the thrilling moment, were somewhat confused. Wasn't Lin Yuan supposed to spare Wu Gang? Why did he kill him again? TCH, Lin Yuan never said he would spare him, nor did he say he wouldn't. Wu Gang had sheltered Zhao Liangkai and the others. He deserved to die. Lin Yuan did indeed have intentions to let Wu Gang go, but alas, Wu Gang refused to repent. Having suffered such a significant loss, he bore resentment and was bound to seek revenge in the future. It was likely that Lin Yuan killed him to prevent any future troubles. Damn it. The ones who deserve to die don't, and those who shouldn't die do. Zhao Yangkai, who had done so many bad things, managed to escape a calamity. No one knew if Lin Yuan would discover that he was still alive. Yes, Zhao Yangkai was not dead. He was just incredibly lucky, or perhaps just fearful for his life, having placed the survival guide over his heart. That shot from Lin Yuan could have seriously injured him, leaving him to drown after falling into the water. But Zhao Yangkai was lucky. The shot was ultimately blocked by the guide, leaving him only slightly uncomfortable. The moment he fell from the iron bridge, he grabbed onto the iron chain below. As Lin Yuan killed Zhao Wenjing and Gao Jiajia, his heart was filled with dread. While Lin Yuan and Wu Gang were fighting, he simply held onto the chain and hid beneath the iron bridge. This escape method might not have worked for Zhao Yangkai in the past, But after practicing the body forging technique, not only has his physique greatly improved, but so have his endurance, strength, and control over his body. Therefore, as soon as Lin Yuan and Wu Gang finished their battle, he slowed his breathing and dared not move, hoping this would help him evade disaster. At first, Lin Yuan indeed didn't realize that Zhao Liangkai was still alive. After all, wasn't he there supposed to be a cleanup of the battlefield? No guidance, no looting of corpses, but surely the bicycles had to be dismantled, right? Whether it was the 4 mechanical hearts or other upgrade materials, they were all a fortune, weren't they? So Lin Yuan began to dismantle the bicycles one by one. When he dismantled the bicycles belonging to Zhao, Wenjing, and Wu Gang, he could do so directly as long as he wanted to. However, when he tried to dismantle Zhao Liangkai's bicycle, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to forcibly dismantle a bicycle that belongs to someone alive? The chat was buzzing with excitement. I remember now, dismantling the bicycles of survivors who are still alive triggers a system prompt. Zhao Liangkai can't escape this time. It's only a matter of time before he is discovered. Damn, only those who have dismantled a bicycle would know this information. We didn't know, but you did. Come on, have you dismantled my bicycle before? If you're so brave, just reveal your codename. Hiding in the shadows doesn't make you a hero. The previous speaker fell completely silent. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Yuan suddenly realized, could it be that Zhao Liangkai was still alive? Otherwise, why would there be a prompt for his bicycle while the others had none? It was clearly illogical. Lin Yuan hurried to the edge of the bridge and leaned over to look at the water below. There were no floating corpses or signs of blood seeping into the water. He recalled that shot. It should have dealt significant damage to Zhao Liangkai. How could he still be alive? Chapter 105. So where did he actually go? Could it be that Zhao Liangkai can swim and escaped underwater? Lin Yuan decisively jumped onto the iron chain, focusing intently on the surface of the water upstream and downstream of the iron bridge. Even if Zhao Liangkai had jumped into the water in an attempt to escape, Lin Yuan was certain that he wouldn't be able to hold his breath for long and would soon resurface. As long as he could pinpoint Zhao Liangkai's location, he would strike again. He couldn't believe that Zhao Liangkai would always manage to escape. After fleeing from Luo Yi a few days ago, now he was getting away from him. This was truly odd. Lin Yuan heightened his senses, paying close attention to the water's surface beneath the bridge. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Suddenly, he made a discovery. It wasn't that Zhao Liangkai couldn't hold his breath and surfaced. Rather, he heard a heavy breathing sound. Lin Yuan was initially puzzled, but then his eyes lit up. Perhaps Zhao Liangkai hadn't jumped into the water at all, but was hiding beneath the iron bridge. Breathing indicates a living creature, and humans are the only animals that breathe here. There was nothing else on the bridge. And aside from the 3 corpses, the only living person besides himself had to be Zhao Liangkai. In other words, Zhao Liangkai was nearby. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused on the bridge's surface, or rather, the wooden planks that made up the bridge. Zhao Liangkai had been careless. He was tense, but upon realizing that Lin Yuan hadn't spotted him, he let out a huge sigh of relief, which made his breathing much heavier. The current Lin Yuan was not the same as before. Aside from eating and sleeping, he had been intensely training his physical and mental skills. His 63 points of mental acuity were no joke. Even the slightest disturbance could catch his attention. Earlier, Lin Yuan had only focused on the water surface. But this time he closed his eyes and concentrated on the area beneath the bridge to pinpoint Zhao Liangkai's exact location. Almost immediately, he detected the faint sound of breathing and confirmed Zhao Liangkai's precise position. If he hadn't been so attentive, he might have missed it. Lin Yuan smirked coldly. Zhao Liangkai was certainly a character, yet now he had made such a grave mistake. He couldn't believe that Zhao Liangkai hadn't disassembled those women's bicycles. Knowing that disassembling a bike would trigger a prompt, how could he not think to escape and instead hide in plain sight? Even if he were momentarily anxious and forgot about the prompt, once he was properly hidden, he should have kept quiet instead of making such a racket. To Lin Yuan, even a heavy breath was indeed a significant noise. Zhao Liangkai was definitely digging his own grave. With his location confirmed, Lin Yuan immediately launched his attack. The sooner he eliminated Zhao Liangkai, the better to avoid any long, drawn-out troubles. He pushed off the iron chain with all his strength, leaping high into the air to strike down at Zhao Liangkai's hiding spot. Lin Yuan unleashed his most powerful strike, vowing to take down Zhao Liangkai in one blow. The tip of the spear drew closer to the wooden board. Suddenly, There was a deafening bang as nearly 3,000 pounds of force crashed against the board, shattering it into splinters. The momentum of the spear didn't wane. It struck the iron chain beneath the board with another loud clang. The collision sent sparks flying, and the iron bridge shook violently. Finally, a scream escaped Zhao Liancai's lips. Though he had evaded Lin Yuan's fierce attack, he was still grasping the iron chain. Due to the proximity, the chain could protect his head and body, but his hands were completely ruined. His palms were either completely severed or smashed to bits. My hand! Zhao Liancai screamed as he fell into the water with a splash. Lin Yuan sneered without a moment's hesitation and jumped in after him. Today, Zhao Liancai had to die. Once submerged, Lin Yuan lifted his spear and thrust it repeatedly, the spear tip piercing Zhao Liancai's body with brutal force. Fearing Zhao Liancai might have a strong will to survive, he stabbed him several more times before relenting. The water's surface quickly turned crimson, the blood spreading outward. You have slain an enemy, gaining 30 experience points. Zhao Liancai dead. The survivors were stunned. What brutality! Zhao Liancai's hands were severed, and Lin Yuan felt the need to personally ensure his death. This was an extraordinary battle, an ordinary person killing an evolved being. Lin Yuan was still just an ordinary person. How had he trained to become so powerful? I'm certain that the first place in this event will either be Luo Yi or Lin Yuan. As the survivors finished their final comments, the thrilling moment gradually faded away. They watched the spectacle and then moved on, job done. But for Lin Yuan, it was far from over. As he killed Zhao Liancai, the blood mixed with the water and the scent of blood spread. From the depths of the water came rippling waves, signaling the approach of monsters. Instead of being alarmed, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This water, being near the roadside, might just harbor monsters, which could mean the possibility of treasure chests. Whether it was the 9-star common treasure chest he found or the ones discovered by Shi Yi and others, all were guarded by 9-star common beasts. The appearance of monsters now indicated a high likelihood of a 9-star common treasure chest showing up. Haha, come on, bring it on. The more, the better. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, unafraid. If he wasn't too afraid of exotic beasts, why would he fear mere common monsters? Perhaps the system heard Lin Yuan's arrogant call, as he felt 8 massive monsters charging toward him simultaneously. Lin Yuan didn't dare to underestimate them. He threw a piece of wood, stepped onto it, and leaped into the air to evade the concentrated attacks of the monsters. At the moment he leaped into the air, 3 massive crocodiles, with their mouths wide open and sharp teeth bared, sprang from the depths of the water, snapping at the spot where Lin Yuan had just been. Name: Giant Crocodile Quality. Common Level: Beast Power. 9-star Skills. Instinct Description: a giant crocodile that exclusively feeds on mud and stones. Its body is pitch black and nearly 7 meters long. Besides its terrifying bite force, its tail is also a weapon of attack. As Lin Yuan surveyed the crocodiles that had leaped from the water, his excitement grew even more than before upon seeing their attributes. These crocodiles had been feasting on mud and stones. He was finally on the verge of obtaining the 9-star treasure chest he had been after. If the remaining crocodiles were also level 9 stars, then just the thought of it nearly made him drool. Zhao Liang had made a wise escape. If he hadn't fallen into the water, Lin Yuan might not have realized that treasure chests could also be found beneath the surface. Though filled with joy, Lin Yuan did not hesitate in his actions. He understood the principle of seizing opportunities when they arise. He quickly steadied his gun and unleashed the Overlord shooting technique, firing 3 shots in rapid succession, as swift as lightning, aimed directly into the gaping mouth of the giant crocodile that hadn't yet closed its jaws. With a loud splash, the 3 crocodiles let out simultaneous cries of agony, thrashing about in the water. At the same time, the surface of the water was stained even redder with a mix of human blood and crocodile blood. Chapter 106. Lin Yuan's attack. Although Lin Yuan's attack caused immense damage to the 3 crocodiles, he was about to fall back into the water. The water was not like solid ground. He wouldn't be able to gain any leverage, and with the added resistance of the water, his attacks would lose a lot of power. Moreover, there were giant crocodiles lurking nearby, so he absolutely couldn't fall back into the water. As he saw his body descending towards the water, Lin Yuan quickly adjusted his position, stepping on one of the crocodiles and pushing off with all his strength. He leaped up, gripping the gun tightly, and brought it crashing down towards the water surface. Since the crocodile was hiding underwater, He figured it was safer to attack while still above the water rather than diving in to confront it directly. With a loud crash, a water column over 10 meters high shot up into the sky. As he broke through the water's surface, a giant crocodile emerged. Lin Yuan swiftly changed his attack trajectory, thrusting the gun towards the crocodile's eye. With a sickening squelch, the gun's tip pierced through the eye, and he quickly twisted the gun, instantly killing the crocodile. One down. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the way to go. As the water receded, he used the momentum of the dead crocodile's body to propel himself back into the air. Lin Yuan continued this tactic, sensing where giant crocodiles were hiding and decisively striking them down one by one. He soared through the air, performing stunts that he had only seen in TV shows. Something he had never dared to imagine before was now within his reach. Geysers of water erupted as he took down one giant crocodile after another. 2, 3, 5. These giant crocodiles, relying on their hunting instincts, hid in the water, only to be systematically taken out by Lin Yuan. Ordinary beasts remained ordinary beasts, lacking in intelligence. After dispatching 5 crocodiles, Lin Yuan jumped into the water to finish off the 3 that were injured from start. These crocodiles were tenacious. Even with their mouths mangled, they refused to die. Lin Yuan had no choice but to ensure they were finished off so that the 5 larger ones could have company in death. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Watching the water turn red with blood, Lin Yuan felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. How could he not be excited? This battle not only avenged Zhao Liang and his group, but also relieved him of the pent-up frustration he felt when he had to helplessly watch Luo Yi being surrounded just days earlier. Slaying his enemies also meant a chance at the 9-star treasure chest. With the presence of 9-star ordinary beasts, it indicated a high probability of finding a 9-star chest. Sure enough, as Lin Yuan quickly disassembled the crocodile corpses in search of treasure, he discovered a 9-star ordinary chest. He dove into the water, following the direction the crocodiles had come from, and began to search carefully. Every few minutes, Lin Yuan would surface for fresh air, tirelessly searching for the 9-star treasure chest for half the day. Thanks to his greatly enhanced physique and strong control over his body, he was able to search for treasure underwater. If it had been his old self, he wouldn't have even lasted half a minute without struggling for breath, let alone find a treasure chest. After finding one 9-star treasure chest, Lin Yuan didn't stop. He suspected there might be more treasure chests in the water since there were 8 crocodiles around. Sure enough, after finding the first, he discovered a second one, and one by one, he unearthed all the 9-star treasure chests. On the 16th day of survival, Lin Yuan was in high spirits as he searched for and opened treasure chests. He ended up finding 8 chests, which contained not only the body refining technique and the divine refining technique, but also several copies of each, enough for him to train to the peak of his abilities. In addition to special skills, Lin Yuan also obtained attack skills, but instead of firearms, they were martial arts skills. This was like receiving a pillow when you were feeling sleepy. He had been thinking about when he could train in martial arts to maximize his combat power. And now his wish had come true. After acquiring the skill books, Lin Yuan decided to stop moving forward and settle down by the Iron Bridge. His main task now was to train his spirit and physique to the limit of an ordinary person. Thus, he trained late into the night by the Iron Bridge. And the same routine continued on the 17th day of survival. Although Lin Yuan had not yet broken through to become an evolver, a group of skilled evolvers led by Coldblade had made breakthroughs over the past few days and began to familiarize themselves with the use of divine power. Once the trio of Wu Jie became familiar with using divine power, they also joined the ranks of hunting the mutated beasts. This led to an increase in the number of mutated beasts attacking survivors during the morning disasters. Faced with these attacks, most people chose to avoid confrontation and strategically retreat for future opportunities. However, there were some ordinary evolvers who had already broken through and were familiar with divine power who refused to back down. They thought, how can we just run away when G-level evolvers are on par with mutated beasts? So, they chose to confront them head-on. The result was that ordinary evolvers were still just ordinary, forced to accept their fate. They truly couldn't team-match the mutated beasts in combat. In the end, these evolvers, despite being injured, found that the mutated beasts realized they wouldn't gain much from the fight and retreated, thus ending the battle. However, another reason ordinary evolvers struggled against mutated beasts was that they hadn't begun training G-level skills. Lin Yuan also encountered mutated beasts, but they were only one-star beasts, which he dispatched with 2 shots. His physique had increased again, enhancing his combat power. Lin Yuan paid no mind to the changing tides outside and focused solely on training his 2 special skills, and thus, the 19th day of survival arrived. On the 19th day of survival, before the beasts and natural disasters began, he woke up because he was about to break through to become an evolver. Since obtaining the skill book, Lin Yuan had devoted himself entirely to intense practice, ignoring everything else. After more than 2 days of hard training, staying up all night, he finally pushed the body refinement technique and spirit refinement technique to their limits. The reason it took so much time and effort to reach this stage was twofold. First, the difficulty of training the 9-star ordinary skills was significantly greater than that of other rated skill books. Second, he had no experience points available. Although he gained a substantial amount of experience by defeating Zhao Liangkai and his 3 companions, as well as 8 crocodiles and opening a 9-star treasure chest, it wasn't enough for him to train several skills simultaneously. He had no choice but to practice diligently while waiting for the experience points to be counted at night. Regardless, Lin Yuan finally broke through to become an evolver the day before the event started. After the breakthrough, he planned to spend a day familiarizing himself with his divine power, which should still be manageable. Once he woke up, Lin Yuan hurried out of the wooden cabin, not daring to waste a single second. He needed a breakthrough to become an evolver immediately. He didn't have much time left. There were 2 methods for an ordinary person to break through to become an evolver, and Luo Yi had long summarized her experiences. The first method was the natural progression method that Luo Yi had used before. This method involved training 2 special skills to mastery level, waiting for a mysterious opportunity to arise that would cause both power and spirit to become exceptionally active, allowing the divine power within the body to be naturally unleashed, resulting in a breakthrough to an evolver. The second method was the forced breakthrough method, which involved alternating the training of the 2 special skills repeatedly, over and over again. This relentless practice would artificially stimulate both spirit and power, achieving a very active state that would trigger the divine power. Chapter 107. There is no clear distinction between the 2 methods of breakthrough. However, the first method may be slightly slower and comes with no side effects. The forceful breakthrough allows for a quicker progression, enabling one to break through whenever desired, but also brings a burning sensation in the body. With only 1 day left until the event, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't afford to take a laissez-faire approach. He decisively chose the second method. A bit of pain was nothing to a man capable of bending and stretching. It was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and began to cultivate his skills, starting with the Wrath of the Sea God. This skill was the first he had acquired, and he had practiced it the longest, making him quite familiar with it. He visualized his spirit as a vast ocean, sometimes calm and serene, other times tumultuous with waves crashing against the shore. After practicing the divine forging technique, Lin Yuan moved on to the 5 forms fist of the body forging technique. The 5 elements fist and the 5 forms fist may only differ by a word, but their grading is different. One is rated as 8 stars, while the other is 9 stars. The 5 forms fist was obtained from a crocodile treasure chest he had defeated. With each move, he began to practice the master level 5 forms fist. After completing the 5 forms fist, he returned to practicing the Wrath of the Sea God. As soon as he began to cultivate the divine forging technique, Lin Yuan felt a slight warmth radiating from his body. This warmth was not due to an increase in temperature. Even if the temperature rose, his modified military combat suit could automatically adjust, leaving him impervious to cold or heat. The warmth in his body was a result of the resonance between the 2 special skills, causing both his strength and spirit to become increasingly active. As these 2 attributes grew more active, his body temperature rose, until it felt as if he were being scorched by fierce flames. Lin Yuan remained unfazed. If it was hot, so be it. He continued his cultivation of the 2 skills. Indeed, as he practiced more, the heat intensified. At first, it was like standing under the sun, just a bit warm. Soon, it felt as if he were stripped bare in a survival world during the day, much hotter. After a while, it became unbearable, akin to being immersed in boiling water. In short, it was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yuan used his strong willpower to suppress this discomfort, repeatedly practicing the body forging technique and the divine forging technique. He had no idea how many times he had practiced or how long it had been, But he suddenly heard what sounded like shattering glass, or perhaps the cracking of bones. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yuan felt a strange fusion of spirit and strength, accompanied by a cool sensation rising from within his body. He realized that he had broken through to become an evolver and had also gained divine power. Once the coolness dispelled the heat in his body, he quickly checked his personal attribute panel. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A01978409 life. G-Class Evolver Level, 10 Divine Power, 7 Mental Strength, 77 Physique, 75 G-Class Skill, Level 9 Sniper Shooting Common Skills, Master Level Wrath of the Sea God, Master Level 5 Forms Fist, Master Level Overlord Gunplay. Experience needed to level up to 11, 71, 071, with 7 points of Divine Power, an impressive 77 points of Mental Strength, and 75 points of Physique. Lin Yuan felt exhilarated. He, Lin Yuan, was on the rise. However, after a brief moment of excitement, he immediately prepared to train his use of Divine Power. If he were to celebrate a breakthrough as an evolver for an entire day, he would surely face misfortune the next day. It's crucial to know how to skillfully use Divine Power, as the consequences of failure can be severe. This can be illustrated by comparing the battles of Bujie and Luo Yi. When Bujie was not very adept at using Divine Power, he fought against a skilled opponent and a one-star beast, resembling a novice in combat. On the other hand, after mastering the use of Divine Power, Luo Yi effortlessly defeated enemies far superior in number, making a name for herself in Area A019. Their essay saying, "There originally was no road, but when many people walk it, it becomes a highway." As evolvers became familiar with Divine Power, they initially explored it individually, but as breakthroughs increased, they managed to summarize an effective training method. This method emphasizes not rushing to apply Divine Power in attacks, but rather progressing gradually from stillness to movement. In simple terms, it starts with training the control of Divine Power, moving it to different parts of the body. The goal is to make the force move freely, so that one can direct the Divine Power wherever desired and in whatever quantity. Once this level of control is achieved, the application of Divine Power can be seamlessly integrated into skill attacks, thereby mastering its use. Lin Yuan stood still and began training his use of Divine Power. He started by directing a small amount of Divine Power to his toes. Note that this small amount is not the 1 point shown on the data panel, but rather a very minimal quantity. 1 point of Divine Power on the attribute panel equates to channeling Divine Power throughout the entire body for a full force explosion. While this is certainly powerful, it's unlikely anyone would actually use it this way. A few points of Divine Power are simply not enough to even sustain a 3-second burst. The current mainstream approach to using Divine Power should be based on actions and attacks, determining the amount of Divine Power to use accordingly. For example, when Luo Yi wants to charge forward, she channels a large amount of Divine Power into her legs to increase her speed. When she needs to chop down the tree hiding the sniper, she only uses a small amount of Divine Power, combined with her own striking power. Lin Yuan first focused on controlling a tiny bit of Divine Power, directing it to his toes, hands, chest, and various other parts of his body. From struggling to transport with the speed of a tortoise to wielding Divine Power with pinpoint precision, this is a process where practice makes perfect. After gaining control over a small amount of divine energy, Lin Yuan began to increase the quantity he could transport. Thus, he dedicated his mornings to mastering the transportation of divine energy, and by noon, he would take a deep sleep. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was being lazy, rather, he was entering a state of complete dormancy, which greatly aided in the recovery of his divine energy. After training all morning, by 7 o'clock, his divine energy would be depleted. Once his divine energy was used up, as long as his physical condition was good and he wasn't seriously injured, it would automatically recover. Engaging in other activities while moving would slow down the recovery of divine energy. However, stopping to rest would speed it up. The fastest way to recover was to take a good nap. Not only would his divine energy restore, but his physical strength and mental clarity would also be rejuvenated. Lin Yuan took a nap specifically to recover his divine energy. In the afternoon, after training with divine energy transportation, Lin Yuan began to focus on applying divine energy to his attacks, incorporating it into every move he made. Utilizing divine energy while running could unleash several times the usual speed, and using it in attacks would amplify their power. It cannot be overstated how crucial it is to have divine energy and to know how to use it. With divine energy, one could achieve superhuman speed and strength, and perform incredible feats. From the afternoon until late at night, Lin Yuan applied his divine energy, starting from a minimal amount up to 1 unit, to his attacks. With divine energy currently scarce, the maximum output he could manage was 1 unit. Hard work pays off. Finally, just before the event began, Lin Yuan advanced to the rank of Evolver and became proficient in the application of divine energy. On the 20th day of survival, Lin Yuan still woke up early. Although his combat power had improved, his bicycle remained stagnant. He planned to upgrade his bicycle at the last minute, as this upcoming event was likely to involve it. Chapter 108. This conclusion was not something Lin Yuan came up with on his own. Rather, he inferred it from Luo Yi's exploration results. Luo Yi had already discovered the formula for making motorcycle parts and some materials needed for motorcycle production. She wanted to upgrade her bicycle to a motorcycle, but the system prompted her that she needed to complete the second activity and reach the second-level survival world before she could upgrade. Keeping the bicycle without upgrading it. What could be the reason for that? It was because they feared that the event might start at any moment. So, in a matter of moments, Lin Yuan made significant modifications and upgrades to the bicycle. Vehicle, Dragon Battle in the Wild Quality, Ordinary Rating, 9 stars completion, 300 durability, 200 description. You reap what you sow. In the future, you will be glad you upgraded your bicycle to the highest completion level. Lin Yuan found the description a bit ridiculous. It was essentially telling survivors that if their bicycle wasn't upgraded to 9 stars, they would suffer significant losses. However, knowing this was one thing, and being able to achieve it was another. The same went for breaking through as an evolved being. Survivors all wanted to lay a solid foundation, but often found themselves pushed forward by the overwhelming environment of the survival world. Currently, even though the risk of being erased was low, the bicycle's quality wasn't particularly high. Most people were around 5 or 6 stars, while the more skilled or luckier survivors might have upgraded their bicycles to 7 or 8 stars. After this event, who knows what changes might occur? It was incredibly challenging to develop well. In this upgrade, Lin Yuan also took the opportunity to change the previously non-mainstream colors of the bicycle. It had been a mishmash of colors before, but now the Dragon Battle in the Wild was primarily a dark yellow. Lin Yuan had woken up early in anticipation of the event starting soon. Luo Yi had also prepared breakfast early, fearing the event would begin at any moment. But, as it turned out, after finishing breakfast, and with the sun fully risen, the system still hadn't scheduled any activities. The survivors were starting to feel a bit restless. In the regional channel, one person complained, "What is going on? We're at the event. Is the system down? Actually, waiting a bit longer might not be so bad. I just had breakfast and need to digest it," another replied. "I wonder if I can squeeze into the top 20. In the Fearless chat group, Cold Edge remarked, "Even though we chat and discuss together regularly, when it comes to rankings, I 1T back down easily." Bailey Shaoshan agreed. "It should be that way. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Wuji seek hit, seek. Miss Luo is too strong. It seems like the first place is out of reach." At that moment, someone surprisingly posted a message. Post, Fearless chat group CP ranking author. He Yuning, first place. Bujie and He Yuning CP group second place. Bali Shaojin and Zhou Jini CP group third place. Shi E and Shu Nizuoma CP group fourth place. Luo E and Lin Yuan CP group. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a bit numb. It turned out to be a silly post. He couldn't tell if it was meant to lighten the tense atmosphere or for some other reason. However, this post was clearly full of fluff. Why were he and Luo E ranked fourth? Given their strength together, they should have been in first place. But someone had already asked that question for him. Yang Tingting, this post is way too much fluff, right? Luo E and Lin Yuan are both top tier in terms of strength and looks. They should definitely be ranked first. This was exactly what Lin Yuan was thinking. Soon, He Yuning replied. He Yuning, this is a couple ranking, not a strength ranking. Why focus on strength? I rank them based on how affectionate they are. They're on opposite sides. What kind of affection is that? Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. It did seem a bit reasonable. But Lin Yuan was ready to let it go, while Yang Tingting had a knack for stirring the pot. Yang Tingting, how do you know they aren't as affectionate as you two? Were you eavesdropping on them? Lin Yuan, that actually sounds pretty convincing. Even He Yuning was left speechless. Just as the survivors were waiting impatiently, the system finally made a move. A blue light curtain appeared before them, displaying a line of golden characters. The name of this event is Life and Death Race. Life and death are fated. Wealth lies in the heavens. All survivors must participate in this event unconditionally. Now, announcing the first place reward: an F-level 9-star strengthening technique book, an F-level 9-star attack skill book, a G-level 9-star power increase technique book, a G-level 9-star attack skill book, 100 recovered copies of the survival guide and the items inside, a motorcycle blueprint, and food seeds. Lin Yuan was stunned. As soon as the first place reward was announced, a lot of information came to light. For instance, above G-level evolvers are F-level evolvers. Also, the guides of previously deceased survivors had been recycled by the system and were now being offered as rewards. And what was this power increase technique and strengthening technique? They must be skills to enhance divine power. Now announcing the last place reward: a G-level 3-star power increase technique book, a G-level 3-star attack skill book, and 1 survival guide. Why is this the last place reward instead of the second place? Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued, but the golden characters continued to appear. All survivors can receive rewards from this event, with higher rankings yielding more substantial rewards. Alright, so there is no more top 20. The lower tier survivors must be overjoyed, as not only the top-ranked individuals will receive rewards, but even they will. However, Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Could these rewards really be that easy to obtain? An event that suddenly offers skill books to greatly enhance divine power, along with offensive skills like the survival guide. What is the system trying to achieve? Moreover, if these guides are from deceased survivors, where would they get enough to distribute to over 60,000 people? There haven't been that many deaths in Zone A019. With so many uncertainties, this event was fraught with danger and intrigue. No matter how Lin Yuan viewed it, the system still announced the competition rules. The event was straightforward. Survivors simply needed to ride a bicycle for 100 kilometers as quickly as possible to complete the activity. Of course, various natural disasters would occur during the ride. The event was about to start, and survivors were urged to prepare. A 1-minute countdown began, and after a minute, the race would commence. The bold golden letters ended, replaced by a 60-second countdown. Damn, it's so sudden. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. He wasn't T-ready yet. There was no choice. He hastily stored his foundation and placed his bike on the road. Lin Yuan jumped onto the bike quickly, stuffing the guide into his chest pocket while gripping a pitch-black spear, preparing himself for the race. This spear wasn't an ordinary one. It was a G rank. 1-star spear gifted by Luo Yi. She had gone to great lengths to bolster his strength. 30, 21, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the event started. Lin Yuan was already poised and quickly pedaled hard, propelling the bike onto the iron bridge. At the same time, a number 100 appeared in front of him, indicating the distance he still needed to cover. Just as Lin Yuan reached the iron bridge, the spot where he had parked his bike moments ago was hit by a natural disaster. The ground suddenly cracked, rapidly spreading toward the iron bridge. Chapter 109. Lin Yuan's face changed dramatically as he stepped onto the iron bridge, only to be met with a natural disaster. This was on the bridge, not on the road. On the road, as long as you pedal your bike faster, the disaster can do nothing to the survivors. But on the bridge, if the support structure behind is destroyed, the entire bridge could collapse in an instant, plunging into the water. Without the iron bridge and the road, how could Lin Yuan escape or participate in the activities? The thought of the dire consequences made his previous plan to use his divine power rationally vanish without a trace. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan infused 1 point of divine power into his legs and pedaled furiously. In an instant, the 2 bicycle wheels spun at a speed several times faster than before, racing towards the other side of the bridge. When Lin Yuan first accelerated onto the bridge, he was already halfway across in the blink of an eye. This speed was astonishing. Fortunately, the bike was only consuming durability. If he had ridden a bicycle like this back on Blue Star, the chain would have flown off, and it would have been a miracle if the tires didn't T-burst. Just at the moment Lin Yuan accelerated, the natural disaster spread to the iron bridge, and the fixed chains of the bridge support fell deep into the ground. The entire iron bridge became unstable in an instant. The back half of the bridge collapsed into the water, causing the surface of the bridge to tilt. The bridge deck warped and deformed, slanting down into the water. Rather than sliding backward, Lin Yuan found himself being pushed back as the previously parallel path had turned into an uphill slope. Although Lin Yuan was startled, he remained composed. Before he had evolved, he might have truly perished in such a situation. But now, He exerted a bit of divine power into his feet and pushed down on the pedals, propelling his body backward. As soon as he detached from the bicycle, Lin Yuan adjusted his position and channeled divine power into his left hand, striking the bicycle. With a loud bang, the sliding bicycle was sent flying. But thanks to Lin Yuan's control over his strength, it didn't fly off haphazardly. Instead, it soared towards the road on the opposite side of the bridge. This was the result Lin Yuan wanted: first, to send the bicycle across, and then he would use his divine power to find a way to climb to the other side of the bridge and return to the road. After all, a bicycle was an inanimate object and couldn't climb uphill. With the bicycle out of the way, Lin Yuan could move freely. Now, as he flew backward, he held his gun in his right hand, swung his arm back, and tapped the tip of the gun against the wooden planks and iron chains to halt his backward motion. Lin Yuan stopped flying back, landing his feet back on the wooden surface of the bridge. Before he could slide down, white light emanated from his feet as he channeled divine power, intending to stomp on the planks repeatedly to gain upward momentum. If he could climb a straight tree several meters high, then surely he could ascend the slightly slanted iron bridge with ease. With no external interference and aided by divine power, climbing up the bridge was indeed effortless. But the natural disaster was relentless, pursuing Lin Yuan and even changing in nature. It can't be said that the disaster itself was altered. Rather, no one had ever witnessed a natural disaster occurring on a bridge, so no one knew what it would look like. Now, Lin Yuan was fortunate enough to see it. As the iron bridge fell into the water, the disaster did not cease. Wherever the bridge fell, that place was engulfed by the disaster, swallowing both the bridge and the water together. The nearly 10-meter deep river vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only some high mud flowing toward the cracks at the riverbed. Lin Yuan had delayed for a few seconds because he needed to push his bicycle to the road first, as he attempted to use his divine power to propel himself up onto the bridge. The front part of the iron bridge became even more slanted due to its descent into the ground, even showing an increasingly upright trend. Because of this change, Lin Yuan couldn't find the leverage he needed and involuntarily slipped down a few meters. He quickly used his long spear to stabilize himself. This time, he dared not waste any more time. He unleashed more divine power, stomped hard on the bridge, and leaped up, using the higher iron chains to propel himself several times, finally returning to the endless road. Once on the road, Lin Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. He propped up his bicycle and pushed forward, jumping on it. Gripping the handlebars with his left hand and holding the long spear with his right, he pedaled furiously, propelling the bicycle forward. His expression was somewhat grim. He had already consumed over 2 points of divine power just as the activity began. He was left with just over 4 points of divine power now, and he hadn't even traveled a full kilometer yet. However, as long as he was safe, that was what mattered. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had led him to make the right choice decisively. Otherwise, no amount of divine power would have saved him from plunging into the depths below. The iron bridge behind him, along with its supports, dropped down just as he reached the endless road. If he had been even a moment later, he would have truly been trapped. Thus, he confirmed one thing: the natural disaster would always follow the survivors, waiting for them to exhaust their strength and stop, or for another disaster to cause them to halt. The disaster would then gradually catch up to the survivors, potentially consuming them. And this was just one type of disaster. He couldn't imagine how many more were yet to come. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, and he dared not relax for a moment. Just as the activity began, the system had struck him a heavy blow. He needed to find a balance between divine power, endurance, and speed. Soon, while moving forward, Lin Yuan spotted a wild boar leisurely grazing by the roadside. The moment the wild boar saw him, it charged at him as if they had a deep-seated blood feud, abandoning its meal. Was this a beastly disaster? It seemed a bit weak, though. Lin Yuan did not take the wild boar seriously and had no intention of slowing down. As the wild boar charged at him with its tusks, Lin Yuan gripped the handlebars of his bicycle tightly and lifted it high. He soared over the wild boar, which missed its target and continued its frantic run, unable to stop its forehooves. By the time it turned around to attack again, Lin Yuan had already vanished from its sight. After escaping the wild boar, Lin Yuan soon encountered a wild dog. As soon as the dog saw him, it barked furiously and lunged at him, just like the boar. Lin Yuan snorted coldly. This time, he didn't use the same tactic as before. Instead, he maneuvered his bicycle directly toward the wild dog. With a loud thud, the wild dog was knocked away by the speeding bicycle. Blood splattered from its head as it flew through the air, while Lin Yuan remained unscathed, only slightly swaying in his seat before quickly regaining his balance. He showed no mercy and didn't bother to take a detour. He simply rolled over the wild dog, which was struggling to get back up. As Lin Yuan rode away from the dog's pained howls, he soon faced another animal attack. This time, it was a wildcat that leaped down from a tree by the roadside, catching him off guard. The long spear he carried was too cumbersome for such a sudden assault, and there was no time to react as the wildcat was already upon him. In this situation, Lin Yuan resorted to an ancient technique he had never formally learned, the iron head skill. Although he had no formal training, he could still manage the simpler moves instinctively. He tilted his head and charged it fiercely toward the little wild cat that had pounced on him. Chapter 110. Iron Head Skill? Lin Yuan wouldn't foolishly use a skill he hadn't learned. His Iron Head skill was merely a feint. The real way to evade was with his feet. He needed to conserve his divine energy for unexpected situations or a final sprint. After returning to the road and getting back on his bike, he relied on a minimal amount of divine energy, combining it with his own strength to navigate the bicycle. He aimed to achieve a balance between the use of divine energy and its recovery. However, when the wildcat attacked him, Lin Yuan increased his output of divine energy and strength. A small wildcat wasn't enough to push Lin Yuan to the brink of desperation, where he would have to tackle the attack head-on. With this surge of energy, the bicycle suddenly shot forward, naturally dodging the wildcat's assault. Using his head was out of the question. If the wildcat accidentally scratched his eyes or nose, it would be a serious problem. After evading the wildcat, Lin Yuan continued on his way. Soon, he encountered other wild animals, the most amusing being a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Just like the other beasts, the wild chicken showed no fear of Lin Yuan and even initiated an attack. It flapped its wings and flew up to peck at Lin Yuan's eyes. The wild rabbit was even more ridiculous, charging straight at him with its body. If wild boars and wild dogs couldn't pose a threat to Lin Yuan, these small animals certainly couldn't either. Previously, survivors seeking treasure along the endless road would only have these wild animals appear behind them. When they attacked, they would even let out a roar to warn the survivors. Unexpectedly, in this life-or-death race, these animals had directly run ahead of him. However, the strength and ferocity of these beasts were not very strong, and there were likely tougher animals ahead. Sure enough, after riding for 10 kilometers, the animals attacking him began to change. A wild wolf lunged fiercely at Lin Yuan as he rode. It ran swiftly, and as it closed the distance, it leaped to try to bite him while he was on the bicycle. Lin Yuan again lifted the bicycle and collided with the charging wolf. With a loud thud, the wolf flew back as quickly as it had come. Since wild wolves and wild dogs shared some bloodlines, Lin Yuan gave the wolf the same fate as the wild dog. He crushed it under the wheels of his bicycle, though whether it survived was uncertain. He was solely focused on passing through safely. Killing the beast was not the main goal of the activity. The animals that had attacked Lin Yuan earlier were relatively weak, mostly herbivores. Even with some carnivores mixed in, they were not very formidable. After riding for 10 kilometers, the difficulty had clearly increased. The animals attacking him had grown larger, and most were carnivorous. After dealing with a wild wolf, Lin Yuan rode for a while and soon encountered a leopard. This leopard didn't attack Lin Yuan from the ground. Instead, like a wildcat, it leaped down from a tree by the roadside, pouncing on Lin Yuan as he rode by. If a small wildcat couldn't use a headbutt, there was no way a large creature like a leopard could. While a wildcat might weigh a few pounds, a leopard can weigh over 100 pounds, even up to 200 pounds. The moment the leopard attacked, Lin Yuan was already aware of its presence. The first time he let a wildcat get close was because he had never encountered such an attack method before, which allowed the wildcat to catch him off guard. Faced with the same type of attack again, Lin Yuan, a G-level evolved being, certainly wouldn't stumble in the same place twice. As soon as the leopard jumped from the tree, Lin Yuan raised his gun in his right hand and initiated his attack. With his current strength, he didn't need to use both hands to control the gun or rely on divine power. With a straightforward thrust, his spear easily pierced the exposed belly of the leopard. The leopard had no chance to fight back and was instantly killed by Lin Yuan's strike. In the face of overwhelming power, ambush tactics were utterly useless. Lin Yuan was now vigilant in all directions. After the leopard, Lin Yuan rode for a while longer and encountered a gorilla. Although gorillas are not purely carnivorous, their massive size and strength should not be underestimated. However, to Lin Yuan, it was just another obstacle. As long as it wasn't a monstrous beast, whether dodging or defeating it, he found it quite easy. The gorilla chose its target not as Lin Yuan, but rather the oddly shaped bicycle it perceived. The gorilla charged at the bike, intent on smashing it. This time, Lin Yuan was more cautious, but he had no intention of stopping to fight the gorilla. He just needed to pass through smoothly. If he were to kill every wild beast he encountered before passing, it would waste too much time. The gorilla fearlessly barreled towards the approaching bicycle. Lin Yuan showed no signs of slowing down and aimed to collide with the gorilla. However, just as the bicycle was about to hit the gorilla, Lin Yuan forcefully swerved the bike to the right. 1 second, 2 seconds, Lin Yuan's body and the bicycle leaned to the right, almost scraping the ground, and in that brief moment he passed by the gorilla. The tires of the bicycle even ran over the gorilla's hands and feet, causing it to howl in pain. Having dodged the gorilla's attack, Lin Yuan pushed off the ground with his right foot, bringing the almost toppling bike back on track. He laughed heartily as he sped away, leaving the injured gorilla helpless behind him. But soon, Lin Yuan found himself unable to smile as he spotted a tiger blocking the road ahead, poised and ready to pounce. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was afraid of the tiger. With his current strength, he could easily take on not only ordinary beasts but even 3-star exotic creatures. The problem was that the tiger was positioned right in the middle of the road, and whether he chose to fight or evade it, he would waste precious time. And time was exactly what Lin Yuan lacked. This was a race, and everyone was surely looking for ways to increase their speed, figuring out how to complete the 100 kilometers as quickly as possible. On the other hand, he had already expended a significant amount of his divine energy from the start. Not to mention that he had wasted a lot of time. If he were to take the time to deal with this beast, his ranking would be in jeopardy. Seeing the tiger blocking his path, Lin Yuan hesitated for only a moment before coming up with a solution. Although the tiger was known as the king of beasts, it was still just a 7-star creature with limited defenses. Unlike 9-star beasts or exotic creatures, regular firearms were ineffective against them. Since the tiger hadn't reached a point of being impervious to bullets, Lin Yuan decided to use his gun to take it down. He quickly pulled out his Desert Eagle, a firearm he hadn't used much since acquiring it. Now was the time to make it count. He disengaged the safety chamber round, and even while moving at high speed, he didn't need to aim carefully. He simply raised the pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang bang, he continued firing until the magazine was empty. The tiger, without exception, lay motionless on the ground. Every bullet hit the tiger squarely in the forehead, and it was taken down instantly. Having dealt with the tiger, Lin Yuan continued on his journey. At first, the beasts attacking him were only low-star creatures. But after riding for 10 kilometers, he encountered a large number of mid-tier beasts, some even mixed in with high-tier ones. This indicated that as the distance of the ride increased, so did the danger. After riding another 10 kilometers, new changes began to unfold. Chapter 111. After riding for 20 kilometers, Lin Yuan still had 80 kilometers to go when a light rain began to fall. Although the rain was not heavy, just slightly more than a drizzle, in this survival world, rain meant the threat of landslides. However, Lin Yuan was skeptical. Could such a light rain really trigger a disaster? Soon, he would find out. A large tree suddenly toppled down, crashing toward him. With no time to waste, Lin Yuan summoned his strength and burst forward to evade the falling tree. Just as he dodged that one, another tree came crashing down. This time, it did not fall directly at him, but landed squarely on the road, blocking his path. This was clearly the system's way of setting obstacles to slow down survivors. Lin Yuan had no intention of stopping to move the tree. That would waste too much time. Instead, he stood up on his bike holding his gun with both hands, its tip glowing faintly. With the Overlord shooting technique, he combined his own attack power with the speed of his bike, channeling over 3,000 pounds of force into the gun's tip as it struck the trunk. With a loud bang, the trunk split in two. Lin Yuan fired again, this time aiming at the front half of the broken trunk. He didn't exert much force. Instead, he let the gun tip press against the trunk and then suddenly unleashed his power, using the bike's speed to push the front half of the trunk away from its original position. This way, he could pass through the path blocked by the fallen tree without losing momentum. As another tree started to fall, Lin Yuan accelerated, not waiting for it to completely block his way. He pointed his gun at the trunk of the tree that was about to fall. Again, he didn't use much force. He just needed to slow down the tree's descent enough for his bike to pass through. Lin Yuan adeptly navigated through the obstacles and quickly exited the rainy area. He initially thought that leaving the rain would mean facing wild beasts. However, instead of animals, a basketball-sized oval stone came hurtling toward him. Lin Yuan thrust his gun forward and, with a gentle tap, sent the flying stone ricocheting away. Furrowing his brow, he realized this must be a rockfall disaster. But there were no slopes here for stones to roll down. Yet, stones continued to appear out of nowhere, crashing toward him. The system's message was clear. No matter how logical it seemed, it would use various disasters to slow him down or test him. It didn't matter whether there was a slope or not. It would create disasters out of thin air. After continuing for a while and knocking away several stones, Lin Yuan noticed that the stones were not just randomly hurling themselves at him. They followed a regular pattern, simulating the trajectory of rocks rolling down a hill. With that realization, Lin Yuan rode for another 10 kilometers. After riding for 30 kilometers, the strength of the attacking beasts significantly increased, and 9-star beasts began to appear. Name: Jungle Python. Quality: Common level. Beast strength: 9 stars. Skills: Instinct. Description: This is a jungle python that has lived in the jungle year-round. It is of the same level as a grassland python that Lin Yuan had previously killed. The jungle python coiled by the roadside, and as soon as it spotted Lin Yuan approaching, it swung its massive body and swept towards him. The python had a wide attack range. If it targeted Lin Yuan on his bicycle, he would have to exert some effort to evade. However, the survivors on bicycles had a significant amount of space to dodge. Lin Yuan employed the same tactic again, steering the bicycle to the right and nearly skimming the ground, causing the sweeping python to miss its strike. After dodging the attack, Lin Yuan quickly adjusted the bicycle back to a normal riding position. This low riding state could only be maintained for a few seconds. If he stayed like that for too long, he would fall. The old Lin Yuan couldn't do this. It required great control over his body, which he achieved through practicing body refinement techniques. After the grassland python, he encountered another 9-star beast. This time, it was a massive wild boar called the giant tusk boar. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the giant tusk boar charged at him with its nearly 50-centimeter long tusks and powerful limbs. The boar's attack position was very tricky, occupying the middle of the road. Due to its enormous size, whether Lin Yuan tried to pass on the right or left, there was a risk of being knocked over by the boar. Jumping over the boar was out of the question. With even a little height, Lin Yuan and his bicycle would be airborne. But the boar was easily over 2 meters tall. Without a bicycle, Lin Yuan could jump over it effortlessly. But with the bicycle in tow, it was impossible. Since evasion was not an option, he decided to go for a direct kill. Lin Yuan's feet immediately glowed white as he pushed off the pedals, leveraging the momentum to leap onto the bicycle. One foot on the seat and the other on the frame. He steadied his gun with both hands and aimed down at the charging giant tusk boar, delivering a powerful strike from above. Although the attack came from above, it was not a straight smash, but a diagonal strike from the upper right towards the lower left. With a loud thud, the rifle struck the boar's neck and even grazed its left front hoof. The impact caused the boar's head to veer to the right, and due to its injured left foot, it could no longer bear its massive weight, causing its front hooves to drop to the ground in a kneeling position. With its front hooves down, the back hooves continued to run with all their might. In this manner, the giant tusk boar not only deviated from its original path, but also transitioned from running to sliding, creating a rather comical scene. Since he didn't have to exert much effort to kill it, Lin Yuan simply returned to his bicycle seat. As he crossed paths with the wild boar, he extended his left foot and gave the boar a hard kick in the rear. If that wild boar ever dies, it will surely be from stupidity. Despite the massive size and fierce demeanor of the giant tusked boar, Lin Yuan thought he would need to slow down. But he was able to pass by without losing speed. This must be what they call a fierce move. It turned out to be just a pathetic creature. Perhaps due to the increasing strength of the beasts in the 30 to 40 kilometer stretch, Lin Yuan only encountered 2 wild animals, a giant python hiding in the grass and a giant tusk boar. After traveling 40 kilometers, he moved forward a few dozen meters and came across a 9-star beast. Name: Giant ostrich. Quality: Ordinary level. Beast strength: 9 stars. Description: The giant ostrich is a very fierce, omnivorous animal. It eats grass when it sees it and attacks humans when it sees them, even capable of killing tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves. Its beak strikes, and its 2 legs possess considerable attacking power. This ostrich even eats humans, which is quite different from the ostrich's back on Blue Star. The ostrich kicked off the ground and flew directly at Lin Yuan, aiming to peck him with its sharp beak. This isn't an ostrich. It's a foolish bird. Its straightforward attack, while seemingly fierce, lacked power in the air and made it hard to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan wasted no time and took control of his gun, unleashing a barrage of shots. Bang! Bang! One shot after another, the ostrich became a target, unable to retaliate against Lin Yuan's onslaught. Wherever its weak point was, Lin Yuan struck. He killed the giant ostrich and gained 2 experience points. You have slain the ordinary 9-star beast, giant ostrich, earning 50 experience points. The giant ostrich met a rather embarrassing end, being taken down by Lin Yuan in a flurry of attacks. However, given Lin Yuan's current strength, it wasn't surprising that he could dispatch the ostrich so decisively. After taking down the ostrich, Lin Yuan didn't slow down for a moment and continued onward. But soon, he realized that the difficulty was increasing. Chapter 112 on the roadside. Low-tier ordinary beasts appeared one by one. Unlike before, where they would show up after a long stretch of road, these creatures were distributed roughly every 100 meters. Just like the beasts encountered earlier, they were leisurely grazing or wandering about until Lin Yuan arrived, at which point they went into a frenzied attack. Although Lin Yuan could easily evade their assaults now, it was a small glimpse of a larger picture. These were just low-tier beasts. Who knew what stronger and more formidable creatures awaited him down the road? It was indeed a life-and-death race. Either you survive or you perish. There was no third option. Want to back out? No way. Everyone had to participate unconditionally. Thinking of stopping? There were natural disasters chasing behind, and no matter where one tried to hide, they would be caught. There was no escape. Moving forward, however, posed its own dangers. The test for the segment between 40 and 50 kilometers included encountering a 9-star ordinary beast approximately every kilometer. Moreover, every kilometer also had 10 low-tier beasts blocking the way. With a heavy heart, Lin Yuan completed this stretch of 40 to 50 kilometers. After traveling 50 kilometers, he had completed half of the challenge. However, he didn't dare to relax even for a moment. Instead, he approached the next 10 kilometers with a more cautious mindset. As soon as he stepped onto the stretch from 50 to 60 kilometers, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. To make matters worse, there were low-tier beasts eyeing him hungrily every 100 meters along the road. The difficulty had increased, and Lin Yuan now had to face 3 natural disasters: seismic disasters, mudslide disasters, and beast disasters. He decided to let go of the left handlebar of his bike and use his feet to control its movement while wielding his gun with both hands. Ready to confront any danger that might arise, Lin Yuan had to give it his all to avoid a mishap. Suddenly, a beast lunged at him while, at the same time, a large tree came crashing down, heading straight for him. Lin Yuan quickly drew his gun to block the falling tree and simultaneously kicked out his right foot toward the attacking beast. There was no possibility of slowing down rapidly. He had to use both hands and feet to navigate swiftly through the rain-soaked area. Just as he thought he had made it out of the rain, a boulder the size of a basin came crashing down toward him. During the stretch from 50 to 60 kilometers, it was not just 3 types of natural disasters, but 4. Now a rock disaster had emerged. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, not because he was afraid of a mere rock, but because he realized that he had only covered half the distance, and the difficulty had already escalated to this level. It was clear that the challenges ahead would be even more daunting. Indeed, after riding another 10 kilometers and entering the 60 to 70 kilometer stretch, the difficulty changed once again. Heavy rain poured from the sky, and trees were falling every 100 meters, crashing onto the road. Wild beasts had transformed into mid to high tier creatures, appearing every 50 meters or so, and there were rock slides as well. Large boulders would crash down every so often. In such circumstances, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Yuan wore a serious expression. His strategy was simple: accelerate. Previously, he had only used a minimal amount of divine power while cycling, thanks to his level 9 cycling skill, which minimized his physical exertion. Even after cycling 60 kilometers, he still felt great. Now, Lin Yuan unleashed his full potential. Although his divine power output didn't increase significantly, his physical strength surged by about 20. He relied on speed to evade the attacks of the beasts and the falling trees, using his long spear to deflect the falling rocks. As he covered the distance from 70 to 80 kilometers, new challenges emerged. After cycling another 10 kilometers at a steady pace using 20 of his strength, a sudden mudslide disaster struck. This was a true mudslide, not just trees falling one after another. A massive torrent of mud and debris rushed down towards Lin Yuan. At that moment, he not only had to contend with the unexpected mudslide, but also faced a gigantic ordinary 9-star elephant blocking the road ahead. The stretch from 70 to 80 kilometers was devoid of lower-tier beasts, filled instead with ordinary 9-star creatures. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yuan let out a roar and exerted 40 of his strength while increasing his divine power output. He maneuvered the bicycle forward with his feet while aiming his spear with both hands at the charging elephant. Lin Yuan targeted the elephant's front legs rather than its belly or vital spots. Inspired by how wild boars fell, he figured that for such a massive creature, a direct confrontation would result in a significant recoil, undoubtedly slowing him down. Instead, he aimed to knock it down first, then find an opening to pass through the road once it was clear, saving precious time. However, this method was typically only feasible for survivors wielding long weapons, as they could take down beasts and still have distance to maneuver. Lin Yuan's strike was aimed squarely at bringing the elephant down. With a loud thud, the spear struck the elephant's front leg as it charged, causing the creature to lose its balance and crash heavily onto the road. The sheer force and weight of the fall, though it didn't crush Lin Yuan, made him swallow hard in awe. It was simply breathtaking. Despite the shock, Lin Yuan didn't slow down. He quickly steered his bicycle to the right and zipped past the fallen elephant. Just as he had driven only a few meters, a mudslide cascaded down to the spot he had just vacated. This mudslide didn't harm Lin Yuan. Instead, it directly engulfed an elephant. This natural disaster was indiscriminate, attacking without regard for friend or foe. Fortunately, due to his preparedness, Lin Yuan managed to navigate the next 10 kilometers with only minor obstacles. However, as he traveled the stretch between 80 and 90 kilometers, the difficulty increased once again. The rain intensified, turning into a torrential downpour, which meant that the impending mudslide would cover a larger area. The presence of wild animals along the roadside became more pronounced, with nearly every short stretch of road occupied by beasts awaiting Lin Yuan's arrival. To make matters worse, a rare creature appeared. Lin Yuan let out a loud shout to bolster his courage. Yes, he needed to encourage himself. Faced with such trials, one wrong move could spell disaster. Confronting these dangers required immense bravery. How many survivors would have to perish in such perilous challenges? He couldn't help but think of his girlfriend, Luo Yi. But then, he chuckled to himself. She was no ordinary person. Her combat abilities peaked in Zone A019, and she had mastered her physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Why worry about someone like that? It seemed a bit overly sentimental. At that moment, the advantages of having a strong girlfriend were abundantly clear. With her formidable strength, she could easily protect herself and face the various trials of life and death races. Lin Yuan didn't need to be overly concerned about her safety, allowing him to focus entirely on the challenges ahead. Other couples were different. For those survivors who hadn't formed deep emotional bonds, the loss of a partner was unfortunate but not devastating. They could only offer sympathy. However, for those with emotional ties, the danger of such activities inevitably led to worries about each other. Such distractions could lead to serious consequences. Lin Yuan shook his head, pushing away the chaotic thoughts and choosing not to worry about Luo Yi. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the challenging stretch between 80 and 90 kilometers. Chapter 113. With no retreat possible, charge forward Lin Yuan immediately exerted an additional 20 of his strength. Gripping his long spear, he charged towards a 1-star mutant beast. Name: Claw Giant Cat Quality, Grade G level. Mutant Beast Strength. 1-star skills, Continuous Clawing. Instinct description: the Claw Giant Cat is a mutated version of an ordinary wildcat, possessing incredibly sharp claws. It is about the size of an adult Siberian husky. Perched on a branch of a large tree by the roadside, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan as he approached, ready to attack at any moment. Lin Yuan pressed on, swiftly switching his grip. With his right hand holding the spear, he knocked down a fallen tree effortlessly, while his left hand drew out his Desert Eagle and aimed to fire. His target was the Claw Giant Cat. Although standard firearms wouldn't inflict much damage on mutant beasts, what if he aimed for its eyes? Lin Yuan chose to target the cat's eyes. Even if the Desert Eagle couldn't cause significant harm, disturbing its attack plan would still accomplish part of his objective. With a loud bang, the gunshot echoed. Perhaps the mutant cat sensed that the bullet posed a threat. The clawed giant cat instantly activated its skill, continuous clawing. As it did so, its right paw glimmered with white light and swiftly slashed at the air in front of it. Swish, swish, swish. In less than a second, while it seemed like the giant cat attacked only once, it left behind 5 or 6 afterimages of its claws in the air. With a clang, no matter how many times the giant cat unleashed its continuous clawing skill, it managed to swat the bullet fired from the desert eagle away with its paw. As expected of a mutant beast, its defense, power, and tactics were far superior to those of ordinary animals. The giant cat showcased an impressive feat of catching bullets with its bare paws, which seemed formidable, but actually provided Lin Yuan with an opportunity to slip past. After pulling the trigger of the Desert Eagle, Lin Yuan launched his spear in quick succession. With the Overlord Spear technique, just as the giant cat swatted away the bullet, the glowing spear tip struck its chest, which had been slightly raised to execute its skill. With a resounding bang, the tremendous force of the attack sent the giant cat flying backward. Meow! The giant cat let out a painful cry as it flew through the air. Although it wasn't dead, it was clearly injured. Lin Yuan didn't linger to see if the mutated cat would survive. He pressed forward without hesitation. As for the experience points he was on the verge of obtaining, there would be plenty of opportunities to hunt mutant beasts later. The primary purpose of the exercise was to see how survivors could traverse 100 kilometers faster amidst various challenges and obstacles, rather than how many mutant beasts they could kill. He knew he had to prioritize. Braving the torrential rain, Lin Yuan dodged fallen trees when he could, moving quickly past them. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use his long spear to block, slowing the tree's descent. The rolling boulders were difficult to dodge, forcing Lin Yuan to use his spear to lightly push them away from their trajectory before suddenly accelerating with divine power to evade. Facing the disaster of falling rocks was one of Lin Yuan's greatest fears, as the boulders grew larger, making it impossible for him to simply knock them aside without expending significant energy. For now, he could still manage to dodge the boulders with some clever maneuvering, but the larger rocks ahead made his heart race. After continuing for a while, Lin Yuan encountered another beast, meaning he had traveled 82 kilometers on his bike. This time, it was a mutated wild boar. Lin Yuan had seen plenty of wild boars before, even taken down a few, but the one blocking the road ahead was massive, much larger than any he had encountered. Weighing around 700 to 800 pounds, the wild boar completely obstructed his path, taking up the entire road. Lin Yuan remained calm and quickly devised a plan. He raised his Desert Eagle and aimed for the boar's eyes. From his previous battle, he had learned that even ordinary firearms could interfere with mutated beasts. With 2 gunshots, he aimed to blind the mutated wild boar, hoping this would allow him to pass more easily. In his mind, while the boar had tough skin and flesh, its eyes were undoubtedly vulnerable to bullets. Logically, this tactic might work against ordinary wild boars, but he was currently facing a mutated one, which had combat instincts and could use skills. As soon as the gunfire rang out, the boar activated its ability, enveloping itself in a white light and charging toward Lin Yuan at a speed several times faster than before. The sound of impact echoed as the bullet struck the boar's eye, but was blocked by its skill. Lin Yuan's expression changed as he realized he had underestimated the creature, thinking all wild boars were mindless and that even a 1-star beast would be easily manipulated. He had let his guard down, suffering the consequences of his earlier encounter with the foolish boar. He should have assessed the mutated boar's attributes before deciding on a course of action, rather than recklessly charging in and giving the beast an opportunity to attack. The mutated boar, having used its skill, closed the distance rapidly. At this point, dodging was no longer an option. Since he could not evade, he decided to fight. Lin Yuan was not afraid of battle. He simply didn't want to waste time dealing with the beast. He grasped his guns with both hands, harnessed his divine power, and combined his own attack strength with the speed of his bike, driving the gun's muzzle toward the boar's eye. Lin Yuan was eager to see whether his spear was sharper or if the boar's defenses were too strong. With a loud bang, the mutated boar collided violently with Lin Yuan and his bike. The tip of the spear was briefly held in place by the skill emitted from the mutated wild boar, but it soon plunged deeper, piercing the creature's right eye. The boar let out a deafening howl, its several hundred pounds of weight brought to a halt by Lin Yuan. As for Lin Yuan, he wasn't unscathed either. At the moment of impact, the spear he thrust forward encountered immense resistance, nearly bending the shaft into a circle and almost breaking it. His arm also throbbed slightly from strain. The 3000 pound force of the attack, combined with the speed of his bicycle, matched the wild boar's high-velocity charge. It seemed that the size of the mutated beast was a significant advantage. The impact generated by its bulk was not only comparable to its own attack, but could even exceed it. However, the downside was evident. With some preparation, it was easier to dodge. In summary, while the mutated beast leveraged its size and speed, it could only serve as a moving target. Lin Yuan's miscalculation stemmed from the earlier encounter, where he had been misled into thinking the boar was simple-minded and easy to handle. The outcome, while not ideal, wasn't too bad either. After stopping the mutated wild boar, Lin Yuan quickly devised a way to pass through the area where the boar had been blocking his path. With a swift motion, he switched hands, gripping the bicycle handlebars with his left hand and using his divine strength to lift upward. Meanwhile, his right hand thrust the spear down to the ground, channeling his divine energy to propel both himself and the bike upward. Aiming for the top of the mutated boar's head, Lin Yuan intended to take advantage of the moment he had halted the boar, avoiding any further entanglement, and pass through directly. Chapter 114. The mutant wild boar would not give up easily. The pain from the injury in its eye drove the mutant wild boar into a frenzy. Lin Yuan had just leaped up with his bicycle when the boar stomped its two front hooves down onto the ground. Its head shot up, and it charged at Lin Yuan with a fierce thrust. By a stroke of bad luck, the boar's massive head collided with the back wheel of the bicycle with a loud bang. As a result, Lin Yuan, who had aimed to leap onto the boar's back to navigate the terrain, was sent flying nearly 10 meters into the air, experiencing what it felt like to ride a flying bike. To be honest, Lin Yuan really didn't want this kind of thrill, not because he was afraid of heights, but because being thrown into the air and then falling back down took several seconds. During those seconds, the wild boar was already waiting below to launch a frenzied attack. If the boar was waiting in front and blocked Lin Yuan's path again, killing the rampaging creature would certainly require a lot of effort. But waiting behind him was even worse, as the bicycle, having fallen from such a height, would not land gently but would accelerate instead. Lin Yuan had to steady the bike and adjust his posture, which would take at least a second or two, no matter how fast he was. Although it was just a second or two, it was long enough for the mutant wild boar to initiate a violent charge. The mere thought of that impact made Lin Yuan shiver. The force could send him flying more than 10 meters away. If he were to encounter a natural disaster during that fall, it would truly be disastrous. He could not allow the bicycle to fall freely and let the mutant boar take advantage of it. Quickly, Lin Yuan thought of a plan. As he descended, he timed it perfectly and struck the front wheel of the bicycle with his long spear. If the mutant boar caused the bicycle to accelerate, then he would slow it down. After all, the boar wasn't stupid. It knew how to attack in a way that was most advantageous to itself. It was covered in blood, running slowly while waiting for Lin Yuan to fall. The attack it was preparing was precisely the second method Lin Yuan had thought of. Fearing that it might injure its other eye in a face-to-face encounter, the boar decided to attack from behind, which was a more cautious approach. As the boar ran slowly, Lin Yuan's attempt to slow down meant that the bicycle didn't land on the road in front of the boar, but rather fell onto the boar's broad back. The moment the bicycle landed, Lin Yuan quickly jabbed the boar's belly with his spear to stabilize himself and the bicycle. Enraged, the mutant wild boar took off at full speed, trying to throw Lin Yuan off its back. However, pigs are not like horses. Horses have various ways to shake off their riders, such as rolling, running, or jumping suddenly. This mutant wild boar could only clumsily run straight ahead, making it impossible to shake Lin Yuan off. Lin Yuan rode on the back of a wild boar, his feet planted firmly on its back while his spear was lodged in the boar's hide for stability. One could say Lin Yuan was as steady as a mountain. Soon enough, the mutated wild boar realized it couldn't shake him off. However, it thought of another tactic, charging into a large tree by the roadside. Without hesitation, it snorted and turned to crash into the tree. As the boar turned, Lin Yuan seized the moment, unleashing his strength and divine power to leap off the boar and back onto the endless road. After riding for several meters, Lin Yuan glanced back at the boar. At that moment, the mutated wild boar had already turned around and was hot on his heels, showing no signs of giving up. At the same time, Lin Yuan took a good look at the boar's attributes. Name: Big Flower Pig Quality, G-Grade Level, Mutated Beast Strength. 1-star, Skills, Rapid Charge. Instinct Description: a giant wild boar mutated from a regular wild boar. It not only feeds on grass, plants, and fruits, but occasionally hunts ordinary animals to fill its enormous and perpetually hungry stomach. It turned out the skill the mutated wild boar used was called rapid charge, which was quite fitting. Thus, Lin Yuan continued his journey, with the mutated wild boar relentlessly pursuing him. Having learned from his experience with the mutated boar, he immediately checked the attributes of any mutated beast he encountered afterward, devising appropriate strategies in response. With his formidable strength and sufficient caution, Lin Yuan swiftly completed the stretch of road from 80 kilometers to 90 kilometers. As he embarked on the final 10 kilometers, Lin Yuan summoned all his strength and increased his divine power output. In this last stretch, he held nothing back. Firstly, it was time to sprint and finish the 100 kilometers at a faster pace to complete this challenge. Secondly, a large group of mutated beasts was trailing closely behind him. In previous stretches, Lin Yuan had relied on clever tactics and occasionally injuring the beasts to navigate through blocked paths. Since he died and had managed to provoke them, these beasts, much like the mutated wild boar, were now in hot pursuit. In the final 10 kilometers, Lin Yuan had only just ridden a couple of meters when the rain intensified, transforming from a downpour into a full-blown storm, looking utterly terrifying. Just how intense could this rain get? It could hit unprotected heads hard enough to cause a slight ache. If this continued, it could even knock an ordinary person out. Lin Yuan quickly pulled out a hat and put it on his head. While it offered little protection, it was better than nothing. His face grew serious. With such heavy rain, he couldn't tell how wide the risk of mudslides would be. Just as the thought of mudslides crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a tremendous roar nearby. The sound was like a roaring torrent, reminiscent of the noise made when a dam opens its gates to release floodwaters. In any case, no matter what it resembled, the moment Lin Yuan heard the disturbance, he reacted like a startled bird, instinctively increasing the power and energy output, propelling his bicycle forward at breakneck speed. As Lin Yuan sped along, he caught a glimpse of a massive surge of mud and debris cascading from the sky. The force of this mudslide was overwhelming. It crashed into trees, toppling them, and swept away boulders as if they were mere pebbles. With an unstoppable momentum, it descended from above, destroying the rocks and trees on the right side of the road and continuing its path down the endless highway toward the left. It was terrifying, the rushing mudslide, the sheer destructive power it wielded. Although Lin Yuan managed to evade it, his hands and feet felt slightly cold, and even his military-grade outfit couldn't dispel the fear creeping into his heart. Fortunately, he had been vigilant, keeping his eyes and ears alert. The instant he heard the sound, he instinctively accelerated, knowing that even a half-second delay could lead to unimaginable consequences. The thought of being unable to escape nature's wrath filled Lin Yuan with dread, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Just as he had narrowly avoided the mudslide disaster, he found himself facing a new calamity. This time, it was a rock slide, a massive oval boulder rolling down from the mountain at an ever-increasing speed, heading straight for him. This boulder was several times larger than the one he had just encountered, comparable to the giant rock he had faced in the past. As the boulder bore down on him, Lin Yuan's instinct kicked in. He hurriedly swung his spear from right to left in a desperate attempt to deflect it, but his rushed reaction lacked the necessary force. The boulder barely deviated from its original trajectory, grazing Lin Yuan's back as it flew past. With a loud thud, the moment the boulder brushed against him, the durability of his military outfit was instantly depleted. It shattered into pieces and fell away from his body. Chapter 115. Lin Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. If he hadn't been wearing his military combat suit, he might have been crushed by the giant rock, or even seriously injured. In such an environment, even a minor injury could be fatal. After experiencing such a terrifying moment, Lin Yuan dared not let his guard down. He focused all his energy and continued to ride. He quickly changed into a new military combat suit, which he had prepared as a precaution. Both he and Luo Yi had one, and now it was coming in handy. After putting on the suit, Lin Yuan adjusted his mindset, striving to adapt to the danger and even prepare for more perilous situations. Having only covered a small distance in the last 10 kilometers, encountering such a terrifying natural disaster was crucial for his mental state. If he couldn't maintain his composure and let fear and anxiety take over, it would affect his performance. If he couldn't unleash his full potential, or even more than that, and lost focus, he might not survive until the end of the event. Having dodged the mudslide disaster and navigated past the rockfall, Lin Yuan pressed on. Soon, he spotted ordinary wild beasts on both sides of the road, waiting to attack him. These ordinary beasts were of 9-star strength, with one appearing roughly every 100 meters. Lin Yuan quickly swung his rifle, not exerting too much effort, merely pushing back or blocking these beasts to allow his bicycle to pass swiftly. Nevertheless, it was no small feat. He had to constantly wield his long gun without a moment's rest. If he stopped, the beasts would block his path, and the ones chasing from behind would catch up, surrounding him from both sides. Thus, under the relentless attacks of the beasts, Lin Yuan managed to ride 100 meters. After that distance, he no longer faced ordinary beasts but a 1-star aberration, with one beast every 10 meters and one 1-star aberration every 100 meters. Coupled with the storm and the natural disasters of mudslides and rockfalls, the final 10 kilometers were incredibly challenging. Lin Yuan unleashed a bit of his divine power, using it to push back the 1-star aberration while maintaining his speed, barreling through. At this point, reaching the finish line was his only hope of survival. With utmost caution and forcing himself to stay calm, Lin Yuan wielded his long gun and quickly covered another kilometer. This meant Lin Yuan had ridden 91 kilometers, with just 9 kilometers left. However, after completing 91 kilometers, the difficulty increased once more as he now faced a 2-star aberration. A 2-star aberration could unleash an attack with a force of 2,000 pounds, and with skills, it could deal even more damage. The level of attack seemed to be related to its size. The creature Lin Yuan encountered was a 2-star wolf, as large as a calf. As the 2-star wild wolf spotted Lin Yuan, it didn't wait for him to approach and immediately launched an attack. It pushed off the ground with its powerful legs and leaped toward Lin Yuan. During its pounce, it unleashed a skill, transforming into a streak of light and speeding forward at an incredible pace. The angle of the wolf's attack was cunningly calculated, neither too high nor too low, perfectly positioned to knock Lin Yuan off his bike while allowing it to continue its assault and bite. However, Lin Yuan had plenty of ways to evade. With his feet glowing white, he quickly hooked the handlebars of his bike and leaned back, allowing the charging wolf to sail past him as the bike kept moving forward. The wolf soared through the air while Lin Yuan lay on the bike. In that instant, they crossed paths, one above, one below. Seeing that it had missed its target, the wolf snarled and bared its teeth, ready to bite down on Lin Yuan below. But being a wild wolf, it hadn't learned any body adjustment techniques. Although it was physically strong, it couldn't maneuver in mid-air like a survivor. In contrast, just as they passed each other, Lin Yuan sprang up, gun in hand, and with a swift motion, thrust the barrel sharply into the wolf's rear. Caught in the air, the wolf had no chance to dodge and let out a howl of pain as Lin Yuan struck. The bike continued its course, and Lin Yuan quickly withdrew his long gun to fend off an ordinary 9-star beast. The 2-star wolf, in agony, fell to the ground, no longer able to pursue Lin Yuan. Suddenly, as Lin Yuan advanced, he heard a buzzing sound, like something vibrating. Despite being vigilant about his surroundings amidst the sounds of wind, rain, and beastly roars, he couldn't quite identify the noise. It didn't matter what the sound resembled. Lin Yuan only needed to recognize that something was off, and such anomalies signified a natural disaster. As soon as the sound echoed, he gathered his divine power into the long gun, readying himself for a powerful strike. Once prepared, he identified the source of the disaster, a boulder even larger than the one before. This time, Lin Yuan remained calm and collected, waiting until the boulder was about to crash down on him before he made his move. With a loud bang, gun met stone. Though Lin Yuan's arm felt the impact, his attack diverted the boulder from its original path. The mountain stone disaster was averted. Yet Lin Yuan's expression remained serious as he continued to wield his long gun and press forward. Every kilometer brought a 2-star beast, 10 1-star beasts, and ordinary creatures swarming behind him, numbering in the countless. Along the way, landslides and rockfalls would occasionally launch surprise attacks. After riding for 95 kilometers, Lin Yuan noticed that the beasts had increased in number. Previously, regardless of the beast's level or the terrain, there was only one beast, or only beasts were found on the right side of the road. Now, wild beasts appeared on both sides of the road. After struggling through the stretch from 95 to 96 kilometers, Lin Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, during the last segment, he had been wielding his spear the entire time, with a beast appearing every 10 meters. If he stopped attacking, he would be intercepted, with threats in front and pursuers behind. If the beast forced him to slow down, accelerating again, or even surviving, would become extremely difficult. There were only 4 kilometers left. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and told himself. However, to his surprise, between the 96th and 97th kilometers, the single-star beast by the roadside turned into 2, increasing the difficulty. He could only grit his teeth and press on. Wielding his spear and gasping for breath, Lin Yuan pushed back one beast after another, dodging various natural disasters, and made it past the 97th and 98th kilometers. But during the final stretch from 99 to 100 kilometers, Lin Yuan's eyes turned red. On both sides of the road, beasts were attacking him with only a meter of space in between. The increase in beasts indicated a rise in the number of single-star beasts, double-star beasts, and possibly even triple-star beasts. But Lin Yuan? He was panting heavily, his body utterly exhausted, and most importantly, he had just over 2 points of divine power left. Chapter 116. The road ahead is treacherous, harder than ascending to the skies. However, Lin Yuan only fell down for a moment before letting out a furious roar, shouting kill. He was determined to give it his all for the final kilometer. Lin Yuan controlled the bicycle with his feet while wielding his spear with both hands, swinging it left and right to fend off the attacks of the 9-star beasts. When he encountered 2 1-star beasts, he increased his divine power output just a bit more, making his spear strikes faster. Upon facing 2 2-star beasts, he ramped up his divine power output again. At this point, the amount of divine power he could muster had become crucial in determining the outcome of the battle. If Lin Yuan had a bit more divine power, with each attack infused with just 1 point of it, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Right now, Lin Yuan was panting heavily, his stamina severely depleted, a clear sign of overexertion. It was no surprise. He had been on high alert, prepared for various calamities, while also wielding his spear to repel the attacks of the beasts. It would be strange if he wasn't exhausted. Under Lin Yuan's divine power output, he managed to push back the 2 2-star beasts. But soon after, he found himself facing a 3-star beast. A 3-star beast could easily unleash an attack force of 3,000 pounds, and with its skills, that power could increase even further. During his peak, Lin Yuan could only hold his ground against a 3-star beast. Now, however, with his stamina dwindling, his spirit depleted, and his divine power nearly exhausted, he stood no chance. But even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Lin Yuan roared, embracing the notion that in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail, and charged forward with his spear towards the oncoming 3-star beast. This 3-star beast was a hedgehog, as large as the 9-star wild boars Lin Yuan had once seen. The hedgehog curled into a ball, rolling towards Lin Yuan's bicycle. In the blue planet, hedgehogs curled up for self-protection to avoid being eaten by other animals. However, in this survival world, the hedgehog curled up and rolled toward Lin Yuan as a skillful attack. Although both the rolling attack of the hedgehog and that of a boulder were similar in nature, there was a significant difference. The rolling attack of a boulder relied on its weight to deliver unparalleled force. In contrast, the hedgehog's rolling attack, while also powerful, utilized its sharp quills, which were as thick as chopsticks, as its most effective weapon. One could only imagine the damage those large, steel-like quills could inflict when colliding at high speed. Facing the hedgehog's assault, Lin Yuan dared not dodge, nor could he allow it to get too close. If the hedgehog got near, whether it attacked the bicycle or Lin Yuan himself, neither would withstand that sharp impact. He also couldn't risk passing by the hedgehog directly. He had to think of a way to intercept it. Thanks to the hedgehog's skills, it could roll around freely, curling up and rolling both forward and backward without any issue. Since evasion was not an option, it was time to fight. The tip of the spear suddenly glowed with a bright white light as Lin Yuan used the last bit of his divine power to clash with the hedgehog. The Overlord Spear Technique. With a loud bang, the impact was far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. When the spear collided with the hedgehog, his arm went numb, and he felt even more exhausted, but it was only his arm that was affected. The hedgehog, on the other hand, was different. Although it wasn't hurt at all, its entire body surprisingly flew into the air. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Seizing the opportunity, he struck the hedgehog, which was floating in midair and unable to muster much attacking power, with a heavy slap off to the side. Meanwhile, he continued to ride his bike, dragging his waning energy. Victory was in sight. The finish line was just ahead. However, just as he dealt with the 3-star beast hedgehog, another crisis emerged. A massive rock, much larger than the previous one, came crashing down towards Lin Yuan. His expression changed. He had no divine power left, and overcoming this hurdle was going to be extremely difficult. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan summoned all his strength and struck the giant rock fiercely. But without the backing of divine power, his attack barely changed the rock's trajectory. It also exhausted the durability of his spear, which shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan's face paled as he hurriedly leaned forward to dodge the rock, but it was too late. The rock grazed his back, crashing onto the endless road and rolling to the other side. Although it only brushed against Lin Yuan's back, the force of the attack was far from negligible. This strike not only damaged the military uniform he had just put on, but also injured him. While riding, Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his back, and then a metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and pedaled his bike forward with great effort. Without the spear, his combat effectiveness plummeted. Even though he managed to fend off a few beasts with his desert eagle, it was futile against the densely packed wild animals on either side of the road. And he couldn't even change magazines. Left with no choice, Lin Yuan had to control the handlebars with his hands while kicking and pushing at the approaching beast with his feet to keep the bike moving. Just when he thought he could hold on no longer, the storm in the sky suddenly stopped. The 9-star ordinary beasts encircling him, the 3-star hedgehog chasing behind, and several 2-star and 1-star beasts all scattered like birds, fleeing into the woods on either side of the road, disappearing from sight. Only then did Lin Yuan notice that the distance traveled had reached 100 kilometers. In other words, Lin Yuan had completed the life and death race and had survived. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed, he could no longer hold on and fell directly off his bike. Fortunately, by that point, he didn't have the strength to ride fast. Otherwise, the fall could have resulted in serious injuries. Lin Yuan sprawled out on the endless road, feeling too exhausted, too sleepy, and in too much pain to move. All he wanted was to lie down immediately, but he couldn't just yet. He pulled out the survival guide to check on Luo Yi's status. Codename, reluctant to part remarks. Wife Lin Yuan let out another sigh of relief. She was okay. He wondered if Luo Yi had finished the race, so he tentatively dialed her emergency number. To his surprise, the call went through, and her figure appeared on the screen. Unlike Lin Yuan, who was sprawled out on the ground, Luo Yi was leaning against a stone by the roadside, about the height of a person. Seeing that she was alive brought Lin Yuan a moment of joy, but quickly turned into a bit of disappointment. If Luo Yi had finished the race, it meant his ranking wouldn't be better than hers. But then he realized that his progress had been fast enough. Even if he lost to Luo Yi, there was no shame in it. So many people acknowledged her strength, and he had no reason to feel embarrassed about it, especially since she was his girlfriend. Lin Yuan had initially wanted to ask if she was okay, to show some concern, but seeing that she only looked a bit tired from overexerting herself and didn't appear injured, he changed his words. Instead, he said, "I miss you." A meaningless expression of concern felt less genuine than sharing his true feelings, and the truth was he really did miss Luo Yi. Chapter 117. Luo Yi had been keeping her head lowered, but upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze and cast a faint glance at Lin Yuan. This event was quite complicated, and there would likely be some unexpected twists. She was subtly telling Lin Yuan not to overthink things. Lin Yuan, this feels a bit off. After they had just faced life and death, shouldn't they be in a more affectionate mood? Helplessly, Lin Yuan said, "Let us just wait until the event is over to discuss everything." They should be among the earliest survivors to complete the race, and he had no idea when the other survivors would finish their 100 kilometers. Lin Yuan didn't ask Luo Yi when she completed the race or how much earlier she was than him, as it was unnecessary. From her demeanor, he could tell that her ranking was definitely above his. Everything would be revealed once the event concluded and the system announced the rankings. After resting on the ground for a while, Lin Yuan got up, lifted his bicycle, and walked towards the roadside. He didn't intend to continue lying on the road. If he stayed there, any survivors passing by from other paths could inadvertently lead various disasters towards him, which would be troublesome, as he was in no condition to handle it. To be safe, Lin Yuan opted to set up camp. Before the results of the event were announced, he had no plans for anything else. He needed to recover from his injuries and restore his physical condition. What else could he do? Plus, with the rankings not out yet, he was itching to know. He had no mind for anything else. Thus, Lin Yuan set up his base and lay down on his makeshift bed to regain his strength. Luo Yi's actions were quite similar to Lin Yuan's. She carried her bright red bicycle towards the roadside and headed straight into the depths of the forest. It was surprising that someone as aloof as Luo-Yi liked such a vibrant color. He wondered what name she had given her bicycle. After walking for quite some time, Lin Yuan, lying on his bed, felt a bit speechless seeing her still on the move. He pouted and muttered, all right. It doesn't really matter where you put it. It's not like we'll be living there forever. Do we really need to find a spot with good feng shui? As he spoke, Lin Yuan took a big swig from his natural spring water. He usually just placed his base right next to the road. Why go through the trouble of setting it so far away from the road? Luo-Yi snorted coldly. Don't you know there is a difference between men and women? Any female survivor would choose a campsite far from the endless road, and couples did the same. Lin Yuan. At first, Lin Yuan was a bit confused about how the location of the campsite related to gender. But soon, he realized that while survivors have become evolved beings, they were still not gods. They still needed to eat, drink, and take care of their basic needs. Male survivors could set their bases right by the road without issue, as they could easily find a spot behind a house or a tree to take care of business. However, it was different for the female survivors, not to mention the discomfort of dealing with their biological cycles on the roadside, where there was no sense of safety and they could be seen by passing survivors. As for using the restroom in the wooden cabins, maybe in the future there would be toilets and bathrooms, but for now, all survivors, regardless of gender, had to return their waste to nature. Lin Yuan, who had come to understand the situation, felt a bit awkward. However, he soon thought a question. Should he offer some perks when discussing such matters with Luo-Yi? With that thought, Lin Yuan excitedly licked his lips, looking forward to seeing Luo-Yi in the video. Luo-Yi's gaze was as sharp as her knife. Just by observing the change in his expression and eyes, she knew what Lin Yuan was thinking. Her expression turned cold, and she coldly uttered 2 words, disgusting. After saying that, she directly ended the video call. Lin Yuan felt a bit wronged. Hadn't he said anything or done anything? When did it become unacceptable to think about such things? After all, they were a couple. Helpless, Lin Yuan had to put aside his inappropriate thoughts and turn to check the regional channel instead. He mainly wanted to see if anyone had died during the event. The result was obvious. As soon as he opened it, a glaring red announcement appeared. Regional announcement. ID A0194966137. Codename. Lang color tone. Survivor Yang Lan. Died by being torn apart. This survivor was not the first to die in this event. There were many death announcements in the previous messages on the regional channel. Some had fallen into deep pits, some had been crushed by boulders, and others had been dismembered by wild beasts. In short, a lot of people had died, and it was tragic. Lin Yuan believed that this survivor would not be the last. The death announcements clearly indicated the danger level of this event. Lin Yuan only glanced at the regional channel before shifting his attention to the chat group. Fortunately, no one in the chat group had reported any deaths. He fiddled with the guide, but before he realized it, he had fallen asleep. This sleep was so deep that he lost all sense of time, even though he was only participating in an event that didn't last long. However, the exhaustion was significant. His mental, physical, and spiritual energy had all been depleted to the point of emptiness. When Lin Yuan woke up again, he felt a disorienting confusion, not knowing what time it was or where he was. It wasn't until he shook his head vigorously that his thoughts began to clear up. Still, he felt a bit sluggish and unenergetic. Lin Yuan hurriedly opened the virtual screen of the guide to check the time. Day 20 of survival, 6:40 p.m. He had slept until the afternoon, and in just over an hour, it would be dark. After checking the time, Lin Yuan immediately noticed a notification from a friend. He opened it to find a meal sent by Luo-Yi, along with a message. The rewards for this event are so generous. It looks like it's not simple. Who knows what unexpected twist the system will throw at us later. Do you think it's appropriate to dwell on all this nonsense now? Lin Yuan first took out the incredibly lavish lunch. No, it should be called dinner, and set on the table. He dug in heartily before starting to reply. I completely disagree. It's precisely because the future is uncertain that we should seize the moment and cherish those around us. There's a saying, when flowers bloom, pick them quickly. Don't wait until there are no flowers to regret. In my opinion, we shouldn't cut off our wild thoughts. Instead, we should meet up right away and be honest with each other. After all, who knows whether tomorrow or some unexpected event will come first. As Lin Yuan devoured the delicious meal, his mouth full of food, his mind was racing with ideas. He felt a sense of joy washing over him, and the after effects of the life and death test finally began to fade. His message was quite straightforward. expressing his desire to meet up as soon as possible, just like other couples, fighting together during the day and still being together at night. Lin Yuan kept his eyes glued to the screen, a smile on his face, wondering how Luo Yi would respond. She didn't disappoint him and quickly replied. However, instead of words, she sent a series of angry little figures wielding long swords. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised, not because he was afraid of her anger, but rather because he was smart enough to deduce from her emojis that she wasn't really that upset. If Luo Yi were truly angry and wanted to ignore him, she wouldn't have replied at all. She might have even blocked him. Now, it seemed she understood his intentions and wasn't as mad as he feared. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He could hardly contain his excitement. This was a promising sign. The future looked bright. Who knows? He might even score the first victory soon. Just as Lin Yuan was gearing up to continue his pursuit, a blue light enveloped the virtual screen, revealing a series of golden letters. Chapter 118. First of all, congratulations to the survivors who made it through. Once again, you have successfully passed the test. But don't let your guard down, as the challenges ahead will only become more dangerous. Now, let us announce the rankings. The higher your rank, the greater the rewards. However, these rewards are not easily attainable. Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and his good mood instantly vanished. His and Luo Yi's suspicions were confirmed. What kind of nonsense is this about rewards being hard to obtain? It seems the system is up to something again. Before Lin Yuan could ponder further, the golden subtitles from his system prompt disappeared. In their place, a flurry of unreadable characters, either numbers or codes, scrolled across the screen. The lines were so numerous that they dazzled the eyes. This was likely the system announcing the rankings of the lower-tier survivors, but unfortunately, aside from the survivors themselves, no one could tell who ranked where. This seemed to be a deliberate move by the system. With over 60,000 survivors still alive, if each one were to be announced, it would take an immense amount of time. Therefore, it was clear that those ranked lower were considered insignificant, lacking even the qualification to let others know their standings. Forget about making it into the top 10,000, or even the top 1,000. It was likely that even the top 100 had no such privilege. Sure enough, after the chaotic display of data, the system abruptly cut off any mention of survivors ranked 20th and below, effectively completing that announcement and leaving only the top 20. With this approach, unless the survivors themselves spoke up, no one would know who ranked where or what rewards they had received. Once the rankings for those beyond 20th were handled, the system treated the top 20 survivors with a noticeable difference. The display screen expanded several times its previous size, and instead of just a stream of data, it showcased edited video clips of the survivors in action. The 20th ranked survivor was a female, with shoulder-length hair and wearing a police hoodie, and she looked quite impressive. Like most others, her weapon setup consisted of two types, an automatic rifle and a melee weapon. This rifle wasn't brought from Earth, but was a star-grade weapon that the survivor had obtained during a critical moment, while Lin Yuan was diligently honing his skills by venturing into the deep mountains and opening a black iron chest. Thus, the automatic rifle was categorized as a grade G low-star weapon. The melee weapon used by the female survivor was a long knife. Among 10 survivors, 9 wielded a knife. This was partly due to idolization. On the first day, Luo Yi showcased some remarkable skills with a tang knife, leaving a lasting impression and garnering admiration, making many survivors look up to her as a motivational figure. Another reason was that knives were easy to learn and master. If we were to create a weapon usage ranking for survivors in Area A019, the knife would undoubtedly take the top spot. Following closely would be the sword, influenced by the imagery of skilled swordsmen and sword fairies, with its elegant techniques and sharp blades garnering much favor among survivors. In third place, firearms and sticks would likely be on equal footing. Beyond that, the rankings become harder to establish, as other cold weapons are less common and rarely used. For instance, whips and spike clubs are not weapons that just anyone can wield effectively. Returning to the 20th ranked survivor, the video playing on the void screen begins with a female survivor riding a bicycle, waiting for the countdown to reach 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ends, she pedals furiously, speeding forward. However, Lin Yuan notices that the female survivor is neither using her divine power nor putting her full strength into pedaling. It seems everyone is smart enough not to exhaust themselves from the start, avoiding the predicament of running out of energy later on. This is akin to participating in a running competition. If you expend too much energy at the beginning, you won't have the strength to sprint at the end. As the female survivor advances, disasters strike. The video does not continuously show her progress, but instead highlights the more exciting moments, such as how she slays or dodges beasts and avoids disasters. Lin Yuan calculates the video duration from the 3-second countdown to the completion of the female survivor's activity. It lasts a full 20 seconds. The video concludes with the female survivor having traveled 100 kilometers, with the beast retreating, revealing a joyful smile on her face. Besides noting the video duration, Lin Yuan also observes the differences in challenge difficulty. The challenges faced by the female survivor seemed trivial compared to those Lin Yuan encountered. The initial disaster she faced was much slower than Lin Yuan's, and the subsequent mudslides and beast attacks posed significantly lower difficulty levels. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, pondering if their essay pattern is the challenge difficulty arranged according to strength. Unsure of the exact rule, he continues watching. When the video ends, golden letters appear beside the female survivor's image. Number 019784916. Codename: The Shade of Light Blue. Survivor: Xia Amlin. Vehicle: Blue Love. In a life and death race of 100 kilometers. Took 1 hour and 35 minutes. Ranking 20th, and received rewards including a volume of 7-star strengthening technique, a volume of 7-star attack skill book, and 10 copies of survival guide. This, Lin Yuan feels a bit stunned. It turns out to be the shade of light blue, the one who took his natural spring water to prey on lost sheep. Her name is Xia Anlin. It seems those who profited from the commissions back then gained quite a bit, as she has risen from obscurity to now rank among the top 20. After further honing his skills, he finally stood out among the ordinary evolutionists with the 7-star skills. Once the rewards were announced, Xia Amlin's image vanished, and the next contestant to appear was ranked 19th. The 19th survivor was a young man with a youthful face that suggested he had just entered college. This survivor was also riding a bicycle, and the video began to play as the countdown went from 3, 2, 1. His strategy was quite similar to Xia Anlin's. He started off at a steady pace, slightly accelerated halfway through, and then chose to sprint for the final stretch. The only difference was the type of melee weapon they used. Xia Amlin wielded a knife, while the male survivor used a sword. The final scene froze on the young man, smiling as he looked at a beast rushing towards the roadside. ID: A019496167 Chodenama. Lost Lump. Survivor: Young. Vehicle: Devouring the Starry Sky. In the life and death race of 100 kilometers, he completed it in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Ranking 19th and receiving rewards that included 1 copy of the 7-star power enhancement technique, 1 7-star attack skill book, and 12 copies of the survival guide. So this is the Lost Lamb, and his name is Yang. He not only overcame the hardship of hunger and scarcity, but also made a comeback to become the 19th ranked survivor. Not only did he surpass Xia Anlin, the contractor, but his rewards were also slightly more generous, including 2 additional copies of the survival guide and some upgrade materials. Chapter 119 ranked 20th is Xia Anlin, and 19th is the Lost Lamb, Yang. Both of them are beneficiaries and parties involved in the contracted event. If that's the case, then the 2 who took a larger cut, the Big Orange Cat and Little Bell, should rank ahead of them, right? After all, obtaining more natural spring water means they can accelerate their training time, indicating stronger abilities. The speed at which this event is completed is a significant factor, and the stronger the ability, the higher the rank, no doubt about it. But when the video of the 18th ranked contestant played, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The 18th place wasn't taken by the Big Orange Cat or Little Bell, but rather by Rin Feng, whom Lin Yuan had known since day one, though they hadn't interacted much. In the video, Rin Feng lacked the lively and cheerful demeanor he had during their first meeting. Instead, he appeared gloomy and fierce, with his eyes filled with a desire for great strength. Indeed, the relationship between Rin Feng and Su Xiaoxi is not comparable to those survivor couples who come together simply to survive. It's said they grew up together, childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. Naturally, Su Xiaoxi's sudden death would leave Rin Feng heartbroken and prompt him a change. Rin Feng is likely one of Luo Yi's loyal fans, wielding a single dagger and trying to conquer the world just like her. In fact, since Luo Yi used a dagger to fiercely counterattack the team surrounding her, some have considered specializing in close combat, dedicating their time to mastering a particular fighting style. Rin Feng seems to have aimed to specialize in a single combat method. This thought turned out well for him, with his superb knife skills and fierce determination. He passed the trial without sustaining any injuries. Unfortunately, his divine power was still somewhat lacking. ID A0191358874 code. Here to stir up trouble, Survivor Rin Feng. Vehicle, Creek. Not West. In a life-and-death race spanning 100 kilometers, he took 1 hour and 28 minutes, earning rewards including a 7-star strengthening technique book, a 7-star attack skill book, and 14 copies of the survival guide. It seems this ranking has shifted significantly, despite receiving daily supplies. Including a bottle of natural spring water since day 1, Rin Feng's rank has actually dropped by 1. Next up is the 17th place, which surprisingly belongs to He Yunying. Dressed in a police combat uniform and wielding a long sword, she started pedaling a bicycle as soon as the countdown ended. Natural disasters, earthquakes, and landslides, one after another, posed challenges that seemed significantly tougher than those faced by Rin Feng. After the 20-second video concluded, Lin Yuan gained a clearer understanding of He Yunying's abilities. How should I put it? Her mental resilience is commendable, indicating a strong mindset, but in terms of combat strength, her swordplay lacked a certain fluidity, and she wasn't sharp enough in assessing the dynamics of battle. Overall, against opponents of similar strength, He Yunying might struggle to win. ID A0197488965. Codename Whispering Melody. Survivor He Yunying. Vehicle Yunying, who seems quite scared. In a life-and-death race of 100 kilometers, she took 1 hour and 27 minutes and received the reward of the 7-star strengthening technique. He Yunying's bicycle name is hard to explain. It's likely that her fear at that moment was a reflection of her inner feelings. After upgrading her bicycle, she was able to change its name, and she probably never expected that one day the name would be made public. This raises some social embarrassment. The names of He Yunying and Rin Feng's bicycles aren't particularly strange, but could there be even weirder ones? There's no doubt about it. Everyone has their little thoughts, right? Writing a small secret on a bicycle that no one else can see isn't a big deal. But now, with the system doing this, some people are bound to feel embarrassed. If there were levels of social embarrassment, He Yunying would probably only be at level 1 or 2. I wonder what name Luo will choose. Lin Yuan stroked his chin and began to ponder. Considering she always has a cold expression and holds a knife, it surely won't be anything romantic. Next is the 16th place, Ma Baoquan. What about the big orange cat and little bell? Logically, if Xiaoyan made it onto the list, they should have a reason to be there too. Lin Yuan guessed that either they were in serious trouble or just unlucky, facing a big problem right from the start, or encountering some unexpected changes midway. Without making it into the top 20, they naturally wouldn't qualify for name recognition. Ma Baoquan, being someone who has handled firearms, can shoot wild beasts while riding a bicycle with an automatic rifle. Frequently changing bullets doesn't hinder his progress until there are too many beasts and he runs out of time to reload, forcing him to fight with a cold weapon, a long knife. ID A01978461. Codename Criminal Police Captain. Survivor Ma Baoquan. Vehicle Zhuiying. In a life-and-death race of 100 kilometers, he took 1 hour and 25 minutes and received the reward. Zhuiying, the steed of Cao Cao, a name that speaks to aspirations. It seems this Captain Ma is determined to go further in the survival world. Next is the 15th place, Shui Ran. After learning a lesson from her battle with Zhang Yukai, Shui Ran should be pushing herself harder to improve her skills. Her progress is evident in her demeanor and gaze. Unfortunately, she doesn't use swords or long weapons. Although her strength is commendable, it's very difficult for her to break through, and she has sustained some injuries. This is because she wields a short sword, and attacking from a bicycle with a short sword is quite challenging, making it hard to maintain speed. ID A0197944351. Codename Trainee Forensic Investigator. Survivor Shui Ran. Vehicle A date with the corpse. In a life-and-death race of 100 kilometers, the time taken was 1 hour and 24 minutes, earning rewards of a 7-star power boost manual and an 8-star attack skill book. This vehicle name is impressive and powerful. Although Lin Yuan anticipated that survivors would come up with all sorts of quirky names for their bicycles, this one, it doesn't quite match the aura of a beautiful woman. Lin Yuan first noticed the vehicle's name before he paid attention to Shui Ran's rewards. Placing 15th, her rewards were upgraded, It was no longer a 7-star skill book, but an 8-star one. Lin Yuan carefully recalled the difficulty of Shui Ranch trials and suddenly realized that the challenges were significantly harder than those faced by He Yunying and the others. In the trials for positions 16 to 20, there were only 5 1-star aberrations, while Shui Ran faced 10. Besides the increase in aberrations, it seemed that other natural disasters had also intensified. It appears that the stronger the survivor, the greater the difficulty coefficient of the trials set by the system. Following Shui Ran was the 14th place finisher. Surprisingly, it was Yongbin. To be honest, Lin Yuan held a favorable impression of this university professor who had warned him about the treasure chest near the bicycle on the first day. When Lin Yuan first met Yongbin, he appeared refined, elegant, and courteous. However, the Yongbin in the video had undergone a drastic change. His demeanor radiated determination and wisdom. He did not use any firearms, relying solely on a long knife for combat from the start to the end of the event. Chapter 1:20 Lin Yuan was genuinely surprised this time. Yongbin's first impression on him was that of a principled and kind-hearted teacher. However, now, through observing Yongbin in battle, Lin Yuan saw a different side of him, his intelligence. Yes, he was very clever. He must have mapped out his future from the very beginning, as his swordsmanship was more refined than anyone else's. There was even a hint of Lu Yi in his style. It was likely that he spent a lot of time analyzing Lu Yi's battle videos as if they were textbooks. Survivors needed to search for treasure chests and resources, and with limited time and energy, they often sought to specialize in one combat style. The idea of focusing on close combat had sprouted in Lin Yuan after watching Lu Yi's battle videos. But Yongbin was different. He didn't carry a firearm and likely practiced his sword techniques right from the start. It seemed that he wasn't the only one adapting to the survival environment of this world. Everyone was striving to enhance their abilities. ID A0194652238, codename University Teacher. Survivor Yongbin, with the best vehicle in the world. In the 100-kilometer life and death race, he took 1 hour and 20 minutes, earning the reward of the 8-star strengthening technique. Who would have thought that Yongbin also harbored a restless and ambitious heart? Following Yongbin was the 14th place contestant, and when Lin Yuan caught sight of this person, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He found it a bit hard to believe, but Renfeng exclaimed loudly, "Xiao Shi!" In the video, the woman was Su Xiao Shi, or rather, at first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to Su Xiao Shi, almost 7 or 8 parts similar. Though the woman in 14th place looked somewhat like Su Xiao Shi, upon closer inspection, there were significant differences. Firstly, the weapon she wielded was different. Su Xiao Shi used a lightweight longsword, while the woman in the video wielded a spike club. In terms of aura and demeanor, Su Xiao Shi exuded a pure and innocent charm, as if she were somewhat naive about the world. In contrast, the woman in the video had a bright smile, embodying a spirit that, despite being shaped by society's harsh realities, remained untainted at heart. Moreover, in terms of physique, Su Xiao Shi was slender, while the 14th place contestant had a more rounded figure. What a pity! She was born in the wrong era. Had she lived in the Tang dynasty, she might have been destined to become a queen. Using a spike club as her weapon, Lin Yuan found it quite intriguing and carefully observed how the woman navigated the 100-kilometer challenge. The results showed that this robust woman was anything but ordinary. Swinging her spike club, she charged through, sending both wild beasts and other creatures flying. Her strength seemed extraordinary, and she rarely used her divine power, only resorting to it during the final sprint or when faced with numerous beasts. Lin Yuan quickly deduced that this woman was a serious, specialized evolver. A specialized evolver, in this context, was someone whose physical and mental capabilities differed greatly. It is estimated that 14 individuals possess innate strength or have developed it through training. Regardless of the reason, she has a high physical constitution but low mental resilience, resulting in limited divine power activation. In short, she can unleash a high level of attack power in a short burst. But as the battle drags on, fighting with her physicality leads to significant exhaustion. ID 0197866461, codename Chubby Girl, survivor Dong Yao. Her vehicle is humorously named I Want a Man. Oh dear, the name of the bicycle is indeed I Want a Man. One has to wonder, does this reach a cringe level of 10? Chubi Go, Zong Yao. Are we sure this isn't a joke? This name is likely well known on Blue Star, given her weight of over 400 pounds. often humorously referred to as the heaviest woman on the internet. She frequently posts short videos that attract countless followers, showcasing her struggles to walk, often resulting in either breaking the car door or damaging the vehicle itself. While others use a hoe to dig, she can snap the hoe in half with just one strike. There are many similar daily videos, either showcasing her excessive appetite or her immense strength, often leading to accidents. Dong Yao, chubby girl with her great strength, is undoubtedly the internet celebrity for Blue Star. However, isn't chubby girl supposed to be very overweight? The woman in the videos doesn't seem to fit that description. She appears, at most, just a bit rounded. But after a moment of thought, Lin Yuan realizes the situation. Cultivating the body refining technique requires a lot of nutrition. If the intake is insufficient, it will burn the body's internal energy. The ability to burn energy makes the body refining technique an incredible weight loss tool. Although it has only been a month, significant weight loss and transformation seem possible. As for the bicycle name Chubby Girl, well, no one wanted it before, but now if she succeeds in losing weight, becomes slimmer and more attractive, it's likely that once the rankings are announced and rewards distributed, many will seek her out for companionship. Following Dong Yao is the 13th place survivor, another woman. She has an ordinary appearance, but her every move exudes a commanding presence, resembling a soldier. Indeed, she appears to be a trained military personnel for Blue Star. Armed with a long knife, she confronts the beasts blocking her path with ease, slicing through them as if they were mere vegetables. ID A0191544486, codename Novice NPC. Survivor Xia Yidong. Her vehicle name reflects her experience. All men are no good. This bicycle name definitely has a story behind it. It seems she's been abandoned by a scumbag. However, Lin Yuan quickly realizes that the difficulty of the challenges faced by chubby girl Dong Yao and Xia Yidong seems to be on the same level as that of Xia Yanlin. After reviewing the activity challenges of each survivor, Lin Yuan concludes that the challenge difficulty is not only related to the survivor's strength, but also to their rankings from the previous activities. This isn't the first time such a situation has occurred, such as during the first beast attack after entering the survival phase. The intensity of beast attacks not only depends on the strength of the survivors, but also on their rankings. The higher the rank, the stronger the attack. This indicates that as survivors gain ranks and rewards, the level of danger increases significantly. However, does this mean that those who do not rank or receive rewards, particularly the weaker survivors, are safe? Quite the opposite. Those with lesser abilities tend to suffer the most, as they are often powerless in the face of danger. Next up is the challenge for the 11th place. The difficulty of this test should not be calculated as just a bit harder than that of Shedon's challenge, but rather as slightly more difficult than Yongbin's. And indeed, the 11th place belongs to Shi Yi, who has made significant progress. Despite facing 10 one-star beasts, he managed to push through. His ID is A0197944631, codenamed Light Cloud Rising, and he's been riding high in the game. So far, Shi Yi is the first survivor whose rank has not declined. In fact, he has improved by 2 spots since last time. If Shi Yi's progress is considered a small step, then there's another player who has made a giant leap, Yang Tingting, the underdog. Lin Yuan initially thought that no matter how hard she tried, even with the spring water he provided, she would only advance a few ranks. However, as one survivor after another made the leaderboard, her videos never appeared, and she remains alive in the friends list, which can only mean one thing. Her rank is relatively high. Now we look ahead to the 10th place. It's uncertain who it will be. Based on previous experiences, we can expect the difficulty of the 10th place challenge to increase again, but the rewards should also be upgraded. Chapter 121 in 10th place, surprisingly, it's not Yang Tingting, but rather Chu Nizuoma. This Chu Nizuoma is the girl with the braids who appeared alongside Shi Yi during the exciting moments. After becoming an evolver, her mastery of the whip has reached new heights. Infusing divine power into her long whip, it can instantly transform between being soft and hard, displaying endless versatility. ID A0193458872. Codename Highland Goddess. Survivor Chu Nizuoma. Vehicle Little Divine Steed. In the death race over 100 kilometers, she took 1 hour and 19 minutes, earning rewards including a 9-star strengthening technique book and a 9-star skill book. The rewards turned into a 9-star skill book, and at the same time, Lin Yuan also discovered the pros and cons of the whip. The long whip has a far attack range, is highly versatile and incredibly flexible, but it consumes a lot of divine power. Without divine power support, the whip cannot exert much attacking force. In ninth place is Yang Tingting, finally making it onto the list. From being at the bottom during the first event, she climbed into the top 10 during the second. The difference is evident when one has killed before. The previous Yang Tingting always gave off an urban woman vibe, lacking any aura of a master. But the current Yang Tingting has sharp eyes, wielding a long knife, capable of cleanly and decisively slaying beasts, even daring to confront exotic creatures head-on. ID A0199655318. Codename Elegant and Graceful. Survivor Yang Tingting. Vehicle Enchanting Beauty. In the death race over 100 kilometers, she took 1 hour and 17 minutes, earning rewards including a 1-star strengthening technique book, an F-grade 1-star attack skill book, a 9-star strengthening technique book, and a G-grade 9-star attack skill book. Wow, naming a bicycle enchanting beauty, isn't that a bit overly confident? Young people should remember to stay humble, just as Lin Yuan was left speechless. The 8th place was announced. The 8th place goes to Zhou Jini, but the current Zhou Jini is like a completely different person from before. Previously, Zhou Jini had a sturdy build and a round figure, definitely a strong woman. But now, she has fair skin and a slender figure, showcasing a blend of beauty and strength through her boxing skills. She is undeniably a Barbie with toughness. No, she should be referred to as a beautiful warrior. Back on Blue Star, when someone meets their online girlfriend in real life, it often leads to disappointment. But for Bailey Xiaojin, this was a great opportunity. Zhou Jini had not yet transformed when he took action, and now that she has leveled up, he hit the jackpot. ID A0197643991. Codename Little Woman. Survivor Zhou Jini. Vehicle Graceful Lady. In the death race over 100 kilometers, she took 1 hour and 15 minutes, earning rewards including a 2-star strengthening technique book, an F-grade 2-star attack skill book, a 9-star strengthening technique book, and a G-grade 9-star attack skill book. Whether it's her codename, name, or vehicle, Zhou Jini has certainly achieved what she wished for, living up to her name. After Zhou Jini, the 7th place was surprisingly her boyfriend, Bailey Xiaojin. Bailey Xiaojin was not discouraged by his inability to defeat the wild wolf. Instead, he appeared even more spirited. His swordsmanship flowed effortlessly, and he handled the attacks from the beasts with ease. To put it simply, his swordplay was nothing short of handsome, graceful, and striking. ID A01946318. Codename Dugu Qiubai. Survivor Bailey Xiaojin. Vehicle Flying Immortal. In a life and death race over 100 kilometers, he took 1 hour and 13 minutes, earning rewards including a 3-star strength technique book, an F-grade 3-star attack skill book, a 9-star power enhancing technique book, and a G-grade 9-star attack skill book. As the rankings improved, so did the rewards. Next up was the 6th place, which turned out to be Lung Feng. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised that Lung Feng made it onto the list so quickly. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. He had joined the chat group early, collected a bottle of natural spring water every day, and diligently practiced his skills. Even if his ranking dropped, it shouldn't have fallen this much. However, as the video played, Lin Yuan realized that the difficulty of Lung Feng's challenge was slightly tougher than his own. Lung Feng first used an automatic rifle to attack, and switched to a long knife when he ran out of time to change magazines. Comparing his own performance, Lin Yuan quickly concluded that Lung Feng's strength and physique were lower than his, and he completed the activity at a much slower pace. ID A0197458895. Survivor Lung Feng. Vehicle War God Unmatched. In a life and death race over 100 kilometers, he took 1 hour and 11 minutes, earning rewards including a 4-star strength technique book, an F-grade 4-star attack skill book, a 9-star power enhancing technique book, and a G-grade 9-star attack skill book. The 6th ranked War God. This was a bit awkward. Next was the 5th place, and Lin Yuan was curious to see how the 5th place could rank above Lung Feng. However, he quickly figured it out. The 5th place's combat power should be comparable to Lung Feng's. But the reason Lung Feng ranked lower was purely due to the difficulty of the 2nd place challenge dragging him down, while the difficulty of the 5th place's challenge was significantly lower than that of Lung Feng, with the same level of power and a lower difficulty. It was only natural for the 5th place to be ahead. The 5th place was invincible Dongfeng Ouyang Na, a woman renowned for her short-distance explosive attacks, capable of delivering damage equivalent to that of a handgun. After entering the survival world and breaking through as an evolver, her needle technique became even more refined. She didn't even need a weapon, just a handful of leaves in her hand. Utilizing her own strength along with her inherent divine power, her attacks were surprisingly powerful, rivaling those of a 9-star ordinary skill. As her bicycle sped forward, leaves flew in all directions, and the weaker beasts were directly shot down by Ouyang-na. Even the extraordinary beasts couldn't withstand a few of her leaves. This, as expected from someone who has practiced their skills since childhood, truly formidable. ID A0197543351. Codename Invincible East, with the vehicle unifying the Jianghu, completed the 100-kilometer death race in 1 hour and 5 minutes, earning rewards. After Ouyang-na, the 4th place is Wu Gang, followed by the 3rd place, Bujie. Wu Gang has a face full of muscle, and his iron palms are comparable to cold weapons. His hands move swiftly, knocking down beasts one after another with powerful strikes. Bujie is no slouch either, wielding an iron rod. He sweeps through the area, causing any beast he touches to either die on the spot or suffer severe injuries. Lung Feng and Bujie, along with 2 others, are stronger than the other top 10 competitors. It's understandable, considering Lung Feng is a king of soldiers and must have undergone devilishly tough training. The other 3 are similar. Whether for passion or for legacy, their relentless dedication for over 20 years has led to their current achievements, which is only natural. ID A0197845541. Codename Bloodhand, Survivor Wu Gang. Vehicle I Am a Good Person completed the 100-kilometer death race in 1 hour and 3 minutes, earning rewards including a 6-star body forging technique book and an F-level 6-star attack skill book. ID A0197452238. Survivor Bujie. Vehicle for Emptiness completed the 100-kilometer death race in 1 hour and 1 minute, earning rewards including a 7-star strength forging technique book and an F-level 7-star attack skill book. Chapter 122. No Regrets is 3rd place after the 3rd place was announced. The next on the list was the 2nd place. Lin Yuan originally thought he would be the 2nd, with Luo Yi still holding the 1st position. However, to his surprise, the 2nd place was not Lin Yuan, but his girlfriend, Luo Yi. Lin Yuan made this judgment based on their video call. Luo Yi seemed to be resting and didn't appear too exhausted, as she wasn't panting heavily. In contrast, Lin Yuan had been gasping for breath even after a short break. This indicated that Luo Yi had finished her activity earlier and completed the 100-mile ride, which is why she didn't look so tired. But the outcome was unexpected. Luo Yi was the 2nd place, proving Lin Yuan's assumption to be completely wrong. Why did this happen? Lin Yuan stared intently at the edited video of Luo Yi. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, and at the countdown of 3, 2, 1, she set off. From the very beginning, she controlled her bicycle with her legs, her left hand gripping the sword sheath while her right hand held the sword handle. As she sped along, she struck with her sword repeatedly, showcasing her precision and speed, effortlessly slaying the beasts she encountered. Lin Yuan quickly recognized that while Luo Yi's strength and physique were comparable to his own, her average speed on the bike didn't match his. Luo Yi relied on her slight divine power and skill, whereas Lin Yuan had the advantage of a level 9 cycling skill. Thus, even though Luo Yi was stronger in combat, her speed lagged behind Lin Yuan's from the start, and in the final sprint. Lin Yuan completed the activity faster than Luo Yi. As Lin Yuan continued watching the video, he made another significant discovery. At the beginning, it was understandable that Luo Yi wasn't tired, but even during her explosive speed at the last moment, when she rapidly wielded her sword, she still didn't seem to be out of breath. It was as if her lung capacity wasn't a factor at all. It felt like as long as she had divine power and stamina, she could keep fighting indefinitely. Logically, the greater the exertion, the more one should breathe heavily. Yet Luo Yi appeared unaffected by this. Her control over her body and application of combat skills were on a level above all other survivors. Indeed, Lin Yuan noticed that he couldn't reach the heights she could while riding his bike, and she was able to ride for a longer duration than he could. She could steer the bike with one hand while using her long sword to support the bike against the ground, preventing both herself and the bike from falling. As she dispatched one beast after another, even tackling larger creatures by severing their limbs with ease. She demonstrated mastery in drifting and precision that was truly impressive. She was incredibly high energy all the way through, and in the final moments, despite facing a challenge tougher than anyone else, she still managed to speed through the horde of beasts without losing momentum. Wow, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If it weren't for Luo Yi's tougher challenge, he might not have secured first place. ID 8019496971, codename Reluctant to Part Survivor. Luo Yi, vehicle Phoenix in flight. In a life and death race of 100 kilometers, she took 49 minutes and 33 seconds and received rewards, including a copy of the 8-star strengthening technique, an F-rank 8-star attack skill book, a 9-star strengthening technique, and a G-rank 9-star attack skill book. If Cold and his team were a notch above the other survivors in the top 10, then Luo Yi was definitely more than just a notch above them. She completed the challenge nearly 10 minutes faster. In the name of that bicycle, Lin Yuan felt it somewhat matched his dragon battle in the wild. Naturally, after Luo Yi came in first, Lin Yuan's efforts weren't in vain. However, his speed was only 10 seconds faster than hers. He took 49 minutes and 23 seconds, while Luo Yi clocked in at 49 minutes and 33 seconds, making it truly a close call. Lin Yuan couldn't help but beam with pride. This task of surpassing the first place was half accomplished. Once the announcement ended, people quickly realized they could send comments on the big screen, and immediately, the survivors began to chatter away. Wow, the first and second place are too strong. They completed it in just 49 minutes, while I was on my bike for a full 2 hours. I rode for 3 hours and nearly collapsed. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi, the two big shots, were the envy of all. They had both looks and strength. It was said that the strengthening technique was hard to come by, and among the top 10, 9 had the 9-star strengthening technique. This would surely widen the gap between us ordinary evolvers. Truly, the strong get stronger while the weak get weaker. Come on, high rankings come with high risks. Being in the top 20 isn't easy. Half of those who were in the top 20 during the first event are no longer around. Speaking of rewards, why hasn't anything been distributed yet? I hope nothing went wrong. As the survivors chatted, they inevitably began discussing the rewards. Logically, since the event had ended and rankings were announced, the rewards should be given out. Yet now, not only were the rewards not distributed, but the big screen in the void hadn't disappeared either. Just as people were puzzled, golden letters appeared on the screen. The rewards for this event are very generous. But those items are resources from 2 survivor districts. Survivors from District A019 must defeat survivors from other districts to obtain their rewards. 3 days later, the base battle will commence. All survivors from both districts will compete for the base in a best-of-3 format. The losing District S survivors will receive no rewards. Only the survivors from a victorious district will receive ranking rewards. Survivors from Zone A019, do you want to lose the territory battle and walk away empty-handed? Or do you want to win and earn those ranking rewards? What? The rewards won't be distributed right away? Instead, we have to participate in some territory battle? The survivors immediately erupted in uproar. Damn it, this unfeeling system. Just as one event ends, they want us to join another territory battle. How can we compete against the other district? If we lose, the ranking will determine that no one gets any rewards. So wouldn't this whole event be for nothing? Are they really going to make people from both districts fight it out? If that's the case, how many will die? It shouldn't come to that. If everyone dies, how can we continue to survive? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The system's true intentions were finally revealed. All those rewards weren't just for the survivors to take for free. They were meant to encourage defeating survivors from other districts. But each district has tens of thousands of people. For example, 019 has over 60,000. With 50 or 60,000 people in one district and over 100,000 when combined with another district, how can we possibly fight for a territory? Regardless of the survivors' protests, dissatisfaction, or fear, a line of golden characters appeared on the screen. Chapter 123, Matching Opponents. The match has been established. A011 district survivors. 3 days later, the base capture battle begins. A019 district survivors versus A011 district survivors. Due to the vast battleground, the survivors from both sides will fight under the command of their respective commanders. Now, survivors who believe they have leadership skills and wish to run for commander should enter "I want to run for commander" on the big screen. First, candidates for commander will be selected, and then the survivor with the highest votes from all participants will be elected as the commander. Please note that the commander will not participate in the battle, so choose wisely. As soon as the system message was released, everyone was baffled, and comments flooded in. Commander? What is that? Commanding over 60,000 people to fight against survivors from other districts? Are you kidding? Everyone is just an ordinary person. It's one thing to command a few people in a street brawl, but commanding over 60,000 in a fight? No way. Regardless of whether it's feasible or not, someone has to take charge. I think Lin Yuan would be a great fit. He is a former soldier and surely has command experience. Most importantly, he has the strength. By your logic, whoever is strong should be the commander, so it should actually be Lin Yuan or Luo Yi taking the role. If all the high-level fighters become commanders, then who will actually fight to eliminate enemies and capture the base? I think the last-ranked survivor should be the commander, maximizing the combat potential. No way. The last-ranked has low strength and would struggle to command respect. In an instant, the debate over who should be the commander turned chaotic. It wasn't that the survivors wanted to become commanders themselves, but rather they were arguing over who should lead all the survivors. Choosing a commander is no trivial matter. If they win, great, but if they lose, the commander will bear the blame. The outcome of the base capture battle affects the interests of all survivors. And everyone has their preferred candidate for the commander, refusing to accept anyone else's choice. In order to secure victory in the battle, even the main figures in the discussions participated in the commander elections. For example, Lung Feng, along with some lower-ranked survivors. There were quite a few candidates for commander, including Xia Anlin, Shi Yi, and Xia Yidan among the top 20. This only intensified the controversies, as everyone wanted to support their preferred candidate to achieve victory under their command. Watching the chaotic comments, Lin Yuan had his own considerations. First of all, high-ranking fighters should not become commanders like him, Luo Yi, Lung Feng, or even others in the top 10. Losing even one of the top 10 would significantly diminish their advantage. This is not a one-on-one fight, but a large-scale battle involving over 100,000 people. And there can't be any mistakes. Moreover, the low-tier fighters at the back of the line won't do either. Asking a sheep to lead a pack of tigers and wolves is simply a joke, right? Lin Yuan didn't have a good solution for now. So he opened the group chat to see what others thought. Cold Front. Do you think I should take on the role of commander? Clearly, Cold Front had his own concerns, which is why he asked this question. If he became the commander, he wouldn't be able to participate in the battle. Sure, let me do it. My combat power is lower than yours, but I was the executive president back on Blue Star, managing over 100 people, so I have some leadership skills. Sure, Lin Yuan shook his head, setting aside the huge gap between managing 100 people and commanding 60,000. Sure Yi's combat power was still quite decent and didn't warrant support. Yang Tingting. I believe that the top 20 should all participate in the battle, since our opponents are ranked higher than us. What if they're stronger? We should give it our all. Well, that is uncertain. Pianin, I have a very suitable candidate in mind, and that is Xia Yidan, who is ranked 12th. She is also a soldier and reportedly a new recruit instructor, making her very suitable to be the commander. Seeing He Yunin's message, Lin Yuan was struck with inspiration, recalling her profile and her actions since entering the survivor world. He Yunin, a county-level secretary, certainly had management and organizational skills. Her ability to assess situations and identify a suitable commander candidate showed she had vision. While he was more inclined to support Xia Yidan as commander, Lin Yuan had a better impression of He Yunin. So, he immediately responded, Lin Yuan, He Yunin, why don't you run for commander? At the same time, he sent a message to Luo Yi to ask for her opinion. What do you think of He Yunin as commander? Almost instantly, Luo Yi replied, I think it's okay, but her control in battle is lacking, and her skill coordination is not flexible. If it comes to an actual battlefield, her efficiency in taking down enemies might not even match Xia and Lin's. Ouch, that stings. Buddy, if He Yunin knew how Luo Yi would evaluate her, who knows what kind of expression she would have. However, while Luo Yi's assessment was somewhat harsh, it was the truth. Lin Yuan had seen He Yunin's activity videos. In short, they were hard to watch. Luo Yi was also proactive, quickly following up with a message in the group. Luo Yi, He Yunin, you should run for commander. We all support you. He Yunin was a bit confused. He Yunin, no, I'm not a soldier, and I don't have experience commanding tens of thousands. How could I be a commander? She genuinely hadn't considered becoming a commander, and besides, she felt incapable of doing so. The others in the group pondered for a moment and began to support He Yunin as well. Yang Tingting, we were all born in a time of peace. Who has any real experience? It's all like forcing a duck to climb a tree. You want to be the commander? Sure, I'm fine with that. Lung Feng, I've withdrawn the candidate list. I have no objections. I support Lin Yuan and He Shuji as commander. Ren Feng, I support that too. Yang Bin. In the Fearless chat group, more than half of the top 20 were gathered. With their encouragement, He Yuning suddenly became a candidate and, during the voting phase, stood out to become the commander of Zone A019. Under the rallying cries of the Fearless chat group members, over 90% of the survivors cast their votes for He Yuning. There were a couple of reasons why so many people voted for her. First, the top 20 have a certain prestige. Whatever they do, the survivors tend to follow suit. Second, He Yuning is a solid choice. After all, she has governed a territory and managed hundreds of thousands of people back on Blue Star, so she has the skills. Even some from the top 20 who weren't part of the Fearless group, like a few from the Invincible East, supported He Yuning. They had their own perspectives. To them, it didn't matter who was the commander, but if they had to choose someone from the top 20, it had to be He Yuning. After all, her combat effectiveness. If we can avoid unnecessary casualties, we should. Everyone here is skilled. They can clearly see the impact of He Yuning's combat performance. With overwhelming support, He Yuning became the commander of Zone A019. At first, she felt a bit elated, as she would be leading over 60,000 people into battle. The idea of commanding and making grand decisions was quite appealing. However, as soon as 2 new system announcements popped up, her expression changed, and she even considered resigning from the commander position she had just attained. Chapter 124, the commander of Zone A019 is He Yuning. With ID number A019748965 and the codename Demonic Sound Interpreter. The commander of Zone A011 is Zhang Guodong, with ID number A011452217 and the codename Patriotic General. The system announced the news of the successful election and revealed the commanders of the 2 zones. He Yuning's decision to resign from the commander position she had just been appointed to was due to the formidable nature of her counterpart's command. The commander of Zone A011 is not an ordinary person. He is the commander of a military region in Blue Star. A decisive military commander who leads tens of thousands of troops is certainly no trivial matter. Let alone tens of thousands, he could probably command hundreds of thousands with ease. How could He Yuning dare to confront such a significant figure? It would be like showing off her skills in front of an expert. Unfortunately, it was too late. The news of her election success meant that even if she could change commanders, she wouldn't dare to take command herself. What made her think anyone else would? As soon as the commander of Zone A011 was announced, Zhang Guodong's information was quickly dug up. Lin Yuan's expression grew serious. A military region commander? He had never even seen such a legendary figure, let alone imagined he would one day face such an opponent. With commanders elected, the battle for territory would begin in 3 days, and survivors from Zone A019 were urged to prepare. The outcome of this competition would not only affect the event rewards, but also lead to the cancellation of the losing side zone number. Survivors from a losing side would be merged into the winning side survival zone. At the same time, the 2 survival zones would merge, upgrading to a level 2 survival world. The winning side would have a 3-day head start in entering the level 2 survival world. Wow, that is a lot of information. The losing side will have their zone number canceled. This means if the survivors of Zone A019 were to lose, they wouldn't just miss out on the event rewards, they would also lose the A019 designation. Moreover, the survivors of Zone A019 would be integrated into Zone A011, and A019 would cease to exist. From then on, the survivors of Zone A019 would not only bear the A011 designation, but would also enter the Level 2 survival world 3 days later than the original survivors of Zone A011. The battle for territory 3 days from now cannot be lost at any cost. The stakes are too high. The event rewards the honor of Zone A019, and the timing for entering the Level 2 survival world. If they lose, they will be at a disadvantage in the new Level 2 survival world, always lagging behind. The winning side not only gets to enter the Level 2 survival world 3 days early, but also has the opportunity to upgrade their bicycles to motorcycles sooner. Lin Yuan didn't want to lose, and neither did the other survivors. After the large screen in the sky disappeared, discussions shifted from bullet comments to the regional channel. They cannot afford to lose. Everyone must work together. There's no way they can lose. Once we lose the battle for the stronghold, it's all over. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll head out to explore the black iron treasure chest. This is a crucial moment, so let us make a pact. No one steals each other's bicycles. Honestly, carrying a bike into the deep mountains to explore a black iron treasure chest isn't friendly at all. It slows us down. As night falls, we can't go out searching for treasure, but Lin Yuan isn't just sitting idle. To win the stronghold battle, he invites Wu Gang, Ouyang Na, and other top 20 players who aren't in the group to join the Fearless chat group. He encourages them to each pick up a bottle of natural spring water every day. Even a slight boost in strength is beneficial. Lin Yuan casually created a chat group, not expecting to gather top players from the front 20. Fearless chat group. Yang Tingting, welcome everyone. Let us work together and take down the A011 area. He Yunying, can I not be the commander? I'm not cut out for this. Lung Feng, welcome. Shui Ran, all big influencers. He Yunying, listen, everyone, can I not be the commander? After Yunying called out for a while, no one agreed to her unreasonable request. Facing a commander who had led tens of thousands of troops, she felt inadequate, but did anyone else think differently? Ouyang Na, please take care of us, especially you. Beautiful lady. What do you eat to grow so strong? Wu Gang. Xia Anlin. The newcomers brought a bit of excitement to the group, but soon everyone started discussing how to increase their strength. The new members, including Wu Gang, followed the lead of those who joined earlier and changed the group code to their names. As everyone knew who was who, there was no point in hiding. Lin Yuan quietly observed the rolling messages without joining the discussion. Increasing strength mainly meant opening more black iron treasure chests to obtain better items. After watching for a while, he decided to video call Luo Yi. Tonight was a rare moment of leisure. Starting tomorrow, which would be the 21st day of survival, he would have to work hard for the stronghold battle. When the video connected, Luo Yi was boiling a large pot of water. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, I miss you. He truly did, especially after hovering on the brink of death several times during the survival race. He missed her even more. Why is it that other couples find some solace after going through major crises and horrors, while he could only suffer in silence and overthink? Seeing that Luo Yi was unfazed and doing her own thing, Lin Yuan decided to call out a few more times, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. Luo Yi shot him a glance and replied helplessly, I'm not deaf. Why do you have to say it so many times? Lin Yuan chuckled and said, since you heard me, how about giving me a little response? Like saying I miss you too, or maybe a virtual kiss through the screen. Luo Yi, busy with her own affairs, didn't seem to be paying attention. You can take a nice nap where anything is possible in your dreams. Just don't forget to say I miss you when you wake up, and then you can do whatever you like, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He was surprised to discover that someone as pure and innocent as Luo Yi could also be a bit cheeky. But hey, that is a good thing. With a smile on his face, he looked at Luo Yi and said, sleeping alone doesn't allow for much freedom. It's when we're together that we can really enjoy ourselves. Luo Yi scoffed, you got hurt today, so you should rest up. I'm going to take a shower now. With that, she started to end the video call. Lin Yuan quickly intervened, shamelessly suggesting, wait, how about I watch you shower? Don't get me wrong, I'm not being inappropriate. I just want to make sure you're cleaning yourself properly. Luo Yi, flustered and angry, shot back, get lost. As she disappeared from the screen, Lin Yuan didn't take it too seriously. Fine, I'll just sleep then. He closed his eyes, his mind already planning for the next day. Should he focus on practicing the ordinary 9-star martial arts skills he had time for? Or should he head straight into the deep mountains to hunt some beasts and look for black iron treasure chests? Or perhaps he should just fly off and find Luo Yi for some romantic escapades. With all these thoughts swirling in his head, Lin Yuan soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 125. After a night of rest, Lin Yuan's body had fully recovered to its peak condition. On the 21st day of survival, he had an early breakfast and set off on his journey. After much contemplation, he decided to venture deeper into the dense forest in search of treasure chests, hoping to obtain more grade G items to enhance his strength. At this moment, during the competition for territory, it was crucial to focus on survival rather than romance. Meeting up could wait a day or two. Lin Yuan packed away his base, hoisted his bicycle onto his shoulder, and headed straight into the mountains. As for the so-called agreement of not stealing bicycles, that was merely a joke. Human nature is unpredictable. and Lin Yuan was not foolish enough to rely on an intangible promise for his survival. Thus, Lin Yuan gripped his spear tightly and gradually distanced himself from the road. Once away from the road, he found himself surrounded by towering, dense trees whose branches and leaves blocked out the sun. After walking for just a few minutes, he stopped in his tracks upon encountering a strange beast. Name: colorful serpent quality, grade G type, strange beast strength, 2 stars skills, poison arrow, constricting death grip. Instinct description: a mutated venomous snake that lives deep in the jungle. Its venom is extremely potent. Normal people would die upon contact, and even grade G evolvers without proper healing potions would succumb. Hiss: with 3 skills and incredibly potent venom. It was no wonder that the eagles and venomous snakes had no chance against such a creature. The colorful serpent lived up to its name, with its body displaying a bizarre mix of several colors. It coiled around a branch of a giant tree, spitting venomous projectiles at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan abruptly dropped his bicycle to the ground, gripping his spear with both hands, fully alert. He hadn't expected to encounter a strange beast so soon after leaving the road, which indicated that many strange beasts had been killed by survivors. These beasts were now migrating toward the endless road. Lin Yuan kept a close eye on the movements of the colorful serpent while a faint glow began to emanate from his feet. Suddenly, he swiftly extended his right foot forward and kicked a fist-sized rock with force, sending it flying toward the serpent perched on the branch above. With the snake above and Lin Yuan below, he employed a tactic to test the waters, hoping to provoke the colorful serpent. After various trials, Lin Yuan had become much more cautious when facing strange beasts of uncertain strength. He had encountered 1- and 2-star beasts before, even 3-star ones, but these creatures typically possessed only 2 skills. Why did this colorful serpent have an extra skill? Unwilling to charge and recklessly from below against the serpent without knowing its true strength, Lin Yuan held back. Unfortunately, the colorful serpent remained utterly indifferent to the approaching rock, fixating its gaze solely on Lin Yuan. It seemed that the snake realized the stone posed no threat to it, so it didn't even bother to move. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. His plan was to provoke the venomous snake with stones, then seize the opportunity to attack while the snake was caught off guard, testing its strength and weaknesses. However, he didn't expect the snake to be so unresponsive. Given this, he decided to change his approach. However, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to rush in and jump up to attack the snake in the tree. If he dared to attack like that, the snake would have the upper hand, and Lin Yuan could end up in serious trouble. Lin Yuan's method of attack was straightforward. He would use a firearm to target the snake's vulnerable spots, specifically its eyes. He quickly released his grip on the rifle with his left hand, reached for his desert eagle at his waist, readied himself to shoot, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots aimed at the snake's eyes. But the result was beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. The bullets from the desert eagle struck the snake's eyes, but did not inflict any damage at all. He fired another 3 shots. But the snake continued to flick its tongue, its gaze fixated on Lin Yuan. It was wise of Lin Yuan not to attack recklessly. A creature with 3 skills was certainly not comparable to those with only 2. Even its weak points must have been enhanced, possibly mutated. Since the colorful snake was not in a hurry to attack, Lin Yuan decided to look for its vulnerabilities. He continued to fire the desert eagle, thinking that even a mosquito buzzing around an elephant, though it couldn't kill the elephant, could still be quite annoying. Lin Yuan was determined to test the snake's resolve, believing that no creature could remain unshaken indefinitely. As long as the creature made the first move or came down from the tree, the purpose of his gunfire would be achieved. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan switched out one magazine after another, focusing on shooting at one of the snake's eyes. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a fierce venomous snake. Just as Lin Yuan was about to change magazines again, suddenly, the colorful snake opened its massive mouth wide and expelled a projectile that resembled a small sword, about the length of a finger, blood red in color, shooting towards Lin Yuan. The colorful snake had activated its skill, the poison arrow. Lin Yuan was caught off guard by how the skill was employed and didn't anticipate the speed of the poison arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was almost upon him. Instinctively, he channeled his energy into the desert eagle and hurled it at the incoming poison arrow. With a loud bang, the handgun collided with the arrow, and both fell to the ground. The poison arrow landed, revealing its true form. It was made of a crimson liquid that splattered onto the desert eagle, causing it to emit wisps of white smoke. The liquid also dripped onto the leaves, which began to smoke as well. This substance was not only extremely toxic, but also possessed corrosive properties. As a venomous arrow missed Lin Yuan, the colorful snake no longer hesitated. Having initiated the attack, it decided to go all the way. With its massive jaws wide open, it shot out a series of venomous arrows. Lin Yuan, having witnessed the snake's attack method before, quickly leaned to the side to dodge the first arrow. Seeing the snake continuously launching arrows, he instinctively dropped to the ground to avoid them. It was impossible to block them with his spear. If it got corroded by the venom, it would be game over. After successfully evading several arrows, Lin Yuan grabbed a handful of leaves and infused them with a bit of his spiritual energy before hurling them at the incoming arrows. Although this method lacked the power of his more formidable attacks, it was more than enough to knock down the snake's venomous projectiles. The arrows themselves didn't possess much force. Their real threat lay in the poison and corrosive nature they carried. Thus, the colorful snake coiled around the branches, continuously spitting out venomous arrows toward Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan clutched another handful of leaves, charged them with spiritual energy, and sent them flying toward the incoming arrows. In an instant, the air was filled with the whooshing sounds of arrows and the thudding noises of impact. As the arrows were knocked down, they transformed back into liquid, splattering everywhere. White smoke billowed from the leaves, the ground, and the tree trunks, quickly forming a thick cloud that obscured visibility. The venom arrows were excretions of the snake and were not infinite. Realizing that the arrows had little effect on Lin Yuan, the colorful snake seized the opportunity of the obscured vision and leaped down from the tree, aiming to smash into Lin Yuan. Chapter 126. Obstructed vision. The colorful snake relied on its sense of smell to pinpoint Lin Yuan's location and launched an attack. While the snake could discern positions through scent, Lin Yuan had the advantage of hearing. The branches shook, accompanied by a loud whooshing sound, and Lin Yuan quickly gained confidence. The colorful snake finally made its move. To be safe, Lin Yuan decided to use one point of divine power and fired a shot in the direction of the thick smoke, relying on his instincts. With a loud bang, a shockwave reverberated through the gun, causing Lin Yuan to sway slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. He was somewhat surprised. This 2-star colorful snake possessed the strength of a 3-star beast, which was incredible. However, Lin Yuan was only briefly astonished before he charged forward. Gun in hand, whether it was a 3-star beast or not, he was ready to fight. His limbs glowed with a white light as he accelerated, firing shot after shot into the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed, and it was unclear where Lin Yuan's bullets struck the snake. Although he couldn't see the precise damage he was inflicting, the smoke gradually began to dissipate with each hit, and his vision slowly returned. When his sight cleared, Lin Yuan could see the state of the colorful snake. Despite being covered in wounds, none were fatal. The snake was still lively and capable of continuing its assault. As long as he could inflict damage, Lin Yuan thought. Now that he could see the wounds clearly, it was time to come up with a strategy. Gripping the gun tightly, he exerted more force and increased his divine power output. With the Overlord gun technique, Lin Yuan fired shot after shot at the colorful snake. Previously, he had been shooting aimlessly to fend off the snake and prevent it from using other skills. Now he focused his attacks on one spot, searching for an opportunity, relentlessly stabbing at the same area to widen the wound. 1 shot, 2 shots, 10 shots. As the number of shots increased, the snake could no longer bear it and had to adjust its position to prevent Lin Yuan from hitting the most significant part of its wound. But Lin Yuan used the same tactic again. As the snake shifted its defenses, he managed to create another significant injury. Lin Yuan had never trained in G-grade skills and was fighting above his level, making the battle exceedingly strenuous. Fortunately, the colorful snake sustained one wound after another, its condition deteriorating. As long as he kept fighting, it would eventually collapse. Indeed, when Lin Yuan was panting heavily and his divine power was nearly depleted, the snake finally lost its ability to move due to excessive blood loss. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan rushed to the snake's head and delivered a powerful strike. He killed the colorful snake and gained 20 experience points. You have defeated the 2-star beast, the colorful snake, and earned 200 experience points. After enduring countless hardships, Lin Yuan finally defeated the multicolored snake. He didn't rush to dissect the venomous creature. Instead, he took a moment to glance around the chaotic scene, blood pooling on the ground. He found a spot to sit down, sipping from the natural spring water, slowly regaining his strength and divine power. Through the battle with the multicolored snake, Lin Yuan recognized significant shortcomings. His equipment was lacking. With a higher-rated, sharper spear, the snake wouldn't have been able to withstand even a few strikes. His divine power was too limited. To open the black iron treasure chest, he needed to slay more exotic beasts. However, to do so required immense strength, which was dependent on a surge of divine power. In the depths of the dense forest, it wasn't a race for survival. In a life-or-death race, one could pass by simply evading or intercepting attacks. Here, though, the only way to obtain treasure chests was by defeating exotic beasts. Additionally, he needed to quickly cultivate G-level skills. Fighting exotic beasts without the support of G-level skills was far too time-consuming and laborious. Just like Lin Yuan now, having only killed one exotic beast, he had to spend most of the day recovering. Of course, this was also related to the peculiarities of this particular beast, which had 3 skills and could unleash combat power equivalent to 3 stars, despite being only 2 stars in strength. Exotic beasts with 2 skills were roughly equivalent to ordinary evolved humans, while those with 3 skills were akin to advanced evolved humans. As Lin Yuan sipped the natural spring water, his thoughts swirled. Since it would take some time to recover his divine power and stamina, he decided to make an emergency call to check on Luo Yi. When the video call connected, he saw Luo Yi confronting a large wildcat. It wasn't exactly a standoff. Luo Yi appeared completely unfazed by the video call, gripping the hilt of her sheathed knife with her left hand. Stepping toward the exotic beast cat, Lin Yuan's lips moved slightly, wanting to ask if she was being overconfident. After all, the beast she faced was a 3-star exotic beast, much larger than the one he had encountered. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. He trusted that she wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Sure enough, as Luo Yi advanced slowly, she suddenly unleashed her divine power, channeling it into her feet and gliding forward, simultaneously drawing her knife with a swift motion. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. By the time Lin Yuan could see clearly, she was already lunging forward, her long knife aimed directly at the exotic cat. The beast reacted quickly, using its skills to swipe repeatedly. Luo Yi chose to confront it head-on. Her thrust transformed into a slash, delivering rapid strikes against the mutated cat. In an instant, several claw strikes collided with multiple blade shadows. Clang! Clang! Lin Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Luo Yi's attack was accompanied by the sound of rushing water. As if sensing Lin Yuan's confusion, Luo Yi explained, "That's the skill effect that comes with the G-level skill." As she spoke, she swiftly deflected the mutated cat's consecutive claw attacks with her blade. Then, using her momentum and skill, she slashed at the mutated cat's limbs. With a splash, the mutated cat didn't even have time to react before its limbs were severed by Luo Yi's strike. Losing its balance and about to fall forward, the mutated cat was caught off guard when Luo Yi swung her arm back and delivered a powerful counterattack, sending the cat's head flying high into the air. A 3-star mutated cat was slain by Luo Yi in just a few swift strokes. Lin Yuan started a video call, not only to see what Luo Yi was up to, but also to let her know that he would come to find her tomorrow or the day after. He couldn't delay any longer. If he waited until the base was finished, who knew when they would upgrade to a level 2 survival world? Little did he know, before he could even speak, he felt an immense pressure. The colorful snake and the mutated cat were both 3-star beasts, and for Lin Yuan to defeat them, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. But for Luo Yi, she effortlessly took down the beast with just a few strikes. This clearly showcased the disparity in their strengths. Lin Yuan was weak, while Luo Yi was slightly stronger. They had agreed to settle things when they met. But based on their current strengths, Lin Yuan's chances of winning didn't look good. However, he couldn't let that discourage him. Lin Yuan praised her. "Impressive. I'll come find you tomorrow or the day after. It's time for us to meet up." There was still a little time left, and he could also practice his G-level skills. Chapter 127. Despite Lin Yuan's praise, Luo Yi showed no signs of arrogance or complacency. Pressing her hand against the corpse of the exotic beast cat, she casually remarked, "No hard feelings upon meeting, but are you sure you're ready to take a beating?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and pointed to the colorful snake he had just killed. "See that? A 2-star exotic beast that's comparable to a 3-star one, with 3 skills. Be careful when you encounter beasts with multiple skills in the future. After giving her this warning, Lin Yuan continued, our attributes shouldn't be too different. What I lack now are G-level skills. Once I cultivate them, I shouldn't be any worse than you. At that point, it'll be anyone's game. Just call me dear, and I'll go easy on you. Luo Yi rolled her eyes dramatically. She found Lin Yuan's assumptions quite naive and was not optimistic. You have no idea how many black iron treasure chests I opened to get a skill book, over 100 chests, and I'm still using a 1-star power enhancement technique and a 1-star sword technique. Wanting to get one right away is unrealistic. Lin Yuan was surprised. Although he knew that skill books were hard to obtain, he hadn't realized just how difficult they were. It was precisely because of the difficulty in acquiring skill books that the 9-star skill book from Event Rewards was especially valuable. As Luo Yi dismantled the beast's body in search for treasure chests, she added, having the same attributes doesn't mean our combat power is the same. Your understanding and use of weapons and your control over your body are far behind mine. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Control over the body? We all practice body tempering techniques. So our levels of control should be similar, right? You've mentioned weapon use before, but as for body control, I don't think I'm lacking, considering I've trained in many body tempering techniques. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the difference in their physical states after cycling 100 kilometers. Was that what she meant? Ignoring Lin Yuan's thoughts, Luo Yi continued, my grandfather taught me a technique called tuna method. Although it doesn't allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth like in novels, or grant immortality. It's simply a rhythmic breathing technique that can help restore bodily functions and regulate the body more quickly. I practiced it for a long time before mastering it, and its effect is comparable to a natural spring of 1 or 2 stars. At first, Lin Yuan thought this tuna method was some kind of secret skill, but upon hearing that its effects were only equivalent to a 1 or 2 star natural spring, he lost interest. He asked, how does this tuna method relate to body control? Practicing it might just keep your figure intact and prevent calluses from years of sword handling. It doesn't have anything to do with body control. However, she wouldn't waste her breath on useless chatter. Lin Yuan listened as she continued. By practicing the body refinement technique, you can achieve peak control over your body, but that's merely external control. If you want to elevate your mastery to the next level, you need to start from the inside out and gain control over your body's internal cycles, like breathing and blood circulation. Since I practiced the breath control technique before, I can now control my internal cycles to the extent that I can sustain high bursts of energy without needing to breathe for a short period of time. So, you need to stop dreaming. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. No need to breathe? Are you still alive? Luo Yi rolled her eyes. I didn't explain it clearly. It's not that you don't breathe. It's that you don't breathe in outside air. Instead, you directly absorb divine energy to meet the body's energy demands. The more he listened, the more surreal it sounded. However, it did explain why both of them finished their activities at the same time yesterday after cycling 100 kilometers. While he was exhausted and gasping for breath, Luo Yi was simply experiencing excessive consumption of divine energy. Although it seemed like a simple change in breathing method, the level of control over the body had indeed reached a higher realm. When a person's body enters a high explosive state and engages in rapid movement, it creates a significant burden on breathing, internal organ function, and blood circulation. This was also why their attacks during the battle became less effective as the fight dragged on compared to the first round. By altering the internal circulation method during combat to operate through divine energy, which is already present within the body, as long as the divine energy and physical strength are not depleted, a survivor can maintain their peak condition and continue fighting indefinitely. After a QA session, Lin Yuan decided to stop the idle chatter and end the video call. According to Luo Yi, to further enhance control over the body, one must practice the strength enhancement technique and G-level attack skills. As long as he trained in G-level skills and gradually explored them, as long as he wasn't too foolish, he could naturally improve his mastery over his body. His divine energy and physical strength had already returned to peak condition through his discussions with Luo Yi. Lin Yuan then stood up and walked over to the colorful snake's corpse, extending his right hand and silently chanting decompose. Decompose. Decomposition successful. You obtained 10 snake meat, 5 venomous fangs, 3 snake skins, 1 venom. You obtained G-level 2-star mutated snake meat. Obtained. You obtained. Logically, mutated beasts are much larger than ordinary wild animals, so the materials obtained should be more. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The materials he decomposed, whether it was beast meat or otherwise, fell far short of what should be expected from a mutated beast. Not knowing what the system was up to, Lin Yuan began searching for treasure chests. For every star-level beast killed, there's a corresponding star-level treasure chest. Lin Yuan had just slain a 2-star beast, which meant there must be a 2-star black iron chest nearby. Like Luo Yi, he began to search the area. He looked behind trees, but found nothing within a dozen meters around him either. Finally, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the giant tree that the colorful snake had just climbed. If there was nothing on the ground, it had to be in the tree. The tree that the poisonous snake had traversed was the most suspicious. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan raised his spear and channeled his power, striking the trunk of the tree. After several booming shots, the giant tree crashed to the ground. Unfortunately, the so-called black iron treasure chest was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Yuan frowned. Could it be that the unique nature of the colorful snake meant there was no black iron chest here? That seemed unlikely. Even Luo Yi hadn't encountered this situation before and couldn't provide any insights. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan figured that since there was nothing in this tree, perhaps the treasure chest might be in another tree. Without further ado, he continued chopping down trees. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the giant trees fell, and finally, when the 10th tree came crashing down, a pitch-black chest dropped to the ground. Playing hide-and-seek with me, are you? Lin Yuan thought, opting not to catch it with his hands, but instead using his spear to knock the chest onto the ground. Item: black iron chest quality, G rank rating. 3 stars description: a low-star G rank black iron chest, with a certain probability of yielding G rank 3-star items, and a high probability of yielding G rank items below 3 stars. Chapter 128. 3-star black iron treasure chest? This surprise came a bit too suddenly. I thought it was a 2-star chest, but it turned out to be a 3-star chest. Buddha, Guanyin, Jade Emperor, please bless me with a skill book. And make it a 3-star skill book, please. Lin Yuan muttered as he reached for the treasure chest. Opening the G-level 3-star black iron treasure chest, he obtained the Wind Thunder Spear 1 and 2 sanitary pads. You have received the G-level 3-star attack skill book, Wind Thunder Spear, and gained 300 experience points. You have received the G-level 1-star item, sanitary pad, and gained 100 experience points. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel ecstatic about getting a 3-star skill. However, when he saw the second item, he was momentarily stunned. Perhaps because he was a boy, he had never opened such feminine items before. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly, picked up the sanitary pads, and decided to send them along with some colorful snake meat to Luo Yi. He wouldn't use these items, so it made more sense to give them to her. As soon as Lin Yuan sent the items, Luo Yi replied immediately. Wife. She didn't say anything, just sent a string of symbols, probably speechless at Lin Yuan suddenly sending her this. After sending the items, Lin Yuan didn't dwell on it any longer and turned his attention to the skill book. Skill: Wind Thunder Spear quality, G-level rating. 3 stars description. The Wind Thunder Spear is incredibly swift. The louder the sound of wind and thunder, the stronger the attack power. Luo Yi's attack skill was called Water Cutter, while his skill was named Wind Thunder Spear. Could it be that all G-level attack skills are related to sound? Lin Yuan suppressed the urge to start cultivating immediately and quickly tossed it into his virtual space. Now was not the time to train. He needed to continue searching for treasure chests. He could practice the skill once he returned to the roadside. Lin Yuan shouldered his bicycle again and hit the road. This time, he didn't head straight into the dense forest, but chose to explore sideways. After walking a short distance, he encountered a 2-star beast with strength comparable to a 3-star beast. Who knows, if he ventured deeper, he might come across 4-star or even 5 or 6-star beasts. At that point, Lin Yuan would be in real trouble, with no chance to escape. After exploring for 20 minutes, Lin Yuan finally encountered another beast. Name: Big-eared rabbit quality, G-level. Beast skill: Hearing, Instinct strength. 1-star description. The big-eared rabbit is unlike other rabbits. It lives in tree holes, and its 2 ears are exceptionally sensitive. This big-eared rabbit lived up to its name, with ears that were longer than its limbs. Since the big-eared rabbit didn't have an attack skill, it didn't attack Lin Yuan upon seeing him. Instead, it fearfully hid behind a giant tree. Lin Yuan, are you sure this is a mythical beast? Or is it just some little girl's pet? Although the giant-eared rabbit seems harmless, Lin Yuan had no intention of letting it go. He abandoned his bicycle and, gun in hand, approached the massive tree where the rabbit was hiding. To his surprise, as Lin Yuan rounded the tree, the giant-eared rabbit had already darted to the other side. He paused for a moment, changed direction, and quickly ran to the other side of the trunk. Unfortunately, the rabbit had already made its escape. Lin Yuan could only think that there are no useless skills. The rabbit's keen hearing, which seemed trivial, actually allowed it to accurately determine the enemy's position and prepare to evade in advance. Just like Lin Yuan now, no matter how he circled around or approached, the giant-eared rabbit seemed to know his every move and was essentially playing a game of hide and seek with him. Since the rabbit could anticipate his attacks, Lin Yuan didn't get stuck in a dead end. Instead, he continued to circle the tree to launch his assault. Gathering all his strength, he thrust his spear hard against the tree trunk. The giant-eared rabbit was surely hiding behind the trunk on the opposite side. However, despite piercing through the trunk, the spear only continued to stab toward the hiding rabbit. The rabbit had sensed the danger early on and swiftly dashed toward another massive tree. Peeking out curiously to watch Lin Yuan felt a bit numb. With the rabbit playing this way, even if he eventually managed to kill it, he would expend a lot of time and energy. And what would the reward be? Just the corpse of a mutated rabbit, with the effort far outweighing the return. So, Lin Yuan decided to ignore the giant-eared rabbit and instead began searching for treasure chests, opting to raid instead. Perhaps emboldened by his skill, the giant-eared rabbit, seeing that Lin Yuan had ceased his attack, strutted out from behind the tree, its red eyes wide with curiosity as it watched Lin Yuan looking for treasure. Soon enough, Lin Yuan discovered a G-grade 1-star black iron treasure chest guarded by the rabbit. He called upon the names of various deities, Yuhuang, Dadi, Buddha, Guanyin, hoping to boost his luck and obtain better items, having previously opened a 3-star skill. Upon opening the G-grade 1-star black iron treasure chest, he received Soil 2. You have obtained G-grade 1-star item, Soil, gaining 100 experience points. Soil? What the heck? There's soil everywhere, right at his feet, just a handful away. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was curious and checked the item's detailed information. Item, soil, black, quality, G-grade rating, 1-star description, spread on the ground. It can be used to plant fruits, vegetables, flowers, trees, and even grains. Wow, this soil actually has significant uses. With black soil available, there might be other colors too, like red, green, blue, and so on. There's more to discover. This soil can be used to grow flowers, vegetables, and even produce grains. Lin Yuan had previously speculated that the home function would have more uses beyond just building houses. Now, it seems that this one type of soil has unlocked numerous possibilities, creating a garden to enjoy after a long day of battling. Establishing a vegetable and fruit garden where he can grow whatever he desires, and even cultivating grains. Survivors had long been out of food, surviving on meat alone, but now they can grow their own food. With a bountiful harvest, Lin Yuan felt elated and decided to spare the big-eared rabbit's life. He hoisted his bicycle and continued searching for treasure chests. However, after only 5 or 6 minutes, he encountered a mutated beast. It was a mutated wild chicken, and Lin Yuan was concerned that this creature might play games with him like the big-eared rabbit did. As soon as he spotted the mutated chicken, he launched an attack. Bang! Bang! He successfully killed the mutated wild chicken and gained 10 experience points. You have killed a 2-star mutated wild chicken and gained 100 experience points. The mutated wild chicken fell, defeated by Lin Yuan. He successfully dissected it, obtaining 10 pieces of mutated wild chicken meat, 3 bones, and 20 feathers. You have received G-grade 1-star wild chicken meat. Lin Yuan couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the mutated chicken. He preferred chicken meat. After completing the dissection and sending the chicken meat to Luo Yi, Lin Yuan resumed his search for treasure chests. With just a casual glance, he spotted an incredibly conspicuous treasure chest. Item, black iron treasure chest quality, G-grade rating, 1-star description, G-grade 1-star black iron treasure chest. With a certain probability of containing G-grade 1-star items and a high probability of yielding items below 1 star. 9 Heaven's mysterious lady, Queen Mother, Lin Yuan muttered as his right hand reached out towards the treasure chest. Chapter 129. Opening the black iron treasure chest and obtaining motorcycle gasoline X2. You have received a G-grade 1-star item, motorcycle gasoline, gaining 100 experience points. Item, motorcycle gasoline quality, G-grade rating, 1-star description: motorcycle gasoline is just that, gasoline for motorcycles. Please do not use it to fill a car's gas tank. Seriously, who would fill a car's tank when they don't even have a motorcycle? But then again, does having motorcycle gasoline imply that there is car gasoline as well? Continuing on the road and hunting mutant beasts, Lin Yuan soon found another black iron treasure chest. Opening the chest, he obtained Seeds X3. You have received a G-grade 1-star item. Seeds, gaining 100 experience points. Item: rice seeds quality. G-grade rating, 1-star description: these are G-grade seeds, not the ordinary seeds from Blue Star. Just plant them in the soil, water them, and keep them adequately moist. They will sprout in 3 days, grow for 3 days, and mature in another 3 days, allowing for a harvest in 9 days. 9 days for a harvest? That's fast. Unfortunately, there are only 3 seeds. So it's hard to say how much rice they will yield, enough for just a few people perhaps. Lin Yuan had to temporarily store the rice seeds and continue on his way. A few minutes later, after taking down another mutant beast, Lin Yuan opened another black iron treasure chest. Inside, he found an 88-style automatic rifle X1 and 20 rifle magazines. You have received an automatic rifle? Lin Yuan immediately lost interest and tossed both the rifle and the magazines into the trading post to see who would offer the highest price. He was using a more powerful sniper rifle with a longer range, so he had no intention of using an automatic rifle. Picking up his bicycle again, Lin Yuan glanced into the depths of the dense forest and then at the horizontal path ahead, feeling a bit conflicted. Logically, moving sideways was the safest option, but he would only encounter 1-star mutant beasts. He had some strength, but was continuing sideways a bit too cautious. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yuan resolutely changed his route and pressed deeper into the forest. Going after 2-star and 3-star mutant beasts would yield far greater rewards than hunting 1-star beasts. Lin Yuan moved cautiously, wary of stumbling upon a 4-star or higher mutant beast. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Half an hour later, he encountered a suitable target. Name: Long-armed spirit monkey quality, G-grade level. Mutant beast strength, 3 stars skills, throwing, instinct description. This is a solitary long-armed spirit monkey that lives deep in the jungle. Do not attack it. If provoked, it will launch a frenzied assault on the attacker, fighting to the death. Lin Yuan ventured off the road in search of treasure chests, and it was impossible for him not to attack the mutated monkeys. He was curious to see just how crazy these mutated monkeys would get when provoked. Would they leap down from the treetops in a frenzy? Lin Yuan picked up some leaves, infused them with divine power, and shot them at a mutated monkey the size of an adult grizzly bear perched at the top of a tree. Unlike the legendary figures of the East, Lin Yuan wasn't invincible. Although the leaves struck the monkey, they didn't cause any damage. However, he wasn't discouraged. His goal wasn't to kill the mutated monkey with leaves. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 10 leaves at first. The mutated monkey remained indifferent. But as Lin Yuan continued to shoot, its temper flared, baring its teeth in anger. It grabbed a handful of leaves and hurled them at Lin Yuan. Each leaf glowed with a white light, and the mutated monkey surprisingly unleashed a throwing skill. The leaves flew through the air at incredible speed, whistling as they cut through the wind. Lin Yuan didn't engage directly. Instead, he quickly dodged behind a tree. The sound of impact echoed as the leaves struck the ground, each one packing a force of over 1,000 attack power. This was because the monkey's divine power was dispersed among the numerous leaves. If it had thrown a single object, the attack power would have easily reached 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. This posed a challenge. A direct assault was impossible since the mutated monkey was too high up and refused to come down. Cutting down the tree seemed unwise as well. By the time Lin Yuan reached the tree, he would be vulnerable to several attacks from the enraged monkey. The monkey had the advantage from above, relentlessly using its throwing skill, making it difficult to defend against. Additionally, if he managed to chop down the giant tree, the monkey could easily jump to another one. It was incredibly agile. But these obstacles didn't deter Lin Yuan. He decided to chop down trees while simultaneously searching for treasure. He wouldn't chop down the giant tree where the mutated monkey was, but rather the surrounding trees. By clearing the nearby trees first, the mutated monkey would have nowhere to escape. Once only the tree harboring the monkey remained, it would be at Lin Yuan's mercy. Who knows? He might even kill the monkey and collect some materials and experience points. With determination, Lin Yuan took out his axe and began working. This time, He didn't use his spear to attack the trunk. He feared that toppling too many giant trees would give the mutated monkey an opportunity to evade him. Instead, he opted to chop each giant tree down with his axe, which would also yield a good amount of wood. Of course, Lin Yuan had outgrown the usefulness of regular wood. Now, only G-grade wood was of interest to him. Having broken through to become an evolver and able to wield divine power, Lin Yuan's speed in chopping trees increased significantly. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan swung his arm rapidly, soon turning the tree he was hiding behind into nothing but an illusion, leaving a large pile of wood on the ground. The moment the giant tree disappeared, a branch glowing with a faint white light shot out from the mutated monkey's hand, flying straight towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan aimed his gun at the incoming branch and thrust it upward with a bang. Damn it, he cursed, realizing his earlier guess was spot on. The mutated monkey's single-item throw had an attack power exceeding 3,000 pounds. After taking a hit from the monkey's throwing skill, Lin Yuan quickly darted behind another giant tree trunk, positioning himself where the mutated monkey couldn't reach, and continued chopping down trees. It was hard to tell if the mutated monkey was lazy or just plain foolish, as it allowed Lin Yuan to fell the surrounding trees without interference. 1 tree, 2 trees, 5 trees, 20 trees. For the sake of the 3-star black iron treasure chest, Lin Yuan was all in, transforming into a lumberjack, cutting down tree after tree. Although the mutated monkey was furious, it merely perched atop a tree, using its throwing skill whenever Lin Yuan showed himself, and waiting patiently for him to reappear when he didn't. This formidable 3-star beast had a surprisingly laid-back vibe. However, it was genuinely aggressive, relentlessly chasing Lin Yuan and refusing to back down easily. Bang, bang. Another giant tree was reduced to a pile of lumber. This was the last one. Now, only one giant tree stood tall, surrounded by a barren expanse of land for dozens of meters. Just as the last giant tree was felled, revealing Lin Yuan's figure, the mutated monkey's throwing skill arrived as expected. Lin Yuan, undaunted, knew it was time for him to counterattack. He was also confident that the 3-star black iron treasure chest was right there on that tree, as he hadn't spotted the treasure chest anywhere within dozens of meters around it. Lin Yuan held his gun with both hands, his arms swinging wildly as he knocked away the leaves, branches, and wooden blocks thrown by the mutated monkeys. A white light flickered beneath his feet as he sprinted towards the giant tree where the monkeys were located. When he was just a few meters away from the tree, Lin Yuan exerted more divine power through his legs, pushing off the ground with force, leaping high into the air like a cannonball, accelerating towards the giant tree. He infused his spear with divine energy, using his momentum to aim for a powerful strike to topple the tree. With the Bawang spear technique, the spear struck the tree trunk with a loud bang, causing the entire tree to shake violently, and leaves fell incessantly. The mutated monkeys, caught up in their attacks and using throwing skills without any defenses, were knocked off the top of the tree by the tremors. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan turned slightly, thrusting the tip of his spear into the air. Given his current attributes, vision, and ability to predict the monkey's falling time and position, it was a piece of cake. With 3 rapid shots, each spear thrust hit the descending mutated monkeys. The impact of several thousand pounds of force caused them to screech in agony. Before they even hit the ground, Lin Yuan seized the moment, maneuvering his spear to thrust into the open mouths of the monkeys. You have killed the long-armed spirit monkey, gaining 30 experience points, and leveled up. You have killed a 3-star mutated beast, the long-armed spirit monkey, gaining 300 experience points. A blue light enveloped Lin Yuan as he leveled up from level 10 to level 11, increasing his spirit and physique by 1 point each. After killing the long-armed spirit monkey, Lin Yuan didn't stop. He spun his spear and thrust it towards the giant tree that was about to collapse. Bang! Just as Lin Yuan had anticipated, as the giant tree fell, a black iron treasure chest dropped down. Lin Yuan quickly extended his right hand, his palm glowing white, and slapped the falling treasure chest to negate its downward force. With a gentle scoop, he caught it in his arms. Now that he had the treasure chest, he immediately opened it. Inside the black iron chest, he found a motorcycle driver's license and a 1-star strengthening technique. You have obtained a G-grade 3-star item, motorcycle driver's license, gaining 300 experience points. You have obtained a G-grade 1-star skill, strengthening technique, gaining 100 experience points. A skill has been acquired. And it's exactly what Lin Yuan needed, the strengthening technique. Didn't Luo Yi say it was hard to ride? Is it really that difficult? Lin Yuan felt unconvinced. He was an expert at opening treasure chests. However, was a motorcycle driver's license really necessary on an endless road without traffic police? Curiously, Lin Yuan began to check the detailed information of the motorcycle driver's license. Item: motorcycle license quality, grade G rating, 3 stars description, with a motorcycle license. You gain the skills necessary to ride a motorcycle. Without these skills, even if you own a motorcycle, you'll find it difficult to move forward. Lin Yuan: I need motorcycle riding skills to ride a motorcycle after all. Lin Yuan then began reading the power boost technique. Skill: power boost technique, rainfall quality, grade G rating, 1 star description. Practicing the power boost technique not only increases divine power, but also makes it easier for survivors to control and use divine power. Having unlocked the power boost technique, Lin Yuan felt elated and immediately decided to dismantle the black iron treasure chest. After dismantling the chest, he began to break down the corpse of the long-armed spirit monkey. Dismantling successful. Received 1 iron piece, 3 wood. You have received. Dismantling successful. Received 6 monkey meat. You have received. Although he obtained a 1-star power boost technique, Lin Yuan was not satisfied. Since he had acquired skills so quickly, he wanted to continue searching for treasure chests, hoping for a 3-star skill. With a 3-star skill, how could he not overpower Luo Yi? How could he not dominate the stronghold battleground? Unfortunately, while the imagination was beautiful, reality was harsh. He didn't know if his luck had run out or if the skill books were just too hard to come by. Lin Yuan kept searching for treasure chests, continuously opening black iron treasure chests. From the moment he killed the long-armed spirit monkey, he searched for treasure chests until noon, then from noon to afternoon, and from afternoon to evening. During this time, he didn't unlock any more skill books. Instead, he found all kinds of useful items that he hadn't encountered before. For instance, recipes for crafting motorcycle parts and recipes for home items. He also found everyday items like tissues, toothbrushes, and others, as well as automatic rifles, flooring, motorcycle upgrade materials, and so on. While all these items were useful, Lin Yuan was still yearning for a 3-star power boost technique. Thinking about higher star skills was out of the question since he couldn't even defeat beasts above 4 stars. If he couldn't handle 4-star beasts, there was no way he could hope for skill books above 4 stars. On the evening of the 21st day of survival, at 8 p.m., Lin Yuan hurried back to the roadside. He quickly tossed his bicycle aside, leaned against a large tree trunk, and took a big gulp from his natural spring water. Ignoring the advice of those before him, he was now facing the consequences. Lin Yuan should have listened to Luo Yi. Once he found a skill book, he should have stopped to practice and digest what he had gained in the afternoon. Instead, he had insisted on searching and exploring to gain an advantage over Luo Yi in their duel and to be more competitive in the stronghold battle. The result was, as one might expect, since he had already invested so much time and energy, Lin Yuan initially thought he would just open a few more treasure chests and then go back to practicing his skills. However, after opening a few chests, he felt unsatisfied and decided to continue, thinking that maybe if he opened a few more black iron chests, he might get a skill book. With this mindset, Lin Yuan kept going until it was night. Just then, Luo Yi called him via video chat. When she saw Lin Yuan sitting on the ground, looking disheveled and exhausted, she asked, "What is wrong? Did you not find any skill books?" Lin Yuan sighed and replied, "Don't even mention it. It's a long story." He had fallen into a gambler's mentality that afternoon, thinking, "I'll win the next round. I have to win the next round," but of course, he ended up losing badly without getting a 3-star skill book. Seeing him like this, Luo Yi offered some rare comfort. "Skill books are hard to come by anyway. It's okay. I opened a strengthening technique today, and I'll help you get an attack skill tomorrow." Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. No. I've already got one, and it's a 3-star attack skill. I've also got the strengthening technique, so you should focus on your own training first." Lin Yuan had come to realize how difficult it was to find skill books, and he didn't feel right using the skill book that Luo Yi had opened for him. The weight of that favor was too heavy for him to bear. Besides, since they had established their relationship, it had been Luo Yi who contributed more, and Lin Yuan felt quite guilty about it. For instance, when it came to cooking, if he did it himself, it would take a lot of time and effort. Eating something simple might not provide enough nutrition, whereas a more elaborate meal would require time to prepare, cutting into his training time. without Luo Yi solving his meal problems every day. Lin Yuan's rank in the life and death race would probably drop significantly. Chapter 131. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted far away, while Luo Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You actually unlocked the strengthening technique and an attack skill at that. It's a 3-star one. After her initial shock, she couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you're someone with extraordinary opportunities. Your luck is definitely better than ours as ordinary folks. Lin Yuan took a sip of natural spring water, rested for a bit, then stood up to set the foundation and start making camp. So, let me ask you, are you afraid? Don't think that just because you have a 3-star skill, you can take me on. Even with your 3-star skill, I'm not scared. As the two chatted, they began to eat. They had been on video for long, but there was no hint of awkwardness between them. Suddenly, Luo Yi asked, by the way, when are you coming over? Lin Yuan checked the map and saw her location. She naturally noticed him getting closer as well. He joked with a smile, "What's up? Can't wait to see me?" Luo Yi chewed on her meat and shot him a fierce glare, full of warning. Lin Yuan shrugged but responded, "How about the afternoon the day after tomorrow? I need to train for a couple of days to boost my strength." Luo Yi nodded and remarked, "Life is truly unpredictable. I never thought I would have a day of online romance turning into reality." At this, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of bitterness. "We're a bit slow, though. Many couples have already met in person. Bai Li, Zhou Jin, and even He Yuning have been living together for several days." He added, "I think we should be strong in every aspect, not just in power." Luo Yi frowned, her expression turning cold. "Why do you only think about that? When you're with me, is it just to get my body?" Lin Yuan felt helpless. Although he was definitely attracted to her physically, he also admired her character and strength. Plus, her support had meant a lot to him. After spending some time together, their relationship had evolved beyond mere attraction. Admitting that he was just after her body felt wrong. He didn't want to objectify her. So, Lin Yuan put on a serious face and turned the tables. "What are you thinking?" "I was talking about building our home. When the foundation is set, we can build whatever type of house we like. A traditional courtyard, a European-style villa, or even a war castle. We can plant whatever flowers you like, start an orchard, and grow whatever food you enjoy. Most importantly, we can grow our own food and won't have to eat meat every day like we do now." Luo Yi was left speechless. Clearly, he was the one whose thoughts had gone off the rails, yet somehow it became her fault. She fell silent, choosing not to respond. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. It seemed he couldn't rush things, and they would have to discuss everything in person later. After finishing their meal, Lin Yuan began to browse the regional and group chat channels. There's no rush to train skills. After all, you need to digest your food after eating. In the regional channel, I've been working tirelessly all day, searching for treasure chests. And all I found were some soil and seeds. No sign of any G-grade skill books at all. I can relate. I did manage to find some 7- and 8-star body refinement and divine refinement techniques. G-grade skill books are incredibly hard to come by. Likely because we can't defeat the strange beasts. I can't even handle them myself. I almost got taken out by a 2-star beast. But thankfully I managed to escape quickly. Ordinary evolvers don't have the strength of Lin Yuan and Luo Yi to take down a 1-star beast. You really have to risk it all. After the grueling effort to kill a beast, not only will your divine power be completely exhausted, but you might also end up with some injuries. By the end of the day, you won't have managed to kill many at all. Relying solely on personal strength to obtain enhancement techniques and G-grade skills is unrealistic without at least 10 days or half a month of effort. Therefore, the enthusiasm for the stronghold capture battle has increased among survivors, as it concerns everyone's interests. What do you think? Should we continue searching for treasure chests, or focus on practicing the 7- and 8-star ordinary skills? Gaining even a slight improvement in strength before the stronghold battle is worthwhile. I think we should keep looking for treasure chests. G-grade skills are inherently more powerful than ordinary skills. Even if you manage to find one in just 2 days, you won't have time to train. In the regional channel, the discussions revolve around how difficult it is to find skill books and how challenging it is to kill strange beasts. They also debate whether to keep searching for treasure chests. Lin Yuan then opened the group chat, but as soon as he did, he closed it again and shut the guidebook. What a joke. If ordinary survivors were being practical, the top 20 wouldn't be wasting time chatting about nothing. Although they didn't discuss the difficulty of killing beasts or finding skill books, they started talking about how to command and arrange troops. That's even less reliable than talking theory. They don't even know what the stronghold battlefield looks like and are already discussing battle strategies. Talk about making problems for themselves. With that time, they could be better off training their skills. Lin Yuan immediately took out two skill books, the Rainfall Enhancement Technique and the Wind and Thunder Spear. He decided to study, starting with the enhancement technique, going from easy to hard. Finally, he could delve into the secrets of the enhancement technique. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and carefully felt the knowledge being transmitted to him. The enhancement technique is a skill that increases a survivor's divine power through training. The enhancement technique operates by using mental control over divine power, following the method of skill cultivation to achieve the goal of increasing divine power. For example, the Rainfall Enhancement Technique simulates divine power as if it were raining, gradually increasing divine power over time. This technique can be practiced while walking or lying down, but the more focused you are, the better the results. Lin Yuan didn't rush to cultivate the power-enhancing technique. Instead, he first focused on learning the Wind Thunder Spear technique. The attacking skills were quite different from the power-enhancing technique. After mastering the G-grade attacking skill, not only could he output 1 point of divine power, but as his skill level increased, that output could reach 1, 2, or even more. The G-grade skill emphasized the use of divine power, greatly enhancing its output. This increase in divine power output allowed for faster attacks and greater striking force, which was why the weapon pierced the air with a distinct sound. The Wind Thunder Spear technique could unleash an attack force 4 times that of a survivalist strength, combined with over 1 point of divine power output. Each move generated a resonating sound of wind and thunder. The louder the wind-thunder sound, the higher the skill level and the stronger the attack force. Once Lin Yuan figured out how to cultivate this technique, he grasped the spear and swiftly moved, practicing the Wind Thunder Spear technique. A white light emanated from his hands, feet, and even the entire spear. Each thrust he made produced a faint buzzing sound, almost imperceptible. This was the first level of the Wind Thunder Spear technique, where the sound of wind and thunder was minimal. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After 4 or 5 repetitions, Lin Yuan decisively used his experience points to advance to the second level. The second level of the Wind Thunder Spear technique was significantly louder than the first, comparable to the sound of a mosquito buzzing. With every thrust, the spear danced through the air, creating shadows that sounded as if numerous mosquitoes were flitting about. After mastering the second level of the Wind Thunder Spear technique, Lin Yuan had to pause his training because he had run out of divine power. Chapter 132. Grade G skill. The skill is powerful, but it consumes divine power too quickly. With only 7 points of divine power, Lin Yuan could barely fire a few shots. Since he had run out of divine power, he turned his focus to practicing the strengthening technique. Practicing this technique required intense concentration, so Lin Yuan decided to lie down on the ground, close his eyes, and immerse his mind in divine power, visualizing it as rain falling. Due to its mental nature, practicing the strengthening technique went smoothly. He learned how to sense his spirit, how to attach his spirit to divine power, and how to control divine power to form rain. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found that his strengthening technique had reached level 2, and the meager divine power within him had begun to replenish to full capacity. Through his practice of the strengthening technique, Lin Yuan made 2 key discoveries. The first was about the use of divine power. No matter how urgent the battle was, he could not deplete his divine power completely. He needed to retain a small amount to operate the strengthening technique, as it accelerated the recovery of divine power. If he exhausted all his divine power, he wouldn't be able to recover quickly for battle, which could lead to trouble. The second discovery was about controlling divine power. Previously, he had relied on his will or spirit to channel divine power. However, once the strengthening technique reached level 2, the consumption when activating divine power seemed to decrease significantly, aligning with the technique's description of making it easier to control and use divine power. Now that his divine power had recovered, Lin Yuan resumed practicing the thunderstorm spear technique. At level 3, the sound of thunder and wind was as faint as the buzzing of a fly. At level 4, it resembled the sound of a bee flying. Once again, he ran out of divine power, and this time, Lin Yuan simply laid down on his bed to practice the strengthening technique. He decided not to practice the thunderstorm spear technique tonight, as it relied heavily on divine power, and without it, he couldn't train in the spear technique at all. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to focus on the strengthening technique, increasing his divine power to a sufficient level before returning to spear training. Since he planned to practice the strengthening technique for an extended period, Lying in a comfortable bed was the best choice. As he lay on the bed, Lin Yuan first replenished his nearly depleted divine power and then began to practice the strengthening technique, gradually increasing his divine power. Bit by bit, his divine power increased. When it reached 1 point, his attribute panel showed that his divine power had risen from 7 points to 8 points. This indicated that he had gained 1 point of divine power through his practice. Time passed slowly, and his divine power continued to rise. 8, 9, 10, 12. Meanwhile, his mental energy gradually diminished. 70, 67, 59, 44. When his mental energy dropped to a certain level, Lin Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. After a restful night, Lin Yuan woke up promptly at 6 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd day of survival. The exotic beast arrived right on time, and this time, Lin Yuan was attacked by a 2-star exotic beast. This indicated that the disasters caused by exotic beasts had escalated, as all the attacks were now from these creatures, including those rated above 1 star. Lin Yuan didn't pay the 2-star beast any mind. He was more than qualified to handle it. Utilizing the wind and thunder spear technique, he unleashed powerful attacks that instantly killed the 2-star beast. Having dealt with the exotic beast disaster, Lin Yuan returned to his training. Before he began, he checked his divine power. 13. With divine power in hand, he started practicing the wind and thunder spear technique. Once his divine power was nearly depleted, he laid back down to practice the strengthening technique. Thus, on the 22nd day of survival, Lin Yuan spent his time in training, alternating between the strengthening technique and the wind and thunder spear technique. He continued to train diligently until the afternoon of the 23rd day. Survivor, Lin Yuan ID, A01978409 life. G level, Evolver level, 12 spirit, 79 physique, 77 divine power, 27 G level skills, mastery level wind and thunder spear technique, mastery level strengthening technique, rainfall, level 9 sniper skills common skills, master level overlord spear technique, master level wrath of the sea god. Experience needed to reach level 1319, 19134. Through 2 days of rigorous training, Lin Yuan increased his divine power to 27 points, and his attack skills reached mastery level. With an attack power 4 times his own strength, coupled with nearly 2 points of divine power explosion, Lin Yuan's prowess had significantly improved. His control over his body also advanced to a new level. Previously during battles, he lacked experience in controlling his breathing and internal circulation, which led to excessive lung capacity consumption. This resulted in a decline in his combat state over extended periods, even causing dizziness due to insufficient oxygen supply. Now, through training in the strengthening technique and the wind and thunder spear technique, Lin Yuan hadn't yet reached the level of utilizing divine power for internal circulation like Luo Yi, but he could control his breathing better, allowing his body to maintain peak combat strength for longer durations during fights. It was time. The appointed hour had arrived. Lin Yuan donned his gear and carried his bicycle out of the wooden cabin, ready to find Luo Yi. However, after glancing at the standing wooden cabin, he decided to smash it to pieces with his spear. Having a fully intact cabin meant he'd still have to sleep in his own place even after reuniting with Luo Yi. Being a couple, sleeping in separate cabins fell off, so he needed to take some measures. Having made all the necessary preparations, Lin Yuan headed towards the endless highway, quickly making his way to Luo Yi's location. Meanwhile, in front of all the survivors in Zone A019, a virtual big screen appeared, showcasing Lin Yuan's swift movements. Damn, why is there another highlight moment? Aren't we supposed to kick off the territory battle tomorrow? The fact that the live stream features the great Lin Yuan is surprising. Is he about to encounter a beast or go on a killing spree? As the survivors speculated and debated, the screen shifted. A stunning woman, wielding a battle knife, stood on a giant rock, seemingly waiting for someone. The survivors gasped in shock. It was Luo Yi. This is huge. The great Lin Yuan and Luo Yi are about to clash. Could it turn into a life and death struggle? That's terrifying. For us ordinary couples, a fight just means a breakup, but they're about to have an epic showdown. Watching the map marker get closer to Luo Yi, Lin Yuan was filled with excitement. From getting to know each other to establishing their relationship, and now, after nearly a month, they were finally going to meet. Finally, after covering some distance, Lin Yuan spotted a figure standing on a roadside giant rock. His excitement surged as he summoned his abilities, propelling himself forward at an even faster pace. As the distance closed, Lin Yuan could finally see who was standing atop the rock. Yes, it was his long-cherished Luo Yi, and their eyes locked from afar. Lin Yuan noticed a flicker of complex emotions in her gaze before she gripped the hilt of her battle knife. Chapter 133. Luo Yi's actions were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Yuan's head. The joy he felt faded away, replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Since a battle was inevitable, he decided to fight to the end. Lin Yuan steadied himself on his bicycle, gripping the handlebars with his left hand and tightly holding his long gun in his right. With both feet controlling the bike, he charged toward Luo Yi like a knight. As the distance between them closed, the two exchanged no words and went straight into combat. Luo Yi's feet glowed with white light, as if she had stepped on a spring, and her body leaped high into the air, executing a powerful downward strike aimed at the approaching Lin Yuan. The moment Luo Yi unleashed her divine power, Lin Yuan was not to be outdone. He immediately responded with his own move. His feet also glowed with white light as he pushed off the pedals, using the momentum to stand on the bicycle frame and thrust his gun toward the incoming attack from Luo Yi. The clash of skills and the sound of weapons colliding filled the air. Surprisingly, Luo Yi's attack was just as powerful as Lin Yuan's, if not more so. Balancing on a moving bicycle, Lin Yuan had to maintain his stability while bracing for Luo Yi's strikes. The force of their impact was significant, and he had to exert more divine power to stay balanced. Seeing the situation, Luo Yi unleashed her G-strike skill, launching a series of fierce slashes at Lin Yuan's long gun. Simultaneously, she kicked down at the bicycle, causing it to lose speed and threatening to come to a stop without Lin Yuan's control. In midair, Luo Yi continued her relentless assault, kicking the bicycle while her long knife hacked at Lin Yuan's gun. Her fluid movements overwhelmed him, and realizing he couldn't gain an advantage while on the bike, Lin Yuan decided to jump off. He kicked off the bicycle frame, propelling himself backward, aiming to land on the ground and continue the fight with Luo Yi. However, Luo Yi showed no signs of letting up. She quickly maneuvered from the front to the back of the bicycle and pushed off with all her strength. Her body shot forward like a released arrow, her long knife aimed directly at the retreating Lin Yuan. Thus, one advanced while the other retreated. In midair, Lin Yuan aimed his gun at the pursuing Luo Yi, determined to keep her at bay. Luo Yi, however, switched from an attack to a defense, parrying Lin Yuan's long gun with powerful strikes. Before they hit the ground, the two exchanged several blows. Upon landing, Lin Yuan thought he could rely on his thunder and lightning gun techniques to at least reach a stalemate with Luo Yi. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken. Luo Yi unleashed her skills with a powerful burst, attacking like a torrential storm. Yet surprisingly, she showed no signs of fatigue or breathlessness. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, started off well, relying on a large amount of divine power and his G-level 3-star skills to barely keep up with her. However, as time went on, he began to gasp for breath, and soon he was panting heavily. Suddenly, Luo Yi withdrew, stopping her assault, and Lin Yuan also ceased his attacks. They both tacitly agreed to halt their sparring. It wasn't a life-and-death battle. After all, they had done enough. The spectators watching this thrilling moment were not pleased. Is that it? Why aren't they continuing? They complained. Who won? This is so confusing. They started fighting the moment they met, then suddenly pulled away. Is this how experts interact? Despite the spectators grumbling, the large screen slowly faded away. Although their sparring session had come to an end, Lin Yuan knew he had lost. Why did he lose so quickly? Lin Yuan reflected on the details, quickly summarizing his experience. First, he had fallen at a disadvantage right from the first round. He didn't have the home advantage. After that, he was constantly on the defensive against Luo Yi's relentless attacks. It seemed that in a battle between experts, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. One misstep, and there would be no chance for a comeback. He realized that he wasn't as sharp as Luo Yi when it came to reading the battle dynamics or how to fight. The gap in their physical control was significant as well. Sighing, Lin Yuan contemplated his shortcomings. With a swift motion, Luo Yi sheathed her sword and remarked casually, "A month ago, you were just a real weakling. Now, aside from me, you could take on anyone else without a problem. What else could you possibly want? Take your time. Experience in battle is something that accumulates gradually. After saying this, she turned and walked away, bypassing a large rock and moving away from the road. Lin Yuan was left speechless. Was this her version of consolation? Wait for me. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed the bicycle that had been battered by the two of them and pedaled after her. A few minutes later, they arrived at the campsite where Luo Yi had chosen to settle. On a massive foundation stood 3 wooden cabins. These cabins were nothing special, barely suitable for habitation. Clearly, Luo Yi hadn't put much thought into them. After all, she needed to improve her strength and prepare meals for both of them. It was no wonder she didn't have much time to spare. Upon reaching the campsite, Lin Yuan immediately set up his own foundation and then requested to merge it with Luo Yi's. He needed to handle this matter promptly, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. Luo Yi glanced at the remaining foundation, which only had a water reservoir left, and looked puzzled. Wasn't there a wooden cabin last night during the video call? Where's your cabin? Though she felt a bit perplexed, she didn't hesitate or have any second thoughts about it. She simply agreed to the merger request. Watching the 2 foundations quickly converge and then merge into one, Lin Yuan chuckled. He mentioned how earlier in the morning, he had encountered a large beast that had crashed into his wooden cabin, damaging it. So, he decided to tear it down, planning to rebuild it later with grade G materials. Luo Yi was a bit skeptical. Could Lin Yuan's strength really allow a beast to damage his cabin? But was it a big deal? She walked towards one of the wooden cabins and advised, "You should quickly build a new cabin. I'll handle the cooking. Otherwise, where will you sleep tonight?" Building a new cabin was out of the question. He had only torn down the old one with ulterior motives. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed Luo Yi, being quite persistent. "Let me help you. You've been cooking all this time. I don't want you to wear yourself out." Luo Yi, while he claimed he was helping, he was really just doing minor tasks like prepping vegetables and cutting up the beast meat, while the actual cooking was still done by Luo Yi. What was Lin Yuan mainly doing? He was mostly just watching, observing Luo Yi as she cooked. Captivated by every move she made, he felt that no matter what she did, she was simply beautiful and he could never tire of watching her. Although Luo Yi wore a cold expression, she felt quite uneasy under Lin Yuan's fiery gaze, as if he wanted to devour her. About half an hour later, a sumptuous spread was laid out on the table. Chapter 134. Lin Yuan was attentively pouring drinks for Luo Yi and serving her food, behaving like a classic lovesick puppy. But he wasn't really a lovesick puppy. After all, a lovesick puppy ends up with nothing in the end. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, already had his goddess. His affectionate behavior was mainly to boost his favorability, making it easier for him to take the next step. They had known each other for nearly half a month. Although their meetings weren't awkward and their interactions were quite harmonious, taking things further was a bit challenging. Lin Yuan had to take the initiative to seize the moment. "This dish is so delicious. Wow, this soup is amazing. Wow, this meat is incredibly fragrant. Your skills are not only impressive, but your cooking is also better than even the legendary chefs." As he praised her, Lin Yuan suddenly clutched his chest and exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore." Luo Yi was taken aback. "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" But Lin Yuan abruptly grabbed her left hand and pulled it towards his chest. "No, it's just that you're so stunningly beautiful. My heart is about to leap out. Go on, feel for yourself." Luo Yi quickly withdrew her hand. Her expression slightly flustered, her voice losing its usual icy tone. "No, Lin Yuan, don't do this. We've just met." Realizing he had pushed too far, Lin Yuan focused back on his meal. Yet, seeing Luo Yi shy away revealed a softer, more feminine side to her. After finishing their meal, Lin Yuan took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Luo Yi reminded him again that it was time to build a wooden house. But Lin Yuan found excuses to dodge the task, insisting that building a wooden house was out of the question. After washing the dishes, he decided to step outside to train his skills. At this point, Luo Yi could see through Lin Yuan's intentions. However, she merely smiled coldly. She was not your typical girl, and if he thought he could take advantage of her, he was mistaken. They had only known each other for a short time. The idea of being more intimate was nothing but a pipe dream, and even holding hands was out of the question. As the night grew deeper, Lin Yuan had mastered the wind and thunder spear technique. Knowing it was nearly time, he slipped into the room that Luo Yi used as a bedroom. Just as he pushed the door open, he heard Luo Yi's cold voice from the bed. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Other couples are one thing, but we are different. We've only known each other for a short time, and today is our first meeting. If you're thinking about that, don't even think about it. Find somewhere else to sleep. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. This reaction was within expectations. He wasn't in a rush. He had plenty of strategies to pursue his goals. He first took a refreshing bath with spring water before returning to the bedroom and setting up a sleeping area next to Luo Yi's wooden bed. Luo Yi rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. As long as he didn't do anything intimate with her, she could endure it for now. Tomorrow, she would help him build a wooden house herself. Lin Yuan had just fallen asleep when he began tossing and turning, deliberately making noise. After a while, Luo Yi finally asked impatiently, "Are you going to keep moving around, or are you going to sleep?" "I'm cold, Yi. I can't sleep," Lin Yuan replied. Luo Yi scoffed lightly and mocked. "Is your military uniform made of mud? Or does the temperature control feature not work while you're sleeping, like it has office hours? Does it clock out? Are all men nowadays this evasive with their excuses?" Lin Yuan remained unfazed, thinking, as the saying goes, if you're shameless, you're invincible. He directly stated his intention. "The ground is too cold for me to sleep. How about we sleep together? 1 second, 2 seconds." After a while, Luo Yi still didn't say anything. "I'll take that as a yes. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I just want to get a good night's sleep," Lin Yuan said cheerfully as he climbed onto the wooden bed. With a loud thud, he barely reached the edge of the bed before Luo Yi kicked him to the floor. I can't sleep on the ground." Thud. After being kicked a dozen times, Luo Yi finally shouted in annoyance. When Lin Yuan climbed back onto the wooden bed again, Luo Yi didn't kick him anymore. Lin Yuan secretly rejoiced and quickly pulled back the blanket and crawled in. Although he was on the bed, Luo Yi turned her back to him, acting like she didn't want to acknowledge him. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of strategies up his sleeve. After they had been lying there for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly reached out a hand, slowly moving it toward Luo Yi, intending to rest it on her waist. Luo Yi irritably swatted his hand away, but Lin Yuan was persistent, as if he wouldn't give up until he could rest his hand on her. Every time she pushed him away, he would reach out again. Finally, Luo Yi relented. When Lin Yuan reached out again, she didn't swat his hand away this time. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and placed his hand on her, feeling that wasn't enough, so he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace. After a while of holding her, Lin Yuan felt it still wasn't enough and tried to slowly move his hand between her two peaks. However, just as he made his move, Luo Yi's icy voice rang out, "Don't push your luck. If you dare to touch there, we'll cut ties. And from now on, we'll be enemies when we meet." Hearing this, Lin Yuan dared not try again and quickly pretended to be asleep. In fact, he had already exceeded his expectations for the night and knew he couldn't be greedy. He would take things slow from now on. With that thought, Lin Yuan held on to Luo Yi and slowly drifted into a peaceful sleep. Once Lin Yuan fell asleep, Luo Yi turned around and looked at his profile just inches away. Letting out a sigh, she had promised herself not to let anyone take advantage of her, but here she was. With mixed feelings, Luo Yi drifted off to sleep as well. The next morning, bright and early, Luo Yi grabbed her pillow and started whacking Lin Yuan. This guy had tried to steal a kiss while she was still asleep. It was simply unbearable. Let me explain." "No, wait, hear me out, Lin Yuan was trying to say something, but Luo Yi cut him off. All right, time to get up and get ready for the base competition." "What do you mean just sleeping and doing nothing?" Never trust a man's words. On the 24th day of survival, at 6 a.m., the monstrous beasts appeared right on time. Luo Yi was still sulking and had no desire to attack the creatures. Lin Yuan, however, had no qualms about taking them down on his own with swift efficiency. To lighten the mood, he struck a pose and said, "What do you think? Am I impressive or what?" "Umph," Luo Yi snorted, not even glancing at him as she walked into a wooden cabin to prepare breakfast. Lin Yuan followed her closely. "I'm sorry. It's just that your charm is too overwhelming for me to resist. From now on, I promise I won't do anything without your permission, okay?" Though he said that, Lin Yuan's mind was already racing with plans to continue his advances once she cooled down. Just as he was secretly plotting, a blue screen appeared, displaying golden letters. Lin Yuan knew this was an announcement regarding the base. Chapter 135. The battle for Stronghold begins half an hour later. We entered the battlefield and urged the survivors to get ready. This brief statement caused quite a stir. Regional channel. "Quick, everyone who hasn't eaten yet. Make sure to grab something. We can't fight on an empty stomach. Oh no, I took some damage during my fight with the aberrant beast earlier." What if it affects my performance in the battle? Fearless group chat. Let us go, everyone. Whether we can maintain our lead depends on the outcome of this battle. Let us encourage each other. Half an hour may seem short, but it also feels long, and the time passed in tension for the survivors. As the moment approached, Lin Yuan suddenly hugged Luo Yi and patted her back. Luo Yi stiffened, raising her hand to push Lin Yuan away, but after a moment's thought, she let drop. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. As the time arrived, they began to enter the battlefield. The moment the half-hour mark hit, Lin Yuan was enveloped in a blue light. When the glow faded, he found himself still standing next to Luo Yi. However, the surroundings had changed dramatically. Lin Yuan stood on an enormous plaza, with Luo Yi beside him, along with Wu Gang, Ouyang Na, Lung Feng, Xia Anlin, and the other top 20 survivors. Behind the top 20, a dense crowd of survivors filled the area. Whether in the top 20 or among the other survivors, everyone looked around, whispering to one another. How we entered the battlefield? Where are the survivors from Zone A011? Indeed, they were surrounded entirely by survivors from Zone A019. As each person bore the designation of A019 above their heads, along with their individual code names. Each survivor was equipped with weapons, some wielding knives or swords, while others carried unconventional armaments. They were all fully armed, with serious expressions, creating an incredibly imposing scene. The survivors of today are not the ordinary humans who hesitated to fight during the era of Blue Star. Each one of them has become an evolved being, having emerged from blood and sweat. An army composed of such survivors stood in the plaza, over 60,000 strong, making for a truly spectacular sight. Just then, a vague voice echoed from the sky. The battle for the stronghold officially begins. As the announcement echoed, the previously limited view of the plaza instantly expanded, stretching outwards, and the sky brightened as if it were daytime. Now, let us introduce the battlefield environment. This is the command center. With the voice resonating, an image appeared in the sky. First, a stunning, sci-fi-inspired building emerged. As the camera zoomed in, a gigantic virtual screen came into view, where He Yunying stood before it. Is this the command center? Is He Yunying directing from there? Lin Yuan quickly glanced back, as he thought he saw a building towering behind the survivors. Sure enough, he spotted the structure in the void, right behind the group of survivors, and many others were looking back like he was. This was the respawn point. After dying for the first time, one could respawn in just 10 seconds. The more times one died, the longer the respawn time became. The scene in the sky shifted, revealing an enormous square where the survivors from Zone A019 were gathered. Lin Yuan sighed in relief, grateful that they could respawn. Otherwise, how many would have to die? He glanced happily at the side where Luo Yi stood, and she seemed to sense his gaze, looking back at him. They quickly averted their eyes. In such a serious moment, it wasn't appropriate to be too affectionate. Lin Yuan wasn't the only one worried about casualties. Upon hearing they could respawn, many visibly relaxed. This was the main battlefield for the contest. Be it roads, trees, rocks, or watchtowers, all served as strongholds. The ethereal voice echoed again, and the scene in the sky changed once more, pulling back to reveal a vast, flat forest. There were 9 roads extending into the distance within the woods. This meant that in front of the respawn point were various strongholds, roads, mountains, trees, and watchtowers, with the two sides of survivors fighting for these strongholds. This was the enemy's territory. The more strongholds they conquered, the greater their chances of victory. Breaking through the enemy's command center would lead directly to triumph. The scene shifted again, showing the stronghold in Zone A011, with the same 9 roads, forests, respawn point, and command center. Was this just like the games they played on Blue Star, like Honor of Kings or League of Legends? Indeed, the only difference was the larger number of players, with routes increasing from 3 to 9. As soon as the survivors saw the scene, they began to discuss among themselves. The ethereal voice paid no mind to their chatter and continued to announce, "All troops, advance and attack." After the voice faded, a leaderboard appeared in the sky. A019 zone, blue, VS, red, and 011 zone below were the numbers. A019 zone 62, 094, and A011 zone 89, 546. Lin Yuan gasped. The enemy had over 20,000 more players than they did, nearly 30,000. Below the numbers were the counts for occupied strongholds and kills. Charge, brothers! Upon hearing the command to advance, the survivors were instantly fired up. Regardless of the leaderboard, they shouted and rushed forward. Listen to the command. Follow the commander. Someone yelled. Some were charging forward, some stayed put, and others were making a ruckus at the blue team's respawn point, creating instant chaos. In contrast, the red team's survivors were organized and orderly under the command of their leader. The red commander was a stern and dignified middle-aged man, standing confidently in front of a virtual screen, quickly familiarizing himself with the controls. There are 9 roads from right to left. I divided the roads into Route 1 through Route 9. The first survivor formed the 1 army and advanced on Route 1 and the nearby stronghold. The second survivor formed the 2 army, and so on, with the 9th survivor forming the 9 army. Each route was assigned an average of 10,000 troops, with Route 1 getting slightly fewer. I am Commander Zhang Guodong, a patriotic general and former commander of a military district in Blue Star. My command skills are indisputable. It all comes down to whether you have the confidence to win this battle for survival. Do you have that confidence? Survivors from Zone A011 shouted back, yes. Speak louder. I can't hear you. The survivors from Zone A011 shouted again, yes. This time, their voices were even louder, echoing so powerfully that even the survivors from Zone A019 could hear them. All right, those I have marked will be assigned to the 1 army and will head to Route 1 immediately. Those over here will join the 2 army and head to Route 2, and these individuals will go to the 3 army. As a senior officer, Zhang Guodong commanded nearly 100,000 troops with remarkable ease, showing no signs of panic. Whether it was boosting morale or reallocating personnel, he made decisions in an instant. I am Commander Zhang Guodong. Our zone has over 30 military personnel, and we have more than 20,000, almost 30,000 troops over the enemy. Victory will surely belong to us. Chapter 136 Zhang Guodong was assigning personnel with great enthusiasm and unwavering confidence. The survivors in Zone A011 were quite respectful, responding loudly with yes to Zhang Guodong's orders, especially when prompted by some of the soldiers. It was impressive. In just under a month, he had gained control over an army of nearly 100,000 people. In the context of modern Republican China, he would undoubtedly be considered a significant warlord. If placed among some shameless ancient generals, an army of 100,000 could easily be boasted as a million-strong force. The red faction was organized and methodical, while the blue faction was struggling. He Yuning lacked experience in commanding over 60,000 people and felt a bit flustered at first. Coupled with the deafening shouts from the opponents and the echoing responses, her confidence wavered. However, having once served as a secretary, she quickly regained her composure and came up with her own plan. Everyone, please be quiet and stay still. I am Commander He Yuning, and you must follow my orders. Only by working together can we achieve victory. Her voice rang out clearly in the ears of everyone in Zone A019. Yet, some individuals continued to wander and whisper, not taking He Yuning's words seriously. Despite her repeated calls for silence, there was little effect. Her lack of authority was evident, as some clearly did not regard her. Luo Yi suddenly let out a cold snort, leaping into the air. Her feet glowed with a white light as she landed on the heads and shoulders of several survivors. Moving as swiftly as lightning toward one particularly boisterous survivor. With a burst of white light emanating from her right foot, she delivered a powerful kick. With a loud bang, the unfortunate survivor hadn't even registered what was happening before he was sent soaring into the air, crashing back down to the ground. Lin Yuan, holding a long gun, glanced at the unfortunate survivor who had fallen from above and said with authority, "Those who don't listen to the commander are opposing us." Luo Yi's display of power was impressive. After all, He Yuning was one of the 2 they had first recommended. Such blatant disrespect was unacceptable. Yang Tingting chimed in. He Yuning is our elected commander. What is this? If you don't listen to her, do you have a problem with the top 20? Who would dare to respond to that? It was one thing to vent in the comment section, but even if someone felt discontent, no one dared to voice it directly. Who would dare to question the top 20? That would be courting disaster. The other 19 also expressed their support for He Yuning, especially Bujia, who, as a monk, made a stern remark. If anyone disobeys orders, don't let me run into you outside. It was clear that unity was essential. The survivors in Zone A011, regardless of their numbers, held a commanding advantage. If the blue faction continued to defy orders, they would be sealing their own fate. On a large battlefield, the key to victory lies in numbers and command. All right, Everyone is here for the same purpose, victory. Now, let me say a few words. He Yunin's voice rang out from the sky at just the right moment. Although we are outnumbered and our commanders are not high-ranking military officials or officers, we have a significant advantage. That advantage is the individual combat strength of our team. The top 10 fighters in our district, including Luo Yi and Lin Yuan, are all experts. I believe that with their leadership and the courage of all survivors fighting bravely, victory will surely belong to us. Shout with me. In a narrow encounter, the brave will win. Kill, kill, kill. He Yunin also picked up the chant, boosting morale. Learning from past experiences, all the survivors responded enthusiastically and shouted along, some even raising their weapons. In a narrow encounter, the brave will win. Kill, kill, kill. The voices grew louder with each repetition. By the third round, everyone was raising their weapons, blood boiling and fighting spirit soaring. The red team survivors, hearing the increasing battle cries, were somewhat dismissive. They were already on the offensive while their opponents were still chanting slogans, thinking they were up against weak opponents. After the chant, He Yunin began to assign roles, specifying who would attack which road. She divided each road from 1 to 9, marking them with Arabic numerals for clarity, making it easy for the survivors to understand which road was which. In her strategy, the first and second roads were placed in the middle, while the 8th and 9th roads were assigned to the edges. She considered it unwise to position the strongest fighters on the edge roads, as these areas had no strongholds and were close to the battlefield's boundary, which would waste their combat strength. The commander of the first road, Lin Yuan, and his deputy, Xia Anlin, led 5,000 survivors to attack the first road. Immediately, let's move out. As soon as He Yunin finished speaking, the identifier and code above Lin Yuan's head lit up, indicating he had been marked. After glancing at Luo Yi, who had returned to his side, he grabbed his long spear, set an example, and quickly headed toward the first road. Xia Anlin did the same, stepping out almost simultaneously. The marked survivors quickly followed their commanders into the attack. They dared not delay. Some responded affirmatively and shouted to kill as they rushed out of the survivor ranks toward the first road. The commander of the second road, Luo Yi, and her deputy, Yang, led 5,000 survivors to assault the second road. The commander of the third road, Bu Jia, and his deputy, Rin Feng, led 6,000 survivors to attack the third road. The commander of the fourth army, Wu Gang, and his deputy, Ma Baoquan, led 6,000 survivors in an assault on the fourth route. In He Yunin's view, since everyone was armed with cold weapons, it made sense to refer to the leaders as commander and deputy commander. The commander of the fifth army, Ouyang Na, and her deputy, Shui Ran, led another 6,000 survivors in an attack on the fifth route. The sixth army was commanded by Long Feng, with his deputy Yang Bin, who also led 6,000 survivors in an offensive on the sixth route. He Yunin's method for assigning commanders and deputies was simple. The top 10 performers would be chosen as commanders, paired with a deputy from those ranked after the 10th position. The stronger the team, the fewer survivors they were assigned. For instance, Lin Yuan and Luo Yi received 1,000 fewer survivors than the others. The commander of the 7th Army, Baili Shaojin, and his deputy, Peng Mei, led 7,000 survivors in an attack on the 7th route. The 8th Army was commanded by Zhou Jini and her deputy, Xia Yidan, also leading 7,000 survivors on the 8th route. The 9th Army, led by Chu Nizoma and her deputy, Shi, similarly advanced with 7,000 survivors on the 9th route. The remaining survivors formed a reserve team, led by Commander Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting was eager to join the battle, but she held back, ultimately deciding against taking action or questioning He Yuning about why she wasn't allowed to attack a specific route. That would only undermine her earlier strong support for the command, and it would make leading the remaining survivors more difficult. He Yuning had no time to concern herself with Yang Tingting's thoughts. She focused on monitoring the progress of each route and continued to give commands. Chapter 137. Attention, all survivors, do not attack blindly. First, listen to the commands of your respective route leaders before launching an attack. If the main commander falls, the deputy will take charge. Should both the main and deputy commanders respawn, then feel free to act as you see fit. However, the priority should always be to eliminate enemies. The more kills we achieve, the longer the enemy's respawn time will be. Whether we are capturing strongholds or the enemy command center, victory will be within our grasp. Adjusting the screen, He could see a sea of survivors gathering and rushing towards the 9 highways. On the first route, Lin Yuan sprinted out from the respawn point. As soon as he stepped onto the highway, he began to survey his surroundings. He noticed that both the highway beneath his feet and the trees and rocks lining the roadside were shimmering with a faint white light. The highway looked no different from the endless roads of the survival world. With his long gun in hand, Lin Yuan led the charge. To his right was Xiaoyanlin, wielding an already unsheathed long knife. Behind them stretched an unending line of 5,000 survivors. Before encountering any enemies, Lin Yuan couldn't make any tactical deployments and could only press forward. Suddenly, Yuning's voice rang out. The enemy has begun attacking our stronghold. As long as they use weapons to strike the stronghold, they can capture it. Yuning saw on the screen that the survivors from Zone A011 had crossed past the red side stronghold and entered the blue side's territory due to their earlier departure. Once inside the blue stronghold's area, under the command of various army leaders, a small portion of the group continued along the highway while most dispersed into the surrounding woods, launching a frenzied assault on the blue stronghold. Armed with swords, guns, and clubs, they chopped at trees and smashed rocks, quickly transforming the blue stronghold into a red one. Yuning also observed on the screen as the white area of their own side was rapidly consumed, turning into the red of the enemy's stronghold. The count of occupied red strongholds skyrocketed from 0 to 10, 100, 1,000, with the numbers continuing to surge. Attention, all survivors. We are about to encounter the enemy survivors. Please prepare for battle. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then shouted with divine authority, continue advancing at the same speed. When we see the enemy survivors, we must unleash our fury. Our momentum cannot falter. He turned back to the crowded survivors and pointed to the 4 survivors closely following him, issuing another command. Form units based on the 4 survivors behind me. Everyone else, move to the sides of the highway and attack from there. Survivors on the left, move left. Those on the right, move right. Quickly, adjust your formation. The survivors behind him hesitated for just a moment before immediately complying. Apart from the 4 survivors Lin Yuan had pointed out and those trailing behind them, the rest of the survivors quickly followed suit, sprinting towards the sides of the highway, just like the ones in front of them. Lin Yuan's thoughts were straightforward. The road was only 6 or 7 meters wide, and such a narrow width couldn't accommodate many attackers at once. If all their combat strength was concentrated along this road, the front lines would stretch too thin, resulting in a situation where those fighting ahead would be engaged while the survivors behind had nothing to do but watch in frustration. Therefore, he dispersed most of his forces into the dense forests flanking the road, leaving only a few hundred, less than 1,000 survivors on the road itself. They spread out, ensuring that there was a distance of more than a meter between each survivor to facilitate combat. After finalizing the pre-battle arrangements, Lin Yuan led 5,000 survivors forward. General Bu Jie of the 3rd Army and General Wu Gang of the 4th Army don't run too fast and get separated from the main force. Although you are stronger than ordinary survivors, haven't you heard the saying, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands? Also, in terms of troop deployment, we can't place all our forces on either side of the road. We must keep a certain number of troops on the road itself. Otherwise, if the enemy charges through, what will we do if they reach our command room? Moreover, there must be a general or a deputy general station on the road to fend off any enemy experts. Let us focus on the battle first, and adjust as needed if issues arise. Just as Yuning finished speaking, both sides were already closing in. From a distance, Lin Yuan spotted a well-organized group of survivors, weapons in hand, charging toward them. They bore the red designation of Zone A011 and their respective code names. Without any further words, as soon as they met, it was as if they had agreed upon it. Both sides shouted and charged at each other. Lin Yuan and Xiaoyanlin led the charge at the forefront, followed closely by nearly 1,000 survivors. Lin Yuan's hands and feet shimmered with a white light as he wielded his spear, which roared as it struck out a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in police tactical gear, wielding a longsword. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to be a soldier, and he was likely the strongest among this group. Lin Yuan's spear struck like lightning, aiming directly at the advancing buzz-cut youth. With a clang, the spear and sword clashed, sending the youth staggering back a few steps. Lin Yuan pressed forward, continuing his assault. At the same time, Xia Anlin engaged in combat with a robust survivor who looked quite formidable. The survivors behind them roared as they surged past the two, heading toward other opponents. However, with the road being only 6 or 7 meters wide, how many people could fit? Since they couldn't launch an attack straight down the road, both sides sought to flank the combat area filled with survivors. Thus, everywhere was a scene of battle, with the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out incessantly. After being forced back, the buzz-cut youth barely regained his footing before Lin Yuan's relentless attack followed close behind, the spear striking swiftly once again. The young man with a buzz-cut quickly tried to swing his sword to defend himself, but he was no match for Lin Yuan's spear. In an instant, the spear pierced through his throat. In front of all the survivors, both blue and red teams, an announcement flashed. The 019 area has claimed the first blood. The morale of the A019 team surged. After all, their leader was indeed a leader, and they felt proud to be part of the fight, putting in even more effort. Lin Yuan's swift acquisition of the first blood was largely due to the advantage of being the first to engage. Just as he killed the buzz-cut youth, Luo Yi also decapitated another opponent. After taking down the buzz-cut youth, Lin Yuan swiftly turned his spear towards a burly survivor who was caught off guard after exchanging a few blows with Xia Anlin. Lin Yuan was capable of defeating a skilled opponent in just a couple of exchanges, especially with the element of surprise on his side. Having lost a kill, Xia Anlin wasn't upset. Her main focus was on winning the battle. She raised her blade and charged at the next red survivor, who lacked the strength of the burly survivor and was quickly dispatched by her. Suddenly, Lin Yuan made an important discovery. Chapter 138, although the survivors were killed amid splashes of blood, with some splattering on his Xia Anlin, she remained remarkably clean, with only a small amount of blood left on her. In contrast, Lin Yuan had 2 drops of blood on him. Was it true that the number of people killed directly correlated to the blood left on one's body? To test this theory, Lin Yuan killed another person, and it turned out he was right. Each kill left a few drops of blood on him. If he were to be covered in blood, he would certainly be a ruthless killer. As for the bodies, Lin Yuan noticed that the survivors he killed slowly became ethereal and even disappeared within 10 seconds. This aligned with the resurrection time. If the buzz-cut young man were to die again, Lin Yuan estimated it would take longer than 10 seconds for the body to go from being ethereal to disappearing completely. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, Lin Yuan continued his assault with his gun, using the thunder gun technique, taking down enemies effortlessly, treating the survivors like mere chickens. Although Xia Anlin wasn't as fierce as Lin Yuan, she managed to kill a red survivor after a few exchanges. Under their leadership, the survivors on the road were being pushed back. However, it wasn't a simple retreat. As those in front were killed, Lin Yuan and his team advanced, creating the illusion that the red survivors were in full retreat. Yet, this was merely a localized battle, and the situation on either side of the road was less optimistic. A blue survivor engaged in a fierce battle with a red survivor was suddenly ambushed and killed by another red survivor. Another blue survivor, having just taken down a red survivor, found himself surrounded by 2 red survivors. On both sides of the road in the vast forest, the red forces outnumbered the blue ones significantly. Consequently, the blue survivors on the road suffered heavy casualties under the pressure of the red survivors' superior combat strength. Meanwhile, the blue survivors in the dense forest were being forced to retreat due to the overwhelming numerical advantage of the red survivors. In the Red Command Center, Zhang Guodong's expression was serious. Although the enemy had fewer fighters, they had quite a few high-level combatants. Our goal is victory. When we encounter their elite fighters, we should engage them if possible, and if not, use our numerical advantage to surround and eliminate them. No matter how strong the elite fighters are, there's still just a handful of people. How many can they kill? As long as we maintain this advantage, we will capture more strongholds, and victory will certainly be ours. Zhang Guodong weighed the pros and cons and continued to command. The newly revived soldiers were divided into 2 groups, focusing their efforts on the 5th and 6th routes. The red 5th and 6th routes corresponded to the blue 1st and 2nd routes, which are the ones Lin Yuan and Luo Yi were attacking. Just as Zhang Guodong had anticipated, in certain localized battles, some of the blue side's elite fighters were indeed unstoppable. For example, there was Luo Yi, who single-handedly led dozens of people, causing chaos among the enemy ranks. The commanding general of the opposing side was swiftly taken down by her. Then there were others like Bu Jia, Wu Gang, and Ouyang Na, each showcasing their unique skills and wreaking havoc. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Despite the many survivors these experts took down, the battle still progressed unfavorably for the blue team. Ying felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. Yet she couldn't afford to panic too much, as it might affect the frontline battles. All the reserve survivors were given orders. 1,000 survivors were to head down each of the 5 routes. Since they had an advantage, they needed to expand it. Yang Tingting led the remaining survivors to reinforce the 9th route. Upon reaching the battlefield, they immediately coordinated with Shi Yi and Zhuoma to eliminate the enemy's expert survivors. The revived survivors returned to their original routes of attack. In an instant, survivors rushed towards the various routes leading to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ying focused her attention on the situation at the 9th route. On the 9th route, 3 people were locked in a fierce battle. It was Shi Yi and his partner against the top-ranked survivor from the red team. The red team's top survivor was a sword master, whose swordsmanship was extraordinary, rivaling that of Li Shaojin. Sure, he was responsible for close combat, and several times he found himself in dire situations. But with the support of Chu Enai and Zhuoma from afar, the two managed to hold their ground against the swordmaster. After exchanging several rounds of blows, just as the swordmaster was gaining the upper hand over Shi Yi, he launched a counterattack with his long whip. Suddenly, a long knife, glowing white, lunged straight at the swordmaster's face. The wielder of the long knife was none other than Yang Tingting, who had anticipated the dire situation on the 9th route and had used her powers to rush over. Indeed, her timing was perfect. The opponent was a formidable expert, holding his own against 2 attackers. Caught off guard, the swordmaster unleashed even more of his power to fend off the knife and whip attacks. With a heavy gasp, Shi Yi quickly swung his blade to attack, and the 3 of them joined forces, immediately putting the swordmaster in a precarious position. Seeing this, more red team survivors rushed to support their top survivor. However, the blue team survivors were not to be underestimated either, as some nearby survivors quickly moved to intercept the incoming red team reinforcements. Thus, a chaotic melee ensued, with more and more survivors joining the fray. Suddenly, as the swordmaster repelled Shi Yi's attack, the long whip broke through his defenses and wrapped around his legs. With her hands glowing white, Chu and I pulled on the whip with all her might. The sword master stumbled, losing his balance, and his swinging sword altered its trajectory, leaving him vulnerable to Yang Tingting's long knife, which struck at the perfect moment. With a loud thud, the long knife struck fiercely against the swordsman, causing his blood to surge. Before he could react, his head flew high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Yi attacked again, severing the swordsman's head from his body. The 3 of them didn't have time for pleasantries. They instinctively continued to hunt down the red team survivors. Without the swordsman to impede them, the trio slaughtered the red survivors as if they were in a lawless land, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Ying, who had been watching from the sidelines, shouted, "Beautiful!" On Route 9, Shi Yi, Chu Enai, and Yang Tingting worked together to take down their opponent ranked first. The other top 10 players were also achieving significant victories on their respective paths, fighting valiantly against the enemy. Victory would surely belong to them. Ying only mentioned the achievements of the skilled players, deliberately avoiding any mention of the other survivor situations, fearing it might dampen their morale. At that moment, the priority was to stabilize the situation and find a way to turn the tide. However, the survivors were not fools. They could see the unfavorable circumstances they faced, especially with the leaderboard hanging in the sky, making it clear that the battle was not going well. But what could they do? They could only fight bravely. On Route 9, Lin Yuan advanced with a gun in hand, unstoppable. 1, 2, 10. With each shot, he took down over 20 opponents, almost as if possessed by a killing god. Suddenly, a red survivor's head was pierced through. Then, several hundred armed individuals charged towards Lin Yuan, roaring as they came. These were the red team members who had been killed and had respawned, returning to the front lines. At that moment, a large number of square-shaped survivors surrounded Lin Yuan and the blue team members behind him. Chapter 139. Lin Yuan led a group of survivors, wreaking havoc as they advanced along the highway, forcing the blue team survivors on either side to continuously retreat. Soon, Lin Yuan found himself surrounded by red team survivors. In the red team's command room, Zhang Guodong was filled with excitement. Quickly, the revived survivors must head towards Route 5 and Route 6. The survivors on those routes should stop trying to capture strongholds and quickly converge towards the highway to cut off the enemy's front line from reinforcements. Under Zhang Guodong's command, the red team survivors moved swiftly, creating a pincer attack, with some red team members flanking Lin Yuan and his group from both sides of the highway. In an instant, Lin Yuan was caught in a dire situation. Zhang Guodong couldn't help but feel exhilarated. If they could take down the elite survivors on Route 5 and Route 6, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the morale of the blue team. As Zhang Guodong deployed a large number of troops to the two central routes, the battle dynamics shifted dramatically. On Route 1, Lin Yuan and Xia Anlin's team found themselves encircled by red team survivors. The situation on Route 2 was different. Luo Yi and nearly 100 survivors were surrounded by red team members. Meanwhile, Yang Yang led an even larger group of survivors to attack the red team, encircling Luo Yi. However, Yang Yang's team soon found themselves under attack from even more red team survivors. The chaos on Route 2 was palpable, with each side entangled in a web of conflict. The commanders and vice-commanders on the other routes were not as fierce or deep in their advances as those on Routes 1 and 2, and they had not been surrounded by red team survivors. Instead, they focused on securing positions along the sides of the highway, aiming to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. The situation was most favorable on Route 9, where the survivors, led by 3 skilled fighters, pushed the red team back steadily, capturing the most strongholds. In the blue team's command room, He quickly formulated a response. From now on, all revived survivors will reinforce routes 1 and 2. Immediately, survivor after survivor rushed out from the respawn point, heading towards those 2 routes. Frontline fighters on routes 1 and 2, hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way. Since the enemy wants to go big on these 2 routes, we'll play along and see who backs down first. We absolutely cannot lose in terms of momentum. Bang! The sounds of clashing weapons echoed on Route 1, accompanied by the cries of the survivors. It was safe to say that aside from the ability to respawn, the fighting between the red and blue teams was no different from a real battlefield. A chilling scream pierced the chaos as a red team survivor had his arms severed. Yet instead of retreating, he charged forward recklessly, swinging his blade wildly at the blue team survivors with a desperate resolve. In truth, it wasn't that this survivor had an exceptionally strong will to fight. Rather, it was the desperate desire to be resurrected and end the pain of having an arm severed. Whether they were survivors from the blue team or the red team, once injured, they fought even harder. The more severe the injury, the more frantically they fought for their lives. Boom! Amidst the thunderous sounds, Lin Yuan quickly racked up kills, his hands expertly wielding his weapon. He thrust his gun into the chest of a red team survivor, swiftly pulled it out, and turned to stab at another survivor in a different direction. With a loud bang, Lin Yuan sometimes swept his gun horizontally, taking down a whole group of enemies in one sweep. He was incredibly formidable, but the survivors following him lacked his strength, falling one by one to the overwhelming numbers of red team survivors. The ordinary survivors on the second route fared even worse. Having been surrounded for only a short time, they were quickly overwhelmed and killed by several times their number of red team survivors, leaving only Luo Yi to hold on. Yet, even with just Luo Yi remaining, she struck fear into the red team survivors surrounding her. Even though they knew they could be resurrected, they hesitated to approach her. Luo Yi was simply too fierce, beyond imagination. Zhang Guodong, exasperated, shouted loudly, "Go! What are you afraid of? She is all alone. Can she really take you all down? Her power isn't limitless. Charge in." The commander led the charge, rallying everyone to attack. Under Zhang Guodong's command, the red team survivors launched their assault on Luo Yi. Unfazed, Luo Yi transformed into a blur, darting forward, her long knife slicing left and right, deflecting the weapons aimed at her. Those red team survivors struck by her knife instinctively swerved away, colliding with other survivors and causing chaos. With a bang, Lin Yuan delivered a kick to the nearest red team survivor. The survivor flew like a human cannonball, crashing into the red team behind him, sending nearly 20 red team survivors tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yi plunged into the fray, taking one down after another, starting a new wave of slaughter. Sighing, He realized that despite the many kills by Lin Yuan and Luo Yi, it was merely a momentary display of bravery. Once their divine power was depleted and their stamina exhausted, it would be their turn to fall. She recognized her tactical error. The newly deployed forces could not effectively join the main commanders on either route, without strong leadership to spearhead the charge. The other survivors were only able to hold their ground against the red team, making a breakthrough impossible. Soon, Yuning issued a new command. From the 3rd to the 8th routes, all commanders, unleash your full divine power and return to the resurrection point using the revival method. We will implement a new strategy. The deputy commanders will remain stationary, continuing to lead the remaining survivors in an offensive to capture the stronghold. On the 9th route, both the main and deputy commanders will stay put and press forward. When the enemy's elite arrives, you must eliminate them. If we are at a disadvantage, we must adapt. Since our combat strength is insufficient, let us concentrate our forces. The Union has come up with an offensive plan. Suddenly, an announcement floated before all the survivors. Survivor EE from Zone A019 has reluctantly completed a 100-kill streak. Gasp! Everyone was stunned. Did that mean she had taken down 100 opponents? While some survivors were being killed with 0 kills, and most only managed 1 or 2, he had somehow slain 100. At that moment, another message appeared before everyone. Survivor EE from Zone A019 is still far from enough. Complete the 100-kill streak. Gasp! The red team survivors felt a twinge of fear, realizing another blue team elite capable of achieving 100 kills had emerged. The blue team survivors, on the other hand, were ecstatic, their morale soaring, and they fought even harder. Unfortunately, that was where it ended. As Zhang Guodong had said while rallying the troops, divine power is not infinite. It cannot be used endlessly. After killing one survivor after another, Lin Yuan's divine power rapidly dwindled, and he began to rely on his physical strength to continue the fight. Chapter 140. Loss of divine power and significant decline in combat strength. Lin Yuan slowly realized that he had also consumed a great deal of stamina. With his condition deteriorating, it was inevitable that he would die again. At the moment he was killed, Lin Yuan felt himself sinking into an endless darkness. After 10 seconds passed, he found himself back in the resurrection square, completely intact. His stamina, divine power, and even mental state had returned to their peak. As Lin Yuan curiously assessed his physical condition, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was another newly resurrected player. It turned out that after resurrection, survivors appeared without any warning, simply materializing in the square. Since our advantage lies in high-end combat power, we should maximize it. Let us form a strike team with the top 10 players and lead the newly resurrected survivors to directly attack the enemy's stronghold and breach their command center. We're going to raid their base. Now, the top 10 players who had just respawned immediately headed for the first route, rushing towards it as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan thought for a moment that this might not be a bad idea. It was worth a try. Since he had already revived, he didn't waste any more time. Grabbing his spear, he sprinted towards the first route. Many survivors were in a similar situation. Once they revived, they dashed towards the road without hesitation, as the battle at the stronghold looked grim, leaving them no time to waste. Suddenly, Lin Yuan frowned because he found survivors both in front and behind him. One survivor in front was trying to push ahead, but it wasn't easy. Taking a detour would waste precious time. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated his divine power, leaping into the air and landing on the shoulders of other survivors, quickly making his way forward. "Hey, who stepped on me?" The survivor beneath him shouted angrily. "Is divine power meant to be wasted like this? Can't you save it for when we meet the enemy?" Those who were stepped on vented their frustrations, some grumbling about the reckless use of divine power. After all, with only a limited amount of divine power, using it just to rush ahead seemed foolish. Without divine power, they might as well be heading to their own demise. However, when they looked up and saw it was Lin Yuan, they felt a bit disgruntled but could only bite their tongues. Everything was for the sake of victory, so they had to endure being stepped on. If only they had enough divine power, they could push forward without being at the mercy of others. Lin Yuan paid no mind to the thoughts of the survivors he had stepped on and continued forward. Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly turned to look back. He saw a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure and an imposing presence, striding forward as if walking on level ground, rapidly closing in on him. It was Luo Yi, and behind her, following at a distance, were Bu Jia, Ouyang Na, Lung Feng, and others. They were also stepping on survivors as they advanced swiftly. The ordinary survivors were incredibly frustrated. Being stepped on was far from pleasant. But what could they do? For the sake of victory, they had to endure it. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi walked side by side when he suddenly asked, "After killing so many people, won't you have nightmares at night?" The sound of bullets piercing flesh, the sight of severed limbs flying about, and blood splattering everywhere, It's just as terrifying as a real battlefield. Luo Yi stared ahead, unfazed, and replied, but it's not real killing. They could be resurrected, right? What is there to feel guilty about? Besides, I've killed before, and I didn't have nightmares then, so why would I now? Lin Yuan countered. That was then. Back then, I killed fewer people. But now? We've only just started, and I've already killed hundreds. How many more will I have to kill? I feel like my entire world has turned blood red. Luo Yi maintained her usual tone. Don't worry. Even if you do have nightmares, I'll wake you up right away, so you won't be trapped in a nightmare. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked with a hint of excitement, Are you saying you're okay with me sleeping next to you? Luo Yi finally turned to look at Lin Yuan and retorted, If I say no, do you think you can keep your hands to yourself? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lin Yuan increased his energy output and quickly moved ahead. There was no way he could keep his distance. He had been longing for a romantic relationship for so long, and now that there was some progress, how could he remain calm? Remembering the warm, soft feeling of her in his arms last night, Lin Yuan's heart raced with desire, wishing he could hold Luo Yi tightly. Lost in his thoughts for a moment, he almost stumbled and fell. Luckily, he reacted quickly, using a small burst of energy to step onto someone else's shoulder to avoid embarrassment. Humph, how vile, Luo Yi huffed, swiftly drawing her sword and slapping the back of Lin Yuan's shoulder with it. With a loud thud, Lin Yuan's body became uncontrollable, and he shot up into the air, flying forward at high speed. Her slap was skillfully executed. Although it had a lot of force, it didn't carry much attack power. Just enough to make Lin Yuan feel a sting. Damn, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Yuan exclaimed dramatically. However, seeing the battle zone ahead, he instantly switched to combat mode. Wind Thunder Spear technique. Lin Yuan channeled his energy through his limbs and unleashed in G-grade skill, crashing down on a red team survivor below. With a clang, his spear struck the weapon of a survivor who looked quite formidable. The survivor's long knife was sent flying by Lin Yuan's spear. Just as he was about to claim a kill, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and the survivor's head flew high into the air. Lin Yuan. It was Luo Yi who snatched the kill. She has no experience. Why did she steal it? Lin Yuan felt a bit speechless. With a swift motion, Lei dispatched an opponent and shot a provocative glance at Lin Yuan before charging towards the red team survivors. Her movements were a blur, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, she had taken down 4 or 5 red survivors. Naturally, Lin Yuan was not one to back down. He quickly wielded his spear and began to eliminate red survivors as well. Soon, the two behind him, Bujie and Wu Gang, joined the fray. Instantly, the red team survivors fell like wheat cut down in a field. Ying Na, Ling Thing, Bai Li Shouthin, and Zhou Jini saw that there wasn't enough room on the road for so many people, so they decided to launch their attack from both sides of the road, with 2 on each side. As Bujie and the others wiped out the red survivors standing in the road, they quickly shouted, Leave a few stragglers and let the survivors behind take them out. We need to push forward quickly. Yuning's voice rang out at the right moment. Hurry, hurry. You need to advance quickly and don't give the enemy a chance to regroup. While the Haven T gained a numerical advantage, we need to reach the command center with the fastest speed. And for the survivors behind, it's time to fight hard. Don't let everyone get stuck on the road. We need plenty of forces on both sides as well. Yes, move forward quickly while spreading out to the sides of the road. For those survivors I've marked, you will not participate in the attack on the command center. Your task is to eliminate the red survivors scattered in the dense woods on either side of the first road. Please listen to the command. Please listen to the command. I'll say it one last time. For those survivors I've marked, please do not continue forward. Instead, move into the sides of the road to take out the red survivors lingering there. Chapter 141, I'll say it one more time. Anyone who refuses to follow my orders will have their codename made public. If you don't want to become the enemy of the entire district, you better listen to my commands. As soon as these words were spoken, some people's expressions changed slightly, and their movements unconsciously quickened. On the first highway, the blue team survivors, led by Lin Yuan and others, advanced rapidly. The red team survivors were no match for these skilled players. In the red team command center, Zhang Guodong suddenly shouted, Not good. He was puzzled by the sudden increase in the number of resurrected players when he noticed that the outpost on the 6th highway was quickly being occupied, turning from white to red. The speed at which the highway changed from white to red was astonishingly fast. He quickly checked the detailed footage from the 6th highway. On the screen, a large group of blue team survivors, led by several young men and women, was pushing forward with unstoppable momentum, breaking into the red team's outpost area. Zhang Guodong's expression changed. These guys were attempting a decapitation plan, relying on their high combat power to break through the command center. All the survivors on the 6th route received the order to stop attacking the outpost and, at all costs, head towards the highway to cut off the enemy's troop transport. Although the red team survivors didn't all follow orders perfectly, their reaction speed was much faster than that of the blue team survivors. As soon as they received Zhang Guodong's command, they immediately abandoned their ongoing battles or attacking outposts and rushed towards the highway, aiming to sever the blue team's troop transport. Yuan quickly issued her orders as well. Our survivors, who were previously scattered in the outposts, hold back these opponents. Those who have broken away from the main attacking force, move quickly and don't let the enemy slow down our advance. With the coordination of the two leaders, fierce battles erupted in the dense forest outposts on both sides of the first highway. The sounds of clashing weapons, screams, and the white light emitted during the use of divine powers filled the air. A red team survivor, who had just stopped attacking a tree outpost, turned to run towards the highway, only to collide head-on with a blue team survivor assigned to eliminate him. They fought fiercely, but soon the red team survivor was killed by another blue team survivor who rushed to the battlefield. Near a rocky outpost, a male and female survivor from opposing teams were locked in a fierce battle. Hey, we'll all be in the same district from now on. Why fight so hard? Let me take a kill, how about it? Are you kidding? Why don't you just let me take your kill instead? Both were wielding long swords, exchanging blows back and forth. Suddenly, a red team survivor dashed past the area where the two were engaged in combat. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly joined the fray, surrounding the female survivor. However, before the two of them could take her down, 3 more players passed by and jumped into the battle to assist the female survivor in taking down the 2 red team members. The battlefield was in constant flux, with chaos reigning in the dense forest. Some players engaged in one-on-one duels, while others were overwhelmed by multiple enemies. Small-scale skirmishes broke out in various locations. In short, survivors were falling left and right, whether they were from the red team or the blue team. Zhang Guodong finished giving orders to the red team survivors on Route 6 and quickly issued a new command. From now on, revived survivors would no longer head to other routes. A small number of designated survivors would go to Route 6 to ambush the attacking blue team, slowing their advance. The reason Zhang Guodong chose not to send revived survivors to the front lines was to retain a significant force to block the attacking team led by Lin Yuan and others. The assault team formed by Lin Yuan was fast and powerful. He feared that without sufficient personnel, they wouldn't be able to hold the line. Sending a small contingent to Route 6 served the dual purpose of buying more time and consolidating more troops. Survivors on other routes, listen up, keep pushing forward. The faster and fiercer you fight, the better. Zhang Guodong's strategy to consolidate forces was straightforward. He urged the red team survivors on other routes to fight desperately against the blue team. This approach not only increased the pressure on the blue team survivors on other lines, but also yielded bountiful results. At the same time, it would increase their own death toll, which meant more reinforcements would return to defend. Just as Zhang Guodong finished his deployment, he heard the deafening battle cries. Charge! Break into the enemy command center. It turned out that Lin Yuan and his team had broken through onto the road and reached the red team's revival square. As they stepped onto the revival square, Lin Yuan, Luo Yi, Wu Jia, Lung Feng, and the other 8 rushed to the front, followed by countless blue team survivors. Upon reaching the enemy command center, the blue team survivors were ecstatic, their morale soaring. At this point, the red team survivors no longer needed their commander's orders and surged forward to attack the blue team. In the vast revival square, the red and blue teams collided with a thunderous roar. The first to strike was Ouyang Na, who maintained her speed, firing her weapons with both hands, sending leaves flying toward the red team survivors. The sound of metal clashing rang out as red team survivors swung their weapons to defend themselves. But those who couldn't react in time were shot down, and within moments, several had fallen. As the two sides closed in again, other skilled players quickly joined the fray. Lin Yuan's thunder and lightning gun technique was formidable. With each shot, he took down one opponent. Even when facing the top 20 fighters, he swiftly dispatched them in just a few rounds. Luo Yi was even more dominant, leveraging his extraordinary physical control to send red team survivors flying, leaving them utterly defeated. Bu Jie swept through the battlefield, taking out large groups, Those with inferior gear were instantly killed, while those slightly better equipped were left on the ground, bleeding and unable to rise. Those who hoped to fight back for a chance at revival? Sorry, that's not happening. They needed time to recover before they could even stand. Wu Gang, known as the Bloodied Hand, lived up to his name, with a single palm strike. He either sent opponents flying or killed them outright. Others also showcased their strengths, each displaying impressive prowess. At the first clash, a significant number of red team survivors were taken down. Witnessing their leader's ferocity, the blue team survivors fought with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, grandkids, we're about to break into your command center. Surprised? Thrilled? In an instant, the square erupted with screams, the sounds of skills being unleashed, and various other noises. The two commanders could see that the square was filled with divine power. Severed limbs flew about, and blood splattered everywhere. With corpses littering the ground and no new ones respawning, the scene was chaotic and grim. Yuning's face turned pale as she took in the sight. The impact of the scene before her was far more intense than being in the midst of the battle alongside those fighting for survival. Chapter 142. The entire square had turned into a terrifying meat grinder, mercilessly claiming dozens, if not hundreds, of lives every moment. Both sides were fighting desperately. The blue survivors were trying to break through the blocking red survivors to breach the command center, while the red survivors were determined to protect it from being overrun by the blue survivors. Yuning steeled herself and urgently said, "Faster, we need to move faster. We're about to reach their command center. I've marked this group of survivors. They should flank the blue survivors from both sides to widen our attack range. And this group should charge straight in to see if we can break through their command center directly. Survivors on the way, pick up the pace. We can't let our reinforcements falter. Success or failure hinges on this moment." And the newly revived survivors head towards the first route, while those on other routes keep pushing hard. Zhang Guodong was also giving continuous commands. "Hurry. Whether it's the survivors at the revival point or those on the front lines, give it your all. Whether we can hold the line depends on whether you can return." Zhang Guodong never expected Lin Yuan and his team would advance so quickly. If he had reacted a moment later and failed to withdraw forces in time, the command center might have already been breached by the blue team. The newly revived survivors should spread out in all directions. This group should continue pressing the front, while that group should focus on defending the command center building. Better safe than sorry. We cannot afford to be careless about the safety of the command center. In this moment, both the commander and the fighting survivors were on high alert, as the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. The red line was becoming increasingly precarious, with the risk of being breached by Lin Yuan and his team at any moment. Yet, red survivors kept reviving and joining the fray, making it difficult to break through their ranks. Suddenly, Zhang Guodong slapped his thigh and exclaimed with joy, "We've stabilized." Many red survivors had revived in an instant, and there were continuous waves of survivors coming back. However, Yuning felt a wave of anxiety. Was their plan an offensive strategy about to falter again? Just then, a large group charged into the square, roaring as they attacked the red survivors on the flank. It was Yang Tingting, C.E., and their team from the 9th route, leading thousands of people into the red revival square. Yuning was overjoyed. "Great. Everyone, keep fighting. Victory is within our grasp." But Zhang Guodong's expression stiffened. He expected the first route to be breached while the other routes were achieving great success. "Everyone stay calm. The revival point is right here. As long as we hold on for a bit longer, we can fend them off." Lin Yuan and his team were well aware of this point and fought even harder. All the blue team survivors, fueled by the hope that they could reach the command center soon, engaged fiercely in battle. With the addition of the new members, Yang Tingting and her companions, the number of red team survivors quickly dwindled. The space available for the red team survivors was being steadily compressed. However, the further they advanced, the slower their progress became, ultimately due to the issue of troop strength. The blue team's reinforcements were arriving too slowly, as they had to cross a road from the blue respawn point to the red respawn point, which took some time. Overall, the blue team's troop consumption could not keep pace with that of the red team. As time passed, the blue team's advance became nearly impossible, and they struggled to make any further progress. Yuning was extremely frustrated. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for the blue team. Indeed, the red team survivors, having established a firm foothold under Zhang Guodong's command, began to counterattack the blue team survivors. With their numerical superiority and respawn advantage, They quickly started to devour the blue team survivors. The rate at which blue team survivors could replenish their numbers could not match the rate at which they were being killed, leading to a steady decline in their ranks. He sighed and issued a new command. The respawn survivors would no longer head towards the first road, but instead return to their previous route. Whatever road they had been on before, they would continue back to that same road after respawning. This was a choice she had to make. The red team had already consolidated enough forces and had the respawn advantage, missing the best opportunity for an assault. With their troop strength already greater than that of the blue team and their skilled players having nearly exhausted their powers, there was little hope of breaking through the opponent's command center. The respawn survivors were losing their will to fight. Some even discarded their weapons. Forget it, we can't win. Let's just surrender. But just as one of them took on a defeated posture, he was pulled away by others. Although morale among the survivors was somewhat low due to the failed attack, it hadn't sunk to the point of outright refusal to fight. The situation at the red team's respawn point unfolded as He had anticipated. When the attack was going poorly, many had foreseen the outcome of another failed assault. Why say another? Because the first time had been a tug of war at the stronghold. If they continued with the previous tactics, the red team's strongholds would only increase, ultimately leading to a complete defeat. At the red team's respawn point, the blue team's numbers were dwindling rapidly, and even the top 3 survivors, including Shi, were among the first to be eliminated. By this point, the blue team's reinforcements were no longer reaching the red team's respawn point. Lin Yuan and his companions found themselves surrounded by red team survivors on all sides, with no escape in sight. From all directions, they were attacked, isolated, and unsupported. Seeing this situation, He could only helplessly say, "Kill as many as you can. Extending their respawn time is also a good strategy." After considering the next move, they realized they had to rethink their strategy. Just as she was speaking, several individuals had their powers exhausted and were killed. Suddenly, Luo forcefully stomped down on the blood-soaked ground, creating a shimmering blood curtain that enveloped a dozen or so red team survivors. The brutal battle had resulted in countless bodies being refreshed and resurrected, but the sheer number of deaths had caused pools of blood to accumulate. As she stepped onto the ground, the blood was nearly enough to submerge her battle boots. Luo utilized the attacks generated from the blood to maximize their advantage of terrain. Any survivor hit by the blood was either blinded or disoriented. Taking advantage of the chaos, Luo charged in for the kill, with Lin Yuan quickly coordinating his attacks. After taking down a few more opponents, they were soon overwhelmed by an uncountable number of red team survivors. Lin Yuan and Luo met their demise once again. This time, the resurrection would take 20 seconds. Once the time passed, Lin Yuan found himself standing in the blue team's resurrection plaza. Upon reviving, he saw the likes of Bu Jie and Lung Feng hurriedly leaving to head towards the front lines. Glancing at Luo beside him, Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, "Let us go. It's time for us to move out." As seasoned players, their willpower was naturally beyond that of ordinary survivors. Despite the setbacks they had faced, their fighting spirit remained unbroken, bolstered by their formidable strength. As long as they didn't give up, there was hope for a turnaround. And just as a new opportunity arose, Lin Yuan had only taken a few steps when he heard He excited voice ringing out. Chapter 143 in half an hour. Prey, resources, and a ceasefire order will refresh. Each side, red and blue, has one ceasefire order. Once used, both sides will cease fighting for 2 hours to regroup. If we manage to secure enough food and resources and use the ceasefire order first, preventing the opposing team from getting enough to eat, will they still have the strength to fight? People are like iron, and food is like steel. If you skip a meal, you'll be starving. Moreover, as evolved beings, without enough food, how can we maintain our strength for battle? I'm sure everyone has noticed that once we enter the battlefield, aside from our personal gear and weapons, there are no guides. The absence of a guide means we can't access supplies, which means we have to solve our food and water issues on the battlefield. Therefore, the upcoming resource scramble is crucial and may very well be the key to victory. Get ready, everyone. In half an hour, when the resources refresh, let's grab them and make sure the opposing team doesn't get enough to eat or drink. As for the resource competition, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, and without stopping, he continued toward the front lines. Not letting the opposing team fill their bellies is indeed a good strategy. Once at the front line, Lin Yuan didn't push for aggressive attacks, but instead moved to the sides of the road, capturing points while waiting for the resources to refresh. Lin Yuan took down a red side survivor who had just captured a point and then proceeded to capture the point himself. This was a stone outpost, and Lin Yuan didn't need to use his special powers. He simply thrust his spear into the stone repeatedly, quickly turning the red glowing stone into a white glowing one. This indicated that the stone outpost had changed from a red side point to a blue side point. With a flick of his spear, Lin Yuan attacked another large tree. After capturing the tree, he thrust toward a watchtower. The watchtower outpost was essentially made up of wooden frames. In this manner, Lin Yuan killed any red side survivors he encountered and took over points as he went. Others were making similar choices as Lin Yuan, waiting for the resources to refresh and preparing for the next round of battle. However, there were exceptions, such as Zhou Jini, who was crazily killing red side survivors. This forced He Yuning to shout, "Zhou Jini, Commander Zhou, are you planning to single-handedly break through the red side's outpost and smash their command center? Step back a bit. Get ready to grab resources." In a dense forest beside a road, Zhou Jini didn't attack sideways, but pushed straight forward, leaving the other blue side survivors far behind. This was extremely dangerous, as going too deep into the red side's territory posed the risk of being surrounded and killed. The correct approach should have been to support each other and advance together with other survivors. However, He Yuning's reminder came a bit too late. Zhang Guodong, who was keeping a close eye on the battlefield situation, quickly recognized the opportunity and mobilized the nearby red side survivors to surround Zhou Jini, who was focused more on killing survivors than capturing points. In a battlefield with tens of thousands of people, commanders typically won't give precise orders down to a single person or a small group unless absolutely necessary. However, when it comes to encircling a skilled opponent, it's worth it for Zhang Guodong to take personal command. He noticed that Zhou Jini was showing signs of being vulnerable, so he quickly set up an ambush. Once Zhou Jini ventured deep into the red team's territory, they surrounded her. After He Yuning alerted Zhou Jini, she also mobilized troops to rescue her, but unfortunately, she was killed by the red team survivors before she could reach her. Aside from the small-scale intense battle that erupted around Zhou Jini, survivors on other fronts, whether from the red or blue team, were not engaging aggressively. They were quite restrained. Both sides were occupying strategic points while waiting for supplies to refresh. They all knew that within half an hour, regardless of which side attacked, it was unrealistic to expect to breach the opponent's command center immediately. Instead, they needed to seek strategies for victory in the upcoming skirmishes. Half an hour passed quickly. Lin Yuan was about to attack a red team survivor when he suddenly noticed a large wild boar appearing between them. The survivor was momentarily stunned, then immediately lunged at the boar, seeing it as prey. Lunch depended on this, and he couldn't let anyone else take it first. Lin Yuan, however, wasn't in a rush to attack. In the face of such a formidable opponent, both the wild boar and the red team survivor were simply his prey, so he remained calm. But the next scene left him utterly astonished. The survivor's attack was too weak, which only enraged the wild boar, sending him flying with its tusks. Lin Yuan shook his head. With such weak strength, the survivor actually thought he could compete for the prey? What a delusion. Lin Yuan decided to stop watching the show and stepped in, taking out both the survivor and the boar with a single shot each. Apologies for the mishap. Normally, after killing prey, one would immediately proceed to skin it, but when Lin Yuan attempted to do so with the wild boar, the system informed him that he couldn't. What was going on? Lin Yuan was a bit confused and quickly checked the boar's attributes. Surprisingly, there were no attributes listed. Just as he was pondering this, He Yuning's voice rang out at the right moment. Everyone pay attention. From now on, securing supplies is our top priority. Supplies have refreshed. Any hunted prey and picked up supplies must be transported back to the resurrection point to be used. There are carts along the roadside. Place your prey and supplies on the carts and push them back. So, it turned out that supplies had to be transported to the resurrection plaza first. Since that was the rule, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder. Carrying something weighing several hundred pounds was no challenge for today as survivors. Even those who lacked strength could still use their special abilities, right? After making some progress, Lin Yuan suddenly bent down and picked up a bundle of lumber. This would seem to be newly generated resources as well. Without a second thought, he packed it all up and, with the wild boar on his shoulder and the lumber in hand, dashed towards the road. Wow, Lin Yuan, carrying such a large wild boar and still moving so swiftly, you truly are impressive. Just a short distance later, Lin Yuan encountered a blue team survivor, a strikingly attractive female survivor who was carrying a large hare on her back. Lin Yuan glanced at her briefly before quickly averting his gaze and continuing on his way. Not bad, he thought. You managed to catch a prey so quickly. Your skills are commendable. He noticed that her clothes were splattered with more than a dozen drops of blood, indicating that she had taken down over 10 opponents. After a while, Lin Yuan returned to the road on the first route. The highway was lined with carts, reminiscent of ancient hand-pushed carts, but significantly larger. These carts featured inflatable tires, much bigger than those on a motorcycle. Here, several blue team survivors had emerged from the roadside, tossing their hunted prey or gathered resources into the baskets of the carts. The captured animals were diverse, including wild boars, hares, wolves, and wildcats. The resources were plentiful as well, featuring lumber, cooking oil, seasonings, iron pots, grills, bottled water, and barrel water, among others. Chapter 144. As Lin Yuan arrived on the road, the survivors by the roadside turned their heads in surprise. The wild boar he was carrying was simply too large. It was hard to tell how many survivors it could feed. One survivor, standing by a cart, enthusiastically called out, "Big guy, over here, put that wild boar in, and we can fill this cart to the brim." Lin Yuan, not one to be difficult, walked over and tossed the massive wild boar onto the cart. To his surprise, the cart had an automatic organizing function. As the boar was thrown in, it landed on its back. After a moment, the boar flipped over and snugly positioned itself against the cart's frame. This made pushing the cart much easier, as it wouldn't roll around during movement, thus maintaining speed. "All right, I'll push the supplies back to the camp. You all carry on." The survivor who had greeted Lin Yuan immediately rushed to the back of the cart, grasped the handle, and began pushing the fully loaded cart forward with haste. Calling Route 9. Calling Route 9. There's a cart returning with supplies. You three in the top 20, grab it if you can. And Route 1, be cautious. Your cart might get snatched by the opposing survivors. Just as Yuning finished speaking, a large group of people rushed in from the red team's area along the road. Damn it, let's get them. Without needing Lin Yuan to say a word, the blue team survivors reacted instantly upon seeing the red team coming to snatch the supplies. Some survivors cursed as they gripped their weapons and charged at the red team. Those carrying prey or supplies immediately discarded their items, drew their weapons, and joined the fray. Lin Yuan surged to the front. With a loud roar, Lin Yuan thrust a spear swiftly toward the throat of a red team survivor. He estimated that among this group, this particular survivor was the strongest. Clang! The survivor wielded a long sword and, reacting quickly, swung it to deflect Lin Yuan's spear. A skilled opponent. No wonder they dared to initiate an attack and go for the cart. They had something to rely on. In the narrow battlefield on the road, only about 6 or 7 meters wide, high-level combat capabilities were especially critical. With a powerful stance, Lin Yuan darted around, increasing his strength output, thrusting his spear faster with each strike aimed at the sword wielder. The red team survivor's wrist trembled as he quickly waved his sword, creating gusts of wind to counter Lin Yuan's assault. In the beginning, the sword wielder was able to respond skillfully through 2 or 3 exchanges. However, it wasn't long before he began to fall behind. After a few more moves, the sword wielder's speed had declined, unable to keep pace with Lin Yuan's rapid spear strikes. Lin Yuan fired shot after shot, causing his opponent to retreat repeatedly amidst the clanging sounds of gunfire and sword clashes. After about 15 or 16 exchanges, he took another shot, but this time, his opponent was caught off guard and Lin's spear pierced through their skull. Before the corpse could even fall, Lin performed a somersault, and with a burst of white light emanating from his foot, he delivered a powerful kick to the corpse of the long sword wielder. With a loud bang, the body was sent flying, crashing into the red team survivors behind them, causing chaos. Kill! Lin Yuan pointed his spear toward the red team's camp and charged forward again. Kill! The blue team survivors, filled with adrenaline, were unusually excited and fought valiantly. This is the principle of a fierce general inspiring the courage of his troops. When the general is brave, the soldiers dare not hold back. Though these survivors were not a proper army, the principle was the same. The power of example is not to be underestimated. Under Lin Yuan's leadership, the other survivors fought bravely, cutting down the red team members as if they were chopping vegetables. Let us go. Rush in, let us steal from them. Lin Yuan shouted as he kept running forward. Yes, let us take it from them. Charge! The survivors shouted excitedly, following closely behind Lin Yuan. He noticed a familiar voice among them and turned slightly to see the female survivor who had just hunted a rabbit, her face beaming with joy. Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know when it had started, but even the female survivors were no longer afraid of battle or killing enemies. In fact, they were so excited. Just a month ago, many of them wouldn't have dared to kill even a chicken. Soon, the blue team survivors led by Lin Yuan charged into the red team's highway area. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and his team, the red survivors attempted to fight back, but they were ruthlessly slaughtered. As soon as the red team survivors emerged from the woods and saw the situation, they were frightened and quickly retreated. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. Rather, they realized they couldn't face off against 100 people without a solid force of their own. Fueled by passion, the blue team survivors shouted as they wanted to storm the sides of the highway occupied by the red team. Lin Yuan quickly called out with authority, "Hey, come back. Killing the enemy was a secondary objective. Our main goal is to loot." One survivor smacked their forehead, realizing, right? There are probably countless red survivors scattered along the roadside. If we chase in, we might get surrounded ourselves. Thus, the blue team survivors each carried a piece of prey or some supplies from the cart, quickly running back to their area. This was much easier than searching for resources themselves. Lin Yuan was the last to leave. He had considered destroying the red team's cart to render them powerless, but unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, it was futile. Reluctantly, Lin Yuan had to give up on that idea. Not long after they left, more and more red team survivors gathered together. Under Zhang Guodong's command, they simultaneously charged toward the road. The supplies we worked so hard to obtain. The red team survivors were nearly spitting blood. It was truly a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. After achieving a small victory, the Union naturally wanted to report the results. Brilliant! The 9th team successfully seized a cart from the enemy. The first team struck gold, loading their cart with an impressive haul of 2 carts worth of supplies. The second team also did well, filling 1 cart and already starting to head back. The other teams were also performing admirably, nearly accumulating enough supplies for another cart. Meanwhile, on the blue team's side, carts filled with supplies were being transported back, and He couldn't stop smiling. On the red team's side, however, Zhang Guodong was feeling a bit down. He had transferred the red team's strongest fighters from the first route to the path where the enemy's top players were, hoping to suppress their arrogance. In the end, they were easily cut down by the opponent, not only failing to seize anything, but also losing a cart of supplies from the 9th team. The strength of the enemy's top players left him shaken. He couldn't fathom where so many skilled fighters had come from. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Guodong immediately issued new orders. A portion of the survivors would continue hunting for prey and searching for supplies. The marked group of survivors was to disrupt the enemy's supply search speed. We don't need you to kill the enemy, just slow down their progress. If they acquire supplies more slowly, that means we're getting faster, right? After all, we have several thousand more troops on each line compared to the enemy. Pulling some of them to scuffle with the enemy in the jungle was something he could easily manage. Then, Zhang Guodong continued to issue new instructions. Chapter 145 Additionally, pay special attention to the 5th and 6th routes. Deploy a few observation posts to keep a constant watch on the blue team's area. If they show any signs of gathering to seize supplies, quickly relay the information to the survivors on both sides of the highway. The communication method is quite simple. Just use your divine power to shout, as the sound can travel far. Once the blue team attempts to seize the supplies, the red team should quickly assemble for defense to prevent any loss of resources, thereby achieving their operational goals. With enough supplies collected, they can have a hearty meal at noon and continue fighting in the afternoon. With their numerical superiority, Zhang Guodong believes that the number of strongholds they occupy will only increase compared to the blue team. Thus, when the battle concludes, the victorious side will naturally be the red team. He had considered forming a spearhead team from the top 20 players and then pressing forward with all their forces, pushing through directly. However, this method is somewhat unfeasible. With only 1 or 2 routes, it would be impossible to deploy nearly 90,000 troops effectively. If he were to attack 1 or 2 routes, who knows if the enemy would send in their elite fighters to directly assault their command center. Without a sufficient force, they wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Moreover, if Zhang Guodong continued to disperse his troops, it would negate the effectiveness of a direct push. Therefore, after much thought, he concluded that a steady and methodical approach, spreading their forces across the field, would be the winning strategy. The blue team does have a considerable number of elite survivors, but with nearly 90,000 troops scattered across the battlefield, seizing and hiding in strongholds. How many can even be taken down by those elites? They aren't lining up for slaughter. With greater numbers, the red team will naturally occupy more strongholds. And as long as they keep capturing them, victory will belong to the red team. In the blue team's command center, Ying was also giving continuous orders. Everyone, remember that hunting prey and searching for supplies is our top priority. I see survivors running around in the stronghold. What are they doing? Sightseeing? Those who feel they lack the strength to take on the prey can focus on transporting supplies. And to the top 20, all main and deputy commanders, you will be on the highway searching for supplies. Having one more of you is not too many, and having two less is not too few. Your mission is to protect our supplies from being snatched by the enemy or to seize opportunities to take their supplies. Lin Yuan acted promptly. After seizing a wave of enemy supplies, he didn't delve deeper into the dense forest strongholds, but instead started thinking about how to raid the enemy supplies again. Ying's voice rang out once more. Attention! The red survivors on the 2nd to 8th routes are about to start transporting supplies. Take advantage of the enemy's unawareness and seize what you can. In an instant, the highway was filled with the figures of red and blue survivors competing for supplies. The strongholds were no different. Whenever they encountered each other, it was either a clash or a scramble for resources. Some survivors fell, while others cried out in pain. Revived survivors rushed to the front lines, striving to contribute more forces to the fight. Survivors were also pushing carts filled with supplies, quickly making their way toward the square. The entire battlefield was bustling with activity. Lin Yuan was gathering troops to prepare for a new round of resource raiding. You line up behind us. For those brothers I haven't called, keep searching for supplies, he ordered. Lin Yuan selected around 300 survivors and divided them into 3 teams, 100 on the road and 100 on each side of the road. He wasn't just picking anyone. He only chose survivors who had achieved a kill count of 5 or more. The rest were told to continue their search for supplies. This upcoming raid would be much more intense than the last one. Previously, they had merely organized a quick counterattack. Now, the assembled troops were elite among elites. Every survivor had at least killed 5 or 6 opponents, with some even exceeding 10. Seeing that the manpower was sufficient, Lin Yuan called out with authority. I will lead the survivors on the road to seize the enemy supplies. Once you enter their territory, focus on infiltrating their stronghold and eliminate any red team survivors you encounter. Your mission is to take out the red team survivors in their base and prevent them from escaping to the road and disrupting our resource gathering. In the distance on the road, a few red team survivors stood watching. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. They shouldn't have been so brazenly monitoring the movements of the opposing survivors, which had led them to only notice the ones on the road and miss irregularities elsewhere. The implication of Lin Yuan's words was clear. There were 2 more teams hidden nearby. Get ready. They're coming to raid our supplies. They shouted, using all their strength. Just as they finished yelling, Lin Yuan and his team charged in, swiftly taking them down. Lin Yuan had already noticed these red team survivors openly keeping watch, and he certainly wouldn't let them realize that there were even more squads ready to raid. In fact, the red team commander had made a blunder by sending inexperienced troops to monitor the blue team's movements. If they had sent a scout, they would have uncovered Lin Yuan's intentions. Attack! Let us seize all their supplies. Nearly 100 survivors charged forward with Lin Yuan, weapons in hand, shouting in excitement. On each side of the road, another 100 survivors waved their weapons and ran forward. As the other blue survivors emerged from deep within their stronghold and saw that a battle was about to erupt, they immediately dropped their supplies and joined the fray without invitation, rallying behind the 3 teams. Each team soon found themselves bolstered by 50 or 60 newcomers. And at this point, Lin Yuan could no longer worry about the varying strengths of the survivors joining behind him. The red survivors reacted swiftly. As soon as Lin Yuan stepped onto the highway in the red territory, red survivors quickly emerged from both sides of the road, gathering on the highway. Everything was driven by the pursuit of supplies, and the 2 sides clashed with a thunderous impact. Gunfire roared like thunder. Lin Yuan's opponent remained the skilled swordsman he had faced before, and as soon as they locked eyes, they were instantly engaged in combat. The sounds of clashing weapons, screams, and shouts merged into a cacophony that stirred the blood and excitement of all who heard it. This battlefield, filled with the clash of iron and the roar of conflict, was a far cry from the tranquil life back on Blue Star. There was no denying it was exhilarating. At this moment, blue survivors also rushed to the site of the battle, flanking the red highway. Some, noticing Lin Yuan and his group engaged with the red survivors, were eager to arm themselves and join the fight. Don't go on the highway. Listen to Lin Yuan, we should spread out and push deep into their stronghold. One suggested. Exactly, we can't let the red survivors return to the highway for support. Charge. Kill. With that, they turned their direction, opting not to attack the red survivors on the highway, but instead plunging into the depths of the red stronghold flanking the highway. Chapter 146. The red team survivors thought they were facing a pincer attack, but it turned out to be a false alarm. However, their situation was still dire, as the strongest fighter on the red team had once again been taken down by Lin Yuan's gun and had been revived. Originally, the red team survivors could have provided support from deep within the forest of the battle on the road, but they were ambushed by the blue team survivors, making it take longer for them to assist. Zhang Guodong was frantic. Quickly, the nearest survivor to the road, go support the battle on the road immediately. We absolutely cannot let this supply be taken. Brothers on Route 5, hold on a little longer. Support is on the way. Be sure to protect the supplies. One person from the cart full of supplies. Get them back here right away. Speed up the delivery of the supplies. Route 6. What are you all made of? With so many of you, can't you handle one woman? And Route 7, Route 8. Despite Zhang Guodong shouting until his throat was dry, they still couldn't outmaneuver the blue team in securing the supplies. The small-scale battlefield on the road was heavily in favor of the blue team survivors. He Yuning was grinning from ear to ear. Route 6 has secured one vehicle of supplies. Route 9 has also secured a vehicle, and our side has filled one as well, which is currently en route. Route 7. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi from Routes 1 and 2 were indeed the strongest duo in their district, pulling off a major operation. He Yuning reported each successful supply grab, significantly boosting the morale of all survivors in Area A019. The previous two failures had cast a shadow over their hearts, and everyone wondered if they could actually win. Now, with each vehicle of supplies they secured, they were also wearing down the strength of the red team survivors. On the first road, the battlefield, after Lin Yuan took down an enemy expert, he quickly began eliminating other survivors. Puff, puff. In just a short while, all the red team survivors attempting to block the blue team's supply grab were wiped out. Chase them, leaving a portion of their team to transport the supplies. Lin Yuan led his group to continue pursuing the fleeing red team survivors. After running for a bit, they spotted a red team survivor hurriedly pushing a cart full of supplies ahead of them. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and his crew, the survivor's expression changed, and he pushed the cart even harder. Unfortunately, a cart weighed down with supplies could not outrun Lin Yuan and his team, who were unencumbered. They quickly caught up and took him down. Lin Yuan didn't bother with the cart and continued to lead his team forward, while the last remaining survivor selflessly stayed behind to right the cart and push it back. With that, Lin Yuan caught up with one cart after another, forcefully reclaiming the carts that were about to be transported back to the red square. This was simply too much. It was like snatching food from the tiger's mouth, taking away the meat that was almost delivered right to their lips. Inside the Red Command Center, Zhang Guodong was furious. He had never expected such a bold move. Suddenly, he noticed a momentary chaos among the members of the cooking team at the resurrection point on the screen. As he figured out what was happening, his eyes lit up, and he issued a new command. Call in the top 10. Call in the top 10. From now on, you all return to the resurrection square immediately. There's a new mission. Newly resurrected survivors, please wait. With a new strategy in mind, Zhang Guodong felt much calmer. On the first road, survivors pushed carts filled with supplies, quickly retreating, while Lin Yuan and his team held the rear. Survivors on the front, push a little faster. Help your teammates fend off the pursuing enemies. They can't hold on much longer. Lin Yuan exclaimed, shocked. How could a team of over 200, nearly 300, be wiped out so quickly? He hurriedly shouted, pair up to push. Use all your strength. Once you exhaust your energy, switch out. With this tactic in play, the cart sped back to the blue zone. Just as they returned, however, the sounds of chaos erupted from the red zone along the road, and one by one, red survivors rushed out. They had failed to block Lin Yuan and the supply carts on their way back, and were unwilling to give up, relentlessly pursuing them. Fortunately, a large group of blue survivors, under He Yuning's command, came to support the team reclaiming the carts. They surged past the carts, charging at the pursuing red survivors. Clang! Bang! Ah! It could be said that the battle was everywhere. Just when Lin Yuan thought he had escaped the fight, and hadn't even caught his breath. He was pulled back into the fray. They successfully seized 6 carts of supplies on the first route, and the second route was similar, with 5 carts taken. The other routes also had significant gains. Everyone was encouraged to keep going, as they were close to being able to use the ceasefire order, while the red team had acquired far fewer supplies. Let us go, everyone. Victory is in sight. All the survivors in Zone A019 were overjoyed, as they could almost envision the red survivors collapsing from hunger and the scene of them breaking into the command center. Zhang Guodong, of course, was aware of his team's situation, but he had exhausted all possible strategies with minimal effect. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that their survivors lacked the high-end combat capability of the opposing team and did not have the upper hand when it came to seizing supplies. However, strategies are devised by people. Zhang Guodong looked at the 10 upright survivors on the screen and said, "The reason I called you back is that I've come up with a new plan. Now, you will head towards Route 5 and launch your attack from there. But it won't be from the road. Instead, you'll traverse through the stronghold area. Your mission isn't to hunt down prey or seize strongholds, but to carry out a special operation, crossing the stronghold without the enemy noticing, and strike directly at the heart of their operations." The 10 red team survivors exchanged glances and then whispered among themselves, pondering if this method could actually work. Once they processed the information, Zhang Guodong continued, "You are all soldiers, and this task is a piece of cake for you. Now, set out. Success or failure hinges on this moment." "Yes, we will complete the mission," they replied, saluting before quickly running out of the square and into the stronghold alongside Route 5. They initially moved through the jungle, avoiding the road, needing to be extremely cautious to ensure that their intentions remained concealed. Lin Yuan took out one enemy after another, successfully repelling the pursuing red team survivors. The reason the red team retreated so quickly was also due to the supplies being transported away, diminishing their will to fight. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and decided to sit down, recovering his strength while waiting for the next opportunity to seize supplies. He planned to let the enemy build up their resources a bit more before making his move. In the red team command center, Zhang Guodong shifted the screen to the front lines of Route 5, where the stronghold area was engaged in conflict. "Attention, those I've marked. Gather in this direction and wait for my orders." Zhang Guodong's strategy was straightforward. Concentrate a certain amount of troops to quickly create a breach, allowing the first 10 to pass through. Once they entered the blue team's area, they were not to seize strongholds or eliminate blue team survivors to avoid detection by the enemy commander. Time ticked away, and the blue team survivors were still basking in the joy of having seized a large amount of supplies. Chapter 147. As the top 10 survivors from the red team crossed into the contested zone, Zhang Guodong immediately commanded the assembled troops to launch an attack. Their objective was to eliminate the blue team survivors in front of them, creating the illusion that they were seizing their resources. Zhang Guodong chose a location for the assault that was away from the highway, roughly between Route 1 and Route 2. Over 1,000 red team survivors charged forward at Zhang Guodong's command, many blue team survivors still trying to comprehend what was happening before they fell victim to the onslaught. The red team pressed forward until they no longer saw any blue team survivors, then split to attack on both sides. Under Commander Zhang Guodong's leadership, the red team quickly cleared a safe passage for the top 10 survivors to advance. The top 10 red team survivors wasted no time, channeling their energy as their feet glimmered with white light, swiftly moving through the safe passage and into the blue team's territory. Zhang Guodong let out a sigh of relief and continued to direct the assembled troops to seize resources, keeping his focus on the top 10 survivors to facilitate his commands. In the blue team command room, He quickly mobilized a group of people to return near the safe passage, eager to find out what was happening. Upon seeing the red team survivors frantically taking resources, she initially thought it was retaliation for the earlier theft of supplies from their cart. Realizing it was indeed the red team making a bold grab for resources, she decided not to intervene further. They were in the midst of their heist and could always reclaim what was taken later. Route 1, pay attention. A large number of red team survivors are specifically targeting our resources, which are about to be transported to the highway. With the top 10 red team survivors no longer present to lead, the red team had an easier time seizing resources, while the blue team was left powerless to resist. Both Lin Yuan and Luo EES routes, as well as others, were experiencing significant gains. Just as the blue team survivors reveled in the abundance of resources they had acquired, The top 10 red team survivors reached the edge of the dense blue team forest near the resurrection square. They signaled each other with a count of 1, 2, 3, then unleashed their powers, charging fiercely toward the resurrection square. As a blue team survivor stepped out of the resurrection square, heading towards the front line, they suddenly saw 10 red team survivors emerge from the forest stronghold, marked as a 0-11 zone. A 0-11 zone? Not blue team, but the enemy. Suddenly, the survivors' expression changed dramatically as they shouted, "Enemy attack." But before they could finish their warning, they were struck down by a charging red team survivor. Although these skilled fighters were somewhat outmatched against Lin Yuan and Luo Yi, they had little trouble dispatching ordinary survivors. Not good. As soon as a blue team survivor was killed, Hyuning noticed that the area in front of the resurrection square had turned red on the map. This indicates that members of the red team have already made it to the revival square. Her expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly shouted, "Newly revived survivors, quickly gather towards the command room." She assumed the opponents were trying to raid their base, so she directed the newly revived survivors to prioritize protecting the command room. The frontline battle was intense, and with people reviving constantly, Hyuning wasn't too worried about whether they could hold their ground. Dozens of people could revive at any moment, and in just a few minutes, they could amass over 100. With that many people blocking the attacks from the opponent's skilled players, the number of revivals would only increase. "Charge! Break into their command room!" The top 10 players from the red team shouted loudly, urging the attack on the command room. Hyuning felt a surge of joy. It seemed the opponent was about to return empty-handed. However, she soon sensed something was off. The red team's survivors initially charged towards the blue team's command room, but halfway there, they suddenly turned around and rushed towards the location of the supply cart. Zhang Guodong's battle strategy was straightforward: to burn the opponent's supplies, depriving them of food, and weakening their combat capability in the afternoon battles. He devised this plan after discovering that the supplies on the cart could be set ablaze. This was related to a previous disturbance caused by the cooking team. To address the food and drink issue, the red team had formed a cooking unit from lower-tier survivors, responsible for feeding nearly 90,000 people. This way, combat personnel could eat immediately after a battle and have more time to rest. The blue team, on the other hand, simply transported truckloads of supplies back to the revival square. The red team's cooking unit had already prepared the ingredients in advance, lighting a fire and burning a cart and supplies placed nearby, which inspired Zhang Guodong to devise the strategy of burning supplies. Historically, it was common for two armies to burn each other's provisions during warfare, with notable effects. While the blue team thought of using food to limit the opponent's combat strength, the red team certainly had the same strategic insight. Although Hyuning didn't understand why the red team survivors chose not to attack the command room, but instead headed for the supplies. She believed the opponents wouldn't act without reason. "Quickly, don't let them get close to the supplies," she shouted urgently. Unfortunately, it was too late. The red team survivors, caught off guard by their own plan and the previous feigned strategic intent, were now too close for the blue team survivors to intervene. A step too late meant they were too late altogether. The blue team had no time to stop the red team survivors from approaching the supplies. What to do? Hyuning felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Meanwhile, Zhang Guodong watched with immense satisfaction. If he could burn all the blue team supplies, what would they eat? It wasn't impossible, as he had noticed that the blue team supplies were all piled together. It's a long story, but these events unfolded in just a brief moment, catching everyone off guard. Just as Hyuning was feeling anxious, the top 10 red team survivors were already approaching the supplies. As they got closer to the stash, they pulled out flint stones from their pockets. Flint stones? To ignite? To burn? In a critical moment, Hyuning made a swift decision and threw the ceasefire order out of the command room. At that very instant, as the ceasefire order was thrown out, everyone on both the red and blue teams received a notification. Commander Hyuning of Zone A019 has activated the ceasefire order. Both sides will cease hostilities for 2 hours to regroup. Zhang Guodong's smile froze on his face, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. Just as the top 10 red team survivors were about to use their flint stones, Hyuning had preemptively used the ceasefire order. Once the ceasefire was initiated, any survivors still in enemy territory were instantly transported back to their own side. The flint stones that were about to be struck were teleported away before they could even be used. They had thought victory was in their grasp, only to be caught off guard by this unexpected move. It was a classic case of mutual destruction. The blue team had failed to gather enough supplies. And the red team was even worse off. As soon as the ceasefire order was activated, all survivors, whether engaged in combat or scrambling for supplies, were transported back to their respective areas. An invisible wall formed at the boundary between the two zones, preventing any survivors from passing through. Most importantly, with the ceasefire in effect, it felt as if the survivors had lost a beneficial status. They became physically drained, feeling exhausted. And those who had died several times felt as if they hadn't eaten in days, starving and desperate. Chapter 148. Why am I so tired? Did I just move bricks all day? I'm so hungry. I'm starting to feel dizzy. What's going on? It wasn't like this earlier. I could have taken on Tiger. Why do we suddenly issue a ceasefire order? Do we have enough supplies? I don't want to go hungry. At that moment, Hyuning suddenly said, we let our guard down. The top 10 survivors from the opposing team have already reached our base. I had to issue a ceasefire order. Otherwise, they would burn our supplies. Hyuning briefly explained the perilous situation they had just faced. Given the circumstances, the survivors had no choice but to reluctantly accept the reality. The blue team survivors, each dragging their weary bodies, returned to the resurrection square. Lin Yuan was relatively okay. Aside from feeling a bit hungry and tired, he didn't have any major complaints. Looking around, he saw survivors leaning this way and that completely out of sorts. Now, the question arose, how should the supplies be distributed? The blue team's original plan was to transport enough supplies to eat and drink well. But now, due to the premature ceasefire order, things had changed. Lin Yuan counted the carts, 107 of them, but he wasn't sure if there would be enough food and drink for everyone. As his stomach started to protest, some survivors wanted to allocate the supplies and process the ingredients, which led to arguments. Why can't I take some? One survivor shouted. We transported these supplies so that everyone could eat and drink, right? It's not that you can't take any. It's just that I'm worried you'll take too much and leave others without enough. Are you saying my contribution is less? How dare you? Do you want me to beat you up? Come on. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. Did they really have to make such a fuss? Just as he was about to lose his temper, Hyuning interjected, I'm the commander. I'll handle the distribution. It was indeed more appropriate for Hyuning to take charge of the distribution. The people in the square found it difficult to allocate supplies without her oversight. Hyuning then began directing the blue team survivors. She assigned tasks, such as who would process the prey, who would retrieve wood from the carts, and where to set up the campfire. They had to decide how many fires to build, where to place the grill, where to put the large pot, how to distribute the seasonings, and so on. There were a lot of details to manage. After more than half an hour, Hyuning finally sorted out the distribution of supplies. Her method was straightforward. She based it on strength and contributions. The top 20 survivors, along with those who had scored the most kills, could lounge around like nobles, doing nothing but waiting for their share of the supplies. The rations they received, whether it was chunks of meat or utensils, were better than what the other survivors got. For example, Luo Yi, Lin Yuan, and the others not only received plenty of meat, but also got chopsticks, bowls, and drinks. Survivors with weaker abilities have a rather unfortunate fate. The rations they receive only stave off hunger at best. They're nowhere near enough to satisfy them. If they want to roast their meat, it's out of the question. With over 60,000 survivors, there simply aren't enough grills to go around. They can only throw their meat directly into the fire to cook, which is better than eating it raw. Once cooked, they have no chopsticks to use and must grab the food with their hands. In short, the weaker the survivor, the fewer kills they achieve, and the worse their treatment becomes. The distribution method for the red team of survivors is different from that of the blue team. They share everything equally. While this creates a strong sense of unity, the downside is that no one ends up full. They start with significantly fewer resources than the blue team, and with nearly 30,000 more people, there's simply isn't enough food for everyone. So, everyone remains hungry. In the middle of the blue team's revival square, there's a massive bonfire. This bonfire is eerily strange, as if an invisible shield envelopes the flames, preventing any intense heat from radiating outward, leaving the surrounding survivors feeling no warmth. At this moment, over 20 survivors have gathered around the bonfire. Aside from the top 20, these include survivors with relatively high kill counts. Hyuning built this large bonfire mainly to discuss strategies after they regroup. Lin Yuan is next to Luo Yi, watching her flip the rabbit meat, while occasionally swallowing his saliva. Suddenly, Luo Yi, a bit displeased, complains, "Look at them, and then look at us. Why are all the boyfriends cooking for their girlfriends while you do nothing?" Lin Yuan glances around and notices that indeed, many couples have the guys doing the cooking, like Bu Jia, Bai Li, and Shi Yi, while the girls wait to eat. They're chatting and laughing, completely unaffected by the battle, as if they're at a casual barbecue rather than a survival world. Sneering internally, Lin Yuan shifts his gaze away and dismissively replies, "You're not like them. You're a remarkable woman, and Shu and Ti just go with the flow like everyone else." A remarkable woman is just someone who serves her boyfriend? Luo Yi retorts. Fine. Lin Yuan thinks, I'll just be honest. I'm not good at cooking. Would you like me to help? Luo Yi glances at the empty grill spots and the meat chunks sitting nearby, falling silent. Lin Yuan pretends not to notice, acting oblivious. How about I give you a shoulder massage? It might help relieve some of your fatigue. Luo Yi jumps back in surprise, quickly rejecting him. No, you should just wait to eat. Nearby survivors occasionally glance at Lin Yuan and the others. If they're enjoying a regular meal, then Lin Yuan and his group are indulging in a luxurious feast. Not only is there plenty of supplies, but we can also sit down and enjoy our lunch. Yes, Lin Yuan and the others are actually sitting, and as for the chairs, they're just those carts. Lin Yuan and the others are feasting and even poured a bit of wine, with everyone having a bowl to toast their early victory. After filling up suddenly, Yuniying asked loudly, "Has anyone thought about how we'll fight in the afternoon? Can we win?" Of course we can win. The other side didn't manage to grab any supplies, so they might be starving by now. Once the ceasefire is over, they might just surrender and give up the fight, letting us break into their command room. Exactly. They probably want to exit the battlefield as soon as possible and return home for a good meal. I have to say, as far as strategies go, their attempt to seize supplies was a smart move. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. All right, let us have another toast. Lin Yuan suddenly said, I actually have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's feasible. Oh, the big shot has something to say. Let us hear it. Everyone encouraged him to share his thoughts, thinking it might be useful. Seeing that everyone was interested, Lin Yuan continued, when the ceasefire ends, the other side will definitely be low on morale since they haven't had enough to eat. At that time, we can concentrate our forces and charge straight in. We might even take out their command room. Moreover, the most crucial point is that if the ceasefire ends and they continue to split their forces while we focus our attack on one front, they won't have time to regroup and defend against our assault. We might be able to break through their command room in one fell swoop. Chapter 149, everyone felt that Lin Yuan's analysis was quite reasonable, so they decided that as soon as the ceasefire ended, they would commit all their forces and launch a fierce attack. After eating and drinking their fill, the group gathered in small clusters. Some were chatting and joking, others were meeting face to face, and some survivors simply decided to take a nap. Lin Yuan, however, took Luo Yi to a stronghold area in front of the Resurrection Square and ducked into a small grove. He leaned against a tree trunk and sat down on the ground, patting the space next to him and saying, Come on, let us sit here and rest for a bit. Luo Yi, not want to be difficult, leaned against the tree trunk and sat down on the ground, but kept a slight distance from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, he shifted closer to her, thinking, why stay so far apart when they were already a couple? Upon seeing him move closer, Luo Yi quickly scooted a bit further away. Lin Yuan stubbornly inched closer again. Finally, Luo Yi, losing her patience, said, Why are you getting so close? Aren't we supposed to be resting? Hurry up and take a break. Changing the subject, Lin Yuan decided to wrap his arms around her soft waist, trying to pull her onto his lap. Luo Yi was startled, not expecting him to be so bold, and immediately began to struggle. Not like this. We've just met. I'm not quite used to it. Lin Yuan naturally held her tighter, and seeing she couldn't break free, Luo Yi summoned her strength, trying to escape his grasp. After fighting all morning, Lin Yuan certainly didn't want to let go of the delicate girl, and he chuckled. If you keep squirming, do you believe I'll spank you? Adapt? The hell with adapting. In this perilous survival world, there's no time for that. Hearing this, Luo Yi indeed stopped moving, but she still raised her fist and punched Lin Yuan hard. With a loud thud, Lin Yuan gasped in pain. Was she trying to murder her husband? Luo Yi huffed angrily. Serves you right. You're always threatening me. After catching his breath, Lin Yuan was mad and grinned. I just like you so much that I got a bit too eager. Don't be angry. Luo Yi still looked displeased. Like? I think you just want my body. In his heart, Lin Yuan thought, I do want you, and he simply closed his eyes, pretending to rest. To his surprise, after shutting his eyes and inhaling the scent of Luo Yi SSS body fragrance. He drifted off to sleep. Assembly, assembly. He didn't know how long it had been, but He-Yuning's voice rang out in the ears of all the blue team survivors. At that moment, He-Yuning had returned to the command room and began issuing orders. As the ceasefire was about to end, let us go. It's time to assemble. We're going to fight again. Lin Yuan was the first to wake up. He gently patted Luo Yi, who was still groggy. After a while of tossing and turning, she had finally managed to fall asleep, having thought endlessly about whether agreeing to be with Lin Yuan was the right decision. She wondered if she had given in to him too much, feeling anxious and uncertain. Lin Yuan had been asleep for quite some time before she started to show signs of sleepiness. Just as she was about to drift off, half awake and half asleep, she received a command to gather, which Lin Yuan used to wake her up. Seeing her still half asleep, Lin Yuan couldn't help but tease her. Come on, wake up. We need to gather. And wipe the drool off your face. After all, you're a goddess, our district's top player. How can you be so careless about your image? He said this while playfully pushing her aside, as if he found her quite distasteful, and then ran toward the road. Did I really drool while sleeping? That can't be right. Luo Yi was startled and quickly wiped her mouth with her hand. But as soon as she touched the corner of her lips, she realized something was off. It didn't feel like drool at all. She quickly raised her hand to check, and sure enough, it was clean, no drool in sight. He tricked me. Luo Yi stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at Lin Yuan as he ran further away. Lin Yuan, how can you do this? Don't you think it's a bit too much? Not at all. In fact, I think it's quite funny, Lin Yuan replied, stubbornly defending himself. I'm doing this for your own good, testing your alertness while you sleep. Luo Yi nearly fell backward in disbelief. Did she not know her own alertness while sleeping? Oh really? Doing this for my good? By your logic, if I beat you up, it would be for our good too, right? The more I hit you, the stronger our bond will be. With that, she started to chase after him. Lin Yuan's expression froze as he realized she was twisting his words against him. So, the two of them playfully chased each other, running down the main road, the very route they had discussed for their attack during mealtime. He-Yuning watched the two of them frolicking on the screen, feeling a bit helpless. She had gathered the team to boost morale with some encouraging shouts for all the survivors, but never mind. The ceasefire time was about to end, and she urged everyone to quickly head to the front lines. The first 20 would lead the charge, followed by those with higher kill counts. The other routes would only have 1,000 people each just to make a show of it. Meanwhile, on the red team, Zhang Guodong had his own considerations. As long as we advance steadily and securely, we will definitely occupy more strongholds during the morning battle, and victory will belong to us. But with the setbacks in securing supplies and declining stamina, the longer the next battle drags on, the more unfavorable it will become for us. So, I have decided that as soon as the ceasefire ends, I will go all out, deploying our top-tier forces to the front lines and pushing all our troops forward to launch an attack from Route 9 as quickly as possible. As for the other routes, sending 2,000 to 3,000 troops each will suffice. The reason for not attacking from the other routes is that Zhang Guodong has his own considerations. Route 1 has 3 experts defending it simultaneously, while the other routes, especially routes 5 and 6, are guarded by some of the best fighters. After careful consideration, he determined that the opponents on Route 9 are slightly weaker, and since he prefers to pick the softest fruit, he naturally chose to launch the attack from Route 9. As the ceasefire was nearing its end, both the red and blue sides began mobilizing their troops. The blue side aimed to catch the red side off guard and swiftly break into their command center to secure victory. On the other hand, the red side feared that prolonged combat would weaken their morale, so they decided to take a gamble as soon as the ceasefire ended, burning their boats in an attempt to breach the blue side's command center and claim victory. Although both sides had different strategies, their ultimate goal was strikingly similar. Once the ceasefire ended, they would concentrate their forces and push through to break into the opposing command center. In this way, unaware of each other's plans, the commanders on both sides positioned their survivors at the boundary between the red and blue forces. Chapter 150, although the red and blue teams were separated by an invisible wall, they could not see what the opposing area looked like, nor could they gauge how many survivors were on each route. On the first route, whether on the highway or along the sides, it was packed with a dense crowd of survivors. The same was true for the red team on the 9th route, all waiting for the ceasefire to end. As time ticked away, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, the countdown ended, the invisible wall vanished, and both teams launched their attacks according to plan. Lin Yuan, Luo Yi, and other skilled fighters erupted into action, swiftly eliminating the red team survivors across from them and quickly advancing. On the highway and its sides, the three teams surged forward, with the blue survivors closely following behind. Charge! Run fast! With the disappearance of the invisible wall, the commanders from both sides naturally observed each other's troop deployments. Oh no, their tactics mirror ours. They concentrated their forces and are attacking from the 8th route. He Yuning exclaimed. Zhang Guodong's face turned pale. The enemy's strategy aligned with their own. They had focused their combat strength and were advancing from the 6th route. Upon hearing their commander's words, the survivors from both sides felt a tightness in their chests. It seemed that they had reached the final moment of desperation, with both sides aiming for the same objective. It would come down to who could breach the opposing command center first. After articulating the enemy's battle intentions, He Yuning quickly issued new commands. On the first route, charge as fast as you can. Speed equals victory. As for the survivors on other routes, forget about holding any points. Engage the enemy survivors directly, and return to the Resurrection Square to protect our command center. For the 10,000 survivors I've marked on the first route, turn around and withdraw. You need to block the attacking red survivors. I don't expect you to push them back. I only ask that you delay them for as long as possible. As long as we capture the enemy command center first, that will be our victory. The survivors on both sides surged forward valiantly. Meanwhile, in the red command center, Zhang Guodong was also making urgent deployments. Listen up, attacking forces on the 9th route. Charge forward with everything you've got. Whether we can win depends on this moment. As for the survivors on other routes, your mission is to return to the square as quickly as possible and protect our command center. And Zhang Guodong's approach was quite similar to He Yuning's. At this point, both sides had no way out and could only push forward with their strategy. His primary objective was to breach the enemy command center as quickly as possible, followed by consolidating forces and defending. Zhang Guodong believed that concentrating his troops to attack the 9th route had a significant chance of leading to victory. Little did they expect that their opponent, just like him, would not play by the rules. Now, the outcome was uncertain. Lin Yuan and the others unleashed their full power, swiftly eliminating every red survivor that stood in their way, like cutting through vegetables. Soon, they brought their team closer to the Resurrection Square. At this moment, the red team's reinforcements had already blocked the first exit, and some red survivors had begun to revive in the square. On the other side, the red survivors were also making their move, pushing towards the blue team's road exit under the leadership of the top 20. Here, blue survivors were blocking their path as well. Charge through. Lin Yuan and his team launched a fierce attack. Both sides acted without hesitation. To break through the defenses, they clashed violently. The sounds of gunfire, clashing blades, and the chaos of various weapons filled the air. With each explosive sound, red survivors were either killed or sent flying. Due to their lower combat power, Lin Yuan and his team's advance showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, the red survivors lagged a bit because their high-end combat power couldn't match that of the blue team. Zhang Guodong was filled with urgency. They reached our Resurrection Square. Your speed in breaking through the defenses is much faster than ours. At this rate, we're going to lose. Give it your all and break through the defenses as quickly as possible. As if they had no concern about exhausting their divine power, the red survivors went all out, slaughtering the survivors, blocking their path. However, the blue survivors remained undaunted. They weren't truly dead. As long as they could hold on for a while, they would definitely break through the enemy's command center first. He Yuning immediately reported this situation to the front lines. The enemy, led by their top 20, has begun to unleash their full power and is accelerating their breakthrough. The outcome is about to be decided, so please speed up your own breakthrough as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Luo Yi exchanged glances and nodded in unison, both unleashing their full power. Previously, they had exerted all their physical strength, but now they combined both physical and divine power, resulting in a significant increase in their combat effectiveness. Each shot and swing could clear a large area. The other top 10 survivors gritted their teeth and also went all out. In an instant, the red team's defenses were breached. However, this full power could only be sustained for a short time. Others were running low on divine power and could only rely on physical strength to fight. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi dared not delay any longer and continued their assault toward the command center. Although some red survivors had already revived at the Resurrection Square and were guarding in front of the command center, they pressed on relentlessly. However, there were too few defenders. leading to a severe shortage of manpower. Lin Yuan and his team easily slaughtered the newly resurrected Red Team survivors. Then, without losing momentum, they charged toward the command room, striking it fiercely with their weapons. Among these attacks, the most powerful were undoubtedly those from Lin Yuan and Luo Yi, who unleashed their full strength. After delivering the final blow, they joined the others in a frenzied assault on the Red Team's command room. Survivors who couldn't find a position to attack the command room focused on blocking the newly resurrected survivors or continued to eliminate the defending troops. Inside the Red Team's command room, Zhang Guodong felt the situation increasingly turning against them. The enemy's experts had fully unleashed their power, striking our defending troops hard. This is bad. They have breached our defenses. There are too many of them, and we can't possibly stop the newly resurrected survivors. It's over. We've lost. They're attacking our command room. Under the combined onslaught of numerous experts, the Red Team's command room was finally breached, and Zhang Guodong was killed in the chaos. Once the command room was breached, and Commander Zhang Guodong was dead, a notification appeared for both Blue and Red Team survivors. The survivors of Zone A019 have united as one and, with overwhelming force, have broken into the command room of Zone A011, achieving the first victory in the Stronghold contention battle. Then, another notification appeared. Attention, the second battle for contention will take place tomorrow. Survivors are advised to prepare a set of combat gear as soon as possible, or refrain from wearing star-level clothing when teleporting to the battlefield tomorrow. Any consequences will be at your own risk. Chapter 151. System notification: since combat suits are required and no other star-level clothing is allowed. Lin Yuan immediately purchased a new combat suit as soon as he exited the battlefield. Yes, a new one. Ever since he acquired military-grade outfits, Lin Yuan had cleared out all ordinary clothes and combat gear, thinking he would never need them again. To his surprise, they came in handy now. He turned to see Luo Yi still standing beside him, looking exhausted. She cast a brief glance at Lin Yuan, her expression clearly reflecting her displeasure, as she still held a grudge for the teasing he had subjected her to at noon. However, neither of them had the energy to bicker or joke around, as they were both utterly drained, physically and mentally, after a full day of fighting. That night, on the 24th day, Lin Yuan went to bed early. Luo Yi shot him an annoyed glance, but didn't say anything. As soon as she lay down, Lin Yuan couldn't resist reaching out to embrace her soft body. This time, Luo Yi didn't struggle much, and Lin Yuan's hands behaved themselves. They enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, and before they knew it, the 25th day had arrived. On the 25th day of survival, the second battle for territory commenced. As soon as the time arrived, the survivors were teleported to the battlefield. They reappeared in the Resurrection Square, but this time, everyone was wearing combat suits of various colors. Suddenly, screams erupted across the square, causing a commotion. Seriously, how shameless can they be? They're not even wearing clothes. Lin Yuan stood at the periphery, unable to see what was happening in the crowd. However, from the discussions among the survivors, he quickly grasped the situation. Some were indeed not wearing clothes and had mixed in among the other survivors. After a moment of thought, Lin Yuan understood. These unclothed survivors weren't intentionally going without outfits. There must have been a special reason for their current state. The cause, he realized, was undoubtedly linked to the system notification from yesterday. Those who ignored the system's prompt or failed to change their clothes in time before being teleported had ended up in this embarrassing predicament. It was worth noting that this was a privilege reserved for the first day of survival. As for why the system mandated that survivors wear combat suits, the system promptly provided an answer. The second battle for territory was a points-based contest. Each time a point was scored by capturing a location or eliminating an enemy, participants would earn points. Points could be used to purchase weapons and equipment, with each person starting with 10 points. In summary, the second round of the contest was essentially a gunfight, a chance to rack up more points and acquire more powerful weapons to arm themselves and their fellow survivors. Methods to purchase weapons. Survivors can return to the Resurrection Square and buy weapons as long as they have points. Lin Yuan quickly opened the system store. Pistol, 5 points pistol magazine, 1 point submachine gun, 20 points submachine gun magazine, 2 points assault rifle, 50 points assault rifle magazine, 5 points sniper rifle, 100 points sniper rifle magazine, 10 points light machine gun, 150 points heavy machine gun, 1,000 points heavy machine gun magazine, 100 points wooden handle grenade, 10 points hand grenade, 50 points. Combat suit, 3 points police hoodie, 20 points. Military combat gear. 500 points. This system application store not only offers firearms like pistols, rifles, and heavy machine guns, but also provides tutorials and instructional videos for each type of weapon. There are various grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, and everything from ordinary combat suits to G-Class 9-star military gear. It turns out that entering while wearing a combat suit not only avoids the risk of exposure, but also saves 3 points. Those 3 points could allow for the purchase of 3 additional magazines at the start, leading to more enemy kills and extra points. With only 10 initial points, Lin Yuan didn't think too much and bought a pistol along with 5 magazines. At that moment, Yuning's voice rang out. In front of everyone, what are you thinking? Why aren't you buying a combat suit? Hurry up and get one on, or you'll embarrass yourselves. You're wasting 3 points for no reason. After reprimanding the unfortunate survivors, she continued giving orders. We can't use divine power today, and most of the opponents are military personnel, so this battle might be tough. Everyone, be prepared. The plan for the route and numbers will follow yesterday's scheme. Once the system issued the all-out attack prompt, both sides of survivors confidently launched their assaults. The blue team was confident because they had won the first battle of the stronghold contention yesterday. The red team was confident because today's battle rules allowed only firearms, and military personnel excel in weapon usage. Lin Yuan held his pistol and ran towards the front line, now accompanied by Luo Yi instead of Xiaoyanlin, who he had sent to the second route. Luo Yi had never used a firearm before, so Lin Yuan needed to take extra care of her. He turned to her seriously and said, "Stay behind me and be careful." Luo Yi, I'm just not skilled with firearms. I'm not a rookie on the battlefield, so it's not that easy to get killed. In just a couple of sentences, Lin Yuan and his team arrived at the front lines, right at the junction of the red and blue faction strongholds. Gun battles differ significantly from melee combat, so charging down the main road is not a smart move. Once Lin Yuan reached the front lines, he quickly darted to the right side of the road, taking cover behind a large tree to use it as a shield. He expected Luo Yi to follow him, but to his surprise, she took cover on the left side of the road, ignoring his instructions. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just hide behind me and play it safe? Unfortunately, Luo Yi paid him no mind, aside from a small group of survivors who followed him into the attack from near the road. Most of the blue faction survivors had scattered deep into the sides of the road. Hiding behind a tree, Lin Yuan quickly peeked out and then pulled his head back in. He was trying to gauge how many survivors were on the opposite side and where they might be hiding. Fearing a headshot from the opposing survivors, he retracted his head swiftly, but he still caught sight of a red faction survivor hiding behind a tree, just like him. The red survivor didn't expose themselves, making it impossible to hit them, but that didn't stump Lin Yuan. He disengaged the safety, racked the gun to chamber a round, and unleashed a barrage on the tree trunk. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot hit the trunk. Since he couldn't hit the opposing survivor, he decided to shoot the tree itself. The tree was a stronghold, and attacking it would serve 2 purposes. 1, it could help him capture the stronghold, and 2, it might force the opponent to retaliate. Regardless of the opponent's movements, Lin Yuan's exceptional marksmanship would keep them under constant pressure. Once the stronghold was taken, the survivors could attack it again, and their weapons would penetrate the stronghold without hitting it. This meant that once Lin Yuan conquered the tree stronghold, he could directly shoot down the red faction survivor hiding behind the trunk. Chapter 152. The red team survivor clearly won't sit back and wait after Lin Yuan fired another shot. The red team survivor quickly peeked out, raising his gun in an attempt to take Lin Yuan down with a single shot. However, as soon as he exposed himself, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger again. With a loud bang, the red team survivor's head exploded, his body collapsing to the ground. 1 point scored. After reloading, Lin Yuan continued his assault on the large tree stronghold. To his surprise, after just 2 shots, he managed to capture the stronghold. Another point scored. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other survivors reacted, the first one had already been taken out by Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan's ferocity, several red team survivors hiding behind cover quickly popped their heads up and opened fire on Lin Yuan's position in the tree stronghold. Bang, bang, bang. At least 5 handguns fired simultaneously. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, pushing off the tree trunk with his right foot and leaping to the right. As he fell to the ground, he quickly squeezed the trigger. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 eager red team survivors were taken down with headshots. Rolling his body, Lin Yuan quickly took cover behind a large rock. While Lin Yuan was racking up kills, Luo Yi found herself in a more precarious situation. She had been practicing her knife skills and had more faith in her blade. She never expected to find herself in a gunfight where she couldn't use her supernatural powers, significantly reducing her combat effectiveness. Although she was quick on her feet, able to sense danger and dodge bullets, she just couldn't hit her targets. After firing off a dozen rounds, she had only managed to wound one red team survivor, not kill, just wound. In short, Luo Yi was still in the adaptation phase. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, hiding behind the rock, quickly popped his head up from the other side and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, a red team survivor hiding in the bushes was taken out with a headshot. "Everyone be careful. There's a sharpshooter on the other side," shouted a red team survivor from the front line. A sharpshooter is someone whose shooting skills are so refined that they can hit their target without even aiming, relying solely on instinct. Listening for the source of the voice, Lin Yuan quickly jumped up onto a boulder and fired at the survivor, who thought he was well hidden. After the sound of a shot rang out, that survivor fell to the ground. 5 kills. Lin Yuan quickly jumped down from the boulder and took cover behind the rock to reload his weapon. Bang! Even though Lin Yuan had taken cover and was reloading, the gunfire didn't stop. There were blue team survivors everywhere around him, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with the opposing team. On the right side of the road, fierce battles raged close to the pavement. As one ventured further in, the sound of gunfire and screams echoed everywhere. It was either the red team falling or the blue team meeting their demise. Survivors, after witnessing death, rushed out from the square towards the front lines, sprinting from the road deep into the stronghold, heading wherever reinforcements were needed. Reloading his magazine, Lin Yuan quickly glanced over at Luo Yi. She peeked out from her cover and pulled the trigger at a target ahead. With a bang, a red team survivor fell to the ground, shot in the chest. Although she didn't score a headshot, her shooting skills had improved significantly. Seeing her gradually adapt to combat with firearms, Lin Yuan re-engaged in the fight. With 2 quick shots, he leaned out and fired at 2 red team survivors who were engrossed in a shootout with the blue team. Without a doubt, after his 2 shots, both survivors were eliminated. After taking them down, Lin Yuan began firing wildly at a large tree, behind which a red team survivor was hiding. Having experienced Lin Yuan's sharpshooting before, the survivor retreated, hoping to team up with other red team members to take Lin Yuan down. But Lin Yuan wasn't foolish enough to stay put and take hits. He jumped out of cover and ran towards the stronghold he had captured. The retreating red team survivor was caught off guard and was shot in the head by Lin Yuan, collapsing to the ground. Lin Yuan advanced into the stronghold, taking advantage of the moment before other red team survivors could find cover. He squeezed the trigger furiously. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive shots hit their marks, each one a headshot. As Lin Yuan pushed forward, dozens of nearby survivors followed his lead, overwhelming the red team and forcing them to retreat, losing one stronghold after another. Zhang Guodong gasped in shock. The opposing survivor not only wielded melee weapons skillfully, but also showed impressive prowess with firearms, almost as if possessed by a killing spirit, taking down more than 10, nearly 20 opponents in a short span. He marked the survivors and planned to launch an attack from behind them to reclaim the captured strongholds. Zhang Guodong felt it was necessary to show the opposing team they were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Thanks to Lin Yuan's elimination of numerous red team survivors, the nearby blue team members were having a blast, quickly toppling one red stronghold after another. However, after advancing a certain distance, Lin Yuan changed his attack direction. He altered his approach out of fear of penetrating too deeply into enemy territory and becoming surrounded. His shift in strategy coincided perfectly with Zhang Guodong's command for a flanking maneuver. After a while, Lin Yuan and his group of dozens encountered Zhang Guodong's encircling team of nearly 100 face-to-face. Both sides were momentarily stunned. In this situation, finding cover was unrealistic, and it all came down to who could shoot faster. After a brief pause, both sides began to fire wildly, trying to outshoot each other. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yuan was furiously pulling the trigger. Standing at the front, he managed to take down one enemy and emptied an entire magazine. But he was ultimately gunned down in the chaos. This exchange resulted in mutual destruction, with Lin Yuan's team wiped out and the red team left with just over 10 survivors. 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan found himself in the respawn area. He quickly accessed the system shop and purchased a submachine gun, 7 magazines for it, and 1 magazine for a pistol. Since the submachine gun consumed bullets rapidly, Lin Yuan worried about running out of ammo, so he spent his last remaining points on the pistol magazine. Better safe than sorry. armed with his newly purchased submachine gun. Lin Yuan rushed back to the front lines, determined to reclaim the territory they had just lost and push further in to show the red team just how formidable he could be. The survivors heading to various front lines looked on enviously at Lin Yuan's submachine gun. If only they had one too. Just imagine how many points they could rack up. With enough points, better weapons and equipment would be within reach. Lin Yuan sprinted along the main road, his submachine gun in hand, with nearly 200 survivors following closely behind him. Some of these survivors had perished alongside him, while many others had fallen deep in enemy territory during battles with the red team. With his submachine gun raised and a fierce determination in his eyes, Lin Yuan led the blue team survivors, all of whom were eager to make their mark in the fight ahead. Chapter 153. Although Lin Yuan had purchased a submachine gun, he did not arrogantly believe that he was invincible and could single-handedly sweep through the red team. Given that he was only wearing combat gear, he was cautious about launching an attack from the road. Once he reached the front line, Lin Yuan quickly spread out with the more than 200 people behind him, searching for cover. He loaded his weapon and hid behind a large tree, assessing the positions across from him, aware that not every red team stronghold harbored a survivor. Suddenly, Lin Yuan leaned out just enough to target a large rock and opened fire. The submachine gun spat bullets like a tongue of flame, instantly demolishing the stone's defenses and striking the red team survivor hiding behind it. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Yuan took down one enemy and captured stronghold, earning himself 2 points. The firepower was overwhelming. After firing, he quickly withdrew to avoid being hit by return fire. Just as he pulled back, several shots rang out from the opposite side, with bullets striking the cover in front of him, while more whizzed past for both sides. In an instant, Lin Yuan pinpointed the 2 closest red team positions. As they retreated to their cover to reload, he seized the opportunity to strike, unleashing a barrage of bullets at them. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. After the 2 gunshots, he scored another 4 points. Firepower was the key advantage here. It was exhilarating. Unlike before, where capturing a stronghold took several shots and wasted time, now a single magazine could take down both survivors and their stronghold together. Bang, bang, bang. After Lin Yuan fired, the opposing team erupted in gunfire, with multiple bullets striking his cover. The blue team survivors were not to be outdone. They took cover, reloaded, and returned fire. Overall, the red team had a higher accuracy rate than the blue team. Apart from Lin Yuan and the first squad led by Luo Yi, which held a slight advantage, the other squads were steadily retreating and struggling to hold their ground. The red team, both survivors and commanders, had a significant upper hand. Lin Yuan, however, was unfazed by this. He focused on finding opportunities to unleash his firepower. Hot-a-tot-tot, hot-a-tot-tot, hot-a-tot-tot. With each new magazine, his score climbed rapidly. Frustrated, the red team commander Zhang Guodong had no choice but to deploy more troops to curb Lin Yuan's rampant assault. Meanwhile, the blue team commander He Yunying announced Lin Yuan's achievements across the board to boost the morale of the blue team survivors. Despite the red team pouring in a massive number of troops, they still couldn't stop Lin Yuan from racking up kills and points. Eventually, a group of dozens charged at Lin Yuan all at once, but overwhelmed by sheer numbers, he was ultimately taken down. The red team suddenly concentrated a small force, which took Lin Yuan and the blue team by surprise. However, this worked to their advantage, as it provided a perfect opportunity to use their new equipment, rifles. The submachine guns that were no longer needed were given to Luo Yi, adding a touch of battlefield romance and boosting their firepower. Lin Yuan had one guiding principle. Since their individual combat tactics couldn't match the enemy's, they would crush them with superior equipment, ensuring their arsenal was far ahead. Finally, they managed to take down an enemy expert, and Zhang Guodong in the command center let out a sigh of relief. He immediately called in reinforcements and ordered, as soon as the enemy expert takes a shot, organize a charge to quickly eliminate them. We can't allow them to rack up too many points. Even if the enemy's shooting skills were exceptional, a coordinated charge with dozens of soldiers could take them down at a minimal cost. A small price to pay for victory. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was no fool. As the enemy adapted, he adjusted his tactics as well. Chapter 154. Lin Yuan's tactics were actually quite simple. He hid behind the lines, picking off opponents with long-range shots while organizing hundreds of people to stand in front of him to counter the enemy's charge. Thus, the battle began once more. At the front line, where the red and blue sides clashed, gunfire erupted. The sounds of gunshots, bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat, bang, filled the air as both sides exchanged fire. with survivors falling one after another. The cries of the wounded echoed amidst the chaos, and bullets flew wildly. Hearing the familiar sound of submachine guns firing, and seeing the rapid fall of survivors, the red side immediately realized that the blue side's skilled players had returned to the battlefield. The red side quickly decided to launch a charge to eliminate the enemy's experts. Under the command of Zhang Guodong, they quickly organized a charge with 50 members. "Charge! Kill!" shouted the 50 red survivors as they rushed forward, firing as they ran. Seeing a good opportunity, Lin Yuan began to rapidly pull the trigger. In front of him, Luo Yi and over 100 blue survivors also fired wildly. The red charging team was annihilated in an instant, and under Lin Yuan's command, they managed to push forward a dozen meters. In the red command room, Zhang Guodong's face twitched uncontrollably. He had expected such a result. It seemed the enemy's experts were not reckless and had figured out a counter-strategy after just one setback. His mind raced as he thought of a response. Would it work to reduce forces on one front and concentrate more power on other routes? It seemed unfeasible. If he reduced forces on one front, the enemy's experts would charge in unopposed. Even if he concentrated more troops on other routes, whether advancing all at once or spreading out, the enemy's experts on this front remained the biggest threat. After much deliberation, Zhang Guodong ultimately decided to focus on eliminating the enemy's experts a few times to extend their respawn time. That way, no matter how the battle unfolded, their chances of winning would increase. There was also good news. The red side had exchanged for a submachine gun. Zhang Guodong immediately ordered with a smile, "Bring the submachine gun to the front. Assemble an army of over 2,000. He was determined to crush the enemy's experts and break through their lines to seize key positions. On the blue side, Lin Yuan was no fool. He guessed that the enemy would gather even more forces for another charge. He quickly ordered nearby survivors to rally towards him. Commander He Yunying, although not a military person, had a good sense of judgment and promptly ordered the survivors on the road to assemble in front of Lin Yuan, forming a defensive line. While they anticipated that the red side would make another desperate charge, they had not expected it to be on such a massive scale with so many troops. A full 2,000 people charging together was simply overwhelming. The hundreds of blue team members gathered together were like ships caught in a storm, teetering on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of the red-haired attacker. The disadvantage in manpower was not something that could be easily overcome. Lin Yuan focused intently, firing his rifle with wild abandon, taking down wave after wave of enemies. Where his bullet struck, red team survivors fell like wheat being harvested, one after another. It felt exhilarating. His score was skyrocketing. Lin Yuan was relishing the thrill of the kills, but the blue team survivors standing in his way were out of luck. In a matter of moments, they were swept away like leaves in a gale. He realized the situation was dire and quickly ordered all the survivors along the route to provide support. But how fast could reinforcements arrive? Before the backup could reach them, the hundreds of survivors, along with Lin Yuan, were gunned down by the red team. Of course, the red team survivors were not left unscathed either. Lin Yuan's barrage had decimated their ranks as well. Faced with this predicament, He Ying was at a loss. Should she still gather her team? Should she commit more forces to the front lines? Just then, the newly revived Lin Yuan decisively spoke up, delivering a speech about victory. Chapter 155, Assemble, Continue Assembling. Gather all our forces and charge forward. We must win. The red team has an advantage in numbers and combat power, so we can only go for a quick resolution. I can exchange for a heavy machine gun, and now we have the equipment advantage, while they have just acquired submachine guns. We all know how the matchup of submachine guns against heavy machine guns usually turns out, right? Lin Yuan's voice was loud, and everyone who had just respawned in the square heard his words. They whispered among themselves, debating whether Lin Yuan's strategy was feasible. It seems reasonable. We can't hold our own against them in a straight fight. Their shooting skills are top-notch. Yeah, I fired several shots earlier and didn't hit anyone, while they took me down with just one shot. Same here. Utilizing our strengths to exploit their weaknesses, I support Big Brother Lin. I support him too. Soon, they all agreed with Lin Yuan's approach. He had no objections from He Yunying either. However, he still consulted the opinions of the top 20 players. Lung Feng, I support it. If he is using a heavy machine gun, I'll use his rifle, and with my points, I'll exchange for more ammo. Luo Yi, don't ask me. Isn't the answer obvious? I support it. Agreed. I have no objections. Let us fight. The majority of people agreed with Lin Yuan's strategy, giving He Yunying some confidence. She immediately ordered, except for one route, the remaining routes will attack. Hit them hard, and those who respawn should join the first route. Thus, an unprecedented battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, Zhang Guodong was still contemplating how many people to gather for the next charge. However, he quickly sensed something unusual from the blue team's frenzied assault. As the saying goes, where there is abnormality, there is a demon. He immediately commanded, those who have respawned should temporarily stay back from the front lines and prepare for battle. He decided to maintain the status quo. As long as their forces were still at the base, the enemy wouldn't be able to breach the command center. Lin Yuan exchanged for the heavy machine gun, hoisting it and running towards the front lines, followed by dozens of survivors carrying ammunition boxes. Behind them was a dense mass of survivors, about 20,000 people, and as more revived, that number would only continue to grow. Upon reaching the front lines, Lin Yuan set the heavy machine gun down on the road, ready to fire. As soon as he placed it down, 2 ammo handlers immediately assisted with the supply. Lin Yuan began firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire roared, shaking people's eardrums. The metallic storm of bullets swept towards the red team's stronghold. With powerful penetration, they swiftly captured one stronghold after another. The red team survivors hiding behind strongholds had yet to react, and one by one, they fell to the ground. The death toll among the red team survivors skyrocketed. Soon, Zhang Guodong received news that the opposing side had already acquired heavy machine guns. With no choice, he could only grit his teeth and push more troops forward, sacrificing lives. There was no way he could simply surrender, right? The heavy machine guns fired incessantly, unleashing thousands of rounds in just over a minute, with spent shells piling up like small mountains. Lin Yuan desperately sprayed bullets from the highway, while other survivors attacked from both sides of the road. The red team survivors were mowed down by the heavy machine guns, and their scattered resistance posed no threat to the blue team survivors who surged forward. As the red team fought valiantly with their lives on the line, Lin Yuan tossed the heavy machine gun to other survivors to use. He then returned to the square, exchanging for a more powerful 200-pound machine gun. If one machine gun couldn't hold them back, what hope did they have against two? Thus, the blue team fired wildly, destroying equipment, firing again, and destroying more gear. In the end, the blue team marched into the red team's square, carrying dozens of heavy machine guns, hundreds of rifles, and countless submachine guns, breaking into the command center. Bang, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-da, ha-cha-da-da. The blue team survivors stood in the square, pulling triggers towards the sky, celebrating their victory. The system voice echoed, "Congratulations to the blue team survivors in Zone A019 for their victory. The two zones will merge, and rewards will be distributed post-merger." The world level has increased. Soon, both teams of survivors were teleported out of the battle space. However, the survivors returning to the highway were met not with ranking rewards, but with death. As the world level increased, the system drastically elevated the difficulty of natural disasters. Mudslides transformed into several mountains, even dozens of peaks collapsing. Beast disasters became towering creatures over 100 meters tall. Following this, various natural disasters struck, and the difficulty was so immense that the survivors in Zone A019 couldn't withstand it, nor could survivors from any other area. The public channel displayed a frantic roll of death tolls. Lin Yuan and Luo Yi faced a seismic disaster, watching as the cracks drew nearer to them. They knew they couldn't escape. This was beyond what survivors could handle at their current level. They exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting fear, reluctance, and regret. Suddenly, both leaped into the air at the same time, embracing each other midair before plummeting into the endless abyss together. With no colorful phoenix wings to soar together, our hearts have a deep connection that transcends words. The end.